According to the covenant records, all things possess the gift of reproduction, yet none know death. As the Garden of Eden expanded, God created death, suspended high in the heavens. Thus, God, as the master of all, presided over the origin of life, appointing Jonah as the harbinger of the end, governing the decay of living beings. Kuba, discontented, was cast out by God, forever evading sunlight in a quest to escape death. Norton, seizing a pen, struck out Kuba's name from the covenant and inscribed his own. Was Kuba the progenitor of vampires? When I vanquish the progenitor of vampires, it is I, Norton, who shall assume that title. Chapter 1. The Church. The dim glow of the oil lamp could not dispel the surrounding darkness, it merely illuminated a small area, just enough to reveal Norton's expressionless face, clad in pristine clerical attire. The sound of a shaking wooden table emanated from the hut behind him, accompanied by a voice tinged with fear and a hint of pain. Father Mia, can you truly bestow the blessing? Of course, my son. This is a blessing reserved for priests, noble and sacred. Now, hold your tongue, Father Mia replied, his voice resonating with age and fervor. Indeed, he was not young at 69, he was considered elderly in this era. Norton found the commotion within the hut unbearable, his expression twisting with disgust, with even the faintest noise tormenting him. Goodness, who would have thought that even in this new world, the classic Central European program would manifest before my eyes? The wick of the oil lamp flickered incessantly until, at last, the sounds from the table gradually subsided. Before long, an elderly man clad in black and white priestly garb emerged from the hut, his hawk-like nose twitching slightly as a trace of weariness flickered across his wrinkled visage. Excellent, son. Remember to return here next week for the blessing. With my blessing, you shall receive daily rations of black bread. For now, I believe you may take your leave. Yais, the voice within the room trembled with fear, and shortly thereafter, under Norton's watchful gaze, a small figure staggered out. Bathed in Father Mia's benevolent gaze, the boy cautiously steadied himself against the wall as he made his way down the dimly lit path lined with candles. The boy's silhouette vanished around the corner, and the kindness on Father Mia's face faded away. He turned his gaze to the now impassive young cleric, nodding in satisfaction. Very well, Norton. With your presence, our blessing ritual shall remain undisturbed. It is my duty, Father. Norton inclined his head respectfully, the earlier disdain and revulsion vanishing entirely from his demeanor. Gazing upon Norton's handsome countenance, and seeing the respect etched upon his face, Father Mia let out a wistful sigh. Alas, had he arrived years earlier, Norton would not be so unfamiliar to him. Young Norton was unaware of the dismal impression he left on Father Mia's mind, he merely kept his head bowed, filled with genuine reverence. After stealing another glance at Norton's striking features, Father Mia reluctantly dispelled his thoughts. I believe you are now 20 years old, correct? Indeed, Father. Father Mia pondered for a moment before speaking again. You have been raised by the church, steeped in doctrine since childhood. I trust your faith is steadfast. Therefore, you shall also participate in next week's Massachusetts. Prepare yourself. In the coming days I will arrange for someone to explain the details of the Mass to you. Yes, Father. Norton nodded respectfully, a flicker of excitement blooming within him. Not from the prospect of the Mass, but because he would finally be allowed to venture outside. He had traversed into this world as a newborn, unable to perceive his surroundings, and upon gaining sight, found himself ensconced within this church. He had been raised by the previous priest, and after the latter's demise, Father Mia was dispatched by the church to assume the role. He could not ascertain precisely where he had been transported, he could only deduce that the era resembled that of the Central European Papal States. However, from the various ecclesiastical practices, it was evident this place was distinct from Central Europe, at least not the Central Europe he remembered. For instance, the missionaries were not recruited externally, all missionaries were orphans adopted by the church. Upon reaching the age of 20, they would begin officiating Mass, transitioning from clerics to missionaries. Before commencing their duties, these clerics were forbidden from stepping outside the church, from standing on high ground, from gazing into the distance, or from conversing with outsiders. They were only permitted to don hooded clerical garments and walk with their heads bowed. Surrounding the church were soldiers clad in white armor, patrolling the vicinity and leaving no avenue for escape. Any cleric caught violating the rules would face execution by beheading. Over the past 20 years, Norton had witnessed no fewer than 10 clerics meet such a fate, all of whom he had come to know, as they all lived within the church. This instilled in him a profound fear of stepping outside, compelling him to await his 20th year to become a missionary and gain the freedom to enter and exit the church at will. Thus, Having traversed this new realm for 2 decades, he had never once stepped outside, unable even to approach the church's entrance, leaving him uncertain of what lay beyond. Very well, you may return now. Casting another glance at Norton, Father Mia waved him off. Yes, Father. Norton bowed once more and turned to depart into the shadowy alley. The church's interior was vast, housing over 1,000 individuals, from priests to the most junior of resident believers. While he could not definitively identify this world, he could surmise from the church's condition that it likely belonged to the era of the Papal States. Norton returned to his room. Orphaned children under the age of 10 were merely considered believers and could not be labeled as clerics. They shared rooms with 10 others, akin to a large communal dormitory. Upon reaching 10 years old, after undergoing baptism by the priest, they could ascend to cleric status, at which point they were granted their own small rooms. A cleric's quarters were modest, standardized at less than 6 square meters, furnished with a bed and, at most, a table and a storage cabinet. Norton's room was even more Spartan, devoid of a cabinet, featuring only a small bed strewn with straw and tattered clothing, alongside a table bearing an oil lamp and 2 volumes of scripture. Beyond that, the only remnants were a scattering of leaves stuck together, exuding a faint aroma of hormones. Chapter 2. The Covenant. The oil lamp flickered to life, casting a dim glow that, while insufficient, was better than nothing. Just as Norton settled onto his bed, a knock resounded at the door. Knock, knock. Norton the cleric. Father Mia has sent me to deliver something to you, a deep male voice called from outside the door. Norton opened the door to find a missionary clad in white robes, cradling a stack of tattered books in his arms. As Norton watched the missionary open the door, the latter expressionlessly thrust 5 books into his arms before departing without a word. This behavior was rather typical. The missionaries in this place often exhibited peculiarities, having been confined to their small circles since childhood. It would be abnormal for them not to bear some form of mental affliction. Furthermore, the church strictly forbade excessive interaction among clergy and missionaries, even conducting nightly inspections of their quarters. Over the past 2 decades, he had exchanged only a handful of words with the clergy who had grown up alongside him, and this insular existence was driving him to the brink of madness. Cautiously cradling the books, Norton returned to his room and placed them on the wooden table. As he gazed at the volumes before him, 2 lines of tears slowly streamed down his cheeks, yet his face remained devoid of expression. The extent of their confinement had reached a maddening degree. In 20 years, they had been permitted to read only 3 texts: the scriptures. The titles were as follows: the Bible, Baptism, and Eden. The 5 books now laid before him represented the sole source of new knowledge he had encountered in 2 decades. A flicker of curiosity began to awaken from the depths of his long-standing silence, igniting a rare, profound stir within his heart, a sensation that was both delicate and overwhelmingly intense. Norton's tears flowed almost uncontrollably, yet his visage remained impassive. He sat on the bed, feeling the rapid thrum of his heartbeat, and could no longer suppress the longing within. He carefully picked up the books from the table, examining them with great caution. The materials of these books were not paper, cloth, or bamboo scrolls, but rather a soft, gossamer-like substance of unknown origin. Prolonged handling would leave a slight residue of oil, and igniting them under a kerosene lamp would release a scent reminiscent of charred flesh. Reluctantly acknowledging the absurdity and darkness of the so-called Papal Age, Norton suspected that this material might indeed be crafted from human skin. He picked up the first book, The Massachusetts. This volume elucidated the essential aspects of the Massachusetts. According to its description, the Mass entailed Norton bringing bread to the gathering of believers in the slums, performing acts of charity, and afterward joining the congregation to a place known as the Temple, where he would receive the blessings of Father Mia. He would then offer his most loyal faith to God Caesar, undergo the baptism of the sacred waters, and finally don the garb of a missionary, thus becoming a true emissary of faith. The procedure was straightforward, but the anticipation of finally being allowed to venture outside filled him with exhilaration as he read the words on the page. The second book was titled The Covenant. This volume, however, presented a different narrative. Norton furrowed his brow, and the more he delved into the contents, the more he questioned his own beliefs. The Covenant was a typical text akin to the Bible, recounting certain events involving God Caesar. Yet, in stark contrast to the Bible, which extolled the greatness and contributions of the divine, this book depicted a wholly negative portrayal of God. It was a slender tome, containing little text, yet its essence was filled with dark imagery, particularly interwoven with various monstrous legends. For instance, it spoke of God creating the Garden of Eden amidst chaos, where serpents mated with elephants, producing the creature known as Indin, a type of monster, and horses mated with chickens, resulting in Epic, another monster. Such unions disturbed the divine heart, leading to the emergence of humanity. God copulated with women, birthing divine being the first supreme deity in the Bible, while with men, he produced Jonah, the original god of death, overseeing hell, and with the dead, he created Kuba, the progenitor of vampires in Eden. Norton pondered the implications of this text, realizing that Caesar had succumbed to carnal desires, spawning a host of diminutive monstrosities. Initially, he found the relationship between the priest and young boys to be exceedingly strange, but now it seemed evident that Father Mia was indeed a priest, having received divine instruction. It appeared that there was a rationale behind these narratives, as the corrupt tree bore twisted fruit. Flipping the page, he encountered even more bizarre content. All things reproduce, yet there is no death. The Garden of Eden expanded, and thus God created death, suspended high in the heavens. He commanded the divine to preside over life, appointing Jonah as the arbiter of decay. Only Kuba, discontent, was banished by God. To evade demise, Kuba eternally shunned the sunlight. Thus concluded the covenant, which presented some intriguing concepts, particularly emphasizing vampires and the notion of death in sunlight. Norton placed the book back on the table. Although 20 years had passed, the memories of his previous life still lingered vividly, especially regarding the term vampire, which conjured numerous tales from his past. He had once harbored a fascination for the darker aspects of life, extensively researching and reading about vampires. It was crucial to clarify that vampires had never appeared in the scriptures of his former life. The so-called progenitor of vampires, Cain, was merely a fictional creation inspired by the biblical narrative surrounding Cain's fate. Thus, vampires had ultimately been fictional entities. However, this world differed drastically. Both the church's canonical text, Eden, and the covenant contained explicit references to vampires. The covenant documented the origins of vampires as stemming from the union of God and the dead, while Eden provided descriptions of vampire traits and terminology. According to Eden, Kuba, in evading death, remained hidden from sunlight, thus emerging only at night. Yet, deprived of sunlight, he could not cultivate. Another version of the scripture stated that he refrained from consuming sunlight-absorbing life forms, fearing death, necessitating a predatory lifestyle. However, God, as the guardian of the living, forbade him from killing other beings for sustenance. Jonah, overseeing the dead, prohibited him from consuming corpses. Consequently, he resorted to stealthily drinking the blood of living creatures while they slumbered, ensuring their survival, thus earning the titles of blood ancestor or vampire. Eden clearly delineated the term vampire, leaving one to ponder whether this was for the convenience of the church's operations or if such beings truly existed. Norton remained oblivious to the realities beyond his confinement, uncertain whether vampires genuinely roamed this world. He could only tentatively accept this notion, remaining vigilant to avoid discovering that deities, vampires, or other monstrosities existed, lest he be captured by something akin to a vampire. Chapter 3. God created death, suspended above the sky. As for God's creation of death, suspended high above in the heavens, this refers to the sun. Indeed, this world perceives the sun as the harbinger of biological demise, a notion meticulously depicted in sacred texts such as the Bible, the Eden, and the baptism. Even the diverse vestments of the clergy are designed to envelop the body in a manner that minimizes solar exposure. The church forbids its priests from gazing upward, ensuring they do not directly confront the sun or expose their faces to its rays. Regarding the extension of life, there has indeed been a slight increase. The previous elder priest passed away at the remarkable age of 193, a longevity scarcely witnessed even in modern times. Initially, he presumed this to be an anomaly. Yet upon accompanying the congregation to cleanse the church cemetery, he observed the inscriptions on the tombstones, noting that many individuals lived to an astonishing age, often exceeding 100 years. The former priest was notably the longest lived, while the shortest lived among them reached at least 126 years. He discerned a peculiar trend. The lifespan of individuals seemed to be progressively lengthening. Those who perished earlier typically lived between 120 and 130 years, while later generations increasingly reached 140 to 150 years, culminating with the last elder priest, who defied nature by living to 193. However, according to Norton's observations and insights, the medical standards in this region had seemingly remained stagnant over the years, with a quality of life as tranquil as still waters and sanitation standards showing little improvement. Even the most basic of hygiene, such as cleansing oneself, require the use of leaves or sticks, thus casting doubt upon the apparent increase in lifespan. What could account for these individuals living longer? Are they perhaps evolving? If one were to interpret the sun as synonymous with death, it would seemingly align perfectly with this observed longevity. Over the past 2 decades, the intensity of sunlight appears to have gradually diminished. Norton recalls his childhood, when the midday sun was so fierce that it compelled him to squint while standing in the courtyard. Now, however, he finds no such necessity. Perhaps his eyes have matured, or the sun has waned. Nonetheless, the sun has increasingly taken on a reddish-orange hue, casting the entire sky in a magnificent twilight glow. Norton felt he had underestimated this world. If he were to become a missionary and venture forth, he would certainly scrutinize this realm, seeking to uncover any latent forces at play. If vampires truly existed, would they transform or remain unchanged? Would they possess eternal life or not? Such dilemmas are difficult to resolve. By the way, are there any exquisitely beautiful and aloof vampire ladies? Or perhaps a voluptuous and enchanting vampire matriarch? Curse it! I was once an adventurer until an arrow struck my knee. Norton habitually succumbed to his own fantasies. 2 decades of confinement had given rise to a peculiar habit within him. He often indulged in flights of fancy to enrich his spirit and stave off the abyss of madness. After a considerable time, he finally regained his senses and picked up the 3rd book. The contents of this 3rd volume were even stranger, filled with an array of stringent regulations, or rather, ecclesiastical prohibitions alongside restrictions on venturing outside. Yet, it concurrently illuminated the undeniable existence of vampires. For instance, 1. No missionary or prospective missionary may engage in physical contact with common folk, as vampires are adept at concealing themselves among the masses. 2. The deceased must be purified with holy water, have a wooden stake driven through their heart, and be dismembered, with the remains buried at considerable distances from one another to prevent resurrection as a vampire. The wood does not burn to ash efficiently, and the process is laborious and costly. In this era, timber is itself a form of wealth. 3. Those who perish from vampire feeding must undergo immersion in holy water. The 3rd book delineates a myriad of rules, all revolving around the concept of vampires. From the comprehensive content, it is abundantly clear that this world indeed harbors the so-called vampires, albeit their emergence is not an easy feat, yet remains relatively common. Otherwise, such elaborate regulations and descriptions would not exist. According to the text, the birth of a vampire in this world is not a mere transformation. Nor is there mention of ranks such as vampire princes or counts, let alone any enchanting magical prowess or invincible strength. The vampires depicted in this book appear more as monsters that rise from the dead, initially characterized by pallid, bloodless faces, with their skin potentially marred by post-mortem lividity. They are rather fragile, lacking any regenerative capabilities, with teeth and nails showing negligible change, rendering them weak in combat. This is also the prime period for their concealment among humans. As time progresses, typically after a year, or upon consuming sufficient fresh blood, a vampire's teeth gradually transform into serrated forms. Their bodily fluids diminish, and their skin becomes even more pallid, exhibiting a sensitivity to light. Although they do not suffer significant harm from sunlight, they often reside in caves, avoiding sunlight, subsisting on captured animals, and begin to exhibit a degree of regenerative ability, with marked enhancements in agility and strength, and their eyes take on a reddish-brown hue. This creature appears to grow progressively over time, though the book offers no further descriptions of subsequent transformations, leaving one to ponder whether it is a closely guarded secret or simply does not exist. However, given the Church's heightened vigilance against vampires, it is highly probable that further evolution may occur, potentially endowing them with peculiar abilities. Otherwise, such beings would hardly withstand the onslaught of heavily armored soldiers, nor would there be such intense caution. Norton found himself invigorated, a tingling sensation coursing through his skin. While these volumes unveiled the existence of the vampire species, it was evident that the exploration remained superficial, merely skimming the surface of a far deeper mystery. The Church has endured for countless years, undoubtedly accumulating more than just a handful of research findings. Moreover, given their level of vigilance, it is highly plausible that the vampire species poses a far greater threat than one might initially surmise. As for the origin of vampires, this is not detailed in the texts, perhaps out of fear that knowledge might lead individuals to seek transformation into such beings. Norton set the book aside, noting that the fourth volume resembled the fifth more as a compendium of the bizarre, describing a plethora of monstrous entities. For instance, as previously stated in the Covenant, during the Age of Indon, there existed various creatures of which he had heard in his past life: werewolves, sea sirens, and bird-headed beings, among others. However, such descriptions were likely sparse and limited, lacking extensive elaboration. Yet, all these fantastical beings share a commonality. They are all living entities possessing life. In this respect, vampires are particularly unique, as they exist in a liminal state, not entirely alive, nor completely dead. Living beings are governed by divine forces, while the deceased fall under the dominion of Jonah. Vampires, existing in this ambiguous realm, resemble the Monkey King, transcending the three realms and eluding the five elements' control. Perhaps this is why the church has made them a specific target. Norton spread the 5 volumes across the wooden table and let out a deep sigh. Initially, he had believed this world to be a typical medieval setting, where, as a missionary, his future would at least hold some promise. However, it now appeared that he was ensnared in a fantastical medieval reality, which left him feeling quite uneasy. As he pondered, the church bells began to toll slowly. Dong, dong, dong. Norton snapped back to reality, extinguished the oil lamp on his table, and retired to bed. Chapter 4. The church on yet another sunlit day. The aspiring missionary Norton was awakened early. A missionary clad in a white ecclesiastical uniform guided him towards the nave of the church. Next Monday's Mass would see Norton's participation. He needed to learn the rituals, specifications, and considerations alongside the other prospective missionaries. The name of the church was St. Lord's Cathedral. Norton was uncertain whether he was situated in a remote town or a bustling city, yet the grandeur of the cathedral was undeniable, resembling the architectural scale of a medieval European palace, capable of accommodating 1,000 souls year-round. However, akin to the medieval times, this place was strikingly unsanitary. The corners of the cathedral bore witness to traces of excrement and urine, and the vast edifice lacked any semblance of a restroom. Individuals within the church were left to seek corners or relieve themselves in the hearth. The air was thick with the putrid odor of waste, and during winter, when the hearth was lit, the stench, dormant for half a year, would permeate throughout the cathedral, rendering it a veritable hell on earth. Even after 2 decades of traversing this realm, Norton had yet to acclimate to this wretched environment. The primary reason he yearned to escape was his inability to endure the stench of this place. He was convinced that had the original Grim Reaper, Jonah, arrived at the church in winter, he would undoubtedly have returned to rename hell as heaven. Ever since discovering the existence of vampires yesterday, he harbored grave doubts about whether their avoidance of churches stemmed from an inability to breach them or from sheer reluctance to enter this foul abode. Clad in a white robe, Norton followed a procession of similarly attired individuals into the temple of the Holy Father, where he was immediately greeted by the resplendent hall and the exquisite mural of God adorning its ceiling. In this sacred space, the Son of God, Caesar, was not depicted as being nailed to the cross. However, the symbol of the cross remained prominent, even featuring a human figure carved upon it. Yet, neither the Bible nor the texts in his possession provided a clear account of who was affixed to the cross or the narrative behind it. It appeared that this story was still shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, Norton surmised that it must be God who was crucified, for such solemnity could not be attributed to anything less. The mural illustrated a pastoral scene of God as a shepherd, with the naked figure of God Caesar, his backside exposed, cradling a pure white lamb in his arms while 2 or 3 lambs lay at his feet. The lambs were rendered with striking realism, and, akin to much of ancient Western European art, their anatomical features were evident. This undoubtedly symbolized themes of sexuality and procreation, a penchant for which the church seemed to indulge in, often opting for depictions that, upon closer inspection, revealed unsettling implications. Moreover, the naked deity stood at a distance, wielding a whip, yet hesitating to approach. Jonah, also unclothed, squatted by the stream with his head bowed low, while at the water's edge lay his severed head, stained with blood. Upon closer examination, one could discern 2 small red dots on the neck of the lamb cradled by Caesar, and similar crimson stains on the side of the whip held by the deity. Regrettably, after more than 20 years, Norton remained oblivious to the precise meaning of the mural until he perused related texts the previous night, which illuminated its deeper significance. The bloodied head, he deduced, must belong to the progenitor of vampires, Kuba, who, despite having been decapitated, retained wide-open eyes, a portrayal not of a soul denied rest, but rather an implication of continued existence. Furthermore, Goddess Smoothback bore a single, pristine wing. Only the left wing was present, leaving one to ponder its significance or whether it was merely an incomplete manifestation. Norton's rapt attention was abruptly interrupted by the sudden voice of Father Mia, adorned in silver clerical attire. "Norton," he called, prompting Norton to snap back to reality and respond with respect. Father Mia nodded, then shifted his gaze to the 5 prospective missionaries standing before him. "Have you all been diligent in your readings during this time?" "Indeed, we have," the 5 answered in unison. "Very well, I shall refrain from further discourse, for you're already aware of the consequences of disregarding the rules. Now, allow me to elucidate the specific proceedings of the Massachusetts." Father Mia, holding a sacred Bible, assumes a dignified posture. His discourse primarily pertains to the essential protocols of the Mass. For instance, when to follow the preceding missionary in procession, when to remain motionless, when to distribute the black bread to the impoverished gathered below, and the manner in which to exit in an orderly fashion once the distribution is complete. The explanation and rehearsal persisted until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and only then did it come to a conclusion. Norton hastily acquired a piece of black bread and a small bowl of thin porridge from the dining hall, consuming them in a rush before scurrying towards the rear chapel. The afternoon tasks are obligatory. He arrived at the rear chapel, swiftly locating his place among a group of clerics, eyes closed in silent recitation of the Bible, and knelt down to join the collective murmuring of Scripture. The church imposed a strict regime of asceticism upon them, essentially forbidding all personal desires, disallowing companionship among 2 or 3 individuals, and prohibiting social interactions. If there was no task at hand, one was expected either to engage in collective study or to retreat to one's own quarters to delve into the Scriptures and divine thoughts. Thus, despite having resided here for 20 years, the inhabitants rarely exchanged words. Even among those well acquainted, it was likely that not a single word had been spoken between them. Norton had erred in this regard during his youth, receiving a severe thrashing from the church knight wielding a barbed switch, a punishment that instilled in him a lasting aversion to transgressions. The church seemed intent on cultivating them into beings devoid of personal desires, mere automatons obedient to commands, thereby ensuring the seamless operation of the institution and fostering mutual loyalty. Caesar opened his eyes, the chaos giving way to clarity. God proclaimed, "Let there be cosmos," and thus the universe came into being. God declared, "Let there be life," and all things were born. A faint yet harmonious recitation echoed within the foul-smelling sanctuary, reminiscent of the incessant buzzing of flies, eliciting discomfort. The church did not welcome individuals seeking to worship God. Indeed, only those who made significant sacrifices could earn the privilege to do so. Hence, their daily existence revolved around the incessant recitation of prayers. Time passed swiftly, marked by the cadence of Norton's prayers. At last, the moment for his Mass had arrived. Chapter 5. The Mass is the grand occasion of the papal state, held weekly. On this day, all labor must cease, and the populace is summoned to the streets, chanting the name of Caesar and observing the proceedings of the Massachusetts. This event stands as the most significant celebration of the papal state, a moment to bask in divine grace. However, the weekly Mass severely hampers the productivity and lives of the people, compounded by the stringent regulations of the papal state. A minor misstep could result in confiscation of property or even a sentence to the stake. Consequently, the citizens of the papal state live in dire straits, surrounded by poverty. The territory of the papal state is deemed the domain of God, necessitating the manifestation of his greatness and sanctity. Since the time of the previous pope, the papal states have sought to emphasize the diligence of their leader by renaming beggars as the impoverished, thereby erasing their presence. However, other nations exhibit similar indifference, with kings and nobles alike wholly unconcerned for the plight of their subjects, relentlessly extracting resources without implementing any policies to benefit the populace. In contrast to the magical beings of this world, it is the current human society that embodies true enchantment. In the holy city, the seat of the papacy and the birthplace of humankind alongside the demise of God. The streets are adorned with vibrant blossoms. Flowers abound along the walls and eaves of houses, even in unclaimed patches of muddy earth. Yet, the roads are sullied by filth, the muck mingling underfoot. While the destitute wander, scantily clad, their bare feet caked in grime and excrement. Church knights, clad in immaculate white armor and wielding gleaming swords, stand sentinel, intercepting the impoverished on either side of the thoroughfare. Despite their frailty and emaciation, even as their tattered garments fail to conceal their nakedness, they clutch abundant flowers in their hands, adorning the fetid city. The thoroughfare, now completely blanketed in blossoms, has transformed from a scene of squalor into one of vibrant beauty. Countless petals form a natural carpet, concealing the wretchedness beneath. The Mass is the paramount event within the Papal States, necessitating a grand spectacle to herald the arrival of the divine. To this end, the Holy City has even raised fertile lands to compel the impoverished to cultivate flowers, ensuring a weekly supply for the ceremonial Massachusetts. While other cities do not experience such extreme measures, the Vatican and the Holy City, due to their unique circumstances, are permeated with religious fervor, yet simultaneously exert the harshest oppression upon their people. As the jarring church bells toll, the solemn celebration of divine grace commences. The heavy and reverent sound of horns reverberates from the church, echoing throughout the city. This profound and somber tone, reminiscent of ancient echoes, descends upon a mortal realm once more. Following this, a multitude begins to chant, their voices rising like the buzzing of flies, filling the air. Both the destitute and the knights partake, reciting passages from the Bible in unison, beseeching the divine presence. As the humming intensifies, the grand doors of the great cathedral swing open. A procession of pure white missionaries emerges, led by Father Mia, stepping onto the flower-laden path, accompanied by the prayers of countless souls, advancing towards the sanctuary as true disciples. The pristine missionary garb shines under the sun, the immaculate procession resembling lambs cradled in the embrace of God, exuding an aura of sanctity and divine mystery. The fragrance of flowers intertwines with the long-standing stench of the city, creating an unbearable contrast. The pristine figures of the clergy stand in stark juxtaposition to the squalor of the impoverished, reminiscent of the extremes of heaven and hell. Norton, clutching a pure white basket of flowers, trails at the rear of the procession, his hood obscuring his vision, forcing him to rely on peripheral glances to absorb the surrounding scene. Indeed, it is a true reflection of the Middle Ages, particularly the era dominated by the formidable control of the Papal States. As Norton gazes upon the dilapidated wooden shanties flanking him, despair envelopes him. Life seems devoid of hope. How terrifying was the medieval Papal State? To put it succinctly, the life of a missionary, which he finds nearly unbearable, is akin to a heavenly existence for the destitute who might never afford a decent garment. At the very least, they have the assurance of warmth and sustenance. Without the constant threat to their safety, even the thought of fleeing eludes him, for should he attempt escape and be apprehended, the pyre awaits him, or perhaps other horrific tortures. Moreover, even if he were to escape, the outside world offers no refuge. The oppressive environment that seeks to stifle and confine him drives him to the brink of insanity, coercively suppressing his emotions and desires, rendering his mind somewhat unhinged. Were he not a traveler from another time, were he not acquainted with the freedoms and complexities of modern life, he might have resigned himself to a lifetime within the church's walls. Yet, having once tasted liberty and the spectrum of human emotions, he cannot endure being imprisoned like a caged animal. Norton's initial excitement and anticipation evaporate upon witnessing the stark reality outside, the sight of the destitute, their bodies emaciated and clothed in rags, brings him face to face with the grim truth, plunging him into a profound sense of disillusionment. Numbly, he follows at the end of the line, casting the dry, hard crumbs of black bread from his basket into the throng. As the missionary procession continues to disperse these meager offerings, those who are fortunate enough to secure a morsel of food do so with urgency, while the beggar-like figures lining the streets descend into a frenzy, scrambling for scraps. Bodies collide, exhaustion takes hold, and desperation drives them to bite and lick the filthy ground for even the smallest crumb. The imposing figures of the knights in gleaming white armor stand as an unyielding barrier, ensuring that the desperate masses do not dare to cross the threshold, even at the cost of their lives. Norton observes the scene, a chill coursing through him. The true horrors of the Middle Ages can only be grasped through first-hand experience, illuminating why this era is often referred to as one of cannibalism. Those self-proclaimed messengers of the divine, the missionaries who espouse sanctity, exhibit no trace of compassion for the plight around them. Instead, they maintain a lofty detachment, taking in the scene with morbid fascination. The sacred procession treads upon the soft petals, making its way toward the sanctuary, only to disperse into 8 separate lines after a few hundred meters. The Mass serves as a baptism, a sacred rite for the entire city, bestowing blessings upon all. Thus, they must disperse, traversing the grand thoroughfares of the city. 8 distinct processions, each following their designated route, advance in divergent directions. Norton finds himself at the rear of his procession, his head bowed as he scatters breadcrumbs while trudging forward. With each step they take, individuals ahead gradually veer off into side streets, until at last, only Norton remains, meandering upon the petals as he enters the final thoroughfare. Chapter 6. Cowardice. By this juncture, the presence of the church knights surrounding him has begun to dwindle. The exorbitant pure iron armor, even when donned by the church, is a burden to bear. Within the grand cathedral, the knights number at most 300. Half of these are allocated to strut along the main avenue, while the remainder are scattered across various streets, with at most 1 knight per intersection. This implies that Norton must navigate this narrow path alone to reunite with others at the next junction, ultimately gaining entry into the sanctuary. Observing the emaciated figures of the impoverished lining the streets, their desperate gazes weighing heavily upon him, Norton feels an overwhelming pressure. How does one articulate the pitiable state of the medieval populace? Underfed? Ragged? Such terms merely serve to embellish their grim reality. Each gaunt figure resembles a mere skeleton draped in skin, their cheeks sunken to the point of being devoid of flesh, their large eyes protruding, lending them an unsettling appearance akin to that of grotesque caricatures. Why does ragged fail to capture their plight? It is because they scarcely wear any clothing. The fortunate might don tattered trousers to shield their modesty, while the unfortunate lack even that, with women wrapping themselves in tree bark or leaves, exposing their shriveled breasts, while men display half-exposed buttocks. Father Mia had previously imparted teachings regarding the living conditions of the populace, in a bid to eradicate vampires. The church resolved to starve the impoverished, rendering them anemic, thus depriving vampires of sustenance, leading to their eventual demise. Such a misguided rationale is a testament to the ignorance born of 2 decades of isolation. Having lived in the real world with parents and a sound education, Norton, like any compassionate individual, gazes upon them with pity. However, such compassion is futile. In this grand scheme, he possesses no power to effectuate salvation or redemption, being barely able to care for himself. Unless someone were to overthrow this feudal papal state. A sudden thought flickers within Norton's mind. Norton, is there a chance for him to become the savior of this nation, the leader of the Red Forces, the esteemed commander adored by the masses, the beacon of hope in the hearts of the people? Clearly, there is no possibility whatsoever. Norton does not believe he can guide an era steeped in ignorance into modernity merely through his limited insights. Such a notion is as ludicrous as attempting to travel back in time to liberate slaves, naive and utterly out of place. Furthermore, he is but a wastrel, nurtured by the church for 20 years, bereft of any significant intellect. Norton finds himself ensnared in contemplation, a mental affliction born from over 2 decades of isolation, easily lost in the labyrinth of his own thoughts. Nevertheless, his movements remain mechanistic, passively traversing the path strewn with petals, ceaselessly scattering black breadcrumbs around him. This has become his unique skill. Even while reciting the Bible, he immerses himself in a world of fantasy. "O God, grant me some sustenance," he beseeches the divine light. As he walks, the impoverished souls lining the streets cry out for God, their bodies scrambling for bread, frantically trailing behind Norton like madmen. This continues until his basket is entirely emptied of crumbs. After another futile attempt to grasp something from the basket, Norton snaps back to reality, shaken from his daydream of creating a new world. He gazes vacantly into the basket, noting its emptiness and the end of the street before him. Has it all been distributed? He withdraws his gaze from the basket, silently chastising himself. He feels a profound flaw within himself, perpetually lost in his fantasies, which hints at signs of a fractured psyche. As he berates his peculiar state, he fails to notice that he is on the brink of drifting back into his thoughts, until a voice pierces through his reverie. Please, Reverend, grant me a morsel of bread. My son is on the verge of starvation. Norton abruptly regains his focus, lifting his lowered hood slightly to behold the scene before him. The bread has run out, and the destitute on the street have long ceased to follow in his footsteps, save for a solitary woman kneeling by the roadside. A gaunt figure, so emaciated that she wears no upper garments, she kneels beside him, her eyes filled with desperate longing as she gazes at Norton, adorned with petals in the street. She is so thin that her breasts seem merely to cling to her chest like desiccated skin. Her face is marred with mud and bruises, likely the result of a struggle for bread. Cradled in her arms is a child who resembles a mere bundle of bones. Were it not for the slight rise and fall of its body, Norton might have presumed the child to be lifeless. Observing the woman's skeletal visage, her eyes bloodshot and filled with desperation, and noting her emaciated form cradling a child too weak to lift its head, Norton felt a slight tremor in his hands as he reached into his basket, only to grasp nothing. His meager supply of black breadcrumbs had been depleted moments ago. How could he possibly offer anything? His body quivered slightly. He remained silent, pausing briefly before hesitantly resuming his steps. The procession demanded unwavering focus, forbidding any interaction with the surrounding populace, for this was a sacred moment, bathed in the divine light of God, untainted by the filth of the lower classes. A misstep would invite the wrath of the church knights. Should the crowd trample the flower-strewn path, divine retribution would follow. Norton's heart bled with regret, lamenting his earlier reverie, questioning why he had not counted the crumbs more carefully, why he had not preserved even a morsel. Had he retained a bit, he could have cast it towards the woman as she knelt in supplication. As Norton took his tentative steps forward, the last flicker of hope in the woman's eyes gradually extinguished. The child in her arms appeared to convulse from hunger, directly provoking the remnants of her reason and sensitivity. She could no longer abide by the sanctity of the ceremony. On her knees, she crawled up the flower path, reaching out to grasp Norton's robe. The mud from her legs soiled the petals, marring their sanctity. "Reverend, please," she implored. In an instant, a blade flashed and severed her neck. Her head, gushing crimson, tumbled onto the flower-strewn street, splattering the vibrant petals with a deep scarlet hue. Norton's foot faltered momentarily, then trembled as he stepped aside, avoiding the fallen head, and continued on in silence. The knight of the church stood solemnly behind the headless corpse, sword in hand, his gaze slicing through the air as it followed Norton's retreating figure, devoid of any words. Only the woman's severed head remained amidst the petals she was never allowed to tread upon, her eyelids fluttering slightly, her eyes utterly devoid of color. Another blade struck down, a small head rolling beside hers, its half-opened pupils reflecting Norton's cowardly silhouette. There are many inquiries regarding the origins of the populace. The city of the Lord is a realm of divine mortality, belonging to the Holy Church, steeped in religious fervor to the point of fanaticism, whereas other regions exhibit a degree of leniency, with detailed narratives to follow. Chapter 7. Sanctity. This is a world that consumes its own, a true cannibalistic realm. As the disorienting mass concluded, Norton witnessed 2 large cauldrons being set up at the entrance of the church. The savory aroma of simmering meat wafted from the pot, and though the contents remained obscured, the tattered garments, stained with blood piled nearby, made it abundantly clear what was being prepared. This enticing scent attracted a throng of ragged beggars, yet the pot's contents were not intended for their consumption. Today marked the weekly mass, a time for feasting within the church. Norton had once cherished Sundays, for they promised a meal of meat and vegetables, a welcome reprieve from the usual fare of stale bread and thin porridge. However, from this day forth, his fondness had waned. "O people of God, bask in the radiance of the Almighty," intoned Father Mia, his voice resonating at the church's entrance, surrounded by a sea of impoverished souls. Their faces were etched with reverence and devotion as they gazed upon Father Mia, seemingly enveloped in divine grace. Yet, it was uncertain whether their faith was genuine or merely a desperate plea for the blessings they sought. Their fervent expressions surpassed even that of Father Mia, perhaps because their every hope rested solely upon the shoulders of the Almighty. Norton lethargically trailed behind the procession of missionaries, reciting baptism in a mechanical whisper, bracing himself to receive God's blessings. His gaze was vacant, clearly lost in his own thoughts. This wretched existence was intolerably arduous. The church seemed to treat its flock as mere livestock. Norton's mind was ablaze with contemplation. 2 decades of confinement, cannibalism, and a myriad of perilous rules that could lead to death had tightened around him like a noose, threatening to strangle him at any moment. No matter how he pondered, he could envision no alternative path. Should he emulate Zhang Jiao and proclaim that God is dead, positioning himself as Norton the elect? Yet he felt incapable of such grandeur. He possessed no remarkable talents, and had gleaned little in the way of skills over the past 20 years. Even the memories of his former life were fading, leaving him as ineffectual as the other missionaries raised within the church. A flicker of insight dawned upon Norton. He had previously been uncertain why the church sought to keep them in such a manner. Now, it was clear. They aimed to cultivate obedient, subservient beings, ensuring a steady supply of loyal followers. It appeared that the higher-ups in the church were not as incompetent as he had presumed. Most likely, they were part of a lineage, unlike the missionaries who had been confined and nurtured in isolation. Norton's gaze fixated on Father Mia, who continued to fervently deliver his sermon, further solidifying his suspicions. After the previous priest of the Grand Cathedral passed away, the new priest had not been chosen from within the church. Rather, he had been directly appointed by the archbishop governing the region, parachuted in from elsewhere. Thus, it is highly probable that by the time one reaches the status of a priest, they have already become a genuine internal member, distinctly different from the mere tools cultivated on the production line. A chill ran through Norton's heart. Initially, he believed that this so-called church and papal state were merely superficial in their strength. However, it now appeared that they likely possessed their own operational theories. This made the prospect of rebellion somewhat daunting. Meanwhile, as his mind wandered, the atmosphere of the Mass reached a fever pitch. "May your brilliance illuminate," intoned the aged voice of Father Mia, gradually growing fervent, referring to God, Caesar. As the priest concluded his words, the surrounding missionaries immediately sprang into action. Some fetch bowls, others spoons, as the missionaries within the Grand Cathedral formed a queue, each receiving a bowl of the broth simmering in the pot. As a newly appointed missionary, Norton was also honored to partake in this ritual, cautiously trailing at the end of the line with a small bowl in hand, his heart filled with trepidation. He certainly had no desire to consume meat. The tattered garments piled nearby indicated that the pot contained nothing wholesome. However, abstaining was not an option, as this was a blessing from God, and the glances of the church knights nearby were ominous. Clearly, anyone who dared to reject God's blessing would be deemed a heretic and met with swift retribution. Norton wished to avoid such a fate, so he resolved to consume as little as possible. The act of eating during Mass held its own significance, necessitating a communal prayer beforehand. Standing at the rear of the line, Norton, as the newest missionary, bore the nausea and joined in the collective prayer, his gaze fixed upon the broth in his bowl. The surface was coated with grease, releasing a rich, enticing aroma. Surely, the meager bones could not yield such a fatty concoction. May the prayers to God resonate endlessly. The faces of the surrounding missionaries were fervent, leaving one to wonder whether their zeal was authentic or feigned. However, considering their 2 decades of seclusion, it was likely genuine fervor. The prayer progressed at a languid pace, and only when the broth had cooled did it finally conclude. Subsequently, led by Father Mia, all the missionaries raised their bowls. Feeling the piercing gaze of the church knights behind him, Norton resigned himself and shut his eyes. In that moment, he experienced a peculiar sensation. He felt indistinguishable from the food in the pot, merely differing by label. Gurgling sounds erupted as the overwhelming aroma of meat filled Norton's mouth, his stomach greedily absorbing the protein and fat he had so infrequently encountered. Yet the discomfort within him drowned out any pleasure. Perhaps this was the sole distinction between himself and the other meats. He possessed a soul that had experienced modernity. And this, indeed, was a manifestation of impurity. Chapter 8. The Ascension Ceremony. Having consumed food for so many years, despite never witnessing the cooking process, he had grown somewhat accustomed to it. If he were to eat a little less, he could truly endure. However, the church is exceedingly frugal, with inscriptions in their mealtime prayers advocating against wastefulness. Thus, one must consume every morsel from the pot before one can cease eating, even if Norton served himself sparingly. Repeatedly, he finds himself uncomfortably stuffed, his belly distended to an extreme degree. The nauseating sensation is exacerbated by the foul air around him, and upon catching sight of the strawberry tart within the church, he can no longer endure it. The food churns in his stomach, rising perilously close to his throat. Norton bends over, gazing at the strawberry tart, excrement, stuck to the grass in the corner, feeling the unbearable pressure in his abdomen. The retching sounds echo in that corner. Alas, I rather liked him. Norton, despite being confined to such an extent, still harbors impure thoughts. It seems his previous demeanor was merely a fade. Father Mia, clad in a white priestly robe, stands in the loft of the church, looking down with a face full of regret at Norton, who is continuously vomiting in the corner below. Beside him stands an elderly man in black bishop's attire, his expression shadowed as he observes Norton's plight. They occupy the loft, the highest point of the church, resembling the uppermost balcony of a cylindrical European fortress, situated over 30 meters above the ground, ensuring their conversation remains unheard by the unfortunate Norton below. The elderly man in the black bishop's attire is Bishop Rosen, a low-ranking bishop within the church hierarchy, deemed insignificant in the papal states, overshadowed by archbishops and cardinals. Yet, within the grand cathedral, he holds the highest position. Father Mia gazes down at Norton with deep regret, his voice laden with sorrow. Is it too great a loss to use Norton as a sacrifice? The one above has a penchant for those with a hint of self-awareness. Would it not be better to offer him up? After all, I have watched Norton grow. Bishop Rosen's eyes flicker between half-closed and fully open, his face still maintaining a detached demeanor, yet his words carry an undeniable weight. In truth, he possesses a semblance of humanity. Should Norton be offered, he would face the torments of hell. It is said that no one has ever walked out of the Archbishop's chamber unscathed. Rather than subjecting the young Norton to such suffering, it would be more merciful to incinerate him during the Ascension ceremony. If that is the case, let preparations commence for the Ascension ceremony in 2 days. Bishop Rosen turned away, his expression darkening. The Ascension ceremony is the most sacred and exalted rite within the Church, primarily intended to offer tributes to God through those who serve Him. To become a sacrifice for the Ascension ceremony is the greatest honor for all members of the Church, a lifelong pursuit for countless missionaries and nuns. If Norton were a missionary nurtured within the Church, devoid of mental afflictions, upon hearing that he was to become a sacrificial offering in the Ascension ceremony, he would be overjoyed, embarking on a 3-day fast, bathing and changing his garments, burning incense, and even undergoing an enema to ensure he ascended in the purest state, becoming a servant beside God. However, regrettably, despite his minor mental disturbances, Norton possessed a truly liberated soul. As he pushed open the creaking wooden door, he stumbled into the wooden cabin, having just expelled the contents of his stomach. Feeling somewhat weakened, he sank onto his somewhat odorous cot, his complexion ashen, a result of both hunger and the psychological upheaval of the day. The value of human life felt trivial. Although he had recognized this truth over the past 2 decades, each occurrence before his eyes remained jarring. The primary reason for his distress was his unwillingness to become a mere pawn, subject to the whims of fate. He did not wish to be seized like a beast, slaughtered for ludicrous and absurd reasons, such as the damned rules and rituals of the Church. Yet, Norton considered himself a failure. After 2 decades of confinement, he had not acquired any specialized knowledge, and he was nearly forgetting his original abilities and insights, even if he wished to escape. The prospect of starving or being executed for defiance loomed large, rendering the idea of fleeing futile. It seemed preferable to remain here, vigilant and compliant with the Church's dictates, allowing him to exist as a missionary without contributing labor. However, one must be prepared for contingencies. He resolved to secretly store some provisions, should misfortune befall him. He would be ready to flee, thereby enhancing his chances of survival. With clenched fists, Norton solidified his resolve. He contemplated his next move, rising from his bed to procure some black bread from the church's dining hall. Yet, where to conceal it posed a dilemma, for the missionary's robes bore no pockets, and finding something to carry it in that could be discreetly taken outside was improbable. Every missionary was subject to searches by the church knights upon entering or leaving. After some thought, he decided to inconvenience his brother, planning to hide the food in his trousers, a solution that may result in an unpleasant mingling of odors but would nonetheless offer a glimmer of hope. With this resolution in mind, he opened his door, preparing to step outside. However, as the wooden door swung ajar, a sudden flash, a massive sword, slicing through the air, unexpectedly barred his path at the threshold. Startled, Norton halted abruptly, stifling the words on his lips as he turned his gaze toward the expressionless face obscured behind the imposing blade. The intricate engravings on the white steel armor displayed exquisite craftsmanship, a stark contrast to the dilapidated wooden door, as if they belonged to two entirely different strata of society. The church knight, Norton was suddenly taken aback. Could it be that in his musings, he inadvertently voiced his innermost thoughts? Otherwise, there would be no reason for the church knight to trouble a mere missionary like him. As he beheld the finely crafted, chilling steel armor of the missionary before him, along with the formidable great sword, wide enough to match the breadth of his own arm, a chill enveloped Norton, extinguishing any notions of resistance. Yet, before he could utter a word, a voice resonated from outside the door. The Ascension ceremony is in 2 days. These are the texts Father Mia has instructed you to study. The brief words echoed at the threshold, startling Norton, who had been unnerved by the church knight. At that moment, he noticed another missionary, the one who had delivered books to him just days prior, standing beside the door. This time, the missionary, who had previously displayed a stoic demeanor devoid of emotion, was now adorned with a palpable jealousy, his eyes seething with malice as they raked across Norton's face. The envy and hostility barely concealed. From now on, you are not permitted to leave, nor to eat, as you must prepare for the upcoming Ascension ceremony. With each word, the flame of jealousy in the missionary's eyes blazed brighter, the malevolence in his gaze almost wishing to devour Norton alive within the confines of the wooden cabin. This left Norton bewildered. Had he provoked him in some manner? He accepted the books with a heavy heart. He had never heard of the Ascension ceremony. It seemed that only missionaries were entitled to participate. He held no belief in this world's damned deity, and his somber mood stemmed from the impending days without sustenance. A rather formidable challenge for someone who had just emptied his stomach. Yet he had to endure, for the church knight's great sword was not to be trifled with. With a sigh, Norton redirected his focus from the jealousy-laden missionary back to his own thoughts, clutching the books tightly as he retreated to his room. He needed to delve into the texts, for the rules of the ceremony were not to be trifled with. Who could predict the dire consequences of transgression? After all, he might very well be the next to fall victim to that great sword. Chapter 9. The Divine with Humanity. The Ascension ceremony is the most significant rite within the Church. The principal celebration of the Holy Church occurs weekly during Mass. Whereas the Ascension ceremony stands as its paramount ritual, there is no contradiction there. Norton sat upon his bed. Displayed before him were 2 tomes, one entitled Ascension and the other Revival. The covers, still imbued with a slight oily texture reminiscent of human skin, revealed content that was entirely foreign to Norton, igniting a flicker of curiosity within him. His intrigue did not stem from the content itself, but rather from the question of how many such texts on doctrine or divinity the Church possessed. Why not release them all at once instead of distributing them one by one? The secrets contained within seemed minimal. Even vampires were referenced within the Eden. And releasing these books hardly constituted a breach of confidentiality. Norton suspected that the minds of those above were somewhat troubled. Based on his earlier conjectures, it was unlikely that they were simply foolish. Rather, their constant interaction with the foolish may have rendered them somewhat dim-witted as well. He opened Ascension, which, unsurprisingly, recounted yet another tale of the deity Caesar, bearing a somewhat negative aspect akin to the covenant. In Ascension, Kuba is exiled, consuming the blood of living creatures. His teeth sharp and his eyes bloodshot, withered and unclean. To evade death, he grew a pair of wings to shield himself from the sun, his temperament growing ever more savage. The deity wandered in Eden, copulating with the lamb until deep into the night, the bloody allure drawing Kuba from his lair. He launched a midnight raid, slaying the deity in the heavens, the divine blood staining the earth, igniting the vitality of all beings. In wrath, the deity beheaded Kuba, dismembering him in all directions, then hung the divine body upon a wooden cross to be scorched by the sun, calling it Ascension. The Book of Ascension abruptly concludes. Yet, in just these few lines, Norton found himself enthralled. Goodness, had this book not been delivered by a missionary and recognized as authentic ecclesiastical literature, he might have mistaken it for a work of heresy. What did it contain? A depiction of the deity copulating with a lamb, so engrossed that he was ultimately ambushed and slain by his own son. Then, the elder son bound him to the cross, exposing him to the sun, all while glorifying it as ascension. Such brevity ignited a fervor within Norton. Although he had previously penned thoughts regarding the deity's hybridization, they encompassed the grandeur of creation. This book, however, was entirely devoted to depicting the deity's filth. Indeed, filth. In this narrative, the deity appeared to have shed divinity, succumbing to human desires, a profoundly abnormal manifestation. Among various theological texts, a common thread is the notion that the divine possesses only divinity. Generally, this divinity is expressed through creation, boundless love, and destruction. For instance, when the deity deems humanity too greedy, it invokes a cataclysmic flood. When the deity proclaims, "Let there be light," the sun is born. Such expressions of divinity typically lack the mingling of human contemplation and desire. Yet, the deity portrayed in this book exhibits human longings, a desire for copulation. While the covenant similarly illustrates the deity's mating, it is interspersed with notions of creation, thus possessing a degree of divine manifestation. For example, the deity copulating with animals to produce various species depicts the birth of these beings rather than the deity's desires. Conversely, in Ascension, the deity and the lamb are purely indulging their inner desires, devoid of any creation or divine essence. If the covenant, with its inherent theme of creation, can still be regarded as a legitimate ecclesiastical text, then Ascension stands as a complete negation of the deity's divinity, a heretical product that highlights humanity. Such a tome would be utterly inconceivable within a faith-based church, rendering Norton somewhat incensed. In essence, it appears that the church has authored a tome that unearths its own hidden truths, akin to the abstract principles of communism found within capitalist nations of the West. Yet, this is merely one aspect. The true enigma lies in the subsequent actions of the divine. The imagery of God's body nailed to the cross, exposed to the relentless sun, is bewildering. Is this not a peculiar inversion of fate? The text of the covenant states that God created death, suspended high above. The sun symbolizes death. However, with God's body now laid bare beneath the sun, it seems less a prelude to resurrection and more a means of suppressing divine revival. The notion of a God, akin to humanity, being slain by his own son and subsequently displayed upon the cross under the sun raises grave questions. What constitutes a forbidden text if not this? Could this truly be an authentic scripture within the church? Norton found himself increasingly perplexed by this so-called church. Its various actions appeared senseless at first glance. Yet upon deeper reflection, they unveiled a terrifying complexity, a veritable collection of contradictions. It seemed prudent for him to seek an opportunity to escape. This place was undeniably strange. Norton placed Ascension upon the table and then picked up Revival. Revival. The divine body is divided by death. The spirit never perishes. The divine corpse hangs from a wooden stake. The divine consciousness revives in paradise. The messengers obliterate the earth. Jonah imprisoned within the sun. The divine cause suspends the divine body, isolating Eden from heaven. The content of this book is scant, comprising merely a few short lines across 3.5 pages in large vertical print. Yet, the implications contained within are staggering. First, heaven is mentioned. Second, God is not dead. His consciousness revives within paradise. Third, the original death deity, Jonah, makes his first appearance, yet is confined by God's messenger, also referred to as an angel within the sun. Fourth, the divine cause utilizes God's corpse to sever the connection between heaven and Eden. If Norton has not misinterpreted the text, these are its principal ideas. Norton furrowed his brow, feeling utterly confounded. The church professes faith in God, thus aligning itself with him. The divine cause is God's eldest son, yet it nails God's body to the cross and exposes it to the sun, heralding this as resurrection. Therefore, the divine cause must be considered an ally of God. Yet, subsequent actions reveal God's messengers sealing Jonah within the sun, allowing death to eternally wear him down. Meanwhile, The divine cause employs God as corpse to isolate heaven from earth. What does this signify? Norton felt utterly lost in the tangled web of relationships. Yet, this was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that neither book provided instructions on the ascension ritual for the following day. Having read the texts, he remained oblivious to his own obligations, fearing he might unwittingly transgress the laws of the church like a foolish goose. He certainly did not wish to meet his end at the hands of a church knight wielding a great sword. He must inquire with the knight stationed at the entrance. Norton placed the book upon the table, rising from the bed, and hesitantly approached the door, pulling it open. Were it not for the imminent threat to his life, he would never have dared engage with the church knights. Chapter 10. Burn him alive. The creaking of the wooden door instantly captured the attention of the knights outside. Their icy gazes swiftly turning towards him, the metallic clank of their armor echoing ominously as one raised his great sword. A chill ran down Norton's spine, prompting him to hurriedly shut the door, leaving a small crack through which he whispered to the knight, "Please, I merely wish to inquire why there are no texts regarding the ascension ceremony. These two books only detail the origins of the ceremony and provide no relevant regulations." "You do not need to know so much," came a cold, rasping voice from within the steel armor, filled with merciless violence. Norton, feeling frustrated, closed the door once more. What did this mean? He was to partake in the ascension ceremony. Why was he denied even a glimpse of the norms and procedures? Was it merely a gathering to recite scripture? Or perhaps a small-scale ritual mimicking the story of the ascension? Surely they would not hang him up in the air. No, that was impossible. He had just been elevated to the status of a missionary, having recently become a formal laborer of the church. The most likely scenario, he mused, was that a small group of missionaries would gather around a fire, reciting scripture in imitation of the ascension. Upon reflection, this seemed entirely reasonable. It was likely either a collective scripture reading or him, a mere bystander, relegated to a corner to observe the entirety of the ceremony. After all, he had just ascended to the role of missionary, and it was improbable that any significant tasks would be assigned to him. Moreover, he had never heard of the ascension ceremony prior, indicating that it must be a silent, intimate gathering. In any case, he would not be considered a sacrificial offering. After all, he had only recently become a missionary. If they wished to end his life, they could simply do so without the need for a drawn-out ritual. That would be unnecessarily complicated. Norton reassured himself, finding this line of reasoning quite logical. With a lighter heart, he returned to his bed. A day and a half of confinement posed no challenge for him, as he had endured more than 20 years of isolation. His greatest skill lay in lying down or sitting and drifting into the realms of imagination. Aside from the slight hunger from not eating, he faced no other issues. Meanwhile, as Norton lay on his bed, the church busied itself in preparation for the ascension ceremony scheduled for 2 days hence. Within the grand cathedral, thousands of church members resided, occupying an astonishingly vast expanse. The largest area was the cemetery behind the church, where every priest and bishop of the cathedral had been laid to rest over the centuries. Members of a class not deemed mere tools. During his time as a cleric, Norton was required to come here each month to cleanse the grounds. He perceived that the church held a profound reverence for the commemoration of the deceased. Every month, as the young clerics gathered to tidy the area, they would observe the remnants of burnt carbon. Yet, young Norton remained unaware that these charred black ashes were not offerings, but rather the remnants of the wood used in the ascension ritual. The next to be consumed by flames would be him. Ascension, indeed, follows death, which is precisely why the ceremony is conducted in the cemetery. Furthermore, it employs the purest faith and sacrifice to cleanse the cemetery of its impurities, preventing the emergence of unclean entities, such as vampires. Thus, preparations had already commenced 2 days prior. Wooden crosses were erected in the center of the cemetery, surrounded by soil still tainted with the relentless black ashes from the burning wood, rendering the earth a deep shade of charred black. The vertical beam of the cross stood tall and sturdy, beneath which a towering pile of firewood had been meticulously stacked. A barrel of mixed oil lay beside the firewood, intended to serve as kindling for the ascension ritual, a sacred item in its own right. Historically, the ascension ceremony did not require this oil. After all, while it might not reduce a person to ashes, it could still incinerate them, allowing the ascension to proceed. However, Norton's impure spirit diverged from the offerings of past rituals. Should he not be thoroughly consumed, he risked transforming into a vampire. This was merely an excuse, as Father Mia did not wish to witness Norton's intact corpse, fearing it would be too painful to bear. After all, it would be a tragic loss to see such a handsome youth reduced to a charred silhouette. The ashes left behind from the burning serve as natural fertilizer, significantly enhancing soil fertility, which is why the cemetery flourished with verdant grass and trees, resembling a meticulously curated botanical garden. Hence, the Ascension ritual bears its advantages. For as the saying goes, fallen petals are not without purpose. They transform into spring soil to nurture the flowers. Even after young Norton is burned, he will still enrich the land. The passing missionaries were adorning the surroundings with fresh flowers, a common and effective means employed by the church to underscore sanctity, effectively masking the refuse on the ground and the foul odors permeating the air. Father Mia stood within a small pavilion in the cemetery, observing the missionaries preparing the ceremonial setting not far away. Beside him was the familiar Bishop Rosen, savoring the red wine in his glass. Before him lay a stone table, upon which rested a book that Norton had never laid eyes upon. Vampires. The Holy Church had existed for millennia, yet the establishment of the Papal States was a mere 3 centuries ago. Research on vampires commenced with the foundation of the Holy Church, with various members contributing to nearly a millennium of writings, rendering their studies relatively profound, albeit only at the surface level. Uncertain whether the discord between vampires and God accounts for the considerable resistance faced by the Church in its study of these creatures, it is evident that the Church has been unable to cultivate vampires autonomously for observational experiments. However, centuries of inherited research have led the Church to believe it has discerned the essential factors contributing to the emergence of vampires, though this belief is merely a self-deception, not a premise of this text. The conditions purportedly include 1. A lack of faith, an absence of belief in God, and an extremely impure mindset. 2. A death that occurs in an extreme manner. 3. An inner harboring of profound resentment. According to the Church's records, the birth of a vampire fundamentally encompasses these 3 conditions. Yet, experiments conducted by the Church to create vampires have never succeeded. It seems that the souls of the deceased have already turned to God, rendering them impervious to impurity. Alternatively, it may be that they carry the sanctity of God, preventing their corpses from transforming into the unclean upon execution. This notion suggests a formidable passive ability, yet it is a source of lamentation for the Church's higher echelons. After all, the allure of immortality, even in a grotesque form and sustained by blood, renders vampires desirable to the powerful. Numerous bishops, at the brink of death, have sought transformation into vampires to attain eternal life, yet none have succeeded. Only those of impure faith, who perish in agony filled with resentment, possess the potential to become vampires, though this potential remains slim. It appears that to become a vampire, one must harbor a purer resentment than faith in God. As for Norton, despite his impure beliefs and personal thoughts, the torment of his execution by the Ascension ritual's flames may evoke a deep-seated resentment. However, his status as a church member precludes any chance of becoming a vampire. Yet, who can guarantee the veracity of the research documented in the tome? Perhaps it would be prudent to incinerate Norton entirely, ensuring he cannot transform into a vampire. Chapter 11. Accompanying God to the afterlife, time flows slowly. Although this era lacks mobile phones and computers, and the room contains but a few books for Norton, accustomed to prolonged solitude, the hours pass swiftly. After his 3rd visit to relieve himself and the 5th rumbling of hunger in his belly, the darkness of the room begins to yield to the encroaching light. The clanking of iron armor worn by the church knights resounds outside, awakening Norton from his slumber and tightening his heart with apprehension. The sound seemed to draw closer, a portent of what is to come. Rising from his bed, he hastily dons the missionary robe he had removed for sleep and sits upright at the edge of the bed, awaiting the arrival of those outside. What does this signify? The commotion suggests a multitude. Must their summons to me be so ceremonious? A sense of foreboding envelopes Norton, yet he remains perplexed, utterly bewildered by the church's inscrutable machinations. Amidst his confusion and trepidation, the door to the room was finally pushed open from the outside. With a creak, Norton turned to see Father Mia, accompanied by 6 knights of the church, entering the chamber. A tightening sensation gripped Norton's heart, instilling a sense of foreboding. What could it possibly signify to bring such a formidable entourage? Father Mia regarded Norton's exquisite and handsome visage, his face adorned with a smile. Yet his eyes reflected a deep sense of regret. Such a beautiful soul. Why had he not arrived a few years earlier? Had he come sooner? Surely Norton could have fortified his faith under his guidance, preventing the tragic fate that awaited him now. Norton rose from his bed, casting a wary glance at the church knights flanking Father Mia, and tentatively inquired, "Is the ascension ceremony about to commence?" "Indeed, my child," Father Mia nodded, a smile stretching across his face. "Come with me. The ceremony shall begin in but a quarter of an hour." With that, Father Mia turned and exited the room, while the 6 knights took their positions at either side of the doorway, seemingly awaiting Norton's emergence. Norton hastily followed Father Mia, relieved to be in his presence, and felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, they were not here to apprehend him. The sight of so many knights had nearly frightened him to death. He had feared they might wield their great swords against him. Yet, it appeared that he had been overly anxious. After all, having just been elevated to the status of a missionary, it would be illogical for them to turn on him. Nevertheless, a lingering unease persisted within him, for the ascension ceremony was imminent, and he remained oblivious to its proceedings and essential protocols. What if he inadvertently transgressed a sacred rule? At this thought, Norton quickened his pace, drawing closer to Father Mia, and nervously whispered, "What is required of me during the ascension ceremony?" Father Mia gently shook his head and replied with a smile, "You need do nothing, my child. You are the focal point of the ceremony. Simply await its commencement. As for the other responsibilities, there will be other missionaries to attend to them." "That is a relief," Norton exclaimed, feeling a sense of importance bestowed upon him by the church. He then recalled the jealousy etched upon the face of a missionary from the previous day, likely envious of the attention he was receiving so soon after his elevation. Yet, alas, Norton felt no attachment to this church. He would soon take his leave. If only the church were a tad more conventional, merely at the level of the Central European Papal States, he might not feel the urge to flee, for here he was provided with both sustenance and shelter. But regrettably, this place was far too erratic. Norton maintained his pace alongside Father Mia, making his way toward the church's cemetery. The church's regulations were stringent, and the entire journey was marked solely by the sound of their footsteps. With no other noise to be heard, Norton felt increasingly perplexed as he walked on. He pondered what merit he possessed that warranted the church's attention. Could it be due to his knowledge of Father Mia's little secret and his role as the gatekeeper? Yet, surely any missionary or cleric would undertake such a task without hesitation, even competing for the privilege. There should be no reason for him to be regarded so highly. Just as Norton began to relax, a sense of unease gripped his heart once more. What distinguished him from the other missionaries? Undoubtedly, it was his exquisite and handsome visage. Could it be that his allure was the reason for the attention? Was Father Mia attracted to all ages? Or did some bishops harbor intentions towards him? Norton suddenly felt a surge of anxiety, clenching his body tightly. As the procession continued, he discerned their destination. To his astonishment, the ascension ceremony was to be held in a cemetery, a location he had never associated with such events during his previous visits for cleaning. Of course, the cemetery housed the deceased, and only the dead could ascend, making the choice of venue quite logical. Was the ceremony merely a gathering of individuals reciting the Bible amidst the graves? But why had Father Mia declared him the protagonist of this ceremony? Norton's heart raced, and he furrowed his brow, sensing that matters were becoming increasingly complicated. To be the focal point of an ascension ceremony without any obligation on his part, and to do so in a cemetery surrounded by numerous knights of the church. Could it be that they intended to forcibly elevate him? Panic surged within him. He could hardly fathom the implications of his thoughts. Yet, given the church's traditional disregard for human life, there was a significant possibility that they might indeed sacrifice him. Norton was alarmed. Although he harbored a deep disdain for this world and the church, he had no desire to meet his demise. Admittedly, he had not given much thought to living longer, but he certainly did not wish to be sacrificed in such a pitiful manner for a so-called ceremony. Moreover, this world was rife with the existence of vampires, and it was entirely plausible that God was not merely a myth. If he were to be taken to heaven due to this cursed ascension ceremony and find himself in the company of God, it would spell his ultimate doom. Father Mia's proclivities were learned from God, How could a handsome being like Norton not be at risk of being toyed with in paradise? Norton was in a state of turmoil, whether from Father Mia's apparent interest in him or the thought of ascending to be with God. In any case, he was thoroughly distraught. Neither of these fates was acceptable to him. Despite having navigated this world for a decade, he remained resolutely unyielding. As Norton gazed at the approaching cemetery, a sense of panic enveloped him. With uncertainty clouding his thoughts, he cautiously approached Father Mia, hoping to extract some information from him. Chapter 12. The Unclean One. He pondered the nature of the Ascension ceremony, yearning to be touched by the divine radiance of God beneath such a noble ritual. Norton spoke to Father Mia in a low, ingratiating tone, striving to ensure his words conveyed unwavering faith. As anticipated, Father Mia's face lit up with a look of satisfaction upon hearing Norton's words. "Well done, my child. Your faith is steadfast, and I believe God will favor you. There is no need for you to worry about being touched by his divine light. In time, as you serve at God's side, you shall behold his holiness each day." Father Mia's words, meant to console, felt to Norton like shedding a winter coat and plunging into a snowdrift, leaving him chilled to the bone. His face turned pale with realization. He had suspected all along that the Church of Mayan harbored ill intentions. What did he mean by serving at God's side? Was it not clear that he was to be the sacrifice for the Ascension ceremony? Clutching the last remnants of hope, he tremulously inquired, "Am I truly? Indeed, my child, you are the centerpiece of the Ascension ceremony, which means you intend to slay me. No, you shall be consumed by flames, in the most brilliant of fires. Your impurities shall be burned away, allowing the holy fire to cleanse your unclean soul, so that you may ascend to heaven and serve eternally at God's side. This is the most glorious aspiration for us." Father Mia's face radiated unwavering faith, and his words seemed to embody pure devotion. Witnessing this wretched display, Norton, who had just been painfully informed of his fate as a sacrificial offering, felt a wave of despair wash over him. Alongside this despair arose not only the fear of impending death, but also a simmering anger from 20 years of torment inflicted by the Church, culminating in a final act of defiance. "Mia, you son of a—" His thunderous cry shattered the silence of the church, followed by a fist fueled by despair, anger, murderous intent, and a thirst for vengeance. Faced with the certainty of his demise, Norton could no longer bear it. He hurled his fist toward Father Mia's aged face. Damn it. Even if Norton were to die, he would ensure that he took a piece of this old man with him. Father Mia's eyes widened in shock. At 69 years of age, he had never encountered anyone bold enough to strike him. Even the impure-minded missionaries he had executed in the past had only displayed tears of repentance and despair, cultivated through years of obedience. The missionaries, raised under the stringent governance of the Church, had long been accustomed to obedience, their minds solely fixated on compliance. Even if their hearts were tainted, the notion of rebellion had never crossed their minds. At most, they harbored thoughts of escape. Thus, whether priests or the mass-produced church knights resembling the missionaries, none could fathom that Norton would suddenly turn against them and strike. His rebellious spirit exceeded their expectations, catching everyone off guard. With a resounding thud, Norton's emaciated fist collided with Father Mia's eye socket. Fueled by wrath and years of pent-up resentment, Norton unleashed an astonishing surge of strength, delivering a blow that nearly rendered Father Mia unconscious. A cry of anguish escaped Father Mia's lips, accompanied by the blurring of his right eye, as he fell to the ground, terrified and exclaiming, "Damn it, Norton! Damn it, you unclean one! You are a foul being!" As Father Mia collapsed, the surrounding church knights, initially stunned, finally regained their composure. With the clanking of steel armor, a great sword was drawn from behind. Just after delivering the blow to Father Mia, Norton, poised to continue his assault, felt a chilling sensation in his chest. The sound of a blade piercing flesh reached him belatedly. A bloodied sword had been thrust into his back, emerging through his chest. Blood began to drip from Norton's wound, a cool yet oddly warm sensation spreading across his torso. As he glanced down, the bloody blade came into view. Before the adrenaline could register the pain, Norton contemplated turning to strike the church knight behind him. However, just as he attempted to raise his right hand, an overwhelming weakness enveloped him. His hand, scarcely lifted, fell limply back to his side. Darkness shrouded Norton's vision, and as his consciousness waned, a singular thought lingered in his mind. Finally, he would no longer have to submit himself to the divine. The great sword, having pierced his heart, assured a swift demise. This entire sequence, appearing intricate, transpired in mere seconds. Norton was rendered lifeless, his legs unable to support his weight, collapsing like a strand of limp noodles. Yet, the formidable strength of the church knight hoisted his body with the great sword, preventing him from crumpling to the ground. Norton's head tilted back in weakness, causing his hood to slide off, revealing his delicate, gaunt visage. His eyes remained slightly open, yet they had entirely lost their luster, resembling the severed heads of a mother and child from the recent mass, devoid of any focused direction. Blood trickled down the great sword, incessantly dripping onto the stone floor of the church, producing a sound akin to a gentle stream, intertwining with Father Mia's furious tirade, echoing more like Norton's final lament. "You wretched scoundrel, you beast! The church provided you with sustenance and shelter, bestowed upon you a radiant identity, and this is how you repay the church? This is your tribute to God? Norton, your sinful and tainted soul deserves to languish in hell. Your filthy and repulsive essence shall endure endless torment. Take him to the graveyard, carry him there. Damn it, reduce him to ashes." Father Mia's roars reverberated, drowning out all other sounds. Yet, Father Mia felt a sense of injustice. He had once held a favorable view of Norton, but now, all goodwill had evaporated. Chapter 13. Charred some die as lightly as a feather, while others, with a mere punch, become as heavy as a mountain. Norton's death stirred no ripples within the church. He was merely a product of the mundane ecclesiastical assembly line, a tool among many, with countless others dying each day, none particularly exceptional. However, Father Mia being struck incited a great uproar. Firstly, it revealed significant flaws in the cultivation system. The fact that a mere tool from the assembly line could harbor a sense of rebellion was irrefutable evidence that the current training methods were flawed. Harsher oppression was required to extinguish the thoughts of these damned missionaries, ensuring that no further examples like Norton would arise. Secondly, Father Mia's assault severely undermined the church's authority, representing the utmost humiliation towards the sanctity of God. In a church that venerates God, witnessing one of his servants being assaulted was a blatant declaration of divine impotence. This was sheer, unadulterated disgrace. Norton's sins were unforgivable. The crackling of burning wood accompanied by thick black smoke arose from the rear of the graveyard. The body bound to the solid wooden cross was charred beyond recognition. The aroma of roasted meat transformed into the stench of burnt flesh. A group of missionaries encircled the burning cross, heads bowed, reciting the Bible in a continuous drone, akin to the incessant buzzing of flies. Father Mia, with a bruised eye and a somber expression, stood nearby, gazing at the raging inferno, while Bishop Rosen bore a hint of schadenfreude upon his countenance. Yet, the matter was far from over. The repercussions of Norton's act of defiance extended beyond himself. The fellow missionaries of his cohort, the clergy, and the 6 knights involved in this incident would all require thorough purging to eliminate any potential for future insurrections. The spirit of rebellion is indeed a formidable force. It is not merely the act of silencing the dissenters that resolves the matter. In fact, once the spirit of resistance emerges, it awakens a realization in some that, apart from fleeing, rebellion is a viable option. Norton has set a profoundly dismal precedent, serving as a stark satire against the various oppressions and insatiable desires wielded by the church over the past 2 decades. Where there is one, there will be another. With the first Norton rising, it is inevitable that another will follow suit. Were it not for the fear that annihilating all the missionaries present would cripple the church's operations, leading to far graver consequences, even Cardinal Rosen might have ordered the complete slaughter of the Grand Cathedral. Initially, the cremation of bodies does not produce smoke. It is only as the flesh cooks and chars that combustion occurs, followed by the ascent of dark smoke. As thick black smoke began to swirl, Norton's makeshift grill reached the conclusion of its culinary task. Thanks to the rudimentary technology of this era, the animal fat used as fuel was insufficient to reduce a human body to ashes, allowing Norton's remains to be preserved. With a resounding thud, 5 church knights arrived with a wooden barrel, dousing the remaining embers completely. They then advanced to remove the now charred cross along with Norton, who had been reduced to a substance as dry and brittle as charcoal. The knights' brutal handling caused a crisp crack as one of Norton's charred arms broke off. Father Mia felt a tinge of regret. However, given the extent of the cremation, further dismemberment seemed unnecessary, as the likelihood of transformation into a vampire had been entirely eradicated. Frankly, the outcome surpassed that of mere dissection. Nonetheless, the necessary stakes must still be hammered in as a matter of formality. There was no need for a coffin. Norton's soul had been tainted by the devil, unworthy of God's forgiveness or the honor of a proper burial. Undoubtedly, dismemberment was still required. One must not grant a demon any opportunity, Father Mia declared darkly, stepping away from the ascension ceremony. His eye, bruised from a recent altercation, throbbed painfully, yearning for the comfort of a young boy. Bishop Rosen's gaze, shrouded in shadow, swept over the surrounding knights before he spoke. After dismembering him, cast the pieces outside the city. Once the matter is concluded, the 6 knights will report to me. The knights, unaware of the impending consequences, diligently fulfilled the tasks assigned by the church. A wooden stake was driven into the chest of Norton's charred remains. The chest already bore a gaping wound from sword thrust, and the flames had only enlarged this injury, leaving the internal organs completely incinerated. This made the insertion of the stake remarkably effortless. If such a brittle corpse could still transform into a vampire, then the church's years of research would be rendered utterly futile. A small cart was brought forth, and 2 church knights grasped Norton by the shoulders and legs, intending to lift him onto the cart. However, as they exerted a gentle force, Norton's charred right foot fell away. The knight responsible for the dismemberment realized that he need not labor further. The church knights once again seized Norton's thigh, which, due to its ample flesh, had not been excessively scorched, and hoisted his disintegrating body onto the cart. The wooden wheels of the cart creaked as they turned, and in this papal realm of Central Europe, Norton finally encountered a second opportunity to depart. Yet this time he was not walking out, but being pushed along. The papal authority had reigned for centuries. How many exactly? Even the Pope could scarcely discern. The expanse of the papal domain was immense, yet its true magnitude eluded even the Pope's comprehension. Since the establishment of the Holy Church millennia ago, it had swiftly seized dominion over the land, with the existence of vampires facilitating the Church's recruitment of followers. As the Church's influence burgeoned, its status steadily ascended, reaching a point a millennium ago where divine right to rule was firmly established. All kings must receive the Pope's blessing to be deemed legitimate sovereigns. As time flowed, successive popes grew increasingly audacious, beginning with the training of church knights, gradually evolving into a kingdom. To this day, while the papal state has not expanded to become the sole power of the Western continent, its faithful followers and churches are ubiquitous across other nations, with some kings even being among the church's most devoted adherents. Thus, the boundaries of papal governance are somewhat convoluted. Nonetheless, it is undoubtedly the most powerful realm on the Western continent and represents the pinnacle of the Holy Church's ascendancy over countless centuries. However, the prosperity of the Holy Church does not equate to the well-being of the nation. Rather, its peculiar practices have rendered the entire Western continent a desolate place. With populations dwindling, the city where Norton resided exemplifies this plight. Chapter 14. The Church. Irreverence unthinkable. The cart bore Norton's charred remains along the muddy streets toward the outskirts of the city. The houses lining the streets were a chaotic mix. A few boasted intricate carvings and opulence, while many were in such disrepair that they were scarcely bearable to behold, with collapsed roofs commonplace. Yet, regardless of their grandeur or decay, each household cultivated beautiful flowers. Ever since the Holy Cathedral mandated that citizens uproot their fields to plant blooms, the city had, in some respects, taken on a semblance of vibrant beauty. However, the sporadic presence of corpses and the refuse strewn across the streets greatly marred this aesthetic. Yet, all was not lost. The bodies could be consumed and then carted off to the western graveyard, where Norton's charred form would ultimately be discarded. The aroma of burnt flesh drew the attention of the impoverished souls wandering the streets. The charred remains of Norton, resembling little more than cinders, were so repugnant that even the wild dogs shunned them, yet the impoverished souls gazed with longing, trailing behind the knights of the church. The Western necropolis, in strict terms, could be likened to a refuse heap, where all manner of refuse and corpses from the city were discarded. In this Central European fantasy realm, while the refuse and bodies did not give rise to the likes of ghoulish goblins, There were indeed aberrant wild dogs and an abundance of rats, with a lurking possibility of vampires concealed among them. The cart was brought to the necropolis, and, as it neared the site, the church knights halted, unceremoniously tipping the charred Norton from the cart, with a resounding thud akin to the sound of charcoal striking the ground. The worthless Norton was carelessly cast to the periphery of the graveyard. "You take care of the dismemberment. I shall maneuver the cart," one of the knights said, exchanging a glance with his companion, whose countenance betrayed a flicker of unusual emotion. This was not an expression of embarrassment, but rather an inkling of hesitation that manifested upon his features. It was a rarity. These knights, indoctrinated from a young age into the cold, unfeeling machinery of the church, rarely exhibited such human expressions. Yet, the brainwashing they underwent rendered them incapable of concealing their emotional fluctuations, which inevitably surfaced upon their faces. Upon hearing his companion's words, the other knight, who had maintained a stoic demeanor throughout, nodded impassively. He then unsheathed his great sword from his back, directing it toward the ground where Norton lay in his ashen state, and raised the blade high. Suddenly, a sharpened wooden stake was plunged through the gap in his pristine white helm. Blood erupted forth almost instantaneously, accompanied by a pained wail. Despite the unexpected injury, the knight, trained to maintain his composure, swiftly lunged forward, crushing one of Norton's feet beneath his boot, freeing himself from the impaling stick. "Traitor! Heretic!" The searing agony and sudden blindness did little to deter the knight, whose resolve was as unyielding as steel. He stifled his cries, his rage igniting as he turned to face his assailant, raising his great sword high once more. Blood streamed from his eye sockets, staining the interior of his helmet crimson, even seeping outward. The knight who had thrust the stake into his comrade's eye had also been subjected to similar conditioning. Despite gaining a semblance of thought in the wake of Norton's assault, he retained the precision and will of a machine. The stick had not claimed the life of his fellow knight, and without hesitation, he raised his great sword high, bringing it down with ferocious intent. The clash reverberated through the air. Two colossal steel swords clashed, emitting a piercing sound. The two church knights, typically evenly matched, found one, caught off guard, exceeding the other in strength. Despite one of his eyes being cruelly blinded and his eye socket racked with agony, the knight's faith and spirit surged to a fever pitch at the sight of heresy. "Heresy! Heresy! Heresy!" he bellowed, wielding his great sword with reckless abandon, striking at his comrade before him without a hint of defense. Although the teachings of the Holy Church were profound, the quality of the armor was undeniably superior. The two knights exchanged blows, their swords clashing with such force that the armor deformed yet remained unbroken. The knights inflicted only minor internal wounds upon each other, unable to achieve any severing of limbs. The knight, brainwashed by faith, grew increasingly frenzied, yet excessive blood loss and blurred vision gradually tilted the battle in favor of his opponent. With a final, powerful swing of his now dulled sword, it struck him squarely on the forehead. His dazed mind could no longer withstand the tremendous force, and his body straightened momentarily before collapsing backward. Thud! The armored knight, weighing no less than 30 kilograms, fell with a resounding crash, inadvertently snapping the charred left leg of Norton, who then fell silent. Only the knight who had betrayed the church remained, swaying unsteadily in place, though clad in steel armor. The force of the sword strike had rendered one of his arms nearly useless, likely broken from the impact. Yet, even at this juncture, the knight, molded by inhumane training, remained stoic, merely turning to glance behind him. The impoverished souls who had once lingered at a distance now scattered in fear. Heresy, far more detestable than mere paganism, demanded the cleansing of Norton and his fellow missionaries. The sight of the heretics sent the impoverished fleeing, for if they did not escape, they too would face a brutal reckoning. Faith may not have bestowed a better life upon these wretches, but it imparted a sense of taboo. Thus, upon witnessing the heretics' emergence, none dared linger over the charred remains of Norton. They fled, their mouths sealed in terror. To report the heresy to the church? Preposterous. To declare the citing of heresy would surely lead to one's own demise for the tainting of thought. Why not confront the heretic directly? Nevertheless, when a matter reached the church, the impoverished populace of a city would inevitably endure a hellish purge, a ruthless cleansing, all to ensure that everyone comprehended the unassailable authority of the church. The church knight, who had mercilessly slain his companion, scarcely spared him a glance, nor entertained thoughts of delivering a finishing blow. After taking a moment to compose himself, he grasped his massive sword in his right hand and swiftly ventured deeper into the graveyard. He needed to flee. Chapter 15. Resurrection Clang, Clang. The footsteps of the surviving church knight gradually faded into the distance. The corpse of the knight, crushed mercilessly by a blow to the head, lay still atop Norton's charred remains. The wooden stake had evidently penetrated deeply, causing blood to ooze from the knight's eye sockets. Viscous droplets trickled down inside the steel helmet, seeping out through its crevices. Drip, drop, drip. The area where the church knight had fallen was precisely at the location of Norton's chest. Each droplet of blood descended through the helmet's seams, landing upon Norton's charcoal-like torso. Threads of blood gradually permeated through the gaps in the flesh around the stake embedded in his chest. However, there were no traces of blood seeping from the wound on his back where the stake protruded. Silence reclaimed the graveyard, with only the two lifeless bodies amidst the refuse breaking the stillness. Yet before long, a faint sound emerged, akin to the subtle squirming of flesh, almost imperceptible, yet detectable with the right instruments. This sound emanated from the two corpses. Upon closer inspection, one would discern something unusual. These two bodies seemed to tremble ever so slightly. No, it was not the two corpses, but rather the desiccated body, Norton, lying beneath the church knight's corpse. The stake driven into Norton's chest was firmly pressed down by the weight of the knight, but the source of the tremors originated from this very stake. Within Norton's charred form, a force appeared to be exerting an outward pressure, causing the stake embedded in his chest to quiver slightly, attempting to dislodge itself. Yet, the weight of the church knight and his armor prevented the stake from escaping, resulting in a state of gentle trembling. If it were an ordinary vampire, this anomalous process might have led to their complete demise. However, Norton was no ordinary being. He was a man scorched by flames. As the tremors intensified, the brittle flesh of his back began to flake away, dislodging in small pieces. Crack! With a crisp sound, a fissure appeared in the fabric of his back, widening the gap around the stake. Consequently, the stake embedded in his chest transitioned from an upright position to a slanted one, ultimately lying horizontally within his flesh. This caused the church knight's body to be pressed down further, resulting in more blood flowing from within his steel helmet into the gaping wound on Norton's chest. This influx of blood seemed to bestow Norton with newfound strength. As the blood dripped, his previously charred organs began to gradually regain a softer, more supple appearance. The flesh at the chest wound also appeared to be slowly returning to a state of softness. Consequently, the force exerted by his flesh grew ever more powerful, even forcing the wooden stake within his chest downward until it was entirely expelled from the wound. The nourishment of the blood seemed to render Norton's body more pliable. Although his severed left arm remained unrepaired, his right arm, now shriveled and charred, along with his legs, began to visibly swell. Suddenly, Norton's lips, which had been fused together from the burns, parted, releasing a sound reminiscent of a zombie awakening. Eerily terrifying. His right arm, now half the size of a normal human's, stirred with a semblance of movement. Crack! Crack! His right arm trembled slightly before gradually bending upward. As he moved, the charred skin flaked off, revealing patches of tender, smooth muscle beneath. In a state of unconsciousness, Norton's right hand slowly encircled the church knight pressing upon him, exerting force to lift the heavy body upward. In his effort, he inadvertently broke 3 of his already fragile fingers, scattering charred skin fragments across the ground. Nevertheless, he managed to raise the church knight's head to his mouth. The movement caused fresh, viscous blood to ooze from the knight's wounds, dripping through the crevices of the helmet into Norton's gaping, charred mouth. Plop! Plop! Drawn by the scent of blood, Norton's parched head trembled slightly, leaning against the knight's helmet, instinctively beginning to gnaw at it. If dogs thrive on earth, then vampires undoubtedly thrive on blood. Even a mere touch of blood could invigorate them. Although it was but a trickle of blood, the desiccated flesh within Norton's mouth began to show signs of improvement. The effect was widespread. Even his eyelids started to regain their moisture. At long last, Norton opened his somewhat clouded eyes. His blurred vision did not seem to hinder him, as his right arm, nearly restored to its original girth, grasped the missionary's helmet. Creak! As Norton exerted strength with his right hand, a sound resonated from the church knight's neck. Following this, with a sudden thrust, a head still adorned with its helmet was cast aside. A charred corpse, resembling a piece of charcoal, pushed aside the headless body that lay atop it. With this motion, fragments of skin fell away from its body like leaves in autumn. This cadaver appeared to be devoid of consciousness, and upon dislodging the body above, it stood up in an oddly contorted manner. The shattered parts of its form were slowly mending, the newly grown flesh starkly contrasting with the surrounding desiccated skin. Perhaps due to the presence of this parched flesh, its stance was unsteady, creating a bizarre sight. Norton felt as though he was ensnared in a dream of indeterminate length. Within this dream, darkness enveloped him, rendering him incapable of thought or awareness. Yet, there was neither discomfort nor ease, and even the concept of time seemed to elude him. As his consciousness gradually coalesced once more, he found himself standing amidst a chaotic graveyard littered with human skeletons. The recently awakened Norton felt a flicker of confusion, but gradually, memories began to surge forth. He extended his arms and emitted a hoarse, resonant howl from his throat, as if extolling the name of the Almighty. Memories flooded his mind, culminating in the last scene of being pierced by a great sword. The poignant words of Father Mia echoed in his thoughts, and suddenly it dawned upon him. Yes, I must have been burned to a crisp. Chapter 16. Werewolf, I am guilty. The half-charred Norton gradually regained clarity in his eyes. Have I transformed into a vampire? Gazing at his right hand, which was shifting from desiccation, and recalling memories from his final moments as well as the ecclesiastical texts he had perused over the past days, Norton found it utterly astonishing. The rebirth brought him a modicum of joy, but more than that, it was a marvel. Although he had long acknowledged the existence of vampires through literature, experiencing this transformation firsthand was an entirely different sensation. It felt akin to witnessing a fantastical movie come to life. Truly, there exists a path even in the direst of circumstances. As Norton observed his rejuvenating hands, he sensed a peculiar alteration within his body. Yet, this was not the moment for contemplation. He needed to escape swiftly, at least before the church knights arrived. After years of study, the church undoubtedly possessed methods to combat vampires. Although he was unaware of how the knight before him had met his end, he was certain that against the heavily armored church knight, he stood no chance if two approached. Therefore, the immediate priority was to flee. Norton unfastened the armor from the corpse of the church knight on the ground and donned it upon himself. While it was a tad ill-fitting, it sufficiently concealed his still partially desiccated form and afforded him a measure of defensive strength. I shall return. Norton cast a resentful glance towards the direction of the city, his murky eyes brimming with bitterness, before turning away and disappearing into the dense forest behind the graveyard. He was a man who harbored grudges. Damn you, Father Mia. The cold north wind howled, causing the wooden windows of the livestock barn to rattle incessantly. The weathered wooden joints, eroded by the elements, creaked and groaned. Darkness enveloped the barn, where the cattle cried out in anguish, as if something were gnawing at their very flesh. Sir, that is the last cow we have at home. You cannot take it away. An aged male voice resonated from outside the barn, only to be met with a brutal kick from a heavily armored church knight. Get lost. Church knights never showed any mercy to the impoverished below. The force of the kick sent the old white man reeling, causing him to cough up blood and prompting a girl to weep. This commotion also drew the attention of a beast lurking within the barn. With a loud crash, the barn door was flung open and the wind rushed in, abruptly silencing the cow as cries. In the dimness of the barn, alongside the faint moans of the cattle, there was a sound akin to panting. A werewolf. The church knight at the entrance shouted as he discerned the faint breaths. As his voice echoed, several torches were hurled into the barn, dispelling the darkness and illuminating the grim scene inside. Within the cramped barn, one cow lay with a gaping wound in its abdomen, its insides nearly devoured by some unseen predator. Beside it crouched a creature, its body cloaked in black fur and its elongated wolf-like visage unmistakable. The classic image of a werewolf was laid bare before them. Its nature was now painfully evident. A werewolf, a quintessential creature of Central European folklore, alongside vampires. It stood as a progenitor of the magical realm. Norton had read about such beings in the last monster magazine he perused. This creature was also a product of divine hybridization, yet unlike vampires, which are transformed from the deceased, werewolves were birthed from she-wolves. there was a slight chance of a she-wolf giving birth to a werewolf, and the reasons behind such phenomena remain shrouded in mystery, leaning towards theological interpretations. Werewolves are born as hybrids of wolf and human forms, raised by their she-wolf mothers, and thus lack humanity, exhibiting primal ferocity to the utmost degree. Like wolves, werewolves can be tamed by humans. However, they cannot revert to human form nor become true wolves, resembling instead a genetic mutation of a wolf, yet still possessing extraordinary abilities, such as enhanced healing and immense strength. The best description for them would indeed be that of a beast. However, this creature is a living being, entirely distinct from a vampire, which resembles an undead entity entwined between life and death. Other monsters, including werewolves, are merely creatures of flesh. As a torch was hurled into the livestock pen, the werewolf, startled by the flames, emitted a piercing howl. Subsequently, it crouched low, its powerful legs propelling it towards the opening in the pen meant for feeding livestock. It sought to escape, blocking its path. The church knight brandished a great sword and entered the livestock pen, shouting a battle cry. The werewolf's movements were reminiscent of a wild animal. Yet its formidable form measured nearly 5 feet tall without a tail, its body a testament to sheer muscle. With a swift motion, the werewolf lunged toward the window like an arrow. However, just as it reached the window, a mighty sword came crashing down. The werewolf found itself unable to maneuver midair, resorting to evasive action but still suffering a devastating blow to its leg from the greatsword. The strength of the church knight was extraordinary, and with that strike, the werewolf's thigh bone was shattered, eliciting a heart-wrenching howl as its left leg hung by a thread of flesh. Yet, it seized the opportunity to flee the pen. With a cry of anguish, the werewolf collapsed outside the livestock pen, forced to rely on its forepaws and intact hind leg to support itself, glaring at the church knight who had severed its limb. Alas, the combat prowess of these knightly warriors, akin to genetically enhanced fighters, was astonishing. Without hesitation, the 3 knights positioned outside surged forward to confront the werewolf. A gust of wind whipped through the air, nearly blinding in its intensity as dark clouds loomed, threatening imminent rain. The werewolf's severed leg appeared to be healing, albeit slowly. This indicated its ability for regeneration. Yet it was evident that the church knights would not afford it the luxury of recovery. As the 3 knights charged, the werewolf opened its maw wide and let out a desperate howl, turning to flee into the dense forest behind it. However, the church knight, emerging from the pen, drew a weapon resembling a crossbow, unleashing it upon the already retreating creature. Instead of a bolt, a grappling hook shot forth, piercing the werewolf's chest and ensnaring its flesh along with the internal ribcage. The agonizing howl that followed echoed through the night, as the pain from the grappling hook's cruel grip incited the werewolf's ferocity, leaving it acutely aware that there was no escape. It turned once more, lunging towards the approaching church knights, toppling the nearest one to the ground. The werewolf's gaping maw, dripping with saliva and reeking of blood, viciously tore at the steel helmet of the knight, its foul saliva and the blood smeared upon its jaws, seeping through the helmet's crevices and onto the knight's face. Whether it was due to the primitive ironworking techniques of this world, rife with impurities, or the sheer might of the werewolf, it was astonishing that the creature managed to bite through the knight's facial armor, its teeth embedding themselves into the knight's visage. The crunching sound of the werewolf's powerful bite was truly terrifying. Its gaping jaws crushed down, distorting the knight's helmet. A trickle of blood oozed from beneath the werewolf. Yet the knight's torso had also been pierced by the knight's greatsword. The agonizing pain elicited continuous howls from the werewolf. But the hook chain embedded in its chest stubbornly pulled it backward, while 2 other knights approached, bringing their swords down with brutal force. Chapter 17. First, Drink the Cow the Werewolf, a classic nightmare of the medieval era, had now become a headless corpse, dragged away like a dead dog by the church knights with their hooks. The contrast between the combat prowess of heavily armored knights and that of beasts was starkly evident, sending a chill down Norton's spine as he concealed himself in the distant grass. Thankfully, after transforming into a vampire, he had not foolishly rushed back to seek revenge on Mia. Otherwise, he would have met his demise without even understanding how. These church knights were utterly monstrous. Their physical prowess did not appear to surpass human limits, yet they had undoubtedly undergone rigorous training, enabling them to wield such strength even while clad in heavy armor. Moreover, their combat skills were exceptionally fierce. They charged fearlessly into battle, never retreating a single step. Damn it, how could he, Norton, survive amidst such a multitude of these aberrations cultivated by the Holy Church? The recent battle scene quieted the elation within Norton, who had become a vampire. The Church was indeed formidable, likely possessing specialized tactics against vampires as well. The training of these knights was utterly outrageous. Norton lay still in the grass, contemplating the retreating Church knights. He had wandered for an entire afternoon, lost in the jungle due to his unfamiliarity with the terrain and the absence of a map. In his flight, he had not dared to spend much time examining his transformed body, only discovering a few advantages gained from becoming a vampire. For instance, his strength had increased significantly. He could not ascertain exactly how strong he was, but it was certainly considerable, though not excessively so. The knight, clad in armor weighing 20 to 30 kilograms, bore it with remarkable ease, much like the werewolf he had encountered earlier. Furthermore, his body felt as though it had perished. His heart had ceased to beat, and he was uncertain what force now animated his form. It appeared that he had no blood circulating within him, as his skin had taken on a ghastly pallor, devoid of color. Remarkably, his recovery rate had accelerated significantly. After traversing the afternoon, his scorched body had completely healed. Additionally, his senses of smell, hearing, and perception had all heightened, though he could not ascertain the extent of this enhancement. What was clear, however, was the inclination towards vampiric traits, particularly as he detected the scent of blood that guided him. It is worth noting that the sanguine aroma sensed by a vampire does not transform into a sweet cream or the rich bouquet of fine wine. It remains the unmistakable scent of blood, even to a vampire. His sole distinction lay in his ability to detect this scent from an extraordinary distance. Although he could not specify how far, he was aware that he had walked over 2,000 steps, approximately 1 kilometer, before catching the whiff of blood. This was undeniably a remarkable racial gift. Norton peered through the thicket towards the site of the earlier skirmish. Having become a vampire, his night vision seemed to have evolved into a passive ability. This capacity could be activated at will. It was termed passive because it functioned automatically when he was unaware. It could be manually engaged when he focused. In the absence of a mirror, Norton was unable to see that when he wished to employ his night vision. A gray membrane would descend over his eyes, enveloping his irises, akin to the protective nictitating membrane of a crocodile. He gazed through the underbrush toward the livestock shed. The area was not urban, but resembled a rural homestead. Besides the distant livestock shed, 2 wooden structures, one large and one small, stood nearby, surrounded by cultivated fields. A quintessential pastoral scene. The sole distinction was that the inhabitants were predominantly Caucasian, and instead of staple crops, the fields were adorned with flowers. The church required fresh blooms for its weekly masses, thus mandating the eradication of urban farmland, compelling all farmers to cultivate flowers to beautify the city and reflect the sanctity of God. However, in a display of clever defiance, while these farmers planted flowers, a closer inspection revealed the intermingling of rye plants and potato seedlings among the blossoms. For church knights dragged the werewolf's corpse further away, their torches dwindling into mere points of light. It appeared that he was drawing nearer to the city, or perhaps he had never truly departed. Norton directed his gaze towards the livestock shed. In the livestock shed, a peasant family of 3 was engulfed in profound sorrow. The elder had been fatally struck by a knight of the church, leaving behind a girl and a woman who knelt before his lifeless body, weeping uncontrollably. Fortunately, they were not in the city, otherwise the elder's remains would have been desecrated. Witnessing this heart-wrenching scene, Norton sighed deeply. Although he did not know the elder or his family, he considered himself a person of conscience, and it would be most disrespectful to feast upon the elder's blood during such a time of grief. Besides needing to adapt, the church knight had just departed, and he feared that if he attacked the mother and daughter, he might also fall victim to their methods, like the werewolf that had been slain. Never mind, he would settle for cattle instead. Norton sighed again, concealing himself in the thicket, patiently awaiting the moment when the mother and daughter would carry the elder's body away, allowing him to stealthily enter the barn. Though the scent of blood still lingered strongly in the air, he found himself unable to savor any other food. He had attempted this earlier in the afternoon while wandering through the dense forest. Climbing a tree, he had plucked 2 fruits to taste, but they had a flavor as unpalatable as chewing wax, an experience only those who have truly tasted wax could comprehend. It was only marginally better than consuming excrement. However, Norton felt he was somewhat different from the other vampires. For instance, he did not fear sunlight. He could feed upon the blood of the deceased. The night he had consumed was indeed lifeless. These two characteristics were common in films or novels of his previous life. Yet here, they contradicted the established principles of this realm, as recorded in the Church's scriptures. According to the covenant, Kuba had evaded death by shunning sunlight his entire life. From this perspective, vampires should indeed fear sunlight, at the very least, as it could erode their corporeal forms. Yet, Norton had traversed the afternoon bathed in sunlight, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. Of course, this could be attributed to the steel armor of the church knight he wore, but armor has its crevices, and he could certainly feel the sun's rays on his face. Norton speculated that either he was unique, or there was something amiss with the sunlight, or the sun itself. He leaned towards the latter hypothesis. The Ascension depicted God being slain by Kuba, and over the years, the priests had lived increasingly longer lives. Meanwhile, the covenant portrayed the sun as the death created by God. Combining these elements, Norton arrived at a conjecture. Could it be that, with God deceased and the supply of divine energy diminished, sunlight was gradually weakening, allowing even vampires like him to brazenly appear in daylight? It seemed quite plausible. Moreover, his ability to consume the blood of the deceased supported this theory entirely. According to the description in the covenant, it is stated that the deity commands life to arise, and Jonah oversees the demise of living beings. Jonah forbids Kuba from consuming corpses. Thus, Kuba cannot even partake of the blood of the deceased. He is compelled to secretly siphon the blood of living creatures while ensuring they do not perish. This prohibition arises firstly from divine disapproval, and secondly, should they die, they would become subjects under Jonah's dominion, which Jonah also forbids. Hence, from this perspective, it is evident that vampires cannot feed on the blood of the dead. However, in the resurrection, it is recorded, the messenger annihilates the earth, and Jonah is imprisoned within the sun. Now, as a vampire, he possesses the ability to drink the blood of the deceased, which clearly indicates Jonah's loss of control. This corroborates the events described in the resurrection, where Jonah is indeed confined. Chapter 18. Norton is truly a good man. Norton lay in the grass, drawing a sharp breath. It was startling, and the implications were alarming. If these two aspects align with his suspicions, mutually validating each other, it would imply the existence of a deity and a hellish realm. Furthermore, the creator God has perished, and the primordial reaper, Jonah, is imprisoned within the sun. Oh, and yes, the progenitor of vampires, Kuba, has been slain. Does this not suggest that 3 of the 4 greatest deities have met their demise? A chill ran down Norton's spine. He felt an unsettling sensation, as if something behind the thicket were watching him, sending shivers through his being. If reality aligned with his fears, it would be terrifying. Firstly, the mere existence of the Creator God is enough to plunge all into despair. Even in death, it signifies a force capable of effortlessly obliterating the world. Secondly, this creator deity possesses an alarming level of humanity. It is drawn by desire, giving birth to all manner of monstrosities, which undoubtedly implies it harbors its own thoughts and emotions. This means that the divine is not a distant, unfeeling cosmic machine, but rather a being susceptible to emotions, endowed with boundless power. Indeed, is this not the archetype of a quintessential being? Moreover, there exists a deity governing the living, who has allowed the church to perpetrate countless evils while remaining unscathed. Could there be divine support behind this? Or perhaps this deity is the Pope. It is quite possible, for the gods in this realm are imbued with human desires. This is the source of Norton's dread. A deity with human desires. Who knows when it might suddenly succumb to madness? And what if the god were to resurrect? After all, his consciousness has begun to awaken in the heavens. Norton dared not ponder further. The more he thought, the heavier the atmosphere became. He, Norton, has endured oppression for 20 years, and now, even in death, he would rather establish a grave on the spot than endure any further psychological burden. Cursed fate. At worst, he would be obliterated by a mere finger of the divine. After all, this place was one he wished to leave behind entirely. Norton felt a peculiar dissonance within his mind, often finding himself inadvertently lost in his own thoughts. This was rather troubling, The specter of mental instability loomed large, and he feared the descent into madness. Finally, he managed to regain his focus and turned his gaze towards a livestock shed, hoping for a chance to partake in the blood of cattle. To his astonishment, he observed the mother and daughter, who had been weeping moments ago, now wielding a small knife, methodically dismembering the corpses of the old man and the cow. The girl was slicing the cow's flesh, hanging the severed pieces on a makeshift drying rack outside, while the woman was draining the old man's blood into a ceramic vessel, seemingly intent on wasting nothing. With his heightened sense of hearing, Norton could even faintly discern their conversation. The blood can clot, and the dried meat will sustain us for months. Oh, how will we survive after half a year? The woman's voice, tinged with sorrow, pierced through to Norton, leaving him utterly astounded. Good heavens, how ruthless they were! While he had only contemplated sipping a bit of cow's blood, their actions surpassed even his grim expectations. In times of dire famine, humanity resorts to cannibalism. Although he had been aware of such horrors from earlier sermons, witnessing the mother and daughter propping up the old man's lifeless body, placing his head in the vessel, and slicing open his neck to collect the blood evoked a profound sorrow, as they treated him like livestock. Though Norton had not yet fully adjusted to the notion of consuming the blood of the living, the prospect of partaking in that of the deceased felt less repugnant. After all, humanity often finds comfort in the less palatable aspects of existence. Yet he found himself envisioning a future where he would rear humans as livestock for sustenance. Damn the church! If all were to perish from hunger, what would remain for him to consume? While Hakkinu had yet to ascend to the status of a so-called progenitor of vampires, he had instinctively begun to regard these humans as his personal larder. The greatest flaw of the Chinese people lies in their profound fear of scarcity, whether it be of weaponry or sustenance. When resources are not sustainably replenished, it ignites a deep-seated terror. What shall I do when this runs out? This anxiety is nearly encoded in their very genes. As time meandered on, the woman and girl kindled a fire, placing the meat above it to smoke. In this era, salt was a precious commodity. Thus, they could not afford to cure the meat with it, and resorted to smoking to reduce its moisture, making it suitable for preservation. The blood-filled ceramic vessel was carried into their wooden dwelling, while Norton stealthily shed his armor amidst the grass and crept around. Vampires, true to their nocturnal nature, adeptly mobilized their skeletal and muscular systems to significantly minimize the sounds of their movements. The crackling of burning firewood filled the air, yet the mother and daughter, engrossed in roasting meat, remained oblivious to the presence of a naked man who had stealthily approached the back of their abode and slipped quietly into the room. The scent of blood permeated Norton's nostrils, overwhelmingly potent. However, despite its intensity, he could effortlessly discern its source through his keen sense of smell. The rich aroma of blood stirred a primal thirst within him, accompanied by an unsettling sense of agitation. The wooden cabin was devoid of any flicker of flame. In such impoverished households of this era, even candles were a rarity. Nonetheless, Norton's vision remained remarkably clear, allowing him to spot a ceramic jar nestled in the corner. With a slight furrow in his brow, Norton wrestled with his conscience. Truth be told, he was fundamentally averse to such actions, having once been an ordinary man. Yet, the dire need to survive outweighed his personal aversions. The choice between his psychological scruples and the threat of starvation was, undeniably, no contest. Thus, he resolved to drink, indeed, to drink deeply. Chapter 19. The perfect being, it can be said that vampires are indeed creatures of blood. The taste of blood, when he consciously savored it for the first time, was entirely unlike anything he had remembered. It bore a resemblance to sweet and sour jelly. Yet upon closer examination, he detected a faint odor reminiscent of the musty scent of the elderly. This observation underscores how the age of ingredients profoundly influences flavor. Nonetheless, with sustenance readily available, Norton felt little room for complaint. He cautiously lifted the ceramic jar and stealthily retraced his steps back to the grassy thicket where he had previously lain. He needed to don his armor again. Without it, he would stand no chance against the knights of the church. Initially, Norton had contemplated finding a dilapidated shelter to rest. But given the circumstances, that seemed ill-advised. The fact that the werewolf had been secretly feeding on cattle in the barn without the household reporting it. Yet the knights of the church arrived with unwavering certainty that something was amiss, suggested that they possessed tools capable of locating magical creatures. Such precision in their pursuit was no mere coincidence. Until he unraveled this mystery, it would be prudent to avoid the city, for being tracked would leave him no avenue for escape. Norton felt an increasing sense of peril in this world. The Knights of the Church were but one threat. The myriad monsters catalogued in ecclesiastical tomes posed an even greater danger in the wilderness. After all, this world was not solely inhabited by vampires. A corpse lay quietly upon a bed fashioned from stacked planks. The flickering light of a torch illuminated the surroundings. Though dim, it was sufficient to stave off complete darkness. The church's morgue, possessing such specifications, is indeed commendable, especially considering that most corpses are discarded in mass graves. The sight of the body is chilling, particularly when observed at night. Its eye sockets, grotesquely pierced by branches, are horrifying. However, what captivates one's attention even more is the neck, seemingly wrenched apart by immense force. The church knights lack such strength. Father Mia's fingers grazed the severed neck of the corpse, his gaze narrowing, a mysterious expression crossing his face as he pondered his thoughts. The bloodstains at the scene were minimal, far too scant to account for the quantity that should have flowed from a severed neck. Furthermore, Norton's body was nowhere to be found. A traitor would never drag along a cumbersome burden in flight. Bishop Rosen stood nearby, an ominous countenance shadowed by a hint of greed. Moreover, there were no steel armors belonging to the church knights present, and it was implausible for the traitor to be clad in one while also laboriously dragging another. Thus, it could only be deduced that young Norton had donned the armor. A glimmer of greed also flickered across Father Mia's face as he interjected, "A vampire. It has been years since one has appeared. Who would have thought we would encounter one here? Truly marvelous. Such a perfect being is simply intoxicating." A hint of obsession marred Bishop Rosen's expression. The juxtaposition of his demeanor and words evoked a disquieting oddity. Yet, Father Mia appeared oblivious, equally enraptured. "Indeed, His Holiness the Pope will be most pleased. Surely, our status will be elevated as well. However, our immediate priority is to locate him." Father Mia clapped his hands, and from the dim recesses of the morgue emerged two church knights, clad in steel armor that differed from the usual specifications. Their expressions lacked the customary coldness of church knights, instead exuding a fervor. The faithful servants, an upgraded version of the church knights, are selected from among the knights, known for their unwavering loyalty to the faith and adorned with armor symbolizing God, thus becoming enforcers and servants who can slightly approach the core. "Activate the holy knights." "Yes." The two church knights responded reverently. Vampires, unclean entities. The papal territory has not witnessed the emergence of a new one in many years. As the sun wanes, one would expect the presence of such impure beings to proliferate. However, while other monsters have indeed surged in numbers, the vampire species appears to be gradually diminishing. This phenomenon is attributed to the transmission and expansion of faith within the papal domain. Vampires, beings entirely at odds with God, cannot arise from the corpses of the faithful. With the increase in the number of believers, the potential for vampire mutations naturally decreases. Additionally, the Church's burial requirements have significantly reduced the likelihood of vampire births. Originally, the emergence of a vampire was a rare occurrence. Now, with the base of mutations drastically diminished, the birth of vampires has become exceedingly unlikely. According to the Church's years of statistics and existing records, the number of vampires that may still exist has dwindled to fewer than 100. Currently, apart from the Church headquarters, which retains a single vampire corpse for research purposes, the remaining vampires have completely vanished. It is presumed that they have either concealed themselves in remote mountains or have perished elsewhere, or perhaps they are hiding in foreign lands. Thus, the appearance of Norton is exceedingly precious. Capturing him would be a significant accomplishment. Failing to do so would only add to the transgressions. Chapter 20. Norton and hiding. The terms vampire and perfect being are evidently difficult to associate. This is due to the clear depictions in both past cinematic works and the Church's literature, which assert that vampires are merely unclean beings transformed from the deceased. Their nature, being neither truly alive nor completely dead, renders them challenging to categorize within the realm of biology. At the very least, Norton perceives himself as no longer a living organism. Drip by drip, water from the mountain rocks falls from the cave's entrance, with a continuous dripping has formed stalactites over the years. Should a geologist come to examine it, This cave would undoubtedly be designated as a national protected site. However, in this era, such protections are non-existent, allowing Norton to recklessly delve within. Outside, daylight has fully arrived, yet the interior of the cave remains shrouded in darkness. Nevertheless, Norton, endowed with night vision, is unfazed by the cave's obscurity. Rather, he is more concerned with its concealment capabilities. Upon discovering the death of the church knight, the church would surely deduce that he has transformed into a vampire. Thus, they would undoubtedly dispatch individuals to capture him. Norton has been fleeing for an entire night, clutching the ceramic jar he pilfered the previous evening. However, due to his unfamiliarity with the terrain, he is uncertain of his current whereabouts. He remains vigilant about the distance he has traveled, striving to avoid straying too far from the city. According to the monstrous descriptions in the book he has read, the forests and lakes in this area are exceedingly perilous. Various hybrid monsters infest the wilderness, each species claiming its own unique habitat, including bizarre flora and fauna within the forests and aquatic beasts in the rivers and oceans. In summary, although he has become a vampire, Norton feels exceedingly constrained. Presently, the most suitable refuge for him lies only in the outskirts of large cities. These areas do not penetrate deep into the forests. Being on the periphery of a metropolis, the church has largely eradicated the various monsters to ensure the city's stability. Yet, being outside the city prevents any entanglements with the church, making it an ideal haven for a fugitive. Among these options, the cave stands out as the unequivocal choice. Within the vast expanse of cavernous tunnels, the pathways diverge in multitude. Even the most sophisticated modern equipment may falter in locating individuals amidst the convoluted labyrinth of these caves. Undoubtedly, this is the quintessential refuge for those seeking concealment. Were it not for the stringent oversight of the ecclesiastical knights, Norton would almost consider donning armor to masquerade as one of them, seeking sanctuary within the church. After all, it is often said that darkness prevails even in the brightest of places. However, it is equally plausible that he has ventured too far for any search party to reach this particular cave. As Norton navigates through the pitch-black recesses of the cavern, it becomes apparent that this place resembles not merely a cave, but rather a crevice within the mountain. Its entrance is modest, yet the interior expands disproportionately. The further he ventures, the longer and more elevated the paths become, accompanied by the distant sound of flowing water. A subterranean river, perhaps? Norton gazes ahead, noticing that the ground ahead is already inundated, and coupled with the sound of the water, it is evident that a channel lies within. Only a river, shaped by the relentless passage of time, could carve such a vast opening. A sense of caution washes over Norton. This realm is teeming with various monstrous entities, and he fervently hopes that the subterranean waters do not harbor any terrifying serpents or Lovecraftian cephalopods. He grapples with a slight fear of deep waters, particularly the prospect of creatures emerging from the dark depths of such caves. Fortunately, upon reaching the innermost recess of the cavern, he notices a lack of strange beings in his immediate vicinity. A tranquil pool occupies a small portion of the deepest ground, yet the water's markings suggest it was once filled to the brim. Whether due to a period of dormancy or a change in course, the water level has receded, revealing a considerable expanse of dry ground. The small pool appears serene, seemingly shallow, and the water surface remains still, although it may conceal currents beneath. Norton's gaze sweeps across the pool, revealing a clear bottom, with only a few translucent or pale fish and shrimp visible. There is not even a trace of aquatic vegetation. This discovery brings a sigh of relief. The area appears devoid of additional openings, and truth be told, it does not exude an overwhelming sense of safety. Nevertheless, the presence of flowing water indicates that there must be fissures below. Becoming a vampire has its advantages. At the very least, he no longer requires breath, rendering him impervious to drowning should he plunge into the depths. This enables him to explore underwater and even reside beneath the surface as a means of hiding. With a soft splash, Norton places the blood vial he has carried throughout his journey onto the dry ground beside him, subsequently shedding his heavy armor. He intends to cleanse himself and take a moment to reflect upon the changes he has undergone. Since yesterday, he has traversed this wilderness for nearly a full day and night, accumulating layers of dust and plant debris upon his body. As for the bloodstains, It seems his body possesses an innate ability to absorb any blood that splatters upon him, alleviating any concerns regarding such matters. Since there are small fish and shrimp in the water, it must be devoid of any toxicity, allowing him to be unconcerned about whether his body could withstand any potent poison. With a splash, Norton leaped into the water from the shore, shedding his clothes like a peeled egg. The icy, murky river water failed to elicit any sensation of stimulation, although he could perceive the temperature. He seemed no longer a warm-blooded creature. His body mirrored the external temperature, and now, immersed in the frigid waters, his body heat had diminished. Norton quietly floated in the water, his night vision goggles perfectly isolating him from the liquid, enabling him to see remarkably clearly beneath the surface. His lungs, unused since yesterday, felt no pressure, and even as he descended, there was no alteration in that sensation. If he could return to his own world, he would undoubtedly become an exceptional fisherman. With a puff, Norton surfaced, attempting to exhale through his mouth, and to his surprise, he could indeed produce breath. Moreover, there was no sense of suffocation within his lungs. Yet, he pondered the source of the air within them. The enigma of the vampire continued to astound him. With another splash, he submerged once more, his eyes wide open as he observed his surroundings from the depths. He sought to discern whether there were any hiding spots underwater, in case the night's pursuers blocked the entrance, allowing him an escape route from below. Should there be no second exit, he would have to reconsider his hiding place. Norton had always favored a cautious approach. Otherwise, he would not have spent 20 years in captivity without the thought of fleeing ever crossing his mind. The water was remarkably clear, providing an unobstructed view in all directions. Norton attuned himself to the flow of the water around his body, and then directed his gaze accordingly. To his delight, he noticed a small, slanted opening at the upper side of the inner edge of the pool, partially concealed by a stalactite that had presumably fallen from the cave's ceiling, leaving just enough of a gap for the water to circulate. Elated, he swiftly swam towards the small opening. The stalactite was not large, and the entrance was modest. Norton's enhanced physique easily pushed it aside. As the stalactite shifted, there was no sudden rush of water, likely due to the connection of water flows, suggesting that on the other side of the opening, there must also be a similarly sized pool, preventing the formation of a siphon effect. Norton felt a surge of pride, realizing that even after 20 years, the knowledge he had acquired in his previous life still proved useful. He glanced into the depths of the opening. It was lengthy and shrouded in darkness. Although his vampire night vision allowed him to discern nearby features, the farther recesses remained obscured. He was uncertain about the terrifying presence of piranhas or colossal serpents lurking on the other side of the cave's entrance, prompting him to exercise greater caution. With a splash, Norton swam back to the shore, subsequently retrieving the ceramic jar intended for collecting blood. After a night had passed, the blood had fully coagulated. Norton reached inside, extracting a soft, gelatinous mass of blood, which he then discarded into the pool. The blood gradually dissolved in the water, its metallic scent potent enough to attract carnivorous creatures from another pool. Chapter 21. Norton contemplates. Perhaps it is best not to think. Time flowed slowly, and no anomalies disturbed the tranquil waters. Norton glanced at the blood clump that had yet to completely dissolve before diving back in. The cave entrance was shrouded in darkness, narrowing as he ventured deeper, constricting to a point where he could barely move, relying on his hands to claw at the edges as he wriggled forward. This extreme activity was immensely stressful, particularly for one afflicted with claustrophobia. It felt like a torturous descent into hell. Fortunately, as Norton pressed onward, the tunnel began to widen slightly. A glimmer of light filtered in. Though faint, it indicated he was not far from an exit, likely leading outside the cave. After swimming a little further, he finally surfaced with a splash, emerging from the depths of the water. Sunlight beamed down upon him, eliciting a slight sting against his skin. He had completely exited the cave's confines, finding himself in a crevice at the mountain's base. The pool was modest in size, flanked by the mountain behind and a gentle slope before him, enveloped by dense vegetation. The clear, frigid water remained transparent, with only a few fallen leaves resting at the bottom, devoid of any significant aquatic fauna. It presented an excellent environment for sketching. Sunlight streamed through the mountain gap, making it difficult for Norton to keep his eyes open. One of the greatest mysteries he faced since becoming a vampire was precisely this. Why did a vampire not fear the sun? Was it because God was dead, thus diminishing the sun's lethal effect. With a splash, Norton emerged from the water on his solid ground. It seemed he would be quite safe hiding here. He surveyed his surroundings, noting the complete absence of human presence. Finally at ease, he stood naked by the water's edge. With his immediate safety secured, he turned his attention to studying his current state. What innate gifts did this peculiar species of vampire possess, and how did they enhance his being? It would be unwise not to ascertain this knowledge. Standing in the sunlight, he examined his body more closely. Having not had the opportunity to do so the previous day, he now realized that vampires had truly transcended the boundaries of humanity. His skin was exceedingly pale, devoid of any flush of color. This pallor is not merely the appearance of fair skin, but rather a morbid whiteness. It seems as though his body has been entirely devoid of blood. Beyond this, there are no particularly remarkable states. Only his eyes, lacking in color, resemble those of an individual afflicted with albinism, bearing an unusual aspect. This description aligns closely with the depictions found within ecclesiastical texts. According to the portrayal in Eden, he is in the initial phase of transformation from corpse to vampire. And after a year, his eyes will blaze crimson, his fangs will sharpen, and even serrated teeth may emerge. His visage might undergo a transformation beyond recognition. At that juncture, he would be utterly incapable of concealing himself within human society. The church must be obliterated, not out of Norton's animosity towards it, but rather because he is a vampire inherently opposed to the church. Its existence poses a significant threat to him, and it may even possess some arcane means to counter him. However, he need not be the one to dismantle the church. He could simply lie dormant for 3 millennia, awakening to a transformed world. Yet, he feels this notion is rather implausible. He is uncertain whether the Holy Church possesses formidable forces to uphold its dominion. For this world is teeming with monsters. Humanity must wield some considerable power to maintain its absolute supremacy in a realm rife with such beasts. If such power exists, this world would merely stagnate, as the control of overwhelming strength and the policies of ignorance would fundamentally eliminate the possibility of the church's downfall, much like the modern era. Unless a mightier external force were to invade and disrupt the church as foundation. Yet, these are mere speculations. Just as Norton cannot lie here in slumber for 3,000 years, these conjectures cannot materialize. Thus, he must clandestinely instigate his endeavors. Starting with the elimination of that old charlatan, Father Mia, Norton is thoroughly repulsed by Mia. As for what if a deity truly exists, that is of little consequence. If such a being does exist, whether he hides or instigates chaos, it could easily extinguish him with a mere finger. Living cautiously under the dominion of a sentient god is far less preferable than being swiftly dispatched by its whim. Norton has endured under the church's oppression for 2 decades. He yearns for a different existence. Norton has resolved to take action. He possesses few virtues. He is not one for many words, malleable like clay, shaped by circumstance. Yet, he feels this is merely due to a lack of resolve. He believes that once he commits himself, he can accomplish what he sets out to do. Thus, Norton immediately declared his grand ambition. Time flowed slowly. On the first day, he felt he had yet to fully acclimate to his body and needed to adjust before venturing forth, so he chose to remain in the cave for the time being. Yielding for a day does have its advantages. At the very least, he has now ascertained that his strength surpasses that of an ordinary human by a considerable margin. Just how much greater is it? Perhaps equivalent to the combined might of 2 or 3 robust men. That evening, feeling he had nearly acclimated to his new reality, Norton lay upon the stone, exhilaration coursing through him. He resolved to venture out the following day to ascertain whether any creatures lurked in the vicinity, a necessary step for his future plans. Upon awakening the next day, having just traversed the underwater passage to emerge outside, he was momentarily overwhelmed by the sun's piercing rays, leaving him feeling oddly numb. In a moment of realization, he slapped himself and retreated back into the cave. He had forgotten that he was a vampire, a creature of the night. It was during the day that he should slumber, and the night that he should roam. Becoming a vampire seemed to have alleviated his need for sleep, or perhaps the previous night's rest had rendered him entirely devoid of drowsiness. However, this prompted him to ponder a pressing concern. If he were to scout the area at night, would the armor of a knight from the church create too much noise? Yet, without it, he lacked any form of protection, left only with his great sword to clash against potential foes. Thus, he concluded that he should practice his swordsmanship, at the very least to familiarize himself with the motions of wielding the great sword. Consequently, Norton spent his time in the cave, swinging his sword with fervor, feeling invincible in his newfound prowess. That afternoon, he noticed that the blood in the jar had taken on a rather dark hue. Alarmed that the blood might have spoiled, particularly since he had not yet partaken, he consumed the contents of the jar. True to his nature, after indulging in the blood, he was enveloped in a wave of profound comfort, akin to a satisfied human luxuriating in a warm spring, leaving Norton feeling utterly content. He deemed it unwise to venture out in such a satiated state, as it might impair his performance. It would be best to allow time for digestion before setting out. Norton was resolute. On the third day, he dedicated the daylight hours to sword practice, but due to his lack of finesse, he inadvertently struck his own calf with the blade. To his astonishment, no blood flowed from the wound. Instead, the injury appeared as if the flesh had been washed clean, the underlying tissues seemingly fading away. Remarkably, he felt no pain from the gash. Within mere seconds, the flesh spontaneously knit itself back together, restoring him to his original state. Norton fell into deep contemplation. His skin retained sensitivity to external stimuli, whether temperature or touch. He was certain he possessed the capacity for pain, as the sun's rays produced a prickling sensation upon his skin. Pain is a biological reaction to injury, yet despite the sword's severance, he felt no discomfort, which could only imply one thing. The sword had inflicted no tangible harm upon him. This realization brought to mind the lore of vampires from his previous existence. For instance, only holy water, silver, the sun, and the crucifix, along with flames, possessed the true capacity to harm or even slay a vampire. All other physical assaults render themselves ineffective against these creatures, as they are immune to such attacks. Although these two realms differ significantly, Norton had never adopted the numerous regulations governing vampires from his past life into his own existence. Yet, he now felt an inclination to experiment with such notions. Thus, for an entire day, Norton wielded a great sword to strike himself, severing his own fingers, igniting them with fire, and carving a crucifix from a wooden stick to press against his face. He attempted every conceivable method, save for piercing his heart with a wooden stick or wounding himself with silver. In the end, he arrived at a remarkably surprising conclusion. His body appeared truly impervious to all forms of physical harm. Even flames and the severed digits could regenerate. Remarkably, he felt no pain throughout the entire ordeal. Furthermore, when he endeavored to fracture his spine, he found that his upper and lower body remained under his control. This indicated that he was no longer a vertebrate, or that he had transcended the need for a nervous system governed by neurons and electrical signals. His form seemed entirely self-governing. Only when the crucifix rested upon his forehead did he perceive a slight weight pressing down, akin to something resting upon him. He could not discern whether this sensation stemmed from the wood's inherent mass, or if the crucifix genuinely exerted an influence. Regardless, such revelations filled him with immense joy. This meant he was nothing like the frail werewolves who succumbed to a mere iron hook. Norton felt sturdier and more resilient, possessing a newfound confidence when facing the ecclesiastical knights. However, it would be prudent to avoid direct confrontations with the church. The fact that the church had endured for so many years, while various monsters merely dwelled in the wilderness, suggested that it possessed its own formidable methods. For instance, the so-called holy water, the Bible, or consecrated crucifixes might inflict magical harm that he could not withstand. Therefore, caution remained paramount. Norton resolved to venture out the following day, at the very least to stealthily ascertain the circumstances surrounding the church. He needed to glean information about this world, to explore the extent of the papal states, and to determine whether there were other realms devoid of ecclesiastical influence that might be suitable for his existence. These details had eluded him during his 20 years of isolation, leaving him utterly in the dark, desperate for knowledge. On the fourth day, Norton finally stepped outside. After wandering for half an hour, he grew apprehensive about becoming lost once more. Thus, he decided to refrain from venturing out further, opting instead to sketch a rough map of his surroundings to ensure he could find his way back home. The time required for mapping the surroundings was exceedingly lengthy, leading him to wander aimlessly on the fifth and sixth days, meticulously observing the landscape and attempting to return from a distance. He constructed a rough topographical map of his vicinity using stones he had gathered within the cave. Thus, the seventh day arrived. Norton had completed the construction of the topographical map, and he stood with immense satisfaction in the pitch-black cave, gazing at what resembled a mound of stones. Although the structure bore an odd semblance and was comprehensible only to him, it nonetheless infused the cave with a hint of Norton's own essence. However, once the traces of his activities became apparent, he realized there were numerous aspects he had overlooked. For instance, as the future progenitor of vampires and one of the travelers, his dwelling was appallingly rudimentary, not to mention the absence of any furniture. Even a simple bed frame was lacking. This severely diminished his sense of dignity. As a bona fide vampire, Norton believed he should at the very least possess a coffin. Furthermore, an essential point lingered in his mind. He had not fed for several days, yet he felt no pangs of hunger. This was decidedly peculiar. Could it be that vampires could survive without sustenance? How utterly remarkable! An eternal being? Norton contemplated testing his hunger threshold, seizing the opportunity to craft a coffin for himself in the interim. After all, how could a vampire be without a coffin of his own? As for seeking revenge on the church or observing its movements, he decided to postpone those matters. There was no urgency in his situation. On the eighth day, Norton took up his great sword and ventured out to fell trees. It is noteworthy that even near the city's forest, monstrous figures still lurked. While chopping wood, he heard an unfamiliar cry. Upon looking up, he beheld a terrifying giant bird soaring overhead. This creature was scarcely worthy of being called a bird, as it bore a human face, its size reminiscent of the griffins depicted in his past life, yet its body resembled that of an enormous eagle. Perhaps it was the human-faced bird he had read about in the church's tomes. This creature clutched a lifeless cow in its talons as it flew deeper into the forest. Norton, paralyzed by fear, dared not breathe, yet inexplicably found himself targeted by this horrifying human-faced bird. To his horror, the creature abandoned its prey, diving towards him. Fortunately, as he was not far from the pond, he leaped into the water, narrowly escaping being seized by the monstrous bird for its nefarious purposes. On the 10th day, the existence of the human-faced bird instilled such dread in Norton that he refrained from venturing outside. He remained concealed in the dark cave, silent and vigilant. For the time being, the cave was the only sanctuary he could claim as safe. However, it appeared that fate conspired against Norton. Just 2 days after he had silently taken refuge in the cave, an unusual sound reached his ears, emanating through the stone. This sound resembled the persistent tapping of a woodpecker as it sought out insects within a tree hollow. Yet this time, the sound was not probing a tree, but rather the cave itself. It seemed as though some terrifying entity was outside, utilizing vibrations to ascertain whether life thrived within the depths of the cave. It was utterly horrifying. This place was scarcely fit for human habitation. Had he known, he might as well have remained in the city. Norton's complexion turned ashen with fear. He hastily submerged himself in the water, hoping to evade the frequency of the vibrations, thereby concealing his presence from the creature outside. Fortunately, the ominous tapping persisted for only a few hours. On the 38th day, after hiding in the cave for an entire month, Norton finally resolved to venture outside once more. He was compelled. Sleep eluded him. And though it was said that vampires could slumber for millennia, he found himself devoid of such dormant capabilities. After a mere week of restless nights, he had grown weary of the oppressive darkness of the cave, which felt even more confining than his previous imprisonment within the church. The monotony was maddening. He could scarcely endure it. At least within the church, there were daily tasks to occupy his mind. Here, the only diversion lay in arranging the stones he had collected to construct a map. His ability to persevere thus far owed much to the mental fortitude he had cultivated during his 20 years of confinement. Yet, today his patience had reached its limits. Cautiously, he donned his steel armor and grasped his great sword. The weight of the armor would anchor him in the water, allowing him to survey the surroundings without exposing himself to potential ambush. Notably, he still felt no pangs of hunger, and, compared to a month prior, he sensed a slight growth in his physique. It was subtle, yet undeniably real. Was it possible that vampires could thrive without blood, growing gradually with the passage of time? Norton recalled certain narratives from his past life that suggested vampires matured with time, which explained why some ancient vampires would slumber for centuries. Yet, he lacked the ability to enter such a slumber. Nevertheless, This realization somewhat alleviated his urgency to feed. If he could grow without blood, perhaps the act of feeding was akin to a mere craving, much like that of a sorcerer. Norton could not be certain. He could only experiment to ascertain the reason for his growth. After confirming that the monstrous bird was nowhere to be seen outside the pool, he finally emerged from the water once more. A faint, putrid odor in the air drew his attention, seemingly emanating from a nearby source, igniting an unsettling premonition within him. Norton ascended to the highest tree closest to the pond, gazing toward the origin of the foul scent. To his horror, he beheld the grotesque giant bird that had once sought to hunt him, now reduced to a decaying carcass, hanging lifelessly from a distant branch. Astonished, Norton felt a chill run through him. The forest no longer appeared to be a sanctuary, but rather a perilous domain where survival seemed more attainable in the city. After all, he had never encountered such abominations during his 20 years within the church. The sight of the monstrous bird remains rekindled memories of that terrifying tapping sound. As he recalled the location of the noise, he cautiously climbed up a low, earthen slope. There, at the mouth of the cave, he discovered several elongated, deep holes in the ground. These bore the unmistakable marks of deliberate excavation, likely created by a creature with a beak reminiscent of a woodpecker, measuring over 3 meters in length. Norton, devoid of any desire to craft a coffin, returned to his cave, despondent. He had once believed that becoming a vampire rendered him invincible, yet he now found himself at the very bottom of the pyramid. How had the church managed to maintain the city so impeccably? Could it be that God truly bestowed protection upon humanity? Regardless, for the first time, Norton felt a longing for the city. Although he remained shunned from the light and perpetually vigilant against the church, he at least understood his adversaries and the ways to elude them, unlike the forest, where danger lurked unpredictably. On the 40th day, after hiding in the cave for 2 more days, Norton finally ventured outside again. He resolved to seal the cave entrance to prevent any lurking threats from entering. Furthermore, he deemed it fitting to construct a coffin, for as a vampire, one must uphold certain rituals. On the 41st day, rain fell. Norton dragged timber into the cave and began fashioning the coffin. On the 42nd day, the rain persisted, and the water level of the interconnected pond seemed to rise slightly. Fearing that the deluge would inundate his cave, he ventured outside to dig a trench by the pond's edge, ensuring that excess water would drain out, thus preventing the interior pond from overflowing. On the 47th day, after days of arduous labor, Norton finally completed his coffin and gathered sufficient stones to seal the entrance. Yet, strangely, he felt no pangs of hunger. This peculiarity compelled him to continue crafting furniture, curious to discover the limits of his endurance against starvation. On the 48th day, Norton wielded a great sword to cleave branches, using them along with vines to fashion 2 chairs. This marks the first occasion in 20 years that Norton possesses his own chair. He takes flight upon it, reminiscing about the past while alleviating his anxious spirit. On the 50th day, Norton remains unperturbed by hunger, and the flight continues unabated. He finds himself perplexed by the abundant energy coursing through him. As one would expect the nutritional content of blood to be minimal. For instance, a vampire bat must incessantly feed on blood throughout the night to sustain its energy. It is inconceivable that he could subsist on a mere jar of blood for an entire month. Could it be that vampires, as he speculates, are indeed perpetual beings? The furnishings within the cave have taken on a semblance of form. There is a chair crafted from wood, a coffin, a slightly askew wooden table, and a wooden frame for storage. Additionally, wooden planks block the cave's entrance. A stone calendar keeps time, and there is a hand-carved stone goblet. His attire, woven from leaves and vines, resembles a cloak. Norton finds this ensemble exceedingly stylish. It serves as a mattress when he reclines in the coffin and can be donned as a cape when venturing outside, eliciting a sense of self-admiration. Norton feels a sense of satisfaction with his recent endeavors, becoming somewhat enchanted by the wilderness survival lifestyle. On the 51st day, an unexpected guest arrives at the cave, a small bat, presumably a vampire bat. He wonders how this little creature has found its way here. Could it be due to the affinity between vampires and vampire bats? Norton contemplates driving the bat away, for its droppings are exceedingly foul, and the thought of an increasing number of them fills him with dread. However, before he can act, the vampire bat alights on his shoulder and extends its bloody tongue towards him. The act of borrowing blood is a reciprocal behavior among vampire bats. Due to the low nutritional value of blood, a bat that has not fed for 48 hours risks starvation. Consequently, they may seek blood from their kin, with such behavior occurring more frequently among relatives and friends. Why, then, does this vampire bat wish to borrow blood from him? Could it be that, on a physiological level, he is perceived as one of their own, or perhaps a closely related companion? Norton's initial intent to drive the creature away begins to waver. After a moment of contemplation, he resolves to allow the little creature to remain for the time being, curious to see if any developments might arise between them. Who knows? It may transform into a small, winged demon, and perhaps Norton might awaken the ability to command bats. Chapter 23. Finally stepping out, the bat emits a series of chirps, introducing a modicum of amusement into Norton's otherwise monotonous cave existence. Originally, Norton could sit on the seat for an entire day, but now he possesses something that diverts his attention, which has somewhat ameliorated his divergent thinking. Nearly 60 days have passed, yet the pangs of hunger remain elusive. As another night descends, the small bats hanging in the cave take flight, circling above Norton before darting into the night to hunt. This blood-sucking bat cannot interrupt its daily hunting routine, for it risks waking the next evening too weak from hunger. Norton, still unperturbed by hunger, fixates on the tiny bat's wobbly flight, realizing he can no longer remain hidden. The wilderness here is excessively terrifying. This is precisely why he has refrained from straying far from the holy city. The periphery of human metropolises is, in comparison to the depths of dense forests, the safest haven, much as ancient cities were seldom plagued by formidable beasts. The church, in its quest to ensure the safety of the city, would surely eradicate various monsters from its vicinity. Hence, he persists in this location, fearful of venturing deeper or entering the city itself. Otherwise, he would have long since distanced himself from the holy city. However, it now appears that even the city's outskirts are not without peril, perhaps even more daunting. Though he is certain that ordinary harm cannot claim his life, what if he were to be torn apart and consumed by another creature? Would he still possess the capacity to recover as he had experimented with? Norton dares not test this possibility with his own body. Unlike other vampires, he cannot enter a state of slumber to transcend time. Thus, his choices are limited. Should he continue to reside here, contending with the omnipresent dangers of the forest, or venture into the relatively stable dangers of the city? He reflects on the colossal headbird, the unknown creature that slayed it, and the scene of the werewolf hunt he had witnessed. Neither option appears favorable. In the forest, these monsters are equipped with keen senses and tracking abilities. Yet the church's tracking prowess is evidently formidable as well. What should he choose? He can only face the danger and attempt a decision. Norton has finally come to understand the plight of the vampire progenitor, Kuba. The struggle for survival among vampires is arduous, and it's no wonder Kuba sought to slay God. Such feelings of imbalance resonate within Norton as well. He casts aside the leaf cloak he had fashioned and leaps into the nearby pool from the coffin. Plop! The water ripples, marking the commencement of Norton's inaugural offensive as a Central European vampire. The holy city, his choice to enter, is one born of necessity. Unaware of the world's urban layout, should he wish to escape the holy city, he must first enter it to procure a map or inquire for directions. The city that houses the Cathedral of the Holy Lord is known as Holy Lord City, a revered sanctuary of the Holy Lord Church, where it is said that God created life. Norton was uncertain of the veracity of such legends. However, the city's vast expanse and its populous nature evidently lend credence to these tales. He had never envisioned a Central European city of such magnitude, one that stretched endlessly beyond his view from the treetops. In truth, the Holy Lord Church intended for Holy Lord City to serve as the heart of the Papal States. Yet, this city is not only the birthplace of creation, but also the site of divine death, rendering it exceedingly unclean and thereby disqualifying it from being the capital of the Papal States. Holy Lord City lacks any semblance of walls. There were once fortifications, but now the Cathedral of the Holy Lord stands as a remnant of the former city, reduced to merely a church district, with the immense population confined to its periphery. Norton, having ventured outside the city, encountered a household hanging laundry and stealthily pilfered a garment, allowing him to blend seamlessly into the urban landscape. This marked his second glimpse of Holy Lord City. His first experience occurred during Mass, when all production and activities ceased, revealing only a city adorned with flowers and the impoverished, obscuring the true workings of the metropolis. Now, upon further inspection, he found the place somewhat surprising. The streets were lined with low, dilapidated dwellings, yet most were constructed of stone, giving the thoroughfares a semblance of order. As Norton departed in the evening, the journey had consumed considerable time, and dawn was now gently breaking. At this hour, the streets were surprisingly populated, despite their tattered attire and grimy appearances. The inhabitants seemed poised to commence their labors. Breakfast establishments had already opened their doors, serving dark bread, freshly baked and mingled with bran. However, such fare was reserved for those of some means. The early risers toiled without the privilege or funds to indulge in these provisions. The ground was strewn with mud and fragments of petals, rendering the urban environment exceedingly filthy, reminiscent of certain Central European locales where individuals would casually dispose of waste from their upper windows at dawn. Outside a few more affluent stone houses, pipes resembling chimneys dripped steadily. The noxious odors pervaded Norton's nostrils, had he not been a vampire with the luxury of not needing to breathe. His acute sense of smell might have led him to an untimely demise within the city. As Norton meandered through the streets, his vigilance heightened to an extreme. He dared not venture too deep, remaining close to the outskirts of Holy Lord City to avoid encounters with the church officials. Yet, as the sacred city of the papacy, the site of divine downfall, the church's influence and manpower remained astonishingly formidable. Even in the periphery, he frequently spotted missionaries making their rounds. His skin was so pallid that he had to wrap himself tightly in a hood and his garments to avoid being immediately recognized by the clergy. Fortunately, the women in this area typically wore headscarves, which made him less conspicuous among them. This was the territory of the papal state, where the streets were imbued with religious elements. For instance, there were depictions of the divine shepherd painted on the walls, and wooden crosses hung at the entrances of every household. Even though this was merely the periphery of the holy city, the atmosphere of piety was unmistakable. Precious dyes, a rarity in this age, were lavishly applied to the walls, creating noble images that exalted the sanctity of God. The plethora of religious motifs weighed heavily on his heart. He feared that, akin to scenes depicted in films, the so-called divine power within these artifacts might purify him as if he were being dissolved. In fact, he already felt an unsettling sensation creeping in. The familiar image of the divine shepherd adorned the street walls, and he noticed passing workers occasionally glancing at the lamb's genitalia depicted therein, a true testament to the peculiarities of Central Europe. These people had a rather eccentric style. Unlike the common folk who could derive some pleasure from the frescoes, Norton found no joy in this artwork. It felt as if he were being pierced by the sun's rays, a scorching heat emanating from his skin, causing his complexion to shift dramatically. Indeed, there appeared to be measures targeting him. A sense of panic surged within Norton as he sought refuge in a nearby alley, hoping to escape the gaze of the divine shepherd. As he did so, the searing sensation on his skin gradually dissipated, yet an oppressive gloom settled over him. He had not anticipated that the church possessed methods specifically aimed at vampires. Could it be that they even had tracking capabilities? The more he pondered, the heavier his heart felt. If mere frescoes could inflict such burning pain, what would holy water or a sacred sword do? Could they not slay him outright? Though he had perished once before, Norton had little desire to face death again. Moreover, the peculiar depiction of the divine shepherd, clothed and veiled, should not have been capable of inflicting pain through his garments. Yet, this holy image managed to cause him real harm. This only deepened his apprehension towards the church's capabilities. Chapter 24. The Holy Night. I cannot linger here any longer. If this thing has tracking effects, I am doomed. Norton tightened the cloth around his head and hastily made his way out of the alley towards the outskirts of the city. Within 5 minutes of his departure, the sound of clanking armor echoed through the streets, instilling dread in all who heard it. The early morning lethargy that had previously enveloped the streets vanished in an instant. Passers-by instinctively stepped aside, seemingly preparing to make way for the knights of the church. However, today, as church nights appear to be entirely different from those of the past. 10 armored figures stood sentinel at the ends of the street, completely obstructing the passage for the pedestrians trapped within. Halt! Those who defy shall be slain. A chilling command echoed from the lips of the church knights, causing the already panicked crowd to tremble in heightened fear. Yet, years of ingrained obedience compelled them to remain motionless, trembling yet utterly compliant, too terrified to make a single move. Silence enveloped the street. With the arrival of the church knights, the entire city seemed to fall into a hushed stillness. No one dared to speak above a whisper, and even those gathered beyond the street instinctively recoiled upon sighting the knights, as if fleeing from a plague. The 10 knights guarding either side of the thoroughfare remained statuesque, their great swords held firmly as they awaited the arrival of someone significant. At last, amidst the escalating dread among the onlookers, the sound of clanking armor resonated once more. Clink, clink, clink. Accompanied by the sharp clangor of steel upon stone, 2 knights clad in resplendent, fully enclosed golden armor emerged from either side of the street. The holy knights. Their armor, unlike the traditional church knight's attire, appeared more robust and solid, boasting a design that was entirely unique. The conventional church knight's steel armor resembled that of Central Europe, with a hem and tunic adorned with white fabric emblazoned with a red church cross, still resembling a classic tin can. In stark contrast, the golden armor of these 2 holy knights exuded an air of grandeur, shedding the conventional can-like appearance. Their helmets were devoid of the usual visors, replaced instead by 2 small golden wings at the position of the eyes, rendering it a mystery how they perceive their surroundings, while also eliminating the vulnerability of sight. Designed to resemble angels, their radiant golden armor imbued them with an aura that was even more sanctified than that of traditional knights. This purity reacted to any taint it encountered. Vampires! Rasped a hoarse voice from the mouths of the holy knights, a sound that seemed beyond the realm of the living. Purify the taint. The harsh, unsettling voice emanated from their steel helmets, as these beings, reminiscent of the undead, drew forth their golden greatswords. They began to advance in the direction recently departed by Norton, seemingly tracking his lingering essence. A breath, akin to steam escaping from a locomotive, resonated within the helm, hinting at the terror contained within. It appeared they could pinpoint the ultimate destination of this scent, opting for a linear path, which confirmed that these entities were anything but ordinary living beings, as their straight trajectory indicated they would merely collide with the walls of the street. Boom! Accompanied by a resounding crash, the earthen walls of the passageway were forcefully breached by 2 holy knights, creating a substantial opening. Although it lacked the resilience of walls reinforced by modern technology, it was utterly insufficient to impede the relentless advance of these sacred warriors. The true harbingers of destruction within the church, the holy knights, had pinpointed Norton's location. A profound sense of foreboding welled up within Norton, an ominous intuition that something dire awaited him. This unsettling feeling propelled him to run faster, hastily retrieving his great sword and leafy cloak before dashing towards his cave. Why do I have the impression that someone wishes me harm? Norton's brow furrowed in anxiety, regretting his decision to venture out that day. Life in the forest was fraught with challenges, yet the perils of the city proved to be even more daunting. The fact that a mere mural could inflict genuine harm upon him was astonishingly advanced. The sanctity of the Almighty truly was formidable. As he sprinted, the weight of dread intensified in his heart. He believed that only by reaching the safety of his cave could he find peace. With each stride becoming more urgent, the glaring sunlight rose higher, casting a stinging brightness upon Norton and hastening his pace. At last, just as the sun reached its zenith, he returned to the sanctuary of his cave. The blood-sucking bat that hung at the entrance had returned, seemingly alerted by Norton's presence, and emitted a few calls. As if greeting him, Norton had no time to acknowledge it. He hurriedly entered the cave and clumsily nestled back into his coffin. As he closed the wooden lid, silence enveloped the dark cave once more. The gentle movements of fish in the pond produced soft ripples, which, rather than creating a cacophony, accentuated the stillness within. Lying in the coffin, Norton stared wide-eyed at the shadowy lid, his mind troubled. Not only was he restless, but his mood grew increasingly oppressive. Unable to find solace, he tossed and turned, consumed by unease. Surely, he was being watched. Otherwise, why would he feel so peculiar? Could they have pinpointed his exact location? Scratching his head, he decided to emerge from the coffin, believing it prudent to don his armor. As he clad himself in steel, a sliver of reassurance washed over him. Yet the heaviness in his heart lingered. It seemed as if nowhere was truly safe. Could the knights of the church truly traverse this treacherous forest and execute a long-distance pursuit against him? If the forest posed no threats, Norton might entertain such a notion, for the church's methods were indeed enigmatic. However, the forest was far more perilous than the city. How could these knights pursue him without fear? Norton believed that, regardless of the circumstances, he must at least be prepared, for he knew nothing of the methods employed by the church. As a vampire with a profound sense of caution, he always envisioned the worst possible outcomes. What if? Thus, as he gazed into the pool, he felt fortunate to have chosen this cave. Should the knights of the church indeed approach, he would simply submerge himself in the water. If the knights sought to follow him into the depths, they would be compelled to remove their heavy armor to avoid drowning, thus presenting him with the opportunity to strike down these fragile mortals. Norton held a modicum of respect for those clad in armor. Without it, they were mere trifles, an offering to his great sword. Chapter 25. Ha Fund. You rascal! The unmistakable clanking of heavy armor echoed, disturbing the bats that hung in slumber within the cavern, causing them to squeak in alarm. Norton, submerged in the still waters, abruptly opened his eyes. The subtle vibrations of apprehension ricocheted throughout the cave, making his heart race. Norton's countenance darkened, as the oppressive mood led him to firmly believe he had been detected. However, he had not anticipated that their tracking could reach such distances, surpassing even modern capabilities. He had taken great care to circumvent the usual paths, traversing the pool to cleanse himself of any trace. Recalling the scene from over a month ago, where he witnessed the church knights slay a werewolf, a shiver ran down his spine. He steadied his emotions, resolving to execute his earlier plan, to use the pool as a buffer and ambush the knights of the church. If all else failed, he would make his escape through another exit. With a soft splash, Norton lifted the wooden lid of the coffin, allowing it to float to the water surface. Clad in heavy armor, he emerged from the coffin. The weight of his armor kept him anchored to the bottom, his acute hearing attuned to the sounds within the cave. He began to shed his steel encasement while quietly listening for any disturbances. His extraordinary auditory perception enabled him to pinpoint the footsteps of the church knights. Yet, the sound within the cavern seemed somewhat amiss. A thunderous roar shattered the darkness, as two knights adorned in golden armor barreled through the narrow entrance like human bulldozers, obliterating the stalactites above them without hesitation. Uncleanliness purged. Their muffled voices resonated, seemingly imbued with boundless strength. The hiss of their breath, akin to steam escaping from a machine, revealed the terrifying physique contained within their steel exoskeletons. Although Norton remained concealed beneath the water, an inexplicable sensation led him to believe he could detect the presence of these knights, or rather, a menacing aura drawing perilously close. This sensation resembles the notion of a sixth sense. The two sacred knights pressed forward, resolutely advancing through the cavern, undeterred by the stalactites. With a crack, the humble chair that had borne Norton's flight plans for many days was shattered beneath the foot of one of the sacred knights. The cave was shrouded in darkness, yet it seemed incapable of obstructing the knights' gaze, as their heads instantaneously turned towards the deep pool. Vampire, unclean, exterminate, accompanied by a raspy voice. The two golden knights leapt into the abyss. Concealed beneath the water, Norton had long since detected the sounds reverberating through the cave. He had even surfaced to prepare for the moment when the church knights approached, ready to strike from the depths with his sword. The knights, being human, though somewhat simplistic in thought, would undoubtedly shed their armor before plunging into the water. Beneath the surface, Norton felt an exhilarating rush. His once lifeless heart seemed to regain its rhythm. His gaze fixed upon the tranquil water's surface, and then, in an instant, he witnessed the two golden figures plunge downwards with great force. Splash! The surface erupted into a deep pit, startling Norton. What manner of golden warriors are these? I have never encountered such in the church. How reckless to leap in clad in heavy armor. Surely they will drown. A flurry of thoughts raced through Norton's mind. Yet his hands remained steady. Armed with his sword, he glided through the water like a fish, aiming to strike the nearest sacred knight on the forehead. A mighty thrust in the water would bear greater weight than a mere slash. He believed that even if he did not slay the knight with a single blow, he could at least render him dizzy, allowing Norton to seize the opportunity to drag him beneath the surface and force him to drown. However, The battle fervor of the sacred knights was unparalleled. As they plunged into the water, they raised their golden greatswords high and then swung them down towards Norton. The waves disturbed the surface, and the buoyancy significantly diminished the speed and force of the descending blade. Nevertheless, the knights showed no signs of hesitation. Thud! Norton's great sword struck the knight between the brows, producing a resonant sound even underwater. At that moment, the golden greatsword, having already descended, was about to cleave into Norton. Norton maneuvered his legs, twisting his body swiftly beneath the water like a fish, evading the incoming strike. The tip of the greatsword crashed against the rocks behind him. Even submerged, the force of the blow cleaved a narrow gash into the stone, leaving Norton astounded. What terrifying strength is this? This is no ordinary church knight. Unexpectedly, Mia, that cursed old pervert, actually concealed such remarkable treasures. Norton gazed at the two golden armored knights, who, after being struck by a sword, continued to sink deeper into the water and felt a chill run down his spine. Encountering these two entities on land, even one of them could easily bring about his demise. The holy knights, oblivious to their predicament in the water, relentlessly swung their golden great swords at Norton, their feet mimicking a running motion as if they were attempting to chase him down and slay him just as they would on solid ground. Their seemingly foolish behavior left Norton astonished. Even while sinking, they were intent on wielding their massive swords to eradicate the impurities before them. What a ridiculous sight! Norton, observing the sword marks carved into the rock behind him, felt no inclination to descend further. He floated in the water, his hands moving gently, while his eyes remained fixed on the two holy knights that had already reached the bottom. The more he watched, the more peculiar their actions appeared. The knights, now submerged, thrashed violently under the water, attempting to advance towards Norton while their swords continued to swing erratically, their behavior akin to that of the severely impaired. Those who can swim understand that moving slowly with the buoyancy of water allows one clad in heavy armor to navigate, as Norton himself could traverse through the water using its lift. However, should one move too swiftly, surpassing the buoyant force, gravity would then bear down, rendering the armor even heavier and making it difficult for anyone to lift their feet. These two holy knights, consumed by their murderous intent towards Norton, exhibited chaotic and frantic movements. Although their physical strength could withstand the pressure, the buoyancy of the water hindered their forward progression, causing them to drift backward instead, their bodies swaying erratically, sometimes horizontal, sometimes vertical at the bottom. Were they not simply acting like fools? Norton's initial anxiety and trepidation dissipated entirely as he observed their absurd antics. Biological weapons, indeed. The church possesses such capabilities? Mia, you truly deserve your fate. Norton felt immensely fortunate to have escaped being trained as such a biological weapon. Witnessing these two imbeciles perform at the bottom of the water, devoid of thought or common sense, he shuddered at the thought of becoming like them. Truly a fate worse than death. Yet, if the church truly dispatched such dullards, then perhaps there was nothing to fear after all. Chapter 26. Archbishop Adam, the two imbeciles struggled at the bottom of the water, their great swords flailing wildly, seemingly reaching a moment for breath. Their lungs, akin to those of a four-cylinder engine, emitted a sound akin to a steam engine when they inhaled and exhaled. However, submerged, this became their greatest disadvantage. With a series of bubbling sounds, countless air bubbles erupted from the armor of the two holy knights. Subsequently, the incessant hacking motions of the two figures gradually came to a halt, resembling two struggling wild boars flailing their limbs at the bottom of the water, akin to fish thrashing upon a chopping board. Norton, securing himself with one hand against a nearby rock to prevent rising or sinking, coldly observed the demise of the two holy knights. A colossal bubble emerged from one knight's armor, likely due to excessive water inhalation damaging internal organs during the process of gas exchange, accompanied by the rich flow of blood. The crimson liquid diffused in the water, and Norton felt a twinge of regret. Such a bounty of sustenance wasted. Though he felt a pang of disappointment, he remained motionless as the struggles at the bottom weakened. Ultimately, the two holy knights lay motionless like dead swine on the bottom of the pool, devoid of any further movement. These once formidable holy knights, the true weapons of the church, had perished in a pool no deeper than 10 meters. Truly a farcical sight. Norton waited for another half hour, and the corpses showed no signs of change. Instead, small fish and shrimp began to swim by, meandering in the vicinity, seemingly consuming the surrounding blood. However, the constraints of their armored forms prevented them from truly delving into the depths to feast upon the flesh and blood of the dead. Only then did Norton feel reassured, slowly gliding toward the bottom. He reached out and removed the helmets from the two holy knights, revealing their ordinary faces. Remarkably, in the realm of biotechnology, he had expected such powerful golden knights to possess the countenance of brawny men, yet their faces bore no distinction from those of frail missionaries. What secret arts had been employed to transform these delicate individuals into formidable holy knights? Norton pondered, unable to comprehend. Yet he was certain that such potent holy knights would yield a substantial boon of blood. Nonetheless, he remained vigilant against the possibility of the church poisoning their blood. After all, he recalled numerous narratives from films in his past involving blood poisoning, and even more horrifying, the notion of a covert assassin altering their weaponry. Such classic scenes compelled him to extend a finger, sampling a drop of blood and allowing it to touch his lips. The taste was extraordinarily delectable, without adverse effects. After waiting for an hour and feeling no ill effects in his body, Norton opened his mouth, revealing teeth that had begun to undergo a transformation. Meanwhile, in the grand cathedral, Father Mia, with a face full of compassionate smiles, gently patted the head of the boy before him, reassuringly saying, "Well, child, you have completed the necessary blessing, and I believe that." Before he could finish his sentence, the wooden door was violently kicked open. "Damn it! Who?" Father Mia erupted in fury, abruptly turning to regard the entrance while instinctively tugging at his robe to conceal his aged figure. However, the newcomer swiftly approached and seized him by the neck, forcefully slamming him against the wall behind. Mia, how intriguing. An elderly man clad in a regal purple robe entered with a somber expression, gazing at Father Mia, who was pinned against the wall by the church knight. In a low voice, he spoke. Just moments ago, Father Mia had been filled with rage, but now, upon seeing the elderly figure at the doorway, his eyes widened with terror, and though his mouth gaped open, he dared not utter a sound. The purple-robed Archbishop Adam. In the scripture, Adam is depicted as the first man created by God, the progenitor of humanity, from whom the original Grim Reaper Jonah was born. Within the church, bishops possess holy names, and Adam is the sanctified name of this esteemed archbishop, henceforth referred to as the holy name. His purple vestments unequivocally signified the unparalleled nobility and power of this elderly figure. The archbishop governed a province comprising several districts, akin to the status of a governor in ancient times. His immediate superior was not the cardinal, but the pope himself. Bishops of a slightly lower rank resembled provincial governors or state leaders, while those of a lower tier, such as Bishop Rosen, were comparable to city mayors within a province. The cardinal, who ranked above him, resembled more of a ceremonial figure, primarily responsible for rituals and worship. Nevertheless, this does not imply that the cardinal lacked status or influence. As a senior figure accompanying the pope, the cardinal held a significant position within the capital, though he could not act as a local sovereign. Yet, cardinals typically refrained from offending archbishops of purple robes, for their role as ceremonial elders did not grant them the authority to elect a pope. Successive popes were either chosen from the ranks of purple-robed archbishops or were trained within the papal confines. At this moment, upon beholding the dignified figure of the purple-robed archbishop, Father Mia resembled a county official in the presence of a governor. Even without the grip on his neck, he would not dare to utter a sound. The terror etched upon Father Mia's face had solidified into something tangible, and he trembled as he regarded the approaching archbishop. The pain of the grip around his neck overshadowed by his overwhelming fear. The abrupt intrusion into the room startled the boy, whose face was marked by fright. Yet years of enduring this wretched environment had instilled in him an instinct to remain silent despite his terror. He merely quaked in fear, gazing at the imposing figure of the purple archbishop. Regrettably, even such fear was unforgivable. A church knight entered the room, roughly seizing the boy by the head and yanking him from the wooden table, dragging him towards the door of the wooden cabin. Within mere seconds, before a cry for mercy could escape his lips, the sound of a great sword severing his neck echoed outside the cabin. Father Mia's body trembled violently, succumbing to a deeper state of terror as he pleaded for mercy. "Your Excellency, the Archbishop, I do not comprehend the nature of my transgression." "What transgression?" The archbishop scoffed. 2 holy knights have perished due to your negligence. You failed to report the emergence of a vampire within your jurisdiction, opting instead to conceal this grave matter, which has resulted in the loss of 2 holy knights. This is your sin. What? Father Mia gasped in horror, his countenance twisted by fear. Is it possible for holy knights to die? This cannot be. Silence. Archbishop Adam replied curtly, his expression darkening to an extreme. At that moment, the trembling Bishop Rosen entered the room. Upon laying eyes on Adam, Rosen immediately knelt. I have come before you, Archbishop. I am guilty. My lack of oversight has led Father Mia to commit such a grievous error. I implore you to punish me. Bishop Rosen's admission was marked by sincerity, as he knelt in acknowledgement of his fault, offering no defense. He merely sought to extricate himself from the situation. You wretched fool. We both agreed to deploy the holy knights. Father Mia's nostrils flared in indignation at Rosen's words. However, Your Excellency, I beseech you to allow Father Mia to redeem himself. I am confident he will capture this vampire and deliver it into your hands. Following this, Bishop Rosen hastily proposed measures for restitution. Having been nearly driven to madness by Rosen's despicable insinuations, Father Mia dared not implicate him, aware of the disparity in their standings. Instead, he endeavored to defend himself in line with Rosen's suggested course. Indeed, Your Excellency, I am familiar with Norton. I know this vampire well, and I am certain I can apprehend him. I implore you for another chance. Father Mia continued to plead, his aged visage etched with terror. Archbishop Adam regarded the 2 men, who knelt before him like supplicants, with a cold gaze. Redeem yourself? His Holiness has already intervened in this matter. The demise of the 2 holy knights has obliterated any possibility of your atonement. Furthermore, do you truly believe that you alone can capture what even the 2 holy knights could not? With that, Archbishop Adam ceased his speech and exited the wooden cabin. Archbishop, Your Excellency, no. Bishop Rosen interjected desperately. Father Mia, in despair, crawled on his knees towards the departing archbishop, crying out in anguish, seeking to justify himself while attempting to drag Bishop Rosen down with him. However, before he could finish his lament, 2 knights of the church, standing behind him, seized his arms and forcibly straightened his posture. A great sword plunged into Father Mia's neck, severing his spine, piercing through his chest, and ultimately emerging from his lower abdomen. The faint sounds of cracking bones and Father Mia's final struggles gradually faded into silence, leaving the room enveloped in stillness. Father Mia, aged 69, could be deemed a priest with the shortest lifespan in many years. Bishop Rosen, within the wooden cabin, scarcely cast a glance at the lifeless form of Father Mia. Instead, he rose from the ground and hastened towards the position of Archbishop Adam outside the door. In truth, even had he not shifted the blame onto Father Mia, the latter would not have faced death. First, the fate of a bishop requires judgment from His Holiness the Pope before any conviction can be rendered and capital punishment executed. Second, as a member of Archbishop Adam's faction, a low-ranking bishop is akin to a mayor, already at a comparable level. And Archbishop Adam would not permit his demise to be so straightforward. However, with 2 holy knights now deceased, someone must shoulder the responsibility. Though merely low-ranking holy knights, they are still the sacred knights that only His Holiness can command. Clearly, the lowest-ranking Father Mia was the most suitable scapegoat. Bishop Rosen spoke respectfully from behind Archbishop Adam, who stood at the door. There is no need for further discussion. This matter no longer falls under our jurisdiction. His Holiness has dispatched the Holy Tribunal, and from this moment forth, the vampires are no concern of ours. Archbishop Adam waved his hand dismissively. The Holy Tribunal? Bishop Rosen's astonishment was palpable, his voice nearly faltering. Have I not been absent for over a century? Why, His Holiness has aged, Archbishop Adam interjected, turning to meet Bishop Rosen's gaze. He is now 253 years old, the oldest pope in many years. Although the sun continues to wane, he can no longer wait. Bishop Rosen closed his mouth, understanding yet unable to voice his thoughts. While Archbishop Adam could speak of the pope, he could not. The disparity in their ranks forbade it. Nonetheless, he grasped the implication behind Archbishop Adam's words. Although the church has long regarded vampires as unclean, they have consistently been the most coveted beings among the church's higher echelons. Indeed, the upper clergy and council often referred to vampires as the epitome of perfection. After all, immortality is the dream of all humanity and the Pope's utmost pursuit. Yet, paradoxically, it also serves as an obstacle to Archbishop Adams' advancement. Do not allow anyone to find him. Archbishop Adams' cold gaze fixed upon Bishop Rosen. He had occupied the position of Archbishop for far too long. His desire to relinquish it had grown. He had plotted and amassed power over the years, not to be squandered. Thus, His Holiness cannot be allowed to attain immortality. This is also one of the reasons for the demise of Father Mia. Damn it, Mia. The devoted cleric Norton remains blissfully unaware that Father Mia has ascended to the celestial realm. Instead, he continues to fixate on Mia as his lifelong adversary, perhaps serving as the sole testament to Mia's existence in this world. Harsh curses reverberate through the dark cavern as Norton writhes on the ground, clutching his abdomen and interspersing his agony with vehement invectives. Nearby, two lifeless bodies, drained of blood, lie pale, their golden armor scattered about. How did Norton find himself in such a state? In short, the food was poisoned. Indeed, even after cautiously tasting a small portion to ensure that the church had not laced the blood with toxins, he discovered that all was still amiss after consuming the entirety. Vigilance proved futile. A searing pain akin to being consumed by acid erupted in Norton's stomach, tormenting him mercilessly. This was the first instance of such intense agony since his transformation into a vampire. The excruciating pain compelled Norton to use his great sword to eviscerate his own stomach, discarding the organ in a desperate attempt to alleviate his suffering. Yet, even as he neared the hollowing out of his own innards, the searing pain showed no signs of abating, and he found no trace of the blood he had consumed within. This vampire's digestive system is utterly grotesque. The piercing screams, intermingled with Norton's writhing, echoed continuously through the cavern. What is this? Mia, you poison the blood. How foolish of me. I knew these two church knights were cursed bioweapons designed specifically to hunt vampires, but I never anticipated that they had also infused the blood with poison targeting vampires. Norton, as if possessed by the spirit of a lamenting soul, endured the torment interspersed with cries of despair. Even the act of disemboweling himself offered no respite from the pain. He could only endure it with sheer force. The cave was shrouded in darkness, and the agony caused his fingers to dig painfully into the hard, rocky floor. Shallow breaths forced Norton's mouth wide open, his head repeatedly striking the ground in an attempt to alleviate his suffering, oblivious to the fact that the rocks beneath him were beginning to chip away from the impact. Within his gaping maw, his teeth seemed to be slowly growing sharper, while his skin appeared to shrink, rendering his form increasingly gaunt. It seemed that as his body withered, the emaciation of his fingers caused his nails to begin protruding outward. At last, the torment began to wane gradually. Norton's eyes, which had been tightly shut in agony, finally opened. Two crimson orbs flickered in the pitch-black cavern, casting elongated shadows as Norton moved. Sharp-fanged and bloodshot, emaciated and unclean. The blood of these two sacred knights has astonishingly enabled him to transcend the year-long transformation from a lifeless corpse to a newborn vampire. However, there is no doubt that this has completely disrupted the plans of the Norton Revenge Church. Chapter 28. The death of Father Mia was as inconsequential as a mere passing breeze. If anyone in this world cared for Father Mia, it would likely be none other than the current Norton. Unfortunately, Norton now finds himself preoccupied with his own affairs. As the sun reached its zenith, the cicadas heralded the sweltering heat of midsummer. The mountains remained lush and verdant, and the waters of the pond continued to glisten with crystalline clarity. The world had not altered in the slightest due to the demise of a few individuals. This is the essence of grandeur on a macro scale. The branches swayed gently in the breeze, causing the reflections on the pond's surface to ripple as if awakened to life. A humanoid figure stood silently by the pond, gazing at its own reflection in the water, seemingly in contemplation, yet also in disbelief. How have I become this way? Norton thought, staring incredulously at his own reflection in the water. He had once been a paragon of beauty, a striking man whose very presence had piqued the interest of Father Mia, a man with a penchant for youthful allure. It is easy to imagine the exquisite features he possessed. Yet now it was a stark contrast. The figure reflected on the water's surface appeared shrunken and withered, resembling a corpse that had been desiccated in a latrine for over a decade, wrinkled and grotesque. Whether due to the shrinkage or inherent changes in his skeletal structure, his once slender form now appeared elongated, yet from behind, he resembled a hunchback, akin to a dehydrated cadaver. Norton opened his mouth, revealing a mouthful of shark-like teeth, and his eyes had lost all distinction between pupil and iris. Now a uniform blood-red hue. The nails on his fingers and toes seemed to protrude grotesquely, a disturbing and fearful sight. Were it not for the absence of discomfort in his body, he might have presumed that his repulsive appearance was a result of ingesting toxic blood. With sharp fangs and bloodshot eyes, emaciated and unclean, he had entered the second stage of vampirism. As he contemplated the loathsome reflection on the water's surface, memories of a book he had previously read about vampires surfaced in his mind. Although the book delineated only 2 stages of vampirism, he speculated that these so-called first and second stages more closely resembled an intermediate process of transformation from a corpse into the vampire species. Much like the evolution of a species, perfection cannot be achieved instantaneously. There must be various intermediate stages of evolution. This entire process could indeed be regarded as growth. Thus, according to his reasoning, vampires must surely possess an advanced stage of evolution. Norton felt he must be undergoing such growth himself. Norton could not ascertain the veracity of his conjectures. Yet, regardless of their accuracy, he found himself irrevocably transformed. What could he possibly do now? With such a grotesque appearance, he was utterly unfit to face the world. However, the emergence of the 2 golden knights served as a fortuitous reminder that he must conceal himself. It was indeed the perfect opportunity to hide. Aside from the disfigurement, Norton sensed a significant augmentation of his strength. Previously, he possessed the power of merely 3 or 4 adults, but now he could effortlessly carve indentations in stone with just his fingernails. The extent of his newfound strength was incalculable, yet it was undeniable that both his might and the resilience of his body had been remarkably enhanced. Gazing at his repulsive reflection in the water, he suddenly reached down and grasped. To his surprise, although diminished, he still retained a sense of sensation. An exhilaration surged within him. There was indeed hope for survival. Norton joyfully leapt back into the water. The essence of little Norton was his true self. Should he lose this vital element over the course of his lengthy existence, he truly lacked the courage to continue living. This place was no longer safe. The 2 terrifying knights of the church had managed to locate him, implying that the church possessed even more sophisticated tracking methods. Moreover, the corpses of these 2 figures lay nearby. If these bodies were equipped with some form of tracking functionality, he would need to flee without delay. The fact that these 2 fools had spared his life did not guarantee that the church would dispatch such inept individuals again, should they send someone with actual combat intelligence. His fate would be sealed. Norton distinctly remembered how the werewolf had met its demise. The knights of the church evidently employed a specialized arsenal to combat various monstrosities. Thus, he needed to hastily gather his belongings and escape, ideally finding a large river in which to conceal himself. Even if the church could track him, they would be unable to discover him submerged in the depths of the river. Who would have thought that becoming a vampire would be fraught with such despair? Had he known, he might have preferred to sell his soul to reach paradise and be in the company of God. Though perhaps even God would not have found him worthy. It was all Mia's fault. Damn that Mia. She had singled him out for her torment. Norton seethed with rage as he emerged from the water, commencing the task of gathering his belongings. His time spent here had left numerous traces, including a flight-specific chair, a coffin-like sleeping slab, a blood bucket hewn from wood, and stolen garments from the city. Cursed be it, he had even ruined his beloved airplane chair. Fuming, Norton glared at the once comfortable wrought-tan chair that had been trampled by the Holy Knight's intrusion, his heart aching. That chair had been a source of comfort, an ideal height. With a sense of fondness, he picked up the broken stick from the ground and forcefully impaled it onto the 2 corpses beside him. The wooden staff pierced through flesh and blood, rendering the fallen knights devoid of their once terrifying strength and physical prowess. Their bodies now mere flesh akin to that of ordinary mortals, easily transformed into an incense burner for the staff. Notably, the blood within was completely absorbed by Norton, with not a drop spilling forth. He placed his pots and pans into his coffin, binding it with vines to his back, and with sheer force he hoisted it up, resolutely carrying the coffin outward. As for the armaments of the 2 ecclesiastical knights and the gear he had previously acquired, Norton left them behind. He feared that these items could be tracked. Thus, he abandoned anything related to the church. If they could not be traced, he could always return for them. But if they could, carrying them would be no different than being burdened by them, making it wiser to forego them altogether. Norton commenced his journey from the mouth of the cave, burdened by his large coffin. The passage within had been narrow, necessitating considerable effort to exit. But the two monstrous beings cultivated by the church had smashed through to create a large opening, facilitating his escape. Bats, hanging upside down from the cave's ceiling, chirped at Norton, seemingly bidding him farewell. "Come here." Norton extended his hand to capture one, allowing it to dangle from the wrinkled skin of his chest. "You're not getting away." This little creature not only served as a reminder, but also provided companionship, a delightful presence that Norton cherished. Chapter 29. Relocation time is but a fleeting concept for those who practice immortality, and vampires are no exception. In the 2 decades since his arrival, Norton found himself leaving home for the second time. He traversed through the woods, shouldering his wooden coffin, deliberately choosing secluded and elevated paths. In his mind, he believed that either hiding his resting place beneath water or atop a sheer cliff would be ideal. Physical attacks posed no significant threat to him, so any injuries from falls would heal in the blink of an eye. Thus, in the absence of rivers or seas, he deemed a cliffside refuge to be the safest option. If the church's minions approached, he could simply leap from the cliff to escape. Though he might emerge disfigured, it remained a viable means of evasion. However, his encounters with the monstrous bird and the terrifying creature that had slain it instilled in him a deep wariness of the wilderness in this world. If the land's beasts were so colossal, one could only imagine the horrifying nature of the aquatic monsters lurking in lakes and rivers. Although he could survive without breathing, the innate human fear of deep waters deterred Norton from settling in such locales. Moreover, on land, his extraordinary senses, sight, hearing, and smell, could assist him in combat and flight, far superior to the obscured vision, muffled sounds, and absence of scent underwater. Even as a vampire, the realm of humanoid beings remains firmly anchored on land rather than in water. Thus, Norton deemed it more prudent to establish his abode upon a precipice. Should a non-flying adversary approach, he could simply leap from the cliff, and if confronted by a winged creature, he could retreat into a burrow. This strategy epitomized a flawless solution. The dense forest obscured his sense of direction. The wild grass and lakes teemed with beasts, yet whether it be wolves, tigers, leopards, bears, or wild boars, they seemed to sense his presence, fleeing at the sight of him without any intent to attack. Nevertheless, Norton remained vigilant, for this world harbored not only wolves and tigers, but myriad monsters. Although he was a vampire, he was merely a fledgling. His strength paled in comparison to that of a formidable beast. This precarious existence posed significant challenges. Venturing deeper into the wilderness presented unimaginable perils, while proximity to civilization brought the looming presence of the church. After traversing the mountains for what felt like days and nights, he finally ascended to the summit of a towering cliff. Under a sparse, moonlit sky, the darkness enveloped him, yet the faint starlight allowed him to discern his surroundings. For Norton, whether light or shadow mattered little. He thrived in the embrace of night. The shrill cries of bats echoed in the high altitudes as they returned from their hunts, their hooked claws gripping the creased, desiccated skin of his back before tumbling onto him. With a thud, Norton placed his wooden coffin upon the ground, the heavy lid resonating with a dull thump. He straightened and turned, surveying his lofty perch. The mountain was divided, one side a sheer cliff and the other a gentle slope. Although steep, the height was not excessively daunting, roughly a couple of 100 meters. Peering forward, he beheld an abyss of shadowy forest, while behind him lay an infinite expanse of starry sky and distant dark hills. This was indeed the highest point in the vicinity, suggesting that the land below was situated in a plain. Leaning against the coffin, he gazed up at the starlit heavens, his spirits lifted, even finding the inclination to hum a melody. However, his voice, reduced in timbre, sounded more akin to the chilling howl of some dreadful entity than that of a human. From this vantage, he could discern the distant city, reassuring him that he would not lose his way. Norton's gaze followed the cliff's edge, and from his elevated position on this cloudless night, he could clearly see the distant stars sketching the outline of the city, were it not for his fearsome appearance. Residing here would evoke a sensation of ethereal tranquility. Norton settled upon a mountaintop, finding it to be the most satisfactory dwelling he had encountered during this period. The scenery is exquisite, with a gentle breeze caressing the air, as if one were cradling the softness of snowflakes. Even the flights take off with the aid of this refreshing wind, attempting an unconventional ascent. However, the accommodations in this place are rather rudimentary, resembling a coffin cramped within a rocky alcove on the precipice, lacking any sense of solemnity, reminiscent instead of certain cultural burial practices. Norton's inherent Chinese ancestry surged forth once more within a single day, and the notion of grand construction took root in his mind with increasing intensity. After 3 days of laboriously crafting a stone axe, Norton embarked upon his architectural endeavor. He felled trees and shaped them with precision. And as the sun and moon exchanged their watch, the silhouette of a house gradually began to emerge atop the mountain. For the first time in 20 years, Norton savored the bliss of freedom. Not only was he unable to indulge in his phone, even the physical toil of building brought him unparalleled joy. The cloistered existence enforced by the church had become a haunting nightmare. Meanwhile, the church continued to ensnare many others in similar despair. In the city of the Holy Lord, the weekly Mass was once again held, a profusion of flowers strewn across the filthy ground, intended to accentuate the sanctity of the Almighty. The newly appointed missionary trailed at the end of the procession, conducting the same Mass once presided over by Norton. Yet today, the service was abruptly interrupted. The sound of synchronized footsteps reverberated with an uncanny resonance, overshadowing the prayers of the congregation. It resembled the march of armored knights of the church, drawing near the main thoroughfare of the holy city, causing Father Andrew, who led the Mass, to cease his recitation, lifting his hooded head slightly to gaze toward the far end of the thoroughfare. The golden silhouettes of the nightly procession began to materialize amidst the floral downpour. The heavy footsteps grew increasingly distinct, their unity bordering on the mechanical. The golden armor gleamed under the sun, radiating a sense of sacred might. As the sounds drew closer, a battalion of 500 golden knights finally came into view. The synchronized rhythm was not limited to their footsteps. Even the clinks of armor echoed in unison. This formation of 500 golden knights extended for hundreds of meters, with each knight's proximity to their fellow soldiers measured with precision. Their movements resembled those of modern-controlled automatons, as each lift of the leg and each footfall were executed with flawless alignment. As they halted in the center of the main thoroughfare of the holy city, a sound akin to steam being released erupted in unison. The force of their breath was powerful enough to resonate within the ears, creating a suffocating terror. The citizens of the Holy Lord City were thrown into a state of panic upon witnessing such a scene. They hurriedly bowed their heads and prostrated themselves, demonstrating their respect and submission. Father Andrew, who was in charge of the Mass, paused all his actions, kneeling fervently and emotionally as he clasped the cross that hung at his chest, earnestly praying in the name of God. The Holy Tribunal. Bishop Rosen, having received the news within the Grand Cathedral, swiftly emerged to greet the Holy Tribunal, which had come to a halt on the main thoroughfare of the Holy Lord City. The Holy Tribunal, a body that belongs solely to God rather than the Church itself. Even His Holiness, the Pope possesses merely a 24-hour usage privilege over the Holy Tribunal. The history of the Holy Tribunal can be traced back to the inception of the Church itself. It was born alongside the Church and, in its early days, operated independently, serving as a divine force to judge the world's impurities. However, as millennia passed and countless popes endeavored to shape its role, the Holy Tribunal has become akin to the Pope's personal retinue. Following the emergence of the Sacred Knights, the Holy Tribunal solidified its status as the most formidable power within the Papal States and the grandest display of the Pope's authority. Indeed, the 500 Knights of the Holy Tribunal are all Sacred Knights. Chapter 30. Judgment. Bishop Rosen humbly welcomed the Holy Tribunal. Clad in his black episcopal robes, he bowed respectfully, recognizing that his lowly rank did not permit any semblance of disrespect in the presence of such esteemed figures. His words did not provoke any reaction from the Holy Tribunal. They remained steadfast, silent until a hoarse voice, as if long dormant, emerged from the armor of the leading Sacred Knight. By the command of His Holiness, we shall eradicate all impurities. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Bishop Rosen cautiously inquired, "Does this mean the Holy Tribunal will assume all affairs of the Holy Lord City immediately?" Indeed, Bishop Rosen wiped his brow once more. He then turned to address the church knights and missionaries behind him, proclaiming, from this day forth, the Holy Tribunal shall take charge of all matters in the Holy Lord City. The Grand Cathedral shall be closed henceforth, and all missionaries and church knights are forbidden to leave. The appearance of the Holy Tribunal heralds a storm of bloodshed. The targets of their judgment include not only vampires like Norton, but also various so-called impurities. A bloody cleansing has commenced in the Holy Lord City. Cannibals, the defiled, and the irreverent shall face the death sentence under the guise of blasphemy delivered by the Holy Tribunal. If the Church previously regarded human life as inconsequential, then the Holy Tribunal embodies a complete disregard for all forms of life and the rules governing them. Upon the arrival of the Holy Inquisition, fervent prayers became the essence of the Holy City, with God emerging as the solitary deity within its walls. However, the true carnage was not instigated by the Inquisition itself. Unlike the indifferent and unapproachable church knights and missionaries, the Holy Inquisition was attuned to the voices of the populace. Regardless of one's status as a pauper or a wealthy individual, irrespective of one's appearance, whether deemed unattractive or beautiful, a mere utterance of "I have discovered a heretic" would prompt the knights of the Holy Inquisition to spring into action without hesitation. It is uncertain who first ignited this malevolent spark. The impoverished citizens of the Holy City, upon witnessing the Inquisition execute an irreverent wealthy family and subsequently ransack their home for valuables, marked the commencement of a grotesque spectacle of humanity. What was originally intended to purify the unclean from vampires transformed into a mere instrument for the unbridled release of human desires. A bloody massacre unfolded within the Holy City, with the very greed of its citizens opening the gates to this inferno. "Cleanse the unclean," echoed amidst hoarse voices and the clanking of armor. As the sanguinary slaughter played out, the Grand Cathedral barred its doors, surrendering all within the Holy City to the whims of the Inquisition. Countless impoverished souls concocted fictitious notions of impurity to vilify the affluent, inciting the knights to carry out their executions, only to surge forward and seize the riches of the slain, even usurping their homes and lands, heralding a new chapter in their lives. In a bid for self-preservation, the wealthy resorted to similar tactics, employing the Inquisition to sanction the poor, accusing them of colluding with demons, thus directing the knights to annihilate the destitute. Some affluent individuals, seizing the moment, denounced their peers as heretics, manipulating the holy knights to execute them and subsequently claiming their wealth. Furthermore, the impoverished were not of singular mind. Those who garnered less coveted the spoils of the more fortunate, with discontented individuals leveraging the Inquisition for a redistribution of wealth. Those who amassed more feared the ones who gathered less, utilizing the Inquisition to safeguard their fortunes. A year after the Inquisition's entry, the population of the Holy City dwindled to a mere tenth. The streets were littered with corpses, the stench of decay intermingling with sin, while dark bloodstains and decomposing flesh congealed upon the ground. Bodies lay scattered, some fresh, others severely decomposed, with remnants of flesh showing signs of desiccation. While others have been entirely devoured by rats and wild dogs, their bones reduced to shards. The rancid odor pervaded the Holy City, rendering it nearly unbearable to breathe. Rodents, with bloodshot eyes and reaching half a meter in size due to their gluttonous consumption of human flesh, scurried in packs, bald and grotesque, brazenly traversing the desolate streets, feasting and mating. The few remaining inhabitants huddle within their homes, their spirits dulled, yet their bodies glisten with an unsettling sheen of survival. The drastic reduction in population has significantly diminished the conflicts within the city of the Holy Lord. When wealth lies exposed in the streets, untouched, the rebellion rooted in the depths of humanity has finally drawn its curtain. However, the toll on the city itself has been considerable. The population of the Holy Lord's city has dwindled to a mere fraction, with the overwhelming stench of countless corpses wafting even to the heights where Norton resides. This catastrophe, akin to extinction, marks a level of devastation unseen in the papal realm for many years, a land that had long been devoid of warfare. As for the reason behind the Holy Judgment's intervention, Norton the vampire has yet to uncover any leads, while the city teeters on the brink of collapse. Those who have survived this frenzy of humanity will find it exceedingly difficult to endure the impending plague. As September arrives, the heat intensifies. The foul odor pervading the Holy Lord's city becomes so unbearable that one cannot linger there for even a second longer. Reluctantly, the long-closed doors of the Grand Cathedral have swung open once more, dispatching missionaries and church knights to oversee the grim task of clearing the bodies of the remaining population. Following this calamity, it will take at least 5 generations, a century or more, for the Holy Lord's city to regain a semblance of vitality. Yet, this bears little consequence for the Church. To the Pope, the death toll matters not, as long as he can uncover the secret to immortality. For Bishops Rosen and Adam, the number of deceased is insignificant, provided the Pope remains oblivious to Norton's whereabouts. As for the fallen souls, in this era, they are but renewable resources. As long as life persists, it can ultimately regenerate. Chapter 31. His Holiness the Pope. The pungent stench carried by the breeze reached Norton's nostrils, forcing him to halt his breath. In truth, he had not inhaled for quite some time. The foulness of the Holy Lord's city had intensified to such an extent that even from a distance, it became unbearable. The small wooden cabin atop the mountain has been constructed, though askew, it serves its purpose. This past year has not been kind to Norton. His range of movement is confined to the cliffs and their immediate surroundings. The eerie roars echoing from the depths of the forest compel him to limit his excursions, seeking to avoid unnecessary peril. Yet, despite his utmost caution, he has encountered danger twice, fostering a sense of paranoia that keeps him from venturing out easily. Within the city lurks the church, while the wilderness harbors monsters. This is truly a world inhospitable to humanity. Norton remains unchanged, neither hungry nor weary. Even after an entire year without sustenance, he feels no discomfort or pangs of hunger, as though he were a being of perpetual existence. Do not be hasty. The next chapter will delve into the sanguinary, as he merely experiments to ascertain whether he can attain growth regardless of the act of feasting on blood over time. Nevertheless, his physique has undergone some alterations. The withered Norton stands at the precipice, gazing into the distant, hazy outline of the city of the Holy Lord. A year of abstaining from sustenance has not rendered him lethargic in spirit. However, his body appears to have shrunk once more. His skin, already parched and wrinkled, has now become even more taut and rigid, resembling mere parchment stretched over bone. Norton does not attribute this desiccation to prolonged exposure to the wind, for his original form possessed little moisture to begin with. This condition seems more indicative of the excessive depletion of the nutritional reserves within his body. Of course, having transformed into this state, it is evident that he possesses no significant body fat remaining. Yet, it could be interpreted as his body consuming other substances to maintain an everlasting peak condition. Thus, the sole reason he remains unsated and at the pinnacle of vitality, unbound by physical limitations, is likely due to the formidable efficiency with which his body mobilizes and expends energy. It compensates for any deficiencies, ensuring that he remains in a state of prime until the very end. Yet, Norton harbors uncertainty regarding this hypothesis, as the sensation of power augmenting with the passage of time has stagnated approximately a week ago. However, it was not after the cessation of his strength's growth that he began to exhaust the substances stored within. Rather, it was only after these reserves were depleted and his form became increasingly emaciated that the process of evolution came to a standstill. In other words, even in the absence of any nutritional substance, he can still sustain vitality and achieve immortality. This leaves Norton perplexed as to whether the substances he has consumed were directed towards evolution or merely the necessities of movement. Regardless, he has discerned the prerequisites for his desired growth, essential nourishment and the passage of time. Thus, his evolution, as hockey know, is contingent upon time, reminiscent of certain vampire lore from his previous existence. The longer the lifespan, the stronger the vampire. Norton's gaze sweeps over the indistinct silhouette of the city of the Holy Lord, although he has not witnessed firsthand the devastation within its walls. The gradual extinguishing of its lights and the increasingly putrid scent in the air lead him to surmise that the city has undoubtedly undergone unimaginable transformations. Throughout history, only 2 possibilities could provoke such a profound alteration in a vast metropolis: war or plague. In recent nights, he has observed the surroundings of the city of the Holy Lord without witnessing any unusual gatherings of flames. Therefore, Norton suspects that a plague has likely befallen the city. As for the notion of the church perpetrating a massacre, such a scenario is utterly implausible. The denizens of the church are human. They may be avaricious or foolishly tyrannical. But their fundamental reason for existence, as the elite, is their possession of throngs of subordinates. If the subordinates are all eliminated, how can the superiors continue to maintain their status? A review of the history of Central Europe reveals that during the ecclesiastical era, there were no instances of mass slaughter, save for the extermination of the Jews. Thus, has a plague befallen the Holy City? Norton strained his gaze toward the distant Holy City. Although his vision had improved, it was still devoid of the capabilities afforded by a high-powered telescope, leaving him regrettably unable to discern any details. However, the occurrence of a plague would not be surprising. Given the repulsive appearance and filthy environment of the Holy City, it would be abnormal for a year to pass without 1 or 2 outbreaks. Unfortunately, the presence of ecclesiastical elements and various murals surrounding the Holy City deterred him from venturing even a step closer. Enduring the wilderness daily filled with trepidation was hardly conducive to a human existence. After spending a year in this place, having dared not act in any manner, Norton felt utterly ravaged, his mental state aged beyond that of even the Pope himself. Yet, contemplating the terrifying strength of the Church's knights and their formidable tracking abilities, Norton sighed deeply, resigning himself to survival in the wilderness. After all, he had grown accustomed to it. The Pope was indeed quite old. At over 200 years of age, even as human lifespans lengthened with the setting sun, he was undoubtedly nearing his end. Enveloped in precious squirrel fur blankets, the frail elder rested upon a golden bed that was adorned with at least 10 layers of the same fur, enhancing the bed's softness. However, the thinness of the animal's pelts ensured that this softness did not render the bed devoid of any resistance. It would not induce discomfort in the elderly occupant. In the opulent hall, the golden bed and squirrel blankets were merely 2 of the many luxurious possessions. A crystal-clear jade table, vivid red, translucent jade cups, pale blue crystal chandeliers, and intricately carved skulls of deep-sea leviathans. Each of these treasures could sustain a family for a lifetime. Yet before the Pope, they were but everyday items. Yet now, despite the countless precious artifacts, none could stave off the inevitable decline of the Pope's life. Coughing weakly, the Pope, who was little more than skin and bones beneath the blankets, emitted a few feeble sounds, suggesting a congestion within his lungs. A nearby young nun, fair and beautiful, immediately approached and leaned over the aged Pope, performing an intimate act to extract the phlegm from his lungs. After a moment, the Pope finally managed to catch his breath and sighed deeply, turning to the attendant waiting nearby. "Has there been any news regarding the vampires of the Holy City?" he inquired, his voice hoarse. "Your Holiness, there is still no news. In fact, the population of the Holy City has dwindled to a mere fraction. It seems that Bishop Adam is deliberately inciting disputes among the populace to divert the attention of the sacred tribunal," responded the attendant, bowing his head slightly. Hesitating as he mentioned Bishop Adam. Archbishop Adam's ambition to become the Pope is widely recognized, and His Holiness is acutely aware of this. When the Pope initially dispatched the Sacred Inquisition to the Holy City to investigate the vampire situation, there were those who advised him to appoint a more astute leader for the mission. However, His Holiness disregarded this counsel, insisting instead on sending only the Knights of the Sacred Inquisition. In light of the current upheaval, it appears that the turmoil in the Holy City was indeed instigated by Archbishop Adam himself. Upon receiving this news, the Pope, wrapped in his blankets, exhibited no trace of disappointment. Rather, a glimmer of satisfaction graced his features. Even though he had not achieved his intended goal, he seemed to revel in the outcome. Excellent. Splendid. This development would solidify the appointment of a formal successor. Summon Adam and the Sacred Inquisition back. It is time to convey certain matters to him. After uttering these words, His Holiness appeared to be utterly drained, visibly more fatigued than before. The attendant bowed deeply, retreating with utmost respect, while the Pope, frail and seemingly resembling a desiccated corpse, succumbed once again to slumber. Chapter 32. A brief interlude, warm deer blood coursed down Norton's throat, and with each sip, his body visibly began to swell. This inflation was not akin to a balloon, but rather a gradual restoration to his form from a year prior. Though still emaciated, he bore a semblance of weight. As his body healed and the blood filled his stomach, the stagnation of growth experienced over the past week resumed, albeit faintly, akin to a signal that could be distinctly perceived. With a thud, Norton discarded the carcass of the young deer onto the ground. He then retrieved the larger deer, bound by vines, and prostrated himself upon its body, using his sharp fangs to pierce the carotid artery and continue his feeding. Gulp, gulp. In truth, the young deer had sufficiently satiated his hunger, yet he wished to experiment, to see if consuming more blood would expedite his evolution. After all, the very essence of being a vampire is entwined with blood consumption, and perhaps indulging in abundance could facilitate rapid advancement. In the vampire narratives he had encountered in his previous life, it seemed that vampires possessed the ability to transform others into their kind, a phenomenon known as the embrace. He had yet to ascertain whether he bore this capacity himself. However, he strongly suspected he did not. Presently, his body seemed devoid of any blood, a state that would render the embrace impossible, as it required one to share their blood with another. Without even a drop to spare, he could not possibly enact such a transformation. As for the notion of virus, that was even more absurd. Anyone acquainted with high school biology understands that viruses cannot survive independently, given that he, a vampire, lacked even a single living cell. The survival of a virus within him was utterly implausible. Bacteria or fungi might be a different matter altogether. However, Norton deemed the idea of bacteria and fungi as the source of vampires to be highly implausible. If vampires were truly born of such infections, they would have long since overrun the earth. After draining the life from a deer, he ensnared another creature to ensure the success of his experiments, capturing several animals of various kinds, including wolves. These ordinary beings did not exhibit the same insatiable desire as the strange bird. Rather, they maintained a respectful distance, making it easier for Norton to succeed in his endeavors. He relished the warm sensation within his abdomen, a satisfaction tinged with fulfillment. Although he could survive for extended periods without feeding, the gratification derived from a fresh meal was undeniably more pleasurable. Nonetheless, despite the continuous consumption of blood, he did not experience the rapid growth he had envisioned. The blood seemed to transform into energy stored within his body, rather than being utilized immediately for evolution. His physical development progressed at a slow, almost laborious pace, indifferent to the quantity of blood consumed. Clearly, the substantial intake of blood yielded little effect. Only the two golden saints from the church could bypass his bodily limitations, achieving significant growth. A sense of yearning stirred within him, akin to a player eager for rapid advancement in a game, knowing there was a shortcut available. Yet, recalling how those two golden saints had effortlessly cleaved stone in the depths of the water, he reconsidered. He doubted his own enhanced strength would allow him to replicate such a feat, which underscored the immense power those golden saints possessed. A year had passed, and he pondered whether the armor still remained, whether the cave had been discovered. If the armor had not been claimed by now, it would indicate the absence of a tracking device, allowing him to return to the cave for refuge. The cliff was undeniably a precarious location, far too conspicuous. Otherwise, he would not have encountered danger on two separate occasions. Particularly concerning was the man-faced bird. Should it soar above him and catch sight of his figure, he would surely become its next prey. This perplexed Norton greatly. As a mere, emaciated vampire with little flesh to spare, why did they pursue him so fervently instead of hunting wild boars or bison? In comparison, the cave seemed far safer. With this thought, Norton resolved to take action. Rising to his feet, he gazed at the cliff behind him. His humble wooden abode had been constructed using entirely ecological materials, with handcrafted planks and vines. The structure leaned precariously, providing just enough space for a coffin. Additionally, he had dried numerous vines, interweaving them to create climbing ropes, facilitating his ascent and descent from the cliff. The primary reason for avoiding the mountain path is not due to its length or a sense of laziness, but rather the escalating perils that accompany an extended journey through the forest. Norton secured his rope to the protruding edge of his dilapidated shelter, then tugged at it with determination to test its resilience. Subsequently, he suspended his body and descended towards the precipice below. Chapter 33. The dying sovereign His Holiness, Archbishop Adam, adorned in regal purple vestments, bowed slightly before the golden bed. The Pope, reclining beneath the covers, seemed either to be meditating or in a deep slumber, gradually opened his weary eyelids. His clouded gaze fell upon the gaunt figure of Archbishop Adam. Indeed, cough, cough, Adam, the Pope rasped, taking a deep breath to steady his labored respiration. His aged and murky eyes scrutinized the Archbishop, finding satisfaction in the profound desire reflected within Adam's gaze. Relentless and ruthless, you pursue your goals without respite. Excellent, you have passed the assessment. At the Pope's words, a flicker of confusion crossed Adam's desire-filled visage. Assessment? The assessment to become Pope. Cough, cough. Surely you do not believe that capturing a vampire guarantees immortality? For centuries, the Church has endeavored to study vampires, yet to no avail. Why should this time yield different results? The Pope appeared unusually spirited today, managing to articulate so much without succumbing to exhaustion, a remarkable feat for a man of over 250 years. Hearing his words, Archbishop Adam looked up in astonishment. The assessment to become Pope? Was the Pope implying that his intent to eliminate the current Pope had not only escaped condemnation, but had instead facilitated his passage through the very assessment required to ascend to the papacy? What sort of evaluation was this? Perhaps sensing Adam's bewilderment, or perhaps buoyed by his own vigor, the Pope elaborated with unexpected enthusiasm. Since the Pope acquired the authority of the sacred judicatory a millennium ago, the role has ceased to arise from internal elections. The Pope, wielding unparalleled power, possesses the right to directly designate the next successor. Henceforth, elections have been rendered mere ceremonial. Then why single me out for assessment? Adam's heart raced. The realization that he had been earmarked as the next Pope was momentarily overwhelming. For years, he had labored in the shadows, laying the groundwork for this ambition, enduring countless trepidations. If his arduous journey culminated in the fulfillment of his aspirations through sheer effort, it would mark a tale of a formidable struggle. Yet now, at the threshold of his ambition, he was abruptly informed that the position of Pope was already his. What, then, was the significance of his efforts over the years? The desires of Bishop Doja are excessive. Bishop Ethan is obstinately arrogant, and Bishop Milio lacks the audacity possessed by the others. Each harbors their own shortcomings, rendering them unworthy of the papal throne. Only you, having amassed power over the decades with relentless ambition, yet tempered by restraint, stand apart. You would not hesitate to slaughter the entire holy city to achieve your aims, demonstrating both cruelty and cunning, willing to pay any price to fulfill your desires. This is why I've chosen to evaluate you. Moreover, you possess a profound sense of the larger scheme of things, surpassing them all. I am nearing the end of my life, Adam. It is time for you to learn the true secrets of the Church. I hope that upon discovering these secrets, you will remain true to your original intentions, for the fate of humanity will rest in your hands. His Holiness reclined in his bedding, his gaze drifting to the beautiful nun standing beside him. With just a glance from His Holiness, the specially trained nun comprehended his thoughts. The two nuns promptly approached, gently lifting the frail figure of the Pope, resembling a withered branch, and carefully placed him into a golden wheelchair nearby. Come, push me, Adam. I have wrought too much bloodshed in my lifetime. As death approaches, I wish for a more tranquil existence. His Holiness had become utterly immobile, capable only of uttering a few words. Archbishop Adam took hold of the wheelchair from the nuns, respectfully pushing His Holiness toward the outside. Where to, Your Holiness? The rear mountain of the Vatican. As Archbishop Adam pushed the golden wheelchair forward, they emerged from the opulent palace, sunlight filtering through the remnants of the day and illuminating them both. The Pope's aged face lifted slightly, his clouded eyes filled with a deep longing as they gazed upon the crimson sunset in the distance. It is wonderful to be alive, Adam. Adam remained silent. He found it challenging to respond in the presence of one who was on the brink of death. The Pope seemed unconcerned by his silence, as though he had not seen the sun or the world outside for an eternity. His eyes, filled with insatiable affection, greedily absorbed the surrounding scenery. Life is truly magnificent, is it not? This was a rhetorical question that required a reply. Indeed, Your Holiness. How immense is the power of the deity capable of creating life? This statement did not warrant a response. Do you remember the various texts of the Church? The Pope's gaze returned from the distant landscape. I study them daily. Archbishop Adam replied respectfully. This was no falsehood. He truly engaged with the Church's literature each day. Although the texts were authored by the Church, not everyone believed in the veracity of their contents. Despite the existence of vampires, werewolves, and all manners of monsters in this world, no one has ever witnessed a deity, seen heaven, glimpsed hell, or encountered the god, divine beings, Jonah, or Kuba depicted in the church's writings. Therefore, some senior officials tend to believe that these exist merely as texts crafted by the church to deceive the populace, aiming to ensure obedience among the masses. Due to the extreme antiquity of these writings, they perceive the ecclesiastical texts much like modern individuals regard the Shanghai Jing. Individuals, such as Norton, who possess limited knowledge of the world and shallow insights, might easily accept the existence of vampires, werewolves, and various monsters as truth. This is particularly true for the majority of the papal subjects who have never ventured beyond their villages. Conversely, those in higher echelons who are more informed often view these texts through the lens of conspiracy theories, believing these narratives are mere fabrications to mock the uneducated. The ignorant live in perpetual anxiety, while the knowledgeable cling to their own interpretations. This is the norm of society. Adam, one of the high-ranking figures, harbors thoughts that diverge from the majority. He firmly believes in the veracity of the contents recorded in these books. While fabrication may achieve a semblance of authenticity, when every detail within the texts aligns with reality. Even if the writings were indeed concocted, they nonetheless hold a kernel of truth. Moreover, his aspiration to become the Pope necessitates the authenticity of these texts. This is of paramount importance. Upon hearing Adam's response, the Pope's aged face rarely displayed a look of satisfaction. Very well, Adam, you are commendable. Since you are always studying, it seems these revelations will be acceptable to you. Proceed to the rear of the artificial mountain, the Pope remarked, gesturing towards the imposing structure behind the Vatican. Although it is a mere faade, its height and scale surpass those of a genuine mountain. As the headquarters of the Church and the palace of the Papal States, the Vatican is colossal, encompassing 2 lakes and a mountain, housing a population of 200,000. These individuals serve the Pope, exemplifying the extent of the papal power. The rear of the Vatican, deemed the most secluded area, serves as the Church's hunting ground, designed for the Pope's recreational pursuits. However, as the Pope ages, this place has remained and used for decades. Being a hunting ground, its expanse is indeed vast. Bishop Adam, nearly exhausted from pushing the Pope, finally navigated along the laid path, completing a semicircle around the artificial mountain. Upon reaching the structure, he observed the Pope, who had dozed off again in his wheelchair. And Adam suddenly felt as though the elderly man was merely seeking amusement in his waning days. Chapter 34. Ancient murals. By the time they arrived at the rear of the artificial mountain, night had fallen, and the exact hour was uncertain. However, Archbishop Adam was undeniably famished from the exertion. The area behind the faade differed significantly from the front, where a sloped mountain stood over 200 meters high. The back had transformed into a sheer cliff. The exposed rock was smooth and vertical, devoid of any visible means of ascent. The surrounding forest was dense, and the arrival of night cast an impenetrable darkness over the area. Had it not been for the 2 holy knights steadfastly wielding their torches behind them, even Archbishop Adam might have felt a twinge of fear at the prospect of encountering a carnivorous beast in this place. It seemed that His Holiness had calculated the passage of time, or perhaps sensed something amiss, as his tightly shut eyes, feigning slumber, slowly opened. "I am here, Your Holiness," Archbishop Adam said, bowing respectfully. "You claim to constantly study the ecclesiastical texts. Do you believe these writings to be genuine?" The spirit of His Holiness appeared to wane, his furrowed eyelids struggling to lift fully, barely peering at the dense thicket before them. Hearing the inquiry from His Holiness, Archbishop Adam hesitated slightly before responding. "I believe them to be true, Your Holiness. Moreover, they must be true. It is not a matter of evaluation, Adam. Then I too deem them genuine, Your Holiness." When the majority of the content in the texts aligns with reality, the distinction between truth and falsehood holds little significance. Archbishop Adam replied in a subdued tone. "Of little significance? How can that be? Although the 4 deities are nowhere to be found in the entirety of the tome, all things stem from these 4 divine entities. Thus, your assertion should be reversed. If those 4 deities were indeed absent, then the text would hold no meaning." You are quite astute, Adam. This is the primary reason I chose you." His Holiness chuckled lightly, followed by a deep sigh. "Clever individuals often fall prey to their own wits, Adam. I hope you never encounter such a fate. Now, Let us proceed forward. Beyond the trees, ahead, lies a crevice in the cliff. Our destination resides within that mountain. It seemed His Holiness had finally grown weary, his vitality visibly diminishing. In truth, the exertion of the day had equated to a month's worth of activity for him. Adam's gaze fixed upon the darkened forest ahead. Without a hint of hesitation, he guided His Holiness deeper into the woods. As they advanced, the aura of His Holiness visibly dwindled. His eyes could barely open, leaving only narrow slits through which to gaze into the encroaching darkness. As Archbishop Adam ventured further into the heart of the forest, he soon discovered a narrow path that had evidently been carved by human hands. Continuing along this woodland trail, they soon reached the precipice of a cliff. Before Adam's eyes appeared a fissure, as if the cliff had been cleaved in twain. The gap was small, just wide enough for them to pass through. Guarding this opening, however, stood two holy knights. In the oppressive darkness, these knights stood as silent sentinels at either side of the entrance, their armor shrouded in a layer of dust, as if they had long been forsaken. If it were not for the occasional sound of breath resembling the hissing of a steam engine, Adam might have truly believed that these two sacred knights had perished. To his astonishment, there lay hidden within the confines of the holy sea such a place. Adam gazed around in wonder, his heart harboring a daring speculation. Yet he remained unable to confirm it. Perhaps it was due to Adam's association with the Pope that their entrance was unimpeded. Accompanying them, the sacred knights wielded torches, illuminating the path ahead and casting light upon the crevices of the cliff. To Archbishop Adam's surprise, the flickering flames revealed distinct cave paintings adorning the walls on either side of the cavern. These murals, unlike those crafted in contemporary times, bore styles and imagery reminiscent of ancient tribal cultures. Figures, depicted in an abstract manner, gathered together, some in acts of reverence, others with circles drawn above their heads. Most striking was a figure suspended upon a cross, adorned with a single wing, a classic representation of the divine from antiquity. Were Norton present, he would undoubtedly struggle to comprehend the significance of these artworks. Yet, the well-versed Archbishop Adam could decipher their meaning. The murals illustrated scenes from the tome Ascension, which Norton had once perused. The narrative described how the divine was consumed by desire and united with the Lamb by night. Subsequently, the Lamb's blood attracted the progenitor of vampires, Kuba, who harbored resentment towards the deity, questioning why his son was favored. Thus, Kuba sprouted wings and struck down the god from the heavens. In turn, the eldest son of the deity retrieved the god's body, affixing it to a cross, where it was exposed to the sun daily, a process referred to as ascension. The small figure representing the deity not only bore a circle above its head, signifying perhaps death, but also possessed only a half wing on its left side. Notably, in the preceding mural, the deity had no circle above his head, suggesting that it materialized only post-mortem. The sun, too, was illustrated with concentric circles, a detail easily deduced. However, what perplexed Adam was the singular pair of wings amidst the multitude of illustrations. Neither the figure representing the deity nor that of Jonah bore wings. Instead, one half of the wings was affixed to the deity, while the other half was associated with Kuba. Should Norton stand here to hypothesize, he might simply conclude that both the deity and Kuba possessed wings, particularly as the text had elaborated on Kuba's dual wings, shielding him from the sun. After all, as Kuba was the son, it would be expected that his father would possess similar traits. Yet within the Holy Church, the presence of wings symbolizes something far more profound: divine essence. Chapter 35, God. Wings symbolize divinity. The term divinity is indeed peculiar. In European mythology, deities possess various divine attributes, such as the god of thunder and the god of the sea. A deity devoid of such attributes is deemed worthless, while only those endowed with them are truly divine. However, in this realm, divinity does not carry such connotations. It merely signifies the status of a god, akin to a mere title. In the context of these illustrations, the wings depicted serve as a symbol of divinity. Those adorned with wings are gods. Thus, a rather perplexing aspect emerges. Only the god and Kuba possess wings, while the adjacent deity and Jonah are devoid of them, which is quite anomalous. Why do these two formidable figures, Een, the supreme god, and Jonah, the primordial god of death, lack divinity? What justifies Kuba, who is least favored by God, possessing half a wing? Archbishop Adam furrowed his brow, his gaze lingering on the pattern, utterly bewildered. Curious, isn't it? The Pope's narrowed eyes seemed to trace the illustrations, and his words roused Archbishop Adam from his reverie. Indeed, Your Holiness, these intricate details in the murals appear somewhat amiss. Archbishop Adam continued to urge the Pope deeper into the cavern. The narrow rock walls gradually widened, and soon, flickering flames danced ahead, suggesting the presence of others nearby. Listening to Archbishop Adam's discourse, the Pope seemed somewhat distracted. What you perceive vampires to be, Adam? An embodiment of perfection, Your Holiness. Immortal and ageless, eternally in their prime, capable of enduring indefinitely without ever consuming blood, a flawless, perpetual organism. A glint of avarice flickered in Archbishop Adam's eyes. Indeed, Adam, vampires are the epitome of perfection, so perfect that they transcend perfection itself. God created Eden and all that exists, yet only vampires stand as the most exquisite of creations. If such a perfect being exists, why does God harbor disdain towards them? Archbishop Adam fell into a momentary silence. Why would God disfavor them? After all, Kuba did not slay God before his own demise. Unless God, in his omniscience, foresaw Kuba's future betrayal, it remains inexplicable why he favors other beings while abominating vampires. Yet, it is evident that God lacks omniscience. Otherwise, he would not have perished at Kuba's hands. Thus, Archbishop Adam hesitantly remarked, perhaps it is precisely because vampires are too perfect, so perfect that they instill fear even in God. The unspoken words lingered in the air, yet their meaning was unmistakable. The Pope sighed softly. Yes, Adam, vampires are indeed excessively perfect. Whether born of God's union with a woman, the offspring of a man and Jonah, or the hybrids resulting from unions with other creatures, they all share a common trait: the intertwining of divine essence with the vitality of creation, endowing them with mortality. Divinity is eternal and immutable, whereas living beings are in a perpetual state of flux, thus rendering them incapable of embodying divinity. Among the myriad of creations birthed by the Almighty, it is only the vampire, a species conceived through the union with the deceased, that can encapsulate the essence of God. This notion can indeed be elucidated through the lens of genetics. How could a corpse possibly engage in genetic fusion? The genes of the deceased lack vitality. The emergence of other species can be perceived as the fusion of God's genes with those of various beings, giving rise to new species and new life. One might regard God as the primordial life form, whose genetic makeup encompasses all species, thus permitting communion with any living entity. Admittedly, I am not a specialist in biology, and there may be inaccuracies in this assertion, but the general idea suffices. Only the vampire, however, appears as a life form birthed from the nurturing of a corpse, possessing the complete genetic essence of the Almighty. In other words, while other species arise from natural mating and genetic exchange, vampires exist as genetic clones. When examined from a genetic perspective, vampires are entirely identical to God. They are akin to diminutive deities. The resemblance of vampires to the Almighty is striking, Adam. They may be viewed as mere reflections of God. If you were the supreme deity, having created a being that bears a striking resemblance to yourself, yet possesses independent will, what would your disposition towards it be? A rare look of shock flickered across the aged and godless visage of His Holiness the Pope. Even though he had long been aware of these matters, and despite his profound contemplation, he remained profoundly unsettled by the discussion at hand. Listening to the Pope's words, Archbishop Adam replied without hesitation, I shall eradicate them. No deity would delight in creating a multitude of beings that resemble him so closely. This is not the legacy of blood, but rather the creation of formidable adversaries for himself. This is precisely why God harbors disdain for vampires, Adam. The Pope sighed deeply. This also elucidates why the vampire progenitor, Kuba, depicted in these murals, possesses divine symbols. For vampires can indeed be regarded as replicas of God, thus capable of embodying divinity. Archbishop Adam was profoundly astonished by the Pope's assertions. Throughout his life, he had been indoctrinated with the belief that vampires are unclean. Now, to be informed that those he had relentlessly hunted and persecuted are, in fact, the true offspring of God, essentially indistinguishable from the Almighty, what does this signify? Does it not imply that they have been annihilating diminutive deities all along? Furthermore, if reality indeed aligns with the Pope's declarations, Does that not suggest the existence of God is a tangible truth? Archbishop Adam felt parched, his throat dry, as he attempted to articulate a response, yet his voice faltered, rendered hoarse and utterly incapable of utterance. Nonetheless, it is fortunate that, being a person of high standing with grand ambitions, Archbishop Adam was able to swiftly recalibrate his demeanor. He then, still enveloped in disbelief, inquired with a voice of incredulity, "Your Majesty, does that mean, as you suggest, that God indeed exists?" "Indeed, Adam, he stands before you." With the utterance of the Pope, the cavern they traversed instantaneously transformed from impenetrable darkness to a brilliance reminiscent of daylight. Upon passing through the narrow entrance, a vast chasm within the mountain revealed itself to Archbishop Adam. This immense cavern seemed to have hollowed out the entire mountain, and within it stood hundreds of holy knights. Impeccably lined up, these knights appeared dormant, much like the two stationed at the cave's mouth, their armor encrusted with layers of dust. It was said that the 500 holy knights of the sacred judgment was the true foundation of the Pope's power. Yet it seemed that the number of dormant knights in this place was no less than 500. However, the most striking aspect was not the holy knights within the cavern, but rather the central figure of the cave. At its heart lay a pedestal, seemingly constructed of pure jade, exuding a profound religious aura, measuring 10 meters in length and width. This structure resembled a pedestal, but was more akin to a circular basin hollowed out at its center. At the core of this jade pedestal, suspended from a cross that appeared to be fashioned from white bones, was a pale humanoid corpse towering over 2 meters, its physique elongated and flawlessly shaped. Although the figure retained a human form, its perfect stature and slender build conveyed an unsettling, inhuman oddity, complemented by the exposed, pale, and delicate skin. Even the corpse's exquisitely perfect visage evoked a chilling sense of horror upon closer inspection. "Oh God!" Archbishop Adam nearly gasped in disbelief. Chapter 36. The Ultimate Life. Form. Archbishop Adam had contemplated the possibility that the texts of the Church might hold truth. He had pondered whether ancient traces in the real world could validate the existence of God. He even envisioned a day when, during a church mass, the divine light of God would manifest. Yet, he had never dared to imagine that one day, God would appear before him, especially in the form of a deceased deity. The bizarre humanoid figure was nailed to the cross made of bone, with a pristine white bone spike deeply embedded in its chest. Golden blood trickled from the chest of this pale figure, oozing along the inserted bone spike, yet the entire process unfolded with excruciating slowness. With not a single drop of golden blood falling onto the hollowed jade pedestal below, Archbishop Adam appeared as if he had been pressed by an invisible pause button. His eyes, wide with shock, fear, confusion, and even obsession, fixated on the perfectly formed body of God, suspended high upon the bony crucifix before him. In that moment, coupled with the imagery from the recently viewed mural, how could he not realize that the corpse before him was none other than the deity slain by Kuba in midair, now left to be exposed upon the cross by divine will? He was astounded to discover that the scriptures of the Church bore truth, and that even the body of God lay within the Church's grasp. His Holiness the Pope appeared somewhat better off, yet not by much. The same mixture of obsession and fear reflected in his eyes, his astonishment no less than that of Archbishop Adam. He had seldom encountered such a sight. Having assumed the papacy over a century ago, he had only visited this sacred place 3 times. The first was as Archbishop Adam had done, led by the reigning pope. The second occurred over 50 years ago during the collection of divine blood. Today marked his 3rd visit. God is divine, transcendent. Even in death, he possesses formidable power. Archbishop Adam gazed intently at the body of God nailed to the cross. Yet the more he looked, the stronger his heart raced. An unsettling sensation washed over him. A creeping dread, akin to a lesser being standing before a higher one. Merely gazing upon the divine felt like an act of sacrilege. The deeper he scrutinized, the more peculiar the perfect form seemed. God's skin was pale and delicate, devoid of any pores. His body was unclothed, yet no signs of genitalia could be discerned. That area was smooth and unblemished. His visage was exquisitely perfect, an ethereal beauty that defied gender. Not a single hair adorned his entire being, with only a pristine, youthful complexion crowning his head. Strangely, his chest appeared to subtly rise and fall. Suddenly, Archbishop Adam snapped back from his trance. Drenched in sweat as he redirected his gaze to the figure on the cross. This time, the corpse seemed motionless, betraying no signs of tremor. Yet, Adam felt his own hands tremble. He was certain of what he had witnessed. He had indeed seen the body of God faintly undulating. Adam! The voice of his holiness jolted him from his self-imposed terror, bringing him back to reality. It was only then that he realized his back was completely soaked, and the fingers gripping the wheelchair had turned pale and were shaking. Your Holiness, I believe I just saw God seemingly still breathing. Archbishop Adams' voice quivered with trepidation. Unbeknownst to him, as he gazed upon the crucified body of God, an overwhelming sense of dread seized his heart, a feeling of inferiority, as a lowly being encounters a superior one. From the lifeless form of the deity emanated an aura of profound danger. This innate fear and vigilance, etched into his very genes, rendered him unable to look upon it for long. That is not merely breath, Adam. That is the essence of vitality. God is not dead. He is merely sealed away. The gaze of his holiness, the Pope, was withdrawn. Sealed? Not dead? Indeed, Adam, with the omnipotent ability to create all things. How could God ever perish so easily? His holiness gazed up at the divine body, suspended upon the bony cross, and sighed deeply. Do you recall the resurgence? I do. Your Holiness. Adam the Archbishop dared not gaze at God's body any longer, shifting his focus to the jade pedestal that bore the cross. Death separates the divine essence. The divine spirit never fades. The divine body hangs upon the stake. The divine consciousness revives as heavenly messengers extinguish the earth, Jonah imprisoned within the sun. Because of the exalted divine body, Eden is severed from heaven. If even death has been stripped from God's being, how could he ever truly die? Archbishop Adam was utterly astounded. Thus, all that the Church's scriptures recorded, God, heaven, hell, the divine, Jonah, indeed existed. This realization left Adam feeling somewhat unsteady in his convictions. He had anticipated becoming the most esteemed person in the world, only for the Pope to inform him, do not jest. There are many who would crush you without a second thought. The disparity in expectations felt akin to a fall from heaven to hell, instilling within him a fear reminiscent of Norton. What if a deity descended one day and annihilated him or the world? Even God, it seemed, harbored fears of the vampires he had created. Even the Church that worshipped God wished for his existence to remain merely a notion. Chapter 37. The Divine Corpse, then? Who could seal God? Adam the Archbishop's voice grew hoarse as he cleared his throat, striving to steady his composure before continuing. Could it be Kuba? In the distance, the over 2-meter-tall body hung silently on the cross, still and soundless. Yet Adam felt an unsettling conviction that it was still alive, or rather, that it was listening to their conversation, albeit without movement. This thought sent shivers down Adam's spine. He dared not speak the name of the vampire progenitor Kuba again, lest this ancient being sense it. If God could not die, then it was evident that the vampire progenitor, having inherited all from him, was also beyond death. No, it was the divine. The gaze of his holiness was filled with nostalgia, as if he had lived through those bygone days. Yet his form grew increasingly frail, his eyes barely open. What? Archbishop Adam was taken aback, struggling to grasp the reality before him. In the annals of ecclesiastical literature, it is evident that the divine is the most favored by God, even to the extent of instituting the Ascension as a ritual to resurrect the Almighty. To this day, the Ascension ceremony remains one of the most significant rites within the Church. Young Norton, indeed, possesses considerable authority on this matter. You profess to study the sacred texts daily. Thus, what is your perception of the divine? Archbishop Adam, after a moment of contemplation, cast a glance at the crucified figure suspended upon the cross in the distance, and hesitantly began to articulate his thoughts. God is holy and immensely powerful. However, both the records in the covenant and those in the Ascension suggest that God possesses his own desires and preferences. It could be posited that his humanity supersedes his divinity. Indeed, it is apparent that God harbors his own wants and thoughts, yet this realization instills the greatest dread in all living beings. God could be a detached, emotionless, and desireless deity, exalted above all. He may embody only love and sanctity as the Holy Father, or he may represent the highest will. Yet, he must never be a being with personal desires and thoughts. His existence poses a threat to all creation. Thus, after the assault on God by Kuba, the divine dismantled Kuba's form, fashioning his bones into a cross, and suspended the divine figure upon it, exposing it to the relentless sun, utilizing the essence of Kuba's divinity and the accumulation of death to thwart God's resurrection. The fundamental purpose of the ascension ritual stands in stark contrast to what Archbishop Adam had surmised. He had felt something amiss. If the sun signifies death, then exposing it to sunlight begs the question, does it intend to facilitate or hinder God's revival? Initially, he believed the sun to be a creation of God. Thus, absorbing sunlight would restore God's strength. Little did he know that the true intent was to prevent God's resurrection altogether. As the words of His Holiness the Pope resonated, Archbishop Adam slightly raised his gaze toward the apex of the cavern. Previously unnoticed, he now observed a gaping aperture at the cavernous summit, through which an enormous oval crystal was lodged. The convexity at the center of the crystal evidently served to amplify the intensity of light through its lens-like properties. This masterfully crafted artifact left Archbishop Adam momentarily entranced. Divinity, once again, manifests itself. Kuba, being a lesser deity, required the embodiment of divinity to suppress God's revival. It was astonishing to contemplate such history from ancient times. Nevertheless, Archbishop Adam comprehended the sentiments expressed by His Holiness. He believed that had he been in the divine's position, he would have acted similarly. No one could abide the existence of a being endowed with the power to create and annihilate all, for it would render peaceful slumber an impossibility. Just as Archbishop Adam was engulfed in the shock of this revelation, a soft cough from His Holiness snapped him back to reality. Ahem, I have no time to spare. Adam, I have already sensed the divine call. Your Holiness. Archbishop Adam was in a state of agitation. Previously, he had eagerly wished for the demise of the Pope, so he could ascend to the papal throne. However, now he found the position of Pope to be rather meaningless, burdened instead by the presence of a divine corpse that gnawed at his very soul. Upon reflection, he considered that perhaps it would be better not to be Pope at all, for at least he would be spared the knowledge of this matter and the incessant worry that accompanied it. Adam, the body of His Holiness the Pope, began to tremble. His eyes, which had just closed, opened once more, but unlike before, they now lacked any glimmer of life, shrouded in a veil of twilight and desolation. The Pope, lying beneath his covers, extended his right hand, which appeared more horrifyingly desiccated than that of a corpse. Archbishop Adam quickly grasped it with both hands, cradling it in his palms. Your Holiness, the Pope gasped for breath, seemingly entering the final throes of convulsion. The divine blood can cultivate holy knights. I have decreed that you shall succeed me. The governance of the Church is yours to command, but regarding the divine corpse, you must transcend the boundaries of the Church. The resurrection of God will herald a cataclysmic disaster for all existence. Thus, even if the Church were to fall, even if you found yourself hanged on the gallows, you must disclose the existence of the divine corpse, so that the next king or pope may be aware. Adam, the Church may perish, but the divine corpse must not. The Pope's frail body arched forward in the wheelchair, as if resisting the encroachment of death. However, as his words grew increasingly intermittent, his corpse-like form abruptly lost all strength and slumped back into the chair. The old Pope's emaciated body, eyes slightly ajar, breathed its last. Your Holiness, Your Holiness! Archbishop Adam called out desperately, yet received no response. No, this cannot be true. I have become the Pope. A tumult of emotions surged within Adam, not solely due to his ascension to the papal office, but also because of the recently revealed divine corpse and the old Pope's final words. Even if the Church were to face obliteration, must I ensure that nothing befalls the divine corpse? Your Holiness, you think far too highly of me. Archbishop Adam's gaze drifted to the divine corpse suspended within the cavern, and he let out a profound sigh. You departed far too abruptly, Your Holiness. Kuba the divine. Jonah, what fate now awaits them? Archbishop Adam felt that his decision to assume the papal role was a most regrettable one. Chapter 38. The wolf pack, a significant event, was stirring tremendous waves across the southern continent. The papal seat lay vacant following the passing of the old pope. The election of the new pope commenced, and although the old pope had already designated Archbishop Adam as his successor, the ceremonial display still needed to unfold. Moreover, much like His Excellency Adam, who remained unaware of the preordained nature of the papal office prior to his ascension, the other purple-robed archbishops were equally oblivious to this fact. Thus, with the passing of the old pope, the entire papal states succumbed to an eerie atmosphere. The archbishops, in their respective domains, engaged in a frenzied display of ostentation, orchestrating an array of ecclesiastical ceremonies incessantly. The papal states, ensnared by this extravagant spectacle, saw the plight of its citizens deepen. Yet the divine radiance of God unfailingly illuminated every street and abode of the impoverished. The populace languished in despair. Meanwhile, Norton embarked on a new plan for survival. The good news was that the sword and armor had been retrieved, confirming the absence of any tracking signals upon them. The bad news was that the holy city had been ravaged by an unknown plague, leading to a staggering number of casualties. The outskirts of the city had become a ghastly necropolis, a veritable mountain of corpses, attracting swarms of wolves, feral dogs, and various carrion-eating creatures. These beings seemed to have proliferated into substantial packs, drawing even stranger creatures from the depths of the forest to prey upon them. Among these were colossal avian entities and enormous serpentine beings. Norton even beheld a werewolf ensnared in the talons of a bird, destined to become sustenance. Despite their formidable stature in the natural realm, werewolves, as innate hunters, remained a source of nourishment for certain creatures. Conversely, these avian predators became prey themselves, hunted in packs by werewolves, thus becoming part of the latter's blood feast. It must be said, nature is indeed fearsome. The grotesque gathering of the necropolis outside the holy city compelled Norton to abandon his thoughts of residing in the old cave, for it had been claimed by a bear. And its proximity to the necropolis filled him with dread of attracting new monstrosities. A gentle breeze caressed the cliffside, offering a refreshing chill, while the sun's warmth heightened Norton's discomfort, leaving his skin prickling with irritation. Releasing the deer, from which he had drawn some blood, he observed it lying on the ground, regaining its composure and beginning to graze on the grass, which eased his mind. The last time he had feasted, far too many creatures had perished, resulting in a diminished density of species in the area, compelling him to invest considerable time and energy in the perilous forest to hunt for food. Thus, Norton resolved to practice sustainable development. He captured several prey, tethering them as blood slaves for his convenience. Oh, the irony! Has Norton truly begun to cultivate blood slaves? Is this not the very essence of what a true vampire ought to do? Since resuming his diet, Norton's physique has returned to its former state, and each day he senses a subtle enhancement in his strength. Rather than an increase in power, it seems more accurate to say that his vitality has been bolstered. He could sense the gradual transformation within himself, albeit the changes were so minuscule that they would likely require years of accumulation to manifest as a significant evolution. Norton had also endeavored to hasten his growth by increasing his consumption of blood. However, it appeared that vampires could not accelerate their development merely by consuming copious amounts of blood, at least after feeding on over a dozen large animals. He had seen no substantial progress. His strength continued to develop at a steady pace, dictated solely by the passage of time. This left Norton nostalgia for the 2 golden saints he had previously fed upon. If only he could capture a few more, his evolution would advance further. Although the idea intrigued him, there was no rush, as he knew he was not yet strong enough to confront them. Norton reached up and plucked the blood-sucking bat clinging to the folds of his wrinkled skin, hanging it on a nearby branch. At this moment, constructing a suitable shelter was of utmost importance. The chaotic graveyard in St. Lord City was becoming increasingly crowded with various creatures, diminishing his already tenuous sense of security. This was unacceptable. After all, Norton aspired to achieve immortality. To ensure his safety, he had previously contemplated reducing the population of these species through hunting, lest they swarm around him like the frenzied birds of prey. However, the sheer number of corpses in the graveyard attracted an overwhelming multitude of creatures. Strange birds could often be seen soaring above the graveyard, accompanied by even more horrifying sounds emanating from that direction. The terrifying congregation of these beings rendered hunting an impossible endeavor for him. With no option to alleviate the threat through hunting, he resolved to build a shelter, enhancing his defensive capabilities to ensure his safety. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The bat hanging from the branch seemed dissatisfied with its placement. After a few vocal protests, it crawled towards Norton, using its limbs to navigate, before once again attaching itself to the folds of his skin with its claw-like talons. Rising to his feet, Norton grasped the great sword he had brought and began to fell the surrounding trees. The new construction project was about to commence. One by one, the trees fell under his blade, transformed into planks to construct his dwelling. Being a vampire was undeniably exhilarating. Although he appeared desiccated and unappealing, he was spared the rigors of physical training or the frenzied cultivation typical of immortal tales. Instead, his strength and progression would naturally enhance with the passage of time and the act of feeding, a veritable boon for the idle. This allowed Norton to devote his time to other pursuits. As day turned to night, his home and various defensive spikes were steadily improved. In the blink of an eye, a year had elapsed. The sun began its descent, casting a warm glow as twilight enveloped the earth. As the season of late autumn descends, the evening hours evoke an intensified sense of solitude. For those grappling with mental afflictions, the desolation of this withering environment can easily induce a melancholic atmosphere. The mournful howl of a wolf reverberates through the now pitch-black woods. Accompanying the echo of the howl are countless glowing green eyes, akin to will-o'-the-wisps, flitting through the forest. The height of these eyes suggests that this pack of wolves is of considerable size. The defensive system surrounding the wooden cabin perched on the cliff has now taken shape. Compared to the initial construction, Norton has made significant strides in his craftsmanship. The structure now stands impressively orderly. A wooden cabin, occupying an area of approximately 6 square meters, stands firm beside the precipice. The roof is adorned with sharpened wooden spikes aimed at the sky, serving as a deterrent against avian assaults. Surrounding the cabin, a row of outward-facing caltrops stands ready, proving useful against formidable beasts. Given the rudimentary conditions, Norton's ability to erect such a defense is indeed commendable. Within the cabin, darkness reigns, yet faint sounds disturb the stillness. The creaking of wooden windows reveals a narrow gap, through which a blood-red eye unexpectedly emerges. The elements of night, cliff, an abandoned cabin, and the monster as crimson gaze could easily inspire a tale of the midnight horror. However, today's creature of the night finds itself in a state of disquiet. Norton's blood-red eye affords him exceptional night vision, yet with the transformation of his physique, the once utilized goggles for nocturnal and aquatic visibility appear to have regressed and fallen away. A year has not yielded substantial growth for him. He remains in a withered state, with perhaps a slight increase in physical resilience. For a vampire, a year may indeed be a mere blink of an eye. Yet the troubles of St. Lord City have burgeoned over this extended period. Norton detected the stench of decay from St. Lord City 2 years prior, while the city itself has been plagued by death for 3 years. This span has provided ample time for various beastly factions to develop. The overwhelming mortality in St. Lord City has rendered food plentiful for these species, leading them to forego hunting in favor of a life of abundance and reproduction, resulting in a rapid increase in their populations. However, as time passes with food sources gradually decomposing and being consumed, the burgeoning numbers have created a disparity in the supply and demand of sustenance. Consequently, these factions have begun to prey upon one another or undertake migrations en masse. After a year of conflict, factions have either relocated elsewhere or have been gradually worn down amidst territorial disputes. At long last, a victor has emerged, the werewolf, the offspring of a union between the divine and the she-wolf. In truth, there exists another kind of monster in this world, known as the werewolf. This creature is the offspring of a god and a male wolf, yet it has succumbed to extinction due to the male wolf's inability to naturally conceive. Norton has encountered the visage of a werewolf in a compendium of monsters. It is a bizarre being with the head of a human and the body of a wolf. However, its strength pales in comparison to that of a true werewolf. It remains uncertain whether the divine genes are indeed exceptional or if the genetic makeup of werewolves is overwhelmingly potent. The inherent strength of werewolves surpasses that of both wolves and humans. They possess formidable regenerative abilities, extreme resilience to adverse environments, and while lacking human intelligence, they exhibit a cognitive capacity far superior to that of ordinary wolves. Additionally, they possess a human-like perspiration mechanism that grants them remarkable endurance, and their physique, reminiscent of humans, renders them significantly larger than the average wolf, coupled with naturally robust muscles that make them far more powerful than humans. Excluding vampires, which are mere clones, werewolves undoubtedly deserve the title of the most perfect creation. They are the epitome of nature's hunters, capable of preying on any creature that inhabits their ecosystem. However, their overwhelming physical prowess has stifled their evolutionary drive towards intelligence. They can procure sustenance without the need for tools or cunning, rendering the evolution of intellect moot. If vampires are anomalies among God's creations, then werewolves stand as anomalies between wolves and humans. Due to their distinct physique, werewolves, upon maturing to a certain size under the care of wolf packs, are often ostracized and expelled from their communities, leading to adult werewolves typically existing as solitary beings. Although they can be tamed like wolves, their superior intelligence fosters a lack of unwavering loyalty, and their cunning minds render them even more challenging to domesticate. In summary, these beings embody a blend of slyness, brutality, strength, and savagery, making them born hunters. Now, this pack of innate hunters has turned its gaze upon Norton. Their blood-red eyes gleam ominously in the darkness. Such a degree of luminescence significantly hampers the success of stealthy ambushes, yet undeniably amplifies the sense of intimidation. The scarlet orbs rotate within the pitch-black crevices of the window, devoid of sclera or iris, yet curiously convey an unsettling feeling of being watched. In Norton's perception, deep within the obsidian forest, towering werewolves, over 6 feet tall and robustly built, are converging. Their target is none other than his humble abode. This is perplexing. These werewolves are not currently in want of food. Despite the scarcity in the Holy Lord City, the dense forest teems with a burgeoning population of creatures, such as wild dogs, that they could easily hunt for sustenance. Why then do they fixate on the emaciated Norton? This is strikingly reminiscent of his previous encounter with a human-faced bird. Even after having procured food, they would rather abandon their catch to pursue him. What is it about Norton that attracts this group of monsters? Could it be the consumption of the blood of the Holy Knight? The blood of the Holy Knight has evidently allowed Norton to bypass a stage typical for vampires, indicating that this substance is a rare treasure cultivated by the Church through inscrutable means. If this blood could yield such effects on any species, then it is indeed understandable that these werewolves hunt him. Yet, when the man-faced bird hunted him, he had not yet ingested the blood of the Holy Knight. Chirping from the darkness of the wooden cabin, a bat seemed to sense the anomaly. It opened its mouth, emitting a series of peculiar sounds, before plummeting from above and landing on Norton's shoulder. With its hooked claws, it latched onto his skin, which resembled the gnarled bark of an ancient tree. Norton pried it off and then bent down to retrieve the Holy Knight's armor piled in the corner, donning it piece by piece. The werewolves outside appeared intent on cornering him. Norton recalled that in his previous life as films, werewolves and vampires were natural adversaries, but that was a different narrative. The structure of this tale diverged completely from the Church's recorded scriptures. The methods of entering the city were enigmatic and unpredictable. A mere image of God could pinpoint and strike him with precision. Remaining in the wilderness was fraught with danger, and he hadn't even ventured into the river, or else aquatic creatures would have torn him apart. No wonder Kuba felt such imbalance. It stemmed from his poor experiences in the wild. With a sigh, Norton grasped the golden greatsword resting on the ground with his thin, wrinkled hands. His current physical state bore a resemblance to the membranous wings of a bat, entirely skin covering bones, with just enough flesh to avoid complete desiccation. His weathered skin, tough and wrinkled like tree bark, evidently provided him with commendable protection. His hands, shriveled and reduced, had elongated fingers that appeared oddly slender, with nails that were hard and sharp. His body was perpetually at its peak condition, endowing him with an inexhaustible strength, paired with his current physique and characteristics. Norton felt that not wearing armor and eschewing weapons to fully exploit his agility would serve as the best form of attack. However, faced with the pack of werewolves, he deemed it wiser to don the armor. As he moved, the steel armor produced a sound of iron scraping against iron. The atrophy of his flesh made the armor feel somewhat ill-fitting. 2 crimson eyes glimmered faintly within the steel helm, and Norton caught the scent of the werewolf's musk wafting through the air. His parched visage betrayed no expression, yet his mind was rich with thoughts. Through the ever-strengthening stench of werewolves carried by the wind and the greenish eyes glimmering in the encroaching darkness, Norton could ascertain that this pack had come specifically for him, exhibiting remarkable organization and discipline. Norton was perplexed by the deliberate intent of the pack of werewolves seeking to prey upon him. However, He believed that with his vampire's extraordinary regenerative abilities, he could certainly attempt to resist them. After all, the werewolves lacked the means to inflict true damage upon him akin to that of the church. The vampire's robust physique and near-immortal capabilities instilled within Norton a sense of calm, transforming his demeanor into one of a ferocious nature, distinct from his previous self. As he heard the low, wolf-like growls resonating through the air, his senses heightened. The surroundings sharpened into clarity within his perception, and his crimson eyes glowed with an intense hue. He resolved that once this encounter concluded, he would retreat to the city. The wilderness was hardly a place for humanity. A chilling howl echoed through the darkened woods, signaling the onslaught of the werewolves. Accompanying this harrowing cry was the thunderous sound of their approach, as dozens of shadowy figures, moving on all fours, surged from the thicket towards Norton's cabin with alarming speed. Chapter 40. Escape. The werewolves moved with remarkable swiftness. Their forms were adept not only for standing upright to utilize their claws and attack, but also for sprinting on all fours like wolves, lunging to bite their foes. The alpha werewolf was particularly imposing, its towering figure stretching nearly 2 meters in length, with piercing green eyes fixated on Norton's cabin, drooling with a thick, foul saliva. Clearly, this was a meticulously orchestrated ambush. In mere seconds, the 2-meter-tall Wolf King barreled through the forest towards Norton's cabin. Its massive form nearly equaled half the size of the wooden structure. Upon crashing against Norton's cabin, it did not pause for an instant, but instead tensed its right arm, using its bicep like a bulldozer, forcefully slamming into the wall. With a deafening thud, the frail cabin collapsed under the assault. Simultaneously, a colossal golden sword descended from above, slicing downwards from within the remnants of the cabin. While Norton's strength may not have matched that of the Wolf King in sheer size, it was formidable enough to sever the Alpha's arm with ease, despite lacking the bulk of his opponent. The golden sword cleaved through the Wolf King's right arm, yet in retaliation, the werewolf's left arm struck Norton like a cannonball, propelling him into the debris of the cabin. He crashed against a rock 5 meters away, the impact distorting the steel armor he wore, pressing painfully against his chest. Norton never anticipated that a werewolf would possess such formidable strength. He felt as though he had been violently struck by a bulldozer, completely devoid of any traction. The Wolf King, despite having lost an arm to a sword, exhibited no hint of fear. Instead, it opened its maw and howled, commanding the werewolves that had charged forth to pounce upon Norton, who had just risen from the ground. Norton had never imagined that a mere number in the tens could instill such immense pressure upon him. Initially, he believed that, bolstered by his vampire regenerative abilities and his formidable greatsword, he could withstand this pack of werewolves, if not defeat them outright. However, he no longer held that belief. Though the number of werewolves seemed small, their onslaught appeared inexhaustible, an overwhelming tide of beasts rushing towards him. As Norton regained his footing, he was swiftly knocked to the ground by the oncoming werewolves. Even though his greatsword had pierced through one of them, several others soon overwhelmed him. The werewolves' method of attack, akin to that of wolves, involved relentless biting and shaking, coupled with their claws incessantly raking at him, making it exceedingly difficult for him to stabilize and mount an effective resistance. From a distance, this relentless, saturated assault might seem feeble, yet only the afflicted would comprehend the potency of such tactics. Norton's limbs and neck were beset by the fetid jaws of the werewolves, which incessantly shook him. The sheer number of attackers and the ferocity of their bites meant that just as he managed to shake one off, another would seize him anew. Several werewolves clung to his armored limbs, seemingly intent on tearing him apart. Under this wolf-like assault, Norton found it nearly impossible to rise. The rancid saliva dripped from the seams of his helmet onto his face, while the elongated jaws of the werewolves seemed almost capable of engulfing his entire head. Their ivory fangs sought to penetrate the ventilation holes of his helmet, aiming to carve a deep gash across his visage. The golden armor of the Holy Knight was significantly heavier and thicker than that of an ordinary church knight, and its fully enclosed design momentarily stymied the werewolves. However, if allowed to continue their biting, even this armor could not withstand the unrelenting tearing of the pack. After all, the armor was not a single piece. Its limbs were akin to gloves fitted onto him. Amidst the werewolves' frenzied assault, Norton could distinctly feel his armor being pulled away, a sensation that brought with it a profound sense of peril. He could indeed pierce their bodies and remain unscathed, but he could not guarantee that he would survive being torn to shreds and devoured by the werewolves. As the creatures gnawed at his head, shaking it fiercely, Norton's crimson eyes became ever more bloodshot, reminiscent of a victim held down by a butcher. Mia! With a piercing cry erupting from his lips, Norton, pinned to the ground by several werewolves, suddenly wrenched his right arm free from the confines of his steel helmet, swinging it backward with a force that was entirely contrary to his body's position. The sound of bone fracturing echoed through the air as he forcibly twisted his own arm to launch an attack. With a sickening thrust, his withered, rigid fingers pierced through the chest of the werewolf weighing down upon him. A blood-curdling howl escaped the creature as warm blood splattered over Norton. Its heart had been completely penetrated by Norton's arm. With a swift motion, Norton overturned the werewolf, which had begun to weaken, and sprang upwards, leaping over 5 meters into the air, emerging from the throng of beasts. He dashed toward the precipice, not daring to look back. Outnumbered, he realized he was utterly powerless against the multitude of werewolves pressing upon him. Norton knew he needed further evolution. 2 years was still insufficient for a vampire. Although his agility had significantly increased in his fully charged state, it paled in comparison to the ground-bound speed of the werewolves. As Norton sprinted toward the cliff, the one-armed Wolf King, who had been observing the battle from the ruins of Norton's cabin, sprang into action like a flash of lightning, charging at him. Behind him, a dense horde of werewolves followed, their foul odor so potent that even the wind struggled to disperse it. Having long discarded his great sword, Norton's armor had lost much of its mobility due to deformation. In a desperate bid to escape the werewolves' bites, he had even shed all his limb armor, employing a tactic akin to shedding a skin. However, this left him vulnerable, sacrificing crucial defense. The Wolf King lunged at Norton midair, its stark white teeth and drool vividly visible. Had the Wolf King been in prime condition, Norton might not have escaped the onslaught of its claws. But in its current state, with only one paw functional, it could merely open its mouth to bite at Norton's body. Those sharp teeth aimed for the armor that had once provided protection, but had now become a cumbersome hindrance. A bite to the armor would render Norton incapable of shedding it in time, leading to his inevitable capture by the pursuing pack. In his frantic bid toward the cliff, to avoid having his armor bitten, Norton leaped into the air, forcibly twisting his spine to break his lower back, running forward with his lower half while facing the oncoming Wolf King with his withered arm outstretched. With a sickening sound, Norton plummeted over the cliff, and amidst the sounds of flesh tearing, the Wolf King, with half of its elongated jaw rent asunder, could only clutch a piece of desiccated flesh in its remaining teeth. It appeared reminiscent of the markings upon the arm of Norton. The howls of the werewolf pack echoed ominously at the precipice, where dozens of werewolves gathered, unleashing their wild cries to the moon. Then, at the command of their Wolf King, they swiftly darted into the dark embrace of the forest. This hunt seemed far from over. Chapter 41. Returned to the city of the Holy Lord after a year's absence, Norton leaped once more from the cliff. The silver lining of his abode, perched upon the cliff, was the ease of escape, akin to that of a two-mouthed cave. However, the unfortunate news was that his newly established home, painstakingly constructed over time, had been destroyed, rendering this sanctuary uninhabitable. With the werewolves' relentless mobility and formidable tracking skills, Norton was compelled to embark on a long-distance flight to evade their incessant harassment. The singular flaw of a vampire lay in their exceedingly slow maturation. He had attempted to augment his blood intake, hoping to accelerate his growth by increasing the quantity of blood consumed. Alas, this endeavor bore no fruit. His growth remained excruciatingly sluggish, possibly linked to the vampire's lethargic metabolism. Yet, does such a concept of metabolism truly exist? While it is conceivable that every ancient vampire who has lived for an extended period is a grotesque anomaly, the prerequisite remains the ability to survive that long. Norton had once believed that in this wilderness, devoid of cameras and satellites, survival would be a simple feat for a vampire. However, both past monster assaults and the current werewolf onslaught had shattered this naive notion. Why, then, had they suddenly taken to hunting him? The wounds inflicted by branches upon Norton's body healed rapidly. Even the flesh torn from his arm by the Wolf King had completely mended during his fall from the cliff. Throughout this encounter, he had felt no pain. The werewolves' attacks failed to inflict any fatal harm upon him, unlike the sharp, piercing agony of sunlight or the gaze of a divine statue. Yet, the question of pain was secondary. The primary concern was why these wretched werewolves sought to hunt him. Did he appear to be of such low worth? Norton felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. He had endeavored to exist as a proper vampire, drinking only a modest amount of blood without killing the animals, opting instead for a sustainable approach to nourishment, ensuring that he did not deplete resources. How could a conscientious vampire like him be targeted in such a manner? He was truly incensed. In the darkness, Norton's crimson eyes gazed upward at the cliff above. At that moment, the howls of the werewolf pack erupted once again from the summit. Following their cries, the werewolves swiftly turned and departed. Yet, there remained a lone werewolf standing at the edge of the cliff, fixated on the plummeting Norton, intermittently emitting a sound akin to a communicative howl. This werewolf appeared to be reporting its position to its comrades. A sense of urgency gripped Norton as he felt a tightness in his back. He hastily shed the twisted steel armor that had been battered during the fall and fled into the dark embrace of the forest without a backward glance. This pack of werewolves exhibited an unsettling intelligence, and it seemed they had not ceased their relentless pursuit. Such a realization tightened Norton's heart. In comparison to this cunning assembly of werewolves, he would have preferred to confront the steam-powered knights he had encountered previously. At least those knights lacked intelligence, whereas this pack was not only organized and disciplined, but also exceedingly shrewd, epitomizing the pinnacle of hunters. Being pursued by such formidable predators instilled in him a profound sense of pressure. With a ghastly swiftness akin to a specter, Norton, the withered vampire, darted through the shadowy forest, heading towards the city of the Holy Lord. The bat that had accompanied him for 2 years suddenly reappeared from the shadows, landing atop him, its claws dangling from his wrinkled skin, swaying and colliding with his body as he ran. A bitter expression clouded Norton's face. It seemed that every creature in the wilderness sought to hunt him, as if he were an irresistible delicacy. He once believed that if he simply endured long enough, he would eventually unravel all the mystery surrounding him. However, it now appeared that understanding himself might be a challenge that could jeopardize his very survival. Thus, he found himself yearning for the city, yearning for the church. After all, only the church possessed thorough research on vampires. I have come to seek you. The forest lay still. A figure as fearsome as a wraith from the depths of hell swiftly traversed between the trees, leaving behind a resonant echo of sorrowful lament. In the dim light, Andrew the priest kindled the cotton wicks nestled within the white wax, placing his flint upon the altar, then sequentially igniting the white candles that adorned the church's altar. In this era, the costly candles served merely to illuminate the sanctity of God during the night. The flickering glow illuminated the silver cross worn upon his chest, its polished surface reflecting the dancing flames. One could only wonder what thoughts led the Holy Church to embody the very instruments meant to suppress God's resurrection as symbols of sanctity. Such a notion certainly bordered on madness. Outside, the night enveloped the church in darkness, and despite the numerous candles within, the interior remained dim and somber. Although the great cathedral of the Holy Lord was never particularly bustling, it typically housed a fair number of missionaries. Yet today, the church was unusually desolate, with only a handful of missionaries seated on the choir benches designated for confession, awaiting the commencement of their recitations. After igniting all the candles, Andrew the priest adorned his somewhat aged face, slightly younger than Father Mia, with an expression of benevolence. May God forgive our transgressions and grant us the grace of Father Andrew. With hands raised in prayer, murmurs softly, as his voice resonates. The few missionaries seated in the choir pews bow their heads, joining him in whispered supplications. This ritual has become an obligatory evening practice at the Cathedral of the Holy Lord, though today the congregation is noticeably diminished. Following a year of divine judgment from the Holy Tribunal, the population of the Holy City has dwindled to a mere fraction. Consequently, the sources of sustenance have significantly declined, exacerbated by the outbreak of plague, leading to a further decline in the livelihoods within the city. However, the drastic reduction in population has, paradoxically, limited the spread of the epidemic, manifesting only a mild potency within the densely populated cathedral. The stark decrease in the cathedral's populace must be examined in the context of the broader circumstances. The scarcity of food does not stem from a reduction in agricultural and livestock endeavors due to fewer hands. Rather, It is the diminished population itself that results in less sustenance. After all, the cathedral is a place that sustains itself on the flesh of its own. In order for the ecclesiastical hierarchy to indulge in finer meats, the clergy, raised within the confines of the institution, have become the primary source of nourishment. Thus, the number of clergy has been gradually declining. The arrival of the plague has also led to a gradual depletion of the missionaries venturing outside, contributing to the cathedral's current desolation. Chapter 42. In service to the church, the devout prayers continued uninterrupted until Father Andrew was summoned by a knight of the church entering from the side chapel. Bishop Rosen, adorned in dark vestments, awaited him with a somber expression. Despite his gloomy countenance, Bishop Rosen's spirits were relatively high. Such was his natural demeanor. He was, in truth, a kind-hearted individual. At least when Father Mia sought to place Norton under the jurisdiction of the bishop governing the Holy City, Bishop Rosen had declined, sparing Norton a fate far more agonizing than death by fire. Bishop Rosen, Father Andrew approached, performing the customary gesture of reverence, and greeted him respectfully. The vacancy of the papal seat, with Archbishop Adam poised to ascend as the new pope, was purportedly a foregone conclusion. Although Father Andrew lacked the rank to receive definitive news, he at least belonged to Archbishop Adam's faction, which lent him some prestige. As a close aide to Archbishop Adam, it was undeniable that upon his elevation to the papacy, both priests and the lower and higher bishops under his command would experience promotion, a prospect that contributed to Bishop Rosen's agreeable mood. As for the grim state of affairs within the Holy City and its negligible impact on their spirits, it was merely a loss of a few domesticated sheep, hardly worthy of lamentation. In contrast to the two-legged sheep of the Holy City, they found themselves far more intrigued by the traces of werewolves lurking outside its borders. Father Andrew, have you been able to adapt recently? Bishop Rosen inquired, a rare and somewhat eerie smile, which he misjudged to be benevolent, gracing his countenance as he regarded Father Andrew. Ever since the late Father Mia, whom Norton could not forget, passed away, it seemed as though the old pope had been prepared, deploying Father Andrew to this post. The position of a priest is not traditionally appointed by the pope, as it is a sacrificial role typically designated directly by the cardinal. Generally, all priests are cultivated by the cardinals themselves. Yet, the fact that Father Andrew was appointed directly by the old pope naturally drew Bishop Rosen's attention. It is no hardship. I serve the church. Father Andrew humbly gestured, though his words bore no trace of modesty. Not only did he graciously accept Bishop Rosen's greetings, but his declaration of service to the church also elevated his standing in the bishop's eyes, prompting a slight softening of Rosen's demeanor. I wonder what has prompted your summons. Bishop Rosen? Father Andrew mused, clutching the Bible to his chest, his hand firmly grasping the silver cross that hung around his neck. While silver holds little power against vampires, the cross embodies the glory of God and proves effective against such creatures. However, it has been many years since anyone has encountered a vampire, to the point that the current clergy are nearly forgetting their existence. It was only upon hearing rumors of a vampire's emergence in this vicinity that Father Andrew took to carrying it. Tales suggest that vampires possess the ability to alter their appearances, potentially causing great harm to the church through impersonation. Yet, the veracity of such claims remains uncertain. It is the werewolves, Father Andrew reported. According to missionaries dispatched to the area, the situation in the Holy City has drawn a significant influx of werewolves. The recent surge in their numbers seems to have reached a critical mass, with numerous accounts of werewolf attacks occurring in the vicinity. Thus, I intend to consolidate the church's knights to ensure the safety of the Grand Cathedral, and I advise you, Father, to refrain from venturing out during this time. Await the new appointment from His Holiness the Pope. Bishop Rosen articulated the purpose of this meeting. The werewolf situation in the Holy City had been a concern for 6 months, as the remaining impoverished populace on the outskirts gradually dwindled. Reports of werewolves found their way to Bishop Rosen's desk almost weekly. However, he was indifferent. The loss of a few souls posed no significant threat to the church. Furthermore, with Archbishop Adam soon to take office, they would inevitably rise in rank, leaving this troublesome matter for other bishops who were at odds with Archbishop Adam to contend with. Thus, Bishop Rosen did not regard the werewolves outside the city with much concern. Nonetheless, to prevent any harm from these creatures, consolidating the church's knights became a matter of utmost necessity, especially since the Holy Judgment Order had already been called back by the old pope. Now, only a little over 200 knights remain to ensure their safety. It is indeed a grim reality. The populace of the holy city, tainted by avarice, has plummeted into the abyss. Even the sanctity of God must be avoided. Father Andrew nodded in agreement. The Cathedral of the Holy Lord, having been closed for a year, is once again shuttered after this brief interlude. Although the reasons for the cathedral's sudden closure remain unknown, the citizens of the Holy City are acutely aware that their hellish existence is about to return. Following the last closure of the cathedral, the population of the Holy City dwindled to a mere tenth. This was a city of hundreds of thousands. Nearly 70% perished, leaving only a few tens of thousands to survive in a state of despair. This cannot merely be described as a grievous wound. It is akin to a gaping wound that has torn the very fabric of existence. It is difficult to fathom how, in such dire circumstances, the remaining populace has managed to propagate their kind so robustly, a testament to their insatiable lust. As the sun sets, darkness once again envelopes the holy city. Compared to 2 years ago, the city now appears desolate under the shadow of night, resembling a ghost town. A gentle breeze stirs, carrying with it the lingering stench of decay that has persisted over the past 2 years. The farmland on the outskirts has become utterly barren. The flowers bloom vibrantly, yet the hands that once tended to them have likely succumbed to the earth, now mere bones in a grave. A slender, peculiar figure emerged at the outskirts of the holy city, bathed in moonlight, yet casting no shadow, an eerie specter reminiscent of the fabled apparitions, with 2 crimson eyes that glimmer ominously in the darkness. Chapter 43. The city of Norton tread upon the rotting leaves and petals, making his way into the holy city, bereft of fresh blossoms to adorn it. The ground of the holy city now lay bare, revealing the filth and decay beneath. With each step Norton took, a foul breeze, born of the microbial colonies thriving amidst the decaying foliage, wafted upward, swirling into his nostrils. To inhale even a breath of this air would not only be repulsive, but would surely lead to a severe illness. Weeds had overtaken the makeshift shelters erected outside the holy city. The dark brown stains of blood on the walls have yet to fully dissipate, and the prolonged absence of inhabitants has rendered these structures withered and forlorn. The only saving grace is the absence of scatterbones. As he surveyed his surroundings, he could scarcely believe that this was once the vibrant holy city he had witnessed 2 years prior. The sight of decay alone had irrevocably severed ties with the past. Yet, this also indicated that Norton may no longer find refuge within the city. As he navigated the streets of the holy city, inhaling the noxious air and listening to the desperate cries that echoed through its desolation, he had hoped to find sanctuary. However, upon glancing at the entrance of the cathedral, he was met with disheartening news. Everything was sealed tight. At this point, not only was refuge unattainable, but even Father Mia was nowhere to be seen. The scent of werewolves in the air is becoming increasingly palpable. Clearly, Norton must flee without delay. He drifts away from the city of the Holy Lord like a leaf caught in the wind. Time flows slowly, the night fades, and the crescent moon becomes almost invisible. A dozen figures, moving on all fours, traverse the jungle, rushing towards the Holy Lord city. After cautiously observing the surroundings, they resolutely charge into the city. The piercing screams resonate throughout the Holy Lord city. The warm summer breeze mingles with a putrid stench, accompanied by a hint of fresh blood. Time continues to pass, and before long, autumn arrives. As the adage goes, only when a fish enters the deep sea does it comprehend the vastness of the world. It is only after leaving the vicinity of the Holy Lord city that Norton realizes this world is not as hopeless as he had envisioned. Though the papal state is founded on religious principles, not everyone is a fool, nor is every place rife with the church's fanatical ideology. One might even argue that among the numerous ecclesiastical cities, only the Holy Lord city and the Holy City, the capital of the papal state, harbor such inhumane religious thoughts and regulations. This is quite understandable, for the Holy Lord city is the birthplace of humanity created by God. If it were not also a realm of divine decay, it would be the most deserving location to serve as the capital of the papal state. Thus, the religious atmosphere in the Holy Lord city is exceedingly intense, reaching an almost perverse degree. Only the Holy Lord city merits the prefix holy, akin to the Holy City. In contrast, other cities maintain a more normal character. Lino City. Black bread, freshly baked black bread. Dock workers, who works as dockhands. The bustling visage of a classic Central European city unfolds before Norton. Although the pervasive mud remains unaddressed, and the mingled stench of excrement lingers in the air, at least this city brims with fresh vitality, far more lively than the desolate Holy Lord City. A dilapidated cart laden with goods stands by the roadside, and the owner of a newly opened shop greets the workers with a broad smile as they unload chairs and tables for the store. Puffed. The horse's tail flicks, releasing a damp spray. In a city devoid of drainage, water accumulation is severe. In crowded areas, mud is everywhere, while less populated spots may even harbor stagnant water. Laborers clad in coarse linen stand in a corner, carelessly urinating into the puddles, indifferent to the bustling street around them. Two armored knights of the church dutifully guard the city gate, while workers repair the towering city walls, over 10 meters high. What is this? Claw marks etched into the wall? Several conspicuous scratches mar the surface, having deeply penetrated the stone. The shape of these scratches suggests that the workers could align their hands with them. The scratch marks appear remarkably fresh, as if they were made not long ago. This left the laborers responsible for repairing the city walls in a state of astonishment and trepidation. After all, these walls, constructed of stone, are impervious to the sharpest blades, making it nearly impossible to carve out any noticeable gaps. What terrifying creature could have left such fearsome claw marks on these stone fortifications? Moreover, the marks ascend, clearly indicating that this dreadful being has surmounted the walls and infiltrated the city. A slight commotion arises near the walls. The city remains bustling with activity. A beggar, entirely swathed in tattered rags, squats in the mud-laden streets, his head bowed, neither seeking alms nor offering prayers, as if he were lifeless, devoid of any sign of breathing. Such attire is common in this era and does not attract much attention. Women of this time often wrap their heads in cloth, resembling the beggar almost identically. The throngs of passers-by pay no heed to the beggar at the roadside, typically by nightfall. Church knights emerge to remove the still prostrate beggar from the streets to dispose of him. Thus, the streets are seldom graced by decaying corpses. The rags conceal Norton's withered skin, enveloping his entire being. With his crimson eyes peering through the filthy, tattered fabric, he gazes upon the streets of Central Europe and the desolation within this city governed by the church. Norton, somewhat abnormal in this peculiar world, has finally found a semblance of stability. He has taken residence within a bell tower in the city of Lino. This tower, also a church asset, rises over 20 meters, adorned with a clock fashioned from gold, and its interior boasts a pendulum system, indicating that the papal realm has begun to nurture the seeds of mechanical civilization. Beneath this clock, white-robed missionaries from the church come daily to adjust the time, while Norton resides peacefully at the top of the tower. As time flows steadily, Norton spends his days exploring various locations throughout the streets, gradually gaining an understanding of Lino and the church itself. Chapter 44. Archbishop Doja Lino. A city of modest stature within the papal domain, boasts a population of merely a few 100,000, governed by Archbishop Doja. Among the archbishops, Doja is regarded as somewhat rebellious. The old pope has remarked that Archbishop Doja harbors excessive desires. His interpretation of doctrine, which posits that faith should serve human desires, often clashes with the church's principles. This is manifested in his leading rejection of the weekly mass, his disdain for grand church events filled with floral displays, and his refusal to conduct ceremonies that burn sinners, opting instead to protect the lower-ranking members of the church, such as knights and missionaries, from arbitrary punishment. He possesses a fondness for wealth, not by extorting the populace, but rather by encouraging commerce, trade, and production to augment tax revenues and amass riches. He also has a penchant for animal furs, living a life steeped in luxury, dispatching his church knights to hunt tigers, wild boars, and bears beyond the city walls. The Archbishop of Dorcia indulged in his peculiar obsession. Yet, this proclivity inadvertently facilitated the local landlords, enabling them to safely employ serfs for cultivation outside the city, thereby augmenting their agricultural yield and accumulating greater wealth. Numerous wild tales circulate regarding this archbishop, yet they need not be recounted in detail. From Norton's perspective, the archbishop appeared quite the ordinary man. Although his policies predominantly served the interests of the urban nobility and landowners, this very fact underscored his normalcy. However, the times were different. In this era, marked by ignorance, feudalism, and moral decay. The archbishop's clarity of thought had become a transgression. Yet, to the vested interests, his actions were nothing short of those of a magnificent sovereign. Norton mused that had he found himself in the clerical garb of this city, he would never have contemplated defection from the church, nor would he have descended to his current plight. A vampire bat fluttered from the shadowy streets, soaring towards the towering bell tower. Two crimson glimmers ignited within the dark spire. Upon closer inspection, one would be horrified to discern that they were not mere lights, but rather the eyes of two blood-red orbs. Norton stretched his weary body, emitting a chilling rasp due to his parched vocal cords. A bat, dangling from his withered flesh, leapt down to join the newly arrived bat, seemingly engaged in a ritual of sanguine exchange. Indeed, Norton now found himself accompanied by two bats. The newcomer had been brought back by the one already perched upon him. The pair, a male and female, exhibited an endearing intimacy, adding a touch of liveliness to Norton's surroundings. It had been a month since Norton arrived in Leno City. The openness of this city was somewhat unexpected for him. The church functioned here as a lofty enforcer of law, not in a pejorative sense, but akin to celestial beings, overseeing the stability and order of Leno City while allowing other matters to unfold freely. This dynamic infused the city with vibrancy. Though many disapproved of the archbishop's doctrines, Norton was not among them. He found himself quite fond of this unseen figure, as he at least evoked a sense of normalcy within him. This sentiment kindled in Norton a desire to settle in this city, where he could evade the pursuit of werewolves and contemplate ways to infiltrate the church in search of tomes on vampiric studies. Initially, Norton believed he had transformed into a vampire, endowed with eternal life, capable of unraveling the mysteries of his altered physiology over time. However, following the onset of the werewolf hunts, he began to suspect that his previous assumptions might have been erroneous. If he remains oblivious to his own attributes, who knows what troubles he might inadvertently invite next? Perhaps he may find himself pursued by some terrifying entity or splashed with holy water. Heavens, what if he perishes? Who would he turn to for justification? Moreover, he felt the necessity to ascertain the extent of his current strength within this realm. It is all the fault of that foolish Kuba. Why did he not impart some vestiges of ancestral memory? Even goblins possess such legacies. Why must a vampire lineage be so woefully inadequate? Norton resolved that he must critically evaluate this progenitor of vampires. His arrival in this world, evidently steeped in a fantastical essence, now seemed to be a mere substandard rendition of the genre. However, he consoled himself that acquiring an extended lifespan was already a monumental fortune. Lacking ancestral memory is unfortunate, but as he had previously considered, with the passage of time, understanding would naturally unfold. Yet for now, Norton needed to make discerning choices about his existence. Norton stretched his limbs and ventured from the attic of the clock tower to the precipice, gazing down at the city below, now shrouded in darkness. The stability of the city offered him no semblance of belonging. The so-called pitiable populace elicited no sympathy from him. Only the church, which had persecuted him for 2 decades, stirred within him a profound loathing and disdain. Chapter 45. A life of routine. Norton was an exceedingly easily satisfied individual. The 2 decades spent within the cloistered confines of the church had instilled in him a fervent curiosity and desire for exploration regarding everything around him. Although this yearning had to be self-initiated due to prolonged dormancy, nevertheless, the existence he led within the clock tower sufficed to content him. The terrifying hunger tolerance of vampires rendered Norton almost devoid of material needs. Thus he had no compulsion to seek wealth. Apart from venturing out for hunts every 10 days or so to satiate his desire for strength, he faced little else in terms of challenges. Speaking of hunting, one must recall the topic previously broached by Father Mia. To eradicate vampires entirely, the church has resolved to starve the impoverished, rendering them anemic. With insufficient blood, vampires would lack sustenance and eventually perish, thus achieving the extermination of their kind. At the time, Norton deemed this action by the church to be profoundly misguided. However, now that he had become a vampire, he found this method surprisingly effective. How much blood could the emaciated, starving populace possibly possess? Furthermore, their abysmal quality of life ensured that not only was their blood scant, but its quality was deplorable. In comparison, Consuming the blood of a mere deer would be considered a substantial boon. Only the corpulent nobility or members of the church qualified as worthy sources of sustenance. 2 bats hung upside down at the edge of the clock tower, engaging in clandestine activities, and it would not be long before Norton's little household welcomed a new member. Norton extended his hand to suspend a freshly stripped werewolf pelt from the ceiling of the clock tower. This was his bounty from the hunting expedition earlier this month. As anticipated, that wretched pack of werewolves continued their relentless pursuit, albeit in diminished numbers. Yet he could discern by scent that these were indeed the same creatures from the mountains surrounding St. Lord City. How far they had followed him? What could they possibly desire from him? Norton smoothed the pelt to prevent it from drying in creases. His gaze lingered on the still, blood-scented hide, a hint of gravity settling upon him. The last encounter with the wolf pack had left him utterly perplexed, and the discovery of their lingering presence outside Lino City only deepened his unease. No beast would chase for miles after a prey so meager, especially when food was abundant. Norton was certain there was no animosity between him and these werewolves. After all, they resided near the mass graves around St. Lord City, while he lived high upon the cliffs. What could possibly compel them to pursue him across such distances? He speculated that it was somehow linked to his identity as a vampire, or perhaps there was something about him that attracted the werewolves. Vampires, indeed, were becoming increasingly enigmatic. Norton felt a growing disdain for Kuba, the progenitor of his kind. It was one thing to lack ancestral memories, but why had he, the progenitor, failed to cultivate a vampire community over the years when he was not the only vampire in existence? The figure on the crucifix was Caesar, not the vampire progenitor Kuba. Having secured the werewolf pelt, Norton donned his tattered full-coverage attire and pulled a wide-brimmed hat low to conceal his crimson eyes before descending the clock tower stairs. His life had settled into a routine. Each dawn, after the townsfolk had disposed of the waste accumulated overnight, he would descend from the tower, carefully choosing the cleanest path to walk. He would listen to the conversations of passers-by, absorbing the vitality of the crowd. In this process, Norton felt a gradual restoration of his lost humanity, a healing illusion that brought him great joy. Additionally, through the dialogues of the townsfolk, he sought to sketch a broader picture of the papal state and the world, for his understanding was woefully scant and in dire need of enrichment. Generally, he would meander in the morning until afternoon, drawing closer to the church in Lino City, where he would discreetly observe the personnel, defensive capabilities, number of church nights, vulnerable points, and shift changes. By discerning the unique sense of each individual, even if the missionaries and church knights remained faceless, he could ascertain the approximate number of those within the Lino City Church. This observation is all-encompassing. Norton felt compelled to unravel the peculiarities of the vampire species, and undoubtedly, the church is the most profound authority on vampire studies in this world. Thus, he contemplated the possibility of seizing an opportunity to enter the church in Lino City to discover some texts concerning vampires. Of course, such an endeavor could not be undertaken lightly. He needed to devise a meticulous plan. Otherwise, a hasty intrusion into the church could lead to dire consequences, perhaps even being scorched to oblivion by the divine cross. Norton had not forgotten the scenes from vampire films where these creatures were reduced to ashes by silver and sunlight. Thanks to the regulatory system in Lino City, more affluent individuals were able to venture forth and broaden their horizons, which in turn facilitated the flow of information within Lino City and for Norton. The locale with the most vibrant exchange of news was undoubtedly the tavern where Norton frequently resided. A couple of mugs of beer and a plate of robin beans could afford one the opportunity to glean fresh tidings from the intersection of the slums and affluent districts of Lino City. Although the news likely pertained to events from months prior, it still constituted a channel for acquiring information. Naturally, Norton could not afford the luxury of ale. He even refrained from entering the tavern, instead opting to pose as a beggar leaning against the tavern's wall. With his extraordinary hearing, he could effortlessly absorb the conversations within. Fortune favored him. Alas, the new pope seemed to be a foregone conclusion. This could bring some disheartening news. Heard that fellow. Are you trying to get yourself killed speaking of such things here? Indeed, indeed. Ah, come, lite sidrink. You would believe it, brother. In the past 2 years, I traveled to the Boya Empire for business. Their standard of living is beyond anything we can compare to here. The scale of their cities, their grandeur, the living conditions, I can't fathom how the Boyans achieved such development. If only our church could possess even a fraction of their enlightenment. This individual was clearly inebriated, brazenly daring to criticize the church. Norton noticed several patrons discreetly rising and hastening toward the church, presumably to inform on him. As expected, it wasn't too long before 2 church knights entered the tavern, accompanied by gasps and pleas for mercy within a minute. A man with urine-soaked trousers was forcibly dragged from the tavern by the knights. Norton had heard the name of the Boya Empire several times recently. According to the local discourse in Lino City, the Boya Empire appeared to be quite formidable, and its governance seemed relatively enlightened, far more so than the Holy Kingdom, the domain of the Pope. However, specifics regarding its location and nature remained elusive to him. His primary concern lay with the earlier topic. It seemed the Pope was to be replaced. He had heard much chatter regarding the change in papacy over the past few days, and due to the sheer volume of discussion, even in hushed tones, his keen hearing had allowed him to grasp fragments of understanding about this matter. More than 5 months ago, the papal throne was left vacant. 8 cardinal archbishops from the papal states journeyed to the Holy See for the election of a new pope, and today, over 5 months have elapsed. The primary reason for this prolonged duration is the considerable distance involved. Each of these 8 archbishops governs at least 3 provinces, indicating the vast expanse of the papal states. Consequently, the time consumed in travel is naturally substantial. However, since the Holy See is situated at the heart of the papal states, akin to stars surrounding the moon, it is estimated that within a month, the papal position will be firmly established. As the saying goes, a new official often brings about a flurry of activity. And this new pope is not one to be trifled with. It is anticipated that the state of the populace will further deteriorate under his reign. As the well-being of the citizens declines, chaos is likely to ensue, which will necessitate stricter regulations. With increased scrutiny, Norton, although he considers himself not a subject of the papal states, finds himself preoccupied with the papal election. Indeed, one might say that while the emperor remains unhurried, the eunuch grows anxious. Chapter 46. His Excellency Adam. Time flows slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months have swiftly passed. From a human perspective, this duration may not seem long, yet it feels extensive. However, for Norton, who has reached the threshold of eternal life, these 2 months bear little difference from his prior existence. No, rather, there are subtle distinctions. A month ago, the new pope was officially confirmed, bearing the title, His Excellency Adam. It is said that this Adam once governed the city that includes the Holy City area and hails from the Church of the Holy City, having served as a low-ranking bishop there, sharing a commonality with Norton. His character is marked by cruelty and a penchant for violence. Upon his ascension, he executed the former pope's attendants and staff under the pretext of a ceremonial ascension, including, but not limited to, the carefully selected nursemaids and the tender-hearted caretakers, as well as a cadre of young clerics personally nurtured by the former pope. This is not without precedent. Much like how a new game developer immediately seeks to eliminate the protagonists created by the previous team, such actions are human nature, merely a massacre of a few, with minimal overall detriment to the papal states. When the former pope ascended to his position, he had fervently sent troops to neighboring nations in a bid to expand territory and achieve a grand legacy. Such decisions ignited turmoil across the world. In contrast to the former pope, the new pope, His Excellency Adam, presents a peculiar case. Over the past month, aside from the aforementioned executions, he has taken only one minor action: the establishment of a new role within the church's hierarchy known as the Holy Eye. The specific function of this Holy Eye system is to scour the world for various monsters and vampires, conducting in-depth research on them. The citizens of Lino City are abuzz with rumors that His Majesty Adam seeks immortality, prompting the establishment of the Holy Eye Church. For the church's internal workings, this represents a modest reform. For the populace of the papal states, it is merely an inconsequential system, adding a few more figures deserving of their reverence. However, for Norton, this news is far from favorable. He is, after all, a vampire, one being hunted by werewolves. The presence of these beasts outside the city has already made his existence precarious. Now, he discovers that he is not safe within the city's confines either. In recent days, Norton has observed that at night, a squadron of knights clad in unfamiliar armor traverses the streets, heading out of the city. These individuals likely belong to the newly established Judgment division of the church. Their presence undeniably complicates Norton's excursions. Nevertheless, it is not insurmountable. He can still take refuge in the bell tower, using its vantage point to ascertain the squad's movements, allowing him to navigate his way around them. Yet, from this elevated perch, Norton also uncovers the existence of a rather enigmatic force within the city, spies from the Boya Empire embedded in the Papal States. This revelation piques his interest, as it suggests that the world is not as stagnant as he once presumed. For the first time, he perceives the world's shifting and treacherous nature. Aside from this, Norton experiences an unexpected encounter. A boy, adorned in somewhat luxurious clothing, cautiously emerges from a wall with a small opening, his garments bulging with concealed items. With a wary glance at the passers-by, he stealthily approaches an inconspicuous beggar at the street corner. "Here you go, Mr. Beggar," he offers, producing a pastry from his garments and presenting it with both hands. Seemingly unfazed by the unpleasant odor emanating from the beggar's tattered rags, the boy's innocent voice, imbued with genuine kindness, sends a shiver down Norton's spine. "Not again," he exclaims inwardly. "Do you have a problem? Why you insist on feeding a beggar every day?" Norton often disguises himself as a beggar, squatting at a prime vantage point to observe the church's activities. He believes that true surveillance does not involve furtive glances followed by constant relocation. Such behavior only draws attention. After all, who would leisurely wander around an area without purpose? Norton contends that the most effective method of concealment is to remain steadfast in one location. Perhaps on the first day, he may attract some curious glances. By the second, he may still catch the eye of passers-by. However, by the third, fourth, and fifth days, and even after a month, his presence becomes a mere part of the scenery. In fact, if he were to suddenly vanish, those who have grown accustomed to his presence might begin to wonder if something has befallen him. This is indeed the most effective method of clandestine observation. As expected, on the first day, when Norton crouched in this corner, some passers-by would occasionally notice him, prompting reflections and even the expulsion by missionaries. However, now, no one seems to pay him any heed. It has become common knowledge that a beggar occupies this spot. Even the wandering missionaries and church knights have grown accustomed to it. Norton felt exceptionally astute. Yet, it is precisely this prolonged presence that has drawn the attention of those who ordinarily would not have noticed him. For instance, the priest's favored young boy. Perhaps due to his family's considerable influence and the kindness of those around him, this child found no outlet for his benevolence. Thus, he directed all his goodwill toward Norton, who sat in the corner posing as a beggar. The innocent, wide-eyed boy radiated kindness, his delicate hands cradling pastries that a family of affluence could scarcely afford. This may elucidate why, in this era, such a naive child still exists. His upbringing has afforded him the luxury of innocence. Under the gaze of those sparkling eyes, Norton could only maintain his silence. Even though such behavior clashed with his beggar persona, he refrained from extending his hand to accept the delicacy offered by the boy. He understood this unfortunate child all too well. If he refused the pastry now, the child might feel neglected, and his enthusiasm would gradually wane. However, should he accept the pastry or offer any form of acknowledgement, the boy would instantly be elated, returning with friends the next time. Therefore, Norton chose to ignore him. Chapter 47. Reproduced like swine, Norton continued to disregard him. The boy, seemingly unfazed, appeared to have grown accustomed to Norton's indifference over time. He placed the pastry on the ground before Norton, even wrapping it in a clean cloth, then hugged his knees, allowing his luxurious attire to gather dirt. Resting his head on his knees, the child gazed intently at Norton, who was swathed in tattered cloth, his cherubic face betraying a melancholy that seemed incongruous for his age. Yet, combined with his distinctly European features, he bore a striking resemblance to the archetypal prince depicted in storybooks. "Beggar sir, what do you look like? Beggar sir, were you drawing? Beggar sir, Jennifer says she doesn't like to play with me. She says she likes Henry. Why is that, beggar sir? She once said I was her favorite. Goodness, what a little sycophant." Norton felt the dissonance between the boy's innocent words and his own rather twisted psyche. This sensation made him quite uncomfortable. Fortunately, he was not Father Norton. Otherwise, the scene would likely unfold quite differently. Norton averted his gaze from the boy, a hint of crimson lingering in his eyes, the shade reminiscent of blood gliding through the air. The boy, engrossed in his own lamentations, poured forth what appeared to be a sorrowful heart to the so-called beggar, naively believing that by sharing his woes, he would find a willing audience. Unbeknownst to him, not a single word of his narrative had penetrated the consciousness of the beggar before him. Norton crouched in the corner, his eyes drifting towards the distant church, allowing the boy to incessantly vent his melancholic emotions beside him. The boy's fingernails, elongated and dry to a point of fragility, resembled steel blades capable of etching profound lines into the ground, sketching the patterns he envisioned. Norton busied himself with a simplistic rendering of the church, alongside deducing the positions of the church knights and missionaries through sound. His frequent wanderings near the church were not without merit. Through auditory and olfactory discernment, he had gathered a rough understanding of the internal distribution of individuals. He could identify the more populous, suspected lodging areas, the locations for waste disposal, and the quieter spots where the heavy footsteps of armored knights echoed, hinting at their presence. His superhuman hearing, olfactory senses, and vision conferred him a remarkable advantage. Unlike the superheroes portrayed in films who possess extraordinary abilities yet seem inept in their application. Presently, Norton had honed his physical prowess to the extent that he could effectively guard against ambushes. His acute senses allowed him to detect even a fly buzzing within 100 meters. This was one of the reasons he had yet to relocate. His formidable physical condition instilled a sense of confidence within him. At this juncture, his only apprehensions stemmed from the church's arcane methods and the potential onslaught of werewolves. Thus, he remained observant, cautious, experimenting, and contemplating whether he could adapt to this world without consuming beef. As time flowed gently onward, the sun began its descent. The boy, satisfied after his soliloquy, departed from Norton, seemingly indifferent to whether he had been truly heard, merely requiring a hollow tree to confide in. Perhaps he imagined Norton as one of those whimsical creatures nestled within the pages of fairy tales, eternally attentive to his grievances. Norton extended his hand to erase the ghostly symbols he had etched upon the ground, then rose to return to his clock tower, where he intended to immortalize these thoughts upon its walls. Just as he prepared to leave, he halted abruptly. The spot where he had crouched was arguably the only clean area along the street. In this singularly unsoiled locale, the cleanest spot bore a delicately wrapped pastry ensconced in a relatively pristine white cloth. Norton cast a glance at it before rising and discarding it onto the roadside of another street. Such fare was not fit for him. Norton would not partake in the sustenance of mere mortals. Norton's life once again returned to a state of tranquility. Although the newly appointed Pope Adam had established the so-called sacred eye, its efficacy seemed rather negligible across various aspects. Norton was not particularly aware of other regions. But in Leno City, the members of the Sacred Eye had shown no discernible progress over an extended period. This group of church knights, indoctrinated to the point of absurdity, continued to venture out each night, yet their returns were visibly barren of any significant achievements. Oh, but there was indeed a modicum of success. They had managed to hunt down 3 werewolves. This brought great joy to Norton, affirming that his decision to seek refuge in the city was indeed sagacious. He had personally witnessed the church knights in their pursuit of werewolves. Though somewhat dulled by their training, their combat prowess was undeniably exceptional. Fortunately, the feared Golden Saints had yet to make an appearance. If they were to emerge, it would pose dangers far beyond just the werewolves. However, such biological weapons seemed to activate only when necessary. After nearly 6 months of observation in Leno City, Norton had yet to encounter any of these Golden Saints. In summary, Norton's existence had not been significantly disrupted by the change in papacy. He remained able to conceal himself within Leno City, living a life of relative peace while biding his time for personal growth. Several months passed, and the 2 insufferable bats that perpetually flaunted their affection before Norton finally welcomed a juvenile into their midst. Suspended upside down, the newborn bat nestled against the wrinkled skin of Norton's chest. Remarkably, the little creature learned to hang upside down almost immediately after its birth. Truly a sight that widened Norton's eyes with wonder. Even more astonishingly, the young bat was nursing the mother bat. Perhaps sensing Norton's prolonged fasting and need for sustenance, flew to his face, hanging upside down in an attempt to offer him a taste. How thoughtful! Norton's hoarse voice resonated from the bell tower's summit as he gently removed the mother bat from his face, then carefully took down the tiny bat from his chest, placing them both on a branch he had specially erected for their convenience. It is worth noting that the top of the bell tower, due to its sealed nature, remained relatively dark, thus providing a suitable habitat for these light-averse creatures. No one would ever suspect that such a seemingly abandoned place, scarcely visited since its construction, could harbor a family of four. Chapter 48. This is talent. Norton sat upon a stone he had recently relocated from the outside. The simplicity of this environment naturally precluded him from crafting the decorative pieces or furniture he once cherished, which diminished his sense of refined living. However, the very austerity of his surroundings only enhanced the benefits of his seclusion. Norton felt the strength of his body, reflecting on the nearly 3 years that had elapsed since he began his blood-sucking endeavors. Compared to the very beginning, Norton can indeed perceive a significant increase in his physical strength. Although the contrast in power is not overwhelming, he estimates that his current strength surpasses that of a werewolf, yet remains inferior to the two golden saints. Concurrently, his adaptability to sunlight appears to be diminishing. Previously, before evolving to his current withered bark stage, being naked under the sun only resulted in a sensation akin to pinpricks. Now, however, the discomfort of being fully exposed to sunlight has intensified, rendering him incapable of gazing directly at the sun. Norton wonders if further evolution might render him entirely unable to withstand the sun's rays. The intensity of his strength augmentation seems to correlate with the nature of his blood sources. For instance, the benefits derived from consuming rabbit blood are significantly less than those gained from deer blood, and the enhancement from deer blood pales in comparison to that from a werewolf. Presently, the most substantial increase in his power comes from the blood of those two golden saints. Though he finds himself coveting their blood, he also desires to evolve gradually, creating a conflicting mindset that plagues him daily, only to be dismissed time and again. This internal struggle epitomizes the classic clash between reason and desire. A faint odor of mildew permeates the attic, prompting Norton to stifle his breath, which he typically uses to remain alert to surrounding scents, and shift his gaze toward the source of the musty smell. In the corner of the attic, a small pile of moldy pastries lies abandoned, numbering at least 20 or 30. Indeed, these are the accursed gifts bestowed upon him by that insufferable boy named Carl, who treats Norton as an emotionless vessel, incessantly pouring forth his grievances and insights on unrequited affection every few days. Norton muses that he might as well have delivered the wretched Jennifer to Carl's bed in the dead of night and drained the life from the detestable Henry. Yet, rather than discarding the pastries, he chose to retrieve them and stack them against the wall. As time meandered on, 2 years swiftly elapsed. Norton has grown increasingly familiar with the city of Leno. Having spent 20 years in the Holy City and the Holy Church, he never felt a sense of belonging. However, after just 2 years in Leno, he has begun to develop a faint aura of existence that is distinctly his own. This essence is not merely the lingering scent of body odor in the air, but rather the indelible marks of a life lived. Familiar faces within the crowds and well-known streets, though simple in nature, weave the narrative of his life. On the now familiar street, Norton, clad in humble attire, occupies his usual spot. In truth, over the past 2 years, he has thoroughly observed the Leno Church, yet he has grown accustomed to his daily vigil in this place. The ebb and flow of the crowd around him feels familiar, and the comfort and sense of belonging derived from living in this known environment make him reluctant to leave. Mr. Norton, Jennifer has become quite bothersome. I find myself preferring Mary a great deal more. Is it possible for me to cease my association with Jennifer and instead cultivate a rapport with Mary? Young Carl has made considerable strides in these past 2 years. The rapid development of human offspring has stirred a twinge of envy within Norton. If he, as a vampire, could experience such growth, he would no longer be confined to this city of Leno. He would have long returned to confront Mia. The mere thought of Father Mia fills Norton with a fervent drive. Over the years, he has conceived countless torturous methods to torment Father Mia. For instance, skewering him with a stick and roasting him over flames, or piercing his eye sockets with steel needles, leaving him suspended upon a stake with his feet touching the ground, ensuring he cannot die yet remains immobile. Any movement would bring excruciating pain, rendering him in a state of perpetual suffering. Norton feels a certain madness creeping into his psyche. However, he soon finds himself incensed by Carl's notion. Foolishness. Why not a both? Norton's raspy voice grates like fingernails on a chalkboard, sending chills down the spine of anyone who hears it. Yet Carl has become accustomed to this sound. In fact, he has come to regard it as a guiding principle. A year ago, when Norton first spoke, it startled Carl. Though Norton's voice is hoarse, the words he utters illuminate Carl's mind. Since then, Norton has transformed from a mere sounding board into a mentor on the journey of life. Now, this mentor has imparted a most pivotal idea. How splendid, Mr. Norton! How is it that you always possess such wisdom? Carl's eyes sparkle with excitement. Norton's words resonate deeply within him, leaving him unable to disbelieve. Over the past 2 years, his thoughts have been thoroughly tainted by Norton. This privileged child may very well grow to become a complete scoundrel. Such is the nature of talent. Norton's words remain as succinct as ever. In contrast to discussing trivial matters with young Carl, he prefers to glean other information from him. The insights that children of wealth and power can provide far exceed what the average impoverished individual might offer, and their veracity is more assured. Norton has consciously guided Carl to gather information within his own household for over a year now, and he is becoming increasingly adept at it. What news do you have recently? Carl, pulled from his tainted reverie by Norton's inquiry, instantly swelled with pride. Mr. Norton, I have come across quite a bit of information lately. Allow me to ponder. Children are easily manipulated. They toil to collect everything you desire in hopes of receiving praise and showcasing their abilities. Although Carl, as a child of privilege, may be more guarded and contemplative, he may still divulge information that does not breach confidentiality. However, for individuals like Norton, even information that does not pertain to secrets remains elusive, as it is the result of substantial human and material investment. My father mentioned that His Holiness seems quite dissatisfied with the outcomes of the Sacred Eye's endeavors during this period, and he speculated that the Church might soon undertake significant actions. Nonetheless, I am unaware of the nature of these actions. Additionally, the Church has recently clandestinely acquired something new, though my father is also in the dark regarding this development. It is rumored to have originated from the city of the Holy Lord. I also overheard my father say that His Holiness appears to desire a consolidation of power. However, I believe this to be improbable, as Archbishop Dorsey and other esteemed bishops would likely oppose such an initiative. Although His Holiness holds a position of supreme authority, his grasp over local matters remains insufficient. Carl, despite his youth, possesses insights that far surpass those of the impoverished, owing to his noble lineage. His intention in confiding in Norton transcends mere self-aggrandizement. These tidings do not constitute crucial confidential information. If his mentor wishes to hear it, he shall convey it. Chapter 49. I am truly not envious. For those eager to witness Norton's transformation, the anticipation will be brief, yet foundational development is essential. A sudden shift would be jarringly discordant. It is implausible for him to abruptly evolve from a semi-deranged captive of the Church for 2 decades into a cold and cunning vampire lord. Moreover, the first volume chronicles Norton's genesis, while the second delves into the Dark Age, the Age of Norton. In essence, the entirety of the first volume serves as a groundwork depicting Norton's transformation from an unstable individual to the sovereign of the bloodline, alongside the conclusion of the mythic era and the advent of the Norton Age. Thus, while there are those who desire instant gratification, others seek a more accelerated metamorphosis for Norton, especially with imminent grand events on the horizon. I strive to construct a tangible world in order to forge a genuine legend. The information brought by Carl proves beneficial to Norton. Besides aiding in the formulation of his worldview, it enables him to cross-reference and analyze insights gleaned from other sources, ultimately facilitating a more informed judgment. What is the utility of this information, you ask? Quite simply, being aware of the Church's impending significant actions prompts Norton to exercise caution, extending the intervals between his hunting excursions. Knowledge of when the Church intends to conduct Mass allows him to steer clear, thereby avoiding the risk of being utterly purified by the divine light of God. In truth, Norton does have a particular interest in these revelations. What has the Church procured from the city of the Holy Lord? The city of the Holy Lord, again, the city of the Holy Lord. Norton reflects on the scene as he departed from that place. Although the streets have been cleared of corpses, the once thriving city, now eerily silent, bears testament to its previous devastation. Norton had never before encountered news of the city of the Holy Lord while in Leno City, for to venture to such a place, steeped in stringent faith, would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, this marks the first occasion in a considerable span of time that he has heard tidings from the city of the Holy Lord, in a city ravaged by unknown forces. What could possibly be acquired by the church? Could it be the plague he had previously speculated? Or perhaps the werewolves that hunted him? Might it be that the tragic state of the holy city was not due to a plague, but rather a mysterious creature, now captured by the church? Surely, it cannot be that Father Mia has fallen into their hands? Norton pounded his chest in despair, regretting his past choices, inexplicably feeling as if he had lost a fortune of 100 million. Let me take a look. Is that possible? Can't see? How amusing. For Norton had little desire to see. What on earth has the church obtained? Norton's life returned to a semblance of tranquility, as Carl had predicted. After just over 3 months, His Excellency Adam erupted in fury, declaring that the members of the Holy Eye system were exceedingly dull and profoundly foolish. He lamented that the upper echelons were duplicitous while the lower ranks remained ignorant and inept, toiling in vain day after day. This, indeed, could not be blamed on the members of the Holy Eye. Norton was well aware of the church's methods of training personnel, as were all present. Thus, it was expected that the lower ranks would be uninformed. If they were to become more astute than their superiors, the church would find itself in dire straits. As for the upper ranks' duplicity, there was little to be done. The pitfalls of a policy favoring a few clever individuals became all too evident. Without the infusion of fresh blood, the church would only decline further with each generation, and the upper ranks would become increasingly ineffectual. This is a common ailment of all empires once class rigidity sets in. Yet the church's policy of favoring a select few hastened this decline. Were it not for the Pope's possession of an invincible holy judgment corps, the papal state would have long since been overthrown by neighboring kingdoms. After merely a month or two of venting his wrath, Norton observed a growing number of spies from the Boya Empire appearing in Lino City. While others might struggle to discern the spies' identities, his enhanced hearing, vision, and sense of smell allowed him to easily monitor their activities. Furthermore, the scent of blood from the Boya Empire differed from that of the papal state. Those from the papal state, perhaps due to prolonged immersion in divine grace, bore a scent of decay. In contrast, the blood of Boya Empire citizens exuded a fresh aroma. Through this olfactory comparison, Norton also identified individuals from other nations, though their numbers were minuscule compared to the vast presence of the Boya Empire. Turbulent times were approaching, a season of turmoil indeed. Atop the towering bell tower, a slender figure stood at the highest point, surveying the surroundings of Lino City. Although the scenery remained unchanged, Norton could not shake the unsettling sensation of a metallic scent in the air, as if some horrific calamity were imminent. The scent was both elusive and ethereal, yet it tightened his skin, as if heralding some ominous forewarning. This sensation struck Norton as profoundly peculiar. Every individual possesses a sixth sense. Although it may seem intangible, it can be remarkably potent at times. Norton pondered whether vampires not only heightened the five senses, but perhaps even augmented the sixth. For such a strange feeling could not arise without reason. This sensation rendered his heart somewhat constricted, yet simultaneously ignited an inexplicable excitement within him. If a great calamity were indeed imminent, would it not afford him the opportunity to enter the church? He had always believed that as long as he lived long enough, he would eventually unravel the mysteries of vampires, provided such pursuits did not disrupt his life. However, with packs of werewolves lurking outside, hunting him down, his sense of tranquility had dissipated. If he were to continue living in such a degraded state, what difference would it make if he resided within the church? Damn it! Norton resolved to rise above his circumstances. A pungent, moldy odor wafted through the air from the bell tower, nauseating him upon inhalation. Within the tower, the confections Norton had accumulated over the past 2 years had piled up to the height of a brick wall. The pastries on the bottom layer had decayed and fused with the walls and wooden floor, creating a grotesque spectacle. Nevertheless, Norton found solace in the fact that the more repugnant the environment, the less likely anyone would venture near. 5 bats flitted about, circling the tower before drifting inside. Over the past 2 years, their bat family had welcomed 3 new members, which brought Norton considerable joy. Although they were not his offspring, he had watched each one grow, and their fondness for perching atop his head in their youth instilled in him a strong sense of involvement. Recognizing that he would eventually part ways with the first little bat due to the inevitability of life's cycle, He had affectionately named it Cole. True to his nature, Norton had already begun contemplating the bittersweet nature of separation, even before he had fully transitioned into a vampire. Harboring doubts about the future, Norton continued his life of concealment. As an immortal vampire, he was destined for solitude and tedium. Perhaps, in 1,000 years, his memories would fade into obscurity, rendering even himself incapable of recalling these fleeting moments. Ultimately, all would be buried by the sands of time. Even his longing for Father Mia would one day wither away. Chapter 50. A flicker of conscience, yet not much in the brief span of merely 6 months. The atmosphere in Leno City began to grow increasingly tense. According to information provided by Carl, it seemed that the distant holy city, 1,000 miles away, was embroiled in significant turmoil. It was scarcely surprising that the holy city faced such troubles. Given its management and the scale of werewolves when Norton departed, anything less would have been quite abnormal. Little did Norton anticipate the profound ineptitude of the church in the city of the Holy Lord, which has managed to exacerbate every issue at hand. The atmosphere in Leno City appears to grow increasingly tense. While the grave problems in the city of the Holy Lord seem unrelated to Leno City, observations from the Leno Church indicate a troubling increase in werewolf sightings beyond the city limits, with numerous incidents of werewolf assaults on the neighboring villages reported. This has caused considerable alarm within the Leno Church, prompting the Knights of the Church to patrol the outskirts of Leno City incessantly, both day and night. The immediate consequence within the city is the skyrocketing food prices, alongside a significant rise in transportation costs. While the movement of citizens at the city gates has also been restricted, the missionaries, donned in white robes, traverse the city tirelessly, appearing busier than ever. "Mr. Norton, you should take refuge in my home. My father warned that there was a possibility of werewolves launching an attack on Leno City, and the entire city might soon be locked down." Norton crouched at the familiar corner. Yet the once familiar gathering of people along the streets had not been seen in some time. News of the werewolves had somehow spread through Leno City, instilling fear in the hearts of its residents. Even Carl had not been seen for 2 or 3 weeks, though he made an appearance today. Now 10 years old and soon to be 11, he had grown considerably taller and matured in thought since 3 years ago. Yet, the influence Norton had on him remained profound. He had acquired 5 girlfriends, and he desired each one. Norton had initially thought that under his influence, the boy would surely become a complete rogue. To his surprise, aside from a bit of romantic frivolity, Carl's character and thoughts were unexpectedly commendable, reflecting Norton's own style. Why did their conversation evoke such a sense of absurdity? Norton was taken aback that Carl would take the time to seek him out at such a moment. Yet he could not deny that Carl's visit warmed his heart. The fact that a beggar, wrapped in tattered cloth and whose eyes had never seen the light, could take refuge in his home speaks volumes about the bond Carl felt for him. Norton had not built his microbial wall in vain. No, Carl, to trust someone so easily is not the way to survive. This applies to you as much as it does to me, Norton remarked unusually, delivering a lengthy statement. But the werewolves might come in, Carl exclaimed. No, I believe the great church will serve as our most steadfast shield. Norton's voice resonated with fervent conviction. He prepared to gather his belongings and set sail anew that very night. This was not an act of cowardice in the face of the werewolves, but rather a manifestation of his nature as an immortal wanderer destined to roam the world. With a hint of sadness, Carl returned home. Norton hastened back to the pinnacle of his clock tower, exasperated by the relentless pursuit of the werewolves. Why were they so fixated on him? His mind was in turmoil. He was aware of an inexplicable allure he seemed to hold over these creatures, yet he never anticipated it would manifest to such an extent. Not only had they chased him from the holy city to Leno City, but they now sought to regroup and launch an audacious assault against him, unafraid of death itself. What was it about him that drew such attention? Norton felt he was enveloped in a significant enigma. Or perhaps it was the species of vampires that held such a mystery. Should he stay, or should he go? From a towering clock tower, he gazed upon the distant fortifications, his keen eyesight allowing him to discern the torches flickering atop the walls and the vigilant knights of the church patrolling the perimeter. Reluctantly, he had to admit that the church provided him a sense of security in this precarious moment. If he were to depart now, he would undoubtedly draw all the werewolves to him, plunging himself into a perilous flight for survival. Thus, why would he leave? The church had yet to mobilize even the Golden Saints. He could very well continue to exist within the city, sheltered by its power. If these werewolves truly were formidable enough to vanquish the church, it would only serve his purpose, allowing him to infiltrate the cathedral in search of texts about his vampire heritage. Therefore, for the sake of unraveling the mystery or preserving his own life, Norton concluded that abandoning Leno City, surrounded by werewolves, would be a grievous error. As for the werewolves that had been lured to slaughter many innocent citizens, he thought, "If I do not witness it, it shall not trouble my conscience." He was almost overwhelmed by his own compassion. Resolutely, he decided to cease gazing into the distance, lest he behold scenes of cruelty that would disturb his inner tranquility. A heavy sigh escaped him, echoing the burdens of mortal existence. The sound reverberated in the chamber, prompting the 5 bats within to emit faint cries. Hanging upside down from the tower's apex, the bats regarded Norton with curiosity, bemused by their reclusive kin who seldom ventured out for the hunt. Norton possessed a modicum of conscience, though it was scant. Although he professed that avoiding the suffering of the Leno City populace would absolve him of guilt, he found himself daily at the tower's edge, observing, or venturing out at night to attempt the hunt for werewolves. Remaining in Leno City was for his own sake, while hunting werewolves was an effort to alleviate the weight of his guilt. Perhaps with the passage of time, his heart would harden like iron, but for now, he was reluctant to forsake his very soul. To this day, Norton has largely surmised the reasons behind the church's, or rather the Golden Saints' ability to discern their own whereabouts, a possibility that stems from their exposure to the divine sanctity of God, the illumination of the portrait. This proximity to the divine allows the Golden Saints, evidently touched by God, to navigate their positions through the essence of the Almighty. It is evident that this world is intertwined with the presence of God, as the texts of the church resonate perfectly with reality, suggesting that the creation of biological weaponry is also likely connected to this so-called deity. From this perspective, the church's research into God appears to be quite profound, having even developed a comprehensive theoretical framework. This is also the reason they can systematically cultivate those golden saints. Furthermore, it elucidates why the knights of the church residing in Leno City have exhibited no reaction during this period, even amidst their recent excursions. According to his observations of the scents in the air, the number of werewolves has indeed increased. However, the locations of these scents are remarkably scattered. This pack of werewolves does not seem to be stalking Leno City, but rather passing through it. Moreover, the intensity of the scent is exceedingly potent. Even though much has been dispersed by the wind, the lingering odor of the werewolves remains pungent and overwhelming. Furthermore, this group of werewolves is not approaching from the direction of the Holy City, but from other paths, merely traversing Leno City on their way to the Holy City. This revelation alleviated Norton's sense of guilt. He no longer felt compelled to watch from the bell tower each night. After all, if it's not my doing, why should I concern myself? Chapter 51. It is a disgrace to waste food. Although the werewolves passing through Leno City were not drawn by Norton, familiar packs still lingered outside, surveilling the vicinity. This group is indeed monitoring Norton. In the dense forest surrounding Leno City, the night is thick, shrouding the moonlight in utter darkness. The heavy panting, reminiscent of a large dog, echoes softly through the woods, while a greenish glow flits fleetingly among the dense foliage. Compared to ordinary wolves, werewolves possess a heightened night vision, their eyes seemingly aglow, a result of gathered and reflected diffuse light. A chilling howl pierces the silence of the forest, haunting and terrifying. Yet, in contrast to the fearsome werewolf that issued the howl, the silent hunter lurking in the shadows of the night inspires even greater dread. A familiar presence trails closely behind it. In the depths of the thicket, no creatures stir. Yet the werewolf keenly senses that this being is drawing nearer. Even the cold aura emanating from its formidable form penetrates its lungs, causing a struggle for breath. This involuntarily elicits a whimper from the werewolf, akin to that of an anxious dog. A crimson glow streaked through the inky darkness of the night, swiftly pursuing the green luminescence with a speed almost perceivable to the naked eye. Sensing the ominous presence drawing ever nearer behind him, the werewolf, fully aware of his inevitable capture, abruptly ceased his flight. He stood tall, nearly 2 meters in height, arms outstretched in a posture ready to strike. His oily green eyes fiercely fixated on the obsidian depths of the forest, emitting a warning growl akin to a canine S. However, a pack of Nortons would not fear him. After all, Even a master can be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. And not even a deity could withstand the relentless onslaught of many. How could this lone werewolf possibly rival the might of the Nortons? Indeed, in the midst of such a vigorous pursuit, the Nortons maintained an unparalleled level of stamina, an unassailable capability that rendered them nearly invincible. Suddenly, the werewolf turned to face the direction from which the threat approached, but a slender figure darted past him with alarming swiftness. A desiccated arm effortlessly piercing through the werewolf's heart. A howl, reminiscent of a dog's anguished cry, erupted from the creature's throat, only to be swiftly silenced as a toothy, gnarled maw encircled its neck, sinking its fangs deep into the vulnerable flesh. The werewolf's carotid artery was breached, and the warm, vital blood flooded into the mouth of the Nortons, a sensation of vitality that was intoxicating. The towering werewolf, nearly 2 meters tall, was rendered powerless. One hand clasped firmly around its heart, while the other restrained its body, unable to mount any substantial resistance, ultimately succumbing to his fate as mere prey. In comparison to the battle fought years ago upon the cliffs, the Nortons had undergone significant growth in both combat experience and prowess. The texture of werewolf blood was unparalleled among animals, its vitality far surpassing that of ordinary deer or antelope. As for human blood, perhaps the corpulent elite and ecclesiastical figures could be deemed suitable prey, but the emaciated, impoverished souls were hardly worthy of his attention. Extracting blood from them would yield negligible returns, likely resulting in a greater expenditure of energy than the value gained. A fearsome behemoth, nearly 2 meters tall, was ensnared by a slender, grotesque figure that feasted upon it. Yet this classic horror scene unfolded unnoticed within the depths of the forest. The Norton's parched skin rendered his physique less imposing than that of the werewolf, lacking its robust stature. Yet that slender silhouette exuded an eerie and sinister aura, captivating in its strangeness. The act of feeding did not cause any noticeable distension of his abdomen. Rather, it seemed his withered form lacked a conventional stomach, thus ensuring optimal performance. The absorbed blood would circulate throughout his body, serving as sustenance for his continued growth. In this world, the vampire species was far more extraordinary than any portrayal of vampires in the films the Nortons had previously encountered. Yet this was to be expected, for in certain so-called bloodline films, the vampire's true form was but a worm. Norton carelessly discarded the corpse of the werewolf amidst the woods and swiftly made his way towards the direction of Lino City. The recent howls of the werewolves had undoubtedly drawn the attention of nearby packs. If he lingered any longer, he might find himself ensnared in yet another chase. As for the wolf pelt, it was of little use. Its foul stench far surpassed that of ordinary deer, and the fur lacked any softness. Although the individual wolf hairs were not as hard as steel needles, they resembled the coarse bristles found on pigskin, rendering their removal utterly futile. Why not employ a stealthy approach to eliminate them all? Damn it, this was a source of high-quality sustenance, and Norton did not possess the habit of squandering food. Despite being pursued by werewolves, he remained resolute in his belief that he could eventually grow to a point where he would disregard their existence entirely. Once he confirmed that the werewolves outside Lino City were not drawn by his presence, his previous feelings of guilt vanished without a trace. He continued to reside in Lino City with a clear conscience, spending each day at his usual vantage point, observing the activities of the church. It seemed that the unusual movements of the werewolves had resulted in stricter regulations within Carl's household, significantly prolonging the intervals between Carl's visits. Nevertheless, each time he came, he brought Norton a wealth of accumulated information. After numerous observations, the church in Lino City had also discerned that the werewolves outside the city were merely passing through, which slightly eased the atmosphere within the town. Yet, it felt more like the calm before a storm. Regardless of the situation in Lino City, it was evident that significant events were unfolding in the Holy City. Several months later, during Carl's third visit, he delivered a rather shocking piece of news to Norton. The Holy City has been overrun by werewolves, Mr. Norton. This is what my father told me. I overheard his conversation with Bishop Good. They spoke of an assembly of werewolves in the Holy City, and Bishop Rosen is desperately seeking aid from the church. It appears they are gathering for some major undertaking. Bishop Good, being a low-ranking bishop in Lino City, held a position equivalent to that of a mayor. Thus, his words carried considerable weight, as this level of authority had access to the church's inner sanctum. This was unexpected. Although werewolves possessed a certain degree of intelligence, it was primarily focused on hunting. How could such a large congregation suddenly form? Could it be related to the items the church discovered in the holy city during their previous endeavors? Norton furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat knowledgeable about werewolves due to his years of dealing with them. While the intelligence of werewolves had seen some advancement compared to their wolf counterparts, this improvement manifested mainly in cooperative hunting and social coordination within their packs. Essentially, they remained beasts, incapable of grasping the deeper nuances of human sentiments, such as patriotism. Thus, the notion of a large-scale gathering among different tribes was as peculiar as expecting primitive tribes, each harboring deep-seated enmities, to set aside their grievances and unite to form a new nation, an intellectual leap of millennia. What, then, had the church truly uncovered in the holy city? Do you know? Norton turned to Carl before him and inquired, "I am uncertain, Mr. Norton. It seems even the esteemed Bishop Good does not possess this knowledge. I have heard it said that this cargo has been sent directly and unceasingly to the Holy See." Chapter 52. Werewolves, Wolfmen, the Vatican, the newly established center of the Sanctum Sanctorum. Indeed, this entity could also be described in contemporary terms as a research center. At this moment, within this research facility, the newly appointed Pope, His Excellency Adam, stood adorned in resplendent golden robes outside an observation chamber. Through the gaps of a cage fashioned from the bones of the colossal sea creature, Moan, he gazed upon the diminutive figure within, expressing heartfelt awe. Truly, a magnificent creation of the divine. Peering through his gaze at the confines of the cage, a figure resembling an infant was currently slumbering within. Its appearance bore no distinction from that of an ordinary child. Its body was unusually covered in hair. However, it lacked the grotesqueness often associated with such traits. Rather, the length of this body hair appeared quite normal on a Caucasian, albeit somewhat peculiar when manifesting on an infant. This child in the cage was the product that the church had procured from the holy city during this period, a werewolf, or rather, a werewolf cub that bore the likeness of a human infant. A werewolf cub resembling a human infant? Anyone familiar with prior descriptions of werewolves would recognize this as utter nonsense. In this world, werewolves are birthed by she-wolves and are fundamentally a deformity of wolves. Hence, throughout history, there has never been an account of werewolves transforming into humans or the possibility thereof. Even werewolf cubs do not initially resemble humans. They are born more akin to wolves, resembling puppies, and undergo a bizarre developmental metamorphosis akin to that of frogs before gradually assuming the appearance of werewolves. Thus, to witness a werewolf cub taking on the visage of a human infant is utterly astonishing. What on earth have these werewolves been up to in the holy city? How could such an unprecedented aberration arise among their kind? Members of the Sanctum Sanctorum were diligently conducting a series of studies on the werewolf cub before them. Any anomaly in this world is traceable. Everything within it is divinely created. The transformations of all species are bound by law. They may evolve gradually to adapt to their environment. Yet it is impossible for one species to transmute into another, unless there exists some catalyst for such a transformation. The emergence of this aberrant werewolf among the pack clearly indicates that these werewolves must have acquired something capable of inducing such a mutation. His Excellency Adam watched the experimental process with keen interest. Before ascending to the papacy, he perceived that the contemporary pope had long since lost all ambition due to advanced age and frailty. The papal realm was in disarray, while neighboring nations thrived opportunistically. Although the papal states possessed the formidable holy knights, this did not provide sufficient justification for the pope's laxity. Before ascending to the papacy, His Excellency Adam was resolute in his ambition to expand the church's dominion, to wage war on all fronts, and to propagate the divine ideals, thus restoring the glory of the church. However, all of his aspirations underwent a cataclysmic transformation upon witnessing the corpse of a deity that fateful day. He became enamored with the cursed mysteries and developed an insatiable desire to be a part of that enigmatic realm, aspiring even to become a true god himself. The werewolf before him, evidently born from his parents' consumption of some arcane substance, presented an intriguing opportunity. His Excellency, unwilling to become a mere automaton devoid of independent thought, placed significant importance on this lycanthrope, yearning to acquire anything that could incite transformation, thereby ascending to divinity himself. The prospect of ruling over all creation was exhilarating. His reverie was abruptly interrupted by a confidant behind him. "What is it?" His Excellency withdrew his gaze from the werewolf, resuming his formidable demeanor. Reports indicated unusual movements among the werewolves within the papal territories, all seemingly converging upon the city of the Lord. Furthermore, signs of werewolves had emerged beyond the city of Lino, prompting Bishop Rosen to seek assistance from the church. In addition, a plethora of spies from the Boya Empire had been detected nationwide and were currently under surveillance. Upon hearing this news, His Excellency remained unperturbed, his aged visage displaying an ominous intensity. This presents a magnificent opportunity for their entire clan to ascend. They shall undoubtedly be reckless. He commanded, "Dispatch the Holy Judgment Corps to the city of the Lord to eradicate the werewolves. Elevate Bishop Rosen to the rank of High Bishop, placing him in charge of the Hadley district. As for the Boya spies, let us feign ignorance for the time being." In recent years, the Boya Empire had experienced some development, and now eyed the papacy with covetous intent, occupying a strategically defensible position, since they remained ever eager to encroach. We shall project weakness and unite to strangle them. The Boya Empire, indeed, stands as one of the great powers of the Western continent, tracing its lineage back to the ancient Holy Noah Empire, which was fragmented a millennium ago by the papacy. Both the papacy and the Boya Empire derive from the ancient Holy Noah Empire. However, the papacy was birthed from the slaughter of the imperial family of the ancient Holy Noah Empire, forging a new path, while the Boya Empire represents a legitimate offshoot of that royal lineage, assuming the mantle of the empire. As the saying goes, with the death of legitimacy, all vie for the title of the true heir. The papacy, as a bona fide new empire born from the ancient Holy Noah Empire, ought to embody its legacy. Yet, the Boya Empire, bearing the bloodline of the ancient royal family, contends its own legitimacy, leading to a contentious rivalry, with both sides yearning for dominance over the other. However, a formidable mountain range, the tallest in the Western continent, serves as a natural barrier between them, complicating any attempts to escalate their conflict. Aside from scaling the mountains, mutual aggression would necessitate traversing the seas or navigating through the territories of other nations, or even crossing arid deserts. When the old pope ascended to the papacy, he aspired to achieve great feats, hoping to earn the revered title of saintly. Thus, over the span of 3 decades, he undertook 3 campaigns against the Boya Empire, which crumbled under his assaults. However, due to the vast distances involved, effective control proved elusive, necessitating a withdrawal. Yet, in preparation for future incursions, he forged missionary agreements and other treaties with the imperial family of Boya. Unfortunately, the remoteness hindered progress, leading to unsatisfactory missionary outcomes, while the other agreements gradually faded from memory over time. A century has now elapsed. The Boya Empire, still harboring ambitions, stirs restlessly, oblivious to the fact that the Papal States are currently at their zenith. Chapter 53. The resurgence of the Holy Tribunal. Norton's life returned to a semblance of tranquility, seemingly reassured that the werewolves posed no threat to Lino City, which eased the atmosphere within. Despite ongoing safety concerns, the city gates remained shut and trade caravans had yet to commence, yet daily activities resumed their normal cadence. The arrival of the werewolves provided ample fodder for conversation among the townsfolk, whether laborers, merchants, or slaves, shifting their discussions from mundane matters to tales of the werewolves. "My God, I heard that Holy City is on the brink of falling. Those werewolves have nearly taken complete control. What is there to fear? Do you think the church is defenseless? Aren't you worried? How many from the outer city have been devoured by werewolves recently? If you're unafraid, why have you stopped conducting business? Why aren't you going out? I'm just taking a break. After toiling for half a lifetime, can't I rest? Then why didn't you rest before? Mind your own business. I've never encountered such a repugnant person as you. Old Norton, do take care. You linger here daily. Be wary lest one night the werewolves come and whisk you away." 2 affluent individuals, their tempers flaring, nearly came to blows. Frustrated, they parted ways, one hurling a remark at Norton that was meant as advice, but dripped with disdain. Norton had spent considerable time in this spot, and the townsfolk had grown accustomed to his presence, aligning with his prior notions. He knew that remaining in one place long enough for people to accept him was the essence of true subterfuge. Now, it appeared his strategy had borne fruit, as the governance of Lino City seemed increasingly lenient, even hinting at a return to its former state. However, silence often heralds greater storms. Only a month of calm had passed when a rumor began to circulate throughout Lino City. Holy City had fallen. Heaven forbid. Even the illustrious church had succumbed to the werewolves. It was said that even the bishops within had valiantly perished in defense of their land. How could the marginalized ever find a way out? It turns out that the werewolves have gathered near the Holy City. No wonder the werewolves outside Lino City had vanished. They must have congregated with intent. Is this truly the nature of werewolves? It is utterly terrifying that such beasts can unite spontaneously. Norton crouched in a familiar spot, utilizing his extraordinary hearing to eavesdrop on the hushed discussions permeating the streets. The Holy City has fallen? Damn it, what a horrific scenario of total annihilation. Norton vividly recalled that when he departed from the Holy City, the werewolf population outside barely exceeded 100. Although the Holy City had endured a brutal massacre, it still boasted a multitude of tens of thousands, along with the Grand Cathedral. How could it simply be extinguished in just a few short years? How immense has the werewolf horde grown? And what of his old acquaintance, Father Mia? Surely, he hasn't perished as well. That cannot be. Norton has yet to return and pay a visit to old Mia. Anxiety gripped him. He was still in the throes of his own development, only to find that his old nemesis had fallen to a new foe. Would that not rob him of the satisfaction of vengeance? However, the unfolding situation far exceeded Norton's expectations. Within a week of the news of the Holy City's downfall reaching Lino City, the entire city was placed under strict martial law. Every street was firmly guarded by the church's knights, and commercial activities were nearly halted. Even Norton had to conceal himself, lurking in the shadows of the city to glean the latest information through observation. Within just 2 days of a lockdown, Norton witnessed the arrival of the Golden Holy Knights, the Sacred Knights in Lino City. The vast expanse of Lino City was entirely under the control of the church's knights. Perhaps reinforcements had been summoned from elsewhere, for the number of knights in Lino City now significantly surpassed that of the Holy City. Each knight, clad in pristine steel armor, gripped their swords with a mechanical precision, following closely behind an elderly yet robust purple-robed archbishop. Countless petals were scattered by numerous missionaries along the path, paving a sacred road for Archbishop Dorsia, ensuring that the impurities of the city would not taint his pure form. Following him were nearly 100 knights, each embracing their great swords, advancing along the bed of petals with an oddly straight posture, as if both their bodies and swords were aligned skyward. The entire scene exuded an air of solemn dignity, immaculate sanctity. This was Norton's first encounter with the unorthodox Archbishop Dorsia, though they were positioned far apart, one near the entrance of the city, the other atop a towering bell tower at the boundary between the impoverished and affluent districts. Norton could still discern every detail of Archbishop Dorsia with his keen eyesight. However, this realization confirmed one thing for him. The previous incident of being located was indeed due to the depiction of God on that wall. Otherwise, the church knights throughout the city would not be gathered here, and he even caught a distant glimpse of the holy knights, all of whom displayed no reaction to their own presence. The only difference from that time was that he had been exposed to the divine radiance of God, akin to the searing pain of the sun's rays upon bare skin, which Norton could still recall as a tangible injury to his very being. In truth, the arrival of the Holy Inquisition did not necessitate the presence of an archbishop of such stature as Archbishop Dorsia to welcome them. However, circumstances had changed. The Holy City had once been a test imposed by the old Pope upon His Majesty Adam, resulting in the entire Holy Inquisition lacking a clever leader. Now, however, the situation was entirely different. The Holy Inquisition had come to eradicate werewolves, prompting His Majesty Adam to dispatch his confidant, who bore the papal decree commanding the Inquisition. This confidant's presence was the very reason for Archbishop Dorsia's arrival, akin to a grand eunuch bringing the imperial guard to a province, necessitating the governor's personal reception. Archbishop Dorsia, how could I trouble you to come in person? His Majesty Adam's confidant, Wayne, was indeed a man of decorum, refraining from using his status to intimidate the archbishop. His Majesties will must traverse unhindered within our papal realm. Our city of Lino is fully prepared. The remainder shall be coordinated by Mr. Wayne. The archbishop's aged visage appeared amiable, a quality that had undoubtedly aided him in attaining his position. Though not modern, the system of that era similarly valued appearance. Individuals like Bishop Rosen, who exuded an aura of malevolence, could not ascend to high ranks as they contradicted the Church's image of holiness and compassion, which would be displeasing to the Pope. Upon hearing these words, a satisfied smile blossomed on Lord Wayne's face. Chapter 54. Prayer. The holy city lay in ruin, and His Majesty was filled with wrath, determined to restore the glory of our Church with the blood of werewolves. As Lino City stood as the closest city to the holy city, it must fully support His Majesty's decision, providing 10 boys and girls for this impending expedition. Though too far away, Norton could not hear their words. Yet, his nose detected a familiar fragrance in the air. The scent of blood, reminiscent of past experiences, was still discernible from such a distance, and its intensity was astonishing, even subtly drawing his attention from the bell tower. Norton's crimson gaze was fixated on the 500 holy knights at the city gates, and a longing sensation welled up within him, stirring his emotions. The last time he had fed upon these holy knights, he had surged into a state of growth. If he could consume all 500 this time, might he ascend to a complete form? Although Norton was unaware of the stages of vampire evolution, or what he could ultimately become, he was certain that such an act would yield substantial benefits. The sole dilemma is that Norton is utterly incapable of overcoming them. One is already quite a challenge, let alone 500. The only certainty is that this group of holy knights cannot autonomously ascertain their location. Otherwise, they would have already surged into the city to slay Norton. Norton suppresses the insatiable desires within his heart. As an immortal being, he sees no necessity to plunge himself into peril for the sake of hastening his growth. He could hide, retreating until the end of time, until the Church is no more, and then he would return with formidable strength, becoming a fearsome progenitor of vampires. Norton inexplicably feels ignited, though he cannot comprehend what there is to ignite in mere concealment. Nonetheless, it feels more fervent than mere survival. With the longevity of his existence as his justification, Norton chooses to maintain a cautious strategy. However, the unfolding circumstances far exceed his expectations. The Holy Judgment Corps spent less than a day within the city of Lino before departing with 200 missionaries to serve as support, heading towards the city of the Holy Lord. The citizens of Lino are abuzz with speculation. They have never encountered these holy knights, a type of knight unknown to the impoverished populace, yet they are familiar with the Church Knights. Thus, building upon their knowledge of the Church Knights, they conjecture various possibilities regarding this conflict. The fall of the Holy Lord City, in this era where information flows scarcely, has become a significant topic of conversation. Although Lino remains in a state of control, people gather daily to eagerly discuss their theories. Even members of the Church themselves express varying opinions about the incident. These wretched werewolves are utterly vile. How dare they invade the Church, and even besiege the grand cathedral of the Holy Lord? Such an affront to the sanctity of the Church. How could they presume to taint the holiness of God with their unclean bodies? Fear not. With the intervention of the Holy Judgment Corps, these werewolves will find no avenue for survival. However, spies from the Boya Empire within Lino have been unusually active of late. Yet His Grace Adam has instructed us to remain silent, perhaps to ignite a new wave of war. There is no need for concern. His Grace Adam possesses unparalleled strength. Should the Boya Empire harbor any treacherous thoughts, the Holy Judgment Corps can swiftly traverse great distances to annihilate its royal members. Since these relics of the past stubbornly cling to their ambitions of restoring the ancient Holy Noah Empire, they must prepare for their complete extermination by my holy Church. In the Church of Lino, within the garden pavilion, 3 purple-robed archbishops sit serenely on the stone steps, savoring their tea with an air of tranquility. One cradles a cup, their gestures imbued with a semblance of prayerful sanctity. In truth, they are indeed praying. The upper echelons of the Holy Church, burdened by excessive power, compounded by environmental corruption and an oppressive upbringing, harbors psychological states as unhealthy as that of lowly missionaries like Norton. However, the latter often display a demeanor of cold detachment and indifference due to their sheltered upbringing. The bishops, having long endured subservience, often display a temperament that is both erratic and cruel, coupled with various distasteful proclivities. In an effort to legitimize these abhorrent inclinations, while simultaneously enhancing their own images, the Church, over 3 centuries ago, transformed these peculiar behaviors into a form of worship, dubbing it pilgrimage, a practice purportedly intended to emulate divine actions. This notion finds its roots in the scriptures, where the deity portrayed within the covenant exhibits far more indulgent tendencies than they do. Hence, their actions are not merely expressions of deviant desires, but rather a sacred ritual, a manifestation of their unwavering devotion to the holy God. Within this context resides Archbishop Dorsha, his benevolent visage suffused with an air of sanctity. The recent incident involving werewolves in the Holy City cannot be dismissed lightly. Otherwise, the three purple-robed archbishops would not have gathered here. After all, these creatures have tarnished the Church's dignity and sullied the sanctity of God. Yet, beyond the gravity of the Holy City affair, their primary concern lies with the revelations unearthed by His Majesty Adam within the city. The werewolf infant is a secret not meant for the ears of Karl's father or the low-ranking bishops of Lino City, but for these archbishops, who rank just below the Pope. It poses no mystery at all. Traditionally, werewolves have always taken on their monstrous forms. Thus, the emergence of a human infant from one is unprecedented. The Church has indeed studied the mating of werewolves and humans. However, the notion of birthing any malformed creature, let alone a viable offspring, has been deemed impossible. What could exist within the Holy City that would enable a werewolf to produce such an aberration? Archbishop Milio picked up a pastry from the table, his hand descending below. He relished the peculiar aroma of the confection, intoxicating in its essence. Undoubtedly, this occurrence could not be mere coincidence. The reaction of the werewolf clan in the Holy City clearly indicates their profound concern regarding this aberrant werewolf, which could compel even such a factionalized creature to abandon its kinship in favor of unity. Archbishop Ethan exhaled deeply, rising to his feet as he drew the boy before him closer to the edge of the pavilion. With a gentle push, he sent the child plummeting from the height of over 10 meters. The boy's shrill cries pierced the air, swiftly followed by the sound of a heavy impact. Archbishop Ethan harbored no fondness for repetition in his actions. The gruesome scene below did not perturb the three archbishops present. Rather, it elicited a deep breath from Archbishop Milio. The boy was evidently terrified. Archbishop Dorsha cast a shadowy glance at Archbishop Ethan, as if lost in contemplation. There were indeed traces of werewolves outside Lino City, seemingly surveilling the events unfolding. In the present day, the city of the Holy Lord has become a gathering place for werewolves. However, these creatures are conspicuously absent from the outer precincts of the Church, where the transformed werewolves reside. Thus, I surmise that these wretched beings are likely to target this very location next, rather than the Church itself. Archbishop Ethan extended his hand and remarked, "If that is the case, perhaps there exists another possibility." "What is it?" Archbishop Dorsha inquired, gently placing a piece of pastry into the boy's mouth, his demeanor serene. "The source of the transformation that enables their aberration now resides within the city of Lino." Ethan's words caused both Dorsha and Archbishop Milio to furrow their brows. Chapter 55. For the tribe. The sound of steel boots echoed upon the muddy ground, the rhythmic clattering reverberating as deep footprints were imprinted upon the sodden path, only to be rendered into a mere quagmire by the subsequent steps. A few specks of mud splattered upon a beggar by the roadside, prompting him to curl up slightly in trepidation, lest he become a casualty of the rampaging church knights. Norton lowered his head, feigning fear, while also concealing his crimson eyes from view. He could still hear the commotion caused by the knights as they forcibly intruded into the homes of the townsfolk. For reasons unknown, the church knights had commenced a widespread search throughout the city since yesterday. Regardless of whether the inhabitants were home, they brazenly invaded the residences of all, from the affluent to the impoverished beggars, scouring every room that could not be fully surveyed at a glance. It appeared they were in pursuit of something specific. The knights' unusual activity compelled Norton to hastily dismantle the wall of pastries he had constructed. Discarding the remnants outside the city and obscuring the bell tower, he temporarily occupied with dust to create the semblance of a long-abandoned abode. Interestingly, the spot where he usually lingered garnered no attention from the church knights, which filled Norton with a sense of smug satisfaction, believing his hiding place to be exceedingly effective. Observe, he mused, true concealment is not merely about changing locations. It is about making one's presence habitual, which constitutes the essence of effective hiding. Little did he know, The night's search extended far beyond the realm of mere human habitation. The actions of the church instilled a sense of unease within Norton. He was uncertain of what the church was seeking, initially assuming they were hunting for him. However, during this period, the knights focused solely on examining spaces not readily visible, disregarding the streets and pedestrians, leading him to dismiss his initial conjecture. What, then, were the church knights searching for? Norton instinctively sensed that it must be connected to items previously discovered by the church in the city of the Holy Lord. The current search in the city of Lino was exceedingly rigorous. They seemed intent on thoroughly scouring every inch of the city. This compelled Norton to refrain from returning to his clock tower residence during this period. Instead, he would venture into the slums at dusk, seeking a corner to squat in, thus rendering his presence more justifiable. The recent search operation was conducted with great fervor. However, not a single spy from the Boya Empire was apprehended. This somewhat peculiar outcome left Norton feeling quite unsettled, yet he was too preoccupied with his own affairs to pay heed to the conflicts between nations. Meanwhile, the Holy Judgment Corps, which had already entered the precincts of the Holy City, commenced a brutal cleansing of werewolves. At this moment, the Holy City, once bustling with life, now lay shrouded in silence. Poverty and suffering, exploitation and oppression were buried in the past with the arrival of the werewolves. What remained was an empty city, littered with corpses. No, it could not truly be termed empty. For now, the Holy City was teeming with grotesque werewolves, towering between 5 and 6 feet, who had usurped humanity's place as the new rulers of the realm. The Grand Cathedral, once a sanctuary dedicated to the worship of God, had devolved into a den for the werewolves. The haunting howls echoed through the air as shadowy figures lounged throughout the city, nearly filling the expansive streets of the Holy City. 2 years prior, when a mutated young wolf was captured by the knights of the cathedral and returned to the Holy See, the Wolf King began to summon allies, rallying werewolves from all corners. This marked a pivotal transformation for their kind. Even though these werewolves possessed a low intellect akin to beasts, they united fervently in response to the imminent threat to their entire species, converging upon the Holy City with an alarming fervor. Now, 2 years have elapsed, and their numbers have swelled to a truly terrifying magnitude. In the heart of the Grand Cathedral, once a place for confessing sins and honoring God, had transformed into a breeding ground for werewolves. Hundreds of robust female wolves congregated here, fervently mating with the Wolf King, whose muzzle bore distinct scars. Some of these females exhibited clear signs of pregnancy, while others were in the throes of labor. The once solemn cathedral hall had devolved into a bloody and foul breeding ground, permeated with the stench of blood and decay. The mingling of amniotic fluid and blood created a damp and foul-smelling floor. In one corner of the hall lay piles of werewolf pups, resembling small hills. These bodies exhibited clear mutations, yet they were not the perfect form seen in the wolf infant captured by the church. Rather, they appeared grotesque, some even indescribable, evoking a sense of horror. Some were not fully deceased, emitting bizarre cries that bore no resemblance to the sounds of werewolves, as they feebly struggled amidst the heap of corpses. In stark contrast to the robust and vigorous mother werewolves, the Wolf King appeared emaciated, resembling almost a withered tree, showing signs of imminent decay. Yet, despite his frail condition, he relentlessly exerted his dwindling strength to seek a transformative opportunity for his kind. Alas, time was not on his side. The night was shrouded in darkness, the wind carrying a slight chill that failed to disperse the oppressive atmosphere and the foul stench permeating the city of St. Lord. It seemed as if a torrential downpour was imminent. The streets of St. Lord were teeming with werewolves. Some proudly prowled the thoroughfares, while others lay vigilantly atop rooftops, akin to a patrol, ever alert to their surroundings, possibly preparing for something extraordinary. The wind intensified, ushering in a sprinkle of rain. A chilling howl echoed as a warning beyond the city walls. With the reverberation of the wolf's cry, the entire city of St. Lord sprang to life. The cacophony of howls intertwined, overwhelming the city with the sheer multitude of werewolves. As the haunting cries continued, the grand doors of the cathedral swung open, and the gaunt figure of the Wolf King surged forth. Though weakened to the brink of death, his howl resounded above all others, commanding the attention of every werewolf around him. In the wake of his cry, the werewolves found their guiding force. Countless dark figures surged forth, transforming into a torrent that swept through the streets of St. Lord, racing towards the outside world. Within the cathedral, the expectant mother wolves, each burdened with their heavy bodies, formed a line and emerged, escorted by a contingent of werewolves heading into the distance. Their cunning intelligence revealed the guile and craftiness inherent in their species. Chapter 56. Defending the radiance of the holy teaching. From afar, the muffled howls resonated through the city of St. Lord, a formidable display that did not evoke any concern in Lord Wayne. The Holy Judgment Corps was renowned as the finest fighting force in the world, a title forged in the crucible of blood and battle. The Pope boldly claimed to wield unrivaled power, referring explicitly to the Holy Judgment Corps. Although they had never appeared on the front lines, primarily tasked with decapitation missions, no royal lineage had ever withstood the execution operations of the Holy Judgment Corps. Their individual might, while not on par with catapults, evidently surpassed the standard of humanity. They could be likened to a cadre of tireless, unyielding, brainless champions. After all, their divine essence was exceedingly thin, consisting of but a single drop. Yet, this represented the utmost limit of what humanity could bear. The torrential rain has descended, yet the deep growls and thunderous rush of the wolf pack overshadow even the sound of the rain. Though still some distance from Holy City, the subtle tremors of the ground are unmistakable. Lord Wayne sits expressionless in the opulent church carriage, coldly gazing towards the distant Holy City. His position is deliberately further back. After all, a great battle is imminent, and he has no desire to be torn apart by the ensuing chaos. The relentless downpour does not trouble him. Rather, it is the 200 missionaries accompanying him, drenched and resembling drowned rats, that draw his attention. The church, holy and benevolent, breathes life into all. Yet there are always those wretches who believe our faith is weak and dare to commit treachery against their sovereign. Today, we must demonstrate the mighty wrath of our church. Lord Wayne's gaze is sharp as a knife, cradling in his arms two beautiful women clad in pure white clerical garments. Although his words are filled with righteous fervor, he soon lowers his head to indulge in his own pleasures, clearly preoccupied. Boom! Accompanied by a blinding flash of lightning in the night sky, the black tide of werewolves surges forth. Unclean! 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 The holy knights, sensing the presence of the werewolves, simultaneously raise their golden swords, their armor shimmering faintly in the darkness. With a thunderous breath reminiscent of a jet engine, the black torrent crashes against the golden defense line without hesitation. The chilling howls of the wolves rise in concert with the swinging of the great swords. Yet the 500 holy knights stand resolute against the relentless onslaught, unyielding as the tide of wolves surges around them. The golden swords, raised high, cleave the werewolves in two with each strike, none able to withstand such overwhelming force. The holy knights, akin to true steam machines, face the oncoming wave of werewolves without a hint of fatigue or fear. Blood splatters, mingling with the rain as the first wave of charging werewolves collides violently with the knight's defenses, instantly reduced to mangled limbs and bloody remnants. Any living creature faces death with an instinctual fear. Yet, in this moment, the assembled werewolves charge forth fearlessly, emboldened as if infused with divine essence. Countless werewolves press forward, surrounding the holy knights from all sides, launching frenzied assaults. The black tide has completely enveloped the holy knights, and the terrifying scale of their numbers causes Lord Wayne's countenance to change. Damn it, why are there so many werewolves? As he gazes at the black flood nearly engulfing the mountain, he feels a chill run down his spine. Curse it! Bishop Dorsha harbors ill intentions and deserves nothing less than death. They had specifically surveyed the approximate number of werewolves in Holy City before their arrival. While the church may be flawed, it is certainly not foolish. The responsibility for detecting the number of foes lies with the Church of Lino, overseen by the Archbishop of Dorsha, given its proximity. According to reports from the Archbishop, the werewolves besieging the Holy City should number no more than 2,000. However, gazing upon the encroaching hilltop and the relentless tide of werewolves surging from the direction of the Holy City, it appears their numbers may well exceed 20,000. Should this be a deliberate tactic, the Archbishop of Dorsha's intentions become quite intriguing. Lord Wayne, now filled with unease, calculated the odds. 500 against 2,000. a favorable advantage for him. The formidable combat prowess of the Holy Knights, clad in their steel armor, could easily mitigate such a numerical disparity. Yet, 500 against 20,000 is an entirely different scale. The sheer mass of werewolves could easily overwhelm the ranks of the Holy Knights. No matter how resilient the steel armor, it remains just that, steel. Young Norton has already verified that it can be dismantled, even mangled by werewolves. Despite their might, the Holy Knights, besieged by an unending horde of werewolves, would surely be toppled, facing an inevitable and grim fate. The Black Torrent had completely obscured the presence of the 500 Holy Knights, while torrential rains washed over the earth, unable to cleanse the ever-thickening mire of blood. As he beheld the nearly omnipresent figures of werewolves blanketing the hilltop, Lord Wayne felt his composure waver. Panic gripped him, despair engulfed him. Although the encircled holy judicators continued to unleash their formidable power, occasionally breaching the dark wave of werewolves, Lord Wayne could clearly see that some of the Holy Knights had already begun to fall. The remnants of werewolves, mangled limbs and torn bodies, were trampled into the muddy blood by their kin, while a gold and steel helmet adorned with 2 small wings was ejected from the center of the fray, now severely deformed. The roars of the Holy Knights clashing with the anguished howls of the werewolves drowned out the cacophony of the rain, and soon, a faction of the werewolf horde began to separate from the melee, surging toward Lord Wayne's position. He took a deep breath, the tremor of his body betraying the fear within. Yet, he struggled to steady himself against the cart's railing and rise. The terror etched upon his face was pierced by a glimmer of resolve, embodying the so-called sanctity proclaimed by the Church. With a swift motion, he drew the holy sword from his waist, severing the tether that bound the cart to the horse. His knees buckled as he laboriously mounted the steed, then raised his arm high and cried out, "The sanctity of the Church is noble and inviolable. The majesty of the crown is sacred and unassailable. Missionaries, charge with me." Leading the charge, Lord Wayne urged his specially trained warhorse forward into the oncoming tide of werewolves. Kill them. 200 missionaries, indoctrinated through inhumane methods, had long been thoroughly brainwashed. Even when faced with the looming threat of werewolves, even knowing that this charge could lead to their demise. And despite their legs trembling with fear, they pressed on without a hint of hesitation, howling as they followed Lord Wayne into the fray against the approaching werewolves. They vowed to uphold their inner faith until they ascended to paradise. Alas, this so-called faith was merely a product of the Church's incessant indoctrination. The rain intensified, drowning out the sounds of battle beneath the relentless downpour. The blood that had once stained the ground, stubbornly refusing to wash away, was swiftly diluted by the torrential rain, ultimately erasing the horrific scene. The rain fell in a mournful cadence, accompanied by flashes of lightning and booming thunder. Norton extended his hand to catch a few raindrops, then withdrew it, wiping away the grime from the floor of his bell tower. The foul stench from the droppings of bats had become unbearable. Norton could no longer tolerate it. The Church Knights, sent to scour the bell tower, had also struggled against the noxious odor and quickly abandoned their search after a cursory glance. In this world, bats were not associated with vampires, and the current era was quite conducive to their survival. At dusk, bats swarmed in abundance, so the presence of a few in the bell tower did not raise any alarms among the Church Knights. The previous world's linkage of bats to vampires stemmed from the resemblance of their wings and habits to the demonic figures in folklore, merely a figurative association with a mythical creature. In this reality, however, vampires existed, and the two were entirely distinct entities, making any connection implausible. Chapter 57. The coming storm. While the Church Knights ceased their search of the bell tower, their scrutiny of the outside world remained unrelenting. The thorough search of Leno City progressed at a sluggish pace, given the size of the metropolis and the insufficient number of 200 knights. Norton continued to linger in his usual spot, eavesdropping on the church and seeking news, driven by his curiosity about what the church was truly hunting. The grand search persisted for an entire month, until a staggering piece of news emerged from Holy City, abruptly bringing the extensive manhunt to a close. The Sacred Judgment Corps had been defeated. Indeed, the organization hailed as the world's mightiest force, which had solidified the Pope's supreme status and was revered as God's servants, faced total annihilation in their battle against the werewolves in Holy City. Even Lord Wayne, the Pope's closest aide, and the 200 missionaries from Leno City perished, sacrificing themselves for the church. Upon receiving this news, Norton immediately resolved to rush to Holy City to scavenge the battlefield, thirsting for the blood of those damned holy knights to facilitate his ultimate evolution. Upon careful reflection, it becomes evident that such a notion is utterly implausible. The complete annihilation of the Sacred Judgment Legion signifies that the werewolves have not been entirely eradicated. Did this not present a most opportune delivery to their doorstep? Moreover, the flesh and blood of the sacred knights must have been thoroughly consumed by the werewolves. Additionally, the very fact that this information has reached him indicates that the church's agents must have already visited the battlefield, which may now be entirely cleansed, rendering any further endeavor meaningless. But it matters not. The sacred knights have surely been torn to shreds by the werewolves, their blood all but drained. Norton, do not lament. There is nothing to mourn, nothing at all. His heart ached as if it were bleeding. Although the Sacred Judgment Legion, with its formidable strength, had valiantly confronted 20,000 werewolves in the Holy City, nearly driving them to extinction, their total obliteration implies that this mission has lost all significance. It is worth noting that the werewolves stationed outside Leno City to monitor Norton have also vanished, seemingly following their wolf king, or perhaps venturing elsewhere. If Lord Wayne sacrificed himself for the church, this matter could be regarded as trivial. However, the complete destruction of the Sacred Judgment Legion is indeed a monumental event. One could assert that the Sacred Judgment Legion forms the very foundation of the church, the cornerstone of the papal state, and the bedrock upon which the Supreme Pontiff's unparalleled authority rests. To possess the Sacred Judgment Legion is akin to wielding modern nuclear weaponry. Indeed, in this era, their might and deterrent capacity far exceed that of nuclear arms. Such a legion of steel-clad super warriors may seem less impactful on a battlefield teeming with hundreds of thousands. Yet what if tasked with execution missions? Which royal family would not quake in fear at the prospect of the Sacred Judgment Legion descending upon them in the dead of night? This is the razor-sharp blade poised above the heads of monarchies, ready to strike at the behest of the Supreme Pontiff. And now that blade lies shattered. The rain cascaded through the sole aperture of the belfry-esque loft, seeping into the space and dampening the floor, bringing with it a chill. Autumn is upon us. A rain in autumn brings a chill remains true even in this foreign realm. The downpour has yet to cease, and Norton cannot venture outside today. To masquerade as a beggar requires a beggar's demeanor. Sitting in the sun is one thing, but doing so in the rain would merely expose his ruse. Thus, Norton remains in the loft, contemplating his comprehensive analysis of the church. The presence of the sacred knights instilled fear not only in the royal families of various nations, but also in wretches like Norton, lurking in the shadows. Previously, the existence of the sacred knights, coupled with the church's formidable tactics, had fostered a profound aversion within him to delve into church affairs. Yet now, upon learning of the demise of the Sacred Judgment Legion, he perceives this as a serendipitous opportunity. Not yet, not yet. Norton stood upon the loft's platform, gazing through the rain-soaked veil towards the towering cathedral in the distance. Even amidst the torrential downpour, two statues of ecclesiastical knights stood resolutely at the entrance of the church, unwavering despite the tempest. The missionaries of Leno had largely been ushered into paradise by a previous wave, leaving the remaining 200 ecclesiastical knights as the last bastion between Norton and the church. However, Norton felt he could afford to wait a little longer, for another force had yet to make its move. The rain intensified, and the thick curtain of water made it difficult for Norton, standing atop the bell tower, to discern the scenes below. After over 2 decades in this world, he had never witnessed such a deluge, relentless in its fury. In modern times, extreme weather can significantly disrupt lives, even causing catastrophic disasters. How much more so in this Central European epoch? A rainstorm of such rarity, hidden amongst the increasing number of enemy spies within the city, along with the recently vanquished Holy Inquisition. What could possibly unfold? It was a perplexing enigma. Norton gazed at the rain outside, murmuring to himself, and suddenly felt as though destiny had a hand in this world-esque fate. The once glorious church now seemed poised for an impending storm. Chirp, chirp! Bats were making a cacophony in the bell tower's attic. With the passage of time, these 2 bats had birthed 8 offspring, and the small family had become somewhat cramped with 10 bats in total. As the undisputed patriarch of this household, each new bat born bore his essence, thereby gaining acceptance within the bat family. Norton withdrew his gaze from the rain and focused on the 5 bats hanging from the attic ceiling, feeling a sense of hope burgeoning within him. He pondered how long it might be before he could embody the elegance of a true vampire count, accompanied by a throng of bats wherever he ventured. Yet, as he surveyed his desiccated skin and unappealing physique, he realized that such a dream was unlikely to materialize in the near future. He wondered whether the excessive consumption of werewolf blood or the inherent transformations of vampires had contributed to a slight increase in his height. This change was minuscule, so subtle that it was nearly imperceptible. The only reason he knew of this alteration was that he could once stand upright and just touch the attic ceiling. Now, standing tall meant he was brushing against it. He could not ascertain whether this was a natural aspect of vampire growth. His ignorance regarding the evolution of vampires left him feeling uneasy, as this ambiguous growth process filled him with insecurity. It was all Kubar's fault. Yet, upon reflection, Kubar, the progenitor of vampires, had endured far worse than he. This increase in stature might signify growth, but it posed challenges for him, currently unnoticeable. If he continued to grow taller, exceeding 2 meters, any attempt to disguise himself would surely raise suspicions. In this era, individuals suffer from malnutrition, resulting in a stature that is not remarkably tall, making a height of 2 meters stand out conspicuously among the crowd. However, Norton surmises that the church will soon be too preoccupied to concern itself with him, and even its oversight of the city will diminish considerably. This presents him with an opportunity to seek out a human to feed upon, to discern the differences between human blood and that of a werewolf, or perhaps to ascertain whether he possesses any of the vampiric abilities depicted in his previous life. Chapter 58. Entering the church the night was thick with darkness, and the torrential rain continued to pour unabated. The temperature had noticeably dropped, and even Norton could perceive the extremity of the weather. In his 2 decades of life, he had never encountered such severe conditions. The church's oppressive policies and its manipulation of the populace had stifled technological advancement to an extreme degree. Initially, Norton had struggled to understand why this world had stagnated technologically for so many years, but now, observing the church's draconian governance that suppressed human nature, he recognized that the mere survival of the populace was a testament to their resilience. Any pursuit of technological progress would likely lead to dire consequences. Consequently, the city's drainage system was abysmal, if it could even be called that. The relentless rain concealed the entirety of Lino City, and after 3 days of heavy downpour, the streets began to flood. The already filthy, muck-ridden roads, mingled with excrement, had become nearly impassable, with water rising to the level of one's ankles. In ancient times, such extreme weather would have effectively sentenced many impoverished families to death. The devastation wrought by the torrential rains not only paralyzed the city, but also obliterated the surrounding farmlands, striking at the very roots of survival and inflicting extreme damage upon the papal state. The curtain of rain provided an ideal cover for concealment, enabling Norton to traverse the rooftops in silence as he gradually approached the church's location. His acute hearing had absorbed the sound surrounding him. It was nothing short of remarkable. He could categorize the noises, distinguishing the sound of the deluge from that of conversation, each sound remarkably clear and organized in his mind, allowing him to pinpoint precisely what he sought amidst the cacophony. It was rather peculiar. Alas, this year's harvest was in jeopardy. Chaos was likely to ensue. If the food could not be delivered, the church would resort to cannibalism. This damned rain. He implored the Almighty to bring it to a halt. Amidst the dilapidated, leaky houses, the cries of the impoverished echoed, expressing their despair over the relentless rain. In stark contrast, the concerns of the affluent families were entirely different. Why had His Holiness not yet made a move? Surely, this news must have reached his ears by now. The Vatican now lies in a silence that unnerves me, especially with the torrential rain that has fallen these past few days, leading me to suspect that chaos is imminent. Bishop Good has yet to respond, and I fear what purpose his reply would serve. After all, he is merely a low-ranking bishop, while only His Grace, Archbishop Doja, could truly relay any significant news. The downpour batters the rooftops and streets, the cacophony of rushing water drowning out Norton's almost imperceptible footsteps. 2 scarlet orbs flickered through the elegantly adorned parlor, briefly casting a glance at Carl, who was concealed in the corner, eavesdropping on his father's conversation. Norton lifted his head and turned once again toward the church. Such a heavy curtain of rain and the dense darkness of night create an exquisite cover for nefarious deeds. The impoverished denizens of Lino City are gaunt, reeking of decay, and predominantly afflicted by anemia. In stark contrast, the missionaries cultivated by the church, along with the ecclesiastical knights and the city's noble class, enjoy balanced nutrition, robust growth, and commendable hygiene, their blood plentiful and thus quite appealing as potential sustenance. Additionally, there are the spies from the Boya Empire, also worthy of consideration. Most crucially, Norton must discern whether it is the blood of the holy knights that enables his super-evolution, or if the blood of any member bathed in divine radiance could suffice. After all, this is a mythic realm. What if the catalyst for his evolution is rooted not in biology, but in faith? Previously, Norton hesitated to commit murder out of fear of the troubles it might invite. Yet, this moment, fraught with turmoil, presents an opportune time to act. He could proceed with caution, perhaps starting by stealthily dropping shards of tile from rooftops to eliminate a few missionaries, allowing the church in Lino City to acclimate to the notion of sudden deaths among their ranks. Once they grow accustomed to such occurrences, he could then orchestrate disappearances. With so many fatalities, the loss of one or two more would hardly raise alarms. Norton chuckled to himself, feeling delightfully wicked. Regrettably, he recalled the many vampire tales he had encountered in his past life, where a multitude of vampiric abilities revolved around the consumption of human blood, gaining memories through blood, beguiling mortals, or transforming them into vampires or blood thralls. Though such notions may defy scientific reasoning, this is a world steeped in theology, and even without inherited memories, there is no harm in experimentation. He currently possesses little power, which may indeed be linked to the consumption of human blood, thus warranting an attempt. The death of a noble is a significant affair. Therefore, he could only target the relatively untainted, sanguine church personnel. This is certainly not an act of calculated vengeance. Norton believes himself to be a good person. Of course, that is from his perspective. For the church members, such actions would be a matter of life and death. The only concern is that he fears the divine light of God truly envelopes the church, which may result in his immediate incineration upon entry or render him powerless and at the mercy of others. This matter can only be approached with utmost caution. The towering silhouette of the Cathedral of Lino City loomed before Norton. In comparison to the grandiose St. Lord Cathedral, which occupies half the city's expanse, the Cathedral of Lino City appeared considerably smaller, housing merely a few thousand inhabitants. It retained the fortress-like structure, with the central sanctuary being roughly the same size as the Notre Dame de Paris, albeit lacking the intricate decorations and aesthetic finesse. The 10-meter-high walls, even amidst the torrential rain, stood out conspicuously. In this tempestuous environment, 2 armored knights of the church stood resolutely at the entrance of the cathedral's walls, dutifully upholding the church's glory. The flickering lights at the church's entrance were obscured by the downpour, rendering them indistinct. Norton adjusted his direction and sprinted to the side of the cathedral. His nails, sufficiently hardened, could easily pierce through the cracks of the sturdy wall, enabling him to scale the 10-meter-high barrier. With a grunt, Norton's resilient nails embedded into the crevices of the masonry, allowing him to ascend the wall with his hands and feet. Despite having transformed into a vampire for several years, he had yet to attain the expected form of his kind, which was a profound insult to the vampire lineage. Thus, today, he intended to unleash a torrent of bloodshed and demonstrate to this accursed church what a true vampire is. Perhaps due to the fact that the walls had never faced such an assault, or perhaps owing to an overconfidence in their fortifications, the edges of the cathedral walls were devoid of any guarding knights. Most of the church's knights were stationed at the entrances of various buildings, presenting Norton with an opportunity to infiltrate. Lino City was indeed different. It was far less challenging compared to St. Lord's City. Norton crouched atop the wall, carefully avoiding the defensive spikes, and surveyed the Cathedral of Lino City with genuine admiration. The St. Lord Cathedral was a fortress of vigilance, with sentinels stationed every few steps. Even at night, while this city exhibited a far more relaxed atmosphere, between the various ecclesiastical structures below, there were hardly any signs of guards, aside from the occasional church personnel coming and going. Most importantly, the absence of divine murals and images meant there was no risk of being detected. Norton had deliberately chosen time that was not too late, primarily to encounter these sporadically roaming church members. After all, if he had arrived in the dead of night, he would only encounter pairs of church knights outside, making stealthy attacks nearly impossible. Although Lino City had lost 200 missionaries, this did not represent the totality of its clergy. The remaining missionaries and clerics could easily maintain the church's normal operations. With great care, Norton extended his finger into the confines of the church's walls. Excellent. There was no anticipated sense of oppression or sharp pain. Feeling emboldened, he pushed his arm further inside. There was no unusual sensation at all. Norton pressed against the wall, steeling himself, and maneuvered his entire body into the recess of the wall. Still, nothing occurred. A wave of relief washed over Norton as he quietly descended along the city walls, shrouded by the cloak of night and the curtain of rain, stealthily entering the Church of Lino. This marked Norton's inaugural formal entry into a church since becoming a vampire. Contrary to his expectations of a searing pain akin to the direct rays of the sun, he experienced no peculiar pressure. His sensations remained unchanged from those outside the city, which brought him a sense of ease. It seemed that the sanctity of God could only be partially alleviated through certain relics associated with the divine. At that moment, the mental map he had previously deduced through sound and scent of the church personnel became exceedingly useful. He discerned the locations that were vigilantly guarded, the gathering points of missionaries, and the residences of high-ranking church officials, allowing him to navigate the church with remarkable ease. Chapter 59. For the church. Destroy the church. The night was pitch black, and the torrential rain lashed against the church roof, creating a cacophony of sound. A solitary candle flickered feebly. The light provided by the candles of this era was insufficient to illuminate any considerable distance, leaving even the silver lamp on the table, adorned with several candles, unable to dispel the surrounding darkness. Why had the Boya Empire yet to take action? An aged voice, tinged with a hint of fury, murmured softly, failing to penetrate the curtain of rain, rendering it inaudible to others within the church. His Majesty the King had yet to ascertain the veracity of the news. At present, the Holy See remained silent. If the rumor of the Holy Judgment's demise were merely a fabrication, then any action taken would invite retribution too great for the royal family to endure. The classical church room was spacious, yet it was crammed with various bookshelves and miscellaneous clutter, leaving only a small area for the use of His Excellency, the Archbishop of Dorsha. The Archbishop had a penchant for reading, particularly drawn to literature that strayed from orthodoxy. For instance, he favored political treatises that sharply contrasted with contemporary views, as well as rebellious yet insightful economic writings from lesser-known authors. However, in this era, such works were not referred to by their professional titles, but were collectively labeled as forbidden texts. Notably, a previous scholar within the Holy See had authored a condemned book, claiming that God was not singular, that the sun and moon were merely spherical luminous bodies, and positing that other distant stars might also be suns and moons, leading to the supposition that perhaps, in far-off realms, other worlds existed, and each world might possess its own creator deity. The author met a grim fate, executed without even the prospect of ascending to paradise. The Archbishop of Dorsha, however, reveled in such whimsical and imaginative literature. Yet, this inclination inevitably placed his thoughts in direct conflict with the insular mindset of the Holy See. He scoffed at the various constraining ideologies imposed by the Holy See, championing instead a series of partial viewpoints that advocate for the Church's evolution rather than stagnation. He believed that the Church, if it remained unyielding, would inevitably decay beneath a facade of strength. Rather, it must undergo continuous transformation to preserve its vitality and relevance. Most importantly, he rejected the notion of ecclesiastical dominion, asserting that the Church's current dogmatic governing style would lead to dire repercussions. He contended that all forms of power are ephemeral, akin to the disintegration of the ancient Holy Noah Empire millennia ago. For where power and politics signify vested interests, those interests will invariably succumb to a more formidable force. Archbishop Dorsha held a profound love for the Church, dedicating everything he was to the sanctity of the faith. Yet, he did not wish for the Church to reach the precipice he envisioned. Thus, he vehemently opposed the current ecclesiastical system. In his quest to liberate the Church from the shackles of violence and self-interest, and to facilitate a transformation that would allow the faith to retain a positive image, Archbishop Dorsha resolved to dismantle the embodiment of such interests within the Vatican, aspiring to reconstruct a church solely devoted to the mission of evangelism. It is difficult to fathom such thoughts could arise from a mortal mind. Nevertheless, one must concede that his foresight was indeed commendable. After all, the ultimate fate of the European Church had culminated in becoming a true theological sanctuary, devoid of any governing involvement, which paradoxically facilitated its perpetual expansion. Yet, if his actions were to herald an unavoidable crisis of ecclesiastical obliteration, should he not instead create the destruction that would usher in a new Genesis? Clad in a resplendent purple cassock, Archbishop Dorsha cast a dark gaze upon the spy from the Boya Empire kneeling before him. Upon hearing the words of the spy, he snorted derisively, "Foolish. Your agents have long since investigated the annihilation of the Holy Inquisition. How can it be that you remain uncertain of such news? I tell you, the Church possesses the means to continue nurturing these holy knights. Should you delay any further, in just a few years, the Pope will once again muster a contingent of holy knights. At that moment, your century-long schemes will crumble to dust, leaving you without recourse." Archbishop Dorsha was aware that the Church could indeed cultivate holy knights, though the specifics of their training eluded him. He merely understood the capability existed. Initially, the Holy Inquisition comprised a mere 50 members, but over the years, it had burgeoned to over 700, with each low-ranking bishop's cathedral housing 2 low-ranking holy knights. It was evident that the Pope must possess some undisclosed secret. Thus, if action were not taken now, the Pope would soon cultivate yet another cadre. Even the most rudimentary, 100 men executing decapitation missions in unison, would prove insurmountable for any royal house to withstand. After all, a grand army cannot remain perpetually stationed at the palace, vigilant against the approach of holy knights. Consequently, His Majesty the King brought forth a message: "Lord Dorsha, if you cooperate with our endeavors while simultaneously inciting a rebellion within the Pope's domain, the Boya Empire shall seize the moment to completely overthrow the Pope's dominion." Dear Lord Doja, while I hold profound admiration for your relinquishment of power, it remains a fact that you are still in possession of considerable authority. A modest contribution on your part would undoubtedly enhance your eventual rewards. Although you may be disinterested in power, His Majesty has nonetheless chosen to bestow upon you the position of the next Pope. The spies of the Boya Empire exhibit an attitude of utmost reverence. In truth, the reason the Boya Empire has refrained from sending troops is not due to a lack of communication from the Holy See, but rather their uncertainty regarding whether this situation is a scheme orchestrated by the Church in collaboration with you, Archbishop Doja. The peculiarities of your character evoke both fear and disbelief in the Emperor of the Boya Empire. Archbishop Doja harbors human desires that obliterate divine reason. He perceives the Church's current governance and operations as a profound detriment to human nature, with all possibilities for reform ruthlessly eradicated under such a harsh regime, leaving human society devoid of vitality. He contends that the Church should merely serve as a genuine missionary entity, rather than wielding control over nations through ideologies and inflicting devastating brainwashing upon the populace. He would even forsake his present power to restore the vitality of what he terms human society, allowing the Church to perpetuate in a carefree manner. Who would dare believe such a notion? To this day, the Emperor of the Boya Empire struggles to accept that such thoughts could originate from a single individual. Or perhaps he simply does not comprehend the essence of your so-called ideals, Archbishop Doja. If understanding eludes him, belief is certainly unattainable. Were it not for the undeniable fact that the Holy Inquisition has indeed faltered within the Holy City, he would surely regard you as nothing more than bait cast by the Church to lure him into a trap. Yet, even so, he remains perplexed and incredulous. Thus, it seems he must compel you, Archbishop Doja, to contribute even more. The Church is devoid of rationality. As the rain cascaded down in torrents, Norton, eavesdropping from the rooftop, felt his mouth stretch in disbelief. See, he had foretold that the weight of the world bore down upon the Papal States, and trouble was inevitable. Yet, he never anticipated that an archbishop would be implicated in treachery. This was truly exhilarating. This only bodes well for him, as Lino City is on the verge of becoming his paradise. Norton held his breath, silently gliding across the rooftop toward the more secluded areas of the church. Even before the hunt commenced, he deemed this journey a resounding success. Now it was time for the hunt. Norton's crimson eyes scanned the vast cathedral. Despite the torrential downpour, his sense of smell remained largely unaffected, allowing him to discern where crowds gathered and where they thinned. Since Archbishop Doja is beset by numerous troubles, Norton resolved to add to his burdens, making his situation even more precarious. Having spent 2 decades within the church, Norton could discern the function of each grand hall solely by the number of individuals present within, regardless of the names inscribed upon them. The most fitting place to drop a brick to inflict fatal harm would undoubtedly be the confessional. Chapter 60. The church lacks rational beings. I beseech you to forgive my transgressions, Caesar. The clerics within the confessional earnestly confessed the sins festering within their hearts. Norton had chosen an opportune moment, as it coincided with the church's evening confession period. Access to the confessional was not granted to just anyone. Only missionaries were deemed worthy of confession, while clerics were relegated to perform their daily duties. The church's rationale was that clerics were in a state of separation from the world and thus bore no worldly faults. It was solely the missionaries, having ventured into the world, who needed to atone for their sins committed outside. The sparse attendance in the confessional was primarily due to the unfortunate demise of 200 missionaries at the hands of werewolves in the Holy City, significantly reducing the number of individuals present, leaving behind only a handful who remained. The torrential rain drenched Norton, yet the cacophony of the downpour effectively masked any noise he might make. A soft thud of stone echoed from the ceiling of the confessional as Norton, to render his impending assault more plausible, had meticulously pried away a substantial piece of tile from the eaves, enabling him to deliver a lethal strike with his weight alone. What? You inquire whether Norton felt any remorse during his inaugural act of murder? He was utterly convinced that, placed before these churchgoers, they would not hesitate to eliminate him, the heretic, and would likely employ the most grotesque methods to torment him. Thus, for Norton, their demise was but a matter of course. What Norton lamented most was his lack of the traditional vampire's ability to transform minions. Had he possessed such a power, he could have converted the entire church into his blood servants, a splendid notion indeed. Norton lay silently atop the confessional's lofty ceiling, minimizing his presence. The rain mercilessly washed over the earth, all but guaranteeing this year's harvest would be utterly obliterated. Yet, the impending calamity seemed trivial to the missionaries compared to the act of confession, for should their food supply dwindle, they could always resort to cannibalism. Norton remained concealed in the rain, awaiting the conclusion of the confessions. At last, the resounding clang of a gong echoed through the church, signaling the time for slumber. With the cessation of the sounds, faint noises emerged from the confessional. Norton's fingers rested upon the loosened tile, which he had pried away. A piece nearly twice the size of a human head, weighing several pounds along with the bricks beneath it. The church architecture was renowned for its towering height. Although the church in Leno City did not rival the grandeur of the Holy City, this confessional hall soared to a height of 6 or 7 meters. One could only speculate why such lofty ceilings were constructed, yet they undeniably provided Norton with the means to execute his grim design. The heavy shards of tile, descending from such a great height, would undoubtedly result in death upon impact. Norton, rather than revealing himself to visually ascertain the missionary's position, relied on his acute sense of hearing and smell. The number of missionaries in the room was not substantial, and to make the scenario of their demise by falling debris more plausible, Norton focused intently on the sound of the footsteps of the missionary exiting from the center. With a calculated gesture, he gently nudged his finger. "Please forgive my transgressions," he murmured, followed by the sound of a light scraping of stones, culminating in a dull thud that resonated from a skull being struck. Almost immediately thereafter, the sound of a body collapsing echoed through the air, accompanied by startled gasps from below as the unmistakable scent of blood began to permeate the atmosphere. A promising strike indeed. Norton lay silently on the rooftop, limbs firmly planted, adopting a posture that minimized his exposure as he stealthily retreated. He discerned from the sounds that he had indeed struck true. Splendid. Norton was brimming with satisfaction as he cautiously made his way to the wall, seizing the moment before the crowd could gather. He swiftly traversed the building's apex towards the city wall, and with remarkable agility, he scaled the towering church wall before leaping down. It was hard to fathom that such feats could be accomplished by a mere human. To remain awake through the night, enduring the relentless downpour, solely to drop a brick upon another's head, was indeed a method of vengeance that suggested no one emerging from the church could be considered sane. As the torrential rain began to wane, famine loomed ominously. In such dire circumstances, even the most venerable of popes from previous years would have issued decrees of redemption, commanding the church to open its granaries and provide sustenance to the suffering populace. Although the provisions were often derived from the corpses of the deceased, and families were required to relinquish their own children to the church, it still bore the semblance of compassion. After all, in these times, entrusting a child to the church signified a chance for the child to grow up normally, an aspiration beyond the wildest dreams of the impoverished. Of course, it was likely that many of these children would ultimately become sustenance themselves, as the clergy were selective, discarding those deemed unappealing. However, this year, the newly appointed Pope Adam seemed devoid of such intentions. Not only did he lack any plan for benevolence, but he also intended to issue decrees that would further deceive and suppress the populace, extinguishing their spirit. Your actions, Pope Adam, are a disgrace to the resplendence of our holy doctrine. The sanctity of God is universally acknowledged, and in these times of calamity, we ought to open our doors wide and bestow generously, thereby proclaiming Caesar's mercy and showcasing the grandeur of our holy teachings, rather than being miserly and trifling with the hearts of men. Regarding the annihilation of the Holy Judgment Council, although the Vatican has remained silent thus far, and His Holiness has seemingly chosen to ignore the matter, there are indeed undercurrents stirring within the Church. The most conspicuous of these is the audacity of the current cardinal, who openly challenges the Pope, declaring that his holy decrees are flawed. Such a scene of defiance would have been utterly inconceivable in the past for the Pope. The sovereign of the Holy Inquisition embodied an unparalleled might, leaving no room for disrespect from any individual. Yet now, with the Holy Inquisition recently decimated, a cardinal dares to emerge and question the decisions of His Holiness, an affront that is not only profound but also direct. Although his assertions bear truth, they nonetheless constitute a blatant challenge to the Pope's authority. In stark contrast, the other cardinals remain silent, standing as mere spectators, seemingly in a state of passive observation. But is not such observation tantamount to tacit approval? High upon the exalted papal throne, Pope Adam raised his brow slightly, casting a dispassionate glance at the audacious cardinal, seemingly unfazed by his words. The world acknowledges the sanctity of our church, yet human hearts are inscrutable. Countless harbor insidious thoughts akin to yours. If we do not suppress discontent and manipulate public perception, how shall we uphold the dominion of our holy church and preserve the radiance of God? As his words resonated, a golden figure materialized silently behind the speaking cardinal. With a swift motion, a blade pierced through the cardinal's chest, accompanied by the sickening sound of steel meeting flesh. Grasping his chest in agony and witnessing the blade protruding from his body, the cardinal's eyes widened in shock, choked gasps escaping his throat. Adam, you will drag the church into eternal damnation. Blood cascaded onto the golden floor as the lifeless body of the cardinal was dragged away by the holy knight, while the remaining cardinals, previously raising their heads, now lowered them in silence. Eternal damnation? It is precisely a lack of restraint over the hearts of men that would lead the church to true ruin. Pope Adam recalled the magnificent divine corpse hidden within the mountains behind the Vatican, a thought that threatened to rob him of restful slumber this night. The human heart is indeed difficult to fathom. Having risen through the ranks, how could Adam not be acutely aware of this? In the absence of the divine corpse, the church could navigate any crisis, society could evolve unfettered, and even the church's demise would pose no issue. Surely, Pope Adam is not a man devoid of fortitude. How could he be oblivious to the fact that such actions undermine the very foundation of societal progress? Yet, the existence of the divine corpse necessitates a decisive approach. The more prosperous society becomes, the more cunning individuals arise, each harboring ulterior motives. Only when all are deprived of sustenance and stripped of autonomy do they concern themselves less with subversion, consumed solely by the instinct to survive. Otherwise, there will always be those self-proclaimed wise fools, relentlessly scheming to undermine the holy knights. Should they uncover the divine corpse, Adam would need not ponder. These individuals would undoubtedly attempt to exploit it, dragging humanity into an abyss of eternal despair, to deceive the hearts of men and impose an oppressive development. leaving the lower classes to merely survive and the upper echelons in a state of perpetual anxiety, is to ensure that society stagnates. This state of affairs drains the energy of individuals, preventing them from contemplating other matters. Such tactics diminish the number of those with ulterior motives, allowing the Pope to maintain eternal dominion, while the divine remains entombed in the secluded mountains. The human heart is inscrutable. Adam dares not wager on the thoughts of others. In summary, His Majesty Adam has grown increasingly extreme, influenced by the divine relic entombed in the mountains behind the church. Truly, there appears to be a lack of rational individuals within the church. Chapter 61. Consumption. It is uncertain whether it is the sun's waning strength or the so-called rare extreme weather that has caused this recent shift in temperature. The change has been particularly pronounced, transitioning abruptly from the sultry warmth of early autumn to the chill of late autumn following a heavy downpour. The frigid air of early morning cuts through like a knife, with the decline in grain production coinciding with plummeting temperatures. It is almost certain that this winter will be exceedingly harsh. In Leno City, deaths have already begun to occur, but the bodies are not wasted. The church has gathered them to prepare a pot of soup to aid the starving populace. However, this phenomenon remains largely unnoticed, as the weather has yet to reach its coldest point. During this time, Archbishop Dorsia has found himself in a precarious position. The Empire of Boya has compelled him to incite rebellion, heralding the dawn of a world transformation. This task is particularly challenging for Archbishop Dorsia, for while he wields significant power, the clergy are loyal to the Church, to God, and to His Majesty Adam, rather than to him. The clergy have been indoctrinated from a young age to dedicate everything to the Pope. Although Archbishop Dorsia might exploit information asymmetry to instigate rebellion, he knows that once the Church's forces descend upon him and the Pope's edict is issued, these clergy will undoubtedly revolt, leading to his execution on the pyre. Archbishop Dorsia cherishes the Church and wishes to avoid being displayed on the Church's pillar of shame. He is even more reluctant to inflict harm upon it. Yet, as time passes, His Majesty Pope Adam becomes increasingly unhinged. His cruel ideologies and tyrannical actions instill a growing fear within Archbishop Dorsia. He worries that under such immense pressure, the populace may develop an antagonistic sentiment towards the Church, tarnishing the image of the Holy See, which could devolve into hostility. Should this occur, the millennia-old institution of the Church would undoubtedly face ruin and might even become a despised entity, shunned from the light. It is likely that the Church would struggle to maintain a virtuous image and transform into a missionary organization, potentially being branded as a cult. Such an outcome is utterly unacceptable to Archbishop Dorsia. Merely contemplating the prospect of the Holy See being labeled a cult brings him to tears. Yet, his troubles do not end there. Whether due to the Church's declining fortunes or some alleged structural issues, there have been frequent reports of deaths within the Church's ranks during this period. Initially, a missionary met his untimely demise when struck by falling bricks from the rooftop after a night of confession. Shortly thereafter, another missionary tragically plunged into the church fireplace while relieving himself, resulting in a fatal neck fracture. Once resilient and steadfast in their faith, these missionaries now appeared as fragile as university students, seemingly unaware of the imminent threat of death lurking around them. The recent series of unfortunate events within the Church of Leno City almost led Archbishop Dorsia to believe that his thoughts had displeased God, thus inciting divine retribution. However, the Church remained unperturbed by the deaths of these few missionaries, as the number of those who succumbed to their own blades each year far exceeded such accidents. In stark contrast to the Church's atmosphere of anxiety, Norton was enjoying an exceedingly pleasant time. It is peculiar how one's mood can be elated after engaging in nefarious deeds, a testament to the darker nature of humanity. One cannot help but wonder if the extreme ideologies of His Holiness the Pope have some merit in these times. As the torrential rain subsided, Norton resumed his duties with renewed vigor. With over 200 missionaries perishing, the Church of Leno City took measures to replenish its ranks by promoting a group of clerics to missionaries in advance of the next Mass. This, however, led to a shortage of clerical personnel, necessitating the search for suitable infants and children within the city to be brought back to the Church for nurturing. Get lost, you filthy creature. The pristine white robes of the clerics gleamed under the long-awaited sunlight, yet this sanctity clashed with the disheveled beggars squatting on the streets. The coincidental deaths within the church had cast a pall over the missionaries, who now regarded the once-ignored beggars as an unwelcome sight. Norton, having been kicked in the rear, was met with a barrage of harsh insults. How infuriating! Norton fumed. His previous sense of elation, born from his misdeeds, had evaporated. Nevertheless, given the considerable number of missionaries that had already perished, it seemed the church had become desensitized to such losses. The death of yet another would hardly be mourned. Feigning fear, Norton hastily crawled backward, feeling a slight alleviation of pressure from his missionary obligations, and chose not to linger on the matter. Observing the retreating figure of the missionary, he glanced around to ensure no one was watching before stealthily following. Few could incite his murderous intent, but the missionary who had kicked him was certainly one of them. Norton was known for repaying grievances, having struck Father Mia without hesitation. What made this lowly missionary any different? Quietly trailing behind the missionary clad in white, Norton heightened his senses, smell, hearing, and sight, ready to assess the situation and seize the opportune moment for action. In truth, missionaries rarely ventured out alone. They typically traveled in groups or accompanied by knights of the church. In the aftermath of the recent werewolf incident, the church knights have taken up residence within the church to safeguard the bishop's safety. Additionally, the number of missionaries in Leno City has significantly dwindled. Although new missionaries have been slated for appointment, the mass has yet to be held, leaving the few available missionaries to operate independently. This situation has created a favorable opportunity for Norton. The direction of the missionaries' advance leads him toward the slums on the outskirts of the city, where the destitute lack power and typically have short lifespans. By taking in their children, the church can raise them, as the parents are often deceased by the time their offspring reach maturity. This allows the missionaries to devote themselves entirely to the church, free from worldly constraints, leading them to prefer the impoverished youth. The closer one approaches the outskirts, the more desolate the surroundings become, necessitating passage through several narrow alleys. The incessant rain has left puddles strewn across the ground, and the city's unsanitary conditions render the streets utterly repulsive, with refuse floating in the water, inducing a loss of appetite. The treacherous and filthy path only serves to sour the missionary's disposition further, forcing him to wade through the murky water to progress. However, the pristine white of his clerical garb has become sullied, now marred by repugnant substances. Norton, in a vertical position, clings to the wall, his nails digging deep into the crevices of the bricks, allowing him to stealthily follow the missionary without making a sound. His ears attuned to the ambient sounds. His nose detects the scent of humanity, and his eyes grow increasingly crimson. Having previously tasted the blood of a holy knight, he is assured that the blood of these ecclesiastical figures poses no threat to him, enabling him to indulge freely. At last, with a powerful push from his legs, Norton launches himself towards the unsuspecting missionary. The splash of water echoes as his feet hit the murky depths. His hands find the missionary's neck, and before the latter can comprehend the unfolding horror, Norton opens his gaping maw, lined with sharp fangs, and sinks them into the missionary's throat. Blood erupts forth, as the soft flesh and fragile bones of the human stand no chance against the vampire's predatory incisors. The missionary's tender neck is torn apart, blood gushing forth in torrents. Chapter 62. Experiment the sensation of consuming fresh human blood for the first time is profoundly strange. This strangeness does not stem from any peculiar quality of the blood itself, but rather from the sensation of human skin against his lips, and the softness of the flesh yielding beneath his teeth, reminiscent of dragging a fingernail across glass, a jarring yet intriguing experience. The missionary, ensnared by Norton's grip, attempts to twist and struggle, but Norton's arms encircle him like a vice, rendering him immobile. After over 20 years of training, the missionary, akin to a mere chick in Norton's grasp, succumbs swiftly to the loss of blood, his vitality extinguished in mere moments. Even from the very beginning, not a single sound emerged. Yet, the missionary's struggle illustrated that being drained by a vampire does not lead one to succumb to death in the most splendid of environments, as portrayed in certain modern films. Moreover, Norton did not experience any fragments of memory, unlike the ancient vampires depicted in Underworld, who possessed the ability to acquire memories through the consumption of blood. Norton seemed devoid of such a simple capacity. It felt rather disappointing. Once he had drained the missionary to the point of exhaustion, he finally released the lifeless body he had held so tightly. The blood at the corner of his mouth did not require him to extend his tongue to lick. His skin could autonomously absorb the blood, minimizing the need for any cleansing. It was quite remarkable, yet to this day, Norton remained perplexed by the principle or ability behind it. The taste of blood was still somewhat delightful to him. The blood of werewolves bore a slightly exhilarating sweetness, while the missionary's blood resembled an aged red wine, imbued with an ancient, rustic essence. However, the taste of the flesh was far from exquisite, remaining as bland as chewing wax. Logically, if he could absorb the blood of the deceased, he should be able to consume their flesh as well, especially since Jonah had been sealed away and there were no longer any concerns. Yet, contrary to Norton's expectations, there was no remarkable flavor. The blood that filled his belly did not bring about any sudden surge of strength, nor did it evoke the intense warmth he had felt while feeding on the 2 sacred nights, leaving him somewhat disheartened. It appeared that those touched by the divine radiance of the church exhibited no difference in their blood from ordinary beings. In fact, the sanctity they bore seemed to render their blood even less palatable, reminiscent of expired goods. Aside from the initial experience of blood loss when he attempted to fast, he had never lacked sustenance. He regularly absorbed both animal and werewolf blood. He had long since discovered that his progress and growth was not determined by the quantity of blood consumed, but rather by the passage of time. Much like traditional vampires, it was not the volume of blood that facilitated rapid growth, but rather that the older one became, the stronger one grew. Perhaps when young Norton transformed into old Norton, he would stand proudly at the church's entrance and proclaim, "Who else?" For now, only one type of anomalous blood could accelerate his evolution, that of the sacred knights. How had the church managed to produce such beings? Norton found it utterly perplexing. How could a church create something that enables vampires to evolve rapidly? Was it possible that these sacred knights were fashioned from the blood and flesh of aged vampires raised by the church? Norton could not comprehend it and chose to ponder no longer. Instead, he hoisted the now limp body of the missionary and, maintaining a vertical posture against the wall, swiftly made his way towards his bell tower. Fortunately, the heavy rain has just ceased, leaving the ground excessively soaked, and the unrelenting cold wind pierces through one's skull, which has resulted in a scarcity of people venturing outside. Otherwise, he would have needed to expend considerable time seeking an opportunity to ambush the missionary. Norton, employing his keen senses, meticulously evaded the gazes of all passers-by, dragging the missionary's lifeless body into the bell tower where he resided. In his previous life, zombies would infect humans after draining their blood, a notion echoed in various vampire-themed narratives. Thus, to err on the side of caution, and to ascertain whether he possessed such an ability, Norton refrained from immediately disposing of the missionary's corpse outside the city. Although the likelihood was slim, prudence was paramount. Moreover, discarding the body at this juncture was neither practical nor appropriate. He could stealthily maneuver the corpse through the deserted alleyways back to the bell tower, but it was utterly inconceivable to drag the body outside during daylight. With a thud, Norton unceremoniously dropped the corpse onto the attic floor, the slight commotion eliciting a cacophony of chirps from his family of bats that resided within. "I'm back." Norton waved his hand, prompting the bats hanging from the ceiling to respond with a few welcoming calls. His family was growing increasingly larger, now boasting 10 bats, some of which were even breeding with one another. A few were pregnant and on the verge of giving birth. Their rapid reproduction was becoming somewhat alarming for Norton. Each new arrival was destined to cling to his head as a sign of affection, and if this continued, he would soon be adorned with an overwhelming number of bats. Goodness, I'm on my way to becoming a patriarch. Norton sighed deeply, sitting on the attic floor, gazing up at the hanging bat family, his mind drifting through memories. It had been over 8 years since his first encounter with the inaugural bat, Coal, not accounting for the lifespan it had already lived prior to meeting Norton. The lifespan of vampire bats seldom exceeds a decade, yet Coal showed no signs of aging. Perhaps their nocturnal nature, avoiding sunlight, had afforded them a longevity akin to that of the cloaked clergy. Nevertheless, no matter how extended their lives became, they could never outlive Norton, who was immortal. Thus, he pondered whether there might be a way to prolong their existence even further. If Norton could gain enhancements from consuming the blood of holy knights, then surely allowing the bats to feed on him would induce some form of transformation. After all, the monstrous entities in the wild, such as werewolves, seemed to pursue him with the fervor of dogs chasing after excrement. It made sense Norton felt that his reasoning was sound. However, he could not experiment on other humans or beasts. From the werewolves' reaction following their attack on him, it was evident that consuming his flesh and blood did not grant them any dominion over him. Should he use the missionary or other animals for experimentation? And if it were successful, those subjects would undoubtedly seek Norton out, perceiving him as a source of superior evolutionary material. Although Norton believed he could undoubtedly defeat his opponent, he was reluctant to take the risk. The nature of mutations is inherently unpredictable. No one could foresee what manner of creature might emerge. After much contemplation, Norton concluded that he had no choice but to venture forth with the bat. Chapter 63. All dried up. Coal ball, Norton exclaimed, raising his gaze. The vampire bat that had accompanied him for over 8 years had indeed developed a certain rapport with him. Upon hearing Norton's call, Coal Ball released its grip from its perch and fluttered down to rest upon Norton's hand. The vampire bats of this world bore little difference in appearance from their earthly counterparts, the most notable distinction being a slightly larger size, roughly comparable to that of a human palm. Yet, even the largest among them boasted only a few centimeters of difference. The energy content within their blood was exceedingly low, preventing them from attaining a significant size. Otherwise, even a day spent in bloodsucking would scarcely suffice to meet their energy needs. Nonetheless, it was fortuitous that these bats were relatively small, rendering them unsuitable for the form of a god. Otherwise, Norton mused, the term vampire would undoubtedly refer to an entirely different species. Observing the bat resting on his palm, he gently stroked its head with a finger. He then extended his finger and, with a grim determination, tore a piece of flesh from his own leg, placing it before the bat. There was no alternative. The absence of blood was quite the inconvenience. Fortunately, this action brought little pain, and the severed flesh would swiftly heal in the next moment. Otherwise, Norton would never have dared to undertake such an experimental approach. Go ahead and try, Coal Ball. If you perish, I shall ensure your wife and children are well cared for, Norton lamented, stroking the bat's head with a tinge of reluctance. He did not wish to experiment on Coal Ball, yet it was the bat that had lived the longest. It had but a few years left to live, and its demise was preferable to that of its newly born offspring. Conversely, should it survive, it would undoubtedly experience remarkable growth. Norton was unsure of the usefulness of his own flesh, but he presumed it likely held some value. Even if it did not, the risks seemed minimal. Otherwise, the Wolf King would have perished upon biting into his flesh. Moreover, the wolves and monsters would not pursue him with such fervor if he were truly as insignificant as he felt. This was the primary reason he felt justified in using Coal Ball for this endeavor. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little black bat seemed to have understood Norton's words, glancing up at him momentarily. Hurry, this is the flesh of his grace, Norton, Norton urged, pushing the morsel toward the bat, his eyes filled with anticipation, causing Coal Ball to feel a hint of nervousness. It appeared that Norton's flesh indeed possessed a modicum of allure. Or perhaps it was the intensity of Norton's gaze that rendered the bat somewhat anxious. Finally, the small black bat hesitantly raised its claw, nudging the piece of meat, and then extended its tiny tongue to taste a lick. Norton watched with bated breath, his heart brimming with hope. It appears that the flesh of Norton possesses a potent effect, yet the Coal Ball seems utterly incapable of accepting such formidable power. After savoring a morsel of flesh, its body suddenly began to stretch in a peculiar manner, the legs encased in flesh laboriously kicking outwards, while its previously prostrate form on Norton's palm began to rise. A remarkable transformation. Norton's eyes sparkled with fervor, fixated on the bat that was undergoing a metamorphosis in his hand. Suddenly, a small, black droplet fell onto Norton's palm, causing the bat's elevated body to bend once more. Damn it! Norton fumed with anger. He extended a finger and gave the bat's head a sharp flick. Although lacking in force, Norton's current strength was considerable. The flick elicited a series of squeaks from the Coal Ball, akin to a human scratching its head in bewilderment. Observing the bat as it flitted back to the rooftop, Norton took a deep breath, discarded the bat excrement from his hand, and promptly consumed the piece of flesh he had torn off. This was meat coveted even by werewolves. He could not afford to carelessly discard it and inadvertently cultivate some horrifying creature. After all, such scenarios are often depicted in novels and films, and Norton understood the need for caution. This attempt had failed, leaving Norton feeling paranoid. He had initially believed that his flesh attracted werewolves, Yet now he found himself uncertain. Could it be that his consumption of the Holy Knight's blood had rendered him attractive to these monsters? Regrettably, there was no Holy Knight available for further experimentation. However, one conclusion he could draw was that his flesh held no allure for the bat. It was disappointing to realize that this vampire lacked any remarkable abilities. In the realm of vampires, the capacity to draw memories through blood consumption was commonplace. How could this one lack such a gift? Norton was particularly fixated on this ability, for it was precisely what he desired most. If he possessed this power, he would seize the opportunity to extract secrets from Archbishop Doja through his memories. After all, the church's interiors were filled with various depictions of deities, and he dared not venture inside. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the corpses displayed within the bell tower exhibited no unusual changes. Perhaps it was due to Norton having drained their blood. For the legendary phenomenon of corpse reanimation remained absent, a significant disappointment. 2 crimson glows flickered in the darkness of the attic, instilling a sense of dread. Norton recalled that his own resurrection had merely been separated from death by a few hours. Yet, this corpse showed no signs of life. It was evident that it could no longer be revived. It seemed he still lacked the capacity for infection. And what of the bat that had tasted his flesh? Norton lifted his blood-red gaze towards the peak of the attic. The coal ball remained quietly suspended from the ceiling, embodying its usual languid demeanor, unmoved even as nightfall enveloped the surroundings. Norton's gaze was fixed upon the bat dangling above him. Indeed, the coal ball exhibited no sign of life. Not even the slightest motion, not even the habitual grooming actions of the bat, and Norton could no longer discern the rapid cadence of its heartbeat. How utterly vexing. The bat was reputed to possess a heart that throbbed 1,000 times per minute. Could it be that my mere morsel has led to its demise? Norton promptly rose and hastened towards the coal ball's hanging position, extending his hand to investigate. A firm sensation met his fingertips, followed by a sharp crack, and the coal ball plummeted into his grasp. Upon closer inspection, it was desiccated. Chapter 64. The Goat. My coal ball is not this parched. Oh, dear old coal. How I have wronged you. Norton stared in bewilderment at the desiccated bat in his hand, struggling to comprehend that this was indeed the coal ball. The bat's flesh had shriveled, the already withered membrane now further dried and wrinkled, rigidly encasing the coal ball's form, rendering it grotesquely stiff. Could it truly be dead? Norton incredulously handled the desiccated bat's corpse, and regardless of how he manipulated it, the lifeless body in his palm felt undeniably real. Its form had stiffened and shrunk, now resembling little more than skin stretched over bone. If this were a vampire, it would be one thing. After all, Norton himself bore a similar withered appearance. Yet this was not a vampire. Even the werewolves that feasted upon his flesh had not become this desiccated. Norton stared at the bat's cadaver in his hand, his mind in a haze. However, he clung to the hope that perhaps there was still a chance for revival. After all, as he had just mentioned, he too was in such a condition, yet he remained alive. Perhaps this was merely a transitional phase of transformation. Regardless, it was evident that his own flesh had some effect. The question now was whether it was toxic or enhancing. Though the coal ball was but a bat, it had accompanied him for 8 years, serving as his first truly trustworthy and affectionate companion in this world, subtly improving his mental and emotional state, albeit with limited utility. Harboring the hope that the coal ball could still revive, Norton reattached its desiccated body to the ceiling, then dragged the now rigid corpse of the missionary out of the bell tower. This corpse required attention. Although the weather had recently warmed, the air had yet to reach the depths of winter, and if left unattended, it would soon begin to rot. Norton dragged the missionary's body into the forest outside the town. It was time to dispose of it. He cast the missionary's corpse onto the forest's muddy ground, preparing to dismember it. Though this matter has remained largely unchanged, for the sake of prudence, dismemberment and pulverization are undoubtedly the most effective means of disposal. This is to avert any classic cinematic scene where, after one's departure, a pale claw might suddenly emerge from the earth. The sound of Norton tearing flesh was particularly jarring amidst the stillness of the woods. The dense forest was cloaked in darkness, and the werewolves' relentless surveillance over recent years had nearly depleted the local prey, rendering the forest increasingly silent after their departure, save for the occasional chirping of insects and the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind. This somber and silent setting, accompanied by the sound of flesh being ripped apart and the incessant swaying of 2 crimson eyes, was utterly chilling, reminiscent of a demon from a film, instilling a profound sense of dread. The darkness deepened, and the hooting of an owl echoed distantly, barely discernible in this obscurity. A shadow, resembling a faltering figure, approached Norton with an unnerving, humanoid gait. In his grasp, Norton held a severed human thigh, poised to crush it with a stone. However, an unsettling chill crept up his spine, halting his actions as he instinctively turned to scan the surrounding darkness of the forest. This sensation was inexplicable, yet Norton had unwavering faith in his sixth sense. Something is watching me. He was convinced of his intuition. As a cautious individual, he never doubted his instincts. The forests of this world were fraught with peril. He had perused the ecclesiastical texts that chronicled various monsters. Only near the city did the presence of these creatures diminish, thanks to the vigilance of the church knights who patrolled the outskirts to ensure the town's safety. This was also why Norton had refrained from venturing far from the vicinity of Holy City. Thus, in a decisive moment, he violently wrenched the head from the missionary's corpse, clutching it in his hand as he swiftly made his way toward the city of Leno, until he could obliterate the body. Removing the head would serve to minimize any potential transformations. After all, without a head, what kind of transformation could occur? To remain hidden here, to discern the nature of whatever was hunting him, would be an act of sheer folly. His ominous premonition indicated that the threat had already locked onto him, preparing to strike before he even caught sight of it. In the shrouded darkness of the forest, Norton ran at an alarming speed. The few seconds it took to tear off the head were but a fleeting moment before he strategically retreated. The thicket fell back into silence and darkness, leaving behind a headless corpse, its limbs severed, sprawled languidly upon the muddy ground blanketed with fallen leaves and roots, devoid of any other sound. Shortly thereafter, a faint rustling noise began to emanate from not far away. A peculiar bleat echoed through the air as a goat, standing on its hind legs and moving in an oddly anthropomorphic manner, staggered forth from the shadowy depths of the forest. Its cry was somewhat strange, resembling that of a sheep, yet distinctly different. With its rectangular pupils fixed intently on the direction in which Norton had retreated, it refrained from pursuing him, for venturing further would lead into the territory of the church. The goat reached the spot where Norton had disposed of a body, finally adopting the demeanor of a normal goat as it lowered its form to the ground, its limbs splayed out. Bowing its head, it resembled an ordinary goat grazing. As it began to gnaw at the remains of the corpse that Norton had torn apart, having just returned to the bell tower, Norton was still pondering the sensations experienced in the woods. The head of the missionary had been smashed to bits by a large stone he casually picked up as he neared the outskirts of the city, effectively confirming that this unfortunate missionary had not transformed into a vampire or any other creature. However, the sound of bats startled him from his reverie. After 8 years of working alongside the coal ball, he was well acquainted with the timbre of their cries, and this familiar sound invigorated him. The coal ball? Norton raised his gaze within the bell tower's attic. As anticipated, the once deflated and lifeless coal ball had regained vitality, now hanging from the rafters and chirping at Norton. I knew it. A wave of elation surged through Norton, nearly overwhelming him. He reached out to grasp the coal ball suspended from the ceiling, his joy palpable as he affectionately stroked its head. Wonderful, wonderful. As long as it's alive, that's all that matters, Norton exclaimed, his spirits soaring. Nothing could be more delightful than a false alarm. The coal ball, having accompanied him longer than any other creature in this world, held a special significance for Norton. This was precisely why he conducted experiments with it. After all, good things ought to be shared with one's own. Although it had nearly led to its demise, it was still alive, albeit somewhat withered. Indeed, the coal ball resting in Norton's palm had not reverted to its former plumpness. Like Norton, it appeared gaunt, its skin shriveled and its surface rigid. Yet, its spirit seemed markedly improved, whether it had evolved or merely appeared elongated due to its emaciated state. Norton felt that it had experienced a slight growth in size. This elicited both joy and concern within him. His flesh evidently had the power to stimulate biological evolution. A remarkably useful experiment. He resolved to be more cautious in the future, lest an enemy tear a piece of his flesh during battle, leading to an evolution that could ultimately result in his own demise. Furthermore, after each battle, he must ensure to reclaim his severed limbs. Otherwise, they might become a source of immortality for some ghastly entity. Curse it all, Norton realized he might truly end up on the church's must-eat list. Chapter 65. Truly Awakened? The transformation of the bat instilled a profound sense of crisis within Norton. He felt akin to a miraculous elixir, exuding an irresistible allure and evolutionary influence over other species. No wonder the werewolves always sought to hunt him. No wonder that even in disposing of a corpse, he was targeted by the unknown creatures of the forest. No wonder the church had its sights set on hunting vampires. Ultimately, he realized he was merely a premium source of evolutionary material. It was disheartening. He felt ensnared in a scheme orchestrated by the church. Leaning against the wall, he surrendered to this revelation. To aspire to be a humble, long-lived vampire was now a distant dream. Did he possess any special abilities? Could it comprehend human speech? Norton extended his hand and gently prodded the bat's abdomen, observing its desiccated form, attempting to elicit a response to ascertain whether it had evolved any unique powers. Unfortunately, this creature still struggled to grasp his words and displayed no signs of ability. It was far from transforming into a bat-like child. In fact, it had not exhibited any significant increase in strength, save for being slightly more emaciated than before. Having fed on Norton's blood, perhaps this little creature's regenerative capabilities had undergone a minor change, and it might have escaped the limitations of its stamina. Beyond that, it was unlikely to possess any innate abilities. After all, if he himself lacked them, how could a bat that had consumed his blood and flesh possibly possess them? Squeaking, the bat tugged at Norton's hand, pulling it aside before fluttering out of the attic. It seemed that having just completed its evolution, the aged body had been imbued with newfound strength, inspiring a desire to venture forth in search of prey. Norton stood frozen, gazing at the distant silhouette of the bat. He experienced a sensation akin to a magnetic field. Yes, a magnetic field, or perhaps a radar-like awareness. Within this magnetic realm, darkness enveloped everything, save for the solitary figure of the bat that flitted about, appearing and disappearing within the void. Norton instinctively felt that his status, or rather, his rank, was superior to that of the flying bat, to the extent that he could easily crush it. Yet, within this magnetic expanse, darkness reigned, with only the bat's ephemeral form visible. Hiss! It seemed that he had indeed awakened something within himself. With a flutter, a bat flew into the wealthy man's courtyard, perching upon the eaves of his home. Instead of immediately indulging in the blood of the livestock below, it hung upside down, tilting its head as if trying to locate something. In these times, bats were commonplace, and due to their unsightly appearance, they were often associated with filth. An unfounded rumor had spread that bats were poisonous, and consuming them would lead to death, much like the baseless belief surrounding gecko urine. To this day, such myths continued to be fervently believed by many. The bell tower inhabited by Norton stands at the very divide between affluence and poverty in the city of Leno. A staggering 70% of the land is claimed by the opulent estates of the wealthy, leaving merely 30% to accommodate all the impoverished inhabitants of Leno. Consequently, the bats that descend must either venture into the slums or the affluent districts. The wealthy households abound in livestock, be it chickens, ducks, fish, geese, or even horses, donkeys, cattle, and sheep. Therefore, the bats are invariably drawn to the opulent quarters. However, this particular wealthy family possesses a certain charm, as it belongs to none other than Lady Mary, one of Karl's romantic interests. The papal states are devoid of a feudal system. From the highest to the lowest, the church suppresses all, rendering titles such as count or marquis virtually non-existent. All esteemed families are intricately linked to the church. For instance, the esteemed Bishop Goodloe of Leno hails from a remarkably prominent lineage. Yet, his status is not a consequence of his family's wealth. Rather, it is his ascension to the bishopric that has conferred upon him such prominence. The church is the ultimate arbiter of who may attain distinction. Thus, the Holy See exercises absolute control over the papal states. As for the children entering the church, their fates, whether they become priests, missionaries, or knights of the church, are strictly regulated within the ecclesiastical hierarchy. The astute are groomed for higher echelons. The aesthetically pleasing may become missionaries, the benevolent often become priests, while those less fortunate in appearance may find themselves as knights, and the least favored are relegated to the role of sustenance. Their destinies are predetermined upon their entry into the church. Lady Mary's family is, in fact, the household of Father Abraham, a priest in Lino. Indeed, priests are permitted to marry and father children. The sanctity of marriage, even within the oppressive confines of the Papal States, is upheld as a sacred institution. After all, procreation is a fundamental aspect of humanity. Even deities are said to have originated from the union of divine beings and women, making the continuation of lineage an endeavor that the Church cannot feasibly prohibit. As night gradually yields to dawn, it is just past 4 o'clock in the morning. Members of the clergy above the rank of priest do enjoy a day of rest, typically granted the day prior to a mass, allowing them to bathe, change attire, and prepare for the forthcoming liturgical celebration. Although Archbishop Dorsey has halted the masses in Lino, the day of rest remains in effect. Today, fortuitously, is such a day of respite, prompting Father Abraham to hastily return home after fulfilling his midnight confessions. Recent unfortunate events within the Lino Church, including several cases of untimely deaths, have cast a shadow over the clergy, and the discovery of a missing missionary today has rendered Father Abraham reluctant to linger within the church, a sentiment rooted in fear. Upon reaching the grand entrance of his estate, there is no need for him to knock. A vigilant servant promptly opens the door, kneeling on the ground in a posture of utmost reverence to welcome Father Abraham with profound respect. In truth, even in this era, it is not customary for servants to prostrate themselves in such a manner. However, this display of deference is primarily a reflection of the priest's own peculiar preferences. As the lowest-ranking member of the church hierarchy, Father Abraham, though exuding a semblance of authority before outsiders, found himself subjected to the scorn of his peers within the ecclesiastical ranks. Even his legitimate wife, sanctified by divine witness, was reduced to a mere plaything of others. This treatment instilled in Father Abraham a profound psychological affliction, with power and status becoming his greatest obsessions. He insisted that all his subordinates kneel in reverence upon his arrival. Any minor infraction would result in the invention of various cruel tortures designed to underscore his dominance and position. Pleased by the sight of his kneeling attendants, Father Abraham nodded in satisfaction, preparing to step into his abode. Suddenly, a faint rustle of wings broke the silence, and a shadowy figure lunged at him. A desiccated bat, more slender than its brethren, struck like a bolt of black lightning, fastening itself to Father Abraham's neck. Its steel-like claws easily pierced the tender flesh, clinging to him as it viciously sank its fangs into his skin, causing blood to flow profusely. Help me, damn it, help me! The searing pain and the sudden attack sent Father Abraham into a panic, frantically swatting at the bat clinging to his neck. Meanwhile, the kneeling attendants were paralyzed with fear, torn between the desire to assist their master and the terror of his long-established cruelty. The bat extended its tongue, eagerly lapping up the blood from Father Abraham's neck. In a visible display, it began to regain its plumpness. Perhaps it had consumed too rapidly, for it soon adopted a posture reminiscent of retching, as if the sanctity of the priest's blood overwhelmed it. A small amount of blood spilled from its tiny mouth, mingling with Father Abraham's own. In a frenzy of desperation, Father Abraham struggled, and his agony finally compelled the paralyzed attendants to spring forward, scrambling to dislodge the bat from his neck. The commotion startled the bloodsucker, prompting it to unfurl its wings and flee from Father Abraham's grasp. Damn it! I will kill you all!" he shouted furiously, clutching his bleeding neck, left alone in his wrath. Chapter 66. The weight of authority after hunting the missionary, Norton, having discovered his awakened magnetic abilities, chose to lay low. The difference between mere disappearance and untimely death could arouse the church's suspicions, leading him to believe it prudent to remain discreet within the confines of the city for a while. Originally contemplating that the werewolves had departed, he believed he could leave Lino City at any moment, allowing him to pursue his revenge against the church with confidence. However, the events of last night shattered that notion entirely. The experience was utterly peculiar. Previously, whenever Norton encountered creatures intent on hunting him, be they werewolves or other beasts, he could always sense their approach, utilizing his heightened senses to ascertain their positions and numbers, thus preparing himself adequately. Yet, last night was starkly different. He could feel neither the presence of his adversaries nor comprehend what entity sought to hunt him. All he sensed was a chilling discomfort at his back, akin to the unsettling feeling one experiences during a late-night horror film, compelling him to flee in haste. Throughout the encounter, he remained oblivious to the gaze that had fixed upon him. In contrast to last night's ordeal, the city steeped in religious atmosphere felt comparatively safer. Therefore, Norton resolved to exercise caution for a few days, at the very least to experiment with his newly acquired abilities. The coal-black creature, resembling a small bird, swooped back to the bell tower, subsequently perching on Norton's withered skin. Observing the creature's newfound intimacy, Norton closed his eyes, attempting to harness the instinctual magnetic field that had recently manifested within him. This new ability was somewhat peculiar. It was not an active power, but rather a passive one. Alongside his five senses, sight, sound, smell, taste, and touch, Norton had developed an additional sense, a magnetic field extending approximately 10 meters around him. Norton found it challenging to articulate this sensation. For now, the terms magnetic field or radar seemed most fitting. This unusual magnetic field appeared to emanate from his body, continuously releasing tiny particles that, upon colliding with objects, would return to him, enabling him to construct a radar-like awareness. Moreover, it functioned almost autonomously, akin to breathing. It operated without his conscious effort, yet could also be manually controlled when desired. Indeed, this was a Central European fantasy realm, and thus this scientific phenomenon might bear another name: pressure. Undoubtedly, this radar-like magnetic essence could only be aptly described in this manner. If his Grace Adam were to stand here and witness Norton, he would undoubtedly feel a sense of familiarity, followed by astonishment. This feels familiar," he would exclaim, for he had experienced such a sensation before, one that left an indelible mark on his memory, a terror so profound it could never be forgotten. Indeed, it was akin to the overwhelming presence he felt upon encountering the divine corpse within the church, an aura so terrifying and bizarre that it rendered him unable to gaze directly at it. Even standing before it would evoke a heart-wrenching dread. Yet, while the divine corpse could be perceived from afar, causing discomfort to his heart, Norton could currently only extend his influence within a mere 10-meter radius. His Excellency Adam was aware of the nature of this peculiar object, whereas Norton remained oblivious. He harbored a conviction that whatever he had evolved would undoubtedly possess significance. Thus he repeatedly withdrew and released it, attempting to activate this magnetic field as he wandered through the slums. After numerous trials, he concluded that it was of little utility. This device, when activated, resembled a radar, capable only of detecting nearby, living beings and their trajectories. Moreover, it seemed to emit an aura that drew attention. Whenever he activated it, any person or animal within a 10-meter radius would instinctively glance in his direction, some even stealing multiple glances, with several exhibiting signs of alarm. Each individual regarded Norton, who was shrouded in rags, with suspicion and intrigue. Although he deduced from the reactions of the impoverished populace that the magnetic field had a slight intimidating effect, it proved entirely counterproductive for his purposes, hindering rather than aiding his concealment. Norton had always favored a subtle approach. He was no berserker. Nevertheless, while it was of no immediate use, it did not preclude its potential future utility. After all, it was an additional skill acquired without cost. Why not embrace it? Elated, Norton retracted the magnetic field to avoid attracting undue attention. Yet, he pondered whether this ability was derived from consuming the blood of the clergy or from feeding flesh to bats. He felt compelled to conduct further experiments. Norton returned to his original position, meticulously observing the movements of the church, preparing to bide his time before embarking on his experimental endeavors. He was in high spirits, sensing a shift in his fortune. In stark contrast, Father Abraham found himself in a less favorable disposition. He sensed an unsettling oddity within himself. Chapter 67. The priest's descent into madness. While Norton reveled in the exploration of his newfound abilities, Father Abraham, having been bitten by bats, was enduring considerable distress. Within the opulent confines of his mansion, a beautiful nun clad in pure white gently applied ointment to the wound on Father Abraham's neck before deftly bandaging it. As one of the few heterosexuals within the church, Father Abraham's attention was entirely captivated by the lovely nun, neglecting any concern for his own injury. After all, the wound was devoid of pain, albeit somewhat peculiar. The nun's movements were graceful and deliberate, a rhythmic dance as she worked. Had it been the old Father Abraham, He might have seized the opportunity to explore this sanctified allure, confirming its profound purity. Yet in this moment, he found himself less focused on the nun's bosom and more captivated by the delicate curve of her neck. Warm blood coursed through the veins, flowing incessantly from the carotid artery, ensuring that life and vitality thrived within. The searing warmth of the blood, as it glanced upon the nun's smooth neck, caused Father Abraham to unconsciously swallow hard, an unsettling image emerging in his mind. A gulp echoed through the air, snapping Father Abraham back to reality. A sense of unease washed over him, prompting a swift shift in focus. How curious it was that such a vision had crossed his thoughts. He twisted his neck slightly, feeling the bandaged wound, and then spoke, "Let it be so." Indeed, the beautiful nun replied with utmost reverence, nodding respectfully before exiting the room at Father Abraham's gesture. As he observed her retreating figure, a wave of warmth enveloped him, coupled with a slight breathlessness. It felt as if the weight of the crucifix pendant upon his chest was constricting, rendering him momentarily uncomfortable. This prompted Father Abraham to instinctively shift his neck again, intensifying the sensation of oppression from the crucifix. With a hint of irritation, he reached up to remove the cross, placing it reverently on the table before rising to leave the room. Perhaps it was the prolonged oppression within the church that instilled in Father Abraham a profound bitterness. To release this pent-up fury and affirm his own power and status, he had constructed a cellar within the confines of his opulent mansion, a place to imprison and torment those servants who erred, thereby asserting his supreme authority. The prior night's incident, where he had been attacked by a vampire bat and the servants failed to assist him in a timely manner, was deemed an egregious mistake. With this thought, the tumult within Father Abraham's heart began to settle, and he hastened towards the location of the cellar. Outside, daylight shone brightly, yet the cellar remained shrouded in darkness. The servant, who had witnessed Father Abraham being drained by the bat the previous night, now hung naked with hands bound within the cellar. Though dimly lit, the walls bore witness to splattered blood and an array of torturous implements of Father Abraham's own invention. The servant, suspended for several hours, emitted faint, helpless moans. His arms, stretched painfully, seemed on the verge of being torn asunder. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed at the cellar's entrance, drawing the servant's attention. "My Lord Abraham, my Lord Abraham. I was wrong, my Lord. I beseech the most magnificent and noble Lord Abraham for forgiveness." It must be noted that the servant possessed a modicum of wit, recognizing Father Abraham's fondness for such flattery and deliberately choosing his words. On other occasions, such praise might have pleased Father Abraham enough to grant him mercy, permitting only a few hours of torment. However, today, Father Abraham's mood was far from pleasant. The most powerful Father Abraham, indifferent to the desperate pleas of the helpless servant suspended behind him, found himself enveloped in the increasingly intense stench of blood emanating from the basement. This foul aroma rekindled within him a peculiar desire that he had previously managed to suppress in the presence of the nun. Veins throbbed on Father Abraham's forehead as he gripped the handles of the instruments of torture, struggling against this strange yearning. What on earth is happening to me? Have I become a vampire? The fetid scent of blood was nearly unbearable, and an unsettling thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he might lick the walls. This involuntary association with the vampires preached by the church filled him with dread. Yet, vampires are said to rise from the dead. I have never died. So how could I possibly transform into one? As his desires festered, an inexplicable fear enveloped Father Abraham. He was a priest, after all. No. Members of the clergy cannot become vampires. The glory of God has long protected me. I cannot become a vampire. It is impossible. The absurdity of his fear intertwined with the notion of his potential transformation ignited a sudden, inexplicable rage within him. He cried out, yet he remained unaware of the subtle changes occurring in his appearance. A trickle of blood began to spread slowly across the sclera of his eyes, almost unnoticeable, resembling the bloodshot eyes of a sleepless person. His incisors were gradually elongating and sharpening. If anyone had encountered the fangs of a vampire bat, they would recognize the similarity taking shape. The fetid air heightened Father Abraham's transformation, while his furious roar and strange metamorphosis rendered the suspended servant in the cellar to tears, paralyzed by fear and silenced. Yet, there was no need for the servant to utter a sound. The faint rustle of blood coursing through his veins amplified in Father Abraham's ears, the rhythm of his heartbeat resonating like the most exquisite and captivating symphony. Even the warmth of human flesh sent tremors coursing through Father Abraham's body, electrifying him. The sweet, metallic scent of blood wafting through the air was akin to the finest of wines, ensnaring the frayed nerves of Father Abraham. A breathy sound escaped Father Abraham's lips, unlike anything a human could produce. Turning slowly, like a mechanical marionette, he faced the increasingly terrified servant, his bloodshot gaze fixated upon him. Unable to contain himself any longer, he opened his mouth, revealing two fangs reminiscent of the classic vampire Nosferatu. Chapter 68. Identity. It is commonly said that vampires possess elongated canine teeth. However, this portrayal is merely a fabrication of contemporary cinema, designed to enhance their allure. In truth, blood-sucking creatures, such as vampire bats, are characterized by their two sharp incisors, which are adept at piercing flesh to facilitate the consumption of blood. This peculiar design is precisely why Nosferatu, a notable film about vampires, features such an odd appearance. Its teeth, reminiscent of those of vampire bat, are unmistakably intended to create a wound for the purpose of bloodsucking. This aligns most closely with biological theory. In contrast, Norton felt that his array of sharp teeth was somewhat incongruous with the identity of a vampire. While others draw blood by inflicting a wound, his mouth, when opened, could easily sever a head, rendering his capabilities rather excessive. Today, once again, he found himself in the role of a beggar. As the saying goes, once others have accepted your identity, it is prudent to refrain from transformation. As for why a beggar could survive for such an extended period in this era, it was undoubtedly due to the generosity of Karl, the young nobleman. After all, when Karl provided for him, it was a spectacle for all to witness. The presence of a nobleman legitimized his existence. Regardless of how unreasonable Norton might appear, as long as Karl deemed him acceptable, he was deemed so. After all, Karl's father was the brother of the wife of the lowly Bishop of Good, a position that, while seemingly insignificant, held considerable sway in the city of Leinur. Norton continued to squat in his usual spot, contemplating when he might venture into the church once more. Homicide could not be too frequent, lest it arouse suspicion, especially with Archbishop Dorsha, who wielded authority akin to that of a governor over several provinces, magnifying even the slightest transgressions. Thus, a period of patience was requisite. However, Norton found himself perplexed. During his last foray into the church, he had overheard whispers of Archbishop Dorsha as treachery. Why, then, had there been no subsequent disturbances? Not only was there a conspicuous absence of any unusual behavior from Archbishop Dorsha, but the church had remained eerily silent regarding the annihilation of the Holy Inquisition, as if it had never transpired. The ambitious Boya Empire, dreaming of resurrecting the ancient Holy Noah Empire, was equally quiet. At the very least, Norton had not heard any news regarding friction or conflict between the two nations. Instinctively, Norton sensed that something was amiss, yet this was of little consequence. He was destined for immortality, and the shifts of time were but trifles in the grand tapestry of existence. Time indeed wears slowly. Is it the result of an extended life that leads to a protracted process of advancement? If all vampires were like this, how could any survive? The sun, a warm orange hue, cast a gentle light upon Norton, evoking a tingling sensation upon his skin. He shifted his position slightly to ensure he remained in the shadow cast by the wall. In the distant church, missionaries occasionally flit in and out, with individuals passing by the beggar nestled against the wall. The townsfolk have long since grown accustomed to this figure, for otherwise, the missionary who met a tragic end yesterday would not have approached him to deliver a careless kick. Not only the missionaries, but even the esteemed Bishop of Goodloe and Father Abraham have become familiar with the presence of this beggar, Norton. Father Abraham, clad in a pristine white cassock and hooded to shield his head, hurriedly traverses the muddy streets, making his way towards the church. As he passes by Norton, he does not pause for an instant, having long since disregarded the beggar's existence. Now, consumed by anxiety and a palpable sense of guilt akin to a thief's, he pays no heed to the figure crouching in the corner. Yet, Norton's attention is firmly fixed upon him. With a furrowed brow, he observes the hurried priest, who strides towards the church. Norton recognizes Father Abraham. He has encountered this priest countless times over the years. Ordinarily, There was nothing about him that distinguished him from other humans, failing to evoke any particular feeling in Norton. However, today heralds a peculiar shift. An unsettling sensation emanates from Father Abraham, one that Norton has never experienced before, prompting him to knit his brow tighter. How could one articulate this feeling? It is a sense of inferiority, a perception akin to that of a superior being gazing upon a lesser life form. A feeling that surged within Norton upon their first glance. He felt that every cell in his body was disdainfully regarding the priest, each part of him screaming that this was mere refuse. To describe it in more elevated terms, one might speak of a disparity in essence. Norton could not fathom why. Upon seeing Father Abraham, he was overwhelmed by the impression of a superior entity, in both stature and presence, utterly overshadowing a lesser being. He felt as if he could effortlessly extinguish this wretched creature, which seemed even inferior to a mere cockroach, believing he could dominate this despicable being entirely. This strange sensation compelled Norton to frown deeply. Why did such a feeling arise? He had never before encountered this visceral disdain emanating from within towards any other creature. Even the bats that had once feasted on his flesh had merely struck him as beings of a lower life tier, devoid of any sense of contempt for their inferior nature. Father Abraham appeared to Norton as if he had carelessly scavenged a few pieces of refuse from a latrine, crudely amalgamating them into his being. This cannot be attributed to Norton's weakness. Even his pet, when accidentally released, did not evoke such a keen sense of superiority. Since the inception of the magnetic field, he had been aware of the subordinate relationship between himself and the coal that had consumed his flesh. The primary reason lies in the abject state of Father Abraham's being, rendering him a most unworthy product, incapable of being categorized by Norton within a realm pertinent to himself. It is akin to requesting a deity to acknowledge the refuse upon the street as a creation of his own. Such a noble entity as God would never concede to such a notion. Furthermore, this matter, in a strict sense, is not even crafted from his own flesh and blood. Rather, it is the coal, forged from his essence, that constitutes his true creation. Coal exists as an independent entity, and the products born of its essence bear no connection to those derived from Norton's own flesh and blood. Father Abraham presents an intriguing enigma. Norton, observing the cautiously advancing Father Abraham into the church, found himself greatly intrigued. If a beggar were to suddenly ascend to the status of an emperor, it might evoke admiration. Yet if a person were to transform into a mere object, it would only stir curiosity. Norton felt an instinctual urge to follow in the wake of this Father Abraham, to discern the true nature of this seemingly worthless being. As for whether Father Abraham would perceive Norton's abnormality, Norton harbored an innate sense that if he remained unseen by Father Abraham, the latter would not even notice him if he were to nestle within his embrace. Should he wish to target Father Abraham, merely allowing him a glance would result in immediate demise for the priest. Norton was uncertain of the origins of this feeling, yet he never doubted its veracity. Were His Majesty Adam present, such uncertainty would not exist, for God is beyond mortal gaze. The overwhelming pressure exerted by a high-order being transcends all comprehension. Only with God's demise and subsequent sealing could Adam dare to lift his gaze beneath the weight of such divine terror, and even then, he barely discerned a hint of the truth. Were God alive, the moment Adam laid his eyes upon the divine remains, he would be instantly crushed by the oppressive force of that higher existence. When lower beings attempt to glimpse higher entities, their inadequate life levels render them utterly incapable of processing the information born of the aura surrounding such exalted beings. This lowest tier of divine essence is what they term the divine pressure. It is this very instinct, akin to breath, that has suddenly emerged within Norton. Chapter 69, What Am I? At the church entrance, Father Abraham's figure has vanished, and Norton retracts his gaze, feeling an odd sensation. Never before has anything evoked such a sense of inferiority, even lesser than that of a rat. What has become of Father Abraham? How has he transformed into such a pitiable entity, despite perceiving Father Abraham as worthless? This marks the first instance in which Norton has observed such a peculiar metamorphosis within the clergy. Rising to his feet, he staggered forward, feigning the guise of a beggar as he made his way toward the rear of the church. He aimed to sneak in and observe Father Abraham. Norton approached the rear of the church, cautiously surveying his surroundings before skillfully scaling the high walls like a dragon dancing upon the faade. Today, he merely sought to discern the peculiarities of Father Abraham, thus refraining from leaping down. Instead, he utilized the towering walls to gain a vantage point, eagerly tracking the movements of Father Abraham, who had already entered the church. Two knights stationed at the entrance saluted the approaching figure with utmost reverence. Father Abraham, struggling to suppress his inner terror and unease, along with a profound sense of guilt and confusion towards God, let out a cold snort in accordance with his customary demeanor. The foul stench permeating the air of Lino City was laced with a hint of the fragrance of blood emanating from the two knights, to the extent that he could almost hear the rush of blood coursing through their robust bodies. A surging desire welled up within Father Abraham, compelling him to swallow hard. With a sense of urgency driven by his intensifying thirst, Father Abraham hastened his steps, hoping that leaving this place might alleviate his craving for blood. As he crossed into the church grounds, his anxiety escalated. As a priest, his rank afforded him insight into certain church secrets. At this juncture, how could he remain oblivious to the fact that he had likely transformed into a being akin to a vampire? The reason for this characterization lay in the distinction between the entity he had become and the church's defined notion of a vampire. For now, the only commonality was the insatiable thirst for blood. Hence, he remained uncertain whether he had indeed become a vampire or some other mysterious creature. His audacious venture into the church was motivated by a quest for deeper theoretical insights regarding vampires and the church's subsequent research endeavors, in hopes of discerning the true nature of his transformation. Upon entering and crossing the church's walls, Father Abraham did not proceed directly to the main hall, as was his custom. Instead, he opted for a more secluded route, meticulously monitoring his surroundings to avoid areas steeped in religious fervor, such as the confessionals and the main sanctuary. These locations housed either images of God or decoratively sacred crosses, both of which could effectively harm and reveal vampires. The means to slay a vampire was to drive a cross into its heart. Father Abraham pondered whether it was the scripture from Ascension that depicted God being crucified that lent such sanctity to the cross, enabling it to inflict genuine harm upon vampires. Regardless, this did not deter him from exercising caution and circumventing these symbols to prevent any potential harm to himself. It must be noted that an abundance of information indeed bears its advantages. If Norton possessed the breadth of knowledge attributed to him, he would not have been scorched by the divine image upon entering the holy city. Father Abraham approached the entrance of the side chapel, where the church knights standing guard immediately greeted him with reverence, and he proceeded inside. What a man! Norton, crouched upon the wall, felt a profound admiration. Having lurked in Lino City for many years and visited the church numerous times, he had never dared to step into the main hall, terrified that the divine paintings within would reduce him to ashes. To his astonishment, this bold Father Abraham had the audacity to enter the sanctuary, a feat that was truly commendable. Norton remained hidden, patiently waiting. Before long, Father Abraham reemerged, now holding several church books, retracing his steps. It is noteworthy that the peculiar practice of using human skin for books seemed exclusive to the sanctified atmosphere of the holy city, while Lino City utilized more primitive materials akin to papyrus, with the more prestigious works recorded on sheepskin. Clearly, in the realm of esoteric practices, the Church of the Holy City held a significant advantage. Norton kept a vigilant eye on Father Abraham and then stealthily descended from his perch, adopting the guise of a beggar, quaking as he inhaled the scents in the air, following the priest to his abode. In the cellar of Father Abraham's home, the sound of footsteps echoed as he re-entered the dimly lit space, unchanged since his departure that morning. The lifeless body of the servant he had drained of blood still hung there, now rigid. Father Abraham placed the books upon the table within the cellar, utterly unaware that another figure had followed him inside, clinging to the ceiling like a lizard, subsequently merging into the shadows of the cellar. Two crimson eyes flickered in the darkness, fixated on Father Abraham's position. As Norton had anticipated, he wished for Father Abraham to remain oblivious to his presence. Even if he were to traverse above him, the priest would not notice. The metallic scent of blood once again ignited Father Abraham's thirst, causing his eyes to take on a slight crimson hue. No. Father Abraham inhaled deeply, the aroma of blood intensifying his itchiness and intertwining desires, making it increasingly difficult for him to gather his thoughts. Yet, his unwavering commitment to the Holy Church and the despair of becoming a vampire tormented him, compelling him to struggle against his sanguine cravings with sheer willpower. Although Father Mia harbored a desire to embrace vampirism, Father Abraham's aspirations lay elsewhere. He yearned to become a pope. Father Abraham struggled against the insatiable thirst for blood that raged within him, causing the veins on his forehead to bulge and his complexion to flush crimson. Yet, the increasingly intense desire manifested in the bloodshot veins of his eyes, and even his two prominent incisors began to elongate. This grotesque transformation startled Norton, who lurked behind an array of torturous implements. Good heavens, a vampire, he thought, his eyes wide with disbelief as he beheld Father Abraham, mouth agape, revealing his elongated fangs. Norton felt as though his very understanding of reality was on the brink of collapse, having himself transformed into a vampire. He had never anticipated uttering words of astonishment regarding another vampire. Yet, he was indeed taken aback. The sight of Father Abraham bore an uncanny resemblance to the archetypal vampire from the classic films of his past, reminiscent of the infamous Nosferatu. It was inconceivable. If he was a vampire, then what did that make Norton? Bewildered, he gazed at the struggling Father Abraham, wrestling with his bloodlust, as doubts about his own identity began to surface. Who was truly the vampire here, he pondered. Father Abraham's appearance was far more quintessential than his own. Chapter 70. The doctrine of status. Norton felt a profound blow to his confidence. It dawned upon him that he was not the quintessential vampire he had imagined himself to be. Observing Father Abraham, who was succumbing to the primal urge for blood, Norton felt unworthy of the title of vampire. Just a mere whiff of blood in the air was enough to ignite the ferocious thirst within Father Abraham, while Norton remained utterly indifferent to the sanguine scent wafting through the basement. The ravenous desire for blood within one Father Abraham eclipsed that of 10 Nortons combined. However, witnessing Father Abraham's arduous battle against his thirst, Norton began to comprehend why he felt a sense of disdain towards this being. For the vampire that Father Abraham had become was rather pathetic. Setting aside the hierarchy of existence, the inability of a sentient being to control its primal urges rendered it a poor specimen. Even a dog can resist the temptation to consume refuse. Yet, here was a vampire, exposed and overwhelmed by the mere allure of blood, losing all sense of reason. This was not the response one would expect from a rational being in the presence of sustenance. Much like a werewolf succumbing to bloodlust on a full moon, it was a display of utter savagery. Norton had never lost control in such a manner. Yet, how did Father Abraham become such a quintessential vampire? After 20 years in the church and 8 years in Leno City, he had never encountered whispers of this species. If this species had existed prior, it is inconceivable that there would be no reports at all. After all, this creature, once tempted by blood, would undoubtedly succumb to its primal instincts and attack humans, thereby giving rise to legends. However, the church has officially recognized Norton as a vampire, sharp fangs and bloodshot eyes, with a gaunt and unclean visage. Thus, the church's definition of a vampire must align with his type, rather than that of the present Father Abraham. Observing Father Abraham's elongated fangs, reminiscent of a sanguine bat, and his neck, swathed in bandages yet still exuding the scent of blood, combined with his own conjectures, Norton recalled the coal-black creature that had just resurrected last night and flown out to hunt. Could it be that this defense was of my own making? Norton inhaled sharply. If that were the case, it would elucidate the feeling of divine superiority he experienced in the presence of Father Abraham. It would also explain why he did not possess the same sense of control over other beings as he did over Father Abraham. No, it should not be that I created it, but rather that the coal-black creature was the creator. After feasting on my flesh and blood, it may have awakened this ability. Norton sank into contemplation. He suddenly felt a peculiar sensation. He had always pondered why a vampire like himself lacked the ability to create progeny. Yet the bat that licked his flesh had acquired such a power. Was it because I desired this ability that it manifested? Or was it merely a coincidence? A gradual emergence of inherent vampiric powers? Norton sensed that the secrets within him ran deeper than he had ever imagined. Yet, he felt his assumptions were misguided. It could not merely be the gradual emergence of vampiric abilities. Otherwise, vampires in this world would have long since created other species. How could it be that it fell to him, Norton? But why could this ability not manifest in me? Why did it only appear in the creature that consumed my flesh? Am I not also a superior evolutionary material? Norton felt his thoughts becoming chaotic and unclear. The scant information at his disposal offered no rational conjectures. The very notion of creating progeny left him bewildered and ignorant. The bat that had fed on his flesh did not fundamentally belong to him, as vampires do with their progeny. It merely represented a suppression of life levels. Conversely, the entirely new vampire race spawned by the bat seemed to belong wholly to Norton, granting him a sense of absolute control over them. My progeny are not my progeny. Rather, the progeny of my progeny are my true progeny? What a classic tale of a minotaur. Could it be that, because the bat did not transform into a new species through the consumption of my flesh, he lacked the creator-like control over it? The venerable Father Abraham has undergone a transformation into an entirely new species, a creation birthed through the hands of Norton. Is it not conceivable that Norton feels a profound sense of dominion akin to that of a creator? Indeed, such a possibility exists. The crimson hue of Norton's eyes deepened, and an exhilarating sensation surged within him. He found this conjecture to be entirely plausible. Why does he not perceive this creator's sentiment in other beings or species? It is because those beings are creations of God, with God as their true creator. Norton himself is also a creation of God. Thus he cannot sense the essence of a creator in other species, as they are all mere creations, sharing an equal status. Only this vampire, transformed from Father Abraham, this entirely new breed of vampire, is a creation of his own making. Hence, he experiences this creator sentiment. This notion perfectly corroborates the feeling of a decline in life essence he sensed in Father Abraham. He has fallen from the realm of God's creations to that of a creation, which is why Norton perceives his own life essence to be diminished. It must be so. Norton felt exceedingly clever. Does this mean that he, Norton, has become a lesser material? His bewildered crimson eyes widened in confusion, struggling to comprehend how, within mere moments of conjecture, he had descended from high material to lesser material. It seemed his decline in life essence surpassed even that of Father Abraham. Moreover, what merit does he possess to wield such an ability? Other vampires have not exhibited the capacity to develop an entirely new lineage. Otherwise, would not the vampire species have long since proliferated their kin? Creation is an ability reserved for God, is it not? Chapter 71. A brief history of the bloodline, as the saying goes, the troubles of man only multiply with contemplation. One ought not to grant oneself excessive time for reflection, for such pondering may lead one deeper into confusion, ultimately ensnared in a perplexing cycle. Though contemplation embodies wisdom, it also serves as a curse. Norton found himself in such a predicament, nearly succumbing to despair while hiding in the cellar of Father Abraham's house. He could not fathom the intricacies yet persisted in his thoughts, to the point where his mind felt as though it might ignite. Fortunately, the sounds emanating from Father Abraham finally liberated him from his ruminations. A series of fervent breaths resounded in the cellar. After enduring for a considerable while, Father Abraham could no longer suppress his inner craving for blood. The veins in his eyes became increasingly pronounced, and he opened his mouth wide, baring his elongated fangs, his nostrils flaring in agitation. "Oh, how I thirst! Caesar, why dost thou punish me? I am Father Abraham." The whites of Father Abraham's eyes had transformed into a vivid crimson, his entire being trembling with an intense yearning that compelled him to abandon all other thoughts. Driven to taste the sanguine essence of desire first, he departed the cellar to address his physiological needs. This spectacle evoked a sense of contemplation in Norton. Truly, the inferior breed remained inferior, unable to resist their primal urge to feed, for reasons unknown, in stark contrast to Father Abraham. Norton found himself feeling a slight sense of pride. Yet, this was not the time to take pride in his lineage. He rose swiftly from the apparatus of torment and hastened to the spot recently vacated by Father Abraham. There, he beheld the priest extracting several tomes from the church's sanctum. Why would Father Abraham, fully aware of his predicament, dare to risk entering the church to retrieve these books? It was evident that these volumes held answers to his uncertainties. specifically regarding the nature of vampires, a knowledge that Norton desperately lacked. As Norton perused the texts laid upon the table, he discovered that they indeed pertained entirely to the subject of vampires, in contrast to the Church's scriptures, which shrouded their language in ambiguity to foster belief and evoke a sense of mystique. These scholarly works employed plain language, exceedingly detailed and readily comprehensible, elucidating their meanings with clarity. The first volume, A Brief History of Vampires, noted the current scarcity of vampires and the challenges surrounding their emergence. It revealed that vampires were once a flourishing species. Following the births of the divine offspring, God's sons, Jonah, Kuba, and the like, Jonah forbade Kuba from tainting corpses, resulting in a prolonged period devoid of new vampire births. This situation persisted until the primordial death god, Jonah, was imprisoned within the sun, after which certain deceased bodies suddenly transformed into vampires. This notion intriguingly aligned with the theme of resurgence, paralleling Norton's current ability to consume the blood of the deceased. It seemed that Jonah's confinement had rendered him incapable of exerting control over the dead, leading to a surge in vampire births over an extensive duration. Various races succumbed to becoming mere sustenance, with only humanity, under the protection of the divine and God's grace, managing to endure. In response to this aberrant species, the Holy Church emerged, founded upon steadfast faith in God, which cultivated the sacred knights, humanoid weapons of righteousness. Thus began the era of holy wars, during which, for nearly a millennium, the rampant vampires were systematically exterminated. The 1,000 years of conflict solidified the Church's dominance. While the frequency of vampire births appeared to diminish alongside the passage of time, particularly following Kupa's demise at the hands of the divine, to this day, vampires have become exceedingly rare within the mortal realm, and the possibility of corpses giving rise to new vampires has all but vanished. This aligns with Norton's sentiments over the past 8 years. Having traversed the world for 8 years and encountered numerous strange creatures, he has indeed seen no other vampires besides himself. Norton feels his breadth of knowledge has expanded significantly, yet it proves to be of little practical use. What truly concerns him are the following few volumes. The Comprehensive Guide to Vampires represents nearly a millennium of research by the Church into this species. It is far more detailed than the version Norton previously encountered in the Church of the Holy Lord. Most importantly, it introduces the concept of divinity. His Majesty Adam once expressed confusion when confronted by the mural depicting half a wing, signifying that the progenitor of vampires, Kuba, possesses divinity. Hence, it seems the Church has long utilized the notion of divinity to elucidate the relationship between vampires and God. Vampires are born of God, endowed with divinity. They are impervious to ordinary blades. Only by being touched by the sacredness of God can they be harmed through his divinity. The divine corpse of God hangs upon the cross, thereby endowing the cross with divine power, capable of truly inflicting harm upon vampires. Of course, this is the content of the book, aligning with the Church's text to create a self-consistent narrative. If His Majesty Adam were to peruse it, there would be further elucidations. Firstly, the divine corpse is nailed to the cross, and since God's life form is the highest, the cross and stake can exert suppression and harm upon all beings. However, the likelihood of this is minimal, as other creatures, apart from vampires, do not fear the cross. Secondly, the cross is fashioned from Kuba's corpse. This reason holds the greatest possibility. Some may find it perplexing, but introducing the concept of persona can connect the dots. The notion of persona may seem ethereal, yet it exists in this world. Norton's persona surpasses that of Father Abraham, allowing him to dominate all aspects of Father Abraham. If Norton, being the progenitor vampire to Father Abraham, were to be crucified, then Norton's persona would render Father Abraham, a being created by Norton, inferior, causing even the vampire to fear the cross. Therefore, if the progenitor Kuba has been slain and transformed into the cross, other vampires would undoubtedly fear it. Thus, whether the efficacy of the cross against vampires derives from God or Kuba, this persona-based suppression serves as the most effective weapon against the vampire race. God is termed as such primarily due to the stature of divinity. Those of lower stature cannot inflict harm upon those of higher stature. Conversely, any discomfort felt by a higher being is directly manifested upon lower beings, representing absolute control and the Creator's supreme authority. Although the concept of persona may seem elusive. The Church's years of research and documentation have indeed manifested its existence. The most significant point reflected here lies in the methods employed against vampires and the progression of the vampire species. In Chapter 72, the differentiation of hierarchies within the vampire race is delineated. Norton, feeling a weight in his heart, turned the pages of the book. He couldn't help but think that reading this book might have been better left undone. At least prior to delving into its contents, he bore no psychological burdens. Each day, he masqueraded as a beggar, combating the Church, living a life of untroubled bliss. However, after perusing its pages, he found himself enveloped in discontent. Perhaps the Church officials were unable to connect all the clues due to the issue of the divine corpse not being publicly disclosed, but as a modern individual, Norton could discern deeper issues through subtle hints, thanks to the extensive knowledge he had acquired in his previous life. For instance, the divine corpse was hung upon the cross, thereby endowing the cross with the power to harm vampires. At first glance, this statement appears innocuous, but the more one contemplates, the more significant the implications become. If the cross bearing the divine corpse possesses the ability to confront vampires, that would be one matter. After all, regular contact with the divine could impart a semblance of holiness. However, the notion that all crosses, merely by virtue of having housed the divine corpse, could wield power over vampires introduces a profound dilemma. This transcends the mere question of divine holiness. It imposes a new rule upon the vampire race. The existence of the divine corpse upon the cross has engendered an entirely new principle in this world. What kind of conceptual power does that entail? Norton truly sensed an overwhelming might emanating from these few statements. The so-called divinity and hierarchy in this world are far more terrifying than any depictions he had encountered in his previous life's novels. The casual manifestations of high-ranking beings could alter the foundational logic of lower-ranking ones. The extent of this hierarchy's influence is indeed exaggerated. In the novels Norton had previously read, divinity merely symbolized power. A mutual deprivation of divinity meant a mutual deprivation of strength, merely serving as a synonym for another form of power. Yet in this world, divinity embodies the genuine, omnipotent will of the divine. What then is the essence of growth? Norton felt an overwhelming sense of impotence in this world. During his time as a cleric, he felt utterly powerless before the colossal entity of the holy city. Now, as a vampire, he found himself equally powerless in the face of the Almighty. He could at least strike Father Mia with a punch when confronting the Church, yet against God, he had no means of resistance whatsoever. To break through all laws by sheer force, that is mere nonsense. The power you speak of could render you and your kind utterly worthless with a mere shift in God's will. This crushing weight, stemming from rules and fundamental principles, leaves all species devoid of any possibility of resistance. Moreover, Norton thought of coal balls and Father Abraham. Before consuming Norton's flesh and blood, he could not perceive the disparity in the levels of existence between himself and the coal. However, after the coal had devoured his essence, he began to discern that the coal's life level was somewhat inferior to his own. This is easily comprehensible. Prior to its mutation, the coal, much like Norton, was a creation of God. Thus they existed on equal planes of life, rendering any difference imperceptible. Yet, upon consuming Norton's flesh and undergoing transformation, it began to evolve into a creation of Norton himself, thereby relegating its life level to a tier beneath his. This undeniably illustrates that even if Norton were to experience an extraordinary stroke of fortune and consume the flesh or blood of God, he could never surpass the divine. He would remain forever inferior. After all, how could a being fashioned from mere fragments of divine genes ever achieve a more comprehensive existence than God? The very fragments extracted during your creation dictate your ultimate potential for growth. Such growth bears an inherent limitation, perpetually ensnared in the omnipotent grasp of God, which is utterly disheartening. If the Church oppresses the denizens of this world through force and ideology, leaving them powerless to resist, then God exerts dominion over the very fabric and foundation of one's being, rendering any form of resistance futile. The Church, indeed a devotee of God, mirrors this oppression of existence so closely. Origin. This is the true essence of origin. Norton exhaled deeply, suddenly discovering a term that encapsulated the essence of God. The origin of all things, whether it pertains to power, life, or any other facet, all resides within God. He is the origin of everything, and thus wields the power to determine all. Does this not render the world exceedingly monotonous? The capacity and variability of the world were predetermined at the time of its creation, rendering it devoid of any potential for change. Wait, this is akin to the scientific notion proposed in the previous life regarding the conservation of the universe's total mass. Could it be that Earth possesses a deity as well? True to his nature, Norton's musings veered off course. The mental affliction that imprisoned him for 20 years remains only partially resolved to this day. However, returning to the matter at hand, if he cannot conquer even his own mental struggles, how could he ever hope to overcome God? Norton reined in his thoughts and resumed perusing the tome in his hands. Aside from the church's methods for dealing with vampires, the most valuable information left was a study on the stages of vampire evolution. During times of abundant vampire populations, the church had specifically captured and studied vampires, a proposal championed by the pope of that era. Moreover, the record suggests that each successive pope was fervently devoted to vampire research, but it was only in modern times, as vampires approached extinction, that the papacy devoted less effort to this pursuit. Despite years of research, the church has yet to yield significant findings regarding vampires. According to ecclesiastical studies, vampires are classified into 3 distinct stages. Chapter 73, Yet Another Deception. In the first stage, the corpse has just been reanimated. At this point, the vampire is relatively feeble, possessing only 2 to 3 times the strength of an ordinary human. Although it exhibits some regenerative abilities, its resistance is low, rendering it vulnerable to being severed by sharp instruments. However, conventional weapons prove ineffective against it. Nonetheless, it can still be vanquished through dismemberment and incineration. The crucifix exerts a significant suppressive effect on the vampire, even capable of preventing its transformation if placed upon the corpse during the metamorphosis. Moreover, artifacts or images that symbolize divinity can inflict considerable harm. A stake driven through its heart delivers fatal damage. At this stage, the vampire's appearance resembles that of a human who has been deceased for approximately 3 hours, with possible mottling on the skin and cloudy eyes. Overall, it remains not too dissimilar from a human, making this the prime moment for the vampire to conceal itself within the city. However, it lacks many of the powers typical of vampires, and its physical attributes are only marginally enhanced, allowing 3 ecclesiastical knights to subdue it with relative ease. The church does not recognize the corpse in this stage as a true vampire, as it harbors no fear of sunlight. The second stage occurs 1 year post-reanimation, during which time the corpse gradually undergoes a transformation into a vampire. Its skin and flesh dehydrate, the body becomes desiccated, teeth elongate into sharp points, and the eyes turn a deep crimson. With pointed fangs and bloodshot eyes, the figure appears gaunt and unclean. This transformation is exceedingly protracted. Throughout this period, the vampire's strength, agility, and senses significantly amplify, achieving a comprehensive enhancement. At this juncture, ordinary weapons are utterly ineffective, and dismemberment or burning no longer inflict substantial harm. Nonetheless, its vulnerabilities increase considerably, as sunlight begins to inflict some damage. The crucifix can effectively suppress it, even inducing a burning effect. Inserting a crucifix into the vampire's heart will reduce it to ashes, resulting in complete annihilation. The effectiveness of divine images and sacred objects imbued with divine essence diminishes markedly, possibly due to the insufficient divine radiance they possess. It is at this stage that the church officially recognizes the being as a vampire, as it now possesses the ability to exist indefinitely without consuming blood. This stage of the vampire also genuinely possesses the strength to rival the holy knights. The third stage marks the complete desiccation of the vampire's body, resulting in an even more grotesque physique. Initially, its skeletal structure undergoes further development, gradually increasing in height until it reaches over 2 meters, at which point it will slowly cease to grow. During the process of their skeletal development, vampires gradually lose their sharp fangs, while their withered skin begins to decay and peel away. The underlying skin takes on an exceedingly pale hue, yet remains wrinkled, reminiscent of a child who has spent too long in the amniotic fluid of their mother. Even their crimson eyes begin to alter, transitioning to a reddish-brown, the color deepening with time. Ultimately, they present a grotesque figure, elongated and decayed, with falling teeth, resembling an abominable corpse. This is the most repugnant stage of vampires identified by current research. Their appearance is akin to that of a decomposed and contorted body, utterly revolting. However, the Church posits that this may signify a final stage of rebirth, the chrysalis phase. Pale and slender, decayed yet fragile. Vampires in this stage no longer belong to the realm of the mundane. No earthly monstrosity, sword, or flame can inflict harm upon them. Even sacred objects imbued with the essence of God inflict minimal damage, reduced to mere suppressive power. Yet, their resistance to sunlight diminishes once more, with exposure leading to severe burns. In this phase, the only means to vanquish a vampire is to drive a crucifix into its heart. Upon the conclusion of this third stage, a vampire may ascend to an entirely new echelon. Alas, the Church possesses no information regarding the fourth stage of vampires. This is not due to a suppression of knowledge, but rather that throughout millennia of research and the capture of vampires, no fourth-stage specimens have ever emerged. Even those captured and cultivated internally for observation remain stuck at the third stage, unable to complete their transformation. It seems that some will or force suppresses their metamorphosis. Or perhaps the progenitor of vampires, Kuba, holds the highest rank within the vampire hierarchy, preventing the remaining vampires from advancing. Only when Kuba's will is entirely dissipated might the fourth-stage vampires once again descend upon the earth. This serves as a classic concluding remark, enticing readers to indulge in fanciful speculation. Perhaps when members of the Church encounter this ending, they will indeed ponder the so-called fourth-stage vampires, concern themselves with the fating of Kuba's will, yet remain curious about these elusive entities. However, in the eyes of a genuine second-stage vampire, this book is nothing short of forbidden, a wretched tome. Had I known, I would not have read it. Norton hurled the book back onto the table, regret gnawing at his very soul. Before reading, his worries were confined to mere survival, yet he still lived each day with joy. However, after perusing this text, it felt as though his fate was sealed. Not only was he trapped by the eternal oppression of God, but even the prospect of his final transformation had been snatched away. He could only drag along a foul, pitiful form, languishing in the endless passage of time, waiting for the dissolution of Kuba's will. Before immersing himself in literature, he was blissfully ignorant, free from cares. However, after gaining knowledge through reading, he found himself burdened with worries as well. Norton could scarcely fathom that the secret of the vampire, which he had yearned for over 8 long years, ultimately revealed that he was but a plaything in the hands of a higher being in this world. While the Church could not ascertain the reason why vampires could not ascend to the fourth tier, Norton was resolute in his understanding. Did not the analogy of Father Abraham elucidate this truth? No matter how much Father Abraham evolved, he remained a creation of Norton, forever incapable of rising to the same echelon. Thus, why could third-tier vampires not elevate to the fourth tier? It was evident. The very essence of Kuba, the progenitor of vampires, suppressed their ascent. This world resembled a colossal pyramid system, and Norton found it utterly confounding. He felt as if he were ensnared by divine machinations. God oppressed all existence equally, just as Kuba imposed equality upon him, Norton. The thought nearly caused him to choke with despair. Then, damn it, he resolved, I too shall impose equal oppression upon Abraham. I shall become the master of slaves. To this day, every secret he wished to uncover had been laid bare. Yet, he pondered, why was there no mention of vampires' ability to develop progeny? Norton's heart raced as he rifled through the tomes on his desk. Although status represented everything in this world, the myriad powers possessed by vampires paled in comparison to the utility of elevating one's tier. Nevertheless, this was undeniably a vampire's ability. After such extensive study by the Church, how could they have overlooked it? Yet, the books contained not a word on the matter. It was as if vampires were incapable of developing progeny, while Norton himself could not do so. Was it not a form of progeny development to nourish other beings with his flesh and blood, transforming them into entities of a lower tier? Had the Church and vampires never attempted this? It seemed implausible. Chapter 74. Flesh is fleeting. The soul ascends. Why had the church not recorded the ability of vampires' blood to induce aberrations in other beings, while he, Norton, possessed such a capability? Sighing, he wondered if it was due to his transmigration, perhaps rendering him somewhat distinct from the creations of this world in terms of status. After all, though he had been reborn, his soul was ultimately different. Norton's mind, though sometimes uncontrollable, proved quite astute when it mattered. This insight was surely a benefit of the countless novels he had read in his past life, allowing him to conjure various concepts with little effort. The more he pondered, the more logical it seemed. If this world revered status, then all other life, as creations of God, naturally existed beneath the divine hierarchy. Only my soul is not a creation of his. Hence, from a broader perspective, my soul ought to be of the same essence as God. This explains why I possess creative abilities that other vampires cannot. I can, through my own flesh and blood, conjure entirely new species, wielding a power akin to that of the Creator. Norton's crimson eyes glimmered with a red glow in the darkness, overwhelmed by his own thoughts. This is quite comprehensible. The souls or thoughts of other beings are creations of God. Thus, they can be controlled by him. In this vast world, only two truly free souls can be identified. The first is God, and the second is Norton himself. In this sense, Norton stands on equal footing with God. Therefore, could it be possible that the creative authority possessed by God is also within Norton's grasp? It seems highly plausible. Norton felt no flaw in his reasoning. Otherwise, how could it be that no other vampire has documented the ability to create progeny or transform other species, save for him? Surely it cannot be solely because he consumed the blood of a holy knight. However, since the church has indeed captured vampires, they must be conducting relevant experiments. It would be inconceivable to overlook such an evident opportunity for inquiry. Yet, upon further reflection, he found his reasoning lacking rigor. For although Norton's soul was not created by God, his body was. The bats did not consume his soul. They merely licked his flesh and blood, which should not trigger the potential for creation. Unless, of course, the transformations of the bats and Father Abraham were not a result of his flesh, but rather a consequence of his intent, thereby affirming that the essence of creation lies in his soul and thoughts, rather than in his flesh. This notion holds merit. The coal ball did not consume my flesh. It merely licked it. Norton reminisced about his previous interactions with the coal ball. Moreover, the coal ball's abilities were exceedingly peculiar. He had been troubled by the absence of a vampire's ability to create progeny when the coal ball manifested that very power. Initially, Norton had thought it mere coincidence and felt that God was unjust. However, upon reflection, it seems this was not mere chance, but rather connected to his subconscious. Additionally, Father Abraham's vampire form bore an uncanny resemblance to the classic depiction of a vampire in his mind. How could such a coincidence occur? That Father Abraham's transformation mirrored the imagery from his past life as cinematic narratives? One coincidence may be just that, but two coincidences become an undeniable fact. It is highly likely that the consumption of his flesh served as a medium, providing the catalyst for these beings' transformations, while his will exerted an additional influence, thus affecting these creatures' metamorphosis into creations born of Norton's intent. This could lead to a degradation of essence, perhaps. Norton furrowed his brow. If this is the case, then the werewolves also consumed my flesh. Why then did none emerge resembling the werewolf from my memories? Moreover, this group of monsters seeks to hunt me. Yet the tome does not mention that vampires attract the attention of such beasts. A cough from Father Abraham echoed outside, disrupting Norton's contemplation. He sighed deeply, returning the book to its place, and then stealthily retreated behind the instruments of torment. This expedition proved fruitful. Not only did he acquire a fearsome relic of the vampire, but he also garnered a wealth of valuable information. The most significant insights were those he deduced himself, though he remained uncertain of their validity. Without this intelligence, his conjectures would lack a foundation. Now, he could experiment to discern whether the mutations of the species were a result of his own flesh or his thoughts. If, as he surmised, his soul's essence aligned with that of the divine, then Norton would possess boundless possibilities, at the very least liberated from the constraints of his essence. Norton remained concealed behind the instruments, unwilling to reveal himself before Father Abraham. Despite his superiority in rank, He could even be deemed the creator of the priest. Yet, the downfall of God had imparted a crucial lesson to Norton. Never underestimate the complexities of the human heart. If the Almighty, who governs all, could stumble, he did not presume himself to be invulnerable. A scraping sound echoed as a heavy object was dragged across the floor, emanating from the entrance of the cellar. Father Abraham was hauling the corpse of a servant, pulling it into the depths below. Blood lingered at the corners of his mouth, a testament to his recent indulgence. Yet upon re-entering the cellar, he was not overwhelmed by the sanguine aroma, as one might expect. It seemed that the second act of blood consumption left him in a state of disquiet and trepidation. To kill as a priest was evidently less burdensome than as a vampire. Had he not succumbed to vampirism, he would have disposed of the body without a second thought, allowing the servant to cast it away. Now, however, he dared not let anyone witness the corpse, dragging it into the cellar to conceal it. After carelessly depositing the body within the cellar, Father Abraham seized a volume from the table and exited once more. Norton cautiously followed, utilizing his heightened senses to evade the notice of the household servants. Perhaps fearing the exposure of his bloodthirst, Father Abraham had dispersed the servants, leading them both into his grand residence. As Father Abraham walked upon the floor, Norton hung upside down from the ceiling, navigating the space above. Just as they crossed the threshold, a startled exclamation escaped Father Abraham's lips, his body jerking back as if he had encountered something truly horrific. His exclamation startled Norton, causing him to tremble as he hung upside down from the ceiling. He quickly turned his gaze to a finely crafted silver cross resting upon the table in the hall. This was the cross that Father Abraham had removed while tending to his wounds that morning, forgotten in that very spot. Norton, equally taken aback, recoiled instinctively. Just moments ago, he had learned that a cross could inflict fatal harm upon a vampire, and here it was prominently displayed in the home of that thick-browed priest. How dare he conspire against the progenitor? Such an act is a grave sin. Two vampires of differing species darted swiftly, one in front of the other. Within a mere second, Norton had retreated outside, while Father Abraham had only managed to step back to the threshold. The sunlight struck Norton, bringing with it a sharp, stinging pain that made him grit his teeth in fury, wishing he could strip the priest of his skin. I, Norton, have endured for 8 long years, nearly falling into your hands. So you think being a priest makes you formidable? You simply keep a cross at home? Chapter 75. It is over. I have ascended to divinity. The two vampires remained perplexed, yet the cross on the table exhibited no reaction to their presence. This ambiguity left both Norton and Father Abraham in a state of suspicion. Could it be that the cross only inflicts harm when plunged into a vampire's heart? The vampire perched on the ceiling and the one at the doorway shared the same troubling thoughts. Among them, Father Abraham's confusion was most pronounced. As a newly transformed vampire, he found himself in a state of constant uncertainty. Typically, during this phase, fledgling vampires are imbued with a childlike curiosity, eager to discover whether certain objects could indeed cause them harm. Father Abraham, despite his transformation, was determined not to sever his ties with the church, nor relinquish his esteemed status and power. He preferred to remain concealed within the city as its priest rather than flee to the wilderness, living as a stray dog. Norton, having grown more composed, no longer felt the need to recklessly test the cross's potency. However, he observed as Father Abraham took the risk upon himself. True to form, the lack of harm from the cross emboldened Father Abraham. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward once more into the room. The cross on the table remained unresponsive, further encouraging Father Abraham to advance cautiously. Still, no sign of danger presented itself. Could it be that the cross only proves effective when driven into a vampire's heart? Father Abraham recalled the lessons he had once learned in the church regarding how to confront vampires. In that course, there was indeed no mention of the cross possessing the ability to harm vampires from a distance. The only two entities capable of inflicting remote damage upon vampires are the sun and the image of God. This peculiarity perplexed Norton as well. Both the cross and the aforementioned images are imbued with the sanctity of God. Why then, can only the image of God and the sun inflict harm from afar, while the cross cannot? Father Abraham felt a slight sense of reassurance as he cautiously approached the table, drawing near to the silver cross. Despite his proximity to the cross, there was no immediate reaction. Norton held his breath, gathering his composure. Father Abraham, too, exhaled deeply, trembling as he extended his arm, his finger gently reaching towards the cross. A sound akin to raw meat sizzling on a grill erupted as Father Abraham's fingertip made contact with the silver cross, conjuring forth a plume of white smoke from the searing flesh. This was accompanied by the anguished cry of Father Abraham. The shrill wails erupted from his mouth as he instinctively withdrew his arm. However, even then, the fingertip that had touched the cross was scorched to the joint. In that fleeting moment of contact, the cross's power had seared away half of his fingertip, leaving behind remnants like ash at the wound. It seemed that the remnants of holiness lingered, for Father Abraham's severed fingertip did not heal once it left the cross's vicinity. The potency of the cross filled Father Abraham with terror, causing him to retreat, no longer daring to approach the silver cross resting on the table. What was he to do? How could he return to the church? How could he confront the sanctity of God? How could he continue as a priest? He felt utterly hopeless. Father Abraham, overwhelmed, found his mental state unraveling. The transformation into a vampire had not broken him, nor had the act of feeding on human blood. Yet, the inability to fulfill his role as a priest shattered his spirit entirely. He cried out in despair, clutching the vampire text he had brought, and bolted from the room, presumably returning to the cellar to indulge in his newfound thirst. Left behind was Norton, who quietly leapt down from the rooftop. The cross possessed such formidable power? Norton furrowed his brow, gazing at the silver cross on the table. The church's silver cross was exquisitely crafted. It was not merely a simple vertical and horizontal bar, but rather adorned with intricate patterns. Coupled with the luster of pure silver, it appeared both elegant and minimalist, grand and sacred. The church's aesthetic sense was truly remarkable. As he beheld the exquisite cross on the table, Norton halted his steps. Was it the cross that inflicted harm upon Father Abraham? Or was it the silver itself that caused his suffering? If it were the cross that inflicted harm upon Father Abraham, it would undeniably demonstrate that the cross possesses a terrifying lethality against vampires. However, if it were pure silver that wounded Father Abraham, it would only substantiate one conclusion. This Father Abraham, this newly emerged vampire, is indeed a manifestation of Norton-esque conceptualization. After all, in this world, vampires are not known to fear silver objects. Should Father Abraham genuinely harbor a fear of silver, then Norton-esque previous hypothesis would be entirely validated. Moreover, as Father Abraham previously articulated, vampires dread the cross because its penetration into their bodies leads to their demise, a conclusion drawn from ecclesiastical research. The text reviewed earlier did not indicate that merely pressing a cross against a vampire would induce a severe burning sensation. And Norton himself had previously crafted a cross in the cave, which proved utterly ineffectual. Perhaps this ineffectiveness stemmed from his self-made cross lacking the sanctity of God. Thus, Norton wished to experiment, at least to assess his own resistance to the cross, so as to be prepared in the event he encountered clergy wielding such an artifact. Furthermore, it served to validate his own theories. Norton's gaze fell upon the cross resting on the table, recalling the visage of Father Abraham. After a moment of hesitation, he slowly extended a withered finger, gently reaching out to touch the cross. A chill emanated from the cross. There was no sensation. The anticipated burning feeling did not arise. The silver cross exhibited no unusual response upon contact with Norton. In fact, Norton felt nothing at all. He even grasped the silver cross, reclined, and placed it upon his chest or forehead, experiencing merely a sense of pressure, as if something were weighing down upon him. Identical to the results of his earlier experiment with the cross he had fashioned in the cave. Indeed, Abraham was a quintessential vampire conjured from the depths of my subconscious. And I, Norton, possessed the power of creation. Ha ha ha! Norton's heart swelled with joy, a sense of clarity washing over him. He, Norton, possessed a creative force akin to that of God. His soul's standing was on par with that of the Almighty. Chapter 76, The City of Vampires? The concept of standing resembles a restrictive hierarchy, although Norton, in his own estimation, possessed a soul equal in stature to that of God. It was evident that he still lacked the Almighty's formidable power. However, the divine did not govern his soul, granting him boundless potential for development. Yet, the independence of his soul endowed him with a remarkably useful capability, the ability to cultivate his creations by feeding them his own blood and flesh. Other species, in both soul and flesh, are creations of God. Whether viewed through the lens of genetic theory or personal identity theory, what is cultivated remains a product of the divine, confined within God's genetic constraints. Only Norton, due to the uniqueness of his soul, possesses a genetic divergence that enables the cultivation of species beyond God's capabilities, which explains the essence of his so-called creative power. Norton believes he should leverage this advantage to enhance his own existence. Emerging from the abode of Father Abraham, Norton returned to his clock tower. Indeed, Leno City proves to be fortuitous for me, Norton. He extended his hand to retrieve a coal ball dangling from the ceiling, cradling it in his palm. Despite its blood-sucking history, the coal ball had lost some of its desiccated nature, yet it still resembled a bat's mummified corpse. This appearance evoked memories of his previous life, where he often encountered vampire minions, known as gargoyles, in a particular game. The concept of gargoyles is not inherently a vampire's minion, but rather a specific notion found within the game The Elder Scrolls. During the medieval era, gargoyles were regarded as guardians of churches, exemplified by the various gargoyle sculptures adorning the roof of Notre Dame. Observing the coal ball's current withered state, Norton noted its resemblance to the gargoyles from his recollections of Warcraft. Could he, Norton, possibly cultivate the coal ball into a gargoyle, using his own flesh and blood, along with his soul, which stood equal to God's? Every time he contemplated his soul, a wave of beauty washed over him. Given his creative abilities, why should he not explore this potential further? With this thought, Norton tore a small piece of flesh from himself and forcefully inserted it into the coal ball. Transform into a gargoyle. Coal ball, become a gargoyle. Can you comprehend human speech? In his mind, he envisioned the desired gargoyle, but just as he was about to concentrate, another thought struck him. Wait, why not envision it as God instead? A direct leap to invincibility. A smirk crept upon Norton's lips. Though he recognized the improbability of this notion, it did not deter him from attempting it. Just as he prepared to pursue this idea, he halted abruptly. Since he could imagine the coal ball as God, why not envision it as a twin-tailed little girl? This whimsical thought stirred his desires. Leno City returned to a semblance of tranquility, at least on the surface. Even the coincidental deaths associated with the Leno City church ceased to occur. Norton's imaginings of the coal ball as either God or a twin-tailed little girl proved ultimately inconsequential. After all, he was not God, and his creative abilities were fundamentally distinct from the divine's. If one were to suggest that the Almighty, in his divine wisdom, could effortlessly mold new creatures from his own genetic essence, then Norton, at best, merely alters the genetic fabric of these creations, instigating a degree of mutation upon their original forms. To claim that he possesses the stature of a deity is a gross exaggeration. To put it bluntly, he is but a rudimentary aberration. At least, that is his current state. His so-called creative prowess merely consists of slightly modifying one of the fundamental codes of creation bestowed by God, thereby usurping a fraction of ownership over these beings. Take, for instance, Father Abraham. His foundational code remains that of the Almighty, who retains absolute dominion over him. Norton possesses only the code that triggers Abraham's mutation, and his claim of control is limited to this very code that induces the transformation, granting him absolute authority over the life essence of Abraham. After all, whether it be the foundational or fundamental code, only when combined do they constitute Father Abraham. The removal of any single component would lead to his demise. Leno City, serene on the surface, conceals turbulent undercurrents beneath its placid facade. Given that Norton's flesh possesses the capacity to cultivate followers, he shall not squander this potential. However, there are limitations to this cultivation. At least until complete mutation occurs, he lacks the capability to exert control. Thus, he opts to mutate only members of his bat family. To ensure the continuity of his bat lineage, Norton resolves to nurture only the elder bats, selecting those nearing the end of their lives for this purpose. The younger ones are left to reproduce naturally, thereby expanding his familial network. Currently, the only bats he chooses to cultivate are Coal Ball and his wife. Yet, the potential of Coal Ball and his wife must not be wasted. The newly created vampires, while perhaps disobedient or even duplicitous, remain entirely under Norton's dominion at the level of existence. Should he succeed in transforming the entire populace of Leno City into vampires, it would certainly be an improvement over a city populated solely by humans. At the very least, compared to humans, Norton exerts complete control over these new vampires. Thus, Within Leno City, reports of bad attacks on individuals begin to surface. Careful there, old Norton, where you might find yourself carried away by a bat. A familiar teasing voice rings out as old Glenn jovially strides past Norton, heading towards a nearby tavern. Norton's so-called position near the church means he resides among the middle class and above, allowing him occasional visits to the tavern. With the conclusion of the werewolf incidents, Leno City has returned to its former self. However, the drawbacks brought on by the heavy rains have begun to manifest. The area Norton claims as middle class does not reveal its true nature. In the regions inhabited by serfs and the impoverished, signs of violence, robbery, and cannibalism are beginning to emerge. The church remains stagnant, with Archbishop Mosiah ensnared in his own thoughts, exhibiting no signs of movement, seemingly awaiting a lapse from the Vatican. Consequently, the knights stationed within the church have ceased their patrols, leaving the impoverished districts unmonitored and descending further into chaos. It may not be long before order collapses entirely. Norton continues to linger in his familiar spot, his gaze wandering within the church. He realizes that he is not the sole one exerting effort during this time. At the very least, his bats have refrained from preying upon the church's inhabitants. However, he has sensed a remarkable vitality emanating from 2 church members, indicating that he has inadvertently created 2 new vampires within the church's confines. Who else could it be but Father Abraham, fashioned in the mold of the modern vampire? As a contemporary vampire, it is only natural for him to possess the ability to embrace others. Father Abraham's industriousness is commendable. Norton's crimson gaze traverses the church through the tattered fabric, feeling compelled to award Father Abraham a medal. It has been merely 2 weeks since Father Abraham's transformation into a vampire, yet he has already produced 2 new progeny, truly a model of diligence. One cannot help but wonder if the entirety of Leno City will eventually succumb, transforming into a veritable vampire metropolis. Chapter 77. Onward, Father Abraham. Father Abraham has indeed been exceedingly diligent. Within the Leno City Church, he issues commands to remove the divine images from the main hall, rearranging them slightly while leaving the crosses untouched. It has only been 2 weeks since his transformation into a vampire, yet his appearance has undergone a complete metamorphosis. Previously, while his eyes were bloodshot and his teeth would transform with rising desire, he still bore a semblance of humanity. Now, however, he is strikingly different. His skin is pallid, his physique gaunt, the sclera of his eyes utterly consumed by blood, and his fangs have extended permanently, reflecting his vampiric nature. It is evident that Father Abraham has fully transitioned from human to vampire. Accompanying this transformation are enhancements in strength, speed, and physical resilience. Moreover, upon fully embracing his vampiric identity, he instinctively perceives the ability to transform others into vampires akin to himself, a revelation that fills him with immense joy. Initially, he had lost hope, but with this newfound capability, he feels revitalized. The capacity for a vampire to develop progeny is of paramount significance. If Abraham were merely a vampire, he could resign himself to his fate without any need for resistance. However, with the newfound ability to develop followers, he is destined to acquire an increasing number of allies to stand against the oppressive might of the church. Father Abraham stood outside the Grand Hall, directing the missionaries within as they relocated sacred murals and divine artifacts to more secluded areas. His time had not been wasted. In addition to nurturing 2 followers, he had discerned what elements of the church could inflict harm upon him, particularly from a distance. Thus, he commanded the missionaries to move the items within the hall to prevent the risk of being incinerated upon entry. After all, as a priest, it was impossible for him to avoid the sanctuary entirely. With his head bowed and the hood obscuring his gaunt, pallid visage, Father Abraham observed the diligent backs of the missionaries. Quietly, he slipped away from the entrance and hastened towards the living quarters of the church personnel. His keen sense of smell, akin to Norton's, enabled him to identify individuals through the scent of their blood. The aura surrounding Bishop Good was imbued with an ancient quality, likely due to his advanced age, making it conspicuously discernible among the church's blood scents and allowing Abraham to trace Good's position. Merely converting church personnel would yield limited results. They would not dare to suspect his peculiarities. Only Bishop Good and Archbishop Dorsha possessed the standing to question him within the church. Thus, Father Abraham sought to convert these two figures to ensure his complete safety, for having allies in high places would provide the utmost security within the church. However, the knights closely guarding Archbishop Dorsha made it unfeasible to approach him at present. Therefore, he decided to target Bishop Good first. The layout of the church in Lino City resembled that of a quaint European castle, with Bishop Good's residence situated in a prime location, a spacious corner room within the fortress. As he stepped into the dim and damp castle area, shielded from the sun, the diminished sting he felt brought a sigh of relief. For reasons unknown, Father Abraham sensed that he was not a conventional vampire. Both the transformation process and his appearance diverged significantly from the traditional depictions of vampires in church texts. Moreover, his resistance to sunlight was markedly different. According to the church's writings, newly turned vampires were unafraid of sunlight, suffering no harm whatsoever. Yet, for Father Abraham, standing naked beneath the sun would cause his skin to feel as if it were being seared by flames, resulting in unbearable pain and even burns in a short span of time. Even when he cloaked himself completely in clothing, the scorching pain that radiated from the sun remained unbearable. Yet, it mattered not what he became, as long as he could transform Bishop Good and perhaps the entire church into his own likeness. Father Abraham was remarkably pragmatic. A gentle knocking at the door startled the aged Bishop Good, who was engrossed in church affairs. "Come in," he called, setting aside the report in his hands and sitting up straight. The newly appointed Pope Adam had recently dispatched a fresh papal bull, the contents of which were difficult to articulate. Accompanied by torrential rains and subsequent flooding in the eastern regions of the Papal States, many cities were suffering severely. During this tumultuous period, Pope Adam not only refrained from ordering the opening of granaries to aid the populace, but also insisted on applying ideological pressure, compelling churches across the land to perform baptisms and solidify the beliefs of the people. Such folly was utterly lamentable. Fortunately, Bishop Good had the support of Archbishop Dalshia, who could address this troubling matter. As the door creaked open, Father Abraham, head bowed and clad in clerical garb, entered the room. "Ah, Father Abraham, why do you not tend to your church's image? What brings you here?" Bishop Good inquired, observing Father Abraham's figure with a calm demeanor. The bishop and the priest belonged to two distinct systems. One was aligned with the political realm of the Pope and the purple-clad archbishops, while the other was part of the religious faith system represented by the red-clad archbishops. In most churches, the two spheres seldom intersected. With his head still lowered to obscure his face from Bishop Good's view, Father Abraham stepped closer, softly drawing the bishop's attention. "I have brought you something, Bishop Good." "Brought something? What could possibly require a priest to deliver it personally?" Bishop Good replied, "Father Abraham, there is no need for you to keep your head so low. You possess the right to look up." He observed the priest approaching with his head bowed and felt no sense of unease. After all, there were few normal individuals within the church, and Father Abraham's peculiarities were, in fact, rather typical. As Father Abraham moved closer to Bishop Good, his head began to rise gradually. Beneath his hood, a gaunt and pallid visage came into Bishop Good's view. His bloodshot eyes and elongated canine teeth sent a shiver down the bishop's spine. In a moment of sheer terror, Bishop Good raised his hand, pointing at Father Abraham and exclaiming, "Father Abraham, you bring eternal life, my Lord Bishop." With his mouth agape, Father Abraham lunged toward Bishop Good. Bishop Good was suddenly knocked to the ground by Father Abraham, who swiftly covered the bishop's mouth with his hand. The priest's overpowering strength left Bishop Good utterly defenseless, unable to muster any resistance. The fangs pierced through Bishop Good's neck, and the sound of gulping resonated within the room. The ecstasy derived from the sanguine feast surged within Father Abraham's heart, heightening his excitement and rendering his eyes a more vivid crimson. The struggles of Bishop Good gradually waned until, at last, he succumbed to the brink of death, having lost all his blood. Only then did Father Abraham release his hold on the lifeless body and extend his gaunt wrist, whereupon he used his sharp nails to carve a deep wound into his own artery. A trickle of viscous, reddish-brown blood flowed from Father Abraham's wrist, dripping into Bishop Good's mouth. With crimson eyes fixed upon the sanguine droplets entering Bishop Good's mouth, a perverse and obsessive grin spread across Father Abraham's face. "Drink, Bishop Good. Drink. Welcome to the true immortality." Chapter 78. Father Abraham's ascendancy Norton was growing taller. This was no illusion. He had sensed during his last encounter that standing upright brought his head perilously close to the attic ceiling. Now, as he stood straight, he found himself needing to slightly bend his neck to fit within the confines of this loft. Indeed, he was increasing in height, which undoubtedly signified his progression to the next stage. The third tier? It felt like an eternity since he had last considered it. Within the attic, Norton extended his radar, perceiving its expanding reach. This radar, or rather the pressure emanating from him, was indeed maturing, and at a pace more rapid than he had anticipated. Originally confined to a mere 10-meter radius, it was now expanding exponentially alongside his growth. He had only gained 3 to 5 centimeters in height, yet this pressure was already capable of radiating throughout the entirety of Lino City. Such explosive growth allowed Norton, standing within the bell tower, to clearly discern the number of inhabitants, the architectural layout, and the burgeoning population of the new breed of vampires within Lino City. During this period, under the dual efforts of Father Abraham and the Cole couple, the number of new vampires in Lino City had surged to double digits. The church's domain, however, remained untouched, possibly due to the divine radiance of God's holiness, which rendered Norton's pressure ineffective within its bounds, casting his mind into an abyss of darkness. Nevertheless, he felt a profound satisfaction. Who would have imagined that a seemingly insignificant ability could evolve to such an extent? Was this truly a power befitting a vampire? Norton retracted his awareness that had enveloped the entire city while standing in the bell tower. This ability, though consuming no energy and easily activated or deactivated, drew the attention and fear of those nearby like a spotlight. Given that he, Norton, was now concealed within the city, it was prudent to keep it dormant. Furthermore, maintaining this ability activated made him feel nauseous. The lower class of Lino City was not composed of the meek and oppressed, as some might believe. In truth, not a single individual among them could be deemed honest. They are indeed pitiable, oppressed by the church. Yet it is this very oppression that has driven them to embrace their primal instincts far more than their humanity in order to survive. Their competition with one another and the harm they inflict are both relentless and extreme. Words that symbolize noble qualities such as honesty, simplicity, integrity, and kindness find no embodiment among these individuals. Instead, descriptors of humanity's baseness, violence, repulsiveness, treachery, and depravity align perfectly with them. Scenes of cannibalism, assault, and murder occur almost incessantly within the slums of Lino City. The brutality of men and the cunning malice of women vividly illustrate the savage nature of the lower classes in this era. This is a flaw of the times, unrelated to them. However, Norton could no longer bear to witness it, especially under the influence of this magnetic field, which rendered him akin to a superhuman with extraordinary hearing and sight, allowing him to perceive the myriad scenes throughout the city with clarity. The abundance of violent and bloody images sickened him, making the darkness of this world all the more unbearable. After witnessing so much, Norton felt his psyche beginning to warp. No wonder God is so twisted. It must be due to an excess of such visions. Yet, with this ability, Norton could easily depart from the city. The monsters of the wild could no longer pose a threat to him, as this extraordinary sense of pressure allowed him to detect the approach of any species with remarkable acuity. Nevertheless, at present, Norton found himself reluctant to leave the city. Adam had spoken the truth. When a person is free from concerns for their safety and sustenance, their thoughts inevitably drift to other matters. Norton was experiencing this very transformation. As he realized he no longer needed to fear the monsters beyond the city walls or worry about the church within, his thoughts began to shift involuntarily. His newly formed bloodline was flourishing, and his father Abraham was diligently toiling away. Norton felt that after so many years of masquerading as a beggar in this world, it was high time he indulged himself. If Lino City was so beneficial to him, why shouldn't it also belong to him? Norton aspired to become a vampire lord. The papal state was already teetering on the brink of chaos. In this tumultuous time, if he were to quietly seize Lino City, what could His Holiness possibly say? Of course, this was not the crux of his thoughts. Norton's primary concern remained the 2 holy knights of Lino City. The blood that could accelerate his growth was of paramount importance to him. As time flowed steadily onward, the sweltering heat of early autumn began to wane. And within a couple of months, Waves of cold air commenced their relentless assault. Norton was unaware of the circumstances within the papal state, but the situation in Leno City had already begun to deteriorate. This year's torrential rains have adversely affected the harvest, and with the drop in temperatures and the depletion of food supplies, an increasing number of individuals find themselves unable to survive. The Knights of the Church in Leno City remain stationed within the church to safeguard the Archbishop of Dorsia, resulting in a lack of oversight within the city. The slums have descended into chaos, where murder, cannibalism, abuse, and rape occur incessantly, permeating the air with a palpable scent of blood. Beyond the famine, another species has been clandestinely developing within Leno City. Father Abraham and the Bat couple have been relentlessly creating vampires, leading to a steady increase in their population. To date, excluding those within the Leno City Church, the number of vampires outside has surpassed 100. Not everyone who gains such power, however, possesses the wisdom of Norton and Father Abraham to remain discreet and cultivate their strength in secrecy. The church's personnel, buoyed by their faith in God and the long-standing influence of the church, have managed to keep the vampires developed by Father Abraham under control, as they are at least aware of the necessity to conceal their true nature to avoid revealing any vulnerabilities. In contrast, the vampires birthed from the reckless attacks of the bats lack such composure, particularly among the former impoverished. The sudden acquisition of formidable power has transformed long-held grievances into a frenzy of twisted desires, leading them to revel in their newfound superiority, ultimately losing their sense of self and unleashing the basest ugliness of humanity upon the vulnerable society. This situation incites intense fury within Father Abraham. The relentless patter of raindrops against the roof of the church hall creates a subtle yet discernible sound, despite the hall's robust construction. Within the chamber of Bishop Good, a gathering of over a dozen missionaries clad in clerical garments, along with Bishop Good himself in black vestments, has convened. I have made it abundantly clear to all of you. Conceal yourselves. Do not let a mere hint of power lead to hubris. We possess a fatal flaw. Excessive arrogance invites catastrophe. Why do you not heed my warnings? Father Abraham exclaimed, his voice charged with emotion. His already crimson eyes flared with a deeper shade of blood red, and the corners of his mouth appeared to be torn. He increasingly resembled a beast. Through the ragged edges of his lips, one could discern that his teeth had sharpened. The combination of Father Abraham's scarlet gaze, the jagged corners of his mouth, and the glimpse of his elongated fangs painted an image of a predator poised to strike, instilling terror in all who beheld him. Chastised by Father Abraham, the newly transformed vampires stood in silence, too fearful to utter a word. Even Bishop Good, gritting his teeth in frustration, was compelled to bow his head and endure the rebuke. During this period, Father Abraham has nurtured numerous vampires, and through these creations, he has uncovered a profoundly serious issue. The cultivation mechanism of vampires seemingly presents a challenge akin to the dilution of bloodlines across generations. Take Father Abraham, for instance. His skin is pallid, his frame emaciated, his eyes bloodshot with a stark contrast of white, and his mouth harbors elongated fangs reminiscent of a vampire bat. His nails are both resilient and sharp. Recently, he has undergone a slight transformation, leading to a gaping maw that threatens to tear his flesh, further enhancing his bat-like appearance. However, the progeny he has nurtured through blood appears to possess a diluted lineage. In Chapter 79, the benevolent Norton aids the populace in finding liberation. Consider Bishop Good. While he remains pale and his eyes are red, his physique does not mirror the gauntness of Father Abraham. Even his fangs have shifted. No longer are they too prominent incisors, but rather they have migrated slightly sideways, resembling canines, although they have not yet reached that position, vacating the space of the central incisors. Furthermore, this generation exhibits a weaker resistance to sunlight and images of God. These second-generation vampires now dread venturing out during the day, for even clothed, they risk being scorched by the sun. The imagery of God exerts a significant suppressive force. Father Abraham can maneuver the position of the image, facing it without substantial consequence. In contrast, these second-generation vampires are utterly incapable of entering the sacred space of the image's sanctuary. Moreover, their strength and physical prowess starkly differ from Father Abraham's, which explains why none dare oppose him when he raises his voice in anger. Upon acquiring the vampire lineage, Bishop Good immediately transformed his son into a vampire, thereby giving rise to the third generation of vampires, which are even less pure compared to their second-generation counterparts. These third-generation vampires are merely pallid. Their eyes have lost their crimson hue, taking on a ghastly pallor reminiscent of the deceased. Their fangs now mirror those of modern cinematic vampires, with elongated canines, yet their physical strength has significantly diminished compared to the second generation. Their regenerative abilities are notably weaker, and their resistance to sunlight and images of God is lamentably inferior, to the extent that they can be consumed by flames. Bishop Good's son, a third-generation vampire, refrains from venturing outdoors during the day and avoids approaching the church altogether. Though they have attained the gift of immortality and enhanced strength, it remains insufficient. They may easily overpower 3 or 4 ordinary individuals, yet confronting a single knight of the church poses considerable difficulty. By the time we reach the third generation, it appears that the dilution of the vampire bloodline has reached its limits. They lack the capacity to create new vampires through initial embrace. Thus, with his concentrated bloodline, formidable strength, and remarkable ability to withstand sunlight for brief periods, Father Abraham emerges as the unequivocal leader of this new breed of vampires. Abraham, the power-obsessed priest, reveled in this distinction, to set apart his kin from the traditional vampires recognized by the church. He bestowed upon their lineage a more melodious and noble appellation, the blood clan. He even fancied himself the esteemed progenitor of this noble lineage. Despite his obsession with power, Abraham was no mindless fool. He was acutely aware of the significant drawbacks that plague his blood clan. Not only were they ill-equipped to confront the church, but even ordinary individuals wielding ecclesiastical artifacts or harnessing the sun could pose a lethal threat. Thus, he mandated that each vampire he nurtured must live in secrecy, avoiding exposure and arrogance. Yet, to his dismay, some dared to defy his will, recklessly cultivating their own blood clan. In the slums of Lino City, there were already fools brazenly flaunting their strength, engaging in open slaughter without a hint of discretion. How could this not incite his fury? We are an unprecedented creation in this world, favored by the divine, the most exalted blood clan, unlike the foolish and grotesque lower vampires of yore. Our eternal existence and the capacity to nurture our kind will undoubtedly provoke envy among all. You are all aware of the terrifying nature of humanity, of the insatiable greed that resides within them. Hence, we must not present ourselves ostentatiously, like nuns showcasing our allure. Instead, we should quietly develop our clan through our own strength, expanding our power while ensnaring these humans in the web of our illusions, ensuring they remain blissfully ignorant, eternally our sustenance. Therefore, I care not who spawned the hybrids in the city, nor the means employed to do so. In summary, we, the Blood Clan, have no need for these wretched fools. I grant you 3 days to eradicate those damned hybrids from the city. We thrive in the shadows and must conceal ourselves therein. Abraham's crimson gaze surveyed each second-generation vampire, the bloodlust and oppression in his eyes rendering them unable to meet his gaze. Overwhelmed by his formidable presence, all second-generation vampires could do was bow their heads in loyal submission. Yes, Progenitor. The patter of rain cascaded upon the bell tower's roof, producing a soft, rustling sound. Even as the rain fell heavily, it could not dissipate the lingering scent of blood in the air, which clung to Norton's nostrils, persistent and unyielding. Norton, gaunt and slightly hunched, stood at the bell tower's window, his eyes shut tight, exerting his own aura to sense the happenings within Lino City. He understood that the underprivileged of the papal state could be pitted but never aided, for their savagery far outweighed their humanity in this era. Cannibalism, violence, and cruelty were mere commonplace operations for them. One might gaze upon them with sympathy, yet, given the chance, they would not hesitate to consume you entirely. These unfortunate souls have long since lost much of their humanity due to their dire circumstances. Over the past 8 years, Norton has witnessed countless such instances in the city of Lino. The more he observes, the more he believes that for these marginalized individuals, death might serve as a form of liberation in this world. Norton is inherently a compassionate man, in his quest to provide them solace. He resolves to sacrifice a select few fortunate inhabitants of Lino City, thereby establishing his own realm of vampires. However, the unfolding events take an unexpected turn. The church, long repressed within this papal state, according to Norton's conjecture, would cause these individuals to hide in fear upon discovering their transformation into what the church deems vampires. One by one, they would feign innocence, much like Norton himself, while secretly preying upon others, converting their kin, and gradually expanding their influence to ensure their own safety. This behavior aligns perfectly with Norton's expectations and desires, as the vampires would slowly proliferate, ultimately enveloping the entirety of Leno City. Yet, the lower-class residents of Leno City are astonishingly foolish. Upon realizing their transformation into vampires, their immediate response is not to conceal their traits and develop slowly, but rather to devolve into madness, engaging in rampant slaughter and malevolence, unleashing their inner demons with their newfound power. After a while, Norton finally opens his crimson eyes. Cease the nurturing of progeny, Cole. These wretched lives do not deserve to be our kin. Having acquired a modicum of power, they lose themselves. These scum will only drag us into the abyss. Norton is profoundly dissatisfied with the performance of the fledgling vampires that Cole has recently cultivated. These wretched beings are even less reassuring than Father Abraham. If they possess power yet refuse to wield it, then let them find their own release. Norton is furious. These individuals are excessively foolish. Had the church not remained closed off during this period, the issues surrounding the new vampires would likely have surfaced. If they've been granted power yet fail to utilize it, then they need not retain it. Norton's oppressive presence blankets the entirety of Leno City. Hundreds of vampire figures from the slums are distinctly clear within his perception. As his thoughts churn, the Creator's great might radiates alongside his oppressive aura. Threads of flame ignite upon the newly transformed vampires in the slums of Leno City, yet they remain utterly unaware, feeling not a trace of pain. However, the flames birthed from within their very beings consume them from the inside out, turning everything from their organs to their bones into nothingness in an instant. What is the Creator? With a mere thought, all things cease. Chapter 80. The departure of Carl, the newly transformed vampires in Leno City are obliterated in the blink of an eye. Norton's arbitrary action becomes an unfathomable enigma, a source of terror for vampires like Father Abraham. After all, there were over 100 newly transformed vampires in the slums of Leno City. Their collective disappearance, without a sound or a trace, is more fearsome than the arrival of God himself. Father Abraham and his companions are indeed a new breed of vampire, belonging to the same species. The sudden disappearance of over 100 vampires from the slums casts a shadow of fear, suggesting that Father Abraham and the vampires within the church could vanish just as silently. This unsettling possibility is enough to instill dread in anyone. Consequently, after the new vampires in the slums have entirely vanished, the entire city of Leno descends into an eerie tranquility. Time flows slowly, and the first snowfall of the season arrives before the leaves have fully fallen. On this snowy day, the long-absent Carl returns. "Old Norton, put on this coat. I do not wish to find a decayed corpse upon my next visit." The 12-year-old Carl, a stark contrast to the kind-hearted boy he once was, has transformed significantly. Influenced by Norton over the years, he has successfully morphed from an innocent rich lad to a cunning one. His manner of speech has also changed, evolving from the gentle tones of Mr. Norton to the more brusque old Norton. This transformation prompts Norton to reflect on the capricious nature of human behavior. Despite Carl's now sharper tongue, his friendship with Norton remains intact. On the day of the first snowfall, he even neglects his studies to bring Norton a warm coat. Clad in a lavish, finely crafted leather coat, Carl presents a thick quilted jacket to Norton. "What brings you here today?" Norton has always regarded Carl favorably. Although the boy is less polite than he was in childhood, Norton has watched him grow, and he feels a measure of responsibility for Carl's current demeanor. A raspy voice escapes Norton's lips, a sound Carl has long since grown accustomed to. Carl sighs deeply, his eyes reflecting a complex mixture of emotions as he gazes at Norton, who has donned the quilted jacket and returned to his previous position. After a prolonged hesitation, he ultimately refrains from inviting Norton to his home to escape this year's hardships and cold. With age, his understanding and perspective have matured. In his youth, he would have extended such an invitation, but now, the weight of various thoughts and worries renders him unable to speak. This intricate evolution signifies true maturity, and he has indeed grown up. Why the sigh? Norton returns to his old spot. Although he has long since ceased to fear the cold, Carl's concern still warms him. Throughout these years in the Papal States, Carl has consistently been the one who cares for him the most. Norton contemplates the possibility of waiting until Carl is older, perhaps allowing the cold to transform him into a vampire, granting him eternal life. However, the notion of feeding him his own blood is out of the question. Human nature is exceedingly complex, a truth Norton fully understands, and he is unwilling to take any risks in nurturing something he cannot control. The transformation of the coal ball has revealed a pressing issue to Norton. The flesh and blood species he has nurtured requires a prolonged period of sustenance to undergo a complete metamorphosis, granting him the ability to exert control. Norton cannot guarantee that before he can fully master Carl, the boy's thoughts will not evolve in unforeseen ways. Thus, he chooses to cultivate creatures devoid of complex human emotions, such as bats and dogs, as his first generation of nurturers. Linnet City may soon become perilous, old Norton. I advise you to find a place to conceal yourself to avoid any potential danger, Carl mused before finally addressing Norton. Having pondered deeply, he now knows what should be communicated and what must remain unsaid, leading to some degree of concealment. 2 days prior, he overheard Bishop Good speaking with his father, claiming to have discovered that Archbishop Dorsey was secretly engaging with spies from the Boya Empire. Although the specifics of Dorsey's intentions remain unclear, it is evident that treachery has become a possibility. Furthermore, Bishop Good himself has undergone some form of transformation. Carl is uncertain of the details, as their conversation was quite cryptic, yet he understands that even the fragments he has gleaned must not be disclosed. Carl cannot divulge such secrets to Norton. He can only subtly hint to him, ensuring his own safety. Ah, maturity at last, Carl. You would not have concealed matters so before, Norton remarked. Everyone matures, old Norton. It is an inevitable part of growth. In truth, had it not been for the bond we have forged over the years, I would have long since had you apprehended and imprisoned. Inquiring into the internal affairs of the church without cause is a grave sin. Carl chuckled, his laughter echoing. Ha! You have truly grown, Carl. Norton laughed heartily, filled with nostalgia. Time has passed swiftly. The boy who once pestered him with questions about why girls did not fancy him now possesses his own thoughts. Norton had believed that, even with eternal life, it would take decades, if not centuries, to feel the pangs of change. Yet here they are, having traversed such a distance in merely a few years. I owe my thanks to you for your guidance over the years, which has shaped me into this creature. Carl laughed heartily, then removed a silver ring from his finger and extended it toward Norton. I must take my leave, old Norton. Where to? Norton inquired as he accepted the ring with his hand, completely enveloped in cloth. He recognized the significance of the item. In Central Europe, nobles typically adorned their rings, garments, and carriages with unique engravings to signify their status. And this exquisite silver ring, embellished with intricate designs, undoubtedly represented the identity token of the Carl family. As a relative of Bishop Good, Carl's family is regarded as one of the highest echelons of power in Linnet City. With this token in hand, Norton would face no challenges from the church's missionaries. Carl relinquished everything, indicating that he was indeed preparing for a long journey. My father engaged in a detailed conversation with Bishop Good, planning to branch the family. My brother would stay with my father in Lino City, continuing to follow Bishop Good, while I would be sent to the Vatican for training. Perhaps one day, I would become a priest. Carl clenched his teeth, feeling a sense of frustration. He had not fully expressed his thoughts. It seemed Bishop Good had promised substantial benefits. Otherwise, his father would not have appeared so joyous. Yet, such benefits surely came with certain dangers, prompting Carl's father to decide on the division of the family. His brother would remain in Lino City, continuing the lineage with Bishop Good, while he would be dispatched to the Vatican, serving as the family's second avenue. However, it was evident that this path would undoubtedly be the most arduous and akin to a form of familial exile. Become a priest? Damn it, Carl, you must promise me not to develop an affection for young boys. Norton, with a serious expression, instructed Carl. Norton was certainly not fond of priests. Carl grinned, an indescribable lewdness appearing on his youthful face. Do you remember what you taught me, old Norton? What? A sudden sense of foreboding washed over Norton. Regardless of whether they were boys or girls, I shall take them all. Carl clenched his fists tightly, his youthful visage already bearing the semblance of a priest. I am leaving now, old Norton. The tavern next door belongs to our family. With this ring that symbolizes me, You may stay there and enjoy free food and drink. Should the church's personnel intentionally make things difficult for you, you can present this ring, and they will surely let you pass. Having known you for 7 or 8 years, I have yet to see your face. I wonder if I might catch a glimpse before we part ways. After all, we may never meet again. Carl's gaze was fixed intently on Norton, yearning for a response, yet inexplicably hesitant. Fortunately, Norton, as always, declined his request. I believe you are mistaken. We shall meet again, Carl. However, when we do, I hope you will not wish to stab me in the rear. Chapter 81. Storms approaching. Carl departed, perhaps not to be seen for decades. He was a promising candidate for the priesthood. Merely uttering those words reminded Norton of the fear he once felt under the dominion of Father Mia. Although he had not been subjected, he had been a mere gatekeeper. This dreadful memory rarely haunted Norton, but that night, it manifested in a nightmare. In his dream, Norton reverted to his childhood form, pursued relentlessly by Father Mia. An overwhelming terror gripped his heart, yet his body felt as if it were devoid of strength, unable to run swiftly or escape. If it were to be revealed that the new progenitor of vampires harbored such fears, it would surely lead to Norton's utter humiliation. Ever since Carl departed, the weather has grown increasingly frigid. The scene of Carl bidding farewell to Norton was witnessed by many, and coupled with his parting words, it has afforded the elderly Norton a life far more tolerable than that of an ordinary beggar. At the very least, no one dares to snatch his cotton coat, nor to claim the silver ring upon his finger. In this world, a cotton coat is a luxury item, accessible only to the middle class, and selling it could yield a substantial fortune. It is quite possible that a portion of Carl's travel funds was spent on this coat. Of course, according to Norton's teachings, it is more likely that he pilfered it from his home. As the cold deepens, compounded by this year's crops being ravaged by rain, a widespread famine has finally begun to take hold in the city of Lino. The slums of Lino have transformed into a veritable hell on earth, where daily individuals succumb to the bitter cold or starvation. The deceased, those who perish from freezing or hunger, are collected by the church to be made into broth and distributed among the impoverished of Lino, an age-old tradition meant to mitigate the suffering wrought by famine. Carl's departure has deprived Norton of a vital source of information. He can only rely on the ring upon his finger to venture to the tavern that Carl mentioned, where he neither eats nor drinks, but sits quietly, as if to warm himself, eavesdropping on the conversations within in pursuit of news from the Papal States. As for making contact with Father Abraham, he prefers to delay such an encounter, should these matters inadvertently come to the church's attention. They would surely betray Norton without hesitation. It would be wiser to wait until Father Abraham has secured Lino City before revealing himself. After all, what harm is there in being a mere pawn, if it brings satisfaction? Above all, one must proceed with caution. The tavern, warmed by a coal fire, stands as a refuge against the harsh weather, attracting those with a modicum of wealth. Thanks to the benevolent and enlightened Archbishop Dorcia, Lino City is home to merchants. Its social hierarchy is far more nuanced than that of the oppressive Holy City, comprising various strata: the affluent nobility, merchants, moderately wealthy landowners with spare provisions, serfs who toil the lands for the nobility with their needs provided, and lastly, the landless and destitute who labor to survive alongside the beggars. Thus, even as the slums descend into a hellish existence, within this humble tavern, patrons continue to revel in their ease, representing two starkly contrasting realities. The flickering flames of the coal-burning fireplace illuminate the bustling tavern, where Norton, clad in his cotton coat, squats in the corner closest to the entrance, neither disturbing the comings and goings of others nor occupying the warmer, more crowded spaces. He remains there, silent and motionless, listening intently to the conversations around him. On his earlier visits, he encountered disdain from the patrons, yet now, having frequented the place often, he has become a familiar presence. Some individuals, in a show of bravado, might toss a couple of peanuts at the beggar. However, Norton remains indifferent. Suddenly, a heavy wine goblet crashes onto the table, its sound capturing the attention of the others. Hey, everyone, you may not be aware, but during my recent trip to the Rhine capital to purchase cotton, I overheard that the Eastern Boya Empire is stirring restlessly. They've formed defensive alliances with several nations. Damn it, could it be that these wretched beings are planning to launch an invasion against our holy church during this winter? His words immediately ignite a lively spirit among the patrons of the tavern. Those present here possess at least a modicum of wealth. With riches comes broader horizons. And as beneficiaries of the current regime, their views of the papal state are far more favorable than those of Norton or the oppressed lower classes. Many even harbor a sense of patriotism, and upon hearing news of national significance, they become fervently animated. Your news is already outdated. Just the day before yesterday, I heard the latest. The cursed Boya imperial family claims our church's rule is inhumane, asserting that human rights should be safeguarded. This is merely a pretext for their warlike ambitions. They even proclaim the ancient Holy Noah Empire as the pinnacle of human governance and development. I suspect they merely wish to restore the reign of the ancient Holy Noah Empire. Indeed, our papal state, under the sanctity of God, is the true beacon of hope for humanity. The feudal systems perpetuated by both the ancient Holy Noah Empire and the Boya Empire are nothing but detestable. Aside from the lords, everyone else is deemed a slave. Now that is the real inhumanity. Our church's system is so advanced, its principles so sacred. If the Boya Empire's cries for human rights are considered a crime, then they ought to surrender immediately, repent for their sinful governance, extol the holiness of God, and bask in the glory of our church. The tavern buzzes with fervent voices, revering the papal state while deriding the Boya Empire and the ancient Holy Noah Empire. With shared beliefs, the conversation grows increasingly animated, filling the establishment with a lively and jubilant atmosphere. Fortunately, due to the recent presence of the Archbishop of Dorsia and the significant loss of missionaries, the church is in a semi-paralyzed state. Otherwise, all present would likely face imprisonment for a couple of days. After all, the church must not be openly criticized, even in praise. Chapter 82. William. The Boya Empire stirs with ambition, while neighboring smaller nations watch with keen interest. Having suffered oppression from the papal state for years, the Holy Knights have repeatedly slaughtered the royal families and elite of surrounding nations, creating a deep-seated enmity over the years. Now, with the Holy Knights decimated and this year's harvest severely diminished amid harsh conditions, it is undoubtedly the opportune moment to wage war. Following the Boya Empire's signing of defensive alliances with other kingdoms, unease begins to ripple through the papal state. Perhaps the merchants at the lower echelons, in their arrogance, perceive the church as noble and invincible, maintaining their confidence amidst the shifting tides of fate. Yet, within the inner sanctum of the Holy See, the true leaders of the papal states have begun to feel a gnawing apprehension. In the papal gardens by the serene lakeside stands a pristine pavilion crafted from white marble. The newly appointed Pope Adam, enraptured by the sacred eye, has inadvertently granted the 5 cardinal archbishops ample leisure time, leading them to gather here, lamenting the impending peril that looms over the papal states. Seated casually within the pavilion, the 5 cardinal archbishops converse, while several exquisite women dance gracefully in the center, each cradling a delicately clad novice nun. The banquet before them is lavish, with even the goblets fashioned from the crystalline treasures of the deep sea. The Bohemian Empire, with its predatory gaze, seeks to extinguish our holy nation's sovereignty and obliterate the foundation of our sacred faith. In this critical juncture, Pope Adam remains ensnared by his obsession with the accursed sacred eye, a testament to his folly. His intricate machinations may very well herald the demise of our church. One cardinal archbishop heaves a heavy sigh, his countenance etched with sorrow and concern for the nation's future, yet he cannot resist indulging in the company of the novices. Alas, the former pope, having toiled tirelessly, poured his very essence into the governance of our holy realm, achieving unprecedented prosperity over his 50-year tenure. However, the new pontiff is indeed misguided, threatening to diminish the radiance of our church. Another cardinal speaks with grandiloquence, expressing his devotion to the nation and its people, lamenting the ancestral legacy, yet his gaze betrays a distraction, fixated on the alluring dancers. Oh, the incompetence of Pope Adam leaves us bereft of avenues to serve our country and faith. A third cardinal, in a fit of despair, shatters his exquisite goblet upon the ground, masking his anguish from the others, bowing his head to conceal his tears of devotion within the soft embrace of a novice nun. Within the pavilion, a mournful atmosphere prevails. Although these 5 cardinal archbishops are esteemed, their authority is limited to ceremonial rites, with little influence over military endeavors, foreign policies, or internal governance. rendering them even less powerful than the minister of rites. Yet, they retain their dignity as cardinals, overseeing sacred rituals with a semblance of normative inclinations. Nevertheless, their observations hold weight. Indeed, the newly appointed Pope Adam is ensconced in the allure of the sacred eye, lost in the ethereal doctrines of divine philosophy. Beneath the Vatican, the sacred eye has significantly expanded since 2 years prior, and to ensure its security, Pope Adam has stationed 50 holy knights to guard its perimeter. The once confining cages used to detain werewolf infants have now transformed into cells of considerable size. Nevertheless, the cage remained a cage, reinforced with iron nails around its perimeter to prevent the werewolves within from escaping. His Grace, Adam, stood before the enclosure, clad in resplendent golden papal robes, his expression devoid of emotion as he observed the reproductive process of the 2 werewolves inside. Indeed, in merely 2 years, the werewolf infant had matured into adulthood. What a terrifying rate of growth! This werewolf child seemed to retain the characteristics of its kind, exhibiting a remarkably brief infancy and an extended maturation period. Within 2 years, its human physique had already resembled that of a 20-year-old man, while its werewolf form had reached its pinnacle. Such an alarming growth rate rendered the Holy Eye's attempts at fostering its development incomplete. Before the knowledge and wisdom inherent to humanity could be instilled within the wolf child's mind, its primal werewolf nature had already taken hold and matured. Consequently, this now adult wolf child possessed little in the way of human intellect or thought. However, the knowledge imparted by the Holy Eye had not been entirely in vain. At the very least, its wild instincts had significantly diminished, rendering it far more obedient and loyal than a typical domesticated werewolf. Yet, this was seemingly not the limit of the mutant werewolf. Its mind, indistinguishable from that of a human after assuming a humanoid form, allowed it to still be receptive to the infusion of human knowledge, facilitating cognitive growth. Perhaps, with the Holy Eye's persistent cultivation over the years, this werewolf could indeed awaken to true understanding, becoming the first half-werewolf creature in the annals of this continent to possess human thought. Furthermore, endowed with formidable physical prowess and a mind akin to that of humankind, His Grace believed this werewolf would serve as a potent tool for consolidating the Church's dominion. Subsequent to the Holy Knights, alas, as the inaugural specimen of a true werewolf mutation, its purpose did not lie in the maturation of thought or personal growth, but rather in the propagation of its kind, to yield more humanoid werewolves. In simpler terms, this singular specimen was far too precious without producing new offspring. Its existence bore little significance. Thus, in recent times, His Grace dispatched a cadre of knights to capture female werewolves, confining them within cages to mate with this wolf child, facilitating reproduction. A piercing howl escaped the mouth of the caged female werewolf. The agile male gradually ceased its vigorous motions and rose to its feet. This aberrant werewolf was bestowed with the sacred name by His Grace, William. Following William's consummation, a knight of the church, clad in heavy armor, entered the cage, securing the fatigued female werewolf with a formidable yoke and tethering it by the neck with iron chains, leading it out of the enclosure. Throughout this process, the werewolf William remained astonishingly docile, showing no signs of resistance. As the female werewolf was led away by the knight, another shackled female was brought forth. However, His Grace gently waved his hand, signaling for the reproductive process to cease. The scholar of the Sacred Eye, tasked with the propagation of werewolves, hurriedly approached, lowering his head in reverence to His Grace Adam. The humanoid werewolf is indeed a divine gift, a pivotal moment for the Church's transformation. One should not confine all possibilities within the bounds of rules. If William can mate with the she-wolf, why should he, in his human form, be unable to mate with a woman? Perhaps it might even yield unexpected delights. His Grace Adam gazed coldly at William, confined within a cage. The creature was exceedingly docile, having shed its wolfish exterior to become a handsome young man, now looking at Adam with innocent curiosity and warmth from beyond the bars. After all, Adam had visited him most frequently, and William had long since memorized the essence that surrounded him. However, due to the innate animal instincts carried by the werewolves, which are far more potent than those of humans, this transformation of thought was somewhat challenging, as their beastly nature greatly eclipsed their humanity. Thus, Adam contemplated that perhaps mating him with a woman could produce werewolves with a more robust human essence, better suited for the church's nurturing. Upon hearing Adam's words, the scholar's face radiated admiration. Although he had harbored such thoughts for some time, having His Holiness propose them undoubtedly pleased both parties. Indeed, Your Grace. Chapter 83. The Utilization of Resources, a Joy for All. Your Grace, Archbishop Dasha has once again defied your edict, disregarding the decree you issued, opening trade routes in his jurisdiction and engaging in dealings with other nations, while also repeatedly contacting spies from the Boya Empire, potentially risking treachery. Furthermore, this year, the eastern regions of our papal states have suffered severe calamities, with a dramatic rise in the number of deceased among the disaster-stricken, posing a risk of mass displacement. In several areas, protests have even erupted. If the granaries are not open this year, I fear. One of Adam's aides approached quietly during His Grace's moment of respite, softly reporting the news. The governance of the papal states is fundamentally distinct from that of the Boya Empire and other nations, as power is centralized within the Church. Everything must be controlled by the Church, and the Pope wields power akin to that of an emperor, perhaps even surpassing it in matters of influence. Conversely, the Boya Empire resembles a feudal system akin to medieval Europe, with countless lords of varying ranks, leaving the king with little authority, more akin to the most powerful lord among them. All land and people are partitioned among the lords, rendering the rest mere serfs. Consequently, fierce competition exists between the lords. The size of a lord's territory and the number of serfs directly correlate with their power and the survival of their lineage, which often leads to a reluctance among lords to be overly harsh on their serfs, lest they flee to another lord's domain. Moreover, the king does not tax the serfs directly, but rather imposes taxes on lords. This starkly contrasts the centralized governance of the papal states with the feudal structure of the Boya Empire, where peasant uprisings are nearly non-existent, limited to the wars of annexation among lords. In contrast, the impoverished of the papal states are prone to revolt. There is no need to elaborate further. His Grace Adam raised a hand to silence him. His Excellency Adam's gaze was as cold as ice. In my papal domain, the Dorsha shall not stir up any significant turmoil. Since this group struggles to survive, let them perish sooner. The Boya Empire, after conspiring for so long, remains indecisive, utterly incompetent, since they dare not act, yet cannot bear to miss this opportunity. I shall present this chance to them. Henceforth, I shall mobilize troops against the Boya Empire and its neighboring nations. I shall forcibly requisition the food assets of the nobility and wealthy merchants to support the military, conscripting the starving populace unable to afford food and dragging them all to the battlefield. Starvation leads to death, and death in battle is still death. Why not utilize them to their fullest potential for mutual benefit? Of course, the primary objective is to deplete the living forces of various nations and the instability within the papal domain, significantly weakening the power of the nobility and the living strength within the papal territory. This will leave the elite of the papacy preoccupied, hindering the starving populace from amassing the strength to revolt, while plunging the nations of the southern continent into the weariness of war, thereby stabilizing the entire region and preventing further unrest. After such a conflict, all nations will face tremendous setbacks, and it will take at least several decades before they can muster arms again. Only in this manner can the papal authority be solidified, and only thus can the divine corpse in the rear mountains remain undisturbed. A half-dead man can still be reborn, and reproduction may thrive even more. However, should anything happen to the divine corpse, it transcends the issue of mere mortality. Before the harsh winter arrives, the impoverished citizens of the papal domain have already begun to experience their good days. With a month remaining until the depths of winter, the newly appointed Pope Adam unexpectedly issued a papal bull. It declared that the Boya Empire harbors treacherous ambitions, seeking to exploit the chaos during the papal domain's year of calamity, while the surrounding smaller nations conspire with it, slandering the Church and maligning God, which is a profound humiliation to the divine and a desecration of the Church's dignity. God is sacred, and the Church is holy. All who dare infringe upon this shall be met with retribution, no matter how distant. Thus, His Excellency Adam resolved to conscript soldiers and wage a comprehensive war against the nations of the southern continent, determined to restore order in the name of the Almighty. This sudden declaration not only astonished the entire southern continent, but even left Norton in shock. He sensed that great turmoil was imminent. for the surrounding wolves encircled the weakened papal domain. It was known to all that the papal authority had become a piece of meat on the chopping block, awaiting its fate. Little did they know that the instigator of the Great War was not other calculating wolves, but rather the ailing tiger of the papal domain itself. Norton crouched in the bell tower's loft, gazing down at the bustling streets below. He observed the figures of the papal citizens running in all directions. Not only the impoverished, but also merchants, wealthy individuals, and even nobles mixed among them. Some appeared frantic, desperately evading the church's conscription teams, while others looked anxious, seeking to secure their possessions in safe hiding places. The current pope, obstinate and unyielding, seems oblivious to the absurdity of waging war in the depths of winter. It is nothing short of a mockery to our food supplies. Why must we relinquish our possessions? It is a curse. Have I not toiled to gather this meager wealth from the impoverished? This cotton was acquired only this year, and I was counting on it to redeem my investments. The city of Lino is engulfed in lamentation. Previously, these affluent merchants boasted jovially in taverns, displaying a fervent patriotism, eager to be the first to charge into battle. Yet now, faced with the reality of war, they falter. Not only do they hesitate, but they also find it excruciatingly difficult to part with even a fraction of their wealth. However, their reluctance is of no consequence to the armored knights of the church, wielding their great swords. The Pope's decree is absolute. No one can defy it. Whether noble or wealthy, all must comply with the demands of His Majesty Adam, surrendering grain, clothing, and a portion of their assets. Those who dare to resist face dire consequences. The lightest punishment is conscription into the army, while the gravest could result in execution. Although the presence of the holy knights diminishes the prestige of the church knights, much like Norton's first encounter with the church knights hunting werewolves. These indoctrinated knights represent the pinnacle of combat effectiveness among ordinary men at this stage. They harbor no fear of death or injury, blindly following the Pope, embodying the true essence of the papal states apart from the holy knights. In a single city, there exist 200 church knights. An estate may encompass 3 or 4, or even 6 or 7 cities. A high-ranking bishop, such as the Archbishop of Dorsia, can oversee 3 states. And with 8 cardinal archbishops in total, one can only fathom the terrifying strength of the papal states. Even in the absence of the holy knights, the papal states remain the mightiest empire of the southern continent. This, indeed, is why the 5 cardinal archbishops lament that the wealth amassed by the old pope is nearing depletion under His Majesty Adam's governance. Chapter 84. The vampire squad in action after nearly a century of peace, the papal states once again raise arms. The adage that a nation's true strength is revealed in times of war holds unwavering truth. Following the issuance of His Majesty Adam's Grand Edict, despite numerous dissenters questioning the rationale behind his actions, the entire papal states mobilized in an instant. Missionaries and church knights collaborated fervently, sweeping through cities to conscript the impoverished and extract funds from the wealthy. Although many indulged in personal gain, the movement itself was undeniable, as untold riches flowed toward the Vatican, while countless destitute individuals were forcibly dispatched to the battlefield. As this campaign is characterized by His Majesty Adam as a war of attrition, only a limited number of the church knights, the true strength of the papal states, were deployed to the front lines, with just a small contingent of knights and missionaries sent to oversee the charge of the impoverished. In stark contrast, the feudalistic Bohemian Empire and other nations operated under entirely different principles. With the declaration of war from the papal states, the king of the Bohemian Empire waved his hand and sent requests for troops to the various lords. Indeed, it was a request. Although referred to as a king, the monarch of Bohemia did not possess absolute control over his vassals. Despite the external warfare, many lords remained indifferent to his authority. Not only did the major lords disregard him, but the minor lords did as well. The subordinates of my subordinates are not my subordinates. This is no jest. To ensure their military contributions against the papal states, the Bohemian Empire and the surrounding lordly realms had to offer incentives to entice the lords to take action. This starkly highlighted the differences in the systems of the two sides. Chaos still reigned in Lino City, where it could not be resolved in a day, and the preparations for battle would take at least a month. The ecclesiastical knights had to apprehend the impoverished and confiscate wealth, thus significantly prolonging the papal states' preparations for war. further exacerbating the turmoil in Lino City. Such disorder presented an excellent opportunity for all those with ill intentions. In the Lino City Church, within the outermost chamber atop the castle walls, Archbishop Dorsha relocated his residence following the issuance of the papal bull. From this room, he could gaze out and behold much of the chaos enveloping Lino City. Standing at the window, Archbishop Dorsha looked out upon the turmoil, and after a prolonged silence, he let out a faint sigh. The Pope had led the church down a path of ruin. A profound sorrow etched across Dorsha's face. Since the Pope's conscription began, a myriad of curses and slanders against the church had emerged, and its image was gradually shifting from positive to negative. This was in stark contrast to the Archbishop's long-standing beliefs. Perhaps the papacy was currently robust, thus the repercussions were not immediately apparent. However, should the papacy reveal signs of weakness, a multitude would undoubtedly converge to dismantle the church, even jeopardizing its continuity. Archbishop Dorsha was an orphan, and the church that raised him constituted his entire existence. His greatest aspiration was to be chosen as a sacrificial offering for the papal ascension ceremony in his twilight years, allowing the flames to purify his innocent soul, thereby ascending to the heavens to serve at God's side. Thus, the church's perpetuation was everything to him. The Bohemian Empire's war intentions had come to a standstill, not due to internal issues, but because Archbishop Dorsha had yet to defect. This led the King of Bohemia to suspect a trap, as even 500 holy knights had not perished. The reason Dorsha did not betray was that the Papal States were still in a time of joy and prosperity, with countless nobles, wealthy individuals, and even the impoverished still venerating the papacy. His defection would not cleanse the church's reputation. Rather, it would render him a pawn easily manipulated by the papacy. However, the situation has changed. The Pope has become obstinate and tyrannical, causing the Holy See to lose the trust of the people and tarnishing the reputation of the church, which now bears signs of being stigmatized. At this moment, Archbishop Dorsey, in an act of rebellion, raises the banner of the church's sanctity, asserting that it should not meddle in politics, for God is merciful and should not incite the banner of war. Consequently, various factions dissatisfied with the Pope's decree will undoubtedly adopt his ideology as their guiding principle. Even if Archbishop Dorsey were to perish as a result, he could redeem part of the church's tarnished image with his life, revealing the true sanctity of the church, and perhaps leaving a spark for evangelism in the face of future peril to the Holy See. Should he miraculously survive and indeed overthrow the papacy, true reform could take place within the church, establishing a foundation for eternity. Thus it is time. Archbishop Dorsey withdrew his gaze from the city of Lino and turned to his attendants beside him, saying, "Summon Bishop Good and Father Abraham." No sooner had he spoken than the voice of a church knight stationed at the doorway announced, "Your Grace, Archbishop Dorsey, Bishop Good, and Father Abraham seek an audience." "Oh, how fortuitous. Let them enter," replied Archbishop Dorsey, slightly surprised, but he waved his hand for his attendants to proceed. Archbishop Dorsey resumed his seat, awaiting the arrival of the two men. Outside, observing the attendants emerging from the Archbishop's chamber alongside the two church knights stationed at the entrance, Bishop Good bowed his head and stepped forward, instructing the Archbishop's attendants, "Receive the holy mandate from the Pope. War is upon us. To seek God's protection and proclaim the glory of the church, all cities must hold grand sacrifices to inspire the people. Please ensure the envoys are cleansed and attired appropriately, as the ritual is about to commence, and punctuality is essential." "Ritual? Very well. It is only fitting," replied the Archbishop's attendant, somewhat perplexed, yet soon nodded in understanding. "It is customary to conduct a ritual prior to the declaration of war. It is said that nearly a century ago, the old Pope had similarly held nationwide sacrifices before engaging in war against the Boya Empire to bolster morale." With this thought, the attendants beckoned two church knights and proceeded toward the bathing area of the church. Indeed, in this magical Central European realm, even where toilets remain unbuilt, the church has constructed bathing facilities, and they are quite splendid. The church requires these rituals, which necessitate bathing and changing, even cleansing, to achieve a state of purity necessary to witness the glory of God. The sound of leisurely footsteps echoed in the bathing chamber. The floor was slick, producing a soft patter as they walked upon it. The two church knights stood silently in the changing area, devoid of any doubt as they removed their full suits of armor. However, the leading attendant felt a twinge of curiosity. As he disrobed, he observed the bathing area, sensing that today it bore a slight difference compared to previous visits. The symbols and decorations associated with religious rituals have been inexplicably removed at some point, rendering the once solemn bathing area imbued with a refreshing coolness. Moreover, the Bishop Good expressed the necessity of bathing and changing attire for the sacrificial rites. However, at this moment, the space remains devoid of any presence. Could it be that they have arrived late, with others having already completed their cleansing? The attendant felt a twinge of displeasure, as bathing had always been a private affair for him. Why was there no one to receive them this time? Yet, considering the possibility of their tardiness, he suppressed his indignation and, disrobing, made his way towards the bathhouse shrouded by a curtain. With a rustle, as the curtain was drawn aside, the interior of the bathhouse unfolded before the trio's eyes. In the papal state, the concept of privacy is virtually non-existent. Thus, bathing occurs in a grand, communal basin capable of accommodating 20 individuals simultaneously, contrary to the anticipated scene of an empty bathhouse filled only with stagnant water. The pond within was teeming with clergy members, all of whom faced away from the entrance, motionless and silent. The atmosphere, rather than lively, exuded an unsettling eeriness. The attendant furrowed his brow, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washing over him. In the next moment, the submerged clergy members simultaneously twisted their bodies. Their eyes, either crimson or murky, fixated upon the three bare figures at the entrance. A gasp escaped the attendant's lips. Yet, in an instant, a dozen grotesque figures surged forth from the pool, charging wildly towards the trio. A horrific roar echoed throughout the bathhouse. Chapter 85. The Devil Invades. The church is in peril. With a loud thud, the door swung open, and Archbishop Dorsha, seated in his position, lifted his gaze towards the entrance where Bishop Good and Father Abraham had just entered. The two lowered their heads, exuding an air of utmost reverence. This was quite natural, for the disparity between them mirrored that of a provincial governor to a viceroy. They dared not even meet his eyes. Furthermore, each archbishop's following operated as an independent entity, rendering Good's attempts to curry favor with Dorsha entirely expected. Archbishop Dorsha paid little heed to their demeanor, as he intended to establish Lino City as his headquarters, collaboratively managing the other three major regions and numerous cities, thereby utilizing it as the primary source for this undertaking. The Pope exhibits a lack of compassion, disregarding our ecclesiastical tenets and betraying the purity of God. Such a failure of virtue is unbefitting of his position. The cities under my dominion are rife with grievances, and the image of our faith has been turned on its head, jeopardizing the very foundation of our teachings. Good, you have been by my side for many years. You surely comprehend my meaning. And Father Abraham, I have already forged an agreement with the 5 cardinal archbishops. His Excellency Adam's current actions are indeed profoundly foolish, having led to a complete estrangement from his followers. Thus, I have resolved to adhere to the doctrine, assemble an army, and initiate a holy war to restore order and uphold the sanctity of God. What say you, esteemed gentlemen? Archbishop Doja furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the two individuals before him who had maintained their gaze lowered, showing no reaction to his bold declarations. A sense of unease began to creep into his mind. Regardless of circumstances, such rebellious words would typically incite anxiety or shock in any listener. Yet these two remained unervingly still, devoid of any tremor or agitation. Had they perhaps betrayed him, becoming spies for the Pope? What say you, esteemed gentlemen? Archbishop Doja pressed, his suspicions now firmly rooted in the belief that these two had likely pledged their allegiance to the Pope. He felt no panic over the potential exposure of his plans, only a lamentation over the failure of his grand ambitions. At the sound of Archbishop Doja's inquiry, Bishops Good and Father Abraham finally responded. We certainly agree, Lord Doja. Their harsh, peculiar laughter echoed, further affirming Doja's growing conviction. As the unsettling laughter subsided, the two figures finally raised their heads, revealing beneath their hoods 2 pairs of crimson eyes and grotesque visages that were anything but human. Thank you. Archbishop Doja's previously resolute heart quaked in shock, an involuntary cry escaping his lips. His eyes widened in disbelief, allowing him to behold Father Abraham's blood-red irises, gaunt features, and elongated fangs, completely detached from humanity. Demons, curse you. What fiends are you? What did you take possession of them? Curse it all, someone quickly. Archbishop Doja's eyes threatened to burst from their sockets. His mind felt as though it might shatter under the weight of revelation. It is noteworthy that he had encountered second-stage vampires within the Vatican, which prevented him from associating these unearthly beings with the vampire species, leading him to believe they were foreign entities invading human flesh. In the face of death, he harbored no fear. However, the emergence of such loathsome demons within the sanctified church, having stealthily replaced its leadership, instilled a profound terror within him. For if these demons could infiltrate the church of Lino City, they could likewise penetrate the churches of other cities. The church would utterly lose its divine sanctity, transforming into a den of demons. The church is in peril. The church is in peril. Cease your cries, Archbishop Doja. Your followers have already been transformed by us. Moreover, we are no mere lowly demons. We are the noble, immortal bloodline. And now, you too have the fortune of joining our ranks. Abraham, the priest, erupted into raucous laughter, the intoxicating thrill of power rendering his eyes a deeper shade of crimson, his emotions surging to an uncontrollable frenzy. He raised his hands in manic glee, revealing claws that had inexplicably grown to an alarming length of 5 or 6 centimeters. Dark and razor-sharp, before him stood the terrified Archbishop Doja, and Abraham's laughter echoed with a sinister delight as he could hear the rapid beat of Doja's heart, pounding with fear and the warm, delectable flow of blood coursing through his veins. A ravenous thirst for blood consumed Abraham's mind, propelling him beyond the bounds of restraint. Join the ranks of the immortal, Archbishop Doja. He cackled, his laughter akin to that of a madman, before he could no longer contain himself. He lunged at Doja, toppling him to the ground, and with his sharp fangs, he severed the archbishop's carotid artery. Scarlet blood gushed forth, and Abraham cradled Doja in his arms, eagerly lapping at the wound that oozed life's essence. The metallic scent of blood wafted through the air, causing Bishop Good, seated behind, to swallow hard. His eyes growing ever more crimson, yet paralyzed by fear, he could only watch in horror as Abraham indulged his grotesque appetite. The sheer ferocity of Abraham rendered Bishop Good utterly powerless. As the lifeblood ebbed away, Doja's gaze dimmed, filled with a torrent of unwillingness, fear, regret, and sorrow. Ultimately, these emotions coalesced into a murmur of despair as he faced his demise. The devilish church loomed ominously, and, until his last breath, Doja's thoughts were consumed by the dread of the church's impending consequences. It must be said, he truly cherished the church. Chapter 86. The church unbound. A howl, akin to that of a wolf, echoed outside the bell tower, dispersing the long-standing stench that had plagued the city of Lino, ushering in a breath of fresh air. The cold wind sliced through the streets like a knife, biting into the flesh of passers-by, rendering their joints agonizingly stiff. In such a harsh season, with scant clothing and insufficient provisions, this winter was akin to a chasm of despair for the impoverished. Yet despite the bitter cold, throngs of destitute individuals gathered at the church's recruitment center, shivering in the frigid air, their faces pale, yet their eyes alight with hope as they queued to be selected as soldiers. Just days prior, the Pope's conscription policy had incited sheer terror among the poor, who sought every means to flee, even branding him a tyrant. However, in a dramatic turn of events, the newly appointed Pope Adam issued another decree. Those who enlisted would receive food and shelter, permitted to plunder at will, with 80% of the spoils to be surrendered, yet retaining 20% for themselves. This newfound prospect illuminated a flicker of hope for the destitute. Not merely a chance for survival, but the potential to radically alter their fates, seeking a new life in a foreign land. Thus, the conscription has transformed from the earlier practice of sending knights to capture individuals to the current state of waiting passively for recruits to come forth. The Pope, too, has undergone a remarkable metamorphosis, evolving from a mere tyrant to a revered saintly figure, often regarded as a son of God. The Church's reputation has been restored in a single sweeping gesture, with countless individuals sincerely praising its benevolence and the sanctity of God. Indeed, the Pope genuinely cherishes his people. Oh, how I yearn to see some treasures from the Boya Empire, for that would elevate me above my peers. I do not seek riches. Rather, I long for a wife. The impoverished souls waiting in line for conscription feel neither hunger nor cold. Upon mention of raiding the Boya Empire, they become animated, lost in delightful fantasies, even fearless of the battlefield. Their cacophonous chatter resembles the incessant buzzing of flies. Human hearts are indeed fickle. Norton reflects deeply, having witnessed firsthand how these individuals transformed from harboring resentment toward the Pope, wishing for nothing less than his skin to be flayed, to their current obsequiousness. This realization compels him to be ever more vigilant of humanity, determined to eradicate any trace of compassion. In a world where assistance can be a contentious issue, he perceives that, among these impoverished souls, their primal instincts eclipse their humanity, rendering them utterly unworthy of pity. These individuals possess no semblance of a heart. Norton stands atop the loft, gazing towards the church, surveying the vast throng of impoverished citizens, and releases his magnetic field. Whoosh! An onomatopoeic expression, devoid of actual sound. Though the magnetic field is invisible and colorless, it unfurls like an unseen halo, instantly enveloping the entirety of Lino City. Norton senses that his magnetic field appears to evolve with the passage of time, not merely in size, but in its intensity of effect. Yet, he cannot discern the precise degree of change, as this phenomenon does not directly impact him. He can only grasp its expanse, not the sensations it evokes in others. However, the inhabitants of Lino City are acutely aware of it. Suddenly, the cacophonous queue of impoverished individuals falls into complete silence, halting even the actions of the missionaries and knights of the church for a fleeting moment. Yet, in the next instant, the clamor of Lino City gradually resumes. This sensation is akin to a chaotic classroom spontaneously falling silent, yet it is entirely distinct. The cessation of classroom chatter results from the rhythmic collision of human voices, whereas the abrupt stillness in Lino City stems from an overwhelming sensation pressing upon the hearts of all present. Upon closer inspection, it seems merely an illusion. Yet, within that fleeting moment of misconception, Lino City experiences a brief stillness. Indeed, something has changed. Has the intimidation intensified? Norton's acute hearing captures sounds from afar, allowing him to keenly perceive the transient silence that enveloped Lino City. Previously, while he experimented with his magnetic field abilities in the slums, there was a certain intimidation effect. However, it required an audience to truly manifest its power. Now, this group of individuals could not even see him, yet the effect was already apparent, undoubtedly demonstrating that his magnetic field capabilities had indeed progressed. In truth, the essence of his oppressive power was not reflected in the citizens of Lino City, but rather in the new breed of vampires. Nevertheless, compared to the advancement of his magnetic field, he discovered a more pressing issue. Had the Lino City church been unsealed? Abraham, you certainly did not disappoint me. Norton's attention to his powers was drawn to the perceived church area. Previously, although his magnetic field abilities could encompass the entire city, the church area had remained a dark zone, shrouded in obscurity akin to a foggy map. However, the situation had changed. The darkness had been dispelled. He could sense the scenes within the Lino City church with clarity, even discerning the number of vampires and humans inside, as well as their activities, with complete precision. This undeniably confirmed that the Lino City church had been overtaken by the new breed of vampires he had developed. A grotesque smile crept across Norton's bark-like visage, his crimson eyes fixated on the direction of the church, emitting a sound of delight. Ha ha ha! I, Norton, have been a beggar for nearly a decade. Longer than Zhu Yuanzhang himself. At last, it is my turn to ascend to the throne. The Lino City church had undoubtedly been entirely purged of its occupants, and it was likely that any religious artifacts had been incinerated as well. Thus, with his current physique, Norton was invincible in Lino City. It was indeed time for His Majesty Norton to be crowned. His crimson eyes gleamed as he leapt from the 20-meter-high bell tower. Chapter 87. Old Norton? Father Abraham sat in the exclusive seat of Archbishop Dorsha, his expression dark and brooding, indicating a rather unpleasant mood. That fool Dorsha, brainwashed by the church. How could he willingly forsake his noble lineage and betray the trust of our bloodline's progenitor? Below, Bishop Good, standing in a lower position, spoke with ire, his words laced with a hint of flattery towards Father Abraham. although transformed into a second-generation vampire and relegated in status. Bishop Good did not harbor a strong sense of status anxiety. He felt little concern about being subordinate to Father Abraham. Instead, the prospect of eternal life filled him with exuberance. After all, flattering Archbishop Dorsha was still flattering, and so was flattering Father Abraham. What difference did it make? The source of Father Abraham's profound anger stemmed from the fact that Archbishop Dorsha had fled after being transformed into a vampire. Indeed, he was the first to become a vampire without succumbing to elation, the first to abandon the warmth of camaraderie and choose to escape. It is ironic that after transforming into a vampire, he feigned an exuberant demeanor to deceive the vigilance of his progenitor, Abraham. Seizing the opportunity during the day, when others dared not venture outside, he stealthily escaped from the church, and now 3 days have elapsed. Cursed be this treachery. This wretched Dorsha seeks to annihilate my bloodline, committing an act of betrayal. The more Abraham pondered, the more his ire intensified. He yearned to flay Dorsha alive. Had he foreseen this, he would have ended his existence rather than transform him. Now that Dorsha has fled, not only is there the risk of him revealing their secrets to the Holy See, but should he find refuge in another empire and be captured, the existence of their bloodline would be laid bare to those with ulterior motives. Once the Church becomes aware of their heretical nature, they would undoubtedly face the wrath of the Holy Order. Damn it, the Church has become a haven for vampires. How would the Pope tolerate this? Yet, there's a possibility that the Pope himself harbors a desire to become a vampire. Taking a deep breath, Abraham attempted to set aside the issue of Dorsha momentarily. He had already fled. Dwelling on it was futile. Worst case, he could transform the entire city of Liner into a vampire haven and escape when the Church arrived, using the city as a shield. In this moment, Abraham shed the title of priest, becoming the undisputed sovereign of Liner. Ha ha ha! I shall ascend. I shall become the uncrowned king of Liner. Abraham's sanity unraveled, with the weight of power lifting the oppressive veil that had long shrouded him. His exalted status in Liner rendered him nearly uncontrollable, consumed by the desire to reshape the city according to his whims, to assert his elevated position. In other words, it was his inaugural experience of wielding power, driving him to madness. The suppressed desires and emotions that had festered within him erupted violently, compelling him to unleash his innermost cravings and revel in the sensation of superiority. Yet, in the next moment, a transparent magnetic field enveloped the entirety of Liner at an astonishing pace. While this field exerted little influence on the inhabitants of Liner, its effect on the newly conceived vampires was overwhelmingly potent. As the magnetic field surged forth, an almost insurmountable force descended upon Father Abraham and the other fledgling vampires. A ringing filled Abraham's ears as he tumbled from his throne. This magnetic field represented an incomprehensible pressure, transcending the very essence of life itself, instilling a terror that they could scarcely fathom. Within this formidable force lay an abundance of information, leaving them utterly bewildered as to how to confront it. The disparity of this magnitude is akin to a mere mortal beholding the true ancient deities. The overwhelming pressure, imbued with incomprehensible higher-level information, was sufficient to shatter their spirits utterly. Father Abraham's countenance turned ashen, blood oozing from his mouth and nose. His flesh could not withstand the information contained within this oppressive force, beginning to crack under its weight. Crimson traces spread across his pallid skin, droplets of blood seeping forth. Unable to endure the might of this pressure, forming only the most rudimentary beads of blood that could not amalgamate. No, no. What is this? What is this? Oh God, forgive me, oh God, forgive me. Father Abraham, gripped by terror, wailed in profound fear. The radiance and authority he once possessed as the progenitor of the bloodline vanished utterly, replaced by an overwhelming sense of despair and dread. His noble lineage rendered him immobile, as if he had forgotten how to move his own body. The sensation of impending death enveloped him, his esteemed bloodline failing to mend the fissures in his skin. This marked the first genuine encounter with utter helplessness. The second and third generation vampires fared even worse, almost all prostrate on the ground, their heads pressed to the earth, unable to lift them. Fortunately, this oppressive aura dissipated almost instantaneously. In an instant, as the pressure lifted, Father Abraham's fractured exterior restored itself. and the second and third generation vampires were able to rise from the ground. All returned to normal, as if the preceding events had been mere figments of imagination. Father Abraham felt the weight upon him vanish, creating a profound sense of unreality and stripping him of his pride as the progenitor of the bloodline. It even exacerbated his mental afflictions, reverting him to a state of servile anxiety. After a prolonged pause, the congregation of vampires finally emerged from their recent terror. What had just transpired? Father Abraham scrambled to his feet in alarm. The heights of his earlier arrogance were now eclipsed by an equal measure of fear. What have we done, revered progenitor? Have our actions against the church provoked the wrath of God? Bishop Good, trembling with trepidation, felt the pressure even more acutely. His resilience far inferior to that of Father Abraham. The terrifying force had instilled within him a sense of disintegration. While most high-ranking church officials believed God to be a construct fabricated to deceive the masses, they could think of nothing other than God to account for that dreadful power. Listening to the words of Bishop Good, Father Abraham nodded repeatedly, his face etched with terror. Indeed, there is a God. We have truly angered him. For how else could such mighty power manifest? Father Abraham felt utterly drained, consumed by dread. He stood, yearning to kneel once more in prayer, beseeching God's forgiveness. Yet, at that moment, a raspy voice echoed from the window. God, are you speaking of me, my diligent children? A group of vampires suddenly startled, hastily turning towards the source of the sound. There, outside their window, hung a figure shrouded in tattered rags, clad in a thick overcoat, revealing only a pair of blood-red eyes. Old Norton? Father Abraham gasped in astonishment. That overcoat, those ragged clothes. This is the old beggar who always squats across from the church. Chapter 88. Norton's second day of delight. Is it permissible to still call me Old Norton? He retorted, when I lingered at the street corner. You addressed me as Old Norton, and I paid you no heed. Now that I am here, do you still dare to call me Old Norton? Is that not rather disrespectful? With Father Abraham's utterance of Old Norton, Norton unleashed his full might. A silent but palpable force enveloped the entirety of Leno City in an instant. Under this oppressive presence, Father Abraham and the throng of vampires crumpled to the ground. Oh! Father Abraham cried out in agony as an invisible force bent his form, shattering his leg bones. Blood tears began to trickle from the corners of his eyes. His body pinned to the ground, utterly immobilized. The second and third generation vampires fared even worse, their bones crushed, flesh reduced to pulp, lying lifelessly on the ground. Is this truly me, Norton? He marveled at the devastation wrought upon the vampires before him. He had anticipated some effect from his magnetic field on these creatures, given its inherent intimidating nature. Yet he never imagined it would be so overwhelmingly potent, compressing them as if in a vice. Observing the vampires on the brink of death, Norton retracted his magnetic field. After all, the church in Leno City must endure. These churchmen were essential for maintaining cover. Otherwise, by dawn, the Pope would learn that Leno City had succumbed to the bloodline, and Norton would soon face the knights of the church wielding their great swords. Having endured 10 years as a beggar to reach this point, he knew the importance of exercising caution. Meanwhile, Father Abraham's heart raced with panic, teetering on the brink of fainting. Previously, he had experienced the oppressive pressure from a distance, unable to comprehend its full impact. He merely sensed a weakness that led him to collapse without fully grasping the sensation. As the distance diminished, the sensation transformed entirely. A wave of terror, so profound it nearly rendered him breathless, surged forth, its enigma instilling within him an overwhelming dread that stifled any inclination to probe further. It was shrouded in mystery and solemnity, a force that left Father Abraham feeling more degraded and humble than ever before. I was wrong. He wept bitterly. His erstwhile pride and the grand assertions of his lineage, the progenitor of vampires, utterly obliterated beneath this colossal, indescribable power. As Norton retracted his oppressive aura, Father Abraham, his visage stained with blood and tears, crawled towards him on all fours, assuming a posture of abject submission akin to that of a dog, kneeling before Norton. You are the true progenitor of vampires. You are divine. It was only due to the high concentration of his bloodline that Father Abraham could swiftly regain his composure and mobility, unlike the other second and third generation vampires, who remained in a state of unconsciousness, unable to withstand such terrifying pressure. This recollection evoked memories of the ecclesiastical texts Norton had perused. No wonder Kuba could vanquish God. The resilience conferred by such stature was indeed formidable. Father Abraham's resistance was evidently superior to that of the other second and third generation vampires. It seemed prudent for Norton to cultivate fewer first-generation vampires in the future, lest he meet a fate akin to that of God, struck down by his own creations. Yet, witnessing Father Abraham's fervent devotion and palpable fear, coupled with his priestly garb, filled Norton with an unexpected exhilaration. With his head bowed low, Father Abraham dared not lift it. Cautiously prostrating himself before Norton, extending his neck in submission, inviting Norton to tread upon him. Norton obliged, extending a foot wrapped in tattered cloth and caked in mud, gently resting it upon Father Abraham's bowed head. The sensation was euphoric. Though the figure before him was not Mia, he was nevertheless of the same caliber. Norton reveled in the thought that this was indeed the second most gratifying day of his life. Excellent. Recognize your place, Father Abraham. I, Norton, am the true progenitor of vampires, Norton declared with solemnity, as though he were indeed the original vampire, oblivious to Father Abraham's differentiation of their bloodline. But such distinctions were trivial. What mattered was that from this moment forth, Leno City would unequivocally belong to Norton. Indeed, we welcome you, Progenitor Norton. Father Abraham swiftly embraced his role, the humiliation of being trampled upon, surprisingly, evoking a sense of spiritual relief. He found solace in the weight pressing down upon him. It was a familiar sensation, one in which he excelled. A sweet smile blossomed on Father Abraham's face. Progenitor, I shall summon my wife to alleviate your burdens. I yearn to offer you my utmost respect. A wife? No. Father Abraham, why must you be heterosexual? Norton gazed in astonishment and disappointment at Father Abraham, who knelt before him, feeling the thrill of the moment diminish significantly. How could a priest not have an affinity for young boys? What pleasure could there be in bullying a normal person? Your standing in my eyes has diminished considerably. Abraham, you pale in comparison to Mia. Norton's expression was one of profound disappointment, and his words filled Father Abraham with trepidation. Ancestor, I too can have preferences. No, it is futile. There exists a distinction between forced affection and genuine perversion. Norton sighed deeply, subsequently lifting his foot from Father Abraham's head. There was a discrepancy when compared to Mia, leaving Norton devoid of feelings. Gather all the vampires, Abraham. I intend to establish a true blood empire that belongs to us vampires. Chapter 89, The God of Ur. Now Norton's ambition to create a blood empire was no idle jest. He genuinely aspired to establish it, though he did not wish to assume the role of the progenitor himself. He envisioned this blood empire as a target to confront the church. Should he succeed in toppling the church, it would eradicate the specialized tactics employed against the vampires of the old era, thus securing Norton's invulnerability. If subverting the church proved unattainable, he could subtly transfer the designation of vampires to the new breed, allowing the old vampires to remain shrouded in secrecy, ensuring Norton's absolute safety. The new breed of vampires exhibited glaring weaknesses, yet their reproductive capabilities were remarkable, with the primary flaw being their bloodthirsty frenzy, making them the ideal candidates for this strategic shift in nomenclature. Only by completely eliminating the church and burying the old vampires in the annals of history could Norton truly rest easy. The progenitor put forth would, of course, be Father Abraham, the sole existing vampire of this generation. Upon gaining control of the Leno City Church, Norton promptly made his way to the church's book repository to examine the contents of its collections. The old vampires were shrouded in mystery, and to this day, he had only scratched the surface of a few rudimentary skills, leaving him feeling like a treasure trove of potential, yet unable to utilize it. Unfortunately, whether due to the church's lack of in-depth research on vampires or other factors that rendered him distinct from them, the various texts within the church held no descriptions of vampires or terms like God and Kuba. It seemed that all was veiled in secrecy. Even the ordinary high-ranking members of the church remained oblivious. After confirming the absence of the desired texts, Norton turned his attention to the Holy Knights. The Church of Linux is home to two sacred knights, who, according to the words of Father Abraham and Bishop Good, are merely low-tier sacred knights, driven solely by instinct, having nearly lost their sense of self and currently in an inactive state. However, these vampires dare not approach the vicinity of the sacred knights, fearful that these beings might detect their unclean essence and resurrect to annihilate them. Yet, they find themselves helpless. Norton, on the other hand, possesses a solution. Such instinct-driven, foolish knights are perfectly suited to be drowned in water. Thus, Norton promptly commanded a legion of church knights to commence digging deep pits within the church. Simultaneously, his sanguine empire continues its steady advancement. In the year 2230 of the ecclesiastical calendar, the Blood Patriarch ascended to the throne at the Church of Linux, with merely over 30 newly minted vampires as witnesses, who remained tight-lipped. After all, they are not yet powerful enough to challenge the church. All must proceed in secrecy. Yet, it was not Norton who ascended, but rather the unfortunate Abraham, thrust into the role. Father Abraham, although crowned, holds no power, as all authority rests firmly in the hands of the formidable Norton. However, this unfortunate soul possesses his own cunning. The escape of Archbishop Dorsha, who transformed into a vampire and fled Linux, is not a trivial matter. Norton inquired about the whereabouts of Archbishop Dorsha, having overheard conversations between him and spies from the Boya Empire. The significance of Dorsha far surpasses that of the priests and lower bishops. Out of caution towards Father Abraham and the other newly transformed vampires, Norton conducted separate interrogations of all vampires, employing intimidation to shatter their psychological defenses. The outcome revealed that Father Abraham and the others had seemingly conspired to entirely evade the topic of Archbishop Dorsha's transformation and flight, instead claiming he had departed Linux for urgent matters, withholding the truth of his treachery from Norton, indicating their early inclinations towards rebellion. Their current state mirrors that of the ancient deities, God, and the others in every respect. As the true progenitor, Norton views this group of vampires as mere tools to fulfill his ambitions. Conversely, the newly created vampires outwardly exhibit utmost reverence towards Norton, yet secretly aspire to overthrow him, seeking to escape his terrifying dominion over their very existence. It can be said that the demise of God was not without justification. The rebellious nature of intelligent beings is indeed innate. Remarkably, Father Abraham and his companions, before even assuming the role of pope, have already adopted the mentality akin to that of a pope confronting a divine corpse, a veritable boon for them. The ascension of the Blood Clan Patriarch bears no impact on the entirety of Linux. However, Norton's grip on power carries profound ramifications. The recruitment of soldiers among the impoverished of Lino City continues unabated. Norton, for the time being, prefers to keep the church unaware of the circumstances in Lino City. Consequently, the command from the Holy See are being executed with utmost seriousness by this group of vampires, thereby maintaining the facade of an unchanged status quo. During this period, a new edict was issued from the church. Within Lino City, regardless of wealth or poverty, it is now forbidden to defecate indiscriminately, and residents must not cast their overnight waste onto the streets in the morning. Violators shall face execution. Upon the announcement of this decree, discontent surged throughout Lino City. In an era where bodily functions were still considered a matter of personal liberty, the sudden imposition of such a prohibition undoubtedly left all feelings severely constrained. The church's interference had become excessive, even regulating the most basic of human needs. It was utterly nonsensical. This is our freedom. In a flash, public outrage erupted, with some individuals even leading a protest by relieving themselves in the streets as a form of defiance against this inhumane directive from the church. However, it is well known that the church does not entertain jest. Those who took the lead in this act of defiance were swiftly dragged from their homes by the church's knights and subsequently escorted to the church in Lino City, where they vanished without a trace. Thus, no one dared to cause further disturbances. Although resentment lingered, outwardly, compliance became the only option. 2 days after the announcement, the church issued a new demand to the noble elite. All nobles were to contribute funds for the construction of public toilets in Lino City for its citizens' use. The nobility of Lino City primarily consisted of the families of church members, and, as such, they had no choice but to comply dutifully with this decree without complaint. Consequently, the grand initiative for constructing toilets in Lino City was set in motion. Simultaneously, under the orders of Abraham, Norton mandated the confiscation of all silver items, religious ornaments, and crucifixes from the entire city, even compelling missionaries to destroy all images of God within the city and the church under the pretext of replacement. It seemed as though all religious artifacts associated with the church had been completely eradicated overnight. However, this was merely a superficial change. To ensure greater stability within the church and to prevent any church personnel from discovering that the upper echelons had all transformed into vampires, Norton commanded Father Abraham, a first-generation vampire, to propagate the church knights into second-generation vampires, who would then convert the missionaries and the noble class within the city into third-generation vampires. Only by securing all the high-ranking officials within his grasp could Norton's position remain unassailable. Simultaneously, this was a necessary phase in the rise of his sanguine empire. By leveraging his targeted management of the vampire elite to oversee the lower ranks, he could ensure that all of Leno City remained firmly under his control. The arrangements in Leno City proceeded with methodical precision, and the pit that Norton demanded be excavated to drown the sacred knights was finally completed within the church. Chapter 90. The Drowning of the Sacred Knights Once More. The sky darkened as snowflakes danced through the air. The church has once again been graced by a rare, immaculate white, as the landscape lies blanketed in pristine snow. Within the monastery, though the candles remain unlit, over 100 members of the congregation have gathered. These individuals have all been transformed into second or third-generation vampires. It is not that the church has only converted this many, but rather that a significant number of indoctrinated members, after their transformation, still refuse to acknowledge their unclean nature and thus must be eliminated. This has considerably reduced the number of church members who could have been converted into vampires. Clad in a white missionary robe, Norton, with his hood drawn, stands at the entrance of the church hall, seemingly merging with the pure white snow. After a decade, this marks only the second occasion in which he has donned such a pristine robe, finally granting him a semblance of individuality. However, the skin beneath his hood is parched, wrinkled, and pallid, evoking a sense of unease at a mere glance. Abraham, still garbed in his white priestly attire, stands respectfully beside Norton, his head bowed slightly. They gaze upon the 10-meter deep pit that has been excavated before the hall. Patriarch, the preparations are complete, Abraham announces. Norton nods in satisfaction. Excellent. Draw out the sacred knight. Yes. Abraham replies deferentially, and with a wave of his hand, 2 knights from the church step forward and stride into the hall. The congregation of over 100, now transformed into vampires, consists of third-generation missionaries. Thus their activities are conducted at night to avoid the sun, which poses a genuine threat to their existence. The church knights are second-generation vampires, possessing strength and recovery capabilities that far surpass their former selves. Albeit still inferior to the first-generation Abraham, they shall serve as Norton's most loyal enforcers, allowing him to delegate tasks without direct involvement. As snowflakes drift gently, the cold air fails to elicit any discomfort among the assembled vampires. Before long, a resounding crash reverberates from the church hall. A sacred knight, wielding a great sword, thrusts it into the body of a church knight, forcefully shoving him against the hall's entrance, which collapses under the impact, sending them both tumbling into the water-filled pit below. The vampire knight, pierced by the sword, does not experience the swift recovery typical of his kind. Instead, he appears to be under some intense oppression, unable to heal his wounds. However, he at least manages to drag the sacred knight into the water with him. Bubbles rise to the surface, and the wounded vampire knight struggles desperately to distance himself from the submerged sacred knight, who, reminiscent of the 2 whom Norton had previously drowned, flails wildly in the water, attempting to slay the unclean vampire before him, yet finds himself unable to make any headway, endlessly twisting in place. Father Abraham gazed at the thrashing yet helpless holy knight in the water, his face a canvas of astonishment. To employ such underhanded tactics to vanquish the holy knight? It seems this so-called progenitor of the bloodline is indeed a person of meticulous thought. My demeanor towards him must be imbued with greater reverence, lest he detects any hint of my unease. The holy knight in the water was akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, yet sounds echoed from the sanctum. With a resounding roar reminiscent of a jet engine, a powerful exhaust reverberated through the grand hall, followed by the thudding of heavy, rapid footsteps. Purification of filth and sanctity. Under the gaze of Father Abraham, tinged with trepidation, a figure clad in golden armor emerged with great force from the hall, wielding a colossal golden sword. A voice, hoarse and tinged with a mechanical resonance, emanated from within his helmet. It appeared that the overwhelming presence of vampires outside had momentarily stalled him. However, in the blink of an eye, a more ferocious aura radiated from him, his battle cry rising to a crescendo. And Norton could feel the heat of his body surging alarmingly. "Heretic! Heretic! Heretic!" The Holy Knight raised his golden sword high, his voice thunderous. And with each bellow, dense steam visibly seeped from his armor. This terrifying display left Norton in awe. His form was nothing short of a human steam engine. With a roar, this solemn and sacred Holy Knight charged towards the nearest vampire, his sword raised high. The church knights, transformed into vampires, required no command, instinctively rushing forward. A dozen figures of church knights surged to meet the Holy Knight. Though they had been turned into vampires, the intellect of this group of church knights remained intact, their combat prowess at its zenith. Even before closing the distance, 3 church knights unleashed their crossbows, not targeting the armored body of the Holy Knight, but rather his legs. With a resounding thud, the sturdy armor deflected the grappling hooks, sending them careening past the Holy Knight's limbs. The 3 church knights, encircling the area, swiftly grasped the incoming hooks, intertwining them and pulling in unison. The taut ropes bound the Holy Knight's legs. Stretching straight under the force exerted by the 6 church knights, now transformed into vampires. The Holy Knight's strength, while formidable, was not excessively overwhelming. Although he could demolish earthen walls and stalactites, the quality of such walls in this era was notoriously poor. Merely a bull's charge could bring him down. Moreover, his defensive capabilities lay primarily in his armor rather than in extraordinary physical resilience. Otherwise, he would not have been relegated to a specialized execution unit by the church. Furthermore, Norton had perused texts on vampires, noting that even second-tier vampires of the bygone era could withstand the Holy Knight. A testament to the fact that the Holy Knight was neither excessively powerful nor exaggerated. Amidst the tumultuous struggle between the 6 transformed vampire knights and the unwavering Holy Knight, an extraordinary feat was achieved. The Holy Knight's sprint was halted with sheer force. Despite merely having consumed the divine blood from the corpse of the mountain deity behind the church, which significantly augmented individual strength without elevating rank, such a display was commendable in its own right. A resonant, steam-like breath echoed from within the golden helmet as a rich vapor seeped forth. The frequency of his rapid breaths, remarkably shortened compared to his usual state, caused an alarming surge of heat to emanate from the Holy Knight's form. As the heat intensified, his legs, tightly bound by ropes, withstood the formidable strength of the 6 vampire knights, gradually lifting anew. Defying the constraints, he wildly swung his sword, intent on annihilating the nearest vampire. Could he not even sever the ropes binding his own legs? What a pitiful creature! Before Norton could finish his thoughts, the ropes binding the Holy Knight abruptly snapped with a resounding crack. Freed from his restraints, the knight surged towards the closest church knight with fervor. "Heretics! Heretics!" Norton, unable to contain himself any longer, drew the great sword from the waist of a nearby church knight. With seamless precision, he launched the massive blade towards the Holy Knight standing by the puddle. With a thunderous crash, the Holy Knight, whom even 6 second-generation vampire knights struggled to control, was mercilessly struck into the water by Norton's flying sword. Worthless. Chapter 91. Hakino exhales again. With the sound of splashing water, 2 drowned Holy Knights were dragged ashore. The vampire bearing their weight could barely contain his ravenous thirst. Yet, under the looming threat of death, none dared to move. Abraham, increasingly reverent, who had initially bowed his head, now even bent at the waist to express his veneration for the progenitor. He fought to suppress his bloodlust, even as the intoxicating scent of blood in the air beckoned him to succumb. Despite his acute awareness that consuming the blood of the Holy Knights would greatly benefit him, he could only endure with steadfast resolve, daring not to betray even a hint of desire upon his face. In this hunt for the 2 Holy Knights, while the church knights displayed commendable battle prowess, they fell short in power, speed, and resilience compared to their holy adversaries. Moreover, one church knight, who had ventured to awaken the Holy Knight, was decapitated on the spot. Strangely, the wounds inflicted upon these vampires by the Holy Knights remained unhealed. The vampire who lost his head perished instantly. The vampire, pierced by a blade in the chest, found himself momentarily untroubled. Fortunately, the strike did not land upon his heart. Otherwise, as per Norton's estimation, this vampire knight would have succumbed on the spot. After all, these newly conceived vampires were birthed from his own design, and the heart, evidently, stands as a significant vulnerability for vampires. Moreover, through this observation, Norton began to gauge his own strength. Had he suffered a similar blow without the means to recover, he would likely overpower a holy knight, and two of them together would pose a considerable challenge. Fully armored, he might contend with two additional foes. After all, Norton had essentially lost all his internal organs, even his heart having regressed. Aside from decapitation, he was uncertain how else one might slay him. Despite the holy knights being thoroughly subdued by him, the prospect of a blow he could not recover from sent a shiver down his spine. However, after drowning those two holy knights in the cave, he had attempted to strike himself with their greatsword, only to find he could recover instantly. Could it be that all these special effects stem from the divine purity that clung to the holy knights? Norton pondered in confusion, yet he was inclined to experiment. He beckoned, "Progenitor, I am here." Abraham immediately bent down, his expression reverent as though in the presence of divinity. "Bring me one of their greatswords." Norton's crimson eyes fixed intently upon Abraham's face. His gaunt features and ghastly visage, combined with his emotionless scarlet gaze, instilled a profound anxiety within Abraham. Yes, Abraham, the blood progenitor, hastily gestured, and a church knight hurried over, presenting a golden greatsword with both hands. With a swift motion, Norton seized the golden blade and plunged it into the thigh of a nearby, third-generation missionary vampire, subsequently withdrawing it. The missionary, pierced by the sword, did not dare to utter a sound, remaining silently observant throughout Norton's actions. As the sword was removed, the gaping wound in his thigh healed at a visibly rapid pace, returning to its pristine condition within mere seconds. At last, Norton could ascertain that the special attack against vampires did not reside within the weapon itself, but rather within the holy knights cultivated by the church through inexplicable means. Observing Norton's actions, Abraham felt an even greater humility, and a chill coursed through him. The progenitor, ruthless and unyielding, clearly held no regard for them as human beings. "Do you understand the fundamental reason for the harm these holy knights inflict upon my kin?" Norton inquired as he returned the greatsword to the awaiting church knight, then turned to Father Abraham. "I do not know, esteemed progenitor. The existence of these holy knights is the Pope's greatest secret. Even the Archbishop of Dorsia and the Cardinal find it difficult to access the hidden truths within." "Very well. Given the circumstances, let us proceed to dine." Norton gazed at the two sacred knight corpses being lifted ashore, then strode purposefully towards their resting place. The metallic scent of blood in the air failed to evoke any sense of overwhelming desire within him. Rather, the prospect of significant enhancement in his power was profoundly enticing. With a wide-open mouth, his sharp fangs sank into the neck of the sacred knight, severing it with brutal force. The viscous blood flowed forth, and not a single drop was wasted, as Norton greedily consumed every last bit. The warmth of the blood, whether it entered his abdomen or was absorbed through his skin, was indistinguishable. Nonetheless, a familiar warmth began to spread within him, radiating throughout his body and intensifying with each passing moment. As Norton feasted, a peculiar, subtle sound emanated from his form. The faint crackling of shifting bones was barely perceptible, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern that his stature seemed to be gradually increasing, as if his very bones were elongating. This transformation was exceedingly slow and imperceptible to the untrained eye. However, once Norton had drained the lifeblood of the two sacred knights and stood upright once more, Abraham suddenly realized that this progenitor, Norton, had grown by 10 centimeters in mere moments. Over the past few years, Norton had already sensed his height gradually increasing, but this sudden surge brought him to nearly 2 meters tall. His elongated form, combined with his parched skin, lent him an aura of slenderness, and such a towering height, coupled with his gaunt physique, began to exude an uncanny, inhuman quality, even when clothed. Norton closed his eyes and tilted his head back, reveling in the exquisite sensations brought forth by the searing blood coursing through his veins. In a moment of pure ecstasy, he spread his arms wide, embracing the sky, releasing the exhilaration of his evolution. "Huh, Norton roared to the heavens. A surge of oppressive energy radiated from him, far more intense than before, leaving Abraham engulfed in despair. How could such a terrifying deity allow the fledgling vampires like them to survive? Chapter 92. Norton's dominion. Norton gradually lowered his arms. His towering height, approaching 2 meters, and his slender frame rendered him exceptionally conspicuous among the ecclesiastical figures. His tall and slender build imbued him with an uncanny beauty, a grotesque, bizarre, and almost divine allure. Abraham felt as though Norton had transcended the very definition of humanity. Every movement he made emanated an air of regal sanctity. It was hard to fathom that the words noble and sacred could apply to someone with skin so parched, resembling a grotesque cadaver. Yet, there was an undeniable essence about him, an intricate intertwining of sanctity and ugliness that forged an indescribable, profoundly unique feeling of nobility. Norton appears to be ensnared between the realms of the impure and the sacred, evoking a profound sense of contradiction. Experiencing a growth spurt of 10 centimeters is indeed a rather delightful sensation. As Norton gazed at the crowns of the surrounding vampires, he never imagined that he would one day reach such heights. This increase in stature heralds not merely a boost in strength, but rather an elevation of his very essence. Although Norton possesses an inkling of this transformation, its subtlety renders the enhancement of his life force overshadowed by the perception of increased power, thus creating an illusion of strength. Conversely, the advancement of these vampires seems ever more arduous. Norton recalls from his readings on vampire studies that 3rd-tier vampires are unable to ascend to the 4th tier, seemingly stifled by the presence of Kuba, suggesting that Norton's own growth may soon encounter a dead end. Yet, with Kuba deceased, does that imply Norton too will be barred from ascension? The question of progression can be pondered later. For now, Norton's foremost concern is to survive long enough to attain 3rd-tier status. With a mere thought, his oppressive aura suddenly activated. The resonance of his magnetic force swiftly enveloped the entire city. Indeed, Norton realized that he could ascertain the extent of his advancement through this very pressure. Previously capable of dominating the entirety of Lino City, his aura now radiated to the surrounding forests, expanding its reach more than twofold. Moreover, he had gained a finer degree of control. It seemed he could modulate the intensity of his pressure, transforming it into an awareness field devoid of intimidating effects. However, while he could temper the strength of his aura to prevent his vampire subordinates from being crushed, the essence of pressure remained, still wielding a formidable psychological impact. This is splendid. Norton found himself nearly grinning from ear to ear, unleashing his oppressive force and observing the growing terror in Abraham's eyes, which allowed him to finally relax. With the ability to maintain this pressure incessantly, any unusual behavior within its radius would no longer remain concealed, enabling Norton to guard against ambushes from all angles. With the consumption of 2 holy nights, his aura could perpetually monitor the entirety of the city, ensuring that no entity within Lino City could pose a threat to him. This newfound power liberated his actions from the shadows, even prompting a reform within Lino City. In the name of Abraham, the progenitor of the bloodline, Norton summoned all the nobility of Lino City, compelling their transformation into 3rd-generation vampires. Once all the influential and affluent classes of Lino City fell under Norton's dominion, the city became wholly his, a realm governed by his singular decree. And as all the aristocrats became vampires, it signified a transformation of the city's wealth, shifting from grains and jewels to something altogether more primal: blood. The very foundation that sustains human society is food, and similarly, the lifeblood of the vampire elite is blood. With the livestock population insufficient to meet the ever-increasing demands of the vampire community, human blood has become indispensable. However, the citizens of Lino City are emaciated, anemic, and reeking, rendering them unfit as a source of sustenance. In a bid to ensure the sustainable development of the vampire race and to forge a splendid kingdom abundant in wholesome nourishment, Lord Norton decisively requisitioned all food supplies from the nobility of Lino City. Subsequently, according to a meticulously devised daily quota, these provisions were distributed among the impoverished populace. This reform ignited an uproar in Lino City. When had the church ever shown such benevolence? The destitute, who had never known the comfort of a full meal since birth, suddenly found themselves bestowed with food, though not enough to satiate their hunger entirely. It was sufficient to stave off starvation. To them, it felt as if divine intervention had occurred, akin to a dream come true. Yet, as is well known, nothing comes without a price. Norton's confiscation of the nobility's wealth and land was not merely for show. It was intended as a means for labor. As food distribution commenced, it was swiftly followed by rampant consolidation of wealth and enforced labor. All transformed vampires had their wealth and land seized, redistributed among the ranks of the church, while they were allowed to reside in their courtyards. They were stripped of personal wealth, power, and status. Just as the newly fed poor began to revel in their newfound fortunes, the imposition of forced labor shattered their idyllic dreams. Apart from the vampire class, all other inhabitants of Lino City, be they affluent or merchants, were categorized as blood slaves. All blood slaves were compelled to labor for the church without remuneration, in exchange for their daily rations. Furthermore, the amount of food each individual received was directly tied to the yield of their cultivated land. Those who harvested less received less, and those who harvested more received more. The vampire church thus wielded absolute control over the very means of survival of the people of Lino City, establishing a complete dominion over them. Norton's comprehensive control over the church members signified his total authority over all matters in Lino City. This policy felt like the sky had fallen for a small fraction of the populace, particularly the middle class and above, who previously had no concerns about their sustenance. With wealth confiscated and stringent regulations imposed, the fortunate might ascend to the church as immortal vampires, while the unfortunate could find themselves relegated to the blood slave ranks, forced into labor. This was indeed a grievous injustice. In a flash, outrage erupted, and the middle class of Lino City rallied to form a rebellion. Chapter 93. The Pope. Norton shares a common discourse with me. The accursed church, seizing my wealth and enslaving my body, even if it is God himself. I shall defy him. In the small tavern where Lord Norton frequently loiters, the atmosphere is tumultuous, and bold proclamations echo even in broad daylight. This predicament arose after the church reformed its patrol and oversight schedules, previously conducted during the day to uphold order and the church's dignity. These duties have now been relegated to after 7 in the evening. Consequently, during daylight hours, church officials remain cloistered behind closed doors, leaving the populace to congregate in the tavern. The tavern is filled with impassioned voices, reminiscent of certain moments in European history, where perhaps a charismatic figure might emerge, inciting fervor among the crowd. Suddenly, the tavern door is forcefully kicked open, startling the patrons inside. They gasp in shock as armored church knights stride in, raising their massive swords high, their crimson eyes gleaming with predatory intensity. Speak not ill of the church. You have committed the crime of treason. Indeed, second-generation vampires cannot endure prolonged exposure to sunlight without suffering burns, yet this does not imply they are entirely incapable of basking in its rays. The church's enforcers, being third-generation vampires with murky eyes, have never before revealed their true forms to the residents, who now witness the terrifying sight of a knight's blood-red gaze. Ah, monsters! The church is monstrous. They are vampires. No wonder the church has acted so suddenly. They have been overrun by these creatures. Help! Vampires are killing us. The tavern erupts with anguished cries, yet what awaits them is either the swift strike of a sword or the dark confines of the church's dungeons. In the city of Lino, the voices of resistance against the church have vanished within a week. It is said that a significant portion of the middle class has been seized by church officials, never to emerge again. What transpires within the church remains a mystery, known only to a few passers-by who occasionally overhear chilling screams emanating from within. They exaggerate these whispers, fabricating tales of the church's ruthless cruelty to entertain over tea and meals. Although many who witnessed the church knight's crimson eyes have either been slain or imprisoned as blood slaves, the true nature of these vampire knights cannot be concealed for long. Thus, Norton contemplates the possibility of initiating a new plan. The cathedral, once a bastion of religious fervor, now stands devoid of its former sanctity. The grand wall at the entrance, once adorned with the image of God, has been entirely obscured with blood-red dye. And even the imposing statue of God that once graced the front has been replaced with a statue of Abraham. The vast, empty hall is filled with hundreds of clergy clad in white robes, their eyes shut tight as they confess their past transgressions under the terrifying weight of the patriarch, Norton. These individuals are either former missionaries of the church or the influential nobility of Leno City, recently transformed into third-generation vampires. Lord Norton shows them no mercy. Instead, he imposes the church's stringent demands, compelling this group of vampires to navigate their existence within the church with utmost caution and trepidation. Accustomed to their lofty status, these beings, at the slightest hint of leniency, may resort to their seemingly clever yet fundamentally foolish minds to entertain rebellious notions. Norton's modern recollections vividly reflect this, having been exposed to numerous films and historical narratives. Only by keeping these self-proclaimed wise individuals perpetually teetering on the edge of death and oppression can they be compelled to focus solely on survival, thus minimizing any seditious thoughts. This sentiment is wholeheartedly echoed by the newly appointed Pope Adam. Nevertheless, the assurance that every one of them will remain utterly compliant is elusive, for the human heart is inscrutable. Yet, Norton is indifferent to this reality. These vampires are merely his pawns, intended to obscure the sacrifices of the old world vampires. Whether they harbor cunning thoughts or remain docile, they ultimately serve to confront the church under Norton's guidance. Thus, rather than simply suppressing and cultivating the vampires, he is more concerned with how to elevate them to the forefront. Especially, he aims to publicize their weaknesses and strengths, selectively promoting those that do not coincide with his own, such as vulnerabilities to silver and stakes through the heart. By making these harmless weaknesses widely known, he ensures that when others think of combating vampires, their first impulse will be to wield silver or wooden stakes, thereby diminishing any perceived vulnerabilities of Norton himself. At the forefront of the Grand Hall, the pulpit has been transformed into Norton's throne. The progenitor, Lord Norton, is now adorned in a pristine white missionary robe. Seated regally upon his throne, a cup of crimson blood held in his hand. 10 bats hang upside down from the backrest of the throne, a reminder of his true royal guards. The pulpit, originally elevated for speeches, has been enhanced by the addition of a marble counter, creating an imposing seat. Norton's slender, nearly 2-meter-tall figure perched on this platform, towering over the heads of the vampires below, amplifies the oppressive atmosphere for those assembled. An indescribable aura of grandeur emanates from Norton. Though subtle, it renders every vampire trembling in fear, too intimidated to lift their gaze. Norton's scarlet eyes narrowed, coldly observing the vampires below who appeared to wish to bury their heads in their own posteriors, gently swaying the goblet filled with blood in his hand. No one dared to stir under the immense and formidable pressure he exuded. This rendered the hall eerily silent, to the extent that one could hear the sound of the blood sloshing in Norton's goblet. After a prolonged silence, the slender and peculiar figure seated upon the magnificent throne finally shattered the oppressive stillness of the chamber. Kuba, the progenitor of the bloodline, though physically deceased, had not lost his consciousness. In a bid to perpetuate his lineage, he created the clan of blood, also known as vampires. Fearing the sun, the progenitor imparted significant vulnerabilities to the bloodline. Prolonged exposure to sunlight would result in their incineration. As the bloodline comprises the transformed living, they could not bear the radiance of their progenitor. Not only did sunlight inflict exceptional harm upon them, but the heart also emerged as a critical weakness. Silver, being reflective, could channel sunlight, thereby inflicting irreparable damage upon the bloodline, even possessing the potential to slay them. Indeed, none of these weaknesses applied to Norton. They were the vulnerabilities of the new breed of vampires. Norton deliberately articulated these weaknesses to obscure the vulnerabilities of his own ancient lineage, anticipating that once the general populace accepted and disseminated the weaknesses of the new vampires, they would unwittingly employ these notions against him. The result would be futile, allowing Norton to seize the opportunity to eliminate them, thus achieving the most sinister outcome. Furthermore, by associating with Kuba, he sought to obfuscate the concepts, and as time passed, lies would be sung as truths. Everyone would come to believe that the new vampires were indeed descendants of Kuba, thoroughly conflating the notions of ancient and modern vampires. A hoarse voice echoed within the hall, causing Abraham below to itch with anticipation. Abraham, Norton's call sent a shiver through him, prompting him to bow his head in response. Progenitor, I am here. Beautify my previous words and publish them as a tome for all to sing. Norton commanded, gazing down at Abraham, who was bent low before his throne, his tone frigid. Abraham was taken aback. Progenitor, this is our clan's greatest weakness. To expose it so readily. Is old Norton perhaps mad? Revealing the mortal vulnerabilities of their kind to the world seemed an utterly foolish maneuver. Before Abraham could finish his protest, the shrill cry of a bat pierced the air from behind Norton's backrest. In an instant, a somewhat desiccated bat flitted forth. Like a streak of shadow, hurtling towards Abraham. It ferociously sank its elongated fangs into his neck, tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh, before soaring back to Norton's lap, clutching the sanguine morsel. A hissing sound escaped from Abraham's ravaged neck as he, filled with terror, trembled and touched the gaping wound inflicted by the bat. The flesh torn by the bat was not substantial, and given his remarkable regenerative abilities, it should have healed in the blink of an eye. Yet, there were no signs of recovery at his neck. The injury had even affected his vocal cords, rendering him only capable of producing hoarse sounds instead of coherent speech. Abraham was utterly terrified. What manner of creature was this? Why had his regenerative abilities seemingly vanished? In a state of panic, Abraham knelt on the ground, his face a mask of fear, fervently bowing to Norton, whose presence loomed high above him, even cracking the floor beneath him. Norton's crimson eyes coldly scrutinized Abraham's terrified demeanor, then seized the torn flesh from the coal-blackened creature's mouth and crushed it into a pulp with his bare hands. Abraham, I shall not permit you a second moment of doubt. As Norton pulverized the flesh, Abraham's neck began to undergo a frenzied regeneration, restoring itself to a pristine state in an instant. Thud, thud, thud. Abraham continued to bow fervently, his body trembling uncontrollably, and in sheer terror, he responded, Yes, my lord progenitor. I shall attend to it at once. His abject fear sent shivers down the spines of the other vampires present. Such a deranged and autocratic progenitor of the bloodline left those of us in the lower ranks grappling with the struggle for survival. Chapter 94. A dual approach in the silent monastery. Not a sound could be heard. After completing their daily confessions, all the vampires retreated to their respective chambers to rest. While the aristocratic vampires were permitted to retain their own properties, these dwellings were not meant for their habitation. Rather, they served as homes for their families. They existed much like the ascetic clerics within the church, confined and cultivated over decades, draining them of all thoughts and desires. For the church's personnel, this lifestyle had long been an accepted norm, presenting no issues whatsoever. However, for the various aristocrats forcibly imprisoned, the ascetic life within the church paled in comparison to the splendor of their former lives. The absence of women alone drove them to distraction, wishing fervently for an end to their misery. Each day, they endured Norton's oppressive presence during confessions, which only deepened their fear of him. Otherwise, they might have revolted against the progenitor himself. The departure of the church's vampires finally allowed Norton to shed his cold facade. Ghoul Norton drained the goblet of blood in one swift motion, subsequently releasing a deep, contented sigh. As time progressed, he could not discern whether it was an increasing demand for energy or a gradual alignment with the essence of true vampires. But the taste of blood had become increasingly exquisite to him, far surpassing the flavor he experienced during his initial indulgence. Norton felt inclined to believe it was the latter. After all, the so-called ascension of vampires appeared to resemble a transformation from mere corpse to authentic vampire. As he was gradually evolving into a genuine vampire, it was only natural that the taste of blood would enhance. Having finished the blood, Norton sank once more into contemplative thoughts. The church maintained a sensitivity to the life and death of the holy knights, a notion he gleaned from Abraham. Thus, while he relished the consumption of 2 holy knights, the ensuing complications would prove arduous. Upon discovering the demise of the holy knights, the church would undoubtedly dispatch envoys seeking an explanation. Whether by eliminating the church's emissaries or transforming them into vampires, it was clear that the church would perceive a problem in Leno City. Norton was indifferent to whether the church was aware of the vampires in Leno City. After all, he was no bound spirit. Should the church send troops, he could simply flee, for he now possessed a formidable presence, sufficient to ensure his comfort in the wilderness. Therefore, he harbored no concern about the church's awareness of his activities. He merely contemplated a shift in the propagation of this new breed of vampire. Once the church became cognizant of the anomalies in Lino City, they would undoubtedly initiate a continuous influx of investigators. And the issue of their personnel turning into vampires would be inescapable. Rather than conceal it, he resolved to abandon the veil of secrecy. By relinquishing control over the propagation of new vampires and allowing them to develop their progeny spontaneously, these vampires would be compelled to strengthen their ranks in order to confront the church's onslaught. In this process, the concept of the new vampire would naturally disseminate. This did not conflict with his original intentions, though it bore the singular drawback that the church and authority in Lino City would likely have to be entirely forsaken. Alas, life as a beggar was far more appealing, devoid of worries. Norton realized he had a penchant for courting trouble. As for the concern that an overabundance of new vampires might leave him without sustenance, there was no need for alarm. Would a vampire create more vampires without cause? It was utterly improbable. Being a vampire was rooted in a sense of uniqueness, an inherent superiority. If you were a vampire, I was a vampire, and he was a vampire. How could I derive a sense of superiority from my vampiric status? If vampires were ubiquitous, how could one attain a lofty position through one's prowess as a vampire? Humans are inherently selfish to a degree that ensures the vampiric cake will not be excessively shared. However, Norton feels this is far from sufficient. He desires to develop both the first and second plans. Hence, he resolves to pursue both paths simultaneously. The vampires in Lino City are strictly controlled, while those outside its borders are free to expand without restraint. This way, the Pope will find it challenging to mobilize a significant military force to attack Lino City in a short span of time, allowing Norton to continue reigning as the Emperor of Lino City, thereby nurturing his sanguine empire and seeking opportunities to leverage these new vampires against the church. As for those who perish amidst this vampire turmoil, in such a dark world, survival is more agonizing than hell itself. For them, death is a form of liberation. Moreover, this world possesses both heaven and hell. These individuals may die in reality, yet they can still revel in paradise. I am merely engaging in virtuous deeds. Norton feels an overwhelming sense of benevolence, having considered the lives of the populace. He believes he possesses commendable moral qualities. In contrast, it is indeed true that although Norton's moral compass is gradually deteriorating, it remains significantly superior to that of the church, and perhaps even to most individuals in this world. For Norton, before committing acts of malice, at least reflects on the impoverished souls indirectly affected by his actions. Meanwhile, other elites, or even the impoverished themselves, are often not inclined to consider others. In situations of self-interest, merely refraining from stabbing someone else in the back is often regarded as a mark of kindness. At present, only the youthful Navi Karl and the seasoned yet idealistic Archbishop Dorsha can intellectually rival Norton. Coincidentally, both of them are currently within the Vatican. Chapter 95. Dorsha and the Vatican. Candlelit lamps cast a faint glow in the darkness. Though the illuminated area is limited, their cumulative warmth renders the grand hall relatively bright. The newly appointed Pope, His Excellency Adam, was roused from slumber by his attendants in the dead of night and subsequently made his way to the grand hall. There, a boy clad in white robes diligently swept the hall's floor even at this late hour. This was part of the church's obedience training, a regimen that mandates compliance at any hour and for any task, until one becomes thoroughly accustomed and numb to execution. Only then is the first trial deemed passed. Unbeknownst to him, this boy in white robes is Karl. Karl has been enduring considerable hardship lately, as a candidate promoted by a low-ranking bishop. He is not an orphan raised by the church. Thus his obedience training is even more draconian. Furthermore, his advancement is capped at the position of priest. Fortunately, he has surpassed the age limit favored by the cardinals. Thus his position remains secure for the time being. As Karl languidly pretended to clean, a series of footsteps echoed from the rear of the grand hall. Could it be that Monsignor Dorsha dared not enter the Holy See? If he had the audacity to return, surely he would not shy away from confronting me. The voice of His Excellency Adam was tinged with a hint of perplexity. He was both puzzled as to why Archbishop Dorsha would avoid the Holy See and equally baffled by his return. It was already known within the church that he had clandestinely engaged with spies from the Boya Empire. Initially, Adam had intended to leverage Archbishop Dorsha's influence to diminish the impoverished population of the Papal States. Yet unexpectedly, this traitor had reappeared at such a critical juncture. Your Excellency, The condition of Archbishop Dorsha is quite dire, one of Adam's new attendants reported. According to him, the church in Leno City has fallen under the control of a novel breed of vampire, one that possesses the ability to transform humans into vampires as well. Archbishop Dorsha has already been afflicted and is now unable to confront the sanctity of God, forced to linger outside the Holy See, awaiting your judgment. His Excellency Adam's new attendant proved to be quite resourceful, promptly gathering information regarding Archbishop Dorsha's current state before rousing Adam from his reverie. A novel breed of vampire? This cannot be, Adam exclaimed in shock, yet swiftly dismissed the attendant's claims. Surely, Adam, was well aware of the true nature of vampires. In fact, he understood the essence of vampires far better than they themselves did. However, Your Excellency, the attendant insisted, I have personally observed him. Archbishop Dorsha now possesses elongated, sharp teeth. His eyes are crimson, and he recoils from religious artifacts, trembling in the radiance of God's glory that envelopes our Holy See. The necessity of blood for his survival can only indicate that he is transformed into some mutated vampire. The attendant stood by, diligently reporting, and then produced a rudimentary sketch from his pocket. As Adam gazed upon the image in the attendant's hand, his brow furrowed deeply. The figure depicted bore a striking resemblance to Archbishop Dorsha, yet with crimson eyes, elongated fangs, and a gaunt visage. While there were slight discrepancies from the vampires studied within the church, the resemblance was undeniable. As Adam scrutinized the portrait of Archbishop Dorsha, his astonishment grew. He could not help but recall the humanoid werewolf that continued to proliferate within the Eye of Sanctity. First, there had been the emergence of mutated werewolves in Holy City, followed by the advent of this new breed of vampire in Leno City. Could there be a connection between the two phenomena? Alternatively, one might ponder whether the origin of this aberration resides within the confines of Leno City. His Grace Adam extended his hand to receive the portrait, his fingers grazing the prominent canines of Archbishop Dorsha, which protruded beside his incisors. With his eyes narrowed slightly, he mused, to cultivate aberrant werewolves and gather them into a community, intending to obliterate my holy ecclesiastical tribunal, and incite the kingdoms of the southern continent to wage war against my sacred church. Then, while my church is embroiled in frequent conflicts at the front, to secretly nurture aberrant vampires in the rear, even stealthily encroaching upon various churches, seeking to undermine the foundation of my holy institution, and even to have slain 2 of Leno City's sacred knights. It appears that this heavy burden has yet to descend upon certain individuals, allowing them to persist in their petty schemes, vainly attempting to subvert the church. However, their methods possess an extraordinary quality. His Grace Adam passed the portrait back to an attendant nearby, then spoke with an air of indifference. Given this, let us dispatch individuals to investigate the situation in Leno City. If the enemy numbers exceed 10,000, we shall mobilize the church's strength to besiege Leno City. If the enemy numbers are fewer than 10,000, the mountains behind the papal seat harbor over 500 sacred knights. Yet, His Grace Adam is reluctant to engage them. Should there be even a hint of trouble concerning the divine body, Adam himself would bear the brunt of the blame. Nevertheless, the church must not perish by his hand. Let us first observe Archbishop Dorsha. His Grace Adam rose from the papal throne. Immediately, the attendants called out, "The papal procession." No sooner had the words left their lips than the grand doors of the hall were steadily pushed open by 10 knights of the church. Subsequently, the figures of 10 sacred knights clad in golden armor appeared behind His Holiness. Dozens of nuns entered in single file from outside, forming a line before the papal throne, each carrying a basket adorned with petals. As His Holiness lifted his foot, a shower of blossoms erupted into the air, drifting down to create a path symbolizing sanctity and nobility. Carl, clutching a broom and curled up in the shadowy corner of the hall, stared in astonishment at the scene unfolding before him, trembling slightly. He gazed blankly at the holy and noble silhouette of His Holiness, his eyes alight with an unusual hue. Outside the papacy, in a nearby wooden dwelling that had been requisitioned by the church, dozens of church knights guarded the perimeter, sealing off the entrances and exits of the cabin. Within, Archbishop Dorsha, having fled from Leno City, found himself ensconced. The interior was dim, devoid of any illumination. Yet, 2 scarlet orbs could perceive everything around them without impediment. A potent energy coursed through his limbs, yet Archbishop Dorsha bore no semblance of joy. Rather, his face was etched with concern. Indeed, Dorsha had made contact with spies from the Boya Empire, and he did harbor intentions to topple the papacy. Yet the root of all this lay primarily in his divergent ideals from those of the Pope. Everything he undertook was still for the sake of the Church. In the present day, the city of Lino has been infiltrated by vampires, stealthily subverting the entire ecclesiastical order. The gravity of this situation is readily apparent. Thus, Archbishop Dorsey found no joy in his endless lifespan. Rather, his sole desire was to expose the existence of these novel vampires to the Church and eradicate them entirely to preserve its sanctity. Consequently, Archbishop Dorsey hastily fled Lino, journeying towards the Holy See. This arduous journey proved to be fraught with peril. The sun's rays posed a searing threat, risking his very life with prolonged exposure. He dared not taint the sanctity of the Church, as even proximity would inflict agonizing burns. Enduring numerous tribulations, he finally arrived at the outskirts of the Vatican. However, entry remained beyond his reach. Standing before the window of a modest cabin, his crimson eyes were fixed intently on the distant silhouette of the Vatican. His heart shadowed by unease. He felt an overwhelming and formidable pressure, intensifying as he drew nearer to the Holy See. He sensed that he had already reached the limits of his endurance. A step closer, and he feared the palpable terror could disassemble his very form. This sensation was markedly different from the divine light he had felt while approaching the Church. While he struggled to articulate the distinction, he was acutely aware of its existence, which filled him with a flicker of panic. Such immense power could not possibly emanate from the sanctity of the Church, especially as holiness exists solely within the images of God and religious ornaments. Yet here, surrounding him, there were only farmlands and forests devoid of any religious elements. It appeared that the Church harbored many secrets. Alas, such awareness could only be glimpsed after my transformation into a vampire, a profound regret indeed. As Archbishop Dorsey's thoughts lingered, the grand procession of His Holiness, the Pope, approached from afar. Beautiful nuns clad in immaculate white garments lined the path, scattering petals from their baskets to pave a road of blossoms. Even before their arrival, the floral rain heralded their presence. A lavish carriage, gilded in gold, was drawn by 8 majestic horses, meticulously advancing along the floral path towards Archbishop Dorsey. 100 knights of the Church formed 2 lines, flanking the carriage, while 5 sacred knights led and trailed the procession. Even in the depths of night, their armor shimmered brilliantly under the moonlight. It must be said, the spectacle was truly magnificent. Chapter 96. The Source of the Anomaly? Welcome, Your Holiness. Upon beholding the esteemed figure of the Pope, Archbishop Dorsey hesitated not a moment and prostrated himself. Although he held certain reservations about the Pope's views, he harbored no dissent regarding the position itself. His body was firmly grasped by hands that lifted him up. Your Holiness, the Archbishop of Doja felt a surge of emotion as he observed the Pope. Despite knowing his vampiric nature, unhesitatingly sent others to assist him. The Church Knight who supported Archbishop Doja did not release his grip upon his rising, but rather, another knight approached, and together, they enclosed the Archbishop like a steel vice. As Doja's expression of gratitude slowly morphed into one of bewilderment, His Majesty Adam took the rare opportunity to explain. Archbishop Doja, it is not a matter of mistrust towards you. Rather, vampires are inherently untrustworthy. As you have transcended the realm of humanity, that is only to be expected, Your Majesty. Archbishop Doja sighed deeply. So, as you have stated, the Church of Lino City is now indeed occupied by vampires? His Majesty Adam regarded the Archbishop, now sandwiched between the 2 knights, his crimson eyes and pronounced fangs presenting a most peculiar sight. The transformation into a vampire necessitates a corporeal vessel, as vampires are born of the union between God and the dead, which delineates the path of their creation. The extraordinary phenomena in Lino City, where vampires possess the astonishing ability to convert the living into their kind, transcends the boundaries established by the divine. Adam marveled at this revelation. Though the divine corpse hung in the mountains, his study of ecclesiastical texts led him to conclude that every action of God seems to establish the fundamental rules of this world. The union of God with the she-wolf gave rise to werewolves, ensuring that, from that point forward, the she-wolf would have a certain probability of birthing this species. Similarly, the copulation of God with the deceased resulted in vampires, and thereafter, corpses would have a certain likelihood of producing them. These two events suggest that the emergence of both werewolves and vampires adheres to a prescribed order, in addition to the delineated rules governing the births of these beings. Their forms and species should also conform to these established norms. This world undeniably acknowledges the existence of God, who represents the origin of all things, akin to a vast genetic repository. However, this repository also imposes limitations. All beings derive their genetic material from it, thus constraining the evolutionary processes. The expression of genes and environmental selection may allow for a semblance of validity to the theory of evolution. Yet its true essence resembles the long-discredited doctrine of use and disuse. Werewolves may exhibit a genetic predisposition favoring physical robustness over intelligence due to the demands of hunting, which could result in stronger offspring. Yet this is the extent of their potential. They cannot evolve into another species. In essence, this world cannot witness the transformation of one cell into all living forms. Here, cells remain cells, dogs remain dogs, and werewolves remain werewolves. While the environment may select for the more resilient, they cannot evolve from one cell into a dog, for that is constrained by their genetic makeup. Now, the divine blueprint governing genetics has been shattered. A werewolf has evolved from the grotesque form of a wolf into an entirely new species, one that embodies both human and wolf traits. Similarly, a vampire has transformed from a diminutive deity birth from a corpse into a sentient being capable of self-reproduction, fundamentally altering the genetic composition of both entities. Such mutations are inconceivable in this world. Even the holy knights, nurtured within the church and imbued with divine blood, remain within the realm of humanity. Although they possess immense strength, they have lost much of their rationality. While they retain the ability to procreate, their offspring are still mere human infants, devoid of any transformation. This is a feat that even the divine blood could not accomplish. How then have these aberrations within the city of Leno achieved it? His Grace, Adam, furrowed his brow. To him, the matters concerning Leno City were far more pressing than battles with the Boya Empire or other kingdoms. Such occurrences, which contravene the divine order, strike at the very core of the church's existence. Indeed, Your Grace, the church in Leno has been overrun by vampires. Both Bishop Good, who oversees the church there, and Father Abraham have become mere servants of the devil. Many knights and missionaries have likewise been transformed into vampires. If given more time, the entire city of Leno may well succumb to vampiric domination. Moreover, these new vampires exhibit a remarkably poor resistance to blood, often succumbing to insatiable bloodlust. This is a dire moment for our holy order. Your Grace, although our visions for the church may diverge, nothing supersedes the importance of the church itself. I implore you to rally the knights swiftly to cleanse Leno City of these vampires. I observe that Father Abraham's unusual physique and overwhelming strength may very well be the source of the church's impending downfall. As for myself, I shall remain bathed in the divine light, honored even in death. Archbishop Dorsha, his face etched with sorrow, found it almost unbearable to breathe at the thought of the sacred church being overtaken by a horde of unclean and foul vampires. This sensation was akin to a beautiful, pure, beloved wife being forced into the embrace of a decrepit old man. It was a profound agony. Yet, in the face of such circumstances, His Grace Adam appeared unfazed. He regarded Archbishop Dorsha with keen interest, observing his pallid complexion and crimson eyes, and finally spoke. There is no need for death, Archbishop Dorsha. I recognize your concern for our church. If that is the case, why not channel your remaining vitality to aid us in combating these vampires? Since you have already been transformed into one of them, why not enter the holy eye and become an object of our study? After all, knowing both ourselves and our adversaries is the key to victory. Your presence may indeed be the greatest asset to our holy order at this juncture. The Archbishop of Dorsha's countenance transformed instantly, disbelief etched upon his features as he gazed at His Excellency Adam. A surge of righteous indignation coursed through him, culminating in an outburst of vehement reproach. Adam, do you dare covet the eternal life of a vampire? This is the gravest affront to the sanctity of the church. Should a first-tier pope descend to the level of such unclean creatures, the entire holy order would be irrevocably overturned. Adam? Adam. As His Excellency Adam exited the wooden cabin, the Archbishop of Dorsha was unceremoniously lifted by the Holy Knight, rendered powerless, resembling a defeated hound. As a second-generation vampire, he was, after all, far outmatched by the Holy Knight, lacking in both strength and speed when compared even to a werewolf. Chapter 97. The dawn of extermination. Ever since Norton resolved to adopt a dual approach, he embarked upon a series of reforms within the church. All those noblemen transformed into third-generation vampires were exiled, guided by Bishop Good, as Norton facilitated their departure from Leno City to pursue their fortunes elsewhere. Although third-generation vampires are incapable of procreation, Bishop Good, a second-generation vampire, ensured that this cohort would not easily face extinction. Of course, extinction was of little concern to Norton. His primary objective was to release the vampires into society, allowing the populace to encounter this new breed of vampire, thereby facilitating a gradual transformation of the public's perception over time, replacing the antiquated image of vampires with a more contemporary one. Moreover, the church in Leno City began to actively recruit new clergy, imposing no restrictions on age or gender. Anyone who expressed interest would be accepted, albeit at the cost of severing ties with the mundane world. The sole advantage was the opportunity to become a member of the clergy, exempt from manual labor. As the recruitment commenced, the impoverished populace of Leno City flocked to enroll, though the church's measures had improved their access to sustenance. Who could resist the allure of cunning and deceit? A group of ill-intentioned paupers infiltrated the church, which welcomed them with open arms. Before long, they donned the pure white robes emblematic of the church, yet thereafter, their presence vanished from the daylight. Coupled with the rumors circulating during this period, the number of applicants began to dwindle gradually. As time progressed, Leno City finally commenced its steady advancement. In the year 2232 of the ecclesiastical calendar, it had been 2 years since the Papal State declared war on neighboring nations. At long last, news from the long-silent front lines emerged. Thanks to the centralized governance of the Papal State, which far surpassed that of the regional lords, a staggering 200,000 impoverished soldiers were swiftly conscripted and dispatched to the battlefield, launching unabashed invasions against the surrounding smaller nations. The vast disparity between centralized authority and feudal systems was starkly illuminated. While the emperor of the Boya Empire was still entangled in negotiations with various lords, the soldiers of the Papal State had already breached their homes. The newly appointed Pope Adam has initiated this war with the fundamental aim of depleting the vitality of all nations on the southern continent. Consequently, the Papal States exercise no supervision over their soldiers. The entire army has descended into a band of true marauders, wreaking havoc by pillaging, slaughtering, and committing unspeakable acts of violence. These wretched souls, who are on the brink of starvation in their own land, have been organized and unleashed to indulge their inner malevolence, leaving devastation in their wake. Men, regardless of age, are mercilessly slain, while women, too, fall victim to their brutality. The impoverished denizens of the Papal States exhibit no discernment. Any woman is fair game. They seize all forms of wealth, be it gold, silver, jewels, or even mere household items, taking whatever they can carry. Having lived in fear of poverty and suppressed desires for so long, they now seize the opportunity, shedding even the most basic semblance of humanity. As these impoverished individuals return, laden with the spoils of their plunder, news of the front line spoils reaches the citizens of the Papal States, who, once paralyzed by fear, can no longer restrain themselves. In a mere 2 years, the Papal States have conscripted 400,000 destitute souls into battle, a figure that accounts only for those officially registered, with many more unrecorded. To conserve the manpower and resources of the church, the throngs of impoverished individuals eager to join the fray are no longer registered or provided with supplies. The message is simple. If you wish to plunder, go forth and do so. Whatever wealth you acquire is yours to keep, as long as you return 50% of it to the church. And if one chooses not to return, that is permissible as well, for aside from theft and murder, there is no other means of survival, making their presence a persistent blight. The tactics of the Papal States are utterly unscrupulous. These 400,000 are not soldiers, but rather a horde of unprincipled criminals. The various lordships have attempted to organize their own forces for defense. Yet conventional military strategies prove futile against this rabble. The destitute army does not engage in direct confrontation. Upon the arrival of a legitimate army, they simply flee, moving to other areas to continue their malevolence. They cannot be apprehended, struck down, or pursued effectively. And even when they blend into the ranks of beggars in their own lands, they become indistinguishable from one another. The kingdoms loyal to the Boya Empire have suffered considerable losses, and to quell this mass insurrection based on 400,000 malcontents would require an exponential increase in peacekeeping forces. Ultimately, the emperor of the Boya Empire has come to realize that to counter the shameless tactics of the Papal States, he must either adopt similar methods or muster a grand army to invade the papal territories. However, the lordships differ from the papal palace. The slaves are the wealth of the lords. They can hardly afford to send these slaves into battle as expendable soldiers. Once they perish, who will till the fields? Moreover, should they succeed in plundering and amassing wealth, who would remain a slave? The lords are already numerous enough. None desire the emergence of additional lords. There is no alternative. We must prepare for an imminent invasion. As the royal court of the Bohemian Empire formulates an extensive military strategy aimed at delivering a decisive blow to the papal authority, a terrifying legend begins to circulate within the borders of the Papal States. Have you heard? There have been deaths in a nearby village. Victims found with blood-stained puncture wounds on their necks, their lifeblood drained away. Could this be the manifestation of those ravenous vampires we've been hearing about? What? This horror was merely a rumor, wasn't it? How has it come to fruition? Alas, it is no longer just a rumor. There have already been numerous reports of vampire attacks within the city of Joseph. Damn it. The entirety of Joseph is now under lockdown. Who knows if these creatures have made their way to our humble village? What shall we do? We must hasten to Joseph and seek the church's guidance. The passage of 2 years has finally begun to bear fruit for the vampires unleashed by Norton. Perhaps some have hidden away, afraid to confront the church directly. Yet, there are those who, emboldened by their newfound powers, have become brazen. They have wreaked havoc in various cities, indiscriminately feasting on human blood, transforming utterly from men into monsters. Consequently, the emergence of this new breed of vampire has garnered notoriety. This aligns perfectly with Norton's intentions. However, as the church intensifies its efforts to eradicate and capture these new vampires, their numbers do not seem to diminish. Rather, they appear to be on the rise, suggesting an impending vampire crisis. Chapter 98. Adam's ambition with the formation of a coalition army between the Bohemian Empire and other kingdoms. His Majesty Adam has finally redirected his focus towards the war with the Bohemian Empire. It would be profoundly unwise to deploy the impoverished against a legitimate knightly army on a large-scale battlefield. To counter the coalition amassed by the Bohemian Empire, the Pope must temporarily abandon the strategy of using the Church's knights against the city of Lino. Currently, the Pope holds many cards in his hand and possesses a trump card that could turn the tide, whether against the so-called new vampires in Lino or the coalition forces of the Bohemian Empire. Yet, his primary objective remains the depletion of the populations and resources of the various nations, ensuring they remain weakened throughout their lifetimes. Thus, His Holiness has refrained from directly sending the Holy Knights on a decapitation mission against the Bohemian Empire. Instead, he intends to deploy the Holy Knights to eradicate the vampires in Lino. The war against the Bohemian Empire is merely a struggle for human interests, which is understandable and does not warrant excessive attention. However, the vampires in Lino represent a conflict between humanity and the vampiric race, a battle to uphold the sanctity of the Church, and this must not be allowed to escalate unchecked. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that, despite the ongoing tensions between the Bohemian Empire and the papal authority, there have been no reports or occurrences of vampires emerging on the battlefield or in the cities under siege. Such a staggering proportion of casualties and the numerous agonizing deaths have failed to give rise to vampires. It appears that this species is indeed dwindling alongside the waning of the sun. The Holy See, the Sacred Eye, resides not within the confines of the Vatican, but remains within its dominion. The primary reason for this lies in the existence of the divine corpse, which dissuades the Pope from placing an excessive number of individuals in the heart of the Vatican. Furthermore, the divine corpse exerts a pressure that repels all unclean beings, whether they be vampires, newly transformed werewolves, or wild monsters, instilling a palpable fear that prevents them from encroaching upon the central region of the Vatican. Thus, The location of the sacred eye is relegated to the periphery of the Holy See. A feeble howl resonates within the bone cage after 3 years of absence. The aberrant werewolf extracted from the city of the Lord is no longer the robust creature it once was, but rather a gaunt shadow of its former self, appearing exceedingly frail. This decline is inevitable, as for the past 3 years, the aberrant werewolf has labored incessantly upon the mother werewolf and women. The sacred eye has even resorted to administering potent beastly drugs to incite breeding, and under such strenuous circumstances, surviving for 3 years is a testament to its resilience. Once new werewolves are born and reach maturity, they are coerced into mating to propagate further. To this day, the sacred eye has, through these brutal methods, begun to witness some modest success. The werewolf breeding facility has nearly reached maturity. Presently, there are over 100 male werewolves solely designated for reproduction. However, the offspring produced from a union of werewolves and humans tend to resemble humans more closely. From infancy, their growth mirrors that of humans. The first child born from a werewolf and a woman remains a mere 3 years old, developing at a sluggish pace. Yet, this also implies that such werewolves can fully embrace human education, evolving into a truly intelligent species. In contrast, the offspring of werewolves mating with one another grow at an alarming rate, akin to the first aberrant werewolf, yet their wild instincts remain difficult to eradicate. Comparatively, the hybrid offspring of humans and werewolves are more suitable for roles akin to that of church knights, capable of enduring prolonged indoctrination. Conversely, the children born from a union of werewolves are easily shackled, destined to become formidable fodder. My lord, the werewolf cultivation system is nearly complete. His Grace Adam nodded coldly, and then spoke, "Let the breeding commence. The werewolves must remain wild. We are ultimately different from their kind. Such beasts should embody their ferocity. Aside from the breeding werewolves, all others must be castrated to ensure that this species does not proliferate on a massive scale." "Yes, my lord." His Grace Adam's concern for this matter is entirely understandable. If one were to cultivate highly intelligent werewolves, this new breed would possess human intellect and the ability to mate with human women. Over time, such a species could pose a risk of supplanting men, or even humanity itself. The complexities of human nature are inscrutable, and His Majesty Adam is loath to create a being endowed not only with exceptional intellect, but also formidable strength. The capacity for interspecies breeding in these aberrant werewolves is indeed a source of dread. As for the notion of viewing the replacement of humanity by werewolves as an advancement for all mankind, the rationale is straightforward. Would you desire for the black dragon of Guangzhou to replace the yellow dragon? This is not merely a matter of preference. It is a blatant usurpation of legitimacy. His Majesty Adam averted his gaze from the werewolves and proceeded to another chamber. Here, Archbishop Doja was confined for the church's research into the new breed of vampire. One must admit, the so-called aberrations in Lino City are remarkably astonishing. Both werewolves and vampires possess a reproductive system centered on human principles, rendering the extinction of either species improbable. The methods employed are nothing short of divine marvels. In stark contrast to the werewolves, who revel in their gentle repose, Archbishop Doja's circumstances are rather grim. The sound of piercing screams and the horrific echoes of flesh being seared resounded even before His Majesty Adam reached the chamber. These terrifying cries permeated the Sacred Eye research base, audible to all within its confines. "Your Majesty," the crimson-eyed Archbishop Doja, clad in pristine ecclesiastical robes, stood at the threshold of his cell and greeted the arrival of His Majesty with a respectful salute. It was not Archbishop Doja who uttered the cries, but rather the cardinal transformed by him. Since Doja's return, the avaricious cardinals could hardly contain their curiosity regarding his condition. After all, the allure of immortality, even with its side effects, is enough to incite the desire of countless souls. Witnessing the cardinal's fervent concern for Archbishop Doja, His Majesty Adam naturally felt compelled to indulge their wishes. 2 high-ranking holy knights flanked His Majesty, ensuring that even if Archbishop Doja were to erupt in fury, he would remain unharmed. How intriguing! His Majesty observed the torment unfolding within the cell. At this stage, the methods for researching the new breed of vampire are quite crude, employing a variety of instruments to test their endurance. Of the 5 cardinals with ulterior motives, 3 have perished, leaving only two to endure the agonizing trials. Progress is being made, Your Majesty. At present, these newly conceived vampires possess numerous vulnerabilities. Images of the divine and sacred objects of the church can inflict fatal harm upon them. Moreover, the vampires I have spawned are considerably weaker than myself. Even sunlight can pose a lethal threat to them. Strangely, for reasons unknown, silver artifacts can also cause them burn injuries and impede their wound healing. And they are incapable of begetting a new generation of vampires. Curiously, the cross only serves to suppress them without inflicting burning damage. It is only by piercing their hearts with the cross that true lethality is achieved. However, a wooden stake can achieve a similar lethal effect. Overall, these vampires resemble a sort of artificially crafted half-breed, vastly inferior to their predecessors. Adam furrowed his brow. Compared to the vampires of old, these new ones exhibit pronounced shortcomings, most of which can be rationalized. The images of the divine, ecclesiastical artifacts, and even sunlight symbolize the sanctity of God. And these items possess considerable lethality even against the vampires of yore, which is quite understandable. As for the cross's inability to inflict harm upon them, he had some inklings. After all, the divine corpse was crucified upon a cross. Could this object possibly imbibe the holiness of God? Conversely, it is precisely because the divine corpse is bound to the cross that it exerts a suppressive influence on these vampires, which makes sense. However, why do silver artifacts also inflict burn injuries? What connection could this have? Chapter 99. Life in this world is as lonely as snow. Observing Adam's grim countenance and his silence, Archbishop Doja seized the opportunity to offer solace, saying, Your Majesty, though vampires possess immortality, their weaknesses are manifold. I implore you to temper your desires and refrain from harboring futile aspirations. Your Majesty, the advancement of the Church is of utmost importance. Even now, Archbishop Doja continued to counsel His Holiness, displaying an unwavering devotion to the Church. Listening to Doja's counsel, a rare smile flickered across Adam's usually shadowed face. Immortal? Merely a plaything that has existed for a longer duration. The true immortal of this world still hangs upon the mountains behind the Vatican. It is precisely because of this being that Adam cannot choose to become a vampire. What aspiration is there to chase after a worthless entity that cannot even enter the Vatican? With an air of pride, Adam, adorned in his golden papal robe, resembled a regal emperor of grand ambition. Yet, in truth, Adam was consumed by jealousy. Why must there be a divine corpse behind the Vatican? Why must it be he, Adam, who assumes the role of pope? He yearned for immortality as well. Yet the existence of the divine corpse bound him for the latter half of his life, leaving him unable to escape even slightly. The human heart is unfathomable. Adam himself dared not even trust his own feelings. He fears that the longer he lives, the more thoughts will plague his mind. Now, he yearns to explore the secrets of the vampires. If he were to live a little longer, would Adam find himself aspiring to become a deity? Adam, however, does not trust that his willpower will remain steadfast, thus he cannot embrace immortality. The hands of His Excellency Adam trembled slightly behind his back before he clenched them tightly. He cannot afford to live too long. Anyone privy to the secrets of the divine must eventually meet their end. Your Excellency, Adam's reverie was interrupted by a companion. What is it? Adam exhaled deeply, redirecting his thoughts. The Church of Joseph City has captured 2 new-style vampires and has gleaned some information. It appears that the progenitor of the new-style vampires in Leno City is not Father Abraham, but a vampire named Norton. Norton? Adam raised an eyebrow. The name seems somewhat familiar. In today's cinematic realm, there exists a common trope. Initially, one might only capture alluring images, with no physical contact whatsoever. Yet gradually, one's psychological boundaries begin to wane, reaching a point where assistance in illicit activities becomes permissible. As profits accrue and time passes, those boundaries continue to recede. There is no need for coercion or criminal tactics. One willingly descends into the trade, becoming increasingly ensnared. This process of moral degradation is, in essence, a gradual surrender to one's desires. Presently, Abraham embodies this descent. Your Excellency Norton, this is the blood of young maidens brought to you by your humble servant. Possessing exquisite beauty and meticulously selected by the Church under stringent hygienic conditions. The candidates await outside. Shall I summon them? Abraham bowed submissively beside Norton's throne, offering his flattery to the slender, peculiar figure seated above. 2 years prior, Abraham viewed the progenitor Norton as a tragedy of the bloodline. Now, however, the tides have turned. In Leno City, he speaks with authority, standing as the foremost under Norton. All vampires must heed Abraham's commands under Norton's oppressive influence. A feeling that fills him with exhilaration, even leading to a growing obsession. Once, he sought to please Norton out of fear. Now, he craves that approval. The tall figure seated upon the throne slowly extended its thin, withered arm, retrieving a jade goblet filled with crimson blood from the golden tray held by Abraham. Though his towering form appeared wrinkled and repulsive, there was an unexpected elegance in his every movement, harmonizing with his fragile physique. Norton, perched on his throne, gradually opened his once vibrant eyes, now dulled from their former crimson hue. What a fall from grace! Norton lamented deeply, feeling himself sullied by the weight of power. The experiences of the past 2 years have transformed him from a youth escaping the clutches of the church into the embodiment of the church itself. The citizens of Leno City continue to endure oppression, yet the oppressor has shifted from the church to him, Norton. However, this newfound power is undeniably exhilarating. Can one truly comprehend the thrill of awakening each day to select a beautiful blood servant? Can one fathom the joy of having thousands of vampires in Leno City devoted solely to his service? Those who have not tasted the blessings enjoyed by Norton should not question the delight he experiences, for it is indeed profoundly gratifying. After being imprisoned by the church for 20 years, spending 3 or 4 years living rough, and begging for 7 or 8 years, he has finally reached a point where he holds dominion. I am on the verge of ascending to the pinnacle of a second-tier vampire. Just one step forward will elevate me to a new threshold. The looming presence of pressure renders me virtually invulnerable in this world. Unless the church were to dispatch 500 holy knights or a multitude of werewolves to hunt me down. However, at present, the holy tribunal has been utterly vanquished, and the werewolf clans have suffered heavy casualties. Norton has entered an era of invincibility. Norton savors the blood in his cup, relishing the fragrance of purity. Life, it seems, is as solitary as snow. Chapter 100. Hack-in must be beaten. The progenitor Norton, weary of indulgence, finds that excessive enjoyment can lead to fatigue and a lack of spirit. The feeling of having anything one desires, after a period of indulgence, is replaced by a profound emptiness. Thus, when emptiness descends, Norton's wisdom reasserts its dominance over his mind. He dismisses Father Abraham with a wave of his hand and places his wine cup upon the armrest of his throne. His brow furrows, though the wrinkles on his weathered skin render the distinction between wrinkled and unwrinkled almost imperceptible. As his mind reclaims control, an important thought arises. Having expelled Cardinal Good and his ilk, have I not exposed myself? Indeed, Cardinal Good and the privileged vampires released from Leno City have encountered Norton and felt the weight of his hack-in pressure. If they're captured by the church, it would undoubtedly reveal Norton's existence. A single oversight amidst a myriad of precautions. Norton abruptly rises from his throne, his towering figure exuding immense pressure. Yet, the risk of exposure holds little consequence. After all, the church would not refrain from pursuing him simply because the vampires of Leno City are not under his command. At most, his name would merely be added to a list of those marked for execution. Over the past 2 years, Norton has not been idle. He has diligently overseen the impoverished citizens and the lower echelons of vampires in Leno City, orchestrating the excavation of a defensive moat surrounding the city, a safeguard against the church's treachery and clandestine holy knights. However, now, the mere thought of his name appearing on the church's inevitable consumption list left Norton feeling that even a solitary moat was far from secure. After all, his vampire lord could not withstand the sunlight. Should the church knights come, there would be no way to dispatch forces during the day. Thus, he believed it prudent to construct some escape tunnels and subterranean areas, allowing him to conceal himself below ground while simultaneously enhancing his safety. Abraham, Norton exclaimed, rising from his throne, his voice hoarse as he called out to the grand hall's entrance. "Ah, your grace, I am here." The sycophantic voice arrived before the man himself. It was evident that Abraham had been waiting outside, eager to respond to his progenitor's summons. Gather all the vampires and commence digging several passages leading outside the city from today onward. Yes, your grace. Abraham promptly replied with utmost reverence, his posture deeply bowed, resembling a fawning old hound, not bothering to inquire about the reasons behind such orders. This elicited a twinge of sentiment from Norton. After 2 years of companionship, Abraham had nearly rendered him dependent. With a mere word, he could summon Abraham to resolve any matter without lifting a finger himself. This ancient vampire was unfailingly loyal, serving Norton day and night. In light of this, if Norton ever needed to flee, he would take Abraham with him. This way, he would not only have a devoted servant, but also be free from worry, primarily because it was exceedingly convenient. Although these 3 reasons could be seen as a single sentiment, Norton found himself unable to part with Abraham. Most importantly, should they find themselves in a precarious situation on the run, Abraham could serve as a shield. As a first-generation modern vampire, Abraham's strength was not to be underestimated. After all, both Norton and Abraham had been marked by the church's inevitable consumption list. Whether one fled or 2 fled, they might as well escape together. I truly am too sentimental. What a weakness, Norton lamented. Yet when addressing Abraham, his withered face and commanding tone revealed no trace of emotion, only a reluctance to abandon his languid lifestyle. Norton ambled forward, exiting the grand hall. A chorus of bat calls echoed at the entrance, and, as he stepped outside, a multitude of bats descended from the ceiling, gracefully swirling around him as if expressing affection. Over the past 2 years, this colony of bats had flourished. Although Norton maintained a skeptical and distant demeanor towards most, he treated his bats with great fondness. To facilitate their hunting and return, Norton had arranged for lines to be strung across the ceiling at the grand hall's entrance, allowing the bats to hang upside down. Furthermore, to ensure they had ample sustenance, he had also raised a flock of lambs within the church, serving as a food source for his cherished creatures. Over the past 2 years, the bat family nurtured by Norton has rapidly multiplied from a mere 10 to over 50. Among these bats, some are newcomers that have joined the original group to form a family, while others are offspring born of Nortonist lineage. Each night, flocks of bats gracefully glide above the church, and with the awareness that the church harbors a congregation of vampires, the citizens of Linux City have inevitably intertwined the concepts of vampires and bats. This association has proven remarkably apt. Both are creatures that feed on life and remain hidden from the light of day. Consequently, a rumor has begun to circulate within Linux City, suggesting that vampires are merely individuals transformed by the bites of bats. The presence of numerous bats within the church lends a significant degree of credibility to this tale, which is spread among the townsfolk. The notion of adopting elegance and sophistication has existed throughout history. The actions of leaders often set a precedent that others aspire to emulate. As Norton nurtured his blood-sucking bats, various rumors circulated in Linux City, leading Abraham to perceive this behavior as a model of vampiric conduct, prompting him to embark on his own bat-rearing endeavor to relish in its wonders. However, since Norton has raised over 50 bats, Abraham's collection cannot rival that number. He has only a little over 10. This behavior has inspired other vampires of some standing within the church to also raise bats, albeit in fewer numbers, with only a handful among them. Thus, the origin of the relationship between vampires and bats was born. Yet, these other vampires, in their quest for elegance and admiration of Norton-esque grandeur, remain oblivious to the fact that the bats nurtured by Norton are, in essence, the ancestors of these modern vampires. Amidst the swirling bats surrounding Norton, many have even taken to occasionally alighting upon him as a gesture of affection. However, one particular bat, entirely gray and roughly the size of an ordinary dog, remains perched in the corner, not taking flight. Instead, it waddles towards Norton, twisting its body until it finally spreads its wings and clings to his leg. As for Cobalt, the bat, its current form is indeed peculiar. Its size resembles that of a medium-sized dog. The bat's wings, along with its arms and legs, are all interconnected, a characteristic known as wing fingers, where the structure of the hands has evolved to become larger and flatter, thus resembling wings, which has resulted in relatively frail limbs. Yet, Cobalt is now entirely different. It appears to be undergoing a transformation, with its limbs having grown considerably thicker, and the structure of its wings seems to be separating from its hands. The bones of its hands seem to divide, with one part extending towards the wings while the other remains as the hand. It is merely due to its mid-evolution phase that its hands remain short and soft, lacking bones, while its wings droop and fail to lift. This unfortunate state renders it incapable of hanging from the ceiling, forcing it to crouch in the corner like a dog. How grotesque! As the saying goes, the heart of a monarch is difficult to fathom, ever-changing. Lord Norton, having lightly touched the coal ball's head, subsequently delivered a sharp slap to it. The coal ball, feeling quite aggrieved, clutched at Norton's legs with its two small hands, still partially connected to its wings. As the bond between them grew increasingly profound, Norton extended his hand to lift it up, only to painfully sever one of his own fingers and feed it to the creature. Just as Norton had anticipated, as he continued to offer his own flesh and blood to the bat, its transformation intensified. This process seemed akin to a struggle for dominion against the divine, rendering the entire metamorphosis exceedingly gradual. However, the connection between them grew ever stronger, to the point where he could faintly sense the coal ball's emotions. This transformation starkly contrasted with the emergence of the new breed of vampires. The latter resembled a direct infusion of the coal ball's mutated lineage into the bodies of humans, embedding a segment of mutation code within their genetic strands, thereby allowing Norton to exert control over their lives through this foundational code. Yet, much of this code still resided with the divine, which maintained greater control over their destinies. In contrast, the coal ball's metamorphosis appeared as though Norton's flesh and blood were gradually replacing its foundational code. The entire process of aberration was synonymous with altering this underlying code, ultimately reshaping the bat into Norton's creation. Therefore, the new vampires and werewolves cannot genuinely be termed as Norton's creations. Thus far, only the coal ball qualifies as such, albeit incompletely. Moreover, this creature has yet to complete its transformation. Only upon the conclusion of this transformation will Norton be able to exert comprehensive dominion over it. Nevertheless, even now, Norton perceives the coal ball's life essence as inferior to his own, granting him the capacity to extinguish its existence at will. Thus, Norton possesses the ability to create progeny. He simply requires an extensive period of nourishing his flesh and blood to replace the foundational codes of these beings, thereby achieving absolute control over them, encompassing both body and soul, thought and emotion. This profound ability to fundamentally alter a species fills Norton with immense admiration. If he can achieve such remarkable feats with a single organism, one can only fathom the terrifying authority wielded by the creator of all. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Norton's mind, culminating in a brilliant idea. If every creature in this world were to consume a portion of my flesh, would I not be able to usurp divine authority and ascend to true godhood? Norton's somewhat dim, crimson eyes, though possessing a spark of inspiration, failed to illuminate his thoughts. He promptly dismissed his earlier contemplation. No, I am not adequately nourished. Images of the creatures that sought to hunt him in the forest surfaced in his mind. The singular function of his ability, aside from creating his genuine kin, was to relinquish resistance when faced with insurmountable foes, allowing them to consume him alive. With his remarkable regenerative capability, he might transform before they fully devoured him, causing his life essence to surpass that of his adversaries, thus turning the tide in his favor. My body is indeed cunning. Norton returned the coal to the ground and then stepped forth, departing the grand hall. The glaring sunlight enveloped his form, instilling a sensation akin to searing flames. Evolution had not endowed him with resilience against the sun or divine imagery. Rather, it had rendered his resistance increasingly feeble. This evolution signified a regression, affirming the conjectures swirling in his mind. He was not evolving, but metamorphosing from a mere corpse into a true vampire. Much like the gradual alteration of the coal's foundational code, Norton was also undergoing a transformation of his underlying essence. However, his code was bestowed upon him by God. As he felt the scorching rays of the sun, his thoughts spiraled into disarray, and an overwhelming sense of powerlessness washed over him. This world is profoundly steeped in despair. No creature can escape the judgment of God. Norton's heart, which had recently soared, now shrank once more. It is said that one who has not reached such heights perceives God as a frog in a well glimpses the sun and moon. Yet upon ascending to such a vantage point, even a fleeting glimpse of the divine becomes akin to a mayfly confronting the vast sky. Norton's apprehension and dread of God, having personally experienced the nature of hierarchy, surpassed even that of the Pope. Leno City had returned to tranquility. Under Norton's command, the vampires of Leno City industriously toiled, excavating earth within the church day and night to construct tunnels and reinforce the walls. Outside the church, the area was too vast for development. However, within the church, Norton resolved to erect a colossal vampire castle, utilizing towering and constricted walls to obstruct the sun's rays, thereby creating a primary sanctuary for vampires during daylight. Most importantly, when the church dispatched troops, this castle would facilitate combat for vampires even beneath the sun's gaze. By Norton's decree, none could defy. Blood servants were even summoned to assist as laborers capable of transporting soil during daylight. The construction of Leno City flourished, gradually revealing the silhouette of a true dark metropolis. Meanwhile, the grand conflict between the Papal States and the Bohemian Empire had officially commenced. In preparation for this war, the Papal States mobilized 8 provinces and 40 cities, summoning a total of 8,000 ecclesiastical knights to the battlefield, accompanied by 200,000 militiamen clad in light armor or chainmail. In contrast, the coalition of the Bohemian Empire sent forth over 1,000 lords, amassing a force of 800,000. However, a significant portion of this number consisted of logistical personnel, with true combatants accounting for no more than 30%. The great battle was finally set to commence. Chapter 102. The dawn of war. Though the Bohemian Empire boasted a large army, its various lords were far from united. The emperor of the Bohemian Empire had summoned them under the pretext of land and wealth. Yet, upon facing the Papal States in their initial encounter, the drawbacks of this self-serving coalition became apparent. In the face of the Papal States' formidable 200,000 soldiers, not a single member of the Bohemian Empire or its allied forces dared to engage in battle. It was indeed laughable. Who could stand against the Papal States' 200,000 troops and 8,000 knights? The notion of us leading the charge was absurd. If we expend our forces now, how could we hope to partake in the spoils that follow? Lord Myers of the Bohemian Empire scoffed disdainfully, casting a sidelong glance at the heir apparent, Arian III, who sat regally in the highest seat. The Emperor, Arian II, could not personally attend the fray, thus sending his son as the royal representative. The fact that this nearly 1,000-year-old imperial lineage had only seen 2 generations of rulers raised questions that only the aging pope could elucidate. When the old pope first ascended to the throne, whether out of a desire to emulate the great Adam or simply to prove his worth, he instigated a great war, dispatching the Holy Inquisition to annihilate the royal families of the Bohemian Empire and its neighboring nations, instilling a century of fear that deterred any thoughts of rebellion. Thus, the royal members present today were either the newly ascended Arian III or his successor, the 4th of his line. There were no others of greater standing. Hearing Lord Myers's derisive huff, the surrounding lords quickly echoed his sentiments. Indeed, Lord Myers. Furthermore, the incessant disputes among the lords posed a pressing concern. Should our forces be depleted here, the ensuing adversaries would not be limited to the Papal States alone, but even the Arian dynasty might strike ruthlessly to seize our territories. The lesser lords were deemed unworthy to partake in such high-level discussions, though the king wielded no absolute power over them. The threat of military force compelled these minor lords to heed his words. However, the greater lords were not so easily swayed. Even before the war had begun, both sides had already succumbed to suspicion. Although the noblemen's conversations were hushed enough to escape the ears of Arian III, the whispers and expressions of disdain among the lords made it abundantly clear to him the prevailing sentiments in the room. The recent demise of the Holy Inquisition served as the underlying cause of the Bohemian Empire's precarious position. The majority of the military strength of the Boia Empire lies firmly in the hands of various lords. The king oversees the great lords, who in turn seek to encroach upon the smaller lords, while the smaller lords band together to resist the advances of the great lords, akin to nurturing a poisonous insect. This discordance renders their aspirations utterly misaligned with those of the royal court. Given that their thoughts cannot be harmonized, they are left with no choice but to be compelled into unity. Arian III wore an inscrutable expression, his elongated fingers gently drumming upon the armrest of his throne, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the assembled great lords below. Esteemed lords, as he spoke, the restless lords below appeared to pay him little heed. continuing their clamor unabated. Unfazed by their reaction, Arian III raised his voice, declaring, "I am aware that you hold diverse opinions and numerous concerns. However, with the recent annihilation of the Holy Inquisition of the Papal State, we find ourselves presented with an unparalleled opportunity. For millennia, the Papal State has dispatched the Holy Inquisition to suppress us, ruthlessly slaughtering the royal families and nobility of various nations, exhibiting a barbarity that disrespects the royal authority. Now, at long last, we perceive a chance to uproot this Papal State. This is indeed our collective fortune. Thus, it is imperative that we unite our efforts to vanquish the Pope, to eradicate the sacred teachings, and to decisively sever the metaphorical blade that hangs over our necks. This moment is a divine favor, and I shall not permit anyone to display cowardice or undermine the morale of our forces during this campaign. Therefore, I must ask for your forbearance. Let us commence." Arian III's words, resplendent and regal, resonated with the gravitas of a sovereign. Yet, scarcely had he uttered his final command when a military tent was violently torn open, and a throng of armored axemen surged into the encampment. Beyond them, a perimeter of crossbowmen had formed, their keen eyes trained menacingly on those within the tent. In an instant, chaos erupted inside the tent, as the great lords found themselves in a state of panic. "Arian III, you are making enemies of the lords," Lord Mers exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. Just as he prepared to voice a retort, an axe handle struck brutally against his forehead, silencing his words. Arian III rose from his throne, his countenance impassive as he regarded the lords now held in the grip of the axemen. With a cold snort, he remarked, "It is common knowledge that this is the opportune moment for all our kingdoms to put an end to the church. Yet, you wretched fools remain mired in suspicion and confusion, exhibiting a profound folly. Since you refuse to cooperate or unify, I shall take it upon myself to forcibly amalgamate you. Take them away." Arian III's gaze darkened as he watched the great lords being escorted out one by the axemen, their voices filled with curses. His expression remained steadfast, for this war indeed represented the finest opportunity to eradicate the Papal State, while simultaneously depleting the strength of these great and small lords. The feudal system of the Bohemian Empire under Arian III has long been a source of discontent. The local lords engage in incessant scheming against one another, depleting the nation's resources and displaying blatant disobedience. In light of this, why not seize the opportunity presented by the war to penetrate the Papal States, dismantle the power of these lords, and transform the entire Bohemian Empire, thereby heralding a new dawn of rebirth? With the consolidation of power within the Bohemian Empire, this grand conflict commenced in earnest, although the Church deployed 8,000 knights to bolster its ranks. This did not imply that the opposing side was devoid of heavily armored cavalry. In a situation where both factions were evenly matched, the brutality of the war was palpable. In a mere fortnight, the Bohemian Empire's forces mobilized to confront the onslaught of the Papal States. This era lacked stirrups and horseshoes, and there was little awareness of the need to train war horses, resulting in the absence of cavalry units. Both sides consisted solely of infantry, equipped at most with rudimentary siege hammers or catapults. Had the internal situation within the Bohemian army remained unstable, it would likely have resorted to a strategy of retreat and minor skirmishes. However, with a unified resolve, the conflict rapidly escalated into a fervent struggle. Within 3 short months, casualties on both sides reached staggering numbers, with corpses strewn across the battlefield, and the northern winds carried a heavy scent of blood. The Papal States, as a theocratic entity, differed fundamentally from the Bohemian Empire. Its populace exhibited little fear of death, particularly among the lower-ranking soldiers engaged in the conflict. In their faith, they believed in the existence of God and the promise of heaven. Under the Church's indoctrination, they perceived death not as an end, but as a glorious ascent to heaven for battling on behalf of the Church and God. This belief rendered the papal army fearless, willing to exchange wounds for wounds and lives for lives, exhibiting a fervor bordering on madness. In stark contrast, the soldiers of the Bohemian Empire quaked in fear under such savage onslaughts, and during the most dire moments, they struggled to maintain formation even under Arian III's command. Reluctantly, the Bohemian Empire was compelled to alter its offensive strategy, resorting to small-scale harassment and guerrilla tactics, such as bypassing the main force to strike at supply lines, in an attempt to mitigate the frequency of combat. At times, they even issued ceasefire requests to the Papal States under the pretense of allowing both sides to regroup temporarily. Despite the Bohemian Empire's struggles on the battlefield, its domestic sentiment soared. Some chroniclers, with quills in hand, proclaimed, under the strategic guidance of Arian III, commanding a 1,000,000-strong army, victories were assured, and sieges were unchallenged. Within 3 months, 15 cities fell, instilling fear in the heart of the Papal Empire, which incessantly dispatched envoys seeking peace. Chapter 103. A thorny dilemma, directly sold, regardless of whether it was the Pope or Arian III. The thoughts of these high-ranking individuals seldom brushed against the plight of the commoners. The loss of life appeared inconsequential to them, and even Adam, the monarch, seemed to desire an increase in casualties. In comparison, Norton exhibited a remarkable degree of humanity. After 3 months of construction, the towering city walls have barely been erected, while the escape tunnels have nearly been completed. In order to ensure that the workers do not succumb to exhaustion, Lord Norton, not a vampire himself, not only provides them with rations, but also allows them 3 days of rest each month to maintain their health. Even the numerous beautiful girls who have become his blood slaves have been spared from labor, being well-fed and cared for, existing solely for Norton's blood needs. Moreover, the Church has adopted a system of exchange for blood donations. A designated vampire window has been established where the citizens of Lino City can donate blood in exchange for a fixed amount of food compensation. How could such humane practices possibly arise in this age? Thus, despite the Church being evidently a den of blood-drinking vampires, the people of Lino City not only harbor no fear or resistance, but instead fervently rally around it. A statue of Abraham has even been erected, affectionately dubbed the Bloodthirsty Duke. When everyone lives in dire straits, even a pit of mud replacing the flames beneath them would attract countless followers. Such is the situation of the Church in Lino City. If this trend continues, then I, Norton, shall become the sovereign of the world. Standing atop the cathedral-esque dome, Norton gazes over the entirety of Lino City. The lofty perspective, combined with 3 years of living among the elite, has instilled in him a sense of ambition. However, this is still far from reality. The Church's looming crisis has yet to be eradicated, and there remains the possibility of his downfall. Yet, if given more time to develop, he is certain he can overturn the Church. Just as these thoughts settled in Norton's mind, his gaze caught a flicker of movement amidst the dense forest beyond Lino City. A flock of small black birds erupted from the trees, seemingly startled by some disturbance. Norton focused his eyes, scrutinizing the commotion in the distance. In his sharpened vision, he discerned golden figures surging forth from the thick foliage, racing towards Lino City with relentless speed. Norton's expression changed dramatically. Holy Knights? The terror was palpable on Norton's wrinkled visage, marking the first time since his transformation into this grotesque form that such an exaggerated expression could emerge. Indeed, waves of knights clad in golden armor, resembling the Holy Judgment Corps he had witnessed previously in Lino City, were swiftly emerging from the woods. Given their numbers and scale, it was indistinguishable from the last sighting of the Holy Judgment Corps. How could it be that the Holy Judgment Corps had been utterly annihilated, a fact well known to all? How could they possibly reappear here? Norton's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice rising to a sharp pitch from shock. Moreover, what instilled in him an even greater sense of dread was the fact that his magnetic field, which enveloped the entirety of Lino City and beyond, failed to detect the imminent arrival of the Holy Judicators. It was as if these sacred knights were entirely imperceptible within his magnetic domain, a notion that defied comprehension. Norton could effectively sense any being of the same rank as himself, or even those of a lower echelon, be they humans or lesser bats, or the despicable vampires. The only reason he could not perceive the Holy Knights must be that their rank surpassed his. But how could that possibly be? Yet this undeniably confirmed that these golden-armored knights were indeed the Holy Judicators. Abraham, Abraham, summon all the vampires in the city. The Holy Judicators have arrived. Damn it, the Church and the Holy Judicators. Abraham, ascend the drawbridge and lure these holy knights into the moat. Norton bellowed, calling out Abraham's name. However, he himself remained motionless atop the dome, his gaze fixed intently upon the approaching holy judicators. Norton had resolved that as long as the vampires of Leno City could not withstand the onslaught of the holy judicators, and if the moat did not drown these sacred knights, he would turn and flee through the underground passage. The church was exceedingly cunning. They claimed to possess only 500 holy knights, yet they concealed their true strength. The church, damn them, had no regard for human life. If the Boya Empire were to learn of this, what folly would it be to continue their war? Norton's countenance darkened. He had just proclaimed that with a little more time, he would not fear the church, yet he could not fathom their capacity for subterfuge. They had managed to keep 500 church knights hidden for all these years. No, it might not be merely 500. Who could say if the same batch of holy knights was deployed each time? The more Norton pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Furthermore, the newly appointed Pope Adam demonstrated remarkable audacity, dispatching the holy judicators as his first act after learning of Leno City. It was indeed a sledgehammer approach. He left Norton no avenue for escape. It was said that one should deal with the weak before the strong, yet this was not how one followed the narrative. Accompanied by a resounding rumble, the drawbridge outside Leno City was slowly raised. Thankfully, Norton had excavated a moat over the past 2 years. Otherwise, he would have been ensnared like a fish in a barrel under the blockade of the 500 holy knights. However, this turned out well. He would surely revel in the impending chaos. As he contemplated his surefire methods for dealing with the holy knights, the tension within Norton dissipated entirely. The thought of 500 holy knights plummeting into the moat like dumplings, drowning, filled him with elation, bringing a smile to his face. Just as he reached the zenith of his joy, the panicked voice of Father Abraham echoed from below. "This is not good, Your Grace. These are the exalted paladins of sanctity. They have nearly completely lost their vitality, impervious to drowning." Norton's smile suddenly froze. In the next moment, his tall figure leaped down from the 20-meter-high dome. Even from such a height, his landing was both light and graceful. Upon touching the ground, Norton swiftly seized a lump of coal lying at the entrance of the hall like a dog and dashed towards the recently excavated escape tunnel without a glance back. A swarm of bats screeched as they flew down from the cathedral's roof, trailing behind Norton like a dark cloud. "Excellent, Abraham. You are now the true progenitor of the bloodline." Chapter 104. Flee, like a coward. "No, my Lord Norton, I cannot bear to part with you. I wish to serve by your side for eternity." Father Abraham grew frantic, his formidable bloodline power surging through him, propelling him towards Norton like a cannonball. His face contorted with anxiety. Yet, no matter how powerful, he was still but a vampire, a creation of Norton's mutated genes. Thus, no matter how he ran, he could not catch up with Norton's hasty retreat. Without looking back, Norton plunged into the tunnel and then turned to block the entrance with a massive stone he had found outside the city, specifically to seal the door. Norton could easily move this boulder, but Father Abraham could not. Bang! Father Abraham, following closely behind, was unable to halt his momentum and crashed directly into the stone barricade. "Alas, my lord!" Dazed and disoriented, Father Abraham scrambled to his feet and futilely clawed at the enormous boulder, weeping bitterly. My lord!" Father Abraham sobbed as he clung to the stone blocking the escape route, his tears flowing freely. Norton had always feared becoming a second deity, apprehensive that he might be betrayed by the very new vampires he had created. Yet, when true danger arose, he was the first to abandon ship. As Father Abraham wept inconsolably, the sound of the massive stone shifting echoed once more. With a sharp crack, a gap appeared in the boulder, and a pale, withered arm reached out from within, seizing the sorrowful Father Abraham and pulling him inside. "Abraham, you are far too slow." Norton's towering figure stood within the newly constructed tunnel, having to slightly bend down. His dim, crimson eyes fixated on Father Abraham, and he released a grip on his arm. Norton's intent was not born of laziness, but rather his unfamiliarity with the path. Wishing for Father Abraham to lead the way, his tone was imbued with concern, yet his expression bore no trace of compassion, only a lingering reluctance toward a life of dependency. In truth, he had merely run a considerable distance earlier, only to return once more. He even cunningly twisted his words, portraying the betrayal of his progenitor, Norton, toward Abraham as a fault of Abraham's own inability to keep pace. Such craftiness! He shifted the blame entirely onto Father Abraham, suggesting that Norton had indeed matured over the years, his heart growing darker. As fellow vampires, how could Father Abraham possibly fail to hear Norton's voice fading into the distance? Yet confronted with Norton's feigned concern, he could only kneel in heartfelt emotion, shedding tears of gratitude while extolling the mercy of his progenitor. Your grace. It is truly the fault of this old servant, frail with age and unable to run swiftly. Notably, the new breed of vampires was indeed transformed according to Norton's vision. For instance, in his mind, the vampire species would forever retain the appearance they possessed at the moment of transformation, never regaining youth or beauty. This aligns with the common conventions of vampire lore. Otherwise, the existence of vampire children and elders would be inexplicable. Thus, although Father Abraham had transformed into a powerful vampire, he had not regained the visage of his youth. Alas, for wretches like you, a rigid form is only to be expected. Norton graciously pardoned Father Abraham's transgression and proceeded to say, "Since you, old hound, are somewhat hindered, remaining in this city of Lino would render you a burden. Come, accompany me instead. Oh, your grace, your kindness is like the winter sun, warming the heart and stirring the soul, and I am truly moved to tears. This way, your grace." Father Abraham wept profusely, feigning a dignified demeanor. Yet, when the notion of departure was mentioned, both vampires raced ahead with remarkable speed. The coal he held was nearly jostled from his grasp. Other bats trailed through the sky. This papal state is indeed insular, sinful, and ignorant. An unsuitable realm for my bloodline to thrive. The upper echelons are muddled in confusion, while the lower classes are steeped in ignorance and filth. Such a nation is destined to crumble. It would be wise for us, sovereign and subject alike, to seek refuge in a more suitable haven, devoting ourselves to survival and the flourishing of my bloodline, awaiting the opportunity to overthrow the church. Norton's words were grandiose. Even as he bent slightly and slowed his pace, his speed remained such that Father Abraham struggled to keep up. Listening to Norton's rhetoric, Father Abraham took a deep breath and replied earnestly, "Your grace speaks truly. The empire of Boya stands on the brink of war with the papal state, and it is highly likely that the holy knights will be dispatched once more to massacre its royal kin. Therefore, I believe it unwise for us to venture into the empire of Boya. We should consider retreating to smaller neighboring nations for the time being." Excellent. Norton expressed his satisfaction with Father Abraham's proposal. Although he was only familiar with the general layout of the map, over the years, he had gained some understanding of the continent. The southern continent consists of only the empire of Boya and the papal state as the two most formidable nations. While there are a good number of smaller countries, over a dozen, which combined occupy scarcely half the size of the papal state, most of which are barren lands. Further north lies a vast plateau, a wilderness extending over 100,000 miles of desolate Gobi. It is said that even in this barren expanse, there exist tribes of people, albeit with appearances distinct from those of the southern continent. The papal states and the Boya Empire have not lacked in attempts to explore this region over the years. However, the vast distances combined with the multitude of monsters render their efforts futile, as each expedition fails to reach its destination and returns empty-handed. Consequently, exploration has ceased over time. The only noteworthy information gleaned is the abundance of monsters that defy human reach. According to Norton's estimations, this land bears a striking resemblance to the Central European state of Earth in a previous life. Further north, one might encounter plains and mountains, as well as individuals of both yellow and black ethnicities. Yet, the presence of numerous monsters complicates long-distance travel in this distant medieval era, hindering the flow of information. As for traversing the oceans, they too are fraught with peril, teeming with monsters. The desk of the old pope is crafted from the bones of the deep-sea leviathan, Indon, underscoring the dangers of maritime navigation. Humanity's dominion over the continent is attributable to its ability to forge weapons and armor, allowing for organized military campaigns that secure safe havens. Nevertheless, long-distance trade remains perilous, even along the so-called official roads, which are not exempt from monster attacks. Had Norton lacked the ability to exert pressure, he would not have ventured far, likely confining himself to the vicinity of Lino City, as the area surrounding the city is significantly safer than the dense jungles. Monsters and wild beasts in the vicinity are systematically driven away or exterminated to cultivate a secure environment, a common practice in ancient times. However, now endowed with the ability to exert pressure and possessing a vast perceptive range, Norton can undertake long-distance journeys. Chapter 105. Family. We have found a new abode. The conflict between the Papal States and the Boya Empire's coalition persisted for a full 5 years. The term war can scarcely be applied beyond the initial 3 months of genuine clashes and bloodshed. After this period of intense confrontation, Arian III deliberately slowed the pace of war, transforming large-scale warfare into a protracted series of minor skirmishes characterized by attrition and harassment. Most engagements involved small contingents from the Boya Empire launching incursions against the forces of the Papal States, each side suffering hundreds of casualties before retreating to regroup for future encounters. Arian III's strategy was born of necessity. The Boya Empire had received alarming reports indicating that the Papal States still harbored a substantial number of holy knights, which rendered him reluctant to invade their territory. The morale of his army had already suffered greatly during the first 3 months of combat, making it challenging to mount an effective resistance. Even if he were to rally his forces, it was clear that confronting the fanatical soldiers of the Papal States would likely end in defeat. To preserve the dwindling morale of his troops, he resorted to small-scale engagements, prolonging the conflict while maintaining the frequency of warfare to sustain their fighting spirit. The existence of the Holy Knights has effectively stifled the ambitions of Arian III for large-scale conquests, while the unyielding advance of the Papal States has obstructed any retreat he might contemplate. Were the Papal States to entertain even the slightest notion of territorial expansion, his strategy would undoubtedly falter, for if they do not launch an assault, then the Papal States surely will. Yet, paradoxically, the Papal States show no inclination towards aggression. What His Majesty Adam desires is to exhaust the resources of all nations, including the Papal States, thereby plunging them into a state of weakness, allowing them to develop peacefully for decades or even centuries. Thus, in the face of Arian III's war tactics, the Papal States not only refrained from launching a massive offensive, but rather engaged in a prolonged stalemate, engaging in mutual minor skirmishes. It must be acknowledged that His Majesty Adam's strategy is indeed well conceived. After 5 years of continuous attrition, while the Papal States and the Boyan Empire, with their substantial capacities, can endure, the smaller nations are suffering immensely. The 40,000 impoverished troops unleashed by the Papal States have wreaked havoc within their own borders, leading to chaos and a significant downturn in economic development. The depletion of frontline forces and logistical resources has further crippled the royal treasury and the nation itself. Moreover, the deployment of various lords has substantially diminished domestic security, giving rise to a surge of reactionaries and bandits. After 5 years of fruitless conflict, these smaller nations find themselves in dire straits, suffering losses that will take them 2 or 3 decades to recover from. Not only the common people endure hardship, but even the noble lords are in great distress. It is foreseeable that once this war concludes, the entire southern continent will descend into a period of silence. Additionally, the city of Lino has once again been reclaimed by the Papal States. On that day, the Holy Knights slew countless vampires, yet, given that nearly 10,000 vampires were produced in Lino over the course of 3 years, it is impossible to have exterminated them all. Many took advantage of the chaos to flee, thus spreading into the Papal States. The two principal masterminds behind this debacle, the unclean demons, Norton and Abraham, managed to escape, leaving no trace of their whereabouts to this day. Ultimately, His Majesty Adam's campaign against evil has yielded mediocre results, failing to eradicate the masterminds. While the vampire stronghold of Lino was decisively dismantled, the inability to annihilate the vampires has instead allowed their numbers to proliferate within the Papal States, creating a multitude of hidden dangers. The escape of numerous vampires from Lino has led to a rising tide of incidents where humans are hunted to death by vampires within the Papal States. These new breed of vampires, primarily third generation, bear an appearance nearly indistinguishable from humans, making it easier for them to blend into urban environments, causing great distress among the church leaders throughout the Papal States. Although the church has unveiled the vulnerabilities of these newfangled vampires, namely their fear of silver and images of the divine, there exist but a few affluent families possessing silver artifacts. This scarcity has emboldened the vampires, and even a handful of the escaped second-generation vampires have proliferated recklessly, seeking to augment their kind's dominion, thereby inflicting further harm upon the populace. As incidents of death and injury caused by vampires have escalated, a number of nobles and church officials have begun to issue bounty notices, with even entire villages pooling their resources to offer rewards for the slaying of these accursed creatures. Thus, a novel vocation has emerged within the Papal States, the vampire hunter. Though the city of Lino has been laid to waste, the ultimate outcome still aligns with Norton's expectations. Perhaps in a few decades, or even a century, all memory of the ancient vampires will vanish from the southern continent. When one speaks of vampires, they will only conjure images of those who fear silver, shun sunlight, and bear a resemblance to humans. In a small nation allied with the Boja Empire, known as Sesvia, the toll of 5 years of protracted warfare has left it nearly depleted. While the extent of the Papal States' losses remains uncertain, Sesvia has been all but exhausted. In a land governed by a feudal system, the king's revenues have dwindled to the point of near non-existence, reduced to mere personal wealth. With the years of conflict, not only has personal fortune been squandered, but the serfs have also suffered from egregious exploitation. Currently, the land is rife with banditry, and lords of varying ranks harbor mutual distrust, fearing that amidst the chaos, someone may seize the opportunity to usurp power and encroach upon lands and populace. Amidst this turmoil, only the border town of Maine, nestled near the mountain ridges, enjoys a semblance of peace. This tranquility does not stem from its peripheral status, but rather from the fact that the lord of this territory is a descendant of the former king of Sesvia. It is well known that the monarchs of the various realms surrounding the Papal States frequently change. This has been the case for nearly a millennium, leading to an odd custom. Upon the ascendance of a new king, it is customary for them to bestow titles of lordship upon the surviving heirs of the previous royal family. This gesture is intended to showcase their benevolence and provide a safeguard for their own lineage. Such an act has become an unspoken rule. However, being a member of the former royal family relegates these heirs to the status of lords over remote towns, stripped of any central power. Aside from occasional banquets, they seldom return to the royal city. The lord of the border town, Maine, is none other than a scion of the former Sesvian royal lineage. The currently 12-year-old Elizabeth I, also known as Queen Elizabeth. From this, one might deduce the average longevity of their royal line. In truth, the rightful inheritor of the royal title should be Elizabeth I's elder brother, Edward VI. However, her brother, Edward VI, met an untimely and inexplicable demise upon reaching adulthood, thereby bequeathing the title to her, which signified that she was the last remaining member of the once illustrious royal lineage. At the tender age of 12, Elizabeth I found herself dwelling alone in a dilapidated castle on the outskirts of the Isle of Man, striving to uphold the dwindling dignity of the former monarchy. With only 10 knights sworn to protect her life, the Bohemian Empire and the Papal States were embroiled in bloody conflicts. Yet the Isle of Man remained a bastion of tranquility. On yet another serene night, 2 beggars shrouded in tattered rags ambled slowly through the pitch-black wilderness. Chapter 106. Where's my Prince Charming? It has been noted that the disparity in opinions is considerable. However, this aligns closely with the truth. Adam is no fool. He would not continuously send experience to Norton in waves. Moreover, the narrative style of dispatching smaller foes only to face larger ones in succession is overly reminiscent of conventional fiction. True strength manifests in immediate, decisive action. This approach is indeed the least reflective of Adam's character. Additionally, following reader corrections, references to Elizabeth VI have been amended to Elizabeth I. Due to the presence of the Papal States, the royal houses and nobility of the southern continent undergo efficient transitions. Although many newly minted nobles or kings prefer to refurbish and inhabit well-preserved castles, there are those averse to dwelling in places previously occupied by others. Consequently, the southern continent is dotted with numerous castles, and even in this remote town, a relic of a bygone era remains. The ancient fortress, grim and in a state of disrepair, bears walls long neglected and showing signs of collapse. While Queen Elizabeth I resides within, she is far weaker than even the most modest of lords. Apart from the 10 knights and a handful of servants, the castle is devoid of personnel. This desolation only intensifies the fortress's eerie ambience, rendering it akin to a vampire's lair. Indeed, it may soon transform into a true abode of vampires. The luminous moonlight bathed the castle, bestowing an air of dread upon the lifeless stronghold. As midnight approached, Queen Elizabeth I, the former royal, remained sleepless. The rapid growth and development among Europeans, coupled with the medieval context, meant that both her psychological and physical maturation were well advanced. Though not plump, she had blossomed into a graceful young woman. A solitary candle flickered, casting faint light upon the vast, towering chambers of the ancient castle, rendering the shadows ambiguous and the distance a realm of darkness and decay. Moonlight streamed through the castle's windows, illuminating the furrowed brow of Elizabeth I, whose countenance bore the weight of her princess lineage. Life had not been kind to her, despite the new king's outward kindness. He maintained a vigilant guard against the former royal family. Even the circumstances surrounding her brother Edward VI's death were steeped in foreboding. Left alone, she, a mere lady of the court, could scarcely cling to life under the king's fleeting mercy. Yet even so, both the knights sworn to protect her and the servants attending to her had been corrupted by the king, becoming accomplices in her surveillance and effective soft imprisonment. Since the demise of her brother, she had found it increasingly difficult to step outside the ancient castle walls. Her existence had dwindled to a solitary purpose, to be paraded before the king on occasion, a testament to his supposed benevolence. The young maiden, ever yearning for love, particularly in her confinement, found solace in her fantasies. The primary reason that Elizabeth I had not succumbed to despair was the lengthy daydreams she indulged in. She envisioned a valiant prince upon a white steed, brandishing a gleaming sword, who would liberate her by vanquishing the king, thereby ascending the throne himself. In her fantasies, one day he would happen upon her, gazing out from the castle window, lost in thought. As she sat in the shadowy chamber of the castle, the moonlight bathed her youthful skin, illuminating her crystalline blue eyes, which glimmered with dreams of her ideal prince. "Your Majesty, you have not eaten for a month. You must take something." In the depths of the somber forest, two spectral figures, garbed as beggars, glided through the underbrush, moving as if the darkness posed no challenge. Father Abraham, attired in tattered garments of dubious origin, clutched a foul, oversized rat, directing it towards Norton. The vast expanse of the southern continent was so immense that it took 5 long years for Norton and Father Abraham to finally escape the confines of the papal territories. "I refuse to consume such wretched creatures. Their blood reeks with a foul stench. I crave the exquisite essence of a young maiden's blood," Norton exclaimed, swatting the rat from Father Abraham's grasp in indignation. "Do you have any idea how we, 2 vampires, have survived these past 2 months? Within the papal realm, you could at least ascertain our location through the cities, but once we ventured into the wilderness, we lost our way entirely." Initially, their journey was manageable, guided by instinct. Their plan was to reach the furthest, smallest kingdom from the papal domain, seeking to further the vampire lineage. However, as they pressed on, they found themselves amidst the frigid highland desert, where life was scarce. The few creatures that inhabited the desolate expanse, aside from the oversized rats, were foxes and jackals. Strangely, all these beings bore an unpleasant odor, and their blood carried a repugnant scent, leaving a vile taste reminiscent of fermented urine upon the tongue. Norton longed nostalgically for the fragrant, sweet blood of youthful maidens he had savored in Leno City. The rat, struck to the ground, emitted a pitiful squeak. Alas! Father Abraham sighed deeply, feeling utterly helpless. Throughout this arduous journey, Norton had been relentless in his demands, wanting this one day and that the next, constantly berating Abraham for his perceived shortcomings. It truly leaves Abraham in a state of helplessness, burdened with immense pressure. "My dear sovereign, have we both descended to the status of beggars, yet still demand such lofty expectations? You, Lord Norton, have nearly lost your ability to move due to prolonged abstinence from blood, running slower than even Abraham, yet you remain so finicky. In truth, Abraham has wronged Norton. The latter is quite astute, secretly hoarding for himself. After all, Norton is a perpetual being capable of entirely foregoing blood, his body forever in peak condition. The only consequence of his abstention is an inability to ascend further. How could he possibly be incapable of movement? Yet, the more one interacts with others, the more one must exercise caution. The new breed of vampire cannot endure lengthy periods without nourishment, and the 3 generations of vampires each present unique circumstances. The first generation lacks a heartbeat, but possesses blood. Extended fasting leads to gradual depletion of this vital liquid, which serves to lubricate their corporeal structure. Prolonged abstinence results in desiccation and diminished mobility, ultimately leading to a state of dormancy, accompanied by an escalating thirst for blood. The second generation suffers even more, perhaps due to the dilution of their mutated genes and the fact that their living transformations grants them a heartbeat and a circulatory system. With prolonged fasting, their hearts begin to falter and blood flow becomes obstructed, forcing them into dormancy even while blood remains within their bodies, rendering their hearts a significant vulnerability. As for the third generation, akin to the striking figures depicted in contemporary cinema, they are even more fragile. Their vitality is heightened, teetering on the edge of life itself. Damage to the heart, blood, or even the brain can have fatal consequences, and their dormancy is time-sensitive. Excessive duration leads to complete depletion of blood, and without the ability to passively consume external blood, they lose their vitality, ultimately becoming lifeless corpses. Thus, the third generation requires dedicated individuals to provide a waking service to prevent them from languishing in dormancy. This predicament can only be attributed to Norton, whose exposure to a plethora of videos in his previous life, especially the scene in Underworld where Elder Victor revives after a century, has fundamentally weakened the third generation of vampires. Chapter 107. They are far too cunning. Dormancy can be viewed as a self-preservation mechanism under conditions of nutritional deficiency for vampires, as they require the nourishment of blood to act and survive. However, Norton, as an old-world vampire, faces no such issues. He is a veritable eternal life. Yet, he aims to create the illusion for Abraham that he too would falter without blood for an extended period, thereby ensnaring his mind. This leads Abraham to believe that Norton is akin to these new vampires, ensuring that should he ever harbor malicious intentions, he will be inclined to follow the path Norton has subtly laid out for him. How exceedingly cunning! Norton, a man already burdened by suspicion, found his mistrust exacerbated after being deceived by the church, leading to a group of holy knights targeting him. This only intensified his paranoia, causing him to withhold any semblance of trust from Father Abraham. Father Abraham, feeling aggrieved, picked up the mouse that Norton had knocked to the ground and cradled it tenderly in his arms. "Your Majesty, do not consume what I consume." The mouse, now nearly the size of a large dog, emitted faint squeaks as it dangled from Norton's grasp. It too desires sustenance. Suddenly, Norton halted in his tracks, causing Father Abraham's expression to shift to one of heightened anxiety. Over the past 5 years of relentless pursuit, Norton had honed his keen senses to detect impending danger. Only once had he ventured out to hunt without Norton's guidance, encountering a grotesque bird resembling a human face, which nearly turned him into a mere snack. Consequently, any unusual behavior from Norton would send Abraham into a state of alarm. Yet, this time, Norton's visage bore no signs of tension. Instead, an unusual thrill and excitement radiated from his reddish-brown eyes, even causing the deep wrinkles of his face to contort into an expression of surprise. His parched lips parted slightly, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs. "Father Abraham, I perceive the scent of humanity. Ah, the fragrance of flesh intoxicates me. The rich blood drives me to madness." Ha 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 ha. Norton feigned a bloodthirsty desire, concealing the extent of his perceptive abilities. While Abraham was aware of Norton's imposing presence, he remained oblivious to his radar-like sensitivity. Norton manipulated his sense of smell and hearing to mislead Abraham. To emphasize his own insatiable thirst for blood, Norton erupted into maniacal laughter and dashed forward. As anticipated, Abraham fell for the ruse. Scent of humanity? Truly, the progenitor's senses surpass mine by leagues. However, it appears that his thirst for blood is far greater than my own. I do not exhibit such madness. Weaknesses are weaknesses. Even as a progenitor, one cannot completely eradicate the flaws inherent in their kind. Yet his demeanor still resembled that of the ancient vampires. Is he merely performing, or is this his true nature? If it is an act, the darkness lurking within this progenitor is truly chilling. But if it is genuine, the prolonged experience of living beneath humanity must be unbearable. A glimmer of clarity flickered in Abraham's eyes as he hurled the foul mouse to the ground. "I shall not partake either. Wait for me, your Majesty." A gentle breeze swept through, carrying a chill. The night grew deeper, casting an even more sinister pall over the ancient castle. As the toll of death increased, one becomes cold-blooded. Paranoia breeds a desire for bloodshed. 3 shadowy figures silently infiltrated the dilapidated castle under the cover of darkness. A faint sound of snoring reverberated through the chamber on the ground floor of the ancient castle, a room designated for the guards, housing 10 knights loyal to Elizabeth I. Once polished armor lay carelessly discarded at the bedside, remnants of a time long past when battle was a frequent occurrence. Years of peace had dulled the vigilance of these knights, leaving only 2 sentinels stationed by the door of Elizabeth's quarters throughout the night. The room was dimly lit, and 3 shadowy figures stealthily infiltrated the space. Norton's tall and slender form appeared almost spectral in the darkness, merely traversing the room. His eerie presence was enough to instill unease. To avoid disturbing the slumbering inhabitants of the castle with his imposing aura, Norton consciously suppressed it, enabling him to move undetected. The snoring knights lay sprawled across their beds, their taut skin revealing robust musculature and prominent veins, a sight that stirred an unsettling appetite. Abraham could no longer contain his hunger. He crawled closer and, with his elongated tongue, licked the pulsating carotid artery of one knight, delivering a paralyzing saliva that dulled the knight's sensory nerves. With ease, he sank his elongated fangs into the artery, severing it. A soft, gulping sound resonated amidst the cacophony of snoring, failing to arouse any suspicion. Like a coal ball, now grown to the size of a full-grown golden retriever, he could drain a human's blood in one sitting, yet he retained the stealthy, feeding mannerisms of a bat. In stark contrast to his companions, Norton exhibited a far more brutal demeanor, gazing at the sleeping knight before him, inhaling the alluring scent of blood wafting from his body. He extended his withered hand and grasped the knight's neck firmly. With a resounding crack, the knight lost all control without a sound. Norton's slender arm hoisted the knight effortlessly from the bed, and with a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth, he bit down and severed the head cleanly. Blood gushed forth from the knight's severed neck, and Norton enveloped the gaping wound with his mouth, absorbing even the droplets that splattered onto his skin, leaving not a trace wasted. The room filled with a sanguine aroma, and the vampiric feast unfolded silently in the stillness of the night. This was a long-awaited indulgence after days of abstinence from blood, where the fate of the prey mattered little. Chapter 108. Brutality, a roar, laced with fear and fury, shattered the quiet of the night, jolting the slumbering Elizabeth awake. What? With her brow furrowed in confusion, she struggled to grasp the significance of the knight's anguished cry that had just pierced the air. Yet, in the next moment, the door was violently thrust open. Bang! A blood-soaked knight clad in armor, his face a mask of terror, burst into the room, his wide, panic-stricken eyes locking onto Elizabeth, who was still half reclined on her bed. Yet to rise. Your Majesty, flee. It was not his unwavering loyalty that compelled him, but rather his duty assigned by the king to guard the queen. Should any misfortune befall her, his family would undoubtedly share in the dire consequences. As Elizabeth, recently awakened, remained in a state of bewilderment, she gazed upon the bloodied knight, his visage wrought with panic. A surge of fear gripped the young Elizabeth, yet intertwined with this fear was an inexplicable sense of anticipation. Could it be that the notion of a dashing prince had not yet fully formed in her mind when the chilling sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed at the doorway? With a sickening thrust, a pallid, withered hand penetrated the knight as chainmail at the neck, brutally impaling him. The blood-stained, desiccated hand reached forward, effortlessly penetrating the knight's cheek, as if it were but soft tofu, piercing through flesh and bone, causing one of his murky white eyes to pop from the visor of his helmet. Blood gushed from the knight's face and neck, but upon contact with the ghastly arm, it was swiftly absorbed, as though the very skin craved the crimson essence. Seated upon her bed, Queen Elizabeth's complexion turned ashen, her petite frame trembling uncontrollably as she cast a terrified glance towards the knight's rear. In her tear-filled gaze, a tall, eerie silhouette, exceeding 2 meters in height, silently emerged behind the mortally wounded knight. The slender figure exuded a bizarre beauty, its exposed skin pale and desiccated, reminiscent of an ancient corpse that had lain undisturbed for millennia. Now, The terrifying being's reddish-brown eyes were fixated upon her. Uh, uh, uh. In the face of such a gruesome spectacle and the horrifying creature, Elizabeth could no longer suppress her dread. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she screamed, her voice raw with terror. It was a calamity. The prince on the white horse had not arrived, but rather a ghastly specter had taken his place. As her cries filled the air, the creature's face betrayed a visible excitement. The purity and fragrance of a young maiden's blood were delights beyond compare. Norton gazed at the beautiful girl on the castle bed, who was now shrieking, inhaling the sweet aroma that emanated from her, his reddish-brown eyes narrowing in pleasure. To offer blood to her majesty was the highest honor. Surely, mere mortals should kneel and express their gratitude for such a divine favor. Just as Elizabeth was enveloped in terror, another creature, bearing large, rodent-like front teeth, appeared at the doorway, clad in tattered rags, its eyes an ominous crimson. The sheer horror of these two abominable beings nearly sent her into unconsciousness, leaving her on the brink of panic, trembling on her bed as fear enveloped her. In truth, should she truly relieve herself, it might indeed extinguish Norton's desire to consume. Observing Elizabeth, frail and trembling upon the bed, Norton advanced, his towering and grotesque figure instilling a sense of dread that made Elizabeth shudder. She clutched the blanket tightly, retreating further into its folds. "Oh, monstrous sir, I beseech you, do not devour me." Her exquisite beauty and porcelain skin, now streaked with tears, conveyed a peculiar charm. As one reaches adulthood, self-interest prevails, and thus, both men and women bear original sin. To slay is no loss. Such a delectable creature as you must surely be savored to appreciate the exquisite delight within. Norton grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs, further startling Elizabeth into a cacophony of cries. He then leaned down, seizing her delicate calf with his pallid, withered hand. "Ah, no, do not eat me." Her desperate wails echoed throughout the room as she thrashed about, her fair feet futilely struggling against his overpowering grip. Helplessly, she watched as he extended his razor-like claws, raking them across her tender skin. Pain coursed through Elizabeth's alabaster leg, and her cries became hoarse. Yet, the pristine flesh of her calf had already been breached by Norton's claws, crimson droplets oozing forth. Abraham, standing at the doorway, trembled, his eyes growing increasingly crimson. The scent of the girl's blood wafting through the air ignited his insatiable thirst for blood. Such youthful blood is a rare delicacy, yet alas, it is meant solely for his majesty, while he, Abraham, must content himself with coarse men or corpulent women, each bite yielding either sweat or greasy fat. Far from comparable. He felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. However, having just witnessed the primordial bloodsucker's brutal nature, it became apparent that he too suffered from an uncontrollable bloodlust, his behavior mirroring that of Abraham. This contemplation stirred a multitude of thoughts within him. If this progenitor were indeed the ancestor of the bloodline, could Abraham aspire to such greatness, to possess such formidable power? As Norton feasted upon the weeping Elizabeth, Abraham's gaze remained fixed upon Norton's back, observing the scene with contemplative intensity, though his expression betrayed nothing unusual. Norton, while draining Elizabeth's blood, did not savor its exquisite essence. He lacked any genuine thirst, perceiving the blood merely as sweet nectar. Sip when desired, abstain when not. Though he appeared to indulge in this nectar, he was in truth continuously monitoring Abraham's condition through the magnetic field. My paranoia grows ever more pronounced. The emperor is indeed not of this world. The singular cultivation of Abraham, a first-generation vampire, not only influences the propagation of the vampire lineage as a whole, but also draws his gaze towards me, the sole progenitor of a higher status. It appears that the time has come to foster other first-generation vampires, thereby instigating mutual checks and internal conflicts among them. However, the creation of additional first-generation vampires raises the specter of betrayal, akin to quenching thirst with poison or attempting to heal a wound by cutting flesh. Norton's trepidation extends beyond Abraham. He harbors concerns for any first-generation vampire. He perceives their relationships through the lens of the divine and the devil, akin to the dynamic between God and Kuba. Thus, even if the current first-generation vampire is not Abraham, his apprehension persists, manifesting as subtle tests. Much like an emperor continually gauges his ministers and subjects, for human hearts are inscrutable. The demise of Abraham would yield little tangible benefit. However, the influence of first-generation vampires far surpasses that of their second-generation counterparts, much like an emperor's reliance on a formidable general despite his reservations. Once Norton truly dismantles the church, the first to fall will undoubtedly be all first-generation vampires. Chapter 109. Norton and I, a ray of sunlight ultimately pierces the darkness, heralding the dawn. Although the sky gradually brightens, the ancient castle, situated in a somewhat secluded area and untouched by renovation, remains eerie. The dense and robust trees surrounding it allow only scant moments of sunlight to filter through in a day. This place is indeed a treasure trove of feng shui, at least for the vampire race. Norton's tall frame stands within Queen Elizabeth's chamber, gazing through the window towards the distant town of Man. The young Elizabeth, drained of her lifeblood, lies discarded like a lifeless dog at the edge of the bed, her disheveled hair sprawled across the bedding, teetering between life and death. The wound on her pale leg has ceased to bleed, yet the exposed flesh remains a gruesome sight. After all, she is a young maiden, the finest of delicacies. Norton would never consume her in one sitting. Those unfamiliar with the taste of fowl, old rats cannot comprehend Norton's current appreciation for sustenance. The path of sustainability resonates deeply within him. Perhaps this inclination is also tied to an intrinsic fear of scarcity deeply rooted in his nature. He desires to accumulate more of everything, lest he find it lacking when needed. Naturally, in the absence of enmity, he shies away from acts of unhinged madness, recognizing that a lack of boundaries in pursuit of instinct leads only to servitude to desire. When desire spirals beyond control, it marks the moment nearest to his own demise. After all, desire signifies weakness. Had God been devoid of desire, he would not have been ambushed by Kuba after indulging with the lamb deep into the night. Norton, of course, cannot afford such a mistake. His gaze lingers on the town of Man as he contemplates the future trajectory of his endeavors. The church's downfall is imperative. The threat posed by the holy knights looms large, and the sanctity of God inflicts great anguish upon him. Only by annihilating the church and concealing the truths of the ancient vampires can he, Norton, ensure that these relics of a bygone era fade into the annals of history, becoming relics of an independent existence. Meanwhile, the new breed of vampires has already flourished and gained renown within the Papal States, and it is certain that a century hence, they will supplant the old vampires, becoming the foremost symbol in the hearts of the people. Yet, this is merely insufficient. The church's governance and indoctrination methods are exceedingly sophisticated, and its means of maintaining balance are utterly ruthless. The world has stagnated for millennia due to the church's terrifying ability to uphold this equilibrium. If left unchecked, it shall remain impervious. Therefore, Norton must cultivate his own power, leveraging external forces to topple the church in one fell swoop. However, if vampires grow too powerful outside of the church, they will undoubtedly attract more scrutiny, leading to the emergence of vampire research institutions and hunters. Thus, after dismantling the church, he must also ensure the physical disappearance of the majority of vampires, rendering their kind akin to the forgotten jesters lurking in the shadows of cities, allowing the vampire image to linger in the minds of people without giving rise to any substantial anti-vampire factions. As for why Norton does not pursue a world ruled by vampires, treating humans as mere blood slaves for cultivation. The Papal States possess the capability to obliterate the Bohemian Empire. Yet, why does he refrain from doing so? The answer is simple. Without external threats, internal strife would intensify, and the bishops would become increasingly frantic in their quest for power. In such a frenzied struggle, the church's fragmentation is a minor concern. The real crisis would be if some fool were to discover the divine relics. Without the threat of humanity, whom would these vampires turn their gaze upon? Undoubtedly, it would be directed at him, the progenitor Norton. Thus, dominion is not a blessing. Oblivion is the true path to freedom. Hence, Norton has already discerned the direction of his future. Abraham. Norton gazed into the distance, opening his fearsome and grotesque mouth to call out, "Your Grace." In response to Norton's summons, Abraham appeared at the door, bowing deeply in utmost respect. "I wish to establish a new blood kingdom, to develop and strengthen my bloodline's power, and to revive the glory of Lino City. Therefore, I require you to convert the entire populace of man into subjects of my blood kingdom." Norton's expression was solemn, and with his words, an aura of boundless ambition seemed to emanate from him. "Your Grace's grand aspirations are indeed a source of glory for our bloodline," Abraham extolled, his praise ceaseless. Yet he found it perplexing that the progenitor Norton appeared oblivious to his accolades, from the time of Lino City until now. It had been 7 or 8 years of flattery, yet there was not a trace of pride or self-satisfaction to be found. This left him feeling even more astonished. The thoughts of the progenitor are as profound as an abyss, truly unfathomable and beyond measure. "Indeed, the beautiful maidens of mine town are all mine. I demand their return, and you are forbidden to indulge. It appears the depths of this matter are not as profound as I had feared." Abraham hastily bowed his head in compliance, feeling an involuntary sigh of relief escape his lips. Yet soon after, an even greater trepidation enveloped him. The ease with which his ancestor's demeanor shifted spoke volumes of the profound intellect that far surpassed his own. The thoughts of the patriarch were indeed chilling. Abraham lingered for a moment, noting that his forebear remained silent, indicating there were no further instructions to impart. He then turned to leave the room, retreating to his quarters for rest. It is true that it was daylight. How could a vampire, who harbors a dread of sunlight, venture outside? Norton lifted his gaze to the sky, then closed the door behind him, carelessly casting Elizabeth's body to the floor before reclining on the bed to rest. It had been ages since he had lain on a bed, evoking memories of days when he took flight. His towering frame, exceeding 2 meters, sprawled across Elizabeth's bed, his legs protruding awkwardly, lending a comical and bizarre aspect to his appearance. "Abraham, my lord, I am here." The moment Abraham settled onto the bed, preparing for slumber, he was jolted awake, racing back upstairs. However, upon seeing Norton's door firmly shut, he halted, daring only to stand outside, awaiting Norton's command. "Bring me a coffin." "Fool, do you not understand my words?" Norton's voice echoed, laced with impatience. Hearing that tone, Abraham inhaled deeply. "Do not succumb to anger. Illness serves no one. One must simply adapt." "Yes, my lord," he replied, gritting his teeth, feeling as though his molars might shatter from the strain. It seemed that the esteemed Norton had become increasingly difficult to please. Chapter 110. Norton's methods of mental confinement. A solitary beam of sunlight graced the castle's rooftop, surrounded by dense foliage, yet only managing to illuminate this particular spot. A faint glow touched Elizabeth's face, prompting her to squint her sapphire-like eyes. The wound on her leg continued to throb painfully, the excessive blood loss inducing a sense of numbness throughout her body, leaving her curled up in this dim chamber, devoid of strength to move. Glistening tears traced down Elizabeth's cheeks, her current dread surging like a tide, relentlessly crashing against her heart. Any sound from the outside world sent tremors through her delicate form, causing fresh tears to well in her flushed eyes. She was utterly terrified. That tall, slender figure, with pallid, creased skin, embodied an unsettling blend of grotesqueness and beauty, intertwining elegance with decay. This humanoid apparition had become her greatest nightmare, compelling her to envision that pale creature lurking in the shadows, poised to pierce her neck and drain her lifeblood at any moment. Although nominally imprisoned by the king, she remains a sheltered individual, untouched by the harsh realities of life. The most significant event she has endured is the mysterious demise of her brother. Thus, Elizabeth, at her core, resembles a naive young maiden, her outlook limited and her spirit fragile. Yet, as a queen, a certain pride inherent to the aristocracy sustains her, preventing her from succumbing entirely to despair. Ever since the 2 monstrous beings assaulted the castle last night, she has fainted, initially believing her fate to be sealed. To her astonishment, she has miraculously survived. The pale creature seems not intent on her demise, although confined within this dilapidated chamber. Her plight is far more favorable than that of the knights. This realization ignites within her a flicker of courage to seek survival. As for the means of survival, the pale creature evidently sustains itself through blood, and her captivity likely positions her as a slave for blood extraction. If she presents herself as compliant, will the creature refrain from taking her life? Tears well in Elizabeth's eyes as she gazes upon the ghastly wound marring her delicate leg, the pain overwhelming her resolve, and tears cascade down her cheeks. Yet, she yearns to live, for her mother had once implored her to cherish life. With the command of the progenitor Norton issued, Abraham, the old servant, must hurriedly attend to the myriad tasks assigned to him. This underscores the significance of individuals like he shunned, despite Norton's persistent skepticism towards Abraham. It must be acknowledged that he executes his duties with remarkable proficiency. In the span of merely 2 months, the town of Manx is transformed into a haven for vampires. The elderly, the ants, and even the unattractive have all been converted into third-generation vampires. The middle-aged have become second-generation vampires, while the youth are kept as blood slaves. Norton's choices are straightforward. The elderly and the frail, with their unpalatable blood and limited quantity, serve no purpose other than to become eternal, tireless slaves. The middle-aged, strong and knowledgeable yet not yet cunning, are easier to control due to their familial responsibilities. Thus they are transformed into second-generation vampires, allowing Norton to exert control through their families. The youth are retained as blood slaves, to be consumed and bred by these vampires. Moreover, Norton offers them a highly enticing proposition. Their young offspring, after serving 10 years as blood slaves, may be transformed into vampires, achieving a leap in status and securing the immortality of their lineage. Consequently, these second-generation vampires, regardless of their motivations, are relatively easy to manipulate. Furthermore, since the blood slaves are their own progeny, they cannot recklessly endanger their food supply, thus enabling a sustainable model. It must be said, this method of control is exceptionally cunning. Norton Castle. Indeed, the once Eerie fortress has now been rechristened as Norton Castle. The dilapidated structure remains untouched by renovations. For its progenitor, Norton believes that such a decrepit atmosphere is more befitting of a vampire's abode. Within the castle's subterranean chamber lies a vividly crimson coffin, harmonizing with the stone walls and the surrounding antiquated ambience, evoking an authentic sensation of a vampire's lair. Beside Norton's coffin sits a figure as towering as a man, resembling a coal ball, motionless as if carved from stone. Its form has matured, with arms fully detached from wings, elongated and robust. Its hind legs have transformed from the curved claws of a bat to joints akin to those of a human. The creature's fur has entirely shed, and though its visage retains hints of its bat-like ancestry, it now exudes a more menacing and horrific aspect. One might assert that aside from not having turned to stone, its appearance has remarkably aligned with Norton's envisioned gargoyle. Yet, Norton perceives that its development is not entirely complete, as his understanding and control over it have yet to reach perfection, leaving room for further advancement. A creaking sound accompanies the turning of the wooden axle, producing a disquieting echo. The crimson coffin gradually opens, and a towering figure arises, reminiscent of a zombie, standing upright with arms folded at its shoulders, embodying the quintessential posture of a vampire awakening. As the progenitor of the bloodline, Norton feels compelled to establish royal customs for the vampire species. This iconic posture of rising from a coffin is precisely the spectacle he wishes to present. Just as human nobility possess their own sophisticated etiquette, so too must the vampire clan cultivate its aristocratic demeanor. Otherwise, what would be the point of their transformation? Under Norton's exemplary guidance, this assembly of vampires has been successfully led astray. With Abraham at the forefront, each has fashioned for themselves a wooden coffin, emulating their esteemed progenitor and reflecting the nobility of their kind. However, this practice is not merely whimsical. It serves as a subtle means to confine the thoughts and evolution of these vampires. Why such a notion? It is simple. In contemporary society, when one mentions vampires or the portrayals of vampires in film, the prevailing images are often those of sleeping in coffins, blood-sucking, and emerging only at night, often depicted with exquisite features and graceful manners, embodying a noble appearance. These impressions of vampires represent a form of cognitive confinement. Why must vampires conform to such stereotypes? Is this not a state shaped by the collective perception of society? What Norton is currently undertaking is the subtle manipulation of these vampires' thoughts through behavior, steering them away from their current impulses and desires toward a gradually rigid state, ensnaring them in custom and depriving them of alternative paths of thought. To speak more plainly, Norton is currently cultivating a Confucian ideology belonging to the vampire race, subtly brainwashing them. I am the progenitor, and all bloodlines should naturally submit to my will. However, the methods of the church are effective only on infants raised from a young age, and do not apply to adults whose thoughts have already matured. Excessive pressure will not instill a sense of obedience. Rather, it may provoke rebellious sentiments in those with defiant spirits. After all, I'm a prime example of this. Therefore, I must employ more subtle means to control their thoughts, brainwashing them without their awareness, binding their minds so that they will spontaneously resonate with my ideology without the need for coercion. Chapter 111. This skeleton soldier is truly wicked. The sky had brightened considerably, and all vampires had entered a state of slumber to evade the sun's onslaught. Yet Norton, the progenitor of this bloodline, did not retreat to his coffin. Instead, he stood at the highest point of the ancient castle, exposed to the scorching sunlight, bathing in its fierce rays. The burning sensation upon Norton's skin was far more intense than when he had first become a second-tier vampire, akin to being roasted by a raging fire, almost unbearable. However, the sun's searing touch would restore his skin in the next moment, rendering sunlight ineffective in causing him any substantial harm. My body's peculiar nature is exceedingly unique. My lack of fear towards sunlight serves as a potent weapon against vampire treachery. It is clear that the time has come to develop a new generation of vampires. As Norton basked in the sun's intensity, he felt an unbearable itch on his back. He retreated to the second floor of the castle, taking his place upon his throne. Indeed, this throne was as necessary to him as a coffin. Despite its uncomfortable hardness, the skeleton soldier insisted upon it, claiming it to signify his exalted status. Norton's towering figure seated upon the throne, with his pale skin contrasting against his slender, lofty form, appeared extraordinarily bizarre. The overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from his tall stature made Elizabeth, who stood timidly at the doorway, tremble with fear. During this time, the performance of Her Majesty the Queen had been commendable. When Norton first imprisoned her, she did not cry or scream, but rather approached him obediently, extending her wrist for him to feed upon. Such fear, yet the ability to endure, indicated her determination to prove her worth. Her capacity to assess the dire situation and make the most prudent choice in a moment of crisis, though her mind is not yet fully matured, reveals significant potential for development. A person of such shrewdness and courage is undoubtedly the type of intelligent individual that Norton finds most formidable. However, only such clever individuals can stand in equal measure against the astute Abraham. Observing her trembling with fear, yet striving to endure, Norton recognized his next candidate for the new generation of vampires. As for Norton, since he harbors a fear of the intelligent, why not eliminate Abraham and select someone less astute? The answer is quite simple. Clever individuals will always remain clever. They comprehend the current circumstances, recognize their positions, and understand the situation at hand. Until Norton reveals his vulnerabilities, and until he possesses an assured victory, these astute individuals will remain his most loyal subordinates, unwilling to recklessly betray him. However, the same cannot be said for fools. The thoughts of such individuals, often devoid of reason, are unpredictable. They could easily be swayed. And managing a fool proves far more arduous than controlling a wise person. Yet, the transformation cannot occur at present. Norton has resolved to temper her spirit for a few more years, etching his terrifying image deeply into her psyche before converting her into a vampire of his lineage. Years of accumulated fear will undoubtedly render this clever girl easier to control. Observing the pale figure seated regally upon the towering throne, feeling the weight of his reddish-brown gaze upon her, Elizabeth instinctively clenched her slightly trembling, fair legs, her entire body quaking with trepidation. Despite having encountered this so-called progenitor on numerous occasions, each meeting reignites an uncontrollable fear within her. His pale, slender form exudes an uncanny aura, evoking the deepest sense of dread. Each time he feasts upon her blood marks what Elizabeth considers her darkest moments. The progenitor's skin is pliable and cold. The sensation of his touch while he drains her blood sends shivers down her spine, reminiscent of a cold-blooded creature's icy, slick contact against her flesh. The inhabitants of Mantown have been transformed into vampires, and the progenitor has promised that other untransformed youths will also be granted the chance for transformation after a decade of blood tribute. liberating them from the identity of blood slaves. Yet, Elizabeth remains the only one without any promise from him. The sensation of being the sole exception amidst the collective only deepens her anxiety. She fears she will continue as a mere blood slave until her untimely demise. Thus, she strives to present herself favorably, hoping to leave a positive impression in the progenitor's eyes, aspiring to elevate her status beyond that of mere sustenance. With her legs trembling, Elizabeth knelt respectfully as she crawled into the room, approaching the progenitor's throne. "Great progenitor, I offer myself for your delight. You may indulge as you wish." Quaking with trepidation, she presented her form before the throne, her delicate, pale arms and legs marked with 3 conspicuous wounds, bearing witness to Norton's prior indulgences. Her complexion, pallid from excessive blood loss, did not deter her from kneeling in reverence, pleading for the progenitor's favor. Norton's cold, chestnut eyes scanned her trembling form with an indifferent ruthlessness, savoring the fragrant essence of her blood. Yet he did not show an ounce of mercy in response to her plea. Instead, he gazed at the diminutive figure kneeling before him, remaining silent for an extended period. The unyielding stare of such a terrifying, pallid creature instilled a pressure and fear that no one could comprehend. Little Elizabeth felt her strength wane. The weight of his gaze upon her spine caused her heart to race, and tears streamed down her cheeks. For a young lady eager to assert herself, Norton possessed a remarkable talent for manipulation. He ignored her, treated her with coldness while lavishing attention on other girls, creating a stark contrast between his indifference towards her and his warmth towards others. This left her in a state of uncertainty, questioning why she seemed to pale in comparison to the others in his eyes, plunging her into a spiral of disappointment and anxiety. Consequently, she became increasingly desperate to win his favor, ensnaring herself deeper in her own yearning, ultimately cultivating a compulsive desire to please him. While physical restraint can only be maintained through the presence of violence, the shackles of the mind can lead to the degeneration of one's soul. How wicked I am, Norton mused, astonished by his own perverse thoughts. His skeletal minion, Hackiner, had also begun to employ psychological tactics. Chapter 112. Nurturing and training observing Elizabeth, who trembled under his gaze while kneeling on the ground. Norton finally averted his eyes. However, he paid no heed to her submission, instead calling out, "Abraham, your grace, I am here." Abraham, that wretched creature, had somehow emerged, standing cautiously at the doorway, offering his flattery. It was time to dine. Norton's chestnut eyes fixed intently upon Abraham, exerting immense pressure upon him. This was one of Norton's customary methods. A superior can impose psychological pressure on a subordinate through mere gaze, gradually conditioning them to respond with submissiveness. Despite having spent many years in Norton's company, Abraham still felt an uncontrollable tension under the weight of his master's gaze. "Yes, your grace." Under such a terrifying scrutiny, Abraham dared not hesitate, hastening to prepare for the meal. The room in the castle fell into silence once more. Ignored, Elizabeth remained kneeling, too fearful to move, her complexion pale, her heart quaking. Why, despite her willingness to serve, did the progenitor not even cast a glance in her direction? Tears mingled with fear welled up in her eyes. They were red-rimmed, yet she dared not make a sound. The thoughts of this inhuman, pallid creature were unfathomable, and all Elizabeth could do was tread carefully, striving not to provoke the progenitor's ire. Yet, would he rather drink the blood of others than his own? Even now, he had not acknowledged her in the slightest. The more Elizabeth pondered, the deeper her sense of dread and injustice grew. What rendered her inferior to those foods? Why did even the progenitor find her unworthy of a glance? As Elizabeth spiraled into her tumultuous thoughts, a light patter of footsteps broke the silence. Under Abraham's direction, a dozen anxious and beautiful maidens stepped nervously into the room. All eyes fell upon Elizabeth, kneeling before the throne. As the sounds and peculiar gazes from behind her brought tears to her eyes. "Your Majesty, the offerings have arrived. Please make your selection," Abraham announced, bowing respectfully at the door. The group of lovely girls huddled together like trembling quails, heads bowed, struggling to suppress their fear and tears. "I desire them all," exclaimed the pale monster seated upon the throne, a sinister smile creeping across his face, radiating an unfathomable horror. Unlike Elizabeth, These chosen maidens had been promised the chance to ascend as vampires after a decade, rendering the act of feeding Norton not an allure, but a harrowing nightmare. Thus, as Norton spoke, a few girls succumbed to their terror, quietly sobbing. Indifferent to their fear, Norton's heartlessness only served to amplify Elizabeth's despair and panic, as the stark contrast in attitudes deepened her sense of loss. For a fleeting moment, Norton forced a semblance of compassion onto his withered visage, attempting to soothe the increasingly frightened girls below him. "Do not fear. Becoming my sustenance is the greatest honor of your lives. In your entire existence, you will find no greater privilege than to be close to me at this moment." Hearing these words, Abraham's face twisted in disbelief. He had never encountered such unabashed audacity. How could one boast so shamelessly? Yet he forgot that he too had once proclaimed himself a progenitor of the bloodline, exalted and sanctified. Nevertheless, Abraham hastily echoed Norton's sentiments, lavishing further praise. "Kneel and express your gratitude to the progenitor. To receive such comforting words from a being of immeasurable worth is indeed your greatest fortune." The maidens from Montown promptly knelt, offering thanks for Norton's feeding grace. Finally, Norton commenced his feast, displaying far more gentleness towards these maidens than he had shown Elizabeth. As he sliced into their delicate skin, he would occasionally murmur soft reassurances, uttering phrases like "do not be afraid. It may sting a little, be cautious," words of gentle comfort he had never bestowed upon Elizabeth during her own feeding. Witnessing the harmonious atmosphere as one girl after another approached to be consumed by the progenitor, Elizabeth could no longer restrain her tears, which flowed freely down her cheeks. However, she could only maintain her position of kneeling on the ground, imploring with her head bowed, not daring to make a sound. Why was the ancestor not so gentle when drawing my blood? Why, despite my willing approach, did the ancestor not deign to spare me a glance? What have I done wrong? Have I lost even the right to be considered sustenance? Elizabeth, who possessed a hint of innocence and purity, felt utterly helpless. She was filled with a sense of grievance and fear, anxiety and despair. Lowering her head, tears silently welled up in the corners of her eyes, shattering upon the ground like fragile glass. After a long while, Lord Norton finally finished his meal. The sweet fragrance of the girl's blood was enticing, akin to a refreshing spring during a parched thirst, invigorating to the spirit. "You may leave now. Rest well and await my next summons." Norton savored the blood, finding its taste far superior to that of the foul, large rat. It was an entirely different realm of delight. As he drank, his eyes narrowed, revealing a countenance of pleasure. A dozen young girls, clutching their arms where wounds had been drawn, hurriedly exited the chamber. Just as Norton was relishing the exquisite flavor of the blood, a soft and delicate female voice gently broke the silence. "My lord, my blood is equally delightful. You may indulge in it." Elizabeth, still prostrate on the ground, spoke in a voice tinged with fear, yet laced with a hint of barely perceptible hope. For reasons unknown, the prior experience of having her blood consumed by this lord had felt like a calamity to be avoided at all costs. Yet now a flicker of anticipation stirred within her, yearning for a response. However, Norton remained oblivious to her words. His expression of joy gradually faded. His previously narrowed, reddish-brown eyes now widened, regaining their coldness. "Abraham, my lord, I am here." Abraham, ever ready at the door, promptly replied, "I am weary. It is time to rest." Rising from his throne, Norton's towering figure passed by the now disappointed Elizabeth without a glance, striding away with long strides. "My lord, the bedding has all been replaced. You may rest at any time." Abraham hastily followed suit, as the two ominous and eerie figures departed the chamber adorned with the throne. The room fell silent once more, leaving behind a beautiful girl clad in a pure white dress, kneeling on the ground, still failing to lift her head. It was uncertain how much time had passed, but eventually, a muffled sob emerged from beneath the throne. Chapter 113. Norton held considerable authority in matters of the unnatural. The church wielded significant power in this domain as well. While Norton generally behaved like a human in his moments of inhumanity, he surpassed even the church in his detachment from humanity. The training of Elizabeth persists, and the torment of her anguished soul is anticipated to endure for a full decade. aimed at utterly dismantling her psyche and deeply embedding the terrifying visage of Norton within her consciousness, thereby transforming him into her eternal nightmare. This, of course, is merely one manifestation of Norton's inhumanity. The true extent of his depravity, however, must be illustrated through the lens of Maintown. The population of Maintown alone is far too scant compared to the army of vampires Norton envisions. Even the entirety of the small nation of Sesvia, with its population of 400,000, may still find it exceedingly arduous to contend with the church. Thus, to rapidly proliferate the vampire populace, Norton dispatched all second-generation vampires to establish their own families in other cities of Sesvia. Indeed, they were to establish their own vampire clans, rather than engage in unchecked propagation. Norton could have easily selected a few soft-hearted individuals among the 11 and 12-year-olds of Maintown, allowing the coal-like beings to drain their blood, thereby infecting them as first-generation vampires and releasing them to propagate at will. However, he chose not to pursue this path. He aspired to forge the bloodkin into a race characterized by strict class distinctions. In essence, only those who stand to gain will actively uphold an order that benefits them. By crafting a rigidly stratified class system for the bloodkin, all first-generation vampires and those aspiring to become first-generation will be inclined to uphold Norton's dominion. Furthermore, the advancement of these new-style vampires is intrinsically linked to their class. For a third-generation vampire to ascend to second generation, it does not rely on the quantity of blood consumed or the duration of life, but rather necessitates a first-generation vampire to bestow the initial embrace anew. Similarly, for a second-generation vampire to advance to first generation, they must be drained by the coal-like beings and subsequently regurgitated, thus achieving their elevation. The fundamental reason for their potential advancement seems to lie in the quantity of mutated genes within them, rather than the amount of blood consumed. This method of progression undoubtedly facilitates the delineation and management of class. While a rapid proliferation of first-generation vampires might serve an immediate purpose in increasing their numbers, the cost would be the degradation of the vampire species into chaotic monstrosities, inferior even to the societal hierarchy of werewolves, with indistinct vampire tiers and unclear management. Some aberrants may even engage in rampant slaughter, engaging in unrestrained propagation until the world is rendered akin to a cesspool. Moreover, an uncontrolled vampire populace, with their poor social conduct, may not comply with Norton's governance, which would leave him with no other means of control besides extermination, a scenario that has already unfolded in Lino City. Therefore, a method akin to the church's brainwashing and compliance management becomes exceedingly necessary, establishing a pseudo-church that oppresses third-generation vampires, with first-generation vampires as the nobility and second-generation vampires as the foundational order. With a sweeping motion, the progenitor of the bloodkin, Norton, summoned 500 third-generation vampires and unconverted blood slaves to tirelessly construct within Maintown. In a mere span of 3 months, a grand edifice emerged, aptly named the Blood Red Church by the venerable ancestor Norton. With the establishment of this church, the child known as Cole was dispatched by Norton to bear the burden of responsibility. As the true progenitor of the vampire lineage, Norton conferred upon him the title of true ancestor of the Blood Clan, elevating him to the esteemed position of a prince within the Blood Red Church. Now, Cole's stature surpasses that of the typical vampire, and as the authentic progenitor of their kind, he possesses the ability to inflict genuine damage in combat. Thus, he stands as a formidable guardian of the Blood Red Church, revered as the mother of progeny and a spiritual leader among the vampires. Why a spiritual leader? Because it is Norton who wields the true authority. At present, the solitary first-generation vampire, Abraham, has been bestowed with the title of Duke, achieving the rank of a vampire noble. To underscore his elevated status, Norton has appointed him as the Chief Justice of the Blood Red Church's tribunal. The vampires require their own legal system to ensure compliance and stability within the clan under Norton's reign, making the existence of the tribunal all the more invaluable. Upon realizing that he had been appointed to preside over the judgment of all vampires, Abraham was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, for he has always relished power. The remaining second-generation vampires, endowed with the capacity for propagation, have all been granted the title of Baron, enabling them to establish their own vampire families, albeit under the unified governance of the Blood Red Church. All actions must adhere strictly to the vampire laws instituted by Norton. Any transgression will result in the forfeiture of their immortal blood, condemned to the eternal torments of hell. Norton's intention in founding the Blood Red Church was not to mock the church's name, but to genuinely adopt its administrative structure, aspiring to cultivate members akin to missionaries and church knights, wholly devoted to the church. Thus, upon the church's inception, Norton gathered all the younger children, indoctrinating them through an upbringing reminiscent of his own, one that could be likened to imprisonment, instilling both ideological conformity and physical obedience. Alas, this Aquino has truly transformed from a dragon-slaying youth into a malevolent dragon. How wicked! As the Blood Red Church was established, the various systems within the Blood Clan gradually matured with the passage of time. Although the propagation efficiency of the second-generation vampires does not match the exponential growth of the first, their sheer numbers remain significant. With the maturation of the Blood Red Church's overall framework, the emergence of external vampires became increasingly stable. The nobility of the entire kingdom of Sesvia unknowingly began to shift towards vampirism, and with a rising vampire population, Norton's sources of information finally reconnected with the southern continent. Norton's caution arises not from invincibility, but rather from his superior existence compared to the first-generation vampires. Exhibiting an exaggerated demeanor, he fears the cunning and unpredictable nature of the first-generation vampires. Chapter 114, The Blood Tribunal. The development of the Crimson Church is vibrant, imbued with a sense of burgeoning vitality. The vampire clans proliferate, with nearly every second-generation vampire venturing forth to establish their own lineage, thereby aspiring to attain elevated status. By decree of the Progenitor Norton, these clans are compelled to report their familial establishments, the number of their followers, and even their locations to the Crimson Church. Abraham, ever keen on power, seizes this opportunity with an earnest dedication, becoming engrossed in administration to the point of neglecting his audiences with Norton, thus providing Elizabeth with an opening. His management skills are indeed commendable. Despite Norton's hands-off approach, the vampire lineage continues to flourish and expand in an unstoppable manner. However, some individuals devoid of self-reflection, upon acquiring power, become lost, reminiscent of the events in the city of Linall years ago. Gradually, a faction of vampires began to flout the regulations set forth by Lord Norton, indulging in rampant slaughter and displaying a blatant disregard for human life. They believed that their newfound extraordinary powers entitled them to a unique status, perceiving human lives as expendable, mere servants to their whims, descending into utter madness. Their actions were marked by ostentation and a wild release of primal desires, raping women, slaughtering innocents, and even mercilessly targeting children. The brutality of their methods was grotesque and abhorrent. As for why they chose to prey upon the commoners rather than the nobility of Svezia, it is simple. The nobility commands knights. These third-generation vampires, never having witnessed the might of the Progenitor Norton, could easily dispatch commoners, but would find themselves ill-equipped to confront armored knights. It was only due to the absence of the various lords and their armies, who had ventured forth to contest the papal states, that they could wreak havoc within Svezia. Otherwise, even the knights would suffice to subdue these third-generation vampires. Nonetheless, their audacious defiance of Lord Norton's laws constitutes a blatant provocation against the Crimson Church and a challenge to Duke Abraham's governance. The Progenitor has repeatedly mandated that no vampire shall contravene the prohibitions, advocating for a sustainable strategy for long-term development. Yet, these wretched third-generation vampires, akin to naive calves unafraid of tigers, are utterly revolting. Given their transgressions against the laws of the vampire kin, they must face judgment. Amidst the swirling snowflakes that gently descend, blanketing the muddy ground, the earth gradually solidifies, adorning the world in a pure white shroud. However, this heavy snowfall does little to dissipate the acrid scent of blood that pervades the town, nor can the howling cold winds disperse the anguished cries of women. Human beings, when suppressed for too long and suddenly endowed with immense power, may give rise to soulless demons. Presently, this small town is rife with such entities. White snow blankets the corpses hanging at the town's entrance, enveloping them completely in mere moments, signifying that the snowfall has reached blizzard proportions. Once a thriving locale, the town has transformed into a veritable hell on earth. At the archway, a grim display of a dozen male corpses dangles, their abdomens brutally sliced open, intestines trailing 3 meters to the ground. The frigid weather has even caused blood to congeal into red crystals upon the earth, soon to be obscured by the relentless snowfall. Venturing further into the town, one encounters bodies strewn about. The male figures have endured unspeakable torment, some hanging from rafters, others sprawled upon the ground, and a few grotesquely submerged in wooden basins, their bones shattered and contorted. A macabre mound of severed heads forms a small shrine, showcasing the brutality of their demise. In stark contrast, the plight of the women is even more harrowing. Regardless of age, they lie entirely naked, the remnants of their bloodied and torn flesh, coupled with the blood-stained blades and blunt instruments surrounding them, reveal the horrific tortures they endured in their final moments. Even the Holy Church would not subject individuals to such inhumane treatment. Yet the torment does not cease. In the very heart of the village, a colossal stage has been erected. Bound upon it are several naked women, while 3 pale-skinned figures with razor-sharp smiles wield needles over 30 centimeters in length, poised to pierce their flesh. Surrounding this grotesque spectacle, a multitude of onlookers kneel, wide-eyed and paralyzed by fear, witnessing the gruesome scene without daring to resist. This paralysis stems from the presence of pale-skinned vampires stationed at every corner, compelling the crowd to kneel and behold this grotesque display that transcends the boundaries of humanity. The snow falls rapidly, blanketing the stage and its spectators in a layer of white. The vampires' maniacal laughter mingles with the women's anguished cries. Colder than the falling snow, more chilling than the ice itself, the vast wilderness remains shrouded in pristine white, as if all has succumbed to a wintry silence. Until, at the horizon of the blizzard, a series of dark figures emerge, silently materializing from the depths of the whiteness. Upon closer inspection, these figures grow larger, revealing themselves amidst the snow. Cloaked in deep blue hoods, their vibrant crimson garments beneath exude an air of exquisite elegance, reminiscent of noble courtly attire. Their pallid complexions and golden hair embody true nobility, graceful and proud, gentlemanly yet haughty. The outer black hoods, however, imbue them with an aura of mystery. In terms of the mere appearance of this row of vampires, they distinctly embody the noble, aristocratic visage of Central European gentlemen envisioned by Norton. They particularly resonate with the aesthetic of the vampire clans depicted in the Twilight series. As a dozen vampires emerge from the wilderness, an inexplicable sense of oppression seemed to emanate from their presence, cascading into the blood-soaked village and compelling the third-generation vampires, who were indulging their primal instincts, to halt their actions involuntarily. One by one, they gazed towards the distant expanse of snow, no longer boasting or snarling, instead resembling obedient hounds, their faces involuntarily etched with expressions of dread, although their feeble third-generation powers prevented them from discerning what approached from beyond the snowy horizon. They undeniably felt a palpable weight of pressure. Surely, they would sense it, for all vampires at this stage were born of Abraham's bloodline. The arrival of their progenitor, Abraham, would undoubtedly resonate within their veins. As their fear intensified, even prompting thoughts of fleeing, the shadows finally drew near. Chapter 115. Norton has been rendered useless. A peculiar laugh emanated from Abraham, who surveyed the gruesome scene with an appreciative gaze, his laughter sharp and jarring, resembling a voice strained in imitation. Indeed, he was mimicking the voice of the progenitor Norton, striving to amplify his own aura of intimidation. Regrettably, while Norton's raspy tone echoed like that of a demon, Abraham's shrill voice sounded more akin to that of a eunuch. Nevertheless, his voice and the aura of dominance he projected undeniably instilled a sense of unease among the gathering vampires. They recognized the figures clad in black robes. They were none other than the tribunal of the blood-red church. Among them, the only second-generation vampire was so overcome with fear that he had soiled himself and collapsed to the ground. As one transformed by Abraham, he understood all too well the magnitude of Abraham's power. Yet, he had naively believed that in this vast world, Abraham could not control him. He thought that by merely fleeing a short distance, he could evade the consequences of his numerous transgressions against the blood tribunal. However, he was utterly unprepared for the relentless pursuit of the tribunal. Lord Abraham, I was wrong. Please forgive me this once. I shall never again defy the laws of the blood tribunal. The second-generation vampire, now crumpled on the ground, was rendered weak and unable to rise. His face a portrait of desperation, exuding an endearing vulnerability that starkly contrasted with his previous malevolence. Meanwhile, the third-generation vampires, who had never encountered the tribunal or witnessed the true might of Abraham, despite feeling the weight of oppression, remained immersed in their own arrogance, dismissing their leader-esque display of power. Struggling, yet unable to escape? What is the blood court to speak of when the church has yet to voice its opinion? These naive offspring of Beyond are blissfully unaware that they are merely slaves to the blood court, mistakenly believing that their transformation into vampires bestows upon them a sense of nobility. Over 20 rebellious vampires have gathered, some eyeing their prey with predatory intent, while others remain indifferent, casting their gazes towards the distant figures standing elegantly in the snow, members of the vampire tribunal, exuding an air of aristocratic grace, ever vigilant of their every move. The laughter of Duke Abraham resonates, sharp and piercing, yet when combined with his refined and pallid visage, it conveys an oddly majestic charm. Do you now comprehend your folly? However, with both witnesses and evidence in abundance, the laws of the blood court are immutable, decreed by the crown of ancestors. Any transgressor shall face judgment. Thus, I bestow upon you the punishment of skinning and bone extraction, to uphold the integrity of the blood court's decree. As for the other slaves, they shall be ground to dust, condemned to eternal oblivion. Abraham's tone is calm, reminiscent of a conversation between old friends. His benevolent, yet elegantly pale, face perpetually adorned with a smile, even while pronouncing this blood tribunal-esque sentence, radiates a sense of mercy and sanctity. Yet, his words incite unbearable fury within the rebellious vampires. Slaves? They are noble bloodlines. Before anyone can voice their protest. With the issuance of the judgment, 3 vampires draped in black robes emerge from behind Father Abraham. In an instant, the third-generation vampires find their vision blurring. Before they can discern the approach of these 3, one of their fallen second-generation kin is hoisted upright by unseen hands. With a swift motion, 2 hands pierce through flesh, entwining with bone. The sound of cracking bones echoes as the tribunal members extract bloodied fragments from a body. Meanwhile, another member of the tribunal appears before the second-generation vampire, extending elongated claws that pierce the flesh of his forehead, forcefully tearing downward. The pristine skin is ripped asunder, presented as evidence. For the flesh of this second-generation vampire must be reclaimed by the blood court, lest it remain scattered in the world. As for this group of third-generation vampires, as Duke Abraham declared, they shall be utterly annihilated, leaving no trace behind. The town reverberates with screams once more. Yet this time the cries emanate from the very perpetrators of violence. A long, satisfied sigh escapes Duke Abraham's lips, reveling in the splendor of power. While Abraham presides over the judgment, his primary mission lies not in adjudicating, but in journeying to the palace of Sevilla to confer with the king. This is a matter entrusted by Norton. The king of Sevilla desires to transform into a vampire in pursuit of immortality. Upon learning that a church of vampires had been established within his realm, he promptly submitted an application to join the blood court. In truth, it was an invitation, beckoning the authorities of the blood court to the royal palace for a discussion. Consequently, Norton dispatched Abraham to fulfill this task. Meanwhile, Norton remained within the ancient castle, seeking opportunities for advancement. In the castle's crypt, beside a blood-red coffin, a pale, naked creature sat atop the coffin lid, nourishing the bat in its grasp with its own flesh and blood. The advancement of the coal ball seemed to have stagnated, and Norton believed it must possess the potential for further evolution. However, it remained stuck in its current state. This phenomenon might be linked to Norton's own progression. Perhaps only after Norton achieved advancement would the coal ball truly transform into a gargoyle. Thus, at present, he endeavored to nurture other bats, hoping to ascertain whether they too would be hindered at the final threshold, much like the coal ball. Should this bat likewise falter, it would undoubtedly affirm that Norton's rank constrained the development of these creations. Furthermore, could this hierarchical relationship also pertain to the new breed of vampires? As Norton ascends, might these contemporary vampires also experience their own evolution? Echoing his previous conjecture regarding the divine connection between God and Kuba, if this were indeed the case, Norton would need to exercise extreme caution even with the bats. Compared to the first-generation vampires, these bats were his true creations, resembling the relationship between God and Kuba in essence. For now, however, he could still trust the bat, as the coal ball, on the verge of transforming into a gargoyle, exhibited minimal cognitive ability, incomparable to that of a human. This was the foundation of Norton's trust in it. Currently, the bat being nourished with flesh and blood was the coal ball's mate and had been with Norton for a considerable duration. Truly, as Norton ascended, even the bats were elevated in status, partaking in royal provisions. Nevertheless, while verifying his hypothesis and feeding his bat, Norton's unclad form remained somewhat scandalous. It was difficult to fathom that without Abraham, Aquino could not even manage to don clothing independently. Norton rose from the coffin lid, then swept aside the exquisite garments prepared on a nearby table, placing his flesh upon it for the bat to consume. His present height required tailored attire, which, for aesthetic and elegance, had an opening at the back, making it impossible for him to fasten alone. In the past, Abraham had always arranged for beautiful maidens to assist Norton in dressing, but now, without Abraham's presence, he found it more convenient to forego the garments altogether. Such unseemly behavior was truly unbecoming. Chapter 116. The second first-generation vampire compared to the coal ball's mate exhibited a greater degree of obedience. However, this obedience was rather peculiar. Norton still vividly recalls the scene when a mother bat flew onto his face after giving birth to her first offspring, seeking to draw sustenance from him. It seemed that this creature had integrated itself into the realm of its young, or perhaps it was akin to a dependent elder requiring care. Nonetheless, it was precisely this intimacy and the creature's simplistic minds that bestowed upon Norton a sense of reassurance. Were they to evolve an intellect akin to that of Abraham, he would be disinclined to nurture them further. Observing the coal-black bat tenderly licking his flesh, Norton felt compelled to bestow upon it a name. Very well, I shall dub you Prince Plum Blossom, on par with Prince Coal, basking in the grandeur of noble status. Norton found himself in the solitude of his chamber, conversing and laughing with the bat. At times, one might describe him as profound, yet at other moments, he appeared almost foolish. It can only be said that the church's pedagogical methods were excessively authoritarian, rendering even a normal individual somewhat abnormal. However, it was during these solitary moments that Norton could truly lower his guard and relish in leisure. After feeding the bat Plum Blossom, he finally rose, casually donning the garments strewn on the floor, and extended his long, wrinkled fingers to gently ring the bell atop the coffin lid. The clear chime of the bell jolted Elizabeth, who was lost in thought, sitting on the bed with her knees drawn up. A hint of shyness blossomed on her exquisitely delicate features. She had just been imagining the pale progenitor, his gentle smile directed at her, as he tenderly caressed her arm with utmost care, savoring her blood in a manner that conveyed deep affection and concern. While the two engaged in their intimate exchange, a group of beautiful girls knelt nearby, their faces adorned with envy as they gazed at Elizabeth, yearning for the same gentle treatment from the progenitor. Damn it, who transformed her into this? After 5 years, Elizabeth's beauty had blossomed even further. Her quintessentially European visage rendered her features exquisite, her skin as white as snow, complemented by her sparkling blue eyes, exuding an almost sacred allure. Norton's 5 years of tutelage had led her to develop a severe psychological affliction, manifesting predominantly in her fixation on the progenitor. For instance, as just witnessed, she often fantasized about the aloof, an unfeeling progenitor revealing a tender side to her. She frequently envisioned his figure, her thoughts and actions seemingly converging solely upon him. Additionally, she placed utmost importance on maintaining her skin, appearance, and personal hygiene, so as to provide a more delightful experience for the progenitor, leaving a lasting impression. For instance, she presents a demeanor of icy detachment in the presence of others, akin to a robotic entity devoid of emotion and desire. However, upon catching sight of her progenitor, she engages in a myriad of conspicuous actions, striving to capture his attention. Elizabeth feels as though her very existence is devoted to her progenitor, yearning to dedicate all that she is to him. This delusion, or rather her pathological mindset, has paradoxically become the essential condition for her survival amidst the oppressive weight of Norton, allowing her to endure without succumbing to despair. Elizabeth, often subjected to Norton's deliberate indifference, harbors an intense longing for his validation. The pursuit of external approval invariably signifies one's enslavement. How wicked is Aquino? Just look at what he has reduced her to. Frankly, Elizabeth's current state has surpassed Norton's expectations. Her transformation has occurred with alarming rapidity. During her idle moments, her mind is consumed by fantastical reveries of Norton, engaging in self-strategizing, which has propelled her to achieve the results that Norton desires even before reaching the decade mark. Continuing this trajectory raises concerns over the potential darkness that may consume her, prompting Norton to consider it prudent to cease his manipulations. At 17, she is at the zenith of her youth, making it the opportune moment for her transformation into a vampire. The crisp sound of her high heels echoes against the stone floor of the foreboding castle corridor, drawing ever closer. High heels have existed in this era, though mostly with wooden bases, providing little comfort, yet serving as the best means to protect one's feet. Clad in her meticulously adorned white corseted gown and donning delicate white leather high heels, Elizabeth gracefully enters the basement where Norton resides. She has discerned that her progenitor possesses a peculiar fascination for observing the feet, legs, hips, bosom, hands, face, and skin of young women. Thus, she has devoted years to refining her appearance, striving for exquisite perfection to capture his gaze. As the cries of bats grow increasingly distinct, she finally steps into Norton's chamber. The moment she crosses the threshold, an overwhelming sense of being scrutinized by something terrifying envelopes her, compelling her to instinctively lower her head. Norton sits poised in an exquisite chair with a backrest, exuding an air of elegance and nobility, reminiscent of a sovereign upon a throne. Though unclothed, save for a wrapping of fabric around his loins, he remains untouched by any diminishment of the profound pressure and regal presence he commands. Instead, his pallid and emaciated form intertwines with an aura of grace and nobility, creating a peculiar blend of the sacred and the profane. Your Majesty, Elizabeth cautiously kneels upon the floor, deliberately lowering herself, allowing a glimpse of her pristine attire to inadvertently surface in hopes of drawing her progenitor's attention. However, it is regrettable that the progenitor remained indifferent, for within those increasingly dim crimson-brown orbs lingered only an air of detachment and chilling ruthlessness. Elizabeth's hoarse and shadowy voice echoed through the chamber, and as Norton called her name, she visibly trembled, subsequently prostrating herself completely. My lord, I am here. It has been 5 years since you offered your blood. Throughout these years, you have indeed been diligent and have won my favor. Yet, mortals are destined to age, their beauty fleeting, and thus cannot attain immortality. Would you then consent to become my servant, to serve me for eternity? A fleeting expression of sentiment appeared on Norton's withered countenance, as if he were capable of such feelings. Nevertheless, his words were a monumental revelation for Elizabeth, overwhelming her with astonishment. Her face, alight with excitement, compelled her to crawl fervently to Norton's feet, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks as she lowered her head to kiss his toes. My lord, I am willing. Elizabeth shall serve you for all eternity. Tears of crystalline clarity welled in Elizabeth's eyes. After years of tireless effort, she finally saw fruition. She was on the verge of becoming the one Norton envisioned. This realization surpassed her wildest dreams in terms of happiness. Chapter 117. The Tyrant Drunk on Sin. Forging a crown for eternity, the pale monstrosity seated upon the throne fell silent once more, and with his silence, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the room. This was not due to Norton's taciturn nature, but rather his belief that the fewer words spoken, the fewer mistakes made. Thus, he deemed it prudent to speak sparingly in front of his subordinates, enhancing his aura of mystery and authority. In the bright light of day, he remained awake, conversing with his numerous bats until dusk. Could he truly be a man of few words? Yet, due to their extensive discussions, his bats had come to understand certain nuances of his intent, to some degree. For instance, at this moment, in the wake of Norton's silence, the withered prince of Plum Blossom, who had been sprawled across the table, straightened his form, whether driven by a thirst for blood or an understanding of Norton's words. He lifted his body and leapt onto the kneeling Elizabeth, positioning himself at her neck. Elizabeth trembled, feeling the strange bat scuttling across her, struggling to endure the unsettling sensation it imparted. Before she could adequately brace herself, a sudden sharp pain pierced her neck. A stream of blood was drawn into the bat's mouth, reminiscent of the transformation of coal into Abraham. After consuming her blood, it regurgitated it back, fusing it into Elizabeth's neck. It had taken 2 decades since the birth of Duke Abraham for a new vampire to be acknowledged by Norton, the progenitor. Norton's caution had reached a pathological extent. He waved his hand, dismissing Elizabeth, who had yet to complete her transformation, from his chamber. His tall and slender figure sat upright in the chair, continuing to attune to the sensations of his own body. It had been 30 years since he ascended to the 2nd tier of vampirism, during which he had consumed the blood of 2 holy knights. Though he had yet to evolve to the 3rd tier, it was evident that he was midway through the transformation, seemingly on the verge of reaching the next stage. Norton extended his arm, observing the emaciated flesh that adorned it. What was once desiccated flesh appeared to be gradually regaining its roundness. Yet he felt that this newfound fullness resembled not the restoration of vitality, but rather the bloating indicative of a decaying corpse. Though his pallor was striking, it lacked the vibrant hue of life, leaning instead towards a ghastly ashen tone, reminiscent of a lifeless body. Coupled with the slight plumpness he now possessed, his form bore an unsettling resemblance to a corpse in the throes of decay, soon to reach the stage where skin would rupture and fluids would seep forth. This realization was jarring, even repugnant to Norton himself. He recalled that the 3rd tier of vampirism indeed resembled this grotesque transformation. According to the tomes he had perused within the church, the metamorphosis from the 2nd to the 3rd tier mirrored the decomposition of a corpse, akin to a chrysalis giving way to a butterfly's rebirth. Nevertheless, the accounts in the ecclesiastical text describe the 3rd stage as far more hideous than the 2nd. Norton sighed deeply. Once upon a time, he had been a handsome figure. Otherwise, that priest would not have taken notice of him. Alas, in his pursuit of strength, he had descended further into depravity. He uttered these words as if he had exerted considerable effort, despite the reality that he had not. The transformation of a vampire appeared not to be a sudden evolution, as he had once imagined, but rather a gradual metamorphosis, unfolding piece by piece, as if everything was destined to occur in its own time. In the myriad novels and films he had encountered in his previous life, protagonists often embraced the concept of leveling up, crushing their predecessors with each ascent, akin to the rigors of an entrance examination. It seemed that attaining a new level would invariably precipitate a qualitative change. When he had transitioned to a 2nd-tier vampire, he had assumed that this was the nature of such an upgrade. However, upon reflection, there was no semblance of a gaming experience. Rather, it resembled the slow maturation of an animal, a continuous process of growth. Norton closed his eyes, allowing the room to succumb once more to a stifling silence. With the establishment of the blood-red church, he had been disseminating various messages to shape the nascent vampire lineage according to his desires, manipulating control to cultivate the very concept of a vampire clan, to disperse the power of vampires through a familial structure, preventing their spontaneous unification, while externally leveraging a clan system to cultivate an aura of mystery and nobility surrounding the species. Although there are occasional newborn vampires who defy the decrees of the blood-red church, they are swiftly eradicated by the Crimson Tribunal. This practice not only fails to diminish the enigmatic allure of the vampire clans, but rather shrouds them in a veil of strict regulations, enhancing their mystique. Under Norton's manipulation, the vampire species is gradually transforming into the image he recalls from a past life. This is a necessary strategy. After all, a bloodthirsty monster is far less captivating than a vampire clan suffused with mystery, nobility, and elegance, lacking the ability to propagate its reputation. Indeed, the vampire image in Norton's memory thrived in the fiercely competitive entertainment industry of his previous life, illustrating the allure of modern vampire portrayals. Particularly, their eternal bloodline incites both royalty and commoners alike to revere and aspire to the elegance and nobility associated with vampire clans, consequently deepening the image Norton has constructed within himself while also broadening its dissemination, especially among the current royalty and aristocracy of Svesvia. There exists an utmost admiration for the mysterious vampire clans. I have heard they possess a compassionate gaze and graceful demeanor, yet are filled with a lethal intensity and strict order. I I can hardly wait to encounter these enigmatic beings. The second prince of Svesvia, brimming with anticipation, fidgets in his seat, revealing his excitement. What is there to look forward to? They are merely a pack of monsters, hunted and slaughtered like stray dogs by the church, regarded as inferior even to dogs in the eyes of the Holy Church. The third princess, however, remains unconvinced. She sees no merit in pursuing the grotesque vampires and cannot comprehend why her father and brother aspire to become such hideous creatures. You do not understand. They are different. They're the aristocrats of that world, entirely dissimilar to ordinary vampires. The second prince passionately defends the yet-to-be-seen vampires of the blood-red church. It appears Norton's methods have indeed yielded significant results. At the very least, admiration for vampires is now beginning to arise. It seems everything will unfold as Norton wishes. The new image of vampires will ultimately bury the old-fashioned concept deep within the annals of history. Chapter 118. The Decline of the Svesvian Royal Family. What, then, is the true nature of vampires? According to the papal state, vampires are the embodiment of filth, impurity, and decay, revivified corpses devoid of humanity, primarily. Those who can transform into vampires harbor great grievances, and upon resurrection, they naturally lose their humanity, standing in stark opposition to the sanctity of God. While the existence of vampires is indeed real, it is primarily the papal state that places significance upon them, as their numbers are few and pose far less threat to the kingdom than the wild boars on the mountains. However, the portrayal of vampires has undergone a remarkable transformation in Serbia. With the emergence of numerous vampire clans, terms such as mysterious, elegant, noble, and gentlemanly, once entirely unassociated with vampires, have now become synonymous with them. This metamorphosis has led to their gradual proliferation throughout the Serbian realm, establishing them as an alluring and noble race. The essence of the vampires in Twilight still lingers, and Serbia's king is among their most ardent admirers. He has even submitted an application to the Crimson Church, seeking the elusive gift of eternal life. After all, who among emperors or creatures could resist the temptation of immortality? As noon approaches, the Serbian royal court and nobility begin their preparations. The grand palace hall has been meticulously cleaned, adorned with a plethora of luxurious items, treasures, and decorations, all brought forth from the royal chambers to showcase the grandeur of the Serbian monarchy. Rare delicacies, typically unseen by the impoverished, are heated and artfully arranged upon the tables. However, considering that vampires subsist solely on blood, the king had previously issued a decree summoning all noble ladies and maidens to the palace for a grand banquet. Only the esteemed women of the aristocracy are deemed worthy of being tasted by the elder vampires. Though he has yet to become a vampire himself, the king has already begun to perceive himself as one, even elevating the status of vampires in his own delusions. This has placed the various lords of Serbia in a precarious position, as they are still engaged in fierce battles against the papal soldiers, enduring a harrowing existence. Meanwhile, their wives and daughters have been summoned by the king to entertain guests, a display of sheer folly and tyranny. As night falls, the palace hall buzzes with activity, alive with the presence of elegantly attired noble women, whose charming smiles and occasionally exposed fair legs captivate all who behold them. King Andrew II of Serbia stands nervously yet excitedly at the entrance of the royal castle, flanked by royal family members, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the noble bloodline. Each royal face is alight with anticipation, trembling at the thought of soon joining the ranks of the immortal. King Andrew II, his complexion flushed with exhilaration, proclaims, "From this day forth, I, Andrew II, King of Serbia, shall govern this nation for eternity, becoming the everlasting monarch of Serbia." His excitement is palpable, for at the venerable age of 100, even amidst the dimming sunlight that promises extended life, his body bears the marks of age, long past its former vigor. Thus, he is the one most yearning to transform into a vampire. As Andrew II and the royal assembly await with bated breath, a procession of figures clad in black robes gradually emerges from the distant, snow-laden landscape. Look, it is the vampires of the blood court. No, these are not mere vampires. They're the esteemed bloodline. Behold their attire. It is simply exquisite. I can hardly contain my eagerness to join this truly noble assembly. They're the monarchs of that realm, as royal members and various noble ladies murmur among themselves. their eyes sparkling as they gaze upon a distant line of figures clad in black robes. They exude opulence, their classical court garments harmonizing with their pallid visages, radiating an air of elegance and nobility. Coupled with their immortal bloodline, this is the essence of true aristocracy. Hasten, let us welcome the emissaries of the blood court. King Andrew II's eyes brimmed with rapture as he strode forward, yearning to embrace this path of immortality. However, the vampires approached with alarming swiftness. Upon their initial sighting, they appeared distant, almost ethereal, yet as discussions unfolded, these silhouettes drew nearer with astonishing rapidity. Just as King Andrew II sought to step forward in greeting, the vampires had already arrived at his doorstep. Their terrifying speed resembled teleportation, leaving the royal members in a state of exhilaration. Not only do they possess eternal life, but they also wield extraordinary power. These vampires are utterly irresistible. King Andrew II was overwhelmed with delight, his forehead flushing at the sight of the approaching vampire entourage. What does the royal family of the southern continent fear the most? Without a doubt, it is the Holy Inquisition, an embodiment of extraordinary might. The existence of this tribunal has rendered even the most enduring noble dynasties incapable of passing down their lineage for 4 generations, revealing the extent of the Church's tyranny. Initially, King Andrew II harbored reservations, fearing that leading his royal kin into vampirism would attract the Church's scrutiny. Yet now, witnessing the vampire's remarkable prowess, all his apprehensions dissipated. What a Church! What the laws of the bloodline! At this moment, he cast such thoughts aside. As king, what of his privileges? Upon his transformation into a vampire, he would emerge as the sovereign of the bloodline, uniting all under his reign. As the vampire entourage drew near, the royal members and noble ladies finally beheld the faces of these vampires. Their classical court attire, a striking blend of black and crimson, accentuated their pale countenances, evoking a sense of timeless elegance and nobility. The scarlet orbs within their pallid visages, starkly contrasting with humanity, bestowed upon them an air of transcendent distinction. Even the aged countenance of their leader, Abraham, exuded the essence of an antiquated aristocracy. The royal Andrew family had long admired the vampires, yet when confronted with such extraordinary beings, they found themselves momentarily speechless, none daring to advance. King Andrew II's lips trembled as he attempted to articulate words of welcome. Yet time and again, his attempts faltered, unable to form coherent sentences. This starkly illustrated the chasm between the so-called king and his grace, Adam. King Andrew II, permit me to introduce myself. I am the Grand Judge of the Crimson Church, responsible for overseeing all affairs pertaining to the vampire clans. And I also hold the esteemed title of Duke of the Bloodline. You may refer to me as Duke Abraham, a mark of your respect. Abraham surveyed the trembling nobles and royals before him, a profound sense of power blossoming within his heart. Indeed, there is no greater pleasure than basking in the sensations of authority while accompanying his grace, Lord Norton. The ethereal aura surrounding these seemingly untainted aristocrats of a bygone era would dissipate the moment they uttered a word. It is curious how both monsters and deities, upon speaking, lose their transcendent essence and much of their divinity. Abraham's words ultimately grounded these vampires, allowing King Andrew II to connect them with the concept of humanity. Chapter 119. This territory belongs to His Grace, Norton. Welcome, envoy of the Blood Court. I am King Andrew II of Sylvania. Please enter. As we have prepared a sumptuous feast, I invite you to indulge, and afterward, we may discuss the potential for my royal family to join the bloodline. King Andrew II, a sovereign of the first rank, bowed swiftly. In truth, the kings of these feudal domains do not possess much nobility, as an unhappy lord could easily berate the king to his face. Only the centralized authority of the Pope can genuinely deliver a resounding decree, rendering him the most esteemed figure. Thus, upon encountering Abraham, Andrew's demeanor was not overly haughty. Very well. Abraham nodded at the grand royal castle before him. Subsequently, a lavish banquet unfolded. As a member of the royal family, King Andrew II possessed a degree of wealth. The castle was adorned with exquisite and opulent decorations, grand and sprawling. The entire estate encompassed exterior walls, a servant's quarters, a commercial street, a horse breeding ground, the residential area for royal members, and the king's private quarters. This castle rivaled a small town, accommodating 1,000 inhabitants year-round. The banquet hall within the palace shimmered with gold and brilliance. The noble ladies and maidens were resplendent in their attire, captivatingly beautiful. During this official engagement, Abraham savored the exquisite blood of numerous noble women and maidens, relishing the intoxicating aroma of their essence. The sheer delight of their flavors brought tears to his eyes, a poignant reminder of the rarity of such splendid fortunes. After several rounds of wine and an array of sumptuous dishes, the royal members and the blood court's tribunal took their seats on either side of the palace, ready to enter the crux of the matter. Duke Abraham, I wonder if you find my hospitality to your satisfaction? King Andrew II, seated upon his elevated throne, gazed down at the vampire members with a beaming smile. As the banquet drew to a close, he realized that these vampires were merely more aesthetically pleasing and slightly more remarkable than humans. In essence, they were not so different, possessing their own desires and personalities. This revelation rekindled his sense of nobility as a king. However, since he had not yet transformed into a vampire and thus had not attained immortality, he tempered his excitement. The feast was exceedingly lavish. One could only surmise that His Eminence, the ancestor, would find even greater delight in it. A subtle smile graced Abraham's lips as he sat gracefully upon his opulent chair, his visage reflecting profound satisfaction. Ha, splendid. In that case, Your Grace Abraham, might we discuss the matter of the Svesian royal family's transformation into vampires? Andrew II inquired, brimming with joy at the thought of eternal life, feeling an exhilarating restlessness. Observing Andrew's animated demeanor, Abraham pondered momentarily before slowly nodding in agreement. The ancestor would gladly accept members of the Svesian royal family into his bloodline. However, the laws of the bloodline must not be breached. Therefore, once transformed into vampires, the Svesian royal family was expected to adhere strictly to the ancestor's decrees, with no room for transgression. Of course, I wholeheartedly accept your terms. Transform me into a vampire at once. I can hardly contain my eagerness for immortality. Andrew II exclaimed, rising from his throne in excitement, urging the process to commence so he might restore vitality to his aging form. As for the stipulation regarding obedience to the blood court's laws post-transformation, nonsense. As a king, he surely had some special privileges. Very well, in that case I, Abraham, hereby declare the contract established. The Crimson Church shall, from this day forth, bestow the blood of eternal life upon the Svesian royal family, who in turn shall eternally submit to the Crimson Church and the ancestor. Abraham extended his hand to retrieve a scroll, inscribing the contract upon it, which was to be preserved as a record in the court of crimson judgment. At his gesture, a dozen second-generation vampires rose from their seats, approaching the Svesian royals in succession to partake of their blood, thereby transforming them into third-generation vampires. With the initial embrace taking place and a surge of formidable power coursing through his body, Andrew II felt an exhilarating thrill, his form trembling with anticipation. As the initial embrace concluded, and he experienced the resurgence of vigor akin to that of his youth, Andrew II erupted into raucous laughter, overwhelmed with excitement. Ha! I, Andrew II, from this day forth, shall be the eternal royalty of Svesia. The lands of Svesia shall forever kneel before me. The overwhelming energy and newfound strength filled the royal members with exuberance, as they joyfully dashed and leaped within the grand hall, reveling in the oppressive sensation bestowed by their vampire lineage. Abraham and the assembly of the Judgment Court vampires sat regally upon their thrones, quietly observing the farce unfolding before them, akin to a performance by jesters. They refrained from intervening, perhaps savoring this fleeting moment of joy that might be the most delightful in their eternal existence. Andrew II, in a state of ecstatic frenzy, felt the stirring of grand ambitions within his chest, fueled by the promise of immortality and power. He resolved to expand, and expand once more, aspiring to become a true vampire king. After a considerable time, the farce orchestrated by the royal family of Sethvia gradually subsided, and Andrew II's gaze returned to Abraham. Seated nearby, his objectives had been achieved. Immortality was now his, and he sought nothing further. The reverence and flattery that once adorned his countenance had diminished significantly. Yet, The palpable aura of menace emanating from Abraham and the other second-generation vampires kept him from descending into hubris. His words, however, had lost their courteous veneer. Since the pact had been established, the envoys were free to depart the palace. Of course, should they wish to linger within its confines for some time. That would not be an issue, as the royal family of Sethvaya would always welcome their presence. Andrew, too, feigned generosity. But the underlying message was clear. He was subtly bidding them farewell. The world of adults had shifted too rapidly. Abraham extended his hand in a dismissive gesture, then calmly stated, "There is no need for residence, Your Majesty. Your fastidious nature disallows others from occupying your chambers. Therefore, I beseech King Andrew to take his family and depart promptly. We must prepare the space for your esteemed arrival." Abraham's words elicited a frown from Andrew too, who suddenly sensed that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. What did he mean? Andrew too scrutinized Abraham's face. His own pale visage, still bearing the marks of his recent transformation, betraying a hint of displeasure. Duke Abraham, with a look of surprise, remarked, "Andrew, you and your family have attained immortality. Surely you do not still covet the palace? This place now belongs to Lord Norton." Chapter 120. I prefer to drink honeyed water. A heart-wrenching cry resonated from the depths of the palace, its tone so sorrowful that it moved listeners to tears. Even in the absence of musical distractions, an inexplicable melody echoed within the hearts of all present. However, Duke Abraham was exceedingly impatient with Andrew II's outburst. What a disgraceful commotion! What filthy slaves dare to tread upon the sacred halls of His Majesty? Remove these slaves and assign them labor. Henceforth, the blood-red church would assume complete dominion over Sethvaya, initiating a comprehensive vampirization of its citizens. With a grand gesture, Duke Abraham commanded his subordinates to clear the palace entirely. Listening to the commands of Grand Duke Abraham, a dozen second-generation vampires drew forth their whips, inlaid with silver threads, and struck fiercely upon the bodies of the members of the Sethvaya royal family. The anguished cries echoed loudly, with Andrew II's rejuvenated form emitting the most piercing screams. Each lash of the silver-threaded whip left a burning mark upon his skin, and the third-generation vampires writhed in agony, their suffering surpassing that of mere corporal punishment. Observing the once mighty royal members, now rendered powerless and mercilessly expelled from the palace by the second-generation vampire tribunal, one could not help but emit a sigh of satisfaction. The allure of power is indeed beguiling. Yet regrettably, above me looms a presence as formidable as a deity. Where shall I, Abraham, ultimately find my path? As the palace gradually emptied, the once resplendent hall fell into a profound silence, devoid of sound and life. Grand Duke Abraham stood alone amidst the vast emptiness, a sense of bewilderment washing over him. It had been 2 decades since his transformation into a vampire. Yet the passage of time had not bestowed upon him the tranquility one might expect. Instead, his longing for power intensified, a thirst that grew ever more insatiable. Power and extraordinary strength converged within him, rare gifts that few could attain, leaving him in a tempest of contemplation. Such fortune as he possessed was indeed rare. Yet the overwhelming presence of his sovereign felt akin to a divine being. While this existence was the root of his authority and might, it also weighed heavily upon him like an insurmountable mountain. Alas, if only he could employ certain means to confine it to a distant realm, relegating it to a mere symbol of the bloodline. Turning to gaze at the resplendent throne behind him, an intense desire surged within him. Trembling, he approached the jewel-encrusted seat, delicately caressing its exquisite carvings, unable to suppress the yearning within his heart any longer. With his head held high in an air of regal grace, he slowly descended into the golden splendor of the throne. What exquisite beauty it is to occupy this position. Yet alas, I am not the progenitor. I cannot claim kingship. The satisfaction and joy upon Abraham's face transformed into bitterness and sighs as reality set in. Rising from the throne, he made his way toward the palace's exit. Fortune is mine, yet my fate is bound. My current status and power stem from the progenitor, and thus, I must diligently serve to uphold my position. To reach too high may well bring about the end of my good fortune. Outside the palace, snow fell in flurries. Yet having accomplished what he deemed a significant task for his sovereign, Abraham felt a measure of pride swell within him. Observe, it is indeed Abraham who wields his influence with great skill. Whatever the crown desires, Abraham can procure. In this manner, his stature will undoubtedly become more entrenched, firmly establishing him as the foremost individual beneath the crown. The heavy snowfall descends like down feathers, and this year's cold air is far more frigid than in the previous 2 years. In fact, over the past few years, the winter chill has intensified more severely than ever before. Norton remembers this vividly. For that year, when the cold began to set in, coincided with torrential rains in Leno City and the departure of Carl. Since that year, the winter's cold has escalated relentlessly. The pristine snow blankets the ground to a depth that reaches the height of a standing finger, making the luxurious royal carriage of the ancestor struggle through the snow, leaving deep ruts in its wake. Fortunately, the ground is not slippery, allowing the third-generation vampires to lend their strength to facilitate the carriage's movement. Indeed, the work of the horses has now been taken over by the third-generation vampires. Norton is despicable beyond measure, showing utter disregard for his own bloodline, as if they were not human. The third-generation vampires, endowed with strength surpassing that of typical large beasts and an inexhaustible constitution, have earned the title of perfect slaves, leading Norton to exploit them to unprecedented lows. Flurries of white snow dance through the air as a procession of carriages, hundreds of meters long and clad in black robes, makes its way slowly through the snow. At the forefront are the Knights of the Blood Court, donned in steel armor dyed a vibrant red with the essence of the third-generation vampires, wielding great swords to clear the path. In the center is a grand royal carriage, pulled by 18 third-generation vampires, measuring 9 meters in length and width. It resembles a small palace more than a mere carriage. Surrounding the royal carriage are additional carriages, also drawn by third-generation vampires, filled with beautiful maidens, ever ready to serve the ancestor. Following the royal carriage is a large contingent of second-generation vampire members of the tribunal, migrating alongside Norton to the castle of Sethvaya. Norton, tall and slender, cloaked in a luxurious fox fur coat, occupies his 9-square-meter royal carriage, gazing melancholically at the swirling snow outside, exuding an air reminiscent of an elegant prince. Through the window, he extends his slender, pale hand to catch the falling snowflakes, a gentle chill circulating in his palm, lingering due to his lack of body heat. The weather in recent years seems rather peculiar. The cold currents are evidently growing stronger, and the temperatures are noticeably dropping. Is it due to the sun's gradual dimming, or perhaps the onset of a little ice age? Alas, in such bitter cold, how will the common folk of Southern Avenue survive? Norton feels a twinge of melancholy intermingled with urgency. If the populace succumbs to the frost, what will he, Norton, have to eat? Certainly, this is merely a jest. If we were to encounter a little ice age, Lord Norton would hardly be concerned. His true anxiety lies in the extinction of the sun. The sun represents the divine's severance from corporeal existence, yet is also a symbol of its power. Over the years, the sun has grown increasingly dim. Could this signify the gradual restoration of divine strength? If death should indeed prevail, might the deity rise anew? Even if the deity does not awaken, could Jonah, imprisoned within the sun, break free? And even if Jonah does not escape with the sun's demise, will this realm transform into a lifeless sphere, leaving only Lord Norton to endure an eternal solitude? The generations of vampires, tasked with pulling sleds through the heavy snow, will never grasp the melancholia that resides within His Majesty's heart. Within the 9-square-meter carriage, aside from Norton, a multitude of bats hang densely from the ceiling, while a coal ball, now towering 2 meters in height, resembles a dog nestled upon the soft bedding. A delicate fragrance wafts through the air as Elizabeth, adorned in crimson and black court attire, sits gracefully to one side, preparing a warm blood soup to fend off the cold for Norton. Of course, Norton is not afraid of the chill. Rather, he yearns for the warmth of the blood soup. Chapter 121. Have you forgotten me after just 2 days? Aquí no, Abraham, clad in black and red court garments, stand in the snow several kilometers from the Sethvaya Palace, eagerly awaiting. His Majesty Norton is soon to arrive. To express his profound respect for His Majesty, Abraham braves the frigid weather and relentless snow, traversing several kilometers to honor Norton. Furthermore, he has already selected hundreds of young, unmarried women within the royal city to welcome his majesty and enhance the dining experience. In his servitude, Abraham proves to be far more considerate than any eunuch. Surely, his majesty will take delight in my thoughtful preparations. Ha ha ha. From this moment forth, his majesty will undoubtedly regard me as a trusted confidant. Before the royal carriage has even arrived, Abraham begins to imagine the approving gaze of his majesty. Yet his majesty has always held disdain for power, preferring indulgence instead. Under my sweetened advances, he shall swiftly succumb, surrendering entirely to a realm of comfort. Thus, would it not lead to a transfer of authority, allowing me, Abraham, to entirely dominate the bloodline? He, Abraham, feels enlightened. Since he cannot confine Norton, why not instead nurture him into an indulgent wastrel? Is this not a covert method of imprisoning the progenitor of the bloodline? Abraham is eager to meet Norton, eager to implement his softening strategy. At last, beneath his fervent anticipation, the emblem of the blood court and its distinct procession gradually emerge at the edge of the snowstorm. His Majesty, Abraham let out a thunderous roar, swiftly charging forth, only to kneel abruptly upon the ground. Harnessing his momentum, he glided across the earth like a skier, carving 2 deep furrows as he slid several meters until he came to rest before Norton's grand carriage. Gazing upon the opulent vehicle, reminiscent of a palace, and the surrounding carts laden with provisions, a smile blossomed on Abraham's face before he uttered a word. Observing Norton's indulgent demeanor, he surmised that he need not exert himself excessively. Norton had effectively wallowed in decadence, rendering himself akin to a boar in a sty. At this rate, monumental success was within reach. Just as Abraham was poised to recount his achievements, the curtain of the carriage was abruptly lifted from within, revealing a familiar visage adorned with traits that struck an unsettling chord within him. The exquisite features were somewhat recognizable, yet the crimson eyes and pallid complexion, coupled with the small, pointed canines that peeked from her lips, pierced through Abraham's fragile heart like a bullet. Was this not a reflection of his own traits? No. This was indeed the progenitor vampire. Had Elizabeth dared to usurp his place? While he, Duke Abraham, remained oblivious, she had audaciously thrust herself into the esteemed role of the first vampire, a position of unparalleled nobility. In an instant, Abraham grasped the gravity of the situation. His unique status as the progenitor vampire, the undeniable future regent, and the exalted position that placed him just beneath the crown was now being usurped by another? No. The chilling winds of winter swept through him, sending shivers down his spine. Abraham's face contorted as he struggled to maintain his composure, yet within, he was teetering on the brink of despair. "Your Grace," he murmured, bowing his head in defeat, unable to sustain the ade any longer. His features twisted into a grimace as he trembled slightly, snowflakes gently landing upon him, their chill refusing to dissipate, as the relentless snowfall quickly cloaked him in a shroud of white. "Oh, it is you, Abraham. Rise and follow my royal carriage to the city of the crown," Norton remarked, his gaze indifferent as he peered through the open door at the kneeling figure before him. With those words, a deeper chill enveloped Abraham's heart. Had he truly been absent for a mere year, and already Norton seemed on the verge of forgetting his very name? "Your Grace," within the royal city, the old servants have selected over 100 beautiful maidens, all held captive within the castle, awaiting your indulgence. The final flicker of hope within Abraham's heart began to waver, yet it stood resiliently. What could he say in the face of another progenitor vampire? However, it is his merit that must be acknowledged, and he should take the opportunity to showcase his contributions before the crown, thereby revealing his worth and vying for greater power. Indeed, the Grand Duke has been my companion for the longest duration, well aware of my preferences. In light of this, let Grand Duke Abraham henceforth take full responsibility for procuring exquisite delicacies and serve by my side. Seated in the royal carriage, His Grace Norton maintained an indifferent demeanor, yet his words pierced through Grand Duke Abraham's fragile heart like bullets. No, Abraham was on the brink of collapse. He regretted ever attempting to impress someone as dim-witted as Norton. His foremost concern was clearly indulgence. Those who catered to his desires were the ones he favored, allowing them to remain close to him. Yet this was in direct opposition to his own aspirations. Now, even the authority of the tribunal had been stripped from him. relegating him to the status of an aged eunuch beside the emperor. Abraham's face turned ashen, and he dared not utter a word. He trailed behind Norton's royal carriage, slowly making his way towards the distant capital of Svea. Chapter 122. The Holy City of the Bloodline, the Progenitor of the Bloodline, the true ancestor, along with 2 Grand Dukes, had all taken residence in the capital of Svea. This heralded the dawn of a new era, a time belonging to the bloodline. Snowflakes danced through the air, blanketing the entire capital in a pristine white. The accumulation of snow had even reached the level of one's calves, a testament to the severity of this year's winter. Thanks to the overcast weather and the heavy snowfall, the 3rd generation of vampires could labor even during the day. Thus, amidst the snow-covered landscape, the figures of the industrious 3rd generation vampires were still evident throughout the capital. Crack! The 2nd generation vampire overseer cracked his whip, interwoven with silver threads, creating a resounding snap that scattered the falling snowflakes and spurred the 3rd generation vampires into greater fervor. Hurry up! His Grace has provided you with sustenance, clothing, a luminous identity, and the gift of everlasting blood. How can you repay His Grace's divine favor if you do not work diligently? Though the vast expanse of the capital occupied considerable land, its architecture left much to be desired, particularly the muddy terrain and the lowly wooden shanties that were utterly unbefitting of its royal status. Although Norton resided in a magnificent Gothic castle, his kind heart could not bear to see his servants endure the biting cold within such dilapidated wooden homes, with roofs that offered little protection from the snow. Thus, he resolved to construct the largest holy city of the bloodline on the southern continent. With the issuance of Norton's decree to build, it was as though he had awakened a skill of authority, frequently enacting laws and planning every affair of Svea, completely sidelining Grand Duke Abraham, who was left utterly perplexed. Why did His Grace not indulge more? Yet, no matter how reluctant, Norton still wielded supreme power due to his formidable strength. Following the grand construction of the Holy City, Norton issued successive decrees. The first mandated the establishment of toilets in Svea, forbidding its inhabitants from relieving themselves indiscriminately. Those who dared to defy this order would be reduced to blood slaves, forever barred from ascending to the ranks of vampires. Who could fathom that even within the imperial city, beneath the thick layers of snow, lay the desiccated remnants of excrement, buried several layers deep? To facilitate the construction of toilets and address the future drainage issues of the city, His Excellency Norton labored tirelessly day and night, creating a comprehensive schematic for an underground drainage system. Subsequently, he mobilized all 3rd generation vampire slaves to excavate the frozen ground during this harsh winter, thereby establishing a system to expel waste and sewage from the city. Although the design of the underground drainage system lacked significant technical complexity and the drawings were rather simplistic, it was a novel idea that had never been proposed before. Norton, being the first in the southern continent to take such an initiative, truly astonished Abraham. The wisdom of this patriarch was undeniable. Despite his penchant for indulgence, he should never be underestimated. If Norton's creation of the underground drainage system showcased his ingenuity, then his subsequent management strategy and decentralization plan for Svea elevated him to a status revered by Abraham. To optimize the governance of Svea, Norton retained the feudal lord system, designating 2nd generation vampires as family lords to oversee their respective territories. While this system may not have been favorable in the hands of various kings, for Norton, who possessed absolute strength and status over all vampires, it proved to be the most effective structure. The 2nd generation vampires formed clans, registered under the patriarch's name, tasked with the regulation and division of their domains. The lower strata of humanity, the elderly, the weak, and the ill, were all transformed into 3rd generation vampires, becoming slaves to serve the blood-red church for eternity. The sheer number of 3rd generation vampires, coupled with their considerable strength and tireless nature, meant that all production within Svea fell to their dominion. Whether it was farming, construction, or road maintenance, everything was the responsibility of these 3rd generation vampires, who had effectively become the true laborers of the vampire realm. They lived in constant fear of the 2nd generation vampires, who wielded silver whips to enforce compliance. Yet, the overwhelming power and status of their overseers rendered them incapable of rebellion. The only silver lining was that the blood court provided sustenance and shelter, allowing some impoverished souls to survive at the very least. In order to ensure a sufficient supply of sustenance for the vast realm of the vampire lineage, all humans are exempted from labor. Upon reaching maturity, they are nurtured within the Crimson Church, and once they attain adulthood and acquire a spouse, they are granted free housing, food, clothing, and essential living items. Their offspring may be fostered within the sanctuaries of the Crimson Church, allowing them to experience a semblance of freedom. However, this freedom comes at a cost. Upon nearing death or losing reproductive capabilities, humans who emit the scent of bodily decay will be reported to the local Crimson Church by the vampires, subsequently being forcibly transformed into third-generation vampire slaves, destined to toil eternally for the blood court. To provide them with a glimmer of hope and to stabilize society, the progenitor Norton established a contribution mechanism. Third-generation vampires who contribute to the blood court for over a century may apply for transformation into second-generation vampires, aligning themselves with local vampire clans, thereby transitioning from mere serfs to overseers. Those second-generation vampires who have devoted more than 5 centuries to the blood court can request to establish their own clans, cultivating their own vampire lineage, thus evolving from the exploited to the exalted. Furthermore, second-generation vampires who have contributed for over a millennium gain the privilege to apply for status as first-generation vampires, ultimately becoming the true aristocrats within the vampire realm. This legislation is a delightful surprise for all classes. Humans, in particular, fear not the weight of overwhelming pressure, but rather the absence of a hopeful future to aspire to. When Norton delineated a seemingly distant yet attainable vision of a brighter tomorrow, the current afflictions became bearable. Moreover, Norton's decree is exceedingly generous. Humans may engage in leisure, procreate freely, and enjoy a blissful existence prior to their transformation into third-generation vampires, a life from which none would wish to depart. After becoming third-generation vampires, they can strive for a century to ascend to a higher status, a dream within reach for those who possess immortality. Thus, both humans and third-generation vampires exhibit unwavering compliance and eager anticipation towards Norton's edict, to ensure that certain clans do not devolve into tyrannical despots, deceiving their subjects and engaging in malevolent conduct. His Grace Norton instituted a triad oversight policy. Local vampire clans, acting as nobility, are tasked with managing the welfare of the populace and enforcing His Grace Norton's decrees. Yet they are barred from controlling the ascension and birth of local vampires, preventing them from winning the loyalty of the people and misleading the blood court. Furthermore, the jurisdiction will be monitored by the Crimson Church Tribunal, responsible for nurturing human children and overseeing the ascension and birth of vampires, yet lacking authority over local governance. The vampire clans are solely responsible for execution, while the Blood Red Tribunal is tasked with oversight. In addition, Norton has dispatched Elizabeth to establish another supervisory department, intermittently sending personnel to various regions to monitor local operations, thereby achieving the goal of multiple layers of surveillance. It can be asserted that Norton's political acumen has reached a pinnacle in this era, leaving Abraham profoundly astonished. The sovereign possesses such remarkable abilities, managing affairs with meticulous order and wielding power with an imperial heart. His intentions are indeed as profound as the abyss. Chapter 123. Escalation of events. Furthermore, Norton resolved to distribute the power held by Abraham. Not only would he share the dominion, but he would also partition the power derived from bloodlines. The propagation of vampire progeny is an intimate and personal affair, with a newly developed bloodline essentially being the offspring of the preceding generation of vampires, as their lineage is derived from the progenitors. Consequently, the lower-tier progeny naturally feel a sense of kinship and subservience towards their higher-tier transformers, sharing the same bloodline. Previously, all vampire bloodlines originated from Abraham. To prevent the dominance of Abraham's lineage from becoming overwhelming, thereby allowing them to conspire and deceive those above and below, Norton vigorously nurtured the lineage of Elizabeth, establishing a dual lineage that would advance concurrently, fostering mutual contention. As time progressed, Norton appeared to be gradually evolving into a competent sovereign, the previous entanglements and benevolence having long since evaporated with the passage of time. He increasingly aligned himself with the Pope, indeed resembling a dragon-slaying youth who ultimately transforms into a malevolent dragon. The new faction of vampires developed swiftly and quietly in Svesvia. To ensure that he would not encounter issues due to the church's discovery, Norton imposed a strict edict of entry, but no exit in Svesvia. However, even without this decree, it is unlikely that the church would uncover the vampire issue in Svesvia anytime soon. This is due to Svesvia being a small nation, situated far from the papal palace, and, in the coalition resisting the church, it is merely a minor player, occupying a remote and desolate area that is of little interest to anyone, thus rendering its external trade channels nearly non-existent. Given the various monsters in the wilderness, the financial investment required for long-distance trade is exorbitant. For a remote nation like Svesvia, which lacks purchasing power, engaging in trade not only fails to yield profits, but also incurs losses. Hence, aside from the lords and the king of Svesvia jointly funding knights to venture out for trade, there were virtually no opportunities for commerce. However, this did afford the blood-red tribunal ample time for development. As Norton has been away from Lino City for 20 years, the Grand War between the Papal Palace and the Boya Empire has yet to conclude. For a continuous span of 2 decades, the war has left the Boya Empire and its neighboring states in a state of profound disarray. It has depleted the coffers of various lords, obliterating their century-long accumulations of military strength and national resources, leading them to a startling realization. Even in the absence of the Holy Inquisition, they remain incapable of overcoming the Papal States. The resource mobilization capabilities of this centralized papal authority are astonishingly formidable. While the lords often engage in prolonged negotiations over trivial matters, by the time they arrive at a consensus and are ready to implement it, the papal forces have already laid waste to their ranks, rendering their deliberations moot. Moreover, the Papal States exhibit a ruthless disregard for human life, deploying countless impoverished conscripts and expendable forces to the battlefield with little to no cost, leaving the various lordships utterly drained. Even the Boya Empire is lamenting its plight. Furthermore, it has come to light that the Papal States possess yet another contingent of the Holy Inquisition, further dissuading the other nations from pursuing conflict. Amidst the chaos of the front lines, Emperor Arian II of the Boya Empire, alongside his heir Arian III, capitalized on the turmoil to meticulously consolidate the resources and lands of the prominent lords within his domain. Once the principal lords had been sufficiently weakened on the battlefield, a relentless stream of peace proposals from the Boya Empire began to flow toward the Papal States. Despite the papal forces enjoying a dominant position on the battlefield for the past 20 years, they have made no territorial gains, and the attrition of 2 decades has also inflicted considerable damage on the papal authority. Thus, the prevailing expectation among the other nations was that the peace overtures would be met with success, perhaps necessitating only minor concessions to the Pope in exchange for the prospect of peaceful development. However, contrary to their anticipations, His Majesty Adam appears resolute in his desire to utterly deplete the national strength of all adversaries, disregarding their appeals for peace. With a sweeping gesture, he unleashed the papal army, which had failed to advance for 20 years, to mount a full-scale assault on the Boya Empire and its neighboring states. The Pope issued a chilling and indiscriminate order for massacre. Every city, every village, all who stand in the way shall be eradicated without mercy. With the issuance of this decree, the dynamics of the war shifted dramatically. Such brutality is unprecedented in both ancient and modern history. Not a single pope in the annals of the Papal States has ever waged a war so indifferent to human life. This is a tyrannical act, utterly inhumane. Nonetheless, it is likely a ploy of intimidation. Warfare in this era resembles that of the spring and autumn period, characterized by exchanges between nobility. When a noble is defeated, they cede territory and pay reparations, while the serfs are seen as spoils of war, vital for productivity and sustenance. Initially, the Boya Empire and other smaller states regarded this with skepticism, due to the unprecedented and catastrophic nature of these exterminatory actions. They did not believe that the Church would act upon its words. Rather, they perceived this as a form of psychological warfare aimed at diminishing the morale of their soldiers. After all, population equates to productivity, sustenance, and a greater pool of subjects to exploit. The Papal States also incurred substantial losses, even if they occupied lands. They required a populace for development. It was not a matter of a racial war between different species, and thus, slaughter should not have been a consideration. They could not fathom that the pontiff would be foolish enough to annihilate his own sources of exploitation. However, when the Papal States captured a city from a minor vassal of the Bohemian Empire, the soldiers of the Church indeed raised their blades in slaughter. In the year 2252 of the Church calendar, history witnessed its largest-scale massacre of civilians in a city named Savinia. The soldiers of the Church followed orders without hesitation, executing the decree of His Holiness by systematically comparing the populace of Savinia, which numbered over 30,000, against the height of a cartwheel. Those who exceeded the height of the wheel were immediately beheaded. The streets of Savinia ran red with the blood of the slain, their corpses piled high, forming small hills, while rivers of blood flowed through the city. The stench of carnage wafted for miles, and Savinia was left eerily desolate, transformed into a ghost town. This border city, previously unrecorded in history, made its debut in the annals of time associated with this horrific massacre. As news of the Papal States' brutal action spread, shockwaves reverberated across the globe. No sovereign state, including the Bohemian Empire, could have imagined that the Church was indeed serious in its intentions. This so-called pontiff had proven himself to be utterly foolish, willing to slay even the sources of productivity. What was his ultimate goal? With the revelation of the Savinia massacre, the nature of this protracted war of attrition, which had lasted for 2 decades, underwent a complete transformation. Chapter 124. The Return of Adam, Your Holiness. I implore you to retract your command. Our holy Church venerates God and is founded upon mercy, which has allowed us to endure for a millennium and ensures our legacy for millennia to come. This is due to our righteous cause. Such acts of slaughter have not occurred in our Church for 1,000 years. Your Holiness, your cruelty and disdain for righteousness threaten to undermine the very foundations of our faith. It is not too late to cease. Our Church's orthodoxy and glory can still be preserved. Should you persist in this folly, our esteemed Church will be irrevocably tarnished, branded as a cult, and the opportunity for a future legacy will be lost. The solemn I, along with the last remaining cardinal and the Archbishop of Dorsia, pleaded earnestly, their faces etched with sorrow, attempting to dissuade the seated Adam, adorned in opulence, from his orders of massacre, in hopes of preserving the sanctity and grandeur of the Church's past. 5 out of 6 cardinals had perished, and the lone survivor had remained unscathed due to his singular devotion to the Church, free from ulterior motives. If he continued to navigate his life with caution, he might extend his years, becoming the only cardinal to pass away peacefully during Adam's reign. However, even now, despite the peril of facing execution at the hands of His Majesty Adam, he still stands forth, eager to counsel Adam to retract his decree, thus safeguarding the sanctity of the Church's esteemed reputation. 2 elderly gentlemen buzz around His Majesty like flies, their incessant chatter causing Adam to furrow his brow in mild irritation. Yet, in the presence of these 2 venerable souls who are wholly devoted to the Church, Adam tolerates their clamor, refraining from resorting to brutal measures to send them to the afterlife. Your Majesty, please reconsider your decree. Engendering slaughter will only drive our holy Church to the brink of annihilation, implored Archbishop Dorsey, his visage marked by sorrow as he knelt before Adam, bowing his head in fervent display of his unwavering devotion to the faith. It is indeed peculiar for a pallid vampire, with blood-red eyes sustained by the essence of life, to utter such words of devotion. Nonetheless, Adam harbored no doubts concerning his loyalty to the Church, though regrettably, it was not loyalty directed towards him. Perhaps, if not for the presence of the Holy Knights, Dorsey would have hastened to claim Adam as head as a means to ensure the Church's survival. Even so, their intentions remained rooted in concern for the Church. Thus Adam did not dwell on their thoughts. However, he still found their incessant prattle intolerable. Enough. Adam Tai did it. Casting a piercing gaze over Archbishop Dorsey and the cardinal, he then scoffed, "My Church has existed for over a millennium, and throughout the ages, not a single pope has failed to wage war or to slaughter the royal families of neighboring empires. Why is it that these lordly realms are never fully extinguished, their ranks replenishing within 50 years post-massacre, like weeds in spring?" Ultimately, the crux of the matter lies in the very foundation of these feudal states, which is their populace, the serfs of various lords. as long as their serfs endure, no matter how many kings and lords are slain. A steady stream of new leaders will emerge, gathering resources, becoming new lords and kings, and once again casting covetous eyes upon my church. Historically, while past popes have employed ruthless tactics, exterminating royals and various lords, the foundation of these lordly realms has persisted. The existence of serfs has allowed for swift resurgence. Therein lies the root of the turmoil. Thus, I shall eradicate their populace, obliterate their foundation, leaving these royals and lords with land untended and no soldiers to marshal, ensuring that for 2 centuries they shall find it arduous to regain vitality. This, indeed, is the true course that benefits my church with nary a detriment. Adam's gaze resembled that of a vulture, his gaunt cheeks lending him an air of malevolence. Many words remained unspoken. These lordly kingdoms, like wildfires, cannot be wholly extinguished. They will rise again with the spring breeze, representing an exceedingly unstable element. It is only due to the current might of the church that they are unable to conquer. Should any slightest issue arise within the church, these lords would undoubtedly return, seeking to obliterate the papal state entirely. The recent resurgence of the Holy Tribunal's demise, with the Bohemian Empire stirring restlessly, serves as a classic manifestation of this threat. In order to enhance the tolerance of the Holy See in the future, prolong the stability of the situation, and ensure a more secure suppression of the divine corpse, it is imperative for him to wield the blade, undermining the foundations of these kings and lords, thereby rendering them incapable of rising for a century and preventing them from becoming a formidable force. Consequently, future popes will be able to deploy minimal military strength to achieve victory at the slightest revival of these forces, thus ensuring the complete silence of the southern continent and preventing the minor principalities from stirring up turmoil. In other words, Adam intends to wage all the battles that future popes will need to fight in this generation. As for whether subsequent popes will indulge in pleasure due to the absence of external threats and ultimately succumb to internal strife, he scoffs. Each pope is selected by the preceding one, chosen for their exceptional qualities rather than through hereditary succession of lordly states, ensuring that both the worthy and the unworthy can ascend to the highest position. Moreover, if a pope truly neglects the perils of complacency and leads the church to ruin, then the church's demise is of little consequence. Adam's vision must transcend the confines of the church to ensure the utmost safety of the divine corpse. Thus, he can also allocate resources to rectify the internal situation of the papal state. Currently, the rampant proliferation of vampires within the church's domain has become unmanageable. Despite the emergence of vampire hunters, the vampires capable of reproduction no longer hunt for themselves, but instead utilize the weaker ones they have transformed to seek sustenance. This complicates the eradication of the vampire threat at its source. Should these newly formed vampires, endowed with extraordinary reproductive abilities, remain unchecked, they will inevitably become a grave concern for the papal state in the future. Furthermore, the whereabouts of Norton and Abraham from Leno City remain unknown as they have fled. In Adam's eyes, these beings capable of touching the power of God are the true menace. He must swiftly stabilize the external situation and then strike decisively against these vampires. In the imperial capital of the Boya Empire, within the vast castle, Emperor Eerie too sat gracefully upon a golden-hued wooden chair, his demeanor composed as he perused the frontline reports in his hands. The papal state, disregarding counsel, continued its rampant slaughter of towns, having already conquered 3 cities and claimed the lives of 110,000 souls. A plea for support was directed to His Majesty Eerie II. However, he regarded the report with indifference. A mere 110,000 lives did not warrant his concern, especially since the towering mountains separated the papal state from the Boya Empire, necessitating maritime transport of troops, which has been the reason for the long-standing peace between the two realms. Had the Pope dispatched holy knights to slaughter the royal families of the small nations, he might have felt apprehensive. Yet, with only ordinary knights and soldiers involved, he saw no cause for alarm. He set aside the frontline report and picked up a message relayed by his network of spies. The papal state was grappling with a large-scale outbreak of a new breed of vampire, whose reproductive capabilities far surpassed those of the vampires of the bygone era. Yet they exhibited numerous vulnerabilities. However, the ability of its transmission is truly astonishing, granting eternal life to its disseminators. Nonetheless, the Holy See employs unique methods. The images of God and religious artifacts are capable of inflicting remarkably effective harm upon these newfangled vampires. Presently, cities under the Holy See are engaged in large-scale mural paintings on their walls to counter the vampire invasion. As of now, there are no rumors suggesting that the Pope has transformed into a vampire. The newly established institution, the Holy Eye, founded by Pope Adam, appears to be conducting extensive research on a new breed of werewolves, with incessant howls emanating from within. Furthermore, the mobilization of external resources is highly suspect, primarily consisting of raw meat and blood. The workload of the papal blacksmiths is substantial, predominantly crafting circular devices adorned with sharp spikes, seemingly indicative of some form of restraining collar. All evidence points to the Holy Eye system studying the newly captured werewolves from the city of the Holy Lord. However, due to the disappearance of Archbishop Modigia, specific information remains unconfirmed. As for the fundamental training of the Holy Knights, there has been no progress thus far. Chapter 125. The pinnacle battle of faith and love. With a heavy sigh, Eerie too set down the letter in his hand, his expression somewhat gloomy. Thud, thud, thud. His fingers rhythmically tapped the table, a grimace crossing his face. The new werewolves are indeed exceedingly peculiar. Could it be that the Church truly possesses the capability to cultivate them as substitutes for the Holy Knights? The concept of werewolves has been proposed since the era of the sacred Noah Empire, with genuine attempts made to cultivate them, yet to no avail. Despite their wolf-like instincts, werewolves possess such high intelligence and wildness that taming them proves exceedingly difficult. Even when raised under optimal conditions with kindness, they refuse to heed commands, escaping as soon as they are released. However, the current news indicates that the Church has evidently reached a training standard for the new werewolves obtained from the city of the Holy Lord, which instills a sense of unease in Eerie too. A werewolf can easily withstand the onslaught of a heavily armored soldier, endowed with immense strength and remarkable speed. If the Holy See has indeed succeeded in breeding werewolves into a controllable army, the Boya Empire would be in grave peril. What manner of bizarre creature could give rise to werewolves that resemble human infants? Aside from being the holy city of the papal state, the city of the Holy Lord holds no exceptional significance. If it were truly the site of divine demise, it would be understandable. Yet, such notions are ultimately mere ridiculous tactics to deceive the gullible. Should a deity truly exist, the world would undoubtedly have been irrevocably altered. Thus, within the papal state congregates an astonishing array of beings, werewolves capable of transforming into humans, an entirely new breed of vampires, and the extraordinarily powerful Holy Knights. Clearly, the Church harbors immense secrets. Whether through human experimentation or alternative mutations, their mysteries far exceed imagination, rendering them irresistibly enticing. The Bohemian Empire's generations of royal investigations and the cultivation of spies have, to this day, thoroughly explored the entirety of the papal states without yielding any significant discoveries. Thus, this arcane research or mutated phenomenon must surely be concealed within the one domain that remains unpenetrated, the Holy See. Eerie too's gaze was devoid of emotion, yet his finger was resolutely pointed at the location of the papacy on the map spread across the table. Following the Pope's decree to massacre cities, and after repeated warnings fell on deaf ears, leading to the slaughter of 3 cities, the nature of this war underwent a profound transformation. What had previously been mere attrition, with both sides trading blows and soldiers perishing, had only momentarily benefited the various lords. After a year or two, they would have replenished their ranks. However, now the direct act of sacking cities jeopardizes the fundamental interests of all lords and kingdoms. Should they emerge victorious, it would be well. Yet, should they falter, they would return without reinforcements, devoid of serfs to yield wealth. What difference would that make from utter annihilation? Moreover, it is evident that they are currently at a disadvantage. If they fail to fight with utmost fervor and drive the papal forces away, they will inevitably succumb to a slow and agonizing demise, ultimately being encircled and obliterated. After 2 decades of protracted warfare and guerrilla tactics that nearly exhausted their logistics and manpower, the forces of the United Kingdom once more resembled a weary machine, creaking back to life. A year later, the armies from various nations, now fully reconstituted, united under the command of Crown Prince Arian III, marched with great resolve towards the forces of the papacy. Fueled by the dread of further massacres, the morale of the coalition soared, and their fighting spirit rivaled, if not surpassed, that of the papal soldiers bolstered by faith. In such a grand display of might, the Bohemian Empire's coalition successfully halted the advance of the papal forces, stalling them on their path to the next city. The coalition's soldiers, fearless and fervent, charged recklessly, while the papal soldiers, driven by their fervent beliefs, were equally bloodthirsty. Amidst the chaos of battle, one side cried out for their families, while the other shouted of heresy. In that moment, the battlefield descended into a stalemate, with countless soldiers perishing in a scene reminiscent of a meat grinder. Yet, amidst this brutal and harrowing environment, the coalition's morale not only remained unshaken, but surged as if ignited, fervently proclaiming the destruction of the Holy Church and the defense of their homeland. Their spirit rising ever higher, as if their very blood would ignite the heavens. In a moment when the coalition, previously filled with individual ambitions, stood united like never before, even the high-ranking officials relinquished their personal interests, unanimously committing themselves to resist the soldiers of the church. It became evident that love is the source of human courage. Thus unfolded a battle between the pinnacle of human faith and the fervor of love. Which is more maddening, faith or love? It has been demonstrated that for the faithful, their devotion is indeed their most fervent obsession. For those who are in love, love can inspire them to relinquish everything. Under the influence of two peak spirits, the brutality of this war, the unwavering resolve of the soldiers, and the staggering death toll have reached an apex unseen throughout history. Even the various lords led the charge, fearlessly clashing head-on with the forces of the papal state. In nearly every battle, the casualties on both sides constituted a staggering 80 to 90% of the total forces, with only a few truly timid deserters and the faithless surviving. The remaining soldiers from both sides fought valiantly to the death, determined to annihilate the enemy or perish alongside their comrades. Remarkably, due to this frenzied offensive, coupled with the papal state's disadvantage of not fighting on home soil and facing logistical challenges, the coalition managed to reverse its previous decline, pushing the papal forces back into their own territory. As the 26th year of the conflict between the papal state and the coalition with the Bohemian Empire approached, both sides found themselves once again at a stalemate, a rather extraordinary turn of events. While they fought fiercely at the front lines, Norton, positioned in the rear, finally sensed an opportunity for advancement. Chapter 126. Constructing Wonders. 5 swift years have passed, and the Blood Court Holy City has begun to take shape. The already expansive royal city underwent significant enlargement under Norton's stewardship, with all wooden structures razed to the ground. Within 5 years, a series of Gothic edifices were erected, forming a quintessential Central European architectural ensemble. Unlike the ancient Holy Roman Empire that Norton remembered, the ancient Holy Noah Empire, despite its vast territory, remained a large feudal state. Its governance fell short of Roman standards, and in terms of architecture, technology, wonders, and heritage, it paled in comparison to the ancient Roman Empire. After all, the lords governed their own domains, allowing them to indulge in a lifestyle unbefitting of true citizens, while expecting them to foster technological progress and civilization was an overestimation of their capabilities. Consequently, the architectural style across the southern continent became rather uniform, characterized by pointed arches, flying buttresses, and soaring spires reminiscent of Gothic architecture, along with various circular castles of all sizes. Thus, the Blood Clan Holy City was constructed to resemble a genuine abode of vampires, complete with spired palaces. The only notable distinction lay with the present-day Papal States monasteries and the Holy See, which, in a bid to emphasize the sanctity of God and showcase their uniqueness, undertook extensive modifications to the Gothic architectural style. This, however, became one of the reasons for the Bohemian Empire and other smaller nations to target them, deviating from ancient traditions. Yet, His Majesty Norton was quite supportive of these initiatives by the Papal State. The construction of wonders, albeit demanding vast resources and manpower, serves as a vital landmark for cultural and spiritual cohesion. For instance, mention of France evokes images of Notre Dame, Egypt conjures visions of the pyramids, and the mention of America brings to mind the Twin Towers. The creation of such marvels, despite its shortcomings in a time of low productivity, represents a vessel for culture and the essence of the human spirit. For instance, when one mentions the Blood Clan's holy city, thoughts inevitably drift to the Crimson Tower constructed by His Grace, Lord Norton. The image of the tower springs to mind, followed by that of the Blood Clan's city, and then the very essence of the vampires themselves. In summary, Lord Norton is a figure of folly, having invested 5 years and the labor of 50,000 third-generation vampires to erect this Crimson Tower, all in a bid to elevate the vampire's prestige. This magnificent tower, known as the Hakino Blood Clan's Crimson Tower, soars to an impressive height of over 230 meters, constructed predominantly from stone. Each individual stone brick, adorned with intricate carvings, requires an entire day's toil from a vampire to achieve the desired standard. The tower stands at a total height of 234 meters, with a base area exceeding 10,000 square meters and spans 39 levels. Its exterior is embellished with exquisite depictions of vampires, while each floor's interior is graced with splendid murals. Collectively, these 39 murals narrate the fabricated tale of the vampire's genesis, crafted by Norton himself, intended as an epic for posterity, further lending credence to his false historical narrative. Such a colossal structure, in this era, truly qualifies as a magnificent marvel. In contemporary times, the manpower and resources required to construct such a tower would span a century. Yet in the hands of vampires, who cannot perish by ordinary means, this undertaking is not particularly daunting. The motives behind Lord Norton's construction of this tower, aside from enhancing the believability and propagation of his fabricated tales, include its towering height. Should the Holy Judgment Corps return, and should the moat fail to extinguish them, Norton could perch atop the tower as pinnacle and cast them down, leveraging the height to ensure their demise. Norton remains steadfast to his original intentions. With the completion of the Crimson Tower, he moved in with his family, and it has now been a month since. The cold winds howl, bringing with them snow and ice. As the winds blow, the lofty spire seems to sway slightly. At the tower's apex, the towering figure of Lord Norton, clad in a blood-red imperial robe and adorned with a scarlet crown, sits regally upon his grand throne. 5 years have elapsed, during which his stature has increased significantly, now reaching a height of 2.5 meters. Moreover, he is on the cusp of advancing from the second to the third tier. The once withered flesh of Norton has regained some fullness, although his frame remains slender. It no longer resembles the frail figure of yore. His rejuvenation imbues him with a certain elongated grace, though the skin is marred by wrinkles, a testament to the passage of time that defies restoration. It resembles the blistering skin that itches and aches, yet is best left to its own devices. It will eventually wither and flake away. However, this grotesque decay was conspicuously unsightly, transforming Norton from a mere cadaver into a rotting corpse, occasionally shedding patches of desiccated skin that were utterly repulsive. Beneath the sloughing skin, the exposed flesh was pallid and wrinkled. Yet, these creases no longer resembled the withered skin of dehydration, but rather bore the resemblance of the moisture-laden wrinkles of an infant who has lingered too long in amniotic fluid. The pallor of his skin no longer echoed the ashen hue of bloodlessness, but rather embodied the essence of a fundamentally white being. It appeared as though Norton was gradually shedding his skin to evolve into an entirely new species. Seated upon the throne, Norton's crimson-hued eyes were gently closed, his visage solemn, as if engaged in some profound and reverent mental exercise. The cold wind from outside the tower swept through the windows in relentless gusts, causing the blood-red royal robes of Norton to billow and the patches of his peeling skin to quiver, amplifying the grotesque and nauseating nature of his appearance. Nevertheless, the imposing figure upon the throne remained immovable, akin to a stone statue, exuding an air of solemnity. Yet, the wind in the air grew increasingly fierce. This biting chill penetrated the hearts of the vampires within the Blood Clan's sacred city, inflicting a pain akin to a dagger piercing the soul. The anguished cries resonated throughout the Blood Clan's sacred city, as countless vampires, whether the second or third tier, noble or slave, could scarcely endure the bone-chilling gusts. Each one emitting heart-wrenching wails, some collapsing to the ground, writhing and trembling in agony. In the lower levels of the Crimson Tower, Duke Abraham and Duchess Elizabeth were even more tormented. The anguished cries erupted from Abraham's lips, as the internal suffering felt like a red-hot iron nail being driven into his forehead, inflicting a pain so intense it rendered him convulsive. This extreme torment compelled one to wish to tear open their flesh, to extract the searing nail embedded within. Thus, both Abraham and Elizabeth found themselves collapsing to the ground in anguish, their bodies writhing in torment, even their fingernails elongating into sharp talons, clawing at their skin in a desperate attempt to rend their own flesh. Chapter 127. Norton's Ascension. Abraham writhed frantically on the ground, tearing at his own skin. His heart was filled with dread, bewildered by the sudden transformation he had undergone. Yet, the excruciating pain prevented him from contemplating too much. He could only think of violently tearing apart his own flesh to alleviate the torment. Sharp nails lacerated his skin, large strips of flesh and skin being ripped away by Abraham's frantic grasp. Amidst the shattering of human flesh, blood splattered across the walls and floor in a chaotic display. Yet, in such a brutal tearing of his own flesh, Abraham's exposed crimson muscles did not diminish. Rather, they proliferated at an alarming rate, even causing the unshredded skin on his back to crack. His elongated incisors and other human teeth fell out one after another, and even his outstretched fingers, overwhelmed by the burgeoning flesh within, split through the skin to reveal a sanguine hue. Yet this was far from the end. Accompanied by the explosive growth of muscle and the tearing of skin, Abraham's exposed flesh rapidly expanded, astonishingly developing a layer of gray, leathery skin over the vibrant red muscle fibers, which even sprouted a frenzy of gray downy fur. His skull fractured and reformed, transforming from human shape into an exceedingly bizarre structure reminiscent of a bat, with thick black tufts sprouting along his back. Abraham knelt upon the ground, his mouth agape in agony, revealing a jaw devoid of teeth, yet teeming with newly formed sharp fangs. Even his hands, clawing at the earth, saw their nails fall away one by one, only to be replaced by thick, dark, sharply curved armor as his fingers thickened and his bones distorted. He was on the verge of transforming into an oversized bat, or perhaps akin to the ancestral vampire Dracula from the Van Helsing series. This transformation could be attributed to Norton, whose fascination with the grotesque metamorphosis of vampires left a lasting impression, compelling this newly spawned breed to undergo a similar evolution. Roaring, Abraham, now fully transformed, raised his head and emitted a series of growls that no human could produce, his form having morphed into that of a quintessential vampire lord. Still undergoing further changes, he bent slightly, and from the area of his scapula, a prominent bulge emerged, extending down to the outer sides of his thighs, seemingly in the process of evolving into bat-like membranous wings. However, as he felt the excruciating pain in his back and realized that he might be undergoing an evolution, the transformation abruptly ceased. The bulge extending to his thighs remained, but the evolution halted, leaving him with the bizarre appearance of a wingless lord. Meanwhile, at the pinnacle of the Crimson Tower, the slender figure of the progenitor, Norton, slowly opened his crystalline black eyes. The tempestuous winds began to subside, and Norton, seated upon his throne, appeared unchanged, save for the transformation of his reddish-brown irises to a pure obsidian hue. Is this what evolution entails? Aside from the enhancement of physical strength and the expansion of the magnetic field's coverage, why do I perceive no other improvements? In fact, I feel increasingly unattractive. Norton sighed deeply, rising from his throne. His elongated and slender form, gradually filled with flesh, appeared strikingly perfect, yet the otherworldly aura he exuded, while imposing, also imparted an oddly sacred and noble essence. However, whether due to his towering height or slight skeletal deformities, as he stood, a subtle curvature emerged in his back, resembling a hunch. With his skin already in decay, the added height leading to this hunch rendered him grotesquely unrecognizable. Such a repulsive visage made him feel as if a mere stroll outside would frighten children into submission. Metamorphosis and rebirth, Norton murmured, his lofty and slender, albeit slightly hunched appearance akin to that of a diminutive old man, coupled with the blood-red imperial robe he donned and the crimson crown upon his brow. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the frail, and aged countenance of an old pope nearing death. Perhaps, if he were to stand before his grace Adam, he would exclaim in astonishment, "Good heavens, how has the old pope returned to life?" A cold breeze swept through once more, dislodging fragments of his decaying skin. To prevent these remnants from falling into the hands of those with nefarious intentions, who might cultivate some aberrant species, Norton diligently bent down to collect them, stowing them away in a wooden box for the consumption of the coal balls and plum blossoms. The outcome of this evolution aligned with Norton's expectations. According to the ecclesiastical texts detailing the vampiric evolution, this so-called transformation of vampires represented a gradual metamorphosis into a certain enigmatic being. It is widely accepted that this mysterious entity is indeed a true vampire akin to Kuba. The transition from the first to the second tier could be seen as shedding one's humanity, while the shift from the second to the third tier involved the reconstitution of flesh and bone. Now in his third tier, with his exterior marred by decay, yet his essence burgeoning within, it signified that this internal transformation had reached its final stage. Once he sheds this antiquated skin, Norton would fully metamorphose into a vampire, reborn anew. Thus, the unsightly appearance of this third stage did not surprise him. He anticipated the ascension of the vampires below him, as well as the kobolds. Indeed, as I suspected, my elevation will propel all my kin to ascend alongside me. This is a crushing superiority in stature. I am akin to a deity. Every word, every action, every movement I make establishes a new paradigm for them. No wonder God met his demise. With such a terrifying presence, reminiscent of ancient deities, looming over him, he was destined to perish. Does this imply that I, Norton, am likewise doomed? Norton's pitch black, gleaming eyes possessed a remarkable ability to discern focal points as he surveyed the imperial city from his lofty vantage. After a prolonged silence, he released a profound sigh. I am the progenitor of the bloodline, the first vampire, the creator of all vampires. Any anomaly within my being resonates throughout the bodies of all vampires. Thus should I, Norton, perish, the entirety of my kind would follow suit. This is the inescapable consequence of hierarchical feedback and the oppressive weight of life itself. Furthermore, with my ascension, all vampires ascend alongside me, serving as irrefutable evidence of my elevated status. Norton was once again poised to commence the revision of the Vampire Chronicles. Chapter 128. The terrified Abraham Norton's elevation bore consequences that extended beyond his own transformation, ushering in the evolution of the new breed of vampires and the coal-like entities. The third generation of these new vampires collectively ascended a tier. Abraham and Elizabeth, both of the first generation, exhibited the most significant transformations. Their metamorphosis seemed influenced by their differing bloodlines, or perhaps by Norton's ideation, resulting in distinct appearances as vampire lords. Abraham's transformation resembled a classic Dracula, akin to the figure from Van Helsing, while Elizabeth took on the form reminiscent of Dracula's brides, the only similarity being their shared inability to manifest wings, seemingly halted at the final stage. Though Elizabeth's appearance lacked the formidable ferocity of Abraham's imposing visage, she compensated with increased agility and speed. It could be said that Norton's convoluted thoughts were to blame for this divergence. Setting aside the fact that these first-generation vampires had assumed combat forms reminiscent of the vampire lord from Norton's memories, the changes in their human-like exteriors were profound. Their once crimson eyes and elongated fangs had vanished, and aside from their pallid skin devoid of blood, they bore an uncanny resemblance to humans. Yet, they possessed the ability to alter their forms at will, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs when they chose to open their mouths. This transformation allowed these vampires to blend seamlessly within human cities, their post-transformation strength and agility providing them an edge even against holy knights. Externally indistinguishable from humans, their essence had shed the very roots of humanity, akin to humanoid bats cloaked in human skin, a facade of sorts. With this ascension, these first-generation vampires had irrevocably severed their ties to humanity. In contrast to the first-generation vampires, the second and third generations had merely ascended one tier. The second generation retained the ancient appearance of their predecessors, with crimson eyes and elongated fangs, still maintaining a humanoid form, while the third generation inherited the features of the second, with their own crimson eyes and sharp incisors. Thus, Even the third generation of vampires has now acquired the ability to reproduce, capable of transforming into fourth-generation vampires, thereby expanding the ranks of the bloodline. However, the transformations of Coalball and Prince Plum Blossom are rather inconspicuous, akin to Norton. Perhaps these two have long since diverged from the realm of bats, their mutations delving deeper. Thus, Norton's advancement, aside from achieving the final metamorphosis of a gargoyle and gaining petrification abilities, has merely resulted in a physical enhancement, rendering them larger and more formidable in stature. Nevertheless, Norton is content, for he can now transform into stone, a testament to the peculiar methods that, guided by his intellect, can still be realized. With the elevation of all vampires, the ominous chimes of the Bloody Tower resonated. The Grand Tower, towering over 230 stories, emitted the sound of its bell, a summons from the progenitor Norton to gather the vampires. As the bell tolled, every member of the bloodline within the sacred city was compelled to cease their tasks and congregate beneath the Bloody Tower, ready to heed the teachings of their revered ancestor. However, as the bell's echoes captured the attention of the gathered vampires, a fierce gale suddenly roared beneath the tower. Under the fearful gazes of many vampires, two terrifying creatures resembling colossal bats, each with a wingspan of 9 meters and standing over 3 meters tall, soared forth from the base of the Bloody Tower, hurtling towards its apex. The vampire princess, it is the true ancestor, kneeled quickly, though a wave of terror swept through the overseers. They immediately recognized the fearsome forms of these monstrous beings, hastily dropping to their knees while simultaneously wielding their whips to chastise the prostrated vampire slaves. A sea of kneeling vampires darkened the ground below, and from the height of the 200-meter tower, their submissive actions were clearly visible, fresh from their own advancements. Abraham, unable to relish his success, hurriedly followed the similarly emerged Elizabeth, both racing up the steps in a frenzy, each transforming into the visage of a vampire lord to hasten their ascent. Why, oh why, did Lord Norton construct such a towering edifice, a trial both upward and downward? Abraham felt the perspiration rising as he ran, his mind churning with frustration, though his face betrayed his urgency. Yet, upon witnessing Elizabeth's own bizarre transformation before him, he was taken aback. Was I alone in this sudden, strange evolution? Moments ago, I heard the anguished cries of numerous vampires outside. Could it be that all vampires are undergoing a transformation akin to mine? If so, it seems something amiss has befallen old Norton. Perhaps his own evolution has triggered our collective ascent. As Abraham ascended the tower, the young man found himself engrossed in contemplation. With each passing moment, the weight of his thoughts deepened, casting a shadow over his heart. Should it truly be the ancient Norton whose evolution spurred our own kind's advancement? It would be a cause for profound despair. Every action and gesture could reverberate within us. Such a terrifying influence implied that any anomaly on his part would be intricately linked to our fates. What if, by mere chance, he were to meet his demise? Would that calamity not cascade down upon us, heralding our own destruction? Abraham's mood was far from pleasant, yet his countenance betrayed none of his inner turmoil as he hastened upward. The sight of Elizabeth, equally fervent and seemingly propelled by an urgency that made her increasingly reckless, only soured his disposition further. The intricacies of power, the tyranny, and the emergence of new confidants. Oh, your majesty, how inscrutable your intentions are. If the number of those wielding power were to increase, what place would there be for one such as Abraham? The depths of Norton's scheming and the weight of his suspicions sent chills through Abraham's core. His true confidants, it seemed, were not but a cluster of mindless bats. Chapter 129. The egregious tyrant beneath the towering crimson spire lay a multitude of dark figures, thousands of vampires prostrating within the sacred city. The sheer scale was overwhelming, stretching into infinity. Clad in a blood-red royal robe and adorned with a scarlet crown, the progenitor Norton, a towering figure exceeding 2 meters in height, stood upon the balcony at the pinnacle of the tower, surveying all the gathered vampires from his lofty perch. Flanking him were 2 gargantuan bat-like creatures, each exceeding 3 meters tall, their wings folded against their backs. The immense aura of dread emanating from these beasts rendered Abraham and Elizabeth pale, compelling them to take a cautious stance in an inconspicuous position behind. Abraham lagged half a step behind Elizabeth, furtively stealing glances at the long unseen progenitor standing at the edge of the balcony. With each glance, his alarm grew, and fear tightened its grip on his heart. After merely 2 months apart, how had Norton begun to decay? The skin of the progenitor, clad in his blood-red robe, was visibly marred by rot and peeling, and as he moved, flakes of skin resembling desiccated scales would fall, transforming his already grotesque form into something even more repulsive, sending shivers of dread through Abraham. What was he becoming? Even his back had begun to hunch. The extent of this dermal decay resembled a serpent shedding its entire skin, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. Beyond the grotesque appearance, the oppressive aura surrounding Norton intensified, even standing at a distance. Abraham felt as if he were under the gaze of some dreadful entity, a suffocating sensation pressing upon him. Dressed in royal garb and crowned, Norton gazed downward at the throng of vampires kneeling below, a sense of nostalgia washing over him, as if time had irrevocably shifted. Once, living cautiously and anxiously within the confines of the church, who could have imagined that I would one day ascend to such exalted heights? The timid and feeble young Norton has now transformed into the venerable progenitor of the Nortons. Had the circumstances of today been placed before the imprisoned Norton of yore, he would have undoubtedly rejoiced with unbridled ecstasy. Yet, viewed through the lens of the present, all that remains is a sense of tedium and indifference. Ah, the youthful wanderings! Norton, now a sovereign, reflects wistfully, his expression of detachment epitomizing the essence of true forgetfulness. The chilling wind sweeps past, causing the crimson royal robe draped upon him to flutter, revealing his long legs, devoid of undergarments and leg hair. Nevertheless, it emboldens him to speak, his voice resonating with an authority potent enough to encompass half the territory of Cestavia, conveying his will unmistakably to every vampire ensnared within his magnetic field. From a sacred text of the Holy Church, it is written that God created the Garden of Eden. Initially, chaos reigned. The serpent and the elephant mated, producing Dan. The horse and the chicken mated, yielding epics. Such unions stirred the divine heart, leading to the emergence of humankind. God mingled with women, resulting in divine progeny, with men, producing Jonah, and with the dead, birthing Kuba. Kuba, in turn, slayed the deity, leading to the divine essence being stripped from him, leaving only his eternal blood to linger within the church, which I have seized, using the blood of vampires to forge the foundation of immortality. Thus, I declare myself the progenitor of the bloodline, as well as the deity of its creation. The bloodline exists by my design. Therefore, all shall yield to my will. With my elevation in status, all other vampires shall ascend in tandem. Any anomaly within my being will resonate through the bodies of all vampires. Thus should I, Norton, perish. All others shall follow suit into oblivion. This is the feedback of status, an oppression of life as hierarchy, utterly irrefutable. I am the very essence of the bloodline-s existence. All vampires are bound to exert their utmost efforts to heed my commands and safeguard my well-being. The sovereign-s oppressive aura seems to connect the cerebral waves of all vampires within its reach. His words, laden with indifference and ruthlessness, resonate with crystalline clarity in the minds of those overshadowed by his might, accompanied by an ineffable force of life that renders these vampires as diminutive ants gazing upon a towering giant, engulfed by fear, despair, and insignificance. Standing behind him, listening intently, Abraham appears gaunt, his heart smoldering with desolation. As I suspected, this wretched old Norton truly holds dominion over the life and death of the bloodline. Thus the vampires spawned from him, are doomed to forever remain his slaves, with no hope of liberation. Abraham feels akin to a worker ant birthed by the queen, existing solely under Norton-s control from life to death. He dares not even risk a wager on whether Norton speaks falsehoods. What if it were true? Just as Adam dared not gamble with human hearts, in the year 2257 of the ecclesiastical calendar, his Grace Norton, the progenitor of the bloodline, delivered a rudimentary discourse in Sylvania regarding the fundamental emergence of a new breed of vampire. This momentous address formally established the esteemed identity of the vampire progenitors while laying the groundwork for the dominion of the bloodline, the supreme authority of the progenitors. Thus, the year 2257 is historically referred to as the Year of the Bloodline, also known as the Year of Norton. In pursuit of consolidating his rule and stratifying the bloodline into classes, thereby attracting some while subjugating others, the progenitor Norton formally delineated the ranks within the bloodline. He continued to employ the feudal titles of Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron, with the likes of Abraham and Elizabeth classified as bloodline dukes, descending in rank until the fourth generation of vampires was reduced to slavery. The system of advancement based on devotion was also retained to better uphold his dominion and provide psychological comfort to all vampires. With Norton's ascension, his demeanor did not mirror that of most illustrious founders of history. Rather, he resembled a foolish sovereign, setting forth an ambitious and unprecedented aspiration to eradicate the church within a century as the blood nation was newly established. His rationale was exceedingly tenuous, claiming that the church's faith in God posed a restraining influence on the bloodline, asserting that if the church were permitted to flourish, the bloodline would ultimately find no foothold. While this reasoning pertained to the bloodline, it was remarkably flimsy. The bloodline harbored numerous vulnerabilities, fearing not only the church, but also the sun and silver artifacts. Although the church's faith in God could inflict torment upon the bloodline through religious symbols and images of God, the lethality of such afflictions paled in comparison to the sun's rays and silver objects. Why, then, did Norton not endeavor to extinguish the sun or confiscate all silverware? Setting aside the hopelessness of Norton's aspirations, in the early days of his reign, he initially appeared diligent, establishing laws for the bloodline, planning urban developments, implementing management systems, and outlining expansion strategies. However, as time elapsed, progenitor Norton began to slacken, oscillating between periods of productivity and idleness. Gradually, he retreated from the center of power, entrusting all governance to Duke Abraham and Duchess Elizabeth. Meanwhile, he grew increasingly enamored with grand constructions, often conscripting thousands of vampire slaves to erect bizarre and colossal sacrificial edifices or excavate vast burial grounds, interring the bodies of those executed for transgressions within. He adorned these structures and tombs with a plethora of murals and carvings, fabricating legends of the vampire species and uttering nonsensical phrases, claiming they would serve future archaeological endeavors. Such folly was indeed a blight upon the nation. Chapter 130. Divergence. The schemes of progenitor Norton had already unfolded over millennium, whereas Lord Adam's designs were considerably more modest, spanning merely the next 2 centuries. The near annihilation of the cardinal has caused a delay in the cultivation of the priesthood within the church. This has allowed Karl, originally designated as the next priest, to temporarily remain within the Vatican, seemingly presenting the possibility of nurturing a new generation of clergy into cardinals. For His Highness Adam, the cultivation of these so-called cardinals does not occupy his thoughts. Rather, it is the sudden transformation of Archbishop Dorsha that piques his interest. Thus, is your current appearance akin to that of the vampire that once was Father Abraham? Moreover, this transformation is not confined to you alone. All vampires within the Pope's domain have undergone subtle changes during this same period, each ascending to a new tier of intrigue. Truly fascinating. Dressed in golden papal vestments, Adam stands before a group of vampires bound to wooden stakes, observing the researchers of the Holy Eye as they conduct anatomical experiments on these creatures. Beside him, Archbishop Dorsha, now resembling the legendary vampire of old, stands with reverence, his elongated fangs and blood-red eyes unmistakably signifying his successful advancement. The vampires bound to the stakes are predominantly those who once bore the visage of second-generation vampires, yet they were captured while actually being third-generation vampires. Beyond the evolution of vampires, werewolves too have exhibited notable changes. Firstly, their cognitive abilities have become markedly sharper. Previously, the werewolves born of other werewolves struggled with their primal instincts due to a mismatch in cognitive development, rendering true intellectual cultivation nearly impossible. However, these new werewolves, whether mated with their kind or with humans, produce offspring that, while rapidly developing, also possess a swiftly maturing human intellect, allowing their humanity to overshadow their beastly nature, thus evolving into a more intelligent species. Furthermore, their physical strength, power, and regenerative abilities have significantly increased. Whereas previously, 3 knights of the church could easily prevail over a werewolf, the current enhancements in size, strength, and recovery capabilities render the knights no longer formidable opponents. They can even rival the Holy Knights in terms of agility. However, that is where the similarities end. Perhaps due to the lack of restrictions on werewolf breeding, their individual prowess remains relatively uniform, resulting in a homogeneous progression, unlike the vampires, which exhibit distinct phases of evolution. Had only the vampires transformed while the werewolves remained static, His Highness Adam might have distinguished between the two races. Yet now, with the evolution of the new vampires, the werewolves have also advanced in tandem, affirming that both races share a common origin. The simultaneous progression of both species, achieved without any external contact or exchange of blood, is truly terrifying. What formidable power could possibly engender such a fearsome phenomenon? The casual creation of entirely new species, enabling their unified advancement, though inferior to the divine, nevertheless grazes the boundaries of godhood. Is this perhaps due to the ancient vampire, Norton? Could it be that he has approached the precipice of the fourth tier? The countenance of His Grace Adam darkened slightly. Despite 2 decades of conflict between the Papal States and the Boyan Empire that had drained his nation's resources, he felt no distress. Yet, the mere thought of Norton, that relic of a bygone era, caused his brow to furrow with unease. As with the texts Norton perused regarding vampires, the Church's own studies on the subject were limited to the 3rd tier, with no individual having witnessed or comprehended the appearance of a 4th-tier vampire. However, he understood more than just the essence of vampires. He recognized that they are, in essence, lesser deities, and the true God resides upon the mountains behind the Church. Armed with this knowledge, he deduced that the so-called 4th-tier vampire is likely one who has entirely shed their mortal coil, ascending to become a true deity, or at the very least, a divine vessel. At such a stage, possessing a modicum of creative power would indeed seem plausible. Yet, based on the 2nd-tier vampires apprehended by the Church, Norton appeared frail and emaciated, seemingly remaining in the 2nd tier. How could he possibly wield such creative might at this stage? If he were truly an ancient vampire, he could not possess the ability to birth entirely new species at the 2nd tier. Thus, he must not be an ancient vampire. Or perhaps he is merely a mutant triggered by some external catalyst. However, the overwhelming sense of oppression that enveloped him begs for explanation. If werewolves, too, are constrained by this pressure, how then shall the Church contend with the ever-expanding tide of vampires? Should these blood-sucking vermin discover the divine corpse and sacred blood nestled within the Church's hinterlands, Adam's expression soured immensely. The mutation of the vampire species had become a pressing concern. In comparison, the wars among humanity seemed trivial, since he inherited the will of the former pope upon the mountains behind the Church and witnessed the terrifying perfection of the divine corpse. Adam understood that his perspective could no longer be confined to the Church alone. The notions of power, dominion, and even the propagation of the Church had become ephemeral, no longer shackling him. Thus, in all matters, Adam resolved to transcend the confines of the Church and the Papal States, impervious to any moral or legal constraints. The suppression of these new-tier vampires was of utmost priority, as was the curtailment of development across nations. To swiftly execute a devastating strike against all nations, mobilizing manpower and resources to combat the new-tier vampires and to track down the elusive Norton and Abraham, Archbishop Adam finally resolved to take decisive action on the front lines. In the year 2257 of the Church calendar, a cataclysmic clash known as the pinnacle of love and faith erupted within the borders of a small nation, involving the Papal States and the coalition forces of the Bohemian Empire. Despite the coalition's initial momentum, which drove back the papal armies, the complexity of their internal hierarchies and the inherently fragile nature of their alliance led to a gradual erosion of morale. Though they had yet to penetrate the papal territory, divisions arose among the coalition members regarding the feasibility of a full-scale invasion. Some lords and kings believed that the Papal States, having suffered defeats on the battlefield and failing to dispatch the sacred tribunal, were on the brink of collapse. They sought to exploit this opportunity to decisively conquer the papacy and obliterate its influence once and for all. For it was well known that the sacred tribunal was the Church's ultimate weapon, and if it could not act now, its power was evidently diminished. Conversely, a faction led by King Eerie II and other sovereigns opposed the invasion, trusting their intelligence reports and believing that the Papal States had yet to unleash their full potential. They yearned for a negotiated peace instead, Chapter 131. Devouring the Tiger and Swallowing the Wolf. Hakener is in peril. As disputes intensified within the coalition, a rift began to form. Just as tensions reached a fever pitch, a thunderous revelation emerged from the rear lines. The Papal State's 500 sacred tribunal members, accompanied by 3,000 werewolf legions, had descended upon the Bohemian border town of Swarka, slaughtering over 70,000 inhabitants overnight. In response, Emperor Eerie II of the Bohemian Empire issued an urgent decree, commanding his forces to withdraw from the coalition. With this news, the once boisterous coalition was plunged into an eerie silence. The prior disputes faded into oblivion, and the notion of seizing the moment to attack the papacy was no longer uttered. The camp was enveloped in a solemn quiet, as if the very spirit had been drained from it. That afternoon, the once magnificent crown Prince Eerie III of the Bohemian Empire, stricken with grief, silently commanded his troops to gather their belongings and prepare to return home. Other coalition forces mirrored this somber resolve, quietly packing their effects, with not a word exchanged, all yearning to disband and depart. However, before evening fell, urgent messages were dispatched to the front lines by envoys from various nations. The Sacred Tribunal of the Papal States, accompanied by the werewolf legions, had launched a relentless assault on the nobility and royal family of the Kingdom of Palermo. The Count of Palermo and all noble families above him were mercilessly slaughtered, leaving the royal family and the city in utter ruin. As this news reached the front lines, a cacophony of anguished wails erupted within the coalition ranks. The leader of the coalition from the Kingdom of Pomo knelt in public, weeping profusely, while the lords of his realm were similarly overcome with grief, their tears flowing freely. The leaders of the other allied nations found themselves paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably. Some, in their cowardice, collapsed to the ground, their faces drained of color. This scene, so hauntingly familiar from a century ago, replayed itself as the newly minted noble families and royalty finally grasped the helplessness and despair experienced by their ancestors. This time, however, their sense of powerlessness was even more acute. The terrifying Papal State, aside from the Holy Inquisition, boasted an additional 3,000 werewolf legions. Such a formidable and mobile force could launch attacks at will across the territories of various nations, leaving them utterly defenseless. The atrocities committed in the cities served as a stark testament to this reality. It must be noted that in the past, when the Papal State was solely represented by the Holy Inquisition, they never resorted to city massacres. Although individually powerful, they could still be overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of a well-organized army. Thus, the Inquisition would only target a few members of royalty before departing. Now, however, they not only executed their victims, but also obliterated entire cities. Not long after this grim news reached them, an envoy from the Papal State entered the coalition's camp. As if the timing had been meticulously orchestrated and presented a papal decree. The nations, driven by insatiable greed, had sown the seeds of their own destruction. Yet, in the spirit of divine mercy, the Holy Church sought to embody the sanctity of God and to spread its glorious light by granting the lords and royals of each nation a chance for redemption. Henceforth, only one class among the nobles and royalty of each nation may be permitted to exist. Should any nation harbor both royalty and nobility, both shall face extermination at the hands of the Papal State. Upon the issuance of this decree, the coalition was thrown into disarray. Did this not compel them to turn against one another? Eerie III's countenance shifted dramatically. He immediately rose and proclaimed, "This is a conspiracy by the Church. The Pope seeks to incite us to slaughter one another without shedding blood. All kings and lords should remain rational, continue to unite our forces, and decisively confront the Papal State." However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by a lord from another kingdom who coldly remarked, "Indeed, the Boya Empire has little to fear, for its lords have long been imprisoned by you, Eerie III, before the war even began. Now, it is merely a matter of wielding the executioner's blade. The Papal State's command has yet to be delivered, yet you have already acted in this manner. Now that the decree has been issued, does this not play directly into the hands of your royal house?" Moreover, as Eerie III's actions unfolded, it seemed that the Finnish royalty was also entertaining peculiar notions. Had the Boya Empire not set this dreadful precedent, the Finnish royals would scarcely dare to entertain such thoughts. As these words echoed, Other lords began to chime in agreement. Arian III's conduct at the onset of war had already instilled considerable apprehension among the other lords. And with this bad example set, it appeared that other royal houses were eager to follow suit, keen to emulate. Had it not been for the formidable pressure imposed by the armies of the Papal States, it is likely that discontented lords would have risen to challenge the Empire of Boia at that time. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the great lords and members of various royal families began to shift dramatically, each casting furtive glances at one another, seemingly harboring their own thoughts and intentions. It was evident to all that such a decree from the Papal States aimed to incite discord among their coalition. Yet, the reality remains that if the royal family truly seeks to dominate the lords, even in the absence of papal edicts, the monarchies may still covertly act against them. In light of the current papal decree, amidst prevailing distrust and the looming threat to their lives, trust has dissipated between the various lords and the royal families. This treacherous stratagem is undeniably compelling and difficult to resist. In the year 2261 of the ecclesiastical calendar, hostilities reignite. However, this war has transformed from a campaign led by the Empire of Boia and the coalition against the Papal States into a conflict where the lords within each nation turn against their own royal families. Each seeks to survive beneath the papal aegis while grappling with the conundrum of counterbalancing the sanctified forces of the Church. Simultaneously, the royal families aspire to eliminate the lords, who in turn fear retribution from the crowns. Thus, they are compelled to heed the papal command and strike fiercely against their former allies. Remarkably, the Papal States remain true to their word. As the lords engage in mutual conflict, the Church indeed withdraws its armies, recalling all holy tribunals and knightly orders back within its borders. In an astonishing turn of events, this nation, the instigator of war and the aggressor of the coalition, becomes the first to extricate itself from the battlefield, severing all ties to the ongoing conflict. This scenario bears a striking resemblance to how the United States initiated the Russia-Ukraine conflict, drawing Europe into the fray, only to subsequently wash its hands of the matter and assume a moral high ground to criticize from afar. This strategy undeniably allows His Highness Adam to swiftly extricate his forces from the battlefield while achieving his strategic objective of undermining the nations, thereby consolidating power to decisively address the domestic vampire crisis and the fugitive old Norton and Abraham. The unfortunate self-proclaimed progenitor of the bloodline, His Majesty Norton, may soon find himself in dire straits. Chapter 132. The Demon Hunting Campaign with the internal strife within the coalition of the Empire of Boia. His Highness Adam can now redirect all his energy back to the Papal States, focusing on the increasingly severe vampire plague. The propagation capability of the second-generation vampires is not to be underestimated. Although the third-generation vampires they spawn lack the ability to further propagate, the relentless development of their kin by the second-generation vampires poses a significant threat. The number of second-generation vampires that escape from the city of Lino is not insignificant, with thousands assuredly proliferating. With this exponential growth, it is estimated that an average of 3,000 third-generation vampires emerge each day, and this figure represents merely the increase prior to the vampire's advancement. With the recent unified ascension of all vampires, the third generation, previously devoid of reproductive capabilities, has acquired the ability to procreate. This transformation has significantly amplified their already vast numbers, leading to an accelerated growth rate that cannot be overlooked. This is precisely why His Excellency Adam seeks to swiftly resolve external circumstances, allowing him to focus intently on the domestic vampire situation. Although the Church has established its dominion through faith, compelling all citizens to adhere to its doctrines, it does not imply that the Papal State is without flaws. Instead, the severe oppression and the tantalizing allure of eternal life offered by vampires have given rise to a troubling trend among the populace: the desire to become vampires and attain immortality. If God does not grant us a blissful life, then let the vampires bestow upon us the happiness we seek. As the existence of vampires became known to the public, a peculiar new social class emerged within the Papal State: the vampire worshippers, derisively labeled as traitors by the Church. These individuals, regardless of age or socioeconomic status, converge through various channels, offering tributes to the vampires in hopes of garnering their attention, aspiring to join their ranks and achieve true immortality. Many affluent families and members of the elite have even liquidated their assets to establish enclaves, drawing like-minded individuals together to increase their numbers, thereby attracting the notice of vampires. As time progressed, these groups even developed their own churches, cultures, social circles, and networks, resembling modern-day subcultures that thrive in obscurity, hidden within the shadows of the city. Those outside these circles might encounter their symbols and signs without grasping their significance, whereas insiders immediately understand the underlying meanings. With the evolution of these circles, actual vampires began to integrate among them, indulging in the offerings presented and seizing the opportunity to make promises, stipulating the number of tributes or specific conditions required for an individual to be transformed into a vampire. As this practice matured, a new term emerged, the blood feast. The blood feast refers to grand banquets organized by the aspirants of these circles, where vampires sample the delicacies presented. If pleased, they would transform the host of the feast into a vampire. This phenomenon has elevated vampires, who once were unwelcome even in the humblest of abodes within the papal state, to a status of greatness, mystique, and nobility, one that others aspire to associate with. It is well known that the European aristocracy during the Central European era relished in expanding and glorifying various subcultures, indulging in eccentricities such as consuming entrails, feasting on mummies, and drinking radium water. Furthermore, it is widely recognized that all power within the papal state is centralized within the church, rendering the so-called elite merely the kin of its members. This situation leads to these affluent gentlemen and ladies bearing no responsibilities or engagements in production. Indulging in pleasures is their primary occupation. Consequently, their beliefs tend to lack purity, rendering them typical representatives of marginal circles. This phenomenon elucidates the principal reason for the ascendancy of this niche group within high society. The well-fed and carefree ladies and gentlemen, in their leisure, seek companionship for amusement, only to discover their friends clandestinely engaged in mysterious pursuits, harboring a delusion of superiority, believing their status and dealings far surpass those of others. This ignites a curiosity among the unaware nobles, who yearn to comprehend and join this exclusive circle. After being introduced to a gathering, the initial horror at encountering vampires is dissipated by the sheer number of individuals within this circle. They are astonished by the maturity of this community, and the exhilarating thrill of defying ecclesiastical law, combined with the self-perceived nobility of this group, transforms their monotonous existence into one of excitement. As the vampire species is artificially exalted to a lofty pedestal, this niche gradually evolves into a pursuit of elegance, garnering immense admiration from the broader aristocracy. Thus, it has become the very foundation for the church's downfall. For 25 years, the papal states have been embroiled in conflict, coinciding with the emergence of vampires, which were unleashed by Abraham upon the instigation of Norton. This indicates that the vampire community has flourished for a full quarter of a century, with its current scale, prevalence, and deep-rooted invasiveness being astonishing. Over the years, despite His Majesty Adam's dual efforts to combat various nations externally while internally apprehending diverse vampire organizations, he has been overwhelmed. Now that he can finally redirect his focus, he is determined to unveil the grotesque facade of the aristocracy and cleanse the entire papal states. In the year 2261 of the Church's calendar, His Holiness Adam, the reigning pope, initiated a grand witch hunt against vampires, declaring them to be demons of hell, utilized by the primordial grim reaper Jonah to break seals. Upon becoming vampires, humans are irrevocably severed from heaven, destined to plummet into the abyss of hell after death. All who transform into vampires find their souls imprisoned by death, awaiting the moment when the grim reaper shatters the seals, heralding the annihilation of all existence. Although the Church's ideological indoctrination has proven ineffective among the elite, it remains potent among the lower echelons. The impoverished populace now endures the oppression of the Church primarily to secure a place in heaven after death. With the Pope's declaration that those who become vampires will eternally descend into hell and forfeit entry to paradise, who would dare to embrace vampirism? As the witch hunt commences under His Majesty Adam, the Church dispatches werewolf legions and holy knights to various cities to assist local churches in executing a thorough cleansing of vampires. Simultaneously, they call upon churches across the land to offer substantial rewards for the heads of vampires, igniting the fervor of civilian vampire hunters. In addition, major cities began to depict divine images on a grand scale, frequently holding masses to bask in the radiance of the Almighty and cleanse the cities of their impurities. Represented by the vampires. With the commencement of the demon-hunting movement, the religious atmosphere within the Holy Empire grew increasingly fervent. On the streets, one could easily encounter clergy publicly reciting sacred texts and disseminating the light of God. The entrance of the church bustled with activity, as countless vampire hunters sought rewards for capturing and eliminating vampires. Their towering pyres were often ablaze, incinerating the captured vampires to purify the city's filth. As time passed, His Majesty Adam toiled day and night to produce 18 new volumes of scripture, instructing the clergy to spread them far and wide, inciting the populace's animosity towards vampires to reach unprecedented heights. Rather than waning, the demon-hunting fervor intensified, culminating in a plethora of wrongful trials, where numerous innocent commoners and nobles were accused of consorting with vampires, leading to their judgment by the church and even their binding to the pyres for execution. Chapter 133. Is there such shamelessness in this world? The Holy See's demon-hunting campaign persisted for a prolonged period, growing ever more fervent. While it indeed resulted in the large-scale slaughter of the vampire species, the suppression of thought reached a frenzied level. Even in the absence of the demon-hunting movement, their ideologies remained stifled. Countless lives within the Holy Empire languished in dire straits, and the once arrogant vampires had become akin to strays, clinging to mere survival. The architect of this calamity, the skeletal soldier Norton, remained unaffected. His scarlet royal robe seemed drenched in blood, a hue almost dripping. The blood-red crown glimmered subtly under the light, reflecting a brilliant crimson. A tall figure reclined beneath a starry glass ceiling, with a cup of fragrant blood from a beautiful maiden on the left table and sweet blood pellets on the right, indulging in a rare moment of pleasure in this era. Yet, after years of beggary, could Norton not afford a taste of enjoyment? The construction continued, the labor persisted. The voice of the third-generation vampire overseer echoed, accompanied by the crack of a whip, as two fourth-generation vampires struggled to carry a massive stone toward the towering structure reminiscent of a pyramid. If one gazed further, they would see throngs of fourth-generation vampires toiling around this grand edifice. Since the ascension of the Progenitor Norton, he seemed to have unleashed his true nature, transforming from a once conscientious modern soul into a feudal oppressor. Every word and action, every rule he established, revealed a singular intent: to consume. Norton's ambition to construct a marvel of no use to the current bloodline necessitated the mobilization of tens of thousands for its construction. The arduous labor and stringent demands could only be likened to the tyranny of a bloodthirsty sovereign. No one knows why the ancestor monarch chose to construct so many wonders, only to leave them unused once completed, seemingly for the mere purpose of allowing others to behold them. It is a selfish disregard for human life. A faint wail echoes in the distance. The Blood Clan pyramid has now reached a height of 100 meters. The vampires, skilled artisans in construction, have managed to pile the massive stones to the pinnacle of the pyramid. With their nearly indestructible bodies and far superior strength, they can leap from the summit, thereby hastening their descent. Thus, at this moment, the apex of the Blood Clan pyramid resembles a dumpling, with vampires continuously jumping down, landing with a thud, only to swiftly recover due to their regenerative abilities, enabling them to expedite their labor. Norton, leisurely savoring the exquisite taste of virgin blood, cast a fleeting glance at the pyramid under construction. Observing the figures tumbling down like dumplings, he could not help but lament. The palaces stand tall, yet the slaves suffer. Oh, the plight of the slaves! After uttering these words, he even feigned wiping a tear from his eye. Truly crocodilian tears. This Hakuna monarch, deeply moved by the suffering of the slaves, could not contain his sorrow, exclaiming, "Oh, the plight of the slaves! The grace of the monarch!" A beautiful historian accompanying the ancestor quickly recorded this noble proclamation for future generations to admire the high-minded ideals of the ancestor monarch. Fortunately, while Norton often summoned labor for the construction of these so-called wonders, he maintained strict governance. All vampires must adhere to the laws of the Blood Court, refraining from descending into the depths of murderous depravity. Moreover, these laws largely serve to protect humanity, So although humans within the Blood Clan are branded as blood slaves and future slaves, their lives as human beings are relatively pleasant. In fact, as a realm that feeds on human blood, the Blood Court is the only nation on the southern continent that has abolished human slavery, showcasing its remarkably progressive ideals. Truly worthy of Norton's holy reputation. Of course, the sanctity of Norton's name extends beyond this. When surveying the governance and administrative systems of the southern continent's various nations, whether it be the religious indoctrination of the Papal State or the feudal system of the Boya Empire, one finds a severe repression of human creativity, resulting in millennia of stagnation in both technology and thought. In contrast, the Blood Court's management has afforded humanity ample time and resources to ponder questions previously overlooked, leading to a flourishing of humanistic thought and a nascent technological advancement within the Blood Court. Literary works have emerged in abundance, with a continuous stream of books exploring philosophical inquiries and narratives, heralding what seems to be a true renaissance of culture and technology, even being lauded by some scholars within the Blood Court as an Enlightenment movement meticulously documented for the scrutiny of future generations. What a farce it is that the human kingdoms, governed by the church and a monarchy, are steeped in ignorance and cloistered management, while a realm ruled by vampires ignites a wave of intellectual liberation. As for whether this enlightenment would jeopardize Norton's dominion, he harbors no apprehension whatsoever. The creation of the Blood Court, the propagation of the bloodline, the establishment of wonders, and the distortion of the history surrounding the birth of vampires. All these steps are meticulously crafted to fulfill his preordained objectives. He seeks to obliterate the old era of vampires, usher forth the new age of their kind, and eradicate the church, the sole entity posing a threat to the ancient vampires, thus placing himself in a state of genuine invincibility. As for the notion of ruling as an emperor or holding eternal dominion, he regards it with disdain. In this divinely ordained world, one cannot attain true freedom without transcending the constraints of God. The so-called emperor is merely the highest ranking among slaves. Chapter 134. Return to the Holy City. The demon-hunting endeavors within the Pope's realm have escalated to such an extent that they have become a manifestation of political correctness. Countless vampires have been impaled upon wooden stakes or hung upon the pyre, their lives extinguished, never to return to their former arrogance. With Pope Adam's gaze fixated upon the vampires, he naturally lacks the energy to pay heed to developments beyond his immediate purview. As he embarks on his strategy of devouring the strong, the Boya Empire and its neighboring states descend into chaos, embroiled in internecine conflict. Yet, it is undeniable that this turmoil facilitates a consolidation of power among the nations, compelling reforms. The only drawback is that Pope Adam has set a dreadful precedent of slaughter, which escalates the fierce struggles among the aristocracy and monarchs into indiscriminate carnage. One could assert that the Pope's bloodshed has irrevocably opened the floodgates of unrestrained warfare. The previously constrained feudal lord system is gradually being supplanted by centralized governance, marking a significant advancement in human societal evolution, yet also heralding the onset of dynastic transitions. The absence of peasant uprisings during the era of European lordship stemmed from the feudal system. With its demise, uprisings are bound to follow. In contrast, Norton's South Blood Court, reminiscent of a clan system akin to feudalism, finds itself regressing in history. However, Sir Norton remains indifferent to this. As the construction of wonders progresses splendidly, he redirects his focus back to himself and the Blood Court. The foundation of the Blood Court lies fundamentally in counteracting and subverting the papal realm, and beyond that, it must not pose any threat to Norton. What could threaten Norton? At present, it is solely the church. As for whether the advancement of human technology might eventually lead to a nuclear strike against him, such considerations are far too distant to warrant fear of potential pitfalls. Thus, Norton does not obstruct the burgeoning culture and ideological currents among the human populace within the Blood Court. On the contrary, he actively guides and nurtures them towards greater prosperity, facilitating an elevation of productivity. Despite the vast number of vampires, they can only guard against the ambushes of the Holy Knights, and they possess no real advantage when faced with the Papal States. After all, the Church wields specialized methods to combat vampires. To illustrate, in the event of a large-scale war, each member of the clergy would wield an image of God, rendering the vampires utterly defenseless. There would be no need for troops to engage. Merely brandishing the image at a certain distance would allow the divine holiness to penetrate clothing and armor, incinerating the vampires within to nothingness. Thus, in order to equip the blood court with the capability to confront the church, it was essential to supplement the combat prowess of vampires with human knights as vanguards, tasked with dismantling the walls adorned with the image of God and destroying the religious artifacts symbolizing divine purity. Consequently, to ensure the blood court could effectively counter the church's specialized assaults, Norton issued a decree commanding Grand Duke Abraham and Grand Duke Elizabeth to collaboratively establish a force of human knights as a means of resistance against the church. The humans who ascended to knighthood would be granted privileges, with their service duration recorded as part of their slave tenure. Upon transforming into vampires, they would find their servitude period halved, facilitating a swifter evolution into third-generation vampires. As for whether these humans might nurture unsavory thoughts upon gaining power, Norton harbored no concerns. Each of them could attain eternal life, and as long as they dutifully bided their time, they would be wise enough not to entertain other notions. After all, what difference does it make whether they are ruled by Norton or anyone else? His Majesty Norton has demonstrated boundless generosity and compassion, even willing to share the blood of immortality. Who else in this world possesses such audacity? The denizens of the blood court need not fret over the potential for rebellion. Rather, it was Norton himself who began to covet his own corporeal form. In the blood court's sacred city, the Tower of Blood, swarms of bats danced around the sanguine edifice. This tower was not only the sacred spire of the bloodkin, but also the sanctuary of bats, especially for the Norton family. After years of proliferation, its members had grown so numerous that the Tower of Blood was nearly transformed into a tower of bats. Adorned in a crimson royal robe, His Majesty Norton returned to his imperial city after years of constructing wonders. The passage of time felt like a fleeting dream to him. With little apparent change, though there was some, his tall frame appeared slightly more stooped, and the decay upon him seemed more pronounced, as if he shed flakes of skin with each step. Your Majesty, Elizabeth, already awaiting him within the tower, could no longer conceal her inner joy upon seeing the pale, towering figure. Trembling, she approached, then knelt before him, humbly extending her head to kiss the back of his foot. This pale creature had trained her for 5 long years, and all her efforts had been aimed at impressing him. Only with His Majesty's affirmation would her heart find satisfaction. In the days when His Majesty was absent, Elizabeth found it increasingly difficult to attain any sense of spiritual fulfillment in her endeavors. In contrast, Abraham seemed deeply immersed in the allure of power. He had been away on inspections and had yet to return. After all, in the outside world, he was akin to a local emperor, but upon his return, he could merely play the role of Norton-esque sycophant, a prospect that would deter anyone from coming back. "Rise," commanded Norton, his dark, indifferent gaze sweeping over the kneeling Elizabeth. With his recent ascension, the disappearance of his elongated canines elevated his already striking visage to an even more ethereal level, rendering him akin to a frozen beauty or a quintessential vampire enchantress. Regrettably, this era lacked the allure of black reflective leather, else he might have embodied the heroine from Underworld. At Norton-esque words, Elizabeth rose with utmost respect, eager to display her worth, even as the pallid creature before her grew increasingly grotesque. Yet she held her head high, striving to exude her own charm, though her delicate, pale toes pressed tightly against the ground betrayed her inner tension. Nevertheless, Norton, being of advanced age, was no stranger to such displays. From this day forth, dispatch personnel to capture werewolves, human criminals, as well as deer, wolves, pigs, and other creatures, confining them to the 30th level of the Tower of Blood. "Yes, Your Majesty," Elizabeth replied promptly, though a tinge of disappointment lingered within her. His Majesty offered her not a single glance, his thoughts inscrutable. Observing Elizabeth's retreating figure, Norton gradually closed his dark eyes. A few bats flitted in through the tower's exterior, affectionately hanging upside down in the crevices of Norton-esque withered, decaying skin, occasionally nibbling at the flakes of skin that fell from his form. These were the progeny of Cole and Plum Blossom, nearing their twilight years, having earned the right to partake in sustenance and evolution. Chapter 135. The Flesh Experiment. Norton-esque flesh was indeed peculiar, serving as the foundation of evolution. In this world, where a deity exists, all things are created by divine hands. If one were to view the deity as the genetic repository of this world, then my existence might very well inject new genetic types into that repository. Thus, the bats that consume my flesh may undergo mutations, and I have gained a measure of authority over the new breed of vampires. I am the singular variable in this otherwise immutable world, the only unstable factor within its predetermined fate. Previously, I maintained a reverent caution towards this potential, fearing the creation of entities beyond my control or the emergence of grotesque abominations that could threaten existence itself, which is why I had never embarked on such research. However, now that the blood court's wings have fully developed, and Cole and Plum Blossom possess the strength to fight, perhaps I can begin to uncover the secrets hidden deep within my very flesh. Norton's expression was one of solemnity. His growth in power does not necessitate rigorous training or excessive consumption. As long as he exists in this world, his strength and status will naturally ascend. More food and frantic exercise would yield no substantial effect. Currently, the only beneficial practice is the consumption of the blood of the holy knights, which merely accelerates his growth rather than expanding its limits. Yet, this does not imply that Norton lacks other avenues for enhancement. The very essence of his flesh and blood gives rise to biological mutations, reflecting a portion of his strength. However, this manifestation is somewhat unstable, fraught with uncertainty and peril, which is why he has always remained reticent about it. He has been particularly stingy in nurturing a new generation of vampires, fearing the prospect of becoming a second deity while simultaneously being apprehensive of the true God that exists in this world. Thus, he appears excessively hesitant. After 2 decades of ecclesiastical life, Norton has long since abandoned the traditional desire of a transcendent being to ascend to ultimate strength, perceiving it as a misguided obsession. What value lies in becoming a deity devoid of desires? After 20 years of such an existence, he finds himself utterly fatigued, even fearful. Devoting vast amounts of time and energy to the pursuit of an ultimate ascent, while neglecting to savor life and existence, is, in essence, a squandering of life itself. Setting aside the multitude who have perished on the path of ascent, or the few who may succeed, what remains after reaching such heights? Is it not still the enjoyment of life? Why not revel in that enjoyment earlier, rather than extending the timeline of gratification indefinitely? Should he meet his demise on the way, would that not be even more foolish? If, after achieving the ultimate, one must continue to strive for some sort of transcendence, does that not render one a slave to power? Thus, Norton has always favored enjoyment, and all his current endeavors are aimed at allowing him to indulge without worry. Consequently, he no longer concerns himself with the existence of God. It is only the church that poses a tangible threat to his existence, prompting his rebellion. The mutations of flesh and blood are akin to Pandora's box. Once opened, the outcome of life or death remains uncertain, and unless absolutely necessary, he is reluctant to make such attempts. Yet, without endeavoring, he remains oblivious to the secrets within. Should anyone, by mere chance, acquire a fragment of his flesh, transforming into a bizarre species that threatens him, it would be wiser for him to proactively explore this possibility to better understand his own essence. In the Crimson Tower, on the 30th floor, the tall figure of Norton, clad in a blood-red royal robe, emerged from the depths of darkness. He held a goblet filled with crimson blood and, in one swift motion, drank the virgin blood within. How exquisitely delightful! Norton feels revitalized, the blood's taste causing his eyes to narrow into crescent moons. It is hard to fathom that in moments of solitude, the once cold and aloof progenitor of the bloodline, his grace Lord Norton, would exhibit such a delightful demeanor. The stark contrast in his behavior is, in fact, rather endearing. Astonishingly, after quenching his thirst with blood, he even whistled a melodious tune, a sound surprisingly pleasant that broke the silence of the surroundings. In his solitary moments, the progenitor seemed to revel in his own amusement. However, this also underscores a lamentable truth. Before others, Norton has never lowered his guard. Only in solitude can he afford a brief respite. As he approached the cages that imprisoned humans and various creatures, his whistle ceased, and he returned to his frigid and merciless countenance, his eyes now exuding an air of intimidation. With his command, the vampires of the Blood Court promptly captured and delivered a variety of creatures and human offenders for the Progenitor-S experiments. Yet, this particular experiment was shrouded in secrecy, intended to unveil one of Norton's own hidden truths, thus precluding the presence of any onlookers. Regrettably, the absence of holy knights was notable. Otherwise, it would have been intriguing to observe what monstrous forms they might assume. Norton felt a twinge of regret, but quickly dismissed it. If there were holy knights, he would have devoured them long ago, leaving none for the present. Faint sounds of animals echoed from the various small cells. For this experiment, Norton had gathered nearly every creature he could find. Aside from the vampires, which he preferred to spare from experimentation for the time being, all other beings were assigned to experimental and control groups to ascertain whether their transformations, after consuming their own flesh, would yield similar results. The clang of a cell door resounded as a pale, slender hand delicately opened the door. Outside lay an abyss of darkness, where a bizarre figure, towering over 2 meters, stood silently. The shadowy outline revealed a hunched and grotesque form, its slender, terrifying physique instilling greater dread than even the most fearsome of giants. At the very least, the 2 rapists confined within the room were so terrified that they lost control of their bladders. The 2 men, having been brought in as subjects for experimentation due to their heinous crimes, emitted frantic screams muffled by their gagged mouths, desperately attempting to retreat, but to no avail. They could only watch in horror as the tall, pale figure entered the cell. Subsequently, a hand, delicate yet cold, with a grip as powerful as iron, reached forth and seized one of the men by the skull. As the hand tightened, the excruciating pain of his cranium nearly being crushed elicited a piercing scream from the captive, his forehead, veins bulging in agony. Amidst his wailing, Norton seized a piece of his own flesh and forcefully stuffed it into the man's mouth. However, the torn skin upon his body rapidly regrew, maintaining its persistent appearance. It was evident that he could not hasten the pace of evolution by merely tearing away the decayed flesh. Chapter 136, Eerie 2. The experiments were not accomplished in a day. Ever since Norton began conducting his experiments within his tower, he had not ventured outside. The creatures that devoured his flesh were wholly unpredictable, should he let down his guard even slightly, allowing any of these aberrations to escape. He might find himself unable to even eat in peace thereafter. Indeed, Norton's experiments could be likened to the opening of Pandora's box. For this world is composed of God's genetic repository, where every combination follows a discernible pattern and possesses a definitive nature. However, with his involvement, this so-called genetic repository began to exhibit endless variability, becoming difficult to characterize, manage, and comprehend. Both His Majesty Norton and His Majesty Adam had their own concerns, while others need not ponder excessively. The Boer Empire and its neighboring small nations seized the opportunity created by the Pope to achieve a concentration of power. Accompanying this consolidation of authority was a flourishing of society. With the demise of the nobility, nations naturally began transitioning towards a feudal, centralized system to select personnel for governance. The territories once held by lords were divided into various imperial domains, governed by personnel dispatched from the imperial royal family. To prevent these individuals from once again becoming lords, nations employed various measures. Some implemented a separation of military and political powers to curtail the influence and authority of local officials. Others adopted a rotation system to ensure these local officials lacked sufficient time to cultivate their own followers, thus preventing them from carving out their own fiefdoms. Furthermore, some realms introduced measures akin to the promoting benevolence policy, ensuring that newly ascendant powers within the imperial city could not rely on accumulated influence to grow ever stronger. History has shown that whether in ancient or modern times, those who ascend to high positions are exceedingly astute, and the survivors of this power reshuffling are particularly sagacious. With the advent of centralized governance, the nations of the southern continent truly experienced a zenith of cultural and intellectual development. In just a few years, led by the Boer Empire, nearly all nations under centralized authority witnessed a surge in the tide of intellectual enlightenment, each cultivating distinctive cultural movements that were unstoppable. A plethora of great literary works and philosophical treatises emerged, though still rife with the class oppression and ideological constraints of feudal society. They represented the most advanced thoughts and the most vibrant trends of the present era. As the saying goes, only with thought can true change be ushered in. Intellectual enlightenment served as a cornerstone for humanity's flourishing, liberating minds from previous oppression and ignorance, thereby laying the groundwork for technological and societal advancement. As various cultural and intellectual currents swept across nations, the subsequent 30 years saw the emergence of diverse inventions from the populace. For instance, the ingenious stepped water wheel that allows for effortless irrigation of farmland, or the coarse grass paper designed to bear written words. Although the advancement of technology cannot be achieved overnight and often yields little utility, even a handful of such innovations can be monumental for the benefit of the nation and its people. The progress exhibited by various nations reveals a vibrant vitality, and the wounds inflicted by war have been thoroughly cleansed. Institutional reforms have ushered in a new lease on life for many countries. However, there are those who have suffered under these reforms. A small nation nestled within the fissures between the Bohemian Empire and the Papal States has experienced frequent dynastic upheavals due to an outbreak of vampiric cholera, descending into a city devoid of hope, littered with human remains, and haunted by the erratic presence of vampires. Nevertheless, over these 30 years, every nation has made some progress, with the sole exception of the concerning public health issues that remain stagnant. After all, the enlightenment of thought has taken root, and now the populace demands freedom even in the most basic of human needs. The royal houses of various nations need not provoke public discontent over such trivial matters. During these 3 decades, not only have the countries of the southern continent flourished, but the papacy has also thrived, and the vampire clans have proliferated with the fervor of the undead. Today, the existence of vampires is no longer a mere whisper or rumor, but a palpable reality faced by nations across the globe. In the imperial capital of the Bohemian Empire, within the chamber of Emperor Eerie II, a grand bed crafted from ebony wood lies covered with thick bedding, upon which rests the weary monarch, surrounded by Eerie III and other royal family members. Some wear expressions of deep concern, others are already misty-eyed with tears, while a few harbor a glint of secret glee. The complexity of human nature is starkly illuminated in the face of death. The aged Eerie II emits faint sounds akin to coughs, yet resembling labored breaths. His weathered skin is marred by dull patches, rendering him almost unrecognizable, and even the act of coughing seems a Herculean task. Yet, despite his frailty, his hand remains firmly clasped around that of Eerie III, his gaze imbued with paternal admonitions, profound care between father and son, and an unmistakable reluctance to part with his beloved kin, all vividly reflected in his expressive eyes. However, the words he struggles to articulate bear no mention of their familial bond. Instead, he speaks fervently of the development of the Bohemian Empire and the looming threat posed by the Papal States. For the next 50 years, it is imperative that we refrain from waging war and focus on recuperation. The Papal States, with their formidable Holy Inquisition and werewolf legions, have thoroughly disrupted the balance of power in this world. Yet, the nascent vampire empire may serve as a potent ally. My son might leverage the formidable strength of this race to safeguard the Church's execution endeavors. But heed this warning. Vampires are not to be trusted. Their essence diverges from ours. Once we have eliminated the Church as the principal threat, the vampires will inevitably emerge as an even greater menace. My son might consider employing ecclesiastical means to combat the vampires. However, one must be wary of allowing the Church to revive. The existence of the so-called new vampires is no longer a secret. After all these years, even the small nation of Sethvia, despite its obscurity, will inevitably be discovered once its populace transforms into vampires, as concealment is utterly impossible. Furthermore, the developments over the past 3 decades are not solely attributed to nations like the Bohemian Empire. The Court of Blood in Norton is also expanding its reach. Presently, a trend has emerged within the Bohemian Empire, where the allure of becoming an immortal vampire prevails. Although legislation has been enacted to combat this phenomenon, the human desire for eternal life remains difficult to control, particularly among the elite. The once bright gaze of Eerie II has dimmed, yet his grip on Eerie III's hand has tightened, as if he wishes to savor the warmth of his child with the last vestiges of his strength before departing this life. Eerie III, consumed by grief, cries out, "Where are the vampires? Where are the vampires? Quickly, transform my father into a vampire. To become a vampire is to attain eternal life." Despite Arian-Tus' decrees against such transformations, a multitude of nobles continues to seek vampirism, and even members of the royal family pursue this path fervently. With Arian-Tus' impending demise, it is only natural that Arian III yearns to transform him into a vampire in pursuit of immortality. However, as his words escape his lips, Arian-Tus' grip on his hand tightens painfully. The pallid visage of Arian II reveals a fierce struggle, with veins throbbing on his forehead, seemingly expending his last ounce of strength to stifle Arian III's cries. No, coughing, he asserts that vampires and humans are fundamentally different. Although they possess the gift of eternal life, the disparity in power between them and us is far more despairing than that between the Bohemian Empire and the Papal States. They are unclean beings, unworthy of high regard. Merely the sunlight can incinerate them, and their so-called immortality resembles a curse rather than a divine gift of life. As the Bohemian Empire, we, as the human nobility, must consider the welfare of humanity. The authority of our royal lineage derives from our subjects. To become a vampire would be akin to digging our own graves. As a member of the royal family, I have established laws to resist vampirism, and I must lead by example, eschewing personal bias and injustice. For this is the very foundation of our dynasty. While the temptation of longevity is undeniable, the essence of life is not solely defined by its duration. If one has never truly possessed anything, what then is the meaning of such life? Moreover, the power of the royal family must not be concentrated in a single individual indefinitely, whether concerning the succession of the monarchy or the maintenance of governance. Such a scenario yields naught but harm. The royal family must not grow or survive without restraint, lest the mere existence of its members incite turmoil within the nation. The nation is as stagnant as dying waters, and power, too, is ensnared in turmoil. My life as Arian has been lived without regret, and I have no desire to become the architect of ruin for the Arian dynasty. Thus, I shun immortality. My son must diligently strive to break free from the church's constraints. As Arian-Tus' words dwindled, they became increasingly subtle, his voice fading to a whisper, and the grip on Arian III's hand grew feeble. Ultimately, with one last lingering gaze sweeping across Arian III's face, the light in Arian-Tus' eyes extinguished completely. The curtain fell on a legendary hero. Chapter 137. Experimental results. Nearly 50 years have passed since the conclusion of the Grand War in the southern continent, and another significant event has stirred public discourse. The emperor of the Boya Empire, one of the two great powers of the southern continent, has departed from this world. The demise of royal figures in these kingdoms lacks a specific designation akin to that of the Pope, and in truth, it is not considered a matter of great consequence. After all, the lineage within the royal family is established, and external stability is maintained. Recent developments have been relatively favorable, and their passing does not precipitate national upheaval. The uproar arises primarily from the circumstances surrounding his death. In an era where vampires are ubiquitous, roaming freely, it is astonishing that these emperors did not transform into vampires to revel in eternal life, but rather succumbed to the ravages of time while still on the throne. This stark reality is the crux of the controversy. Why would even the royal family of such a vast empire refuse to embrace vampirism? Did he truly choose to forsake his own life? It is worth noting that numerous neighboring nations have legally accepted vampires and are eager to become one themselves. All being emperors, could there truly be a disparity among them? No one can fathom why this once great monarch opted for such a fate, and many have resorted to mockery and derision. What a fool this emperor of the Boya Empire is, possessing such power, yet not seizing the opportunity for immortality to enjoy life fully, choosing instead to wither away in bed. Does he truly believe his spirit can sway the heavens? They lament. Alas, it seems he has squandered the essence of manhood, after indulging for so many years. Would he not have enough? Surely, he has reached a point where living is worse than dying. How foolish it is to be born into royalty without knowing how to maximize one's own interests. If I were in his position, I would undoubtedly perspectives and ambitions vary greatly among individuals. As for the emperor of the Boya Empire's passing, our Lord Norton has chosen to remain silent, for he is entirely unaware of the event. All his focus is consumed by his experiments. In the Crimson Tower, on the 30th floor, Norton has been conducting his experiments for 30 years. Over this span, The variety of his methodologies and the multitude of experiments could fill a mass grave. Though the subjects utilized for experimentation were predominantly criminals or other beings, the sheer quantity of lives consumed over the years has nonetheless earned him the infamous title of tyrant. For the past 30 years, Norton has conducted numerous comparative experiments using the knowledge he had yet to forget from his previous life. For instance, he examined two individuals of identical physique, age, and gender, simultaneously consuming his flesh and blood to observe whether their degrees of mutation would align, to discern the extent of their transformations, and to determine whether these two subjects could produce similarly mutated offspring. Additionally, he paired a male and a female subject in simultaneous trials to assess whether their mutation levels were comparable and whether they could generate mutated progeny through mating. Throughout these 3 decades of experimentation, the blood-soaked tower, spanning 30 levels, has been devoid of any life forms save for Norton and his subjects. Yet, diligence has borne fruit. After 30 years, Norton has indeed garnered a wealth of information. Firstly, his flesh serves as the fundamental source of mutation, and intriguingly, this transformation can be manipulated through his thoughts. Over the years, he has cultivated in the human species the creatures he envisioned: ghouls, aberrants, and even mere folk with gill-like openings on their abdomens. Not only can he cultivate diverse species from humanity, but even various animals and monsters, as long as they are living beings that consume his flesh, can undergo mutations, leading to the emergence of entirely unprecedented monstrosities. It can be said that Norton alone possesses the capacity to nurture an entire pantheon of species from Western fantasy. Truly, he is deserving of the title of a minor deity. However, this directional cultivation relies on his fixed mindset. The creatures matured to the extent of resembling coal balls seem to suffer from genetic impurity, lacking a complete genetic lineage derived solely from Norton. This results in reproductive isolation from their original species, rendering them incapable of reproduction, even when attempting to mate with subjects of similar mutation levels that Norton has deliberately cultivated. The creation of new offspring proves elusive. Conversely, if he refrains from over-maturing them, allowing only a modest consumption of his flesh, thus keeping them in a state of shallow mutation, their genomes may remain sufficiently compatible with their original species to allow for reproduction. Yet, the offspring produced by these shallowly mutated subjects manifest as the deeply mutated beings Norton envisioned. To put it plainly, it is akin to a wolf king consuming a fragment of Norton-esque flesh without transforming into a new breed of werewolf. However, its progeny emerges as a newly mutated werewolf, equipped with reproductive capabilities. This evokes the notion that his creations are not complete entities. Rather, the offspring of his creations constitute the true complete beings. Nonetheless, most of these offspring are malformed, with few reaching maturity. It appears that the intertwining of Norton-S and the Divine-S genomes is too profound, causing neither party to fully express their potential. No wonder the coal balls and plum blossoms, having undergone mutation for so many years, have failed to produce new progeny. The depth of their mutation resembles that of a mule, born from a union of a horse and a donkey, resulting in the loss of reproductive ability. However, the aforementioned experimental results are derived from the transformations predetermined by Norton. Had Norton not established the final form of the metamorphosis, the resulting aberrations in these experimental subjects would bear a resemblance to those of the Cthulhu mythos. Chapter 138. The primordial life form strange, unintelligible murmurs, reminiscent of human voices, yet distinct from any sound a human could produce, echoed within the pitch-black confines of the cell. This cacophony resembled a chaotic amalgamation of auditory gibberish, yet, upon closer inspection, it evoked a chilling sense of dread. To the untrained ear, it merely induced confusion, overwhelming the mind and causing a splitting headache. However, for those who listened intently, an epiphany might dawn upon them, as if the very essence of life had been meticulously dissected. Engaging with these bizarre whispers, one felt as though they could grasp the fundamental nature of existence. Yet, given a little more time, an inexplicable weight would settle in the heart, amplifying with each passing moment until it drove one to madness, crushing the spirit. It was as if these ancient, godlike murmurs conveyed the primal essence of creation, probing too deeply into the world's limits, rendering the listener incapable of bearing the magnitude of such cosmic truths, inevitably leading them to the brink of insanity and death. A piercing scream erupted from the adjacent cell, where a captive, having endured the incessant whispers for too long, succumbed to a frenzied state. His body twisted grotesquely, resembling a zombie, moving in an erratic manner devoid of any discernible pattern. In a horrifying display, he stretched his arms backwards, forcibly dislocating his own bones. Yet, the agonizing screams that escaped his lips were but fleeting, as his increasingly bizarre contortions caused him to unwittingly echo the peculiar murmurs. Bang! One of his eyes exploded with a sickening pop, blood mingling with crystalline fragments, splattering against the walls with a slight recoil. With the burst of his eye, a sinister chain reaction ensued. Accompanied by a series of explosive ruptures, his twisted form, contorted like a pretzel, began to disintegrate. Blood and shredded flesh erupted, painting the cell in a grotesque and putrid display. Even his bones cracked and splintered, merging with the collapsing mass of decaying flesh. Yet astonishingly, even in such a shattered state, the vitality of his remains seemed undiminished. The splattered remnants of flesh and blood on the wall began to writhe slowly, akin to worms, coalescing into a sizable, gruesome mass. This grotesque mass pulsated with eerie motion, and as its tissues undulated, strange yet hauntingly familiar whispers emanated from its being. As for the bizarre and inexplicable murmurs emanating from its form, they appear to be merely the sounds of flesh and tissue sliding and adhering as it writhes. This evidently animated mass of flesh seems almost sentient, surging towards the adjacent cell from which whispers emanate. Two pitch-black orbs peer through the iron bars, observing the gruesome spectacle of the inmates' violent disintegration and reassembly, remaining utterly unmoved. From this perspective, within the cell adjacent to the inmates, lies another grotesque heap of flesh, which, at this moment, appears to be writhing towards its counterpart, as if yearning for a fusion. Such an uncanny living mass evokes a profound terror that seems to reach into the very depths of one's soul. It is difficult to fathom what horrifying form these two masses would take if released. However, under Norton's vigilant watch, they remain confined. Then, a deep and terrifying roar resounded nearby, as the two masses of flesh began to ooze through the iron bars. They were swiftly consumed by two enormous winged creatures lurking nearby, akin to chicks devouring worms. Coalball and Plumblossom, the couple of bats, perched on either side of the cell door, eagerly fixated on the entrance, resembling two little hamsters awaiting their feed. The two masses of flesh vanished entirely. Yet this did not alleviate the furrowed brow of Norton. This was the culmination of the monstrosity's birth from his flesh, allowed to develop freely without the shaping influence of thought. His flesh, indeed, possesses the malleability to forge new forms of life. Yet this requires his consciousness to give it shape. Without such definition, any creature that consumes his flesh would begin to mutate, exhibiting grotesque features such as additional limbs or teeth, as if his flesh were akin to nuclear waste emitting radiation, causing various aberrations in these beings. Regardless of the nature of the mutations, as the depth of cultivation increases, when it reaches its final maturity, his flesh will inevitably collapse, ultimately resembling the very two masses observed. The form, coupled with the whispers that seem to touch upon the essence of life itself, evokes memories of the creatures from Norton's past. This entity seems to tap into divine authority, perhaps the source of its murmurs. Norton speculates that this being represents an amalgamation of his own genes and those of the divine, resulting in a novel life form. After all, both Coalball and the new breed of vampire can be viewed as products of Norton's genetic modifications to the species created by God. While their essence comprises two distinct genes, this new entity appears to be a complete fusion of Norton's and God's genes, giving rise to an unprecedented genetic expression, manifesting as a wholly new form of life. In contemporary terminology, the entities known as Coalballs and werewolves may be perceived as products of manipulation, wherein advantageous genes from various organisms have been meticulously extracted and integrated into the genetic framework of another species without compromising gene expression. This amalgamation results in the manifestation of entirely novel biological traits. However, these peculiar life forms appear to have shattered these genes, meticulously reassembling them into a completely novel genomic arrangement. Yet, the vitality of their corporeal form, coupled with the murmurs that echo the very essence of life around them, renders them reminiscent of the most primordial manifestations of existence. Thus, Norton designated them as the primal life forms. Norton found the essence of this creation perplexing, yet its bizarre appearance, incessant murmurs, and uncanny behaviors instilled in him a profound trepidation. What instills fear in humanity is the encounter with the incomprehensible, and even more alarming is the realization that this aberration was born of their own endeavors. Norton was utterly confounded. Such an eerie entity, even if he could effortlessly extinguish it with a mere thought, still evoked a sense of unease far surpassing that instilled by a generation of vampires or other cultivated aberrant intelligent species. Its form was too rudimentary, too malleable, and the assimilation efficiency of its murmurs was extraordinarily high, rendering its terror level far beyond that of vampires. Chapter 139. The bloodline empire. Norton's brow furrowed deeply. His face, already beginning to decay, bore an expression of grave concern. His dark eyes remained fixed, unblinking, upon the blood-stained confines of the cell. This experiment, which had spanned 3 decades, had taken an unexpected turn. He had initially presumed that even without his conceptualization of nurturing biological growth through flesh and blood, these creatures would develop along their inherent lines, perhaps exhibiting some extraordinary traits, but he had not anticipated the emergence of a product with such a distinctly Lovecraftian essence. Such an uncontrollable aberration filled him with unease. He felt as if he had embarked upon a perilous path, yet he could not discern the extent of the peril. This grotesque product of distortion also left him bewildered. His prior rationale had been that his ability to cultivate new species stemmed from the independence of his soul. As a traveler from another realm, he was the sole outsider in this world, the only being not fashioned by divine hands. Thus, he believed he could usurp a fragment of divine authority, using his flesh and blood as a conduit to impart his thoughts onto other beings. However, the emergence of aberrations in the products of his endeavors, even in the absence of his conscious thought, suggested that his flesh and blood possessed transformative properties as well. But what granted his flesh the capacity for such transformation? He was merely an ordinary vampire, unless his very being was itself a distortion influenced by the soul, a fleshly entity imbued with aberrant genes. My soul is the singular catalyst of this mutation, as I am indeed the only outsider in this world. However, upon the arrival of my soul, the first creature I encountered was inevitably my own corporeal form. Thus, it could be argued that my physical body is indeed the first aberration influenced by my spirit. Norton furrowed his brow. Yet if this were the case, why had there been no transformation in my appearance or abilities? No, that cannot be right. I have existed as a vampire of the old world for many years, and to this day, I have neither seen nor heard any rumors concerning the old world vampires. Even amidst the countless deaths during the prolonged conflicts between the Bohemian Empire and the Papal State, not a single tale of a corpse rising as a vampire has emerged. It seems that the clan of old-world vampires has vanished without a trace, leaving only me to survive. Therefore, on that battlefield where 1,000,000 soldiers perished, amidst the tortured bodies of the impoverished, not a single old-world vampire could be resurrected. Why, then, was I the one who returned? Coincidentally, just before my fiery demise, I had perused several ecclesiastical texts detailing history and the old-world vampires, even feeling an intense fear of the church, which led me to desire becoming a vampire as a means of escape. Norton suddenly comprehended. It was he, Hakino, who was the true first generation of aberration. However, if his transformation into a vampire was indeed a result of his own desire, does this not imply that no other old-world vampires could possibly be born in this world? Thus, could it be that I, Norton, am an endangered species? If Kuba is truly deceased, does the oppression recorded in the ecclesiastical texts regarding the ascension of vampires from a 3rd to the 4th tier still exist? It appears that I must remain ever vigilant, ensuring that my flesh does not fall into the hands of others. Moreover, this so-called experiment should not be conducted any further. Such creations evoke a sense of having opened Pandora's box. Furthermore, God, in his obsession with the creation of beings, was ultimately ambushed and met his demise. Now, I too am consumed by the act of creation, having brought forth a new species. Am I, Norton, not on the brink of becoming identical to God? The creation of a new being certainly displeased Norton, but the realization that he bore similarities to God plunged him into despair. He had never anticipated that, in guarding against God throughout his life, he might inadvertently tread along the same path as the divine, perhaps feeling a sense of foreboding, the progenitor of the bloodline. His Excellency Norton emerged from his 30-story laboratory after 3 decades of scientific inquiry, when a pale, emaciated creature with a severely hunched back appeared at the pinnacle of the tower. Its presence instantly captivated the attention of the entire royal bloodline. Countless vampires, engaged in their labors, humbly knelt upon the ground, pressing their foreheads to the earth, too fearful to raise their eyes to behold the imposing figure of their progenitor. Your Excellency, 3,408 days have separated us, and your loyal servant has been deeply concerned for your well-being. Thank heavens your holy form remains unharmed. Thus, I can die without regret. The long-absent figure of Duke Abraham finally emerged at the summit of the tower. He ran with remarkable speed, even transforming into a grand figure to expedite his ascent. Upon reaching the pinnacle, he beheld the oppressive, pallid silhouette of Norton, and immediately knelt, sliding gracefully to position himself behind him. Abraham cast a glance at the long-unseen Norton, whose aura had grown increasingly formidable, seemingly overwhelmed with emotion, trembling to the core, tears welling in his lifeless eyes. Such unwavering loyalty. It has indeed been a long time, yet my bloodline is immortal. The passage of time merely dusts the surface. Abraham, how fares our blood court? Is it still draped in crimson royal robes? Norton's voice, chilling with the passage of time, evoked a sense of dread in Abraham, who feared that perhaps the ancient sovereign had lost his humanity after enduring such prolonged existence. Nevertheless, responding to the sovereign's inquiry, he promptly expressed his respect. Your Majesty, our blood court has grown immensely powerful. Several minor royal families willingly trade their sovereignty for eternal life. Our territory has expanded to 5-fold its size from 30 years ago, and our numbers of vampires are boundless. The ranks of human knights have swelled to over 10,000, enabling us to withstand even the incursions of the papal state. Over these 30 years, I have diligently executed your will, enforcing our blood court's laws. We have now become the 3rd great empire, following the papal state and the Bohemian Empire. Chapter 140. Norton's Resurgence and Reinforcement. Your Majesty, all minor royal families that have transformed into vampires have been reduced to slaves, their lands annexed by our blood court. However, with the recent demise of Emperor Eerie II of the Bohemian Empire a month ago, the remaining minor royals have grown hesitant regarding transformation into vampires, causing a slowdown in our momentum. Perhaps we could deploy a forceful military intervention to seize the territories of other small nations. Abraham carefully attended to Norton, slightly bending forward, his eyes brimming with a desire for power. As an immortal vampire, his deep-seated obsession and unwavering resolve could indeed be deemed obsessive. Yet, before he could finish his thought, Norton raised a hand to silence him. No, an overabundance of territory serves no purpose. It merely demands greater effort for governance. It is far wiser to focus our energies on national management. If the nation thrives and its people prosper, expansion of territory will inevitably follow. Conversely, if we possess vast lands yet are weak, even the greatest expanse will fall to our enemies. Thus, I shall take full command of the blood court, striving for development and the strengthening of our national power to overthrow the church. Only then can our bloodline revel in eternal life without restraint. Norton, seated upon the throne with his pallid form, spoke with a tone that conveyed both coldness and ruthlessness. To this day, he cared little for how many commoners or vampires were aware of his existence. His singular purpose was to dismantle the church and then vanish, completely retreating from the eyes of the world as heroes. The newly emerged vampire will, in due course, be entirely buried in the annals of time. Abraham bent low, his gaze fixated on Norton's decaying calf, which was a ghastly shade of pale, with putrefaction so severe that pus oozed forth. Beneath the rotting flesh, instead of the expected muscle fibers or bone structure, lay a pallid, delicate skin devoid of pores, reminiscent of an infant freshly born from amniotic fluid, coupled with an increasingly swollen back. Indeed, your grace. Abraham felt a chill of dread. The transformation of the progenitor instilled in him a peculiar sense of a monster concealed beneath human flesh. As the skin continued to decay, It seemed the outer layer could no longer conceal the monstrous form within, on the verge of breaking free. Could such an aberration still possess humanity? Abraham pondered silently, his heart racing with urgency. From the outset, the progenitor Norton was shrouded in enigma. He initially posed as a beggar outside the church for 10 years, only to suddenly emerge, claiming to be the ancestor of the bloodline, leading vampires in a frantic escape and rampant propagation. Yet, his actions appeared aimed either at subverting the church or thrusting the bloodline into the limelight, revealing a deeper concealment behind his every move. After all, vampires could easily reduce their numbers through careful breeding, utilizing clans to control their population while remaining hidden from external forces to enjoy eternal life, facing only occasional dangers. Given his bizarre and distinctive physical traits, Abraham surmised that this so-called progenitor was exploiting the new breed of vampires to obscure the reputation of the ancient ones, using their vulnerabilities to mask the weaknesses of the old. The subversion of the church seemed to be a meticulously orchestrated ruse aimed at obliterating any threats to his existence. Such a shrewd intellect, with such transparent yet singularly focused intentions, led Abraham to fear that if the progenitor truly sought to dismantle the church and conceal the ancient vampires, he alone would bear the brunt of the consequences. After all, only he understood the progenitor's nature and the ancient vampires' vulnerabilities, even surmising their intent through his appearance. Abraham felt a chill of foreboding. The progenitor's cunning had indeed reached a level of perceptiveness that allowed him to deduce intentions from Norton's actions and physical characteristics. However, if that were the case, he could not possibly be the progenitor of their bloodline, since the one who attacked him was the coal-black true progenitor. And as Elizabeth had stated, she was transformed by Prince Mehua, never having come under the hands of the progenitor. Thus, the assertion that the progenitor was dead, along with the demise of all other vampires, might also be a grand deception. Yet, how could one explain his evolution spurring the advancement of their bloodline? Abraham found himself engulfed in uncertainty, and even if he were to ascertain the truth, it would offer him no solace. The overwhelming presence of Norton alone was sufficient to obliterate them entirely. Even if his words were mere illusions, it would not tarnish his esteemed stature. Yet, Abraham realized he must contemplate an escape route. Indeed, he was correct in his musings. Norton was not their progenitor. In his eyes, their genetic flaws and myriad deficiencies rendered them akin to a subpar thesis defense. Such despicable beings possessed neither the virtue nor the audacity to address Norton as their forefather. Abraham retreated from the tower. There, seated upon the throne, was the elongated, pallid figure of Norton, his dark eyes gazing into the abyss of the night. He extended his pale arm to lift a goblet filled with blood, savoring a delicate sip. The night was shrouded in darkness, yet the untainted sky remained pure, free from the blight of industrial pollution. Countless stars twinkled in the firmament, casting a resplendent glow upon the landscape. At the pinnacle of the towering edifice, amidst the inky shadows, only the pale progenitor remained, relishing the sanguine elixir in his cup, embracing the tranquility of the moment. The solitude conveyed a poignant sense of the chill that accompanies great heights. After a 30-year absence, the vampire progenitor Norton reemerged, stirring ripples of excitement throughout the blood court and the southern continent. The vampire lineage had flourished, and the magnitude of the blood court had rendered the existence of their progenitor a well-known secret, akin to that of a pope. However, his appearance had been transformed through the myths that had spread, diverging from his actual visage. Thanks to Norton's meticulous crafting of the vampire aesthetic and clan hierarchy, the image of vampires had shifted from that of bloodthirsty beasts to that of elegantly attired nobles, donned in tailored classical garments, pale of complexion, poised, and exuding an air of nobility. Consequently, public speculation regarding Norton's appearance leaned towards imagining him as a regal figure, characterized by a noble demeanor, pallid skin, striking features, opulent attire, and gentlemanly comportment. Furthermore, with the intellectual and cultural liberation and evolution of the Boya Empire and other nations not yet assimilated into the blood court, a plethora of fantastical literature surrounding the progenitor Norton had emerged in the populace. Titles such as The Dream's Gift, A Night at the Red Tower, and The Progenitor's Vampire Bride became available in legitimate markets. It was rumored that even more risque fan fiction concerning the progenitor thrived in underground markets. And a wave of vampire-themed fashion swept through the entertainment venues of the Boya Empire, where staff adorned themselves with pale makeup to mimic vampires, catering to the whims of distant guests. It was said that the ceilings were draped with bats of various sizes to heighten the thrill and immersion. In this era, where the church had yet to crumble and specialized measures against vampires existed, society held a fascination for these creatures, pursuing them with a sense of intrigue, yet remaining indifferent. Even though the Blood Court has already claimed a considerable expanse of territory and nurtured a significant population of vampires, the church's method of effortlessly incinerating these creatures of the night, merely by painting the image of God upon a wall, renders the strength of the vampire race rather insignificant. What use is their power when a mere exposure to sunlight or the radiance of a holy icon can lead to their immolation? Far inferior to the sanctified judgment of the Holy Empire? Chapter 141. This scene seems somewhat familiar. Norton's back has become increasingly hunched with each passing day, the bulge resembling a person burdened upon his shoulders, extending even to his thighs, rendering his once slender and perfect physique grotesque and unsettling. Yet amidst the growing prominence of this deformity, the Blood Court flourishes under his reign. After a 30-year absence, the progenitor of the bloodline, Norton, returned to his throne. Upon his reemergence, he swiftly resumed his former practices, embarking on grand construction projects, enforcing labor, and summoning tens of thousands of fourth-generation vampires for compulsory toil. However, this new endeavor diverged significantly from the previous architectural marvels. His focus has now shifted unusually towards the welfare of the populace. He proposed the peculiar notion that to attain wealth, one must first build roads, compelling 100,000 fourth-generation vampires to labor through the night to construct the Blood Court's thoroughfares, intertwining the territory with a network of roads akin to a spider's web, facilitating trade and accelerating development. To ensure the unimpeded passage along these routes and minimize hazards, he ordered the second- and third-generation vampires to don steel armor and conduct extensive campaigns against all monstrous entities exceeding human strength within the territories of the Blood Court, thereby alleviating travel difficulties. In a bid to better mitigate the impact of floods, progenitor Norton even introduced a dam strategy, mobilizing large numbers of fourth-generation vampires to construct water-retaining dams at major rivers, thereby fostering a more stable existence for the populace. To inspire the already burden-free humans to strive further, he proposed an optimization method allowing for the substitution of vampire labor time with artificial time, encouraging humanity to engage in labor or creative endeavors. Though the humans of the Blood Court are akin to domesticated pigs, they remain sentient beings inherently prone to competition. Over the years, many have sought to reduce their servitude time to become vampires or to directly ascend to the status of third-generation vampires, employing various schemes such as bribing the local blood church or the vampire clans in charge, in hopes of bypassing the century-long servitude required of fourth-generation vampires or pursuing a higher vampire status. While Norton alleviated their burdens of labor and life, they inadvertently imposed upon themselves the pressure to transform into vampires. Everyone strives to attain higher status and power, seeking to better bribe the local Crimson Church and the vampire clans, thus enabling themselves to ascend to the ranks of third or even second-tier vampires. This ambition has once again engendered a disparity between the affluent and the impoverished within human society, as well as renewed competitive pressures. However, this competitive strain has paradoxically fostered human self-development, a notion that did not escape Norton's attention. After all, whether one is a third-generation vampire, a second-generation vampire, or a first-generation vampire, in the eyes of their progenitor, they remain mere slaves. The categorization of tiers and statuses serves merely to provide them with a glimmer of hope, preventing them from succumbing to apathy or rebellion. Norton even harnessed this competitive spirit, opening avenues for development to both vampires and humans alike. He championed creativity, innovation, and humanistic thought, adopting a nurturing approach in stark contrast to the oppressive tactics of the Papal States. Consequently, as time progressed, the Blood Court's national strength flourished. While technological advancements were modest, various systems matured, and an array of novel phenomena continuously emerged, due to his enlightened governance and infrastructural initiatives, including the construction of dams for the welfare of the populace, Norton's tyrannical reputation gradually improved, earning him the reverent title of the Holy Monarch among the humans within the Blood Court. Numerous works extolling the virtues of Progenitor Norton have already emerged, and perhaps centuries hence, future generations, upon discovering these texts, will perceive him as a sagacious sovereign. The Blood Court thrived during this period of unrestrained growth, while the Boya Empire and other nations, reuniting economically, also experienced rapid advancement. The adage that war is humanity's finest catalyst for progress rings undeniably true. The traumas inflicted by the Papal States over 2 decades, coupled with subsequent domestic upheavals, were thoroughly washed away, as the formidable oppression of the Papal States spurred emperors across various nations to become paragons of excellence, fervently seeking development to counter external threats. Among them, the newly installed Emperor Eerie III of the Boya Empire stood out as exceptionally wise and valiant. Domestically, he implemented sweeping reforms within the empire, utilizing various incentive policies to galvanize the populace towards vigorous development, emphasizing education and the transmission of skills. The Royal Academy's training programs were robustly employed to cultivate a diverse array of talents, thereby accelerating the nation's economic progress. Additionally, emulating Norton, he mobilized the military to eradicate monsters, beasts, and bandits within the realm, enhancing public safety and encouraging commerce, thereby fostering the growth of extensive family enterprises to support state management and resource allocation. This strategy, born from the lessons learned during the conflict with the Papal States, was prudent. The terrifying efficiency with which the Papal States executed their commands remains a haunting memory for these nations. Concurrently, he sought to forge alliances, establishing trade relations with smaller nations to deepen cooperation and leverage commodity surpluses, thereby facilitating more cost-effective and rapid domestic development. Even so, it has attempted to establish a connection with the Blood Court, the Vampire Empire, seemingly aiming to forge a cooperative relationship to win over the vampire realm, ensuring the safety of the Aryan royal family amidst the impending war with the Papal States. It can be said that both the Blood Court and the Boya Empire appear to be on the cusp of capitalistic expansion. If this trajectory continues, they may inevitably resort to rampant plundering and territorial conquest akin to the exploits of Portugal and Britain, all in a bid to satiate their insatiable hunger for capital. In stark contrast, the relatively conservative and feudalistic Holy Monarch Empire, which has chosen isolationism to fend off the vampire scourge, seems to be regressing comprehensively, stagnating in its own decay, as if it is destined to wither away amidst its internal rot. This scene feels strangely familiar. Chapter 142, a necessary blow against the brazen Hekino. The advancement of the Blood Court accelerates with each passing day. Norton's relaxed governance and favorable policies have allowed the human populace within the Blood Court to flourish. However, as time progresses, Norton remains acutely aware of certain deficiencies, not in humanity, but within the vampire lineage. A race characterized by continual renewal and creativity far surpasses the stagnant existence of the immortal vampires. Perhaps humans, when viewed individually, are frail and ephemeral. Yet, as a collective, they advance rapidly, brimming with vitality through constant renewal. In contrast, the vampire race, endowed with eternal life, resembles a stagnant pool, devoid of vigor. The elite remain ensconced in their lofty positions, indifferent to progress, solely intent on preserving their dominion, while the lower echelons languish in despair, completely subjugated by the upper echelons, leaving them bereft of aspiration or ambition. Both parties are ensnared in the quandary of their eternal existence. Immortality is a burden too difficult to relinquish. Thus, heroes of reform and sages of innovative thought are conspicuously absent. Human society, with its myriad strata, flows like a vibrant stream, undergoing cycles of destruction and rebirth, akin to a machine perpetually recalibrating and refreshing itself. Conversely, vampire society resembles a stagnant pool, entirely oblivious, as all strata cling desperately to their positions, reveling in the pleasures of eternal life. Such a rigid society has long since lost the vitality necessary for further development, destined to decay entirely due to its increasingly entrenched class divisions over the passage of time. As 20 years gradually elapsed, the Blood Court and the Boya Empire grew ever more robust, their diplomatic stance becoming increasingly assertive. Although they have not breached the borders of the Papal States nor engaged with the isolated realm, Boya Empire spies have infiltrated the entire southern continent, with the Blood Court fervently eager to send its own agents deep within. Regrettably, monitoring someone like Norton, who harbors delusions of persecution, proves to be an arduous task. Not to mention any spies sent from afar. Even the Duke Abraham, who has accompanied him for 70 or 80 years, still plays the role of an unsuspecting follower. What sort of spy could ever penetrate the defenses surrounding Norton? Furthermore, his super radar, which operates as naturally as breathing, resembles the extraordinary abilities of a superhero, granting him omniscient awareness of every detail within the Blood Court. However, the sheer volume of information requiring surveillance overwhelms him, and he merely casts a cursory glance at the vampire imperial city. In truth, it is not only the Boya Empire that deploys spies. Even the supposedly isolationist Papal States are rife with them. The three factions seem to find themselves ensnared in a peculiar silence, each aware that the others harbor no secrets worth keeping, yet all biding their time, awaiting the first move. His Grace Adam speaks with utmost accuracy. Unless these individuals are utterly eradicated, stripped of any capacity for resistance, they shall remain eternally unyielding. Given the slightest opportunity, they will scheme rebellion, even harboring delusions of seizing the very roots of the church, the corpse of the god of the back mountain. However, the Boya Empire and Norton South Blood Court stand in stark contrast. The Blood Court, as a realm of vampires, is destined to grow increasingly desolate, while the Boya Empire, a bastion of humanity, will only advance further. Such a vile race is undoubtedly fated for ultimate extinction. Norton, with his pallid form, sits upon a chair, his slender, pale fingers poised over a pen, inscribing thoughts upon the page. Alas, is my course of action right or wrong? Countless souls have perished, and the oppressed are innumerable. The impending collapse of this vast vampire empire is all but certain, and all of this is driven by my own selfish desires. I have transformed from an oppressed member within the church into a figure as fanatical as the church itself. This cannot be deemed growth. It is merely self-serving ambition, a pursuit of supremacy. The candlelight flickers gently, casting a dim glow upon Norton's decayed, pallid visage, making it difficult to comprehend that a being with such a grotesque face could harbor delicate emotions. Elevated to such heights, Norton feels the chill of isolation. He has lived too long and witnessed too much, rendering him no longer oblivious to certain truths. Ironically, it is this acute perception that allows his reason to transcend personal desires, enabling a profound and lucid introspection into the yearning within his heart. Yet, Norton finds himself dissatisfied with his own reflections. He raises his hand to cross out the words on the paper and begins anew. No. It should be written that I, the progenitor Norton, arose from adversity, enduring the church's relentless torment and countless hardships, ultimately vowing grand ambitions to eradicate this terrifying cult, to enlighten the populace, to provide for their livelihoods, and to selflessly share the eternal bloodline with all of humanity. Ultimately, in the face of tumult, I shall command the heavens and earth, annihilating the Holy Church and granting complete liberation to the people. I, Norton, am truly selfless, diligent in governance, sagacious, and compassionate. As Norton writes, deeply immersed in his emotions, he finds himself unexpectedly moved to tears, filled with profound sentiments. He, Norton, has devoted himself immensely for the sake of the common people. A solitary light flickers like a small beam, casting a faint glow upon the dark, blood-stained pinnacle of a tower. Though the illumination is scant, it is sufficient to discern the layout of the chamber belonging to the progenitor. The grand coffin adorned with a pristine white cross. The imposing religious artifacts either resting upon the table or suspended from the ceiling, all unequivocally indicate the unique taste of the sovereign. Were it an ordinary vampire, the sanctity of these religious symbols would annihilate them completely. Yet for Norton, the divine symbols, which could effortlessly slay a second-generation vampire, feel akin to the rays of sunlight, painful, yet not fatal. Upon closer inspection, there exists an exhilarating sensation, reminiscent of the torment inflicted by the flames of a pyre. It is difficult to fathom the terrifying psychological aberration of a being that dwells in such a tormenting chamber. However, the light that falls upon Norton is palpable. Should the sacred judgment council of the church manifest in the imperial city, his position would radiate like the sun in their perception, guiding them directly to the Crimson Tower to slay the progenitor, Norton. The primary purpose of his existence within such a chamber is to serve as bait, enticing the holy knights to his doorstep. He wishes to make it abundantly clear to the church that he, Norton, is present and ready for the executioners to arrive. The enhancement of his power has inflated Norton's arrogance to unprecedented levels. He foolishly believes that he alone can withstand 500 sacred judgment knights solely based on his advantageous terrain. Should the church indeed dispatch holy knights, this towering edifice would become Norton's banquet. He, Norton, shall ultimately feast to his heart's content. Chapter 143. I want it all. A faint cough echoed within the dimly lit hall. It was deep into the night, and His Excellency Adam had yet to find rest. The passage of 70 to 80 years is undoubtedly evident upon this once mighty pope. His hair has turned gray at the temples, and the wrinkles upon his visage have multiplied, presenting an image of decline. Your Excellency, the night has deepened. Please return to your chambers to rest. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, stood by his side, expressing concern upon witnessing Adam's condition. It is of no consequence. Adam gently raised a hand to deter the man's offer of assistance and took a deep breath. Indeed, one must acknowledge the passage of time. The once spirited Adam, with the years slipping away, now resembles an elderly man, physically frail, mentally drained, bearing the visible marks of countless hardships. In truth, Adam has endured far too much. Upon his initial encounter with the divine corpse, a profound fear gripped him, compelling him to forge a grand ambition to ensure that the surrounding nations would be subdued for 2 centuries, unable to recover. Yet, fate is often unpredictable. Who could foresee that at the zenith of his aspirations, a new breed of vampire would suddenly emerge, utterly disrupting his meticulously laid plans for the future of the southern continent? This unforeseen turn of events led to his ultimate failure, forcing him to retreat and abandon his conquest, leaving behind only a fleeting moment to delay the resurgence of neighboring realms. In his quest to eradicate the vampires of the papal state and to solidify the church's dominion, he found himself compelled to isolate the nation just as success seemed imminent. He initiated what could only be described as a dark half-century of demon hunting, determined to exterminate the vampires and avert a crisis that threatened to overthrow the papal authority. However, both his military endeavors and the subsequent demon hunting campaign, as well as the previous werewolf incursions upon St. Lord City, earned him a reputation of tyranny and brutality. The subjects of the papal state regarded him as a tyrant, wielding power with cruelty, while the high-ranking bishops of the church criticized him for his lack of accomplishments, lamenting that he had transformed the once glorious papal state into a pitiful shadow of its former self, embodying folly and bringing calamity upon the people. No individual or class comprehended the plight of Pope Adam. The years of incessant skepticism and denial he faced rendered him profoundly isolated. Yet, the ostentation of the church's higher echelons revealed to him the absence of a worthy successor among them. Thus, he was left with no choice but to cultivate potential candidates from within his immediate circle, nurturing individuals who had yet to fully form, ensuring they possessed both vision and stature to safeguard the divine corpse. Edward, have you been diligently studying the church's classics? Pope Adam invited. Placing his documents aside and scrutinizing the man by his side, Edward, a trusted confidant and one of the selected candidates for the next pope, was currently undergoing training. Unbeknownst to him that he was being groomed for such a position. His baptismal name was conferred upon him by Adam, yet his lay name remained Carl. I study daily, Your Grace, and I dare not relax for a moment. Edward replied promptly, bowing respectfully in response to the inquiry. Excellent. A hint of satisfaction graced Adam's visage, but he soon pressed further. Do you perceive the contents of the church's texts as truth or falsehood? It is truth, Your Grace. It must indeed be true, Edward asserted earnestly. Very good. Adam's satisfaction deepened. He had previously posed this question, and thus understood the nuances behind Edward's response. Then, as you believe, do you think my actions over these years have been right or wrong? Fear not. Speak as you feel, for I shall not hold your words against you. A rare gentleness shone in Adam's gaze. Edward had been by his side since childhood, and now, after 70 years, he had become akin to a carefully nurtured child to Adam, who had neither offspring nor spouse. Of course, Edward was not the sole candidate being cultivated. There were several others, but ultimately, Adam would select only one to ascend as the new pope. Listening to Adam's words, Edward hesitated slightly, not out of fear of being struck down by Adam for saying the wrong thing. After all, Adam was known for his unwavering resolve, but rather in contemplation of how best to articulate his thoughts. After a moment's pause, Edward finally spoke. "I believe, Your Majesty, that you are not in the wrong. However, I find myself struggling to comprehend your intentions. Your actions seem deliberately aimed at exhausting both the Papal States and the coalition nations. While I am unaware of your precise thoughts, it strikes me that your approach is excessively benevolent and overly conventional, as if you were mindful of the sanctity of our church. I was once taught by a beggar in the city of Leno that whether a cat is black or white, a good cat is one that catches mice. Your desire to deplete the nations through warfare is far too sluggish and fraught with instability. It would be wiser to temporarily disregard the sanctity of God and directly dispatch the holy tribunal to behead the leaders of each nation, compelling their armies to lay down their weapons under the guise of mercy. Once their fighting strength is extinguished, we could eliminate them, leading to the obliteration of their forces, after which the remaining serfs could be freely slaughtered, thus eradicating any lingering threats. Furthermore, within our own church, we could exercise stringent control, allowing vampires to flourish within the cities. As their numbers swell, we could then commence painting divine murals, carving images of God upon the armor of the holy knights and the church knights, and sprinkling holy water upon their silver swords, all in the name of purging evil, effectively ridding ourselves of the vampires. This way, we could both eradicate the vampires and significantly diminish the population of our church. I beseech your majesty for forgiveness. My thoughts may be skewed and my reasoning flawed, rendering them unworthy of your esteemed consideration." Edward held his breath, growing increasingly humble in demeanor, though the desire gleaming in his eyes betrayed an untamed nature, kept hidden by his bowed head, unnoticed by Adam. Laughter erupted within the grand hall, Adam's hearty chuckles resonating with visible delight. "Ah, splendid, Edward. Your response has not disappointed me. Now, you may leave and prepare your belongings for your new position as Archbishop of Rod." The Archbishop of Rod was indeed a familiar figure. Before the werewolf invasion of St. Lord City, he had fortuitously brought a mutated werewolf back to the Vatican to meet Adam, narrowly escaping a calamity, and was one of Adam's trusted aides, also responsible for the incineration of Norton. "Yes, Your Majesty." Edward's face blossomed with joy, and he knelt before Adam, bowing repeatedly in gratitude before exiting the grand hall, his countenance radiant with excitement. As Edward opened the door, a gentle breeze stirred, causing the candles on the table to flicker, casting a dance of light and shadow upon Adam's already enigmatic face. Silence enveloped the hall for a prolonged moment, eventually broken by a weary sigh. Cunning and astute, it mused, yet, alas, lacking the wisdom to temper one's brilliance, possessing a tragically narrow vision, and acting without caution or experience, he remains ill-equipped for such grand responsibilities. The archbishopric is the pinnacle of his reach. The hall fell into another profound stillness. The crescent moon hung like a hook, casting its silvery light upon Edward's path as he stepped outside. The joy and smile that once adorned his face now entirely vanished. The venerable elder has nurtured several successors, employing various methods to assess their capabilities. Those who fail are cast out from the center of power. I perceive that he has become rather muddled in his old age. Unsatisfied with my response, then I shall ensure your passive contentment. Be it the papal throne or the sanctified tribunal, I desire them all. Chapter 144. The onset of great war, each individual harbors their own thoughts, and His Excellency Adam finds himself unable to control them, yet he remains shrouded in secrecy. Cough, cough. His Excellency Adam is once again beset by a fit of coughing, his frail physique a mere shadow of its former self. He is no longer young. When he ascended to the papacy, he was already in his 90s, and now, counting the years, he has surpassed a century, perhaps even nearing 200 years of age. Adam is oblivious to the exact date of his birth and indifferent to the observance of his so-called birthday, possessing only a vague estimation of his age. The late Pope, at the end of his days, lived to be approximately 256 years old. By this reckoning, it seems his own time is drawing to a close. The flickering flame of the candle casts an uncertain light upon His Excellency Adam's increasingly murky eyes, rendering them nearly impossible to discern. "Oh, Your Excellency, you have presented me with an immense dilemma. I am nearing my last days, yet the world remains shrouded in confusion. The flourishing of the vampire empire weighs heavily upon my mind, and despite my utmost efforts, it is challenging to eradicate them entirely. Now I must once again instigate war, striving to eliminate the vampire pretenders and suppress the development of neighboring nations, so that before I depart this world, I may ensure the continued prosperity of the Holy See." Adam feels an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The emergence of this new breed of vampire is akin to a persistent affliction, difficult to eradicate. 8 decades of demon hunting have scarcely sufficed to eliminate them. While the city is adorned with divine murals, the wilderness continues to harbor their presence. Human effort can only stretch so far. To have cleared the vampires from the city over the past 80 years is indeed commendable, let alone the challenge of purging them from the wilds. However, over these past 80 years, His Excellency Adam has not been entirely inactive. Although the Boar Empire and the Vampire Empire appear to thrive, 80 years is but a fleeting moment, lacking the competitive edge brought forth by technology. Their rate of development remains modest. The Papal State, though isolated, is flourishing internally. His Excellency frequently summons labor, establishing various production systems within the Papal State, such as enforced agriculture, compulsory confiscation of the wealth and taxes of the elite, and the mandatory expansion of the blacksmithing workforce to forge more steel armor. Despite losing the hearts of the people, amid widespread grievances and countless injustices leading to death, these coercive measures have nonetheless significantly bolstered the power of the Papal State. With the support of the Werewolf Legion and the Sanctified Tribunal, His Excellency remains in an unassailable position. The primary reason for the prolonged absence of war and attacks, aside from the ongoing demon hunting efforts within the papal territory, has been to reinforce the indoctrination of the Church, replacing those with wavering loyalties to prevent any infiltration of vampire influence within the military during external campaigns. The temptation of eternal life is undeniably immense. Should any soldier, while engaged in battle, waver in resolve and aspire to become a vampire, the army would undoubtedly face swift defeat, leading to the complete collapse of the entire ecclesiastical system. At present, the faithful of our holy order uphold pure thoughts and steadfast beliefs. The knights, adorned in armor engraved with the visage of God and wielding silver-coated swords, are poised to launch an offensive against the vampire empire, determined to eradicate the so-called progenitor of vampires concealed within its depths. How audacious for a mere remnant of an ancient vampire to claim the title of progenitor, when the true progenitor's very bones have been carved into the shape of a cross. His Majesty Adam's murky gaze glinted with coldness as his fingers lightly tapped on the table, upon which lay a conspicuous document. The reasons behind the advancement of the vampire cohort have been elucidated. The ascension of the vampire pretender, Norton, has spurred the advancement of all other vampires, as he claims superiority over them, asserting his status as the progenitor. Thus, any aberration in his being reverberates throughout the ranks of vampires. Should Norton perish, all the newly formed vampires shall inevitably meet their demise. I implore His Majesty to exert every effort to eradicate the false progenitor Norton and restore clarity to our Church. Years ago, Archbishop Dorsha was commissioned to establish a clandestine department within the Church to combat the vampire empire, training second-generation vampires to infiltrate the vampire realm as spies. To this day, although there has been no opportunity to confront the vampire imposter Norton directly and gather intelligence up close, invaluable information has indeed been dispatched by our operatives. Though it is now known that targeting Norton directly is the most effective strategy against the vampires, sending the Holy Judgment Order to eliminate him is fraught with peril. The last attempt to hunt him down ended in failure, and now he commands an empire of hundreds of thousands of vampire lords. To send these 500 holy knights in such a situation would be akin to delivering them to slaughter. The remaining 500 holy knights constitute the final bastion protecting the sacred remains in the back mountains. No further issues can be tolerated. Thus, without certainty of victory, His Majesty Adam cannot recklessly deploy these knights to certain doom. Moreover, the Werewolf Legion cannot be dispatched either. According to the accounts of the captured vampires from Leno City, The pressure emanating from Progenitor Norton is immense. He need not lift a finger to crush third-generation vampires. If he indeed is the root cause of the werewolf mutations, then sending the werewolf legion would similarly amount to offering them up as sacrifices. The strategy of decapitating Norton is no longer viable, and given his exceptional ability to escape, such an approach may yield no success. The only feasible course of action now is to gradually advance our forces, painting murals of God wherever they tread, outlining religious symbols, constructing holy churches, and training our monks. Only through this gradual infusion of divine purity can we constrict the living space of the false Progenitor Norton, ultimately surrounding and eliminating him. Even if it ultimately remains challenging to eradicate them, the sacred aura of the divine can effectively restrain the expansion and convergence of vampires. Adam's countenance was ominously pale as he prepared to utilize the final vestiges of his years to completely block any avenues for the vampires. Even if he could not render them extinct, he aimed to thoroughly suppress these unclean beings, sweeping them into the abyss where they could only exist in the shadows, far removed from the attention of humankind. Unfortunately, Moja had already transformed into a vampire, should she assume my position. Her unwavering loyalty to the church could indeed crown her as the next sovereign guardian. Adam let out a deep sigh, feeling increasingly weary. Chapter 145. Resurgence of conflict. The southern continent had quietly flourished for over 80 years. Yet it could not escape the overarching trends of the world. Separation inevitably leads to unification, and prolonged unity ultimately results in division. Just as the Blood Court and the Boya Empire were rapidly advancing, the long-dormant Papal States suddenly dispatched troops to the neighboring small nations. With a sweeping gesture, His Majesty Adam mobilized thousands of church knights, accompanied by 200,000 soldiers and 5,000 werewolves to the battlefield. Within March, they captured 15 cities, forcibly seizing half the territory of a small kingdom known as Kate, which bordered the Papal States. However, this time, Adam's methods were remarkably peculiar. He refrained from slaughtering the populace. Instead, his forces adopted a remarkably gentle approach. Upon entering the cities, they first assisted the citizens in cleaning the streets, digging wells, and cultivating fields. In a remarkably brief period, they established the Holy Church in various cities and streets, distributing food daily and propagating the truths of the sacred doctrine. Moreover, the logistical personnel of the Holy Empire proved to be skilled artisans. Following the establishment of the church, they adorned the city streets and outer walls with divine imagery using the paints they had brought, distributing religious ornaments that filled the entire city with the radiance of the Almighty. After the completion of the major city churches, the Holy Church began to redistribute land confiscated from the aristocracy to impoverished congregants, granting them the rights to cultivate and harvest. They even pledged that as long as the entire family was devoted to the church, they would only need to pay a minimal tax annually to retain perpetual rights to the land. As the saying goes, a gift of eggs ignites faith. For the serfs who had endured years of oppression, such favorable treatment was unprecedented. In just 2 months, the lands acquired by the Holy Empire had completely submitted. Countless believers gathered daily at the church doors to pray and repent, basking in the divine light and beseeching for their newfound happiness to endure. For these impoverished souls, the notion of becoming a vampire and attaining eternal life was a distant fantasy. After all, as mere commoners, they were fortunate enough not to be regarded as mere fodder for the vampires. Thus, the life they experienced after the arrival of the Holy Church was the finest existence they could envision. Driven by tangible interests, the propagation of the Holy Church has never encountered such a favorable moment. Countless impoverished souls have succumbed to faith, exhibiting a devotion that surpasses even that of the missionaries painstakingly cultivated over the years. Indeed, many have cast aside surplus sons, sending them to the church to enlist, hoping that the armies of the Papal States would withstand the resistance of the Catherine dynasty, allowing their lives of happiness to persist. Such methods are unprecedented in history. The reputation of His Majesty Adam has undergone a dramatic reversal overnight. Although within the church and among other nations he is still referred to as a tyrant. In the city of Catherine, occupied by the church, he is venerated as a divine representative and a servant of God. As for the vampires in the city under church control, beneath the multitude of divine icons, they are reduced to mere rats in the sewers. either fleeing in terror or facing incineration. The sudden and unprecedented actions of His Majesty Adam have stirred tumult throughout the southern continent. Emperor Eerie III of the Bohemian Empire was abruptly awakened from his slumber, issuing 18 edicts in rapid succession, imploring Lord Norton of the Blood Court to convene in the Bohemian Empire to discuss matters of alliance between their nations. Enraged, the Emperor of the Duchy of Catherine reprimanded his royal kin, hastily gathering their possessions and retreating northward to seek refuge in the Bohemian Empire. Fear gripped the various duchies across the land, prompting some to hastily bolster their defenses against potential papal incursions, while others urgently dispatched requests for alliance to the Bohemian Empire, seeking unity to resist the impending onslaught of the Church. Yet, regardless of the terror and anxiety permeating the royal courts, none felt the palpable dread that consumed Lord Norton, the progenitor of the bloodline, upon witnessing the Church's tactics. This method felt eerily familiar. With a resounding crash, Lord Norton drained a goblet filled with crimson liquid, shattering it upon the ground in a display of fury. Despite ensuring not a drop was wasted, his countenance remained dark and foreboding, with flakes of skin falling away to land upon the hem of his scarlet royal robe. A chilling breeze swirled around him, causing his crimson cloak to billow, while the pale, fearsome visage adorned with a blood-red crown exuded the formidable presence of a bloodline progenitor. As Lord Norton's wrath surged, a formidable pressure enveloped the surroundings. Though it was merely an expression of his agitation, it compelled the vampires of the imperial city to kneel in submission. Abraham and Elizabeth, standing before Norton, trembled uncontrollably, their faces painted with terror, straining to maintain their composure against the overwhelming force. This was only because Norton's ire was not directed at them. Abraham and Elizabeth gazed fearfully at Norton's furious visage, observing his increasingly hunched and grotesque form, feeling as though their lives could be extinguished at any moment by this being who had long since forsaken humanity. The papal state, arrogant and overbearing, continues to impose heavy tributes and demands as if the world were still as it was a century ago. As the elderly Pope Adam approaches his final days, instead of savoring his remaining time, he foolishly incites war, a display of utter folly that leads him to a self-made demise. In a fit of rage, His Grace Norton spoke with suppressed fury and murderous intent etched upon his decayed visage, rendering Abraham and Elizabeth too fearful to meet his gaze. After uttering these words, his tall, grotesque figure strode with the majesty of a true sovereign, turning to face the tower's exterior, exuding an air of imperial authority. Yet, as he turned, unbeknownst to Abraham and Elizabeth, his pale, ravaged face contorted in agony, a mask of torment. What folly is this? Is this truly the manner befitting a pope? Should not Adam refrain from indiscriminately slaughtering cities to diminish the vampire population? Such tactics are unbecoming of the pope's former reputation. If he were to annihilate with brutality and bloodshed, employing overwhelming force against the Blood Court Empire, Norton would not be so unsettled, for the Blood Court now embraces violence. With numerous human and vampire knights at their disposal, alongside hundreds of thousands of vampires ready to be commanded, if he were to eradicate the Pope's holy tribunal, there would be nothing left for Norton to fear in this vast world. However, the Pope's current actions not only obliterate any chance of vampires lurking within the cities, but also in the hearts of the populace, making them stronger with each battle. No one understands the terror of the Pope's tactics as Norton does, leading others merely to worry about his renewed military campaigns. Only Norton fears that should the Pope gain momentum, the situation may spiral beyond control, leaving no one in the southern continent capable of opposing him. Thus, the only course of action is to extinguish this threat in its infancy, drowning it in its cradle. Norton's twisted face, still turned from Abraham and Elizabeth, finally returned to normal, yet he remained oriented away from the two specters, his blood-stained crown adorning his hunched figure. He gazed out over the vast expanse of the Blood Court, exuding boundless ambition and fervor. Since Adam is so foolish as to embark on further conquests, the Blood Court shall engage fully, ensuring he is suffocated within the filth of his own church. He commanded, "Prepare at once to travel to the imperial city of the Boya Empire. I must confer immediately with the Emperor of Boya to forge a formidable alliance and eradicate the Vatican. It is time for my vampire kin to rise." Chapter 146, The Chariot of the Progenitor. From his elevated position, Norton gradually embraced a previously elusive fortitude and bravery. As long as the papal state endures, Norton shall find no peace. This matter must be resolved, and now is the opportune moment. Thus, Norton abandoned his past tendency to flee, adopting an exceedingly resolute stance, directly issuing the Progenitor's command to the Blood Court to prepare for total war. With the issuance of this decree, the entire Blood Court empire erupted in uproar. After all, the papal state had not yet encroached upon their territory. Why the urgency to send the vampire kin to their demise? Nevertheless, not a single vampire dared to question the command of the ancestor, for the sheer overwhelming pressure he exuded could crush the entirety of the Blood Court, and his own existence was tied to that of all vampires. Should he perish, they would follow. This authority instilled fear in their hearts, leaving no room for dissent against the ancestor's will. Yet, this was still insufficient. In order to garner allies and decisively overpower the papal state, Norton needed to forge a robust alliance with the Bohemian Empire. This collaboration would enable them to dismantle the Church's divine imagery and religious artifacts, thus providing an opportunity for his vampire legions to engage in battle. After several exchanges between His Majesty King Norton of the Blood Court and King Eerie III of the Bohemian Empire, a cooperative agreement was finally reached. To counter the tyrannical rule of the papal state, the Bohemian Empire would deploy human soldiers as the frontline forces, charging forth to obliterate the papal state's arrangements against the vampire race. Meanwhile, the Blood Court's vampire knights would flank the frontline, prepared to defend against the increasingly formidable werewolf legions of the papal state, preventing them from breaching their ranks. In essence, it was a clash of extraordinary forces against extraordinary forces, and ordinary men against ordinary men. Furthermore, the Blood Court vampires would assume full responsibility for logistical support, converting all critically wounded soldiers of the Bohemian Empire into vampires to bolster their ranks with fresh strength. To ensure the safety of the Bohemian royal family and guard against the ever-present threat of the Holy Inquisition, Norton would accompany Abraham, Elizabeth, and the 5,000 second-tier vampire knights to the Bohemian imperial capital. This collaboration was conducted with utmost transparency, with both parties expressing no dissent. In the autumn of that year, a grand procession of the Blood Court set out from the Holy City, braving the heavy snowfall as they made their way to the Bohemian imperial capital. This battle was destined to utterly overturn the papal regime, shatter the Church's legacy, eradicate its decrees against the vampires of the bygone era, and even bury the notion of God beneath the sands of history. On this day, the Bohemian imperial capital awaited the arrival of the most enigmatic vampire ancestor, His Majesty Norton. Vampires, lurking by day and emerging at night, dictated that His Majesty's entrance would occur at the stroke of midnight. As the most mysterious vampire ancestor on the southern continent, Norton was a figure celebrated among the Bohemian people during the Age of Enlightenment, with his visage depicted in countless interpretations, each version accompanied by throngs of admirers and an abundance of artistic renditions, as well as numerous morally ambiguous narratives highlighting his allure. Thus, even at the witching hour, the Bohemian imperial capital buzzed with excitement, thronged by onlookers eager to catch a glimpse of the spectacle. The brightness of torchlight illuminated the streets, creating a dazzling display that could only be described as a scene of throngs filling the avenues. Over the years, the Bohemian Empire has indeed flourished, with its citizens enjoying abundant sustenance and warmth, possessing enough vigor to partake in festivities, a testament to their relatively prosperous lives. The third-generation and fourth-generation vampires exhibit such striking elegance. One can only imagine the exquisite beauty of their progenitor. I hope not to be disappointed, for the ancestor has become my ideal man. Judging by your taste, I envision ancestor Norton clad in crimson armor, tall and robust, exuding an overwhelming aura of majesty befitting a great emperor, especially since he ascended to power through martial prowess, undoubtedly possessing a formidable physique. Living amidst the rumors surrounding the vampire progenitor, he is likely just an exaggerated version of an ordinary vampire, and the notion of establishing a so-called blood court is utterly ludicrous. The Bohemian Empire, inheriting the ancient sacred will of the Noah Empire, is strong and well-governed, far surpassing this so-called bloodline ancestor. Listen to the frivolous chatter of these women. It's outrageous. I dare say their claims are erroneous. Vampires are said to cherish bats. with the belief that they are born from bat bites. Hence, I suspect the vampire progenitor is merely an oversized bat. How can such a trivial creature command my Aryan Majesty's eager anticipation? It is a disgrace to the dignity of the Bohemian Empire. I am eager to behold this so-called bloodline ancestor who dares to create such a spectacle. Oof. It is evident that our wait has been prolonged, suggesting that this so-called bloodline ancestor may not even possess a carriage, merely accompanied by a throng of vampires. Unlike our Aryan Majesty, whose travels are safeguarded by scores of knights, accompanied by a royal carriage drawn by 6 white steeds, epitomizing the grandeur of an emperor. Alas, where are the vampires of the imperial city? The absence of ancestor Norton has already stirred a tempest of public opinion in the Bohemian Empire, with countless individuals lining the streets, engaging in fervent discussions. Were it not for the knights guarding the area, the throngs would likely have congested the streets, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the vampire progenitor to catch a glimpse of him. Though vampires harbor a deep-seated fear of their progenitor and Norton's renown is widespread, he remains a foreign sovereign, prompting numerous voices along the streets to express disrespect and derision. Notably, while the vampire progenitor Norton is depicted in myriad forms, they predominantly reflect human likenesses, as the first generation of vampires is scarce, and the second generation even rarer, with the third and fourth generations becoming widely known, making speculations about the ancestor's appearance largely related to these later generations. After an extended wait, the crowd in the imperial streets swelled, filled with mockery and dissatisfaction at the prolonged delay. Until the moment the vampire progenitor is truly revealed, the onlookers remain indifferent, save for the vampires who have already fled the imperial city. At last, amidst the anxious and disdainful gazes of the multitude, a thunderous sound akin to distant thunder reverberated from afar, soon followed by a swift steed racing back to notify the knights maintaining order along the route. The Lord of the Blood Court, the venerable ancestor Norton, has arrived. Accompanied by his proclamation, the distant thunderous roar intensified, echoing ominously. What entity could produce such a terrifying sound? As the reverberations continued, the citizens of the imperial city, previously engaged in fervent discussions, became utterly frenzied, all eyes turning towards the shadows beyond, eager to discern the source of the cacophony. With the thunderous noise growing ever louder, a colossal figure, towering over 9 meters, gradually emerged from the profound darkness. The once bustling and animated streets of the imperial city, filled with animated conversations and curses, began to descend into a profound silence as the enormous silhouette materialized. At the end of the pitch-black thoroughfare, illuminated faintly by the moonlight, a grand palace, 9 meters in height and 20 meters in width, appeared at the city's terminus. Chapter 147. Thus revealed is the ancestor of the Blood Clan. Boom! As the fearsome thunderclap crescendoed, a multitude of crimson lights flickered in the distance, ultimately manifesting before the eyes of the populace within the imperial city. Over 500 third-generation vampires were shackled by chains as thick as a wrist, resembling a spider's web as they laboriously dragged the immense palace forward. Inching along with a steady, yet arduous pace, the thunderous resonance was not a celestial storm, but rather the sound produced by iron wheels grinding against the earth beneath the palace. Boom! The over 500 third-generation vampires, their eyes ablaze with crimson, towed the colossal palace through the inky night, gliding slowly along the now eerily silent streets of the imperial city. Whoosh! 2 howling winds echoed through the sky, as atop the grand palace, 2 monstrous bat-like creatures, each 3 to 4 meters tall with enormous wings, soared and circled above the imperial city. Their expansive flesh wings stirred fierce gales, casting shadows that blotted out the sky, instilling terror in all who beheld them. The sound of steel armor clattering against the ground had become nearly imperceptible. Following the immense palace, vampire knights clad in crimson armor marched in tight formation, their synchronized steps exuding an aura of grim determination that saturated the air within the imperial city. Yet, this was not the entirety of the spectacle. Extending behind this lengthy procession, shadowy figures hinted at even grander palatial forms lurking in the distance. The once raucous imperial city now lay in profound silence, the only sound being the chilling breeze rustling through the leaves. The citizens of the Boya Empire, who had been so animated moments ago, fell into a hushed awe as the formidable blood court procession, dragging the magnificent palace, passed before them. In this moment, a singular thought resonated within the hearts of all present, a mixture of awe and dread. Yet, the sense of trepidation was not confined to the populace alone. Meanwhile, within the palace of the imperial city, the esteemed Arian III, having meticulously prepared for the welcoming ceremony, stood before the palace gates. Accompanied by a retinue of ministers and royal family members, anxiously awaiting the arrival of the bloodline progenitor, Norton. Adorned in a resplendent crimson court attire, complemented by a ceremonial robe that resembled a regal cape, he exuded an air of nobility and solemnity, reminiscent of the quintessential attire of medieval European emperors. The remaining members of the royal family and the ministers were similarly clad in elegant court garments. For most of the prominent officials of the Bohemian Empire were either royal kin or closely related, making such attire entirely appropriate. At the palace entrance, 2 lines of heavily armored knights stretched over 100 meters, serving both as an honor guard and a demonstration of the Bohemian Empire's formidable military might. With 200 knights stationed to guard the entrance, one could easily surmise the extent of the empire's power. Generally, lords from smaller nations, traversing this path flanked by armored knights, would instinctively feel the weight of the Bohemian Empire's dominance, thus positioning themselves in a subordinate stance for dialogue and collaboration. The meteoric rise of the blood court was indeed astonishing, suggesting that the esteemed Norton must possess considerable wisdom. While military strength can facilitate conquest, the ability to subjugate an entire nation cannot rely solely on brute force. Esteemed colleagues, although this collaboration holds immense advantages for both parties, we must remain vigilant against the cunning of this astute bloodline progenitor. Arian III cautioned his royal companions, tinged with a hint of anxiety. Rest assured, Your Majesty, the Bohemian Empire is currently robust and formidable, fortified with military might, and we have prepared over 100 divine portraits within the palace. Our greatest concern lies only with the sacred tribunal of the Papal States. The bloodline, with its inherent vulnerabilities, poses little threat, so you may proceed with confidence. His uncle and imperial chancellor, Zorg, reassured him kindly. Upon hearing Zorg's words, Arian III felt a slight alleviation of his tension. That is indeed comforting. After all, the character of this bloodline progenitor, being non-human, remained uncertain. Adaptability would be paramount when the time came. Yet before Arian III could finish his thought, a thunderous sound akin to distant rolling thunder pierced the air. A portentous sign, Your Majesty. Such a celestial phenomenon heralds the flourishing of our dynasty. Zorg exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement upon hearing the distant thunder. Arian III, swayed by his enthusiasm, could not help but smile. Indeed, the Bohemian Empire shall rise, and the Papal States will ultimately. Before he could complete his statement, the thunderous noise grew increasingly closer. In the far, shadowy distance, a colossal, imposing silhouette began to materialize, compelling all royal members to swallow their words and gaze upward in awe. The sound of clanking iron chains resonated like a web, as they slowly drew forth a magnificent palace. The silhouettes of 500 third-generation vampires materialized before the members of the royal family, accompanied by the clanking of iron chains. A colossal palace emerged before their eyes. Goodness! Arian III, draped in ceremonial regalia, felt his mind momentarily clouded. He stood there dumbfounded, observing the breathtakingly grand scene unfolding in the distance. 500 vampires strained to drag the immense palace forward, while monstrous bat-like creatures with sprawling wings soared ominously above. Circling the palace, following closely behind were countless vampire knights, creating a spectacle of sheer terror. What a horrifying sight! To employ humans to haul a palace. Was this even conceivable? In stark contrast, the 200 heavily armored knights stationed at the entrance of the Boya Empire's palace resembled mere wooden posts, rendering them ludicrously insignificant. Arian III swallowed hard, feeling a tightness in his throat. Despite having commanded grand wars and possessing extensive experience, the overwhelming scene before him sent a chill coursing through his heart. It was not the spectacle of the palace or the menacing creatures that frightened him, but rather the chilling realization of the bloodline progenitor's ironclad resolve, viewing vampires not as beings of humanity, but as mere tools. Boom! as the massive palace came to a halt at the palace gates. The top of the palatial carriage was slowly drawn open by unseen mechanisms, the intricacy of which was nothing short of astonishing. As the carriage's top was unveiled, an elongated, ethereal figure, pale and statuesque, sat regally upon the throne, its pitch-black, crystalline eyes fixed intently on the royal members of the Boya Empire below, while its decayed, pallid skin and sharp fangs rendered it almost inhuman. Gulp! Arian III felt a wave of cold wash over him as he looked up at the towering, alabaster creature perched upon the 9-meter-high throne. He sensed that he had made one of the most foolish decisions of his life. So, this creature was the progenitor of the vampires. But why had the messenger he sent claimed that the vampire progenitor was an oppressive old man? Chapter 148. Norton's palace stands at the gates of the Boya Empire. The towering pale creature sat upon the elevated throne, its dark eyes scrutinizing the royal family of the Boya Empire below, seemingly with a hint of amusement, devoid of any trace of human emotion. Yet internally, it was already proclaiming with fervor, "Tremble, royal family of the Boya Empire. You are about to witness my most ostentatious display." Hakino, rarely revealing his true form, recalled various Dragon King tomes from a past life, assuming the most grandiose posture as he sat upon the throne. Undeniably, when adopting such inhuman postures, his every movement exuded a palpable sense of oppression. The vast palace, drawn by 500 third-generation vampires, crushed everything in its path, houses and foliage alike, creating a path of devastation through the royal city, leaving a trail of ruins in its wake. The church has proclaimed that the emergence of a vampire would inevitably herald calamity, and to my dismay, this has proven true. My house. This revelation plunged the onlookers, who had merely gathered on the streets for amusement, into despair. Some wept bitterly, while others fainted on the spot. The church had warned that the existence of such creatures was an ominous portent, destined to unleash disaster. Initially, many had been skeptical, viewing vampires merely as immortal beings that fed on blood, creatures that could survive without human sustenance, and thus regarded them as elusive elixirs of eternal life. However, witnessing the ravaged and widened road before them, the crowd began to grasp the veracity of the church's claims. Even Arian III, at this moment, gazing upon the pale, unfeeling monster seated upon the throne, found himself contemplating the church leader's insights with newfound respect. Such a terrifying entity had transcended the realm of humanity, leaving one to ponder whether it still possessed any semblance of humanity. It was no wonder the church had abruptly withdrawn its forces amidst the war. The existence of such an aberration posed a grave threat to mankind, were it not for the sacred tribunal of the papal state that could execute the royal family. Arian III would feel compelled to eradicate this terrifying species that feasted upon humans. Alas, for the safety of the Arian dynasty, this pale monstrosity required meticulous negotiation. As a ruler, Arian III, though his wisdom and experience may not yet rival that of his late father, nonetheless possessed the qualities of a sagacious monarch. In a fleeting moment, he quelled his inner trepidation, re-establishing the commanding presence befitting an emperor. Having long heard of the extraordinary appearance and formidable power of the bloodline as progenitor, Lord Norton, he was now awestruck by the sight of the blood ancestor, who indeed bore an otherworldly aura that left a profound impact. Arian III laughed heartily, tossing aside his cloak, even while standing beneath Lord Norton's throne. Requiring him to look up, he exhibited no trace of subservience or timidity. With the esteemed blood ancestor in attendance, undoubtedly weary from travel, Arian III extended an invitation for a grand banquet at the palace, eager to extend the hospitality of the Boya Empire. He adopted a humble demeanor, akin to a junior addressing a senior, his words replete with respect and propriety. As the saying goes, a flower-laden sedan chair is borne by many. At last, the ostentation of Lord Norton came to a close. This visit was for collaboration, and it was prudent to know when to graciously withdraw. The Boya Empire, a millennia-old stronghold, indeed radiated prosperity. Amidst the soft exclamations of a royal lady, the pale creature seated upon the throne finally rose to its full height. At that moment, the nobles of the Boya Empire and the emperor recognized that the ancestor of the bloodline was astonishingly tall. As he descended from the throne, his stature remained such that the imperial court had to look up to meet his gaze. Though his pallid form was draped in a blood-red royal robe and adorned with a scarlet crown, beneath this regal attire lay skin that was withered and decayed, resembling a putrid cadaver that sent shivers down one's spine. Arian III, a ruler of remarkable wisdom, remained unfazed by Norton's peculiar appearance. He approached with warmth, taking Norton's skeletal hand and exclaiming, "I feel an immediate connection with the blood ancestor. Before this day, I regarded vampires as mere figments of ecclesiastical propaganda. Yet now, having encountered you, I realize the narrowness of my perspective. With the blood ancestor among us, the blood clan possesses boundless potential and the promise of glorious development. Henceforth, the Empire of Boya is willing to act as the representative of humanity and forge a close alliance with the blood court to cement our bond." The court banquet commenced as planned. Norton's palace stood just outside the gates of the Boya Empire, effectively obstructing entry to ensure that His Highness could reach the imperial palace expeditiously and safeguard Arian III. In truth, this served as a ruse. Norton was, in fact, impeding access to the Boya imperial palace. Members of the Boya royal family surrounded His Highness Norton, along with Duke Abraham and Duchess Elizabeth from the blood court, as they made their way to the royal banquet. Throughout the journey, Arian III clutched Norton's pale, decayed hand, demonstrating a gesture of camaraderie that he did not relinquish. Upon reaching the throne, Arian III called out, "Hasten and bring forth the throne. His Highness Norton is the progenitor of the blood clan, and his station is equal to mine within the realm of Boya. We must not be remiss." In response, attendants swiftly brought forth a gilded throne that had been prepared in advance, placing it beside Arian III's own seat to invite Norton to ascend. The thrones, however, were markedly different. Norton's was merely a wooden seat clad in gold, while Arian III's was a solid gold throne that left an indelible impression upon the floor beneath it. As the banquet unfolded, filled with clinking goblets and lively music, the Boya royal family had specially selected youthful maidens to present their blood, thereby expressing their reverence for the blood ancestor. Norton's slender, pallid figure stood out amidst the crowd, attracting the furtive glances of both royal members and servants alike, prompting quiet murmurs. Unbeknownst to them, Norton's formidable presence cast a shadow over the entire imperial city. Every whispered word and subtle gesture was crystal clear to him. Their concealed religious tokens, images of deities, and the silver swords wielded by the surrounding knights had long been detected by Norton. However, such behavior was not uncommon. Everyone harbored their own thoughts, and as long as they remained unvoiced and did not manifest overtly, there would be no rift, allowing for a semblance of harmony among all. Yet, a degree of probing was inevitable. No one truly understood the temperament and strength of this venerable ancestor. And to ensure that every plan was foolproof and to gauge the situation, the Empire of Boya naturally felt compelled to test the waters. However, the probing could not be conducted by the host, the Boja Empire, as it would compromise the principles of hospitality and the cordial relationship between the two parties. Thus, the task fell upon the king of the Kingdom of Kate, who had traveled a great distance to escape calamity. Although his kingdom had been lost, he remained a sovereign ruler and still held a position at the banquet of the Boja Empire. Furthermore, being an outsider, he could conduct the inquiry without implicating the Boja Empire, allowing it to act as a mediator to gain an advantageous position in future negotiations with the Blood Court. As the atmosphere of the banquet grew increasingly vibrant, Arian III cast a fleeting glance towards Chancellor Zod, who was seated lower down, sharing a drink with Duke Abraham. Chapter 149. A Preemptive Betrayal. Sighing deeply, King Rosen of the Duchy of Kate lamented his presence at this gathering, which was never his intention. Forced to flee to the Boja Empire to escape the papal army, he had initially believed that Arian III, a ruler of great wisdom, would possess a degree of magnanimity. Yet, to his dismay, the Boja Empire had confined his family to a dilapidated castle, surrounded by 100 knights for their so-called protection, which in truth amounted to imprisonment. Rosen understood this, as a sovereign still possessed some level of influence. However, it was utterly disgraceful to have him play the part of a foolish exiled king at a royal banquet, questioning the progenitor of the blood court. Nevertheless, Arian III had promised that should he comply with the arrangements during the banquet, the Boja Empire would reclaim the lost territories of the Duchy of Kate and restore them to him. For the sake of his power and throne, Rosen felt compelled to acquiesce. As for the monstrous progenitor of the bloodline, possibly slaying him in a fit of rage, well, this was the royal banquet of the Boja Empire. And the progenitor was merely a formidable vampire. What audacity would he have to act against him here? Despite their extraordinary powers, the vampires, with their myriad fatal weaknesses, were no match for the impeccable holy knights. As the banquet thrived with energy, a beautiful dancer twirled gracefully, while the silent progenitor of the bloodline sat upon his throne, deliberately elevated in status. The holy monarch's realm, notorious for its unscrupulous tactics, often manipulated the abilities of the holy knights to alter the tides of battle. However, with the blood court's lord, his grace, the progenitor, now present within the Boja Empire, the holy knights of the holy monarch's realm found themselves rendered utterly ineffectual. With his grace, Norton's prowess, the slaughter of those holy knights would likely be as effortless as slicing through vegetables. At this moment, Chancellor Zog exchanged glances with King Rosen and stood up, raising his goblet in a sycophantic toast to the taciturn Norton, who had only uttered a couple of sentences thus far. Zog lavished praise upon him, elevating him to lofty heights. This was a classic tactic of flattering to undermine. By raising him to such dizzying heights, he aimed to catch him off guard and thus diminish his dignity, thereby compromising their subsequent collaboration. Just as Chancellor Zog extolled Norton's unparalleled greatness, a sound echoed through the hall. Clap! A sudden, sharp sound of a wine glass shattering brought the entire banquet to an abrupt halt. Almost immediately, King Rosen, adorned in royal attire and seated beside Grand Duke Abraham, rose in fury and derision, directing his scornful gaze towards the silent figure of the blood ancestor seated upon the throne. Nonsense! If this master of the blood court, Ancestor Norton, possessed such extraordinary prowess, why would he not simply crush the papal state? Instead, he chooses to forge alliances within our human kingdom. Meanwhile, those accursed vampires proliferate madly, drawing the church's attention and allowing it to occupy my Duchy of Kate. You are nothing but a charlatan seeking fame. King Rosen's outburst transformed the atmosphere of the banquet. The members of the Boja Empire's royal family exchanged glances of schadenfreude, eyeing the pale creature on the throne. Despite its terrifying visage, it was surrounded by hundreds of armored knights wielding silver swords, ensuring a high degree of safety. Thus, although the pale blood ancestor appeared fearsome, there were merely the ancestor and two vampire dukes present, and even if he possessed the strength surpassing that of holy knights, he would struggle to stir significant turmoil amidst the silver swords and the numerous armored knights. Moreover, this was merely a test of wits, a common formality among the upper echelons of society, rendering any physical altercation highly improbable. Consequently, the royal members had become mere spectators, eager to witness how the blood ancestor would respond. Before Eerie could utter a word to stop King Rosen, Elizabeth, one of the two vampire dukes clad in a black robe and hood, unexpectedly began to swell, her attire transforming into a grotesque, bat-like figure. In an instant, like an arrow released from its bow, she lunged at her target before anyone could react. Eerie barely had time to blink before King Rosen became a headless corpse, blood gushing from the severed neck as his body gradually crumpled to the ground. A chorus of terrified screams erupted from the palace, including the ladies present, while the surrounding ministers fell into a state of chaos. To insult the sovereign is to invite death. Elizabeth, transformed into a pale demon, raised the severed head high, her elongated fangs glistening as she allowed the blood from the neck's gash to flow into her gaping, crimson maw. As she moved, the armored knights stationed within the palace quickly surrounded her, drawing their silver swords with metallic clinks. Just then, Eerie, still in shock from the sudden act of murder, sprang to his feet, urgently calling out to the armored soldiers, "Stand down. Retreat at once." King Kate spoke recklessly, and thus he brought this upon himself. The Boja Empire and the Blood Empire share a bond of blood, and while we mourn the death of King Kate, we still uphold the judgment of the Blood Court. Eerie felt an overwhelming chill within his heart. The Blood Court was inhabited entirely by lunatics. One progenitor summoned a palace using a human pillar, while a vampire duke disregarded the situation entirely and unleashed a massacre. The sheer brutality of these vampires was beyond comprehension, utterly devoid of rational thought. Yet, paradoxically, they could not afford to sever ties, for their very existence relied on these vampires to safeguard them from the Church's werewolf legion and the Holy Inquisition. Furthermore, throughout the event, the pale monstrosity seated upon the throne displayed an air of indifference, seemingly unconcerned with the happenings of the banquet. This only deepened Aryan III's unease, fearing that the progenitor of this bloodline might have some nefarious schemes in store. Damned be it, a race that defies all reason must be utterly eradicated. Preparations were imperative. Once the Church's Holy Inquisition and the werewolves were depleted, they would swiftly strike, beheading the upper echelons of this accursed bloodline. However, this situation could be widely publicized to spread rumors of the vampire threat, laying the groundwork for future purges. In mere moments, Aryan III adjusted his mindset, even contemplating how to leverage the situation. Yet one thing eluded him. They depended on Norton's protection to thwart the Church's execution plans. Thus they could not afford to fall out with him. Nevertheless, Norton did not require their goodwill to mobilize his forces. Blast it! My Hakino's castle is practically right below your abode, and you still fail to grasp the implications? Chapter 150. Caution. Norton sat upon the throne, his indifferent gaze sweeping over Aryan III, who had turned slightly, his countenance betraying discomfort. Locking eyes with the towering pale figure. The anger and murderous intent that had ignited within Aryan III transformed involuntarily into fear and trepidation. Nevertheless, as a sovereign, Aryan III ultimately retained the aura befitting an emperor. Your Grace, Norton, King Rosen has spoken disrespectfully and has now received his due punishment. Thus, let this matter rest. Before he could finish, the progenitor Norton raised his hand, interrupting him. After a lengthy silence, Norton finally spoke again, his third utterance clear and resolute. Enough. I came here believing we could engage in an open and sincere collaboration. However, it has become evident that humanity is inherently prone to discord, rife with ingratitude and malice. Deceit is your nature and betrayal your character. Rather than collaborating with you, a pack of heartless wolves who may betray at any moment, I, the progenitor of the bloodline, Norton, shall command the legions of the Boya Empire to counterbalance the Papal States. Upon his declaration, the assembly was left in shock. The progenitor of the bloodline was poised to deliver a profound betrayal. Only Abraham dared not lift his head. For reasons unknown, he felt as though the progenitor's words were directed at him. What? Are you mad? You fear we may betray the agreement, so you preemptively betray us? Alas! These merciless monsters are truly unworthy of any trust. Aryan III, infuriated, nearly succumbed to the rage ignited by Norton's words. Yet, displaying a modicum of wit, he discerned the malevolence brewing within this creature and promptly sought to flee. Just moments ago, all had seemed well, and now this wretched vampire was poised to strike over the slightest provocation. Such heartless beings deserve not a sliver of confidence. Protect the safety of His Majesty. Swish! The heavily armored knight, who had yet to return to his position, caught wind of Norton's proclamation and, witnessing the sudden turn of events, unsheathed his silver sword, intent on encircling Norton, Abraham, and Elizabeth. However, the pale monster, seated upon the wooden throne, had already risen to its feet. Extending its alabaster arm, it grasped the golden throne, which weighed several tons, and hurled it aside as if it were mere fabric. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the golden throne struck a battalion of knights approaching from behind with terrifying force. The entire squad of armored knights was obliterated against the rear wall, their steel armor crumpling like parchment, creating an enormous breach in the palace wall. Such a horrific display of strength struck fear into the hearts of all present. Blood mingled with flesh splattered across the ground, the metallic scent of gore permeating the air, provoking screams that echoed throughout the palace, plunging it into chaos. Members of the Aryan royal family were paralyzed with fear, some nearly wetting themselves, while the bolder among them endeavored to rally the remaining knights to rescue the emperor. And the timid fled in all directions. Meanwhile, Abraham, his skin torn asunder, transformed into a monstrous bat-like creature and lunged at the remaining armored soldiers attempting to surround Norton. In his heart, he felt immense regret. Cursed be this wretched Elizabeth for stealing the limelight. How could His Grace, the progenitor, ever trust me again? Hurry! Those bearing religious tokens, come to my aid. Aryan III, sensing his doom, could no longer maintain the facade of imperial dignity and fled wailing towards the rear of the palace. Yet, scarcely had he taken 2 steps when a howling gale struck his face. Boom! Accompanied by another resounding crash, the opulent palace windows were shattered by 2 enormous bat-like creatures, which crashed into the grand hall, landing before Arian III. Hissing, guttural roars emanated from the creatures, and the panic-stricken Arian III found himself ensnared in the grip of one of them, unable to escape. "Save me!" he cried in terror, nearly losing control of himself. Only then did he realize that the contingency plan he had prepared against the vampires was arriving too late. There was no way to predict Norton's swift betrayal. It had come without warning. Fortunately, the vampires are apprehensive of the methods employed by the Church. Even though they have captured Arian III, as long as the divine light emanating from the sacred relics of this faith touches them, they are rendered powerless to resist, destined to be reduced to ashes. His gaze shifted towards Norton. As expected, despite being the progenitor of the bloodline, possessing the strength to rend steel with a mere swipe, Norton still evaded the silver swords wielded by the heavily armored knights. Clad in a crimson robe, the progenitor Norton grasped one of the armored knights and hurled him against the wall, shattering his body into fragments. Yet as he turned, he consciously dodged the silver blade that lunged from behind, a moment witnessed by Abraham, who was also taking evasive action from the knight's silver sword. Could it be that even after evolving to such a stage, he still harbors a fear of silver? The progenitor not only exhibits a bloodthirsty frenzy, but also appears to be troubled by silver artifacts. If this is not merely an act, then the notion that his demise could lead to the end of other vampires might indeed hold true. For vampires of the olden days were not so easily daunted by silver. It seems my previous conjecture may have been misguided. This progenitor may not be of the ancient breed, unless he has consciously feigned weakness for over 80 years, a suspicion that weighs heavily on Norton's mind. He firmly believes that even a being as powerful as God could be betrayed and slain. Rather than demonstrating overt strength, it is wiser for him to conceal his true capabilities, presenting an image of vulnerability, thus preparing for any potential insurrection with an element of surprise. Moreover, Norton is not merely fabricating weaknesses. He is actively pretending to be feeble. The velocity at which his formidable power can be unleashed is undeniably terrifying, as these 2 aspects are directly proportional. However, Norton's performance in battle does not exhibit a particularly high speed, allowing Abraham to perceive it adequately. This is a deliberate choice on Norton's part, for if even Abraham can discern the speed of the progenitor, it undermines his credibility. In reality, should he unleash his full potential, Abraham would be unable to comprehend the progenitor's movements. While dodging the silver swords of the armored knights, Abraham inadvertently missed the fierce struggle of 2 bats behind him. Silver blades slashed and stabbed at their forms, yet Quill and Plum Blossom, despite being riddled with silver swords, clung tenaciously to Arian III. The silver blades posed no threat to their outer layer. They exhibited no fear of silver whatsoever. Instead, their attack speed and intensity were lethal. Merely touching them could result in death. They gouged numerous transparent holes into the walls of the grand hall, leaving the surrounding knights utterly oblivious to their assault. Only when a knight bearing the image of God and the sacred relic approached and directed it at the 2 bats did they emit a heart-wrenching wail. Cole, clutching Arian III, let out a piercing scream, while the surfaces of both he and Plum Blossom ignited violently under the purifying radiance of God. However, in the next moment, it seemed as though they had activated some latent function. Their surfaces began to harden gradually, and even an outer layer resembling stone emerged from within. In the blink of an eye, 2 gargoyles materialized, these bat-like monstrosities fully transformed into stone statues, impervious to any further assaults. The only one suffering was Arian III, still clutched in the grip of the statue, on the brink of asphyxiation. Boom! Accompanied by another deafening roar, 500 third-generation vampires propelled Norton's palace, crashing the grand doors of the Boya Empire's royal palace, pushing it into the heart of the palace like a bulldozer. Behind this palace, a throng of blood knights had completely surrounded the royal palace of the Boya Empire. Chapter 151. Where shall I, Abraham, go? In the year of Norton, 89. Following the shocking news of the Papal State's military mobilization, Another revelation sent shockwaves across the southern continent. The royal family of the Boya Empire had signed an alliance with the Blood Court. Yet, at the banquet, the progenitor of the blood race, Norton, disregarded morality and treacherously betrayed them, invading the royal palace of the Boya Empire and imprisoning the entire royal family. Officially seizing control of the Boya Empire's military and commencing preparations for war. The malicious intent and moral depravity displayed were nothing short of appalling. The smaller nations of the southern continent lamented the Boya Emperor's inability to discern character, inviting the wolf into the fold. However, with the Blood Court now wielding the Emperor as a puppet to command the lords, they found themselves utterly powerless. Simultaneously, this rendered the reputation of His Excellency Norton, the progenitor of the blood race, utterly tarnished. The populace referred to him as the usurper of royal power, or even as Kuba. Indeed, Norton was a vampire, and so was Kuba. Both were adept at betrayal, rendering Norton synonymous with Kuba without contest. Norton's image had shifted from that of a cold aristocrat, a handsome gentleman, to that of a contemptible rogue, scorned by all. This transformation was particularly evident in various fan narratives, which had previously depicted him in dominant roles akin to the progenitor of the blood race fell in love with me, but had now devolved into tales like I whipped Norton in the dungeon, resembling goblin genres. Nonetheless, this alteration in perception sparked an unexpected affection for niche subcultures. Moreover, alongside this incident, the southern continent, buoyed by a cultural renaissance of enlightenment, birthed a novel term, blood-boy relations. This phrase signifies the shameless acts of feigning camaraderie while covertly delivering betrayal. Strangely enough, the one most pleased with the pre-war betrayal of allies was not Norton, but rather Cobalt, for whatever Norton did brought joy to Cobalt. The one plagued by regret, apart from Eerie III, the emperor of the Boya Empire, was none other than His Excellency Adam of the Papal State. The Blood Court, in conjunction with the Boya Empire, has seen an exponential enhancement in combat prowess. Perhaps the Papal State is indeed on the brink of calamity. Had I foreseen this, I would have chosen to refrain from purging the vampires within my realm and instead laid waste to 4 nations. Yet, if there is one individual deserving of utmost vigilance, it is none other than Abraham. The treachery of His Majesty is notorious, having betrayed me and the other vampires of Liner City. He now turns his back on the Boya Empire. His character is as eccentric as it is fearsome. I, Abraham, have followed His Majesty for many years, and to this day I find myself a mere afterthought. His heart is as unyielding as iron, as profound as the abyss. Abraham sits beside the artificial mountain in the rear courtyard of the Boya Empire's royal palace. This area belongs to the royal gardens, a retreat for the nobility, and boasts exquisite scenery with picturesque flora. A clear spring encircles the foam mountain, its gentle trickling producing a melodious sound. Even Norton would find himself compelled to exclaim, "The beauty of Boya is unparalleled, with flowers and grass that are enchanting." Alas, seated in the Thailand pavilion, Abraham expresses no appreciation for the surrounding blossoms and greenery. Though His Majesty has unified the Boya Empire, elevating my status and amplifying my power, his penchant for betrayal weighs heavily on my mind. If treachery occurs once, it is bound to happen again. Having been betrayed by His Majesty, I may well be the next target. Despite possessing the blood of immortality and wielding considerable influence, I find myself utterly defenseless, akin to a mere sheep before His Majesty, utterly insignificant. The only beings in whom I find any semblance of trust are a band of short-haired beasts. If another vampire duke were to ally with me, we might stand a chance, at least ensuring that we are not discarded at His Majesty's whim. Regrettably, Elizabeth is dim-witted, deeply indoctrinated by His Majesty, leaving me, Abraham, as the sole rational being within the Blood Court. Oh, how dim my existence seems. Abraham's heart is heavy with sorrow. If this were the extent of my troubles, it might be bearable. However, His Majesty's current actions appear to conceal the very essence of his existence, showing no attachment to power. It is evident that if the church were to truly perish, I, Abraham, may well become the next thorn in His Majesty's side. As the progenitor of the vampire lineage, my fate is inextricably tied to that of my kin. I possess no means to eliminate His Majesty. Doing so would equate to my own demise. Since His Majesty shows no mercy and revels in betrayal, I, Abraham, must prepare for the inevitable collapse of the papal state, the destruction of the Holy See. Surely, this will be the moment when the progenitor of our bloodline is most vulnerable. The cross holds a suppressive power over my kind, while his majesty may possess greater resistance. Should I pierce his chest with a wooden stake and affix him to a silver cross, what chance would he have to escape? The sorrow that once clouded Abraham's face dissipates, replaced by a fervent glow of crimson ambition in his eyes. The notion of creating one's own exalted deity, penetrating it, and nailing it to the cross for eternal sealing is indeed an exhilarating idea. As for the two true ancestors, mere beasts devoid of intellect, easily targeted with a bit of cunning. Unfortunately, as the predecessor to Abraham, the true ancestors instilled a certain fear in him, preventing him from daring to eliminate them directly. Very well, let's find a way to seal them instead. Regarding Elizabeth, who lacks discernment, she is better off eliminated, immersed in his own fantasies. Abraham felt a sense of satisfaction, reminiscent of Norton's occasional daydreams. It is clear that he has indeed suffered greatly. With God sealed by Kuba and his majesty Norton sealed by me, does this not position Abraham as the so-called progenitor of vampires? Kuba, the bloodline progenitor, Abraham, could hardly contain his excitement. Chapter 152, The Holy Monarch. Everyone has their own thoughts, which is perfectly understandable. However, when it comes to the will of the progenitors, strict adherence is imperative, leaving no room for error. Within a mere 6 months, Norton transformed the entire hierarchy of officials within the Boya Empire into vampires, thereby securing absolute control over the government. Yet, as it is a kingdom of humans and the conversion rate of vampires is low, coupled with Norton's tarnished reputation, even with the transformation of officials, his grip over the Boya Empire remained tenuous. After all, outward compliance with inner dissent rendered genuine governance impossible. As for why he did not convert Eerie III into a vampire for absolute control, it can only be said that the emperor of the Boya Empire is exceptionally wise. As a human kingdom, the old emperor would rather pass away in bed than transform into a vampire, ensuring that the royal family of Boya truly represents the will of humanity, vowing to uphold the orthodoxy of the human race. This very conviction grants the royal family of Boya immense authority over the realm. In such a nation that venerates humanity, converting the royal family into vampires would strip them of their ability to represent the brilliance of the human royal lineage, significantly diminishing their control and integrity. An emperor of a human empire turning into a vampire? This would undeniably compromise legitimacy, thus giving rise to a new royal house vying for destiny. With countless individuals eager to establish themselves as the new orthodoxy, if Eerie III remains a human emperor, the human royal lineage endures, their legitimacy and integrity intact, and the honor and dignity of the royal family sustained. In this scenario, no one within the Boya Empire could claim the title of the human orthodoxy to re-establish the imperial court. If Eerie III is not converted into a vampire, he retains his utility. However, should he be transformed, he becomes utterly worthless. And Norton would transition from a puppet master wielding the emperor's authority to a common adversary of the Boya Empire. Therefore, based solely on this fact, there is neither necessity nor possibility for him to transform Eerie III into a vampire. Indeed, Eerie III was a wise and illustrious monarch. After being apprehended by Norton, he conveyed a singular message to the outside world. Though I, Eerie III, may perish, the Boya shall endure. Should I, the Aryan royal line, meet my demise, then anyone could usurp the throne and perpetuate the legitimacy of the Boya Empire. With this declaration, even the extraordinarily powerful Lord Norton found himself at an impasse regarding Eerie III. Although it was evident that Eerie III was largely bolstering his own image, the mere act of uttering those words imparted a profound significance. He could indeed devote time to transforming the Boya Empire into a vampire realm. However, with the Papal States already mobilizing their forces in a manner that instilled great dread in Norton, time was of the essence. Consequently, Norton could only resort to controlling Eerie III as a means to intimidate officials at all levels, transforming them into vampires to dictate their fates. Yet he could not govern their thoughts. As the foremost human empire, loyalty to the royal family within the Boya Empire was exceedingly high. Were it not for the fact that the emperor was currently in Norton's grasp, rendering them hesitant to act. It is likely that some would have risen in arms to challenge Norton outright, to ensure that the Boya military did not falter in wartime and that the human knights would not feign valor. Norton reluctantly decided to assign Arian III to the military ranks, permitting him to lead the Boya forces against the Papal States. In doing so, the presence of the emperor would undoubtedly galvanize the soldiers to fight valiantly to safeguard his safety. The ministers of the Boya Empire would genuinely exert their capabilities to ensure the emperor's security on the front lines. Even if Arian III were to meet an unfortunate end at the hands of the church, his death would incite the wrath of the Boya Empire, thereby enhancing the military's resolve for battle. As for the possibility of betrayal, that was assured. After all, as an emperor, how could he accept his current fate? However, such treachery would only manifest following the campaign against the Papal States. Arian III was an astute individual. He understood that Norton and the vampires possessed absolute weaknesses, while the Church's werewolves and the holy judicators could only be confronted with genuine force, devoid of any cunning strategies. With Arian III's intellect, he would certainly bide his time within the ranks, awaiting the destruction of the Papal States when the specter of execution would no longer loom over him, thus marking the moment he would turn against Norton. Nevertheless, Norton remained unfazed. Once the Papal States fell and the holy judicators were vanquished, he would become an invincible entity. Without the enhancement of extraordinary martial prowess, no one could pierce his heart with the sanctified cross of God while he remained vigilant. After the treacherous betrayal of His Majesty Norton against the royal family of the Blood Bohemian Empire, the Grand Army has finally completed its preparations for war, and a great conflict is on the brink of eruption. The closed and ignorant Papal States are destined to face the righteous iron fist of the blood ancestor, Norton, in the spring of Norton's 90 years, as the last remnants of winter's snow melted under the gentle caress of a spring breeze. The long-prepared coalition of the Blood Bohemian Empire marched resolutely toward the Papal States. Warfare requires careful timing. Winter's blanket of white would undoubtedly result in heavy casualties, a fact Norton was well aware of. After all, even the formidable army of Sierra could not withstand the harsh snows of Moscow, and he doubted that armored knights of this era could endure such conditions. This conflict has been dubbed by blood ancestor Norton as the Epic Holy War. He boldly declared his intent to use this holy crusade to shatter the ravenous papacy, eradicate the foolish belief of the Church, and cleanse the tainted sanctity that it represents. However, while Norton refers to this war as an epic holy war, many others mockingly label it as a struggle for ecclesiastical orthodoxy. Rumors suggest that this blood ancestor Norton emerged from within the Church itself. Thus, this war can be characterized as an internal struggle within the Church. Even the chronicles of various nations often refer to this conflict as the chaos of the blood ancestor, primarily due to the unclean methods employed by Norton, the instigator of the war. Although the Papal States have become a global pariah due to their brutal extermination of the royal family, the notoriety of blood ancestor Norton has only grown more formidable. His army is rife with discord. Not only the soldiers of the Blood Bohemian Empire, conscripted against their will, but also within the blood court itself. Norton's inhumane treatment of vampires has alienated many from his ideology. Forced labor, enslavement, and oppressive tactics have amalgamated brutality, cruelty, and cunning in this blood ancestor. In truth, he has lost the support of the people, the military, and the rightful authority. Yet, this has only fostered greater fear among the populace. However, considering that he too emerged from the Church, his inhumane traits suddenly appear all too normal. Such is the reputation of the Church. Chapter 153. The dawn of the Holy War in the year of Norton's reckoning, the 93rd year. The Blood Bohemian army finally engaged in its first formal battle against the Papal States on the territory of the Duchy of Kate. The war, orchestrated by the utterly ruthless blood ancestor, was marked by a ferocity far surpassing previous grand conflicts. The blood ancestor, who regards humans as mere pawns, readily summoned hundreds of thousands of troops to the battlefield, and each clash between the two sides ranked among the most significant battles in history. With the onset of war, the werewolf species shone brightly upon the battlefield. Their formidable physique afforded them a remarkable balance of strength and agility, with each one capable of matching the might of heavily armored knights. Moreover, these werewolves, endowed with their formidable stature and superior physical anatomy, possessed the capability to vanquish fourth-generation vampires and retreat unscathed from encounters with third-generation vampires. Strangely, it appears that the regenerative and undead abilities of these vampires are rendered ineffective in the presence of werewolves. The teeth and claws of these werewolves seem to penetrate the flesh of the vampires like silver, inhibiting their ability to recover swiftly. Conversely, when vampires engage with werewolves, the damage inflicted by their claws and fangs surprisingly impedes the werewolves' regenerative capabilities. Such remarkable phenomena were promptly reported to Lord Norton, accompanied by a captured werewolf from the battlefield. In the palace of the Boya Empire, the golden throne, severely deformed by Lord Norton's earlier wrath, has been removed and melted down, subsequently reforged into a new seat adorned with additional gold to accommodate his tall stature. This throne, crafted entirely of pure gold, is significantly grander than the former royal seat of the Boya Empire, reflecting the magnificence befitting Lord Norton. The throne glimmers with opulence, intricately carved with bat motifs, while the armrests feature two golden bats poised to take flight, underscoring the status of the blood ancestor. Seated upon the golden throne, Norton gently tapped the exquisitely sculpted head of a golden bat, his pale hand brushing against the blood-red gemstones embedded in its eyes. His gaze, laced with intrigue, fell upon the iron cage positioned in the center of the grand hall. Within that cage crouched a human, huddled in one corner. Compared to the average humans of the southern continent, this individual exhibited a notably greater abundance of body hair, concentrated around the chest and spine, while his intellect appeared markedly diminished, lacking the typical reasoning associated with humanity. Norton's dark eyes fixated on the captive, stirred by a sense of unexpected fascination. He felt a familiar resonance emanating from these werewolves, a sensation akin to what he experienced in the presence of Elizabeth. It was evident that this werewolf was also a product of Norton's own lineage. Memories of a distant past began to resurface, bringing forth echoes of bygone sorrows. Yet the anguish and indignation of yesteryears had long since dissipated from Norton's heart. The romanticized memories of a time gone by now only evoked a subtle smile from a lord. Who could have anticipated that those seemingly trivial past events would unexpectedly give rise to an entirely new species? Norton mused, reflecting on the swift passage of time. Surely, the reason for the mutual aggression between werewolves and vampires lies in the very bloodline that courses through them. The werewolf, trembling within the iron cage, emitted soft whimpers akin to that of a dog. It was devoid of any clothing, save for a collar adorned with sharp spikes encircling its neck. From Norton's vantage point, the evidence of its mutilation was starkly visible. It had been castrated by the church. Given the werewolf's formidable regenerative capabilities, one might wonder what instrument could effect such a brutal alteration. It could only be accomplished with a blade imbued with the sanctity of holy water or a silver knife. For werewolves are known to dread silver. The church's method of controlling the werewolf population through castration is a familiar yet despicable tactic. If vampires could reproduce through mating, I too could manipulate the bloodline's evolution via similar means. Is this truly human discourse? The werewolf's whimpers seemed to disturb the tranquility of his grace, Norton. Or perhaps it was his compassion that could not bear to witness the creature's torment akin to that of a eunuch. With a flicker of thought, the trembling werewolf within the cage, succumbing to Norton's dominion, began to dissolve, transforming into ash that silently dissipated into the air. This indeed was an act of mercy on Norton's part, as the werewolf experienced no pain in its demise. Within the vast hall of the palace, only Norton and the werewolf in the cage remained. Upon the creature's death, an eerie stillness enveloped the grand chamber, reflecting the depths of Norton's wariness of others. However, the sound of footsteps approached from outside. "Your Grace." Elizabeth, draped in a black and crimson hooded robe, entered the hall with caution, kneeling and pressing her beautiful visage to the ground in a gesture of respect towards Norton. "What is it?" Norton, pale and seated upon his throne, fixed his dark gaze upon Elizabeth, instilling within her a profound sense of pressure. With her transformation into a vampire, her appearance was eternally preserved at the age of 17, the pinnacle of youthful beauty. Thus, following Norton's fall from grace in the literary circles due to his betrayal of the Bohemian Empire, this newly crowned, most beautiful vampire bride ascended to prominence, becoming a leading figure in contemporary literature. Of course, Norton remained a top figure, albeit now within goblin-themed narratives. The marvels of the Bohemian Empire's construction have commenced, with 300,000 individuals transformed into fourth-generation vampires now engaged in the development. However, the Bohemian populace has expressed vehement opposition to the indiscriminate conversion of humans into vampire slaves. Should we eradicate them all? The seemingly delicate and beautiful words of Elizabeth concealed a menacing aura. Yet, Norton was far from pleased. Furrowing his brow, he pondered, was he truly a being of insatiable bloodlust? There is no need. Those who swim against the current will inevitably face the scorn of the world. I, Norton, stand before my own conscience, unashamed before humanity, though they may cast aspersions upon me now, in a millennium hence. Those who extol my virtues shall be as numerous as the stars in the night sky. Rising from his throne, Norton, with his pale and peculiar demeanor, bore his hands clasped behind his back, embodying a spirit that could defiantly confront the scorn of multitudes, whilst humbly serving the needs of the innocent. Since his transformation into a vampire, he has scarcely taken the lives of a handful. Norton has tirelessly endeavored to secure the welfare of future generations. Indeed, he is a sagacious ruler. Chapter 154. The New Faith, a sagacious monarch, Hakener, and the inept Pope, Old Adam, find themselves embroiled in a war between the Bloodglass Alliance and the Papal States, a conflict that has escalated into a fierce and unrelenting struggle. If one were to assert that this grand war was a strategic depletion orchestrated by the Papal States to exhaust the resources of other nations, then the current holy war is indeed a desperate battle for survival, with each side intent on the other's destruction. On one side stands the Vampire Empire, orchestrated by Norton, alongside the Human Empire. On the opposing side, the Papal States, driven by a fervent desire to eradicate vampires, are locked in a conflict characterized by fundamental ideological contradictions. Both are centralized states, and once the war commenced, it transformed into a grand and unprecedented military engagement. Nonetheless, both factions grapple with significant internal challenges. The Papal States have long treated their populace as lesser beings, while the higher echelons have nurtured a cadre of fanatics, leading to severe deficiencies in logistics compared to the Bloodglass Empire. Their army resorts to consuming corpses as sustenance to sustain the front lines. The command structure and knights of their forces are zealots, driven to frenzy by the doctrines they espouse, lacking coherent strategies against the vampires. They often charge recklessly into battle, disregarding formation, akin to wildebeests migrating across the African savanna. The Bloodglass Alliance, too, faces considerable issues. Norton, having ascended to power through questionable means, positioned Arian III at the forefront in a bid to inspire the troops and stabilize the internal affairs of the Bloodglass Empire. However, under Arian III's deliberate control, their tactics have become exceedingly timid, with soldiers lacking morale, primarily focused on guarding their emperor to prevent his demise on the battlefield. The vampires of the Blood Court, having endured years of oppression under Norton, now find their fighting spirit nearly extinguished, with desertions rampant. To counter this, Abraham has been dispatched to oversee the troops, executing defectors to prevent a collapse of their ranks. Despite these setbacks, this beleaguered assemblage of soldiers remains capable of following orders and forming battle lines, thus providing a countermeasure against the papal forces. As March unfolds, the toll of war escalates, with casualties mounting on both sides. The Papal States harbor a profound animosity towards vampires and those heretics who assist them. The brainwashed armies, steadfast in their dogma, fight with a ferocity that is nothing short of fanatical. Once engaged in battle, they either annihilate their foes or perish themselves. This frenzied mode of combat compels the Bloodglass Coalition to engage in a desperate struggle for survival, resulting in horrifying casualties on both sides. Each confrontation yields tens of thousands, sometimes even over 100,000, dead or wounded, with the armies often clashing to the point of extinction, halting only when one side is utterly vanquished. Such unprecedented levels of mortality have not been witnessed in the southern continent, marking an era of unparalleled bloodshed. Despite the Bloodglass Coalition's waning fighting spirit, they benefit from tactical advantages and logistical support. Notably, Norton shows no mercy, frequently dispatching tens of thousands as reinforcements to the front lines, which gradually strains the Papal state supply lines, revealing signs of decline. However, the The benevolent governance of His Holiness begins to manifest its effects. Following the capture of cities in the Duchy of Kate by the Bloodglass Coalition, the inhabitants do not submit readily to their new rulers as they had in previous conflicts. Many, indoctrinated by the Church's teachings, either genuinely uphold their faith or yearn for the days of prosperity under the papal reign, causing significant setbacks for the coalition as they attempt to reclaim the Duchy of Kate. Some fervently protest against vampire rule, while others stealthily flee to enlist in the papal army, and some even open the city gates or guide the papal forces when they approach. Thus, the conflict devolves into a terrifying quagmire, with both sides engaged in a relentless tug-of-war over cities and beliefs, an exceedingly fearsome ordeal. Amidst this turmoil, in the year of Norton 94, His Majesty, having achieved no significant progress after 4 years of warfare, begins to grow anxious. Such tactics offer little hope for resolution, and the influence of the indoctrinated citizens of the Duchy of Kate spreads to other regions as those who fled share their perspectives, instilling doubts about the papal rule. Norton is acutely aware of the dire consequences that prolonged exposure to the papal methods might entail, to thwart a potential resurgence of the papal states and to fracture their faith. He resolves to obliterate the very roots of divinity that could harm him and bury the existence of God, a figure capable of inflicting damage upon him. Into the annals of history. In early 95, the Blood Court selects a group of individuals who have undergone Norton's indoctrination to carry out his orders, concealing their origins and establishing a new church in the Duchy of Kate, known as the Church of the Holy Lord. In the year 95, the new Church of the Holy Lord is founded, rebranding the title of Pope to Pontiff, thereby asserting its supremacy over the papal authority. With the ascension of the first pontiff, St. Peter, the new church immediately begins to contest the legitimacy of the papal states, proclaiming itself as the new faith. While denouncing the papal church as the old, it is asserted that due to the long-standing tyrannical rule of the old faith, which brought calamity upon the nation and suffering to the people, and incited the displeasure of God, a mandate was given to establish the new faith. This new doctrine aimed to disseminate belief, convey love, and instill hope for peace, striving to restore the world to its rightful path and to bring happiness back to the populace. Upon first hearing this doctrine, it became evident that it surpassed the so-called old faith of the papal states by leaps and bounds. After the establishment of the new faith, despite facing vehement protests and resistance from the adherents of the old faith, its reputation was swiftly transformed following the free distribution of food to the needy. In a matter of days, what was once regarded as a mere splinter sect garnered a substantial following. Unlike the old faith, which was characterized by oppressive governance, forced labor, and the exaction of taxes from the populace, the new faith positioned itself from the outset as a beacon of love and peace. It neither exploited its followers nor sought to govern. Instead, it dedicated itself daily to the charitable distribution of provisions, radiating what it termed the light of love and goodness. The newly appointed pontiff resembled a celestial angel, donned in pure white robes, with golden hair and azure eyes, exuding a countenance of benevolence. He mingled daily among the impoverished, personally distributing food, unperturbed by their foul odors or filth, and embracing them as if he were a bodhisattva, embodying the spirit of compassionate giving. His visage radiated the divine light of God. The other missionaries followed suit, clad in immaculate robes, immersing themselves within the destitute, undeterred by the grime and dirt that stained their garments, which ultimately underscored the essence of true sanctity. At the onset of the new faith, it faced vehement opposition, branded as a corruption of divine belief. However, as it truly opened its doors and provided refuge to multitudes of the impoverished, it swiftly became recognized as orthodox, embodying the essence of genuine holiness. Its selfless distribution of food and unwavering commitment to spreading love and peace during this epoch on the southern continent proved to be an enigmatic balm for countless souls who had endured years of oppression. The destitute found solace in a faith that liberated them from the burdens of tyranny and the compulsion to surrender their possessions, offering them a sanctuary devoid of repercussions. This led to an exponential surge in the number of fervent adherents to the new faith, nearly all of whom were devout zealots. After all, the old faith not only demanded a path paved with flowers, but also required tributes of food. often subjecting its followers to the scorn and abuse of the lofty clergy and knightly orders, while even denying them entry into the church itself. In stark contrast, the new faith, which proclaimed love and peace, featured a pontiff who personally distributed food, embraced the people, and welcomed all to its open doors, represented a chasm between heaven and earth, a horrific breeding ground for slaves versus a veritable paradise. As a result, the ranks of the fervent followers of the new faith swelled, substantially alleviating the afflictions suffered in cities besieged by the bloodthirsty coalition. No longer did anyone aspire to pursue the so-called old faith, nor did they seek to reopen the gates to welcome it back. Rather, the vast majority of the impoverished embraced the new faith as the legitimate orthodoxy, deeming the old faith as a forsaken relic cast aside by God. All sought refuge within the church of the new faith, yearning to assuage the torment and suffering endured over the years, and to experience the previously unseen manifestations of love and kindness. In this world, where many endure profound suffering, within the imperial city of the bow, yet empire, lies the chamber of his grace, Norton. A pure white cross is engraved upon the lid of his coffin, and the surroundings are adorned with divine imagery and religious artifacts. The pallid figure of Norton sits behind his desk, acutely aware of the searing sensations radiating throughout the room, experiencing a pain that sends tingles across his scalp. The burning discomfort of his body feels akin to emerging from a prolonged freeze in a frigid landscape, only to be thrust into a stifling sauna, an experience both exhilarating and tormenting. It is peculiar how, upon realizing that he would not perish from the sunlight or these religious symbols, Norton developed an affinity for surrounding himself with such sacred objects, seeking to amplify his sensations of burning. After enduring this torment for years, I have indeed grown accustomed to its intensity. Should I continue to be subjected to this scorching for decades more, perhaps, even if the church remains, they may find it increasingly difficult to wield divine tokens against me. With his jet-black eyes partially closed, Norton felt the fierce pangs of pain, yet stubbornly insisted that it did not hurt. However, the yellowed hue of his skin suggested that he had merely adapted to the discomfort, raising his pain threshold without truly acclimatizing to the sanctity of the divine fire. Indeed, he is a master of self-deception. As he became aware of the intensity of his bodily torment, Norton slowly opened his dark eyes. He sensed the looseness of his teeth and instinctively reached out to extract a long, pointed tooth that had detached from its root. Yet in doing so, he also noticed that the nail of his right thumb seemed to have loosened. His back was increasingly distended, and the decay that had begun to consume him was now spreading throughout his entire form, revealing patches of putrid flesh beneath the surface. Moreover, his teeth were gradually falling out, and even his long, pointed fingernails were beginning to loosen, with one toenail having already detached. Strangely, beneath the fallen teeth, there was not the expected crimson of exposed gums, but rather a glimpse of pristine white enamel, and under the lost toenail, a new nail had begun to emerge, though its origin remained a mystery. At this juncture, Norton was unequivocally certain that he was shedding his old form and evolving into a new species. However, the grotesque nature of his current state was utterly appalling. Pressing his discarded tooth against the tabletop, he observed how effortlessly it pierced the back of a steel nail, leaving him in a state of contemplation. While flesh may nourish bats, and thus augment the numbers of my kin, what shall I do with these nails and teeth? Surely, I cannot consume them myself. That would be utterly revolting. In solitude, His Grace Norton often displayed a remarkable humanity. He furrowed his brow, gazing with a look of profound reluctance at the sharp teeth reflected on the table before him, reminiscent of a parent observing their child's fallen, unsightly baby tooth. Filled with a sense of disdain, Norton, perturbed by his thoughts, carelessly cast his own baby tooth into the adjacent drawer, redirecting his focus back to the battlefield. With the establishment of the new faith, the downfall of the Papal States became inevitable. The primary objective of founding this new faith was not only to alter the tide on the front lines, but also to erase the vestiges of the divine Caesar. By replacing the old God with the new, the expansion of a new faith would ultimately bury the old God in the annals of ecclesiastical change, thereby rendering Norton invulnerable and devoid of weaknesses. Thus, he must exert effort on the church texts of the new faith. For instance, without significantly impacting the core tenets of the old faith, he planned to obscure the names of God and the devil, conceal the forms and traces of the ancient vampires, and reshape himself into the archetype of a modern progenitor of vampires, embedding this image into the sacred canon of the new faith. Why not also conceal his own identity and allow Abraham to assume the role of the modern vampire progenitor? At present, Norton found himself powerless in this regard. The 12 volumes of historical records bore his name on every page. To attempt to obscure his identity in the text of the new faith would seem excessively contrived, potentially attracting the attention of scholars prone to unnecessary scrutiny. Norton's construction of marvels, the establishment of the new faith, and the revision of ecclesiastical classics all serve the ultimate purpose of mutual validation, promoting the new breed of vampire while concealing the old. Whether people recognized him or not was of little consequence. What mattered was that he was perceived as the modern vampire, and that this new entity became the singular archetype of vampires in circulation. Currently, Norton's sole concern was whether the renaming of God would effectively bury him within the annals of history. He feared that after expending considerable effort on such nefarious endeavors in establishing the new faith, he might discover that the false god of this new belief still managed to invoke the true God's essence, leading him to utter despair. In that case, God would merely be a conceptual deity. As it stands, Norton viewed God as a blend of conceptual and biological deity, leaning more towards the latter. Ever since he acknowledged himself as the first-generation aberration, he had spent countless years fantasizing about being God, hoping to elevate himself infinitely through this belief. Unfortunately, whether due to God's overwhelming power or his own frailty, he had yet to perceive any transformation within himself. Norton speculated that perhaps it was the divine occupying a position of authority that hindered his ascension. Chapter 156, The New Covenant. The establishment of the new faith heralds the retreat of the old. Although the old faith still possesses a fleeting glimmer of resistance, it is ultimately destined to succumb to the new faith, which is devoid of dominion, oppression, and ignorance, and instead radiates love and light. Should the old faith find the means to eradicate the new faith entirely in a brief span, a reversal may be conceivable. However, the old faith now lacks the strength to invade the territories controlled by Norton. Thus, the ascendance of the new faith is inevitable, a fait accompli. Yet, I ponder whether the new faith, which I have painstakingly nurtured, might usurp the old faith and emerge as my new adversary. Standing by the palace window, Norton lightly tapped the sill with his pale, slender fingers, his obsidian eyes surveying the vast imperial city of the Boya Empire. Despite his exalted position, he felt ensnared in a quagmire. To ascend to greater heights is to become a target for all. Norton narrowed his dark eyes, acutely aware of the immense pressure he bore. As a vampire, a quintessential creature of the shadows, his existence was instinctively marked by the stigma of darkness. In recent times, although he ostensibly commanded the Boya Empire and the Blood Court, appearing to bask in unparalleled grandeur, behind the scenes, numerous conspirators sought his assassination, aspired to supplant him, and plotted his downfall. The realm of the Boya Empire had already witnessed 2 uprisings, with the insurgents brandishing the banner of exterminating vampires and restoring humanity's rightful order. Perceiving Norton as their principal nemesis, rallying multitudes at the sound of a single command. Even within the Blood Court, where he had extended countless favors, clandestine factions began to form, purporting to represent human orthodoxy, gathering daily to disseminate treasonous rhetoric that could cost them their heads, and embedding seditious sentiments within their literary works in an attempt to incite opposition against Norton among the human populace of the Blood Court. Such stark realities nearly plunged Norton into a daze, making him feel as though he had returned to the modern world. The turmoil among the human populace in the Boya Empire indeed stirred his ire, yet the clandestine machinations within the Blood Court left him disheartened. Unless he were to ascend to the status of a supreme deity, instilling an inherent lack of desire for rebellion among the people, Norton, as a vampire, would forever remain a vampire, perpetually pursued, regardless of the weight of oppression or the depth of gratitude. There would always be an unrelenting tide of so-called warriors eager to contest him. Human trust is unreliable, and human nature is a gamble. Thus, I, Norton, must meticulously lay the groundwork to elevate myself to the divine, becoming a deity that inspires only fear, trepidation, and speculation. With these thoughts, Norton turned from the window and settled behind a nearby desk. As he moved, fragments of his pale skin fell like ash, only to be swiftly seized by the bats suspended from the ceiling, ensuring that no remnants of flesh would escape. Norton, with his tall, pallid figure, sat behind the wooden table, extending his pale fingers to grasp the banknotes upon its surface. The new faith requires a central tenet, while the doctrines of the old faith have become obsolete. All that I, Norton, now undertake is to fabricate history, concealing the truth of the existence of the vampires from the bygone era. Thus, Kuba must be obscured, and I, Norton, shall be thrust forth to bear the blame for Abraham. Norton felt no pangs of guilt regarding Abraham's scapegoating. Should Abraham prove disloyal, then bearing the blame for him would be a fitting consequence. Conversely, if Abraham is faithful, then bearing the blame for him would be a manifestation of divine grace. Norton, with a clear conscience, commenced the fabrication of history, pouring ink with fervor. In the New Testament, it is written, God proclaimed, "Let there be light," and thus the sun emerged. God declared, "Let there be the cosmos," and the universe was born. God expressed loneliness, and thus life originated. Life came into existence, yet was unaware of ethics. The Garden of Eden flourished, yet lacked the principles of life and death. Thus, Norton was born. Norton, endowed with knowledge from birth, conveyed the origins of life, extolled the eternal principles, received the flame of life, and imparted a glimmer of light to humankind. Consequently, humanity gained wisdom, learned to consume cooked food, contemplated ethics, and understood the principles of existence. Norton ascended tirelessly, imparting the principles, his deeds exalted, his suffering profound, admired by the divine. He was granted access to the eternal paradise. His disciple, Abraham, upon hearing of this eternal paradise, was consumed by jealousy. Under the cover of night, he ambushed Norton from miles away, slaying him in the heavens. His soul cried out to God in anguish, while his body remained lost, and Abraham seized Norton's flame, yet could not enter the eternal paradise. In the blood covenant, God traversed the heavens, hearing the mournful cries. Norton's soul lamented, receiving a glimmer of divine light. His soul belonged to God, while his flesh succumbed to decay. All things are born, yet none perish. The Garden of Eden expanded evermore. Thus, God created death, suspending it high above, establishing himself as the sovereign, presiding over the origins of life, while decay became the inevitable end, governing the demise of living beings. Only Abraham, discontent, was cast out by God. To evade death, Abraham sought eternal life, shunning the sunlight. Norton, with each stroke of his pen, grew increasingly inspired, feeling as though divine assistance guided his hand, concealing the so-called God, the divine cause, Jonah, and Kuba. Only Abraham was extracted and dedicated a unique chapter, accentuating his status as the progenitor of the bloodline. However, his method of erasing the deities, God, the divine cause, Jonah, and Kuba, seems somewhat insulting. Yet, Norton was undeterred. Just as the old pope proclaimed, in this world, it is those with the shallowest understanding and scant experience who are most inclined to believe in the existence of God, while those of higher status and broader insight often dismiss the Church's texts as mere tools for the gullible. Although Norton believed in God's existence over the years, his audacity burgeoned, and he thrived all the more, which undoubtedly affirmed the established truth that the God recorded in church texts is dead. Since God is dead, even the slightest insult from him holds no weight. After all, his eldest son, the deity, was once crucified and roasted by the sun. In comparison, the affront for Norton is utterly insignificant. Furthermore, even if God were alive, what would it matter? If he truly existed, one could easily crush Norton with a mere flick of the wrist. If God were indeed not dead, then Norton would prefer not to live at all. The disparity in status in this world is truly disheartening. Norton has completely resigned himself to the existence of the divine. Chapter 157. The wickedness of Norton. Norton incessantly distorts the tenets of Protestantism, laboriously crafting an image of himself as a paragon of virtue within these sacred texts, subsequently disseminating them through the Protestant movement. However, this is merely the initial step. Norton's reputation has become so tarnished that it is the subject of public ridicule. Rather than being immortalized in glory, he will be remembered for his infamy. even if he enforces the propagation of his grandeur within Protestant circles, fabricating unfounded claims. Such endeavors will only echo among the common populace and bear little significance in the annals of true historical record. The old church will undoubtedly document his shameless antics, exposing the true nature of Norton. Thus, he feels compelled to engage in multifaceted slander, distorting his existence entirely. After completing the doctrines of Protestantism, Norton produced another sheet of paper, beginning to compose a different narrative. Aware that the old church would spread falsehoods about him, he preemptively published accusations against himself, rendering their efforts futile. God and the dead copulate, resulting in Norton, who is loathed by the divine, being cast away. To evade death, Norton eternally hides from the sunlight. He consumes the blood of Kuba, achieving a lineage of immortality, becoming the progenitor of the bloodline. Ha ha ha! Norton's maniacal laughter echoed through the opulent palace, his wild script flowing onto the paper as fragments of his skin scattered like snowflakes, swirling like dust. Behind him, his form swelled, approaching a point of explosion. Norton has endured for 99 years. The Holy War has persisted for 8 years. This conflict is far more brutal than the previous grand wars between the Bohemian Empire and the Papal States. In just 8 years, the casualties have far surpassed those of the massacre of 8 cities. The most elite heavy infantry on both sides have been utterly depleted over the course of the war, while the church's werewolf legions and the second and third generations of vampires from the Blood Court have been reduced to a state where their reformation seems nearly impossible. Yet, despite this, neither side shows any signs of capitulation. With a wave of his hand, the sanguine progenitor, Norton, summoned 300,000 humans, forcibly dispatching them to the battlefield. As the Blood Court's conscription office operated, the streets were filled with fleeing citizens of the Bohemian Empire, crying out in despair. However, those who escaped conscription could not evade the subsequent requisition of supplies. The blood-soaked court of Norton has persistently sought various supplies to be dispatched to the front lines of battle. The populace of the Boya Empire faces dire consequences for any act of dissent. The mildest punishment entails conscription of the entire family, while the gravest fate transforms them into fourth-generation vampires, doomed to ceaseless toil. Daily, the anguished cries within the Boya Empire resonate endlessly, and those cursing the progenitor Norton emerge in droves, with an uncountable number of escapees. Yet, this relentless tide of dissent does not hinder the continuous flow of supplies and soldiers sent to the front, serving as consumables and reinforcements. In stark contrast, the internal strife within the Papal States is a veritable maelstrom. 8 years of warfare have depleted the papal treasury and exhausted the church knights stationed in various cities. To ensure the steady supply of resources to the front, His Excellency Adam has been compelled to enlist unordained, youthful clerics, amassing an army through desperate means, relentlessly extracting wealth, and employing every possible tactic to facilitate the ongoing transport of supplies to the battlefield. This has resulted in the tragic starvation of numerous refugees. Yet their remains are not wasted. They are either consumed or processed into jerky for delivery to the front lines. Due to the absence of a steady stream of fourth-generation vampires to be perpetually exploited within the Papal States, even His Excellency Adam's measures have proven insufficient to remedy the domestic void. Consequently, the front lines have devolved into a veritable paradise for cannibals, with the corpses of fallen soldiers from both sides being retrieved and consumed as sustenance. This grim reality casts a shadow over the church. At this juncture, the battlefield has shifted from a contest of military strength to one of logistical endurance. All soldiers have been relegated to mere fillers, continuously poured into the abyss of conflict. Both sides grit their teeth, determined to persevere until the ultimate victory. The front lines remain increasingly fraught with intensity, while simultaneously, public discourse in the rear erupts in waves of fervor. The bloodthirsty progenitor Norton has embarked on a frenzied campaign, fervently confiscating and incinerating the old church's scriptures and a plethora of ecclesiastical texts. Those who have even the slightest familiarity with these ancient writings risk being transformed into fourth-generation vampires and dispatched to the front as fodder. His delirious actions have incited widespread outrage, leading countless scholars to face the grim fate of being sent to the front lines, never to return. This campaign has been derisively termed book burning and pit burial, a madness of the highest order. In the midst of the impoverished populace, the new pope, Saint Peter, traverses the streets, disseminating the divine light of God while delivering sermons on the New Testament penned by Norton, extolling the virtues of love and peace inherent in the new faith. He distributes food freely and personally engages in the fray, providing solace to the destitute, thereby catalyzing an unstoppable expansion of the new faith. His acts of compassion and kindness starkly contrast with the insanity of the bloodline progenitor, Norton. Countless individuals, seeking a modicum of comfort, gravitate toward the new faith, yearning for the last flicker of solace within their hearts. Although Norton's New Testament has gained widespread circulation, various rumors continue to proliferate. Yet, unbeknownst to all, these whispers are orchestrated by Norton himself. In a small town within the Boya Empire, oh my, flee quickly! The conscription team of the Blood Court is upon us once more. Rush to the church. For His Holiness Pope Peter has proclaimed that those who enter the sanctuary shall receive divine protection. I bless you, my Father. You pay no heed to a single word of the New Testament, wherein the Almighty is extolled as the soul of our forefather Norton. This new faith is naught but a den established by Norton. The streets of the small town are in chaos, with countless souls frantically racing towards their homes or seeking refuge in remote corners, desperate to evade the Blood Court's conscription forces. Yet, for the bloodthirsty conscription agents, who can scent the essence of life, such hiding places are futile. It is merely a matter of whether they wish to capture you or not. The streets are strewn with the debris of those fleeing, while within a nearby tavern, the doors wide open, revelry and merriment abound, seemingly untouched by the encroaching vampires of the conscription office. In truth, those vampires do not venture inside. Society exists everywhere, even within the Boya Empire, where humans and bloodsuckers coexist. The vampire conscription team selects their targets, and they are equally capable of employing various forms of bribery. Observing the pandemonium outside, the tavern is filled with lamentations. Alas, when will this terrifying existence come to an end? This forefather, Norton, threatens to undermine the very foundation of the Boya Empire. What vampire progenitor? Merely a half-blood who fortuitously acquired the blood of the vampire ancestor Kuba. Otherwise, how could he possess the power to transform others into vampires? The church previously proclaimed that vampires lacked such transformative abilities. Is Norton not the vampire progenitor? After all, he is a grotesque offspring born of the union between God and the dead. I have heard that old Norton fears not the images of God nor the church's relics, even bathing in their presence daily. The very coffin upon which he lies is inscribed with a pure white cross, indicating he surely has some connection to the Almighty. Else why would other vampires be burned by the church's artifacts and divine images? Thus, only silver object can harm him? Most certainly. It is said that during the great battle in my Boya imperial city, he deliberately evaded the assault of silver swords. What are you all discussing? Is Norton not God? The previously harmonious atmosphere within the tavern instantly devolves into chaos, as a throng of individuals fervently dispute, recounting the rumors they have heard. This Hakino truly possesses remarkable skills. Apologies, I was out enjoying myself. Chapter 158. When the spy cannot save the sacred church. On the front lines of the Boya Empire and the Papal State, the cold northern winds sweep across the battlefield, even in the frigid temperatures. The air is thick with the stench of blood and decay. Once again, winter descends, with snowflakes drifting down in increasing abundance, gradually concealing the countless rotting corpses strewn across the hills, yet failing to mask the pervasive odor of carnage. Bang, bang, bang. Soldiers clad in tattered armor, wielding weapons resembling long spears, strike against the frozen river surface. Crash! A delicate layer of pancake was shattered by the tip of a gun, producing a resounding crack, and soon after, the reddish-brown river water gushed forth from the cracks in the ice, accompanied by a decayed and foul-smelling skull. Nevertheless, this water was still retrieved and continuously delivered to the soldiers. The battlefield was frigid, yet the interior of the military tent remained relatively warm. Eerie, 3, relegated to the front lines, sat at the head of the tent, his complexion more haggard and aged than it had been 8 years prior, as if those brief years had aged him by a lifetime. In stark contrast, the 200-year-old Archbishop Dorcia appeared unchanged from years ago. After many years apart, the Archbishop's presence was still striking. Eerie, 3 lifted a warming drink, and took a small sip, gazing wistfully at the archbishop seated across from him. As a contemporary of his father, the archbishop now seemed much younger than himself. However, his elongated canines and crimson eyes unmistakably revealed his vampiric identity, having forsaken God. The allure of immortality sounded tempting, and indeed appeared extraordinarily enticing. The only source of Arian III's astonishment was that Dorcia, who regarded the church as family and held a faith so resolute it bordered on terrifying, would betray God and join the ranks of vampires. Could the temptation of eternal life be so immense? It was worth noting that Dorcia's previous religious convictions had even astonished Arian's father. Seated at the lower end, Archbishop Dorcia observed the weathered Arian III, who had begun to show signs of aging, and felt a deep sense of nostalgia. The last time he had seen Arian III, he was but an innocent child, and today he was already showing signs of age. The ancient ones gradually withered away, like leaves falling in the wind. After exchanging sentiments, they finally turned to more serious matters. When Dorcia had previously met with the king's father, the young Arian III was still an ignorant child. Now, he found himself confronting the reality of his own aging. It was indeed a cruel twist of fate. Yet, the once loyal Dorcia, whose thoughts and actions were devoted to the church's preservation, had inexplicably joined the vampire's faction. Had he truly forsaken God and forgotten his former ideals? Arian III's gaze fixed upon Dorcia's crimson eyes as he spoke bluntly, seeking to assert dominance in the conversation. In response to Arian III's arrogance, Dorcia remained unfazed, his demeanor still gentle. "No, your majesty. I, Dorcia, shall never forsake my former vows, nor betray God or the church. My transformation into a vampire was not of my own volition, but rather a consequence of your current overseer, Abraham's, forceful conversion. We share the same bloodline, and thus, your majesty, I believe it is prudent for us to minimize the duration of our discourse. My primary purpose for this visit remains the continuation of my sacred church. The current pope, Adam, enforces a stringent policy, employing ruthless means to perpetuate warfare, which has led my holy church to nearly lose its divine sanctity and the foundation for its continuity. The downfall of the papal state is inevitable, and the emergence of a false doctrine further severs the religious orthodoxy of my holy church. If this situation persists after the inevitable defeat of the papal state, my holy church shall undoubtedly be eradicated by that false doctrine, leaving no chance for survival. The rise of this false doctrine has become an unchangeable reality. My holy church now possesses but one final opportunity. Only our doctrine can embody the holiness of God, and our sacred relics may hold the potential to vanquish the vampires. Should my holy church successfully undergo this final transformation at such a critical juncture, dismantling the papacy, renouncing dominion, and solely propagating our sacred doctrine, we may find a modicum of respite. Adam, entangled in his own web, has strayed profoundly from the essence of our faith, undermining its very foundation. Thus, I have come to seek an alliance with your excellency to ensure that the papacy is rendered powerless henceforth. My holy church shall, akin to the false doctrine, solely disseminate its teachings, striving to elevate our faith while eschewing any involvement in governance. Archbishop Dorcia's crimson eyes bore a complex expression. Having arrived at this juncture, he found himself caught between two worlds. In recognition of his unwavering loyalty to the church, Adam spared him after his transformation into a vampire, granting him considerable freedom. Yet today, he repays kindness with betrayal, seeking to barter Adam's downfall for the church's survival. Arian III furrowed his brow, his murky eyes fixed intently upon Archbishop Dorcia's countenance. Suspicion, shock, confusion, recollection, and acceptance cascaded through his mind, ultimately crystallizing into a memory of a time when his father was alive, discussing secrets with Archbishop Dorcia. Arian II once remarked that Archbishop Dorcia's thoughts had transcended the ordinary. He sought to govern through non-action to ensure the church's enduring existence. This was indeed a positive notion, a concrete benefit for their royal lineage. The Holy Church believes in God, acknowledging the existence of heaven and hell, thereby regulating the populace's behavior and thoughts, enabling them to endure suffering while nurturing their spirits, thus maintaining the royal authority. Although Arian II ultimately refrained from fulfilling his agreement with Archbishop Dorcia, due to concerns regarding the sacred tribunal of the papal state, it is now evident that a splendid opportunity has arisen. For the Aryan monarchy, the threats extend beyond the church to include the Nortons, who self-identify as bloodlines. While dismantling the old church may eliminate the threat it poses, the vampires remain ungovernable. Thus, it is preferable to preserve the old church, as it can uphold royal authority while leveraging its divine sanctity to eradicate the vampires, banishing such abhorrent beings to the depths of oblivion, never to rise again. Moreover, the annihilation of the old faith alongside the new, when viewed through the lens of ideological enslavement, offers no benefits. Rather, it may fortify the new faith to an unprecedented extent. In the event of a vast increase in its adherents, it could rise in revolt, potentially evolving into a second papal state. Thus, it is more prudent to allow the old faith to coexist, thereby ensuring a balance against the new and preserving the fragmentation of belief. Just as an emperor delegates authority to his ministers, necessitating their interdependence and rivalry, so too must multiple sects compete to maintain the equilibrium of power. Arian III's gaze shifted as he contemplated strategies. As a member of the royal lineage, the art of balance was almost instinctual to him. After a moment of reflection, Arian III inclined his head slightly and declared, "Very well, Archbishop Dorsia, I promise you that should the Holy See be vanquished and the vampire plague eradicated, the old Holy Church shall be officially recognized as the Orthodox faith of my Boya Empire. From henceforth, your Holy Church may freely perpetuate its traditions, though it shall wield no governing authority. The vampires and the Holy See are our mutual adversaries. Do not let me down." Chapter 159. The tide of defeat. After concluding discussions with Arian III, Archbishop Dorsia quietly departed the military camp. The swirling wind and snow fell, blanketing the figure of Grand Duke Abraham, who lay prostrate upon the tent's apex, saturating his black and crimson attire with an eerie hue, his robe unfurling like the wings of a colossal white moth. Your Majesty, the world has many who oppose you." A faint smirk crept upon Abraham's lips as he observed the retreating figure of Archbishop Dorsia, making no move to intervene. He showed no inclination to obstruct Arian III within the tent either. Seated in supreme authority, yet oblivious to the pleasures of power, he squandered his energies on trivial pursuits, whether it be the arduous promotion of a new breed of vampires or the alteration of ecclesiastical doctrines, or even the construction of that so-called marvel of the century. Since you cannot relish the beauty of power, allow me to indulge in it on your behalf, your Majesty. Thus, I too shall commence my own machinations. Both man and monster are flaunting their strengths, while the leaders of the warring factions, Norton and His Majesty Adam, find themselves either enduring blows or en route to receiving them. Norton, in the 95th year, witnessed the irrevocable decline of the papal state after 14 years of war. Domestic strife surged as the impoverished, indoctrinated by the church for years, finally rose in rebellion against the tyrannical papal rule. Although this insurrection was swiftly quashed, it signified that the internal discord within the papal realm had reached a precarious threshold. In stark contrast, the situation for the Blood Court and the Boya Empire was considerably more stable. For years, Norton had been facilitating the continuous transformation of second- and third-generation vampires within the Boya Empire, ensuring that all enforcers had been converted into vampires. This rendered Norton's commands unstoppable. Despite the war causing the suffering of the Boya Empire's populace, Norton's conscription orders remained unimpeded. As long as the enforcers were under Norton's control and the people of the Boya Empire had not been entirely extinguished, Norton found himself in a position of relative stability, devoid of internal discord. In the winter of 95 AD, the border city adjoining the Papal States and the Boya Empire suddenly revolted, flinging open its gates to allow the coalition forces of the Boya Empire to enter Papal territory. This war underwent a profound transformation. For the first time in nearly a millennium, the Boya Empire, which had long endured defeat without breaching the Papal States, had invaded its lands, a monumental achievement worthy of being etched into history. With the fall of the fortified border city, the Papal States plunged into an unceasing series of defeats. Within a mere 5 years, the blood-soaked coalition captured 15 cities, leaving the Papal States powerless to resist. The Vatican could only gather its strength in hopes of waging a comprehensive counteroffensive. Initially, the impoverished residents of the cities overtaken by the coalition welcomed the invaders. believing their arrival would usher in a more stable existence than under the Papal States. However, they could not have anticipated that the atrocities inflicted by the coalition would surpass those of the papal regime. On the day of the coalition's entry, all images of God and religious artifacts were systematically destroyed by the Boya forces. The following day, all nobles and rulers were transformed into vampires, who then took to the streets to forcibly conscript the populace into military service. These vampires, possessing extraordinary strength, were far more formidable than the knights of the papal church against the defenseless commoners. Regardless of where one might hide or how swiftly one might flee, the vampires could pinpoint the location of entire families with a mere breath. One vampire could easily overpower a dozen individuals, dragging them into the military camps. The brutal methods employed by the coalition yielded immediate results. Within a month of entering the city, the cacophony of curses diminished significantly, as nearly all able-bodied individuals had been conscripted into the army, leaving only the elderly, infirm, and children to survive in the city. Such a brutal conscription method inevitably resulted in a low-quality soldier force. Yet the singular objective of His Majesty Arian III was to thrust this multitude onto the battlefield, compelling them to charge forward. Once engaged, even those unwilling to fight would have no choice but to do so, proving useful in some capacity. This was the grim reality of filling the ranks. Conversely, within the coalition, certain able-bodied youths were selected for training and outfitted with armor adorned with images of God or religious symbols, yet they were not dispatched to the front lines. It became evident that His Majesty Arian III harbored clear intentions. Strangely, Abraham, the lackey, seemed oblivious to his actions, making fewer public appearances, as if he were quietly pursuing his own clandestine agenda. The advance of the Bloodglass coalition has been relentless, bolstered by Norton's formidable control. A steady stream of line fillers has been dispatched to the front lines, serving as living vessels and fueling the coalition's momentum. In the face of such warfare, the former Glacia Empire or other minor kingdoms would likely have sounded the retreat and surrendered upon witnessing the demise of their primary combat forces. Yet the Pope's realm, brainwashed by fervent faith in the Bloodglass Empire, under the grip of autocracy, surprisingly still possess the will to fight. This is truly a remarkable anomaly in human history. As the front lines advance and recruitment efforts intensify in the rear, Protestantism has begun to penetrate the territory of the Papal States. With its tenets of love and peace, mercy and kindness, it has emerged as the sole salvation amidst the relentless torment inflicted by both the Papal States and the Bloodglass coalition. Within a matter of months, it has gathered an extraordinary number of adherents, with Pope St. Peter revered as a pure angel, idolized by countless followers who are so fervent in their faith that they would willingly lay down their lives for him. The arrival of Protestantism has effectively buried the old faith within the annals of urban history, its remnants reduced to crumbling churches now inhabited only by a few vagrants, who cling to the last vestiges of the old faith's sanctity amidst the ruins, now defiled with red paint. Consequently, only the new texts, the New Covenant, Renunciation, and Blood Pact have gained widespread traction, continually distorting the populace's perception of the divine. The concepts of God and deity are gradually being disentangled. Chapter 160, My Will. The middle path crumbles. The Bloodglass coalition marched southward, unstoppable in their path, with no city able to withstand their advance. Within merely 5 years, they reached the heart of the Papal States, the city of Ender, governed by the Archbishop of Ethan. Although Archbishop Ethan is stubborn and arrogant, he possesses the capability to match his pride. In Ender, for the first time, the coalition encountered resistance. Archbishop Ethan commanded a multitude of skilled warriors who had previously concealed their strength, biding their time to seize the papal throne. However, they found themselves loyal servants of the church before they could achieve their ambitions. Despite Ethan's lack of respect for Lord Adam, he, like many others raised by the church, prioritized loyalty to the institution above personal gain. On the day the Bloodglass coalition approached Ender, Archbishop Ethan convened a grand mass, invoking divine purity to cleanse the city, thereby bolstering morale and proclaiming his intention to single-handedly withstand the coalition's forces. When the city fell in March, Archbishop Ethan stood resolute at the church's entrance, fighting valiantly until he was pierced by 1,000 arrows. Even in death, his body remained upright, eyes wide in defiance. as if he intended to guard the church doors until the very end. Intercity serves as the gateway to the Papal States. Its loss would remove all geographical constraints on the coalition's advance from other directions. Yet the Papal State is undeniably a vast empire. If one were to attempt a gradual conquest, it would not only consume an unfathomable amount of time, but also necessitate a significant escalation in the intensity of warfare. The immense expanse of its territory endows it with formidable strategic depth, making a piecemeal approach to subduing the Papal State a decades-long endeavor. Given the current circumstances of the Blood Court and the Bohemian Empire, it is conceivable that they may not even succeed in annexing half of the papal territories due to insufficient logistics and support, leading to inevitable collapse. Thus, the coalition of Blood and Bohemia can only advance directly, aiming to strike at the very heart of the papacy. In the year 111 of Norton, within the hallowed halls of the Papal State, the grand and opulent cathedral is imbued with an unsettling chill. The tightly shut doors prevent sunlight from permeating, casting the chamber into a dim gloom. Even with flickering candlelight illuminating the surroundings, the atmosphere remains oppressive and somber. An elderly man, frail and withered, sits alone upon the cold throne, his labored coughs breaking the silence. Aside from a loyal confidant in attendance, there are no other subordinates present. Another 20 years have passed, and the aged figure of His Holiness Adam is marked by the shadows of twilight. The faint cough echoes in the frigid hall, his chest rising and falling, the vigor of his voice long extinguished. These years of burden seem to have weighed heavily upon His Holiness, rendering him exceedingly weary and emaciated. At over 220 years of age, his time is limited, and the toll of years spent in toil has left him looking frail and aged beyond recognition. Fortunately, he is still able to move, unlike his predecessor, who spent a decade bedridden. After a prolonged bout of coughing, His Holiness finally exhales deeply, finding a moment of respite. Throughout his reign, Adam has lived a life of simplicity, devoid of excess or numerous attendants. The ominous presence of the divine corpse on the mountainside has kept him on constant alert, fostering a deep-seated mistrust towards all, leading to an existence marked by isolation and a lack of joy, which has adversely affected his health, giving rise to his persistent cough. The contrast between his current frail form and the vigor of his earlier years is stark, evoking the image of a once mighty lion now in decline. My lord, the attendant, who has been cautiously waiting nearby, speaks with a tremor in his voice, addressing Adam. The aged pontiff raises an eyebrow, his clouded eyes turning toward the attendant. The investigation into the recent military defeat on the border has revealed that Archbishop Dorsha has betrayed us, conspiring with the enemy to open the gates of the town. He is now outside the Vatican, claiming to await your judgment. Upon hearing this news, His Holiness nods slightly. Dosia. It is only natural that the tenets of Protestantism have taken root so deeply within him. As the war against the Papal State has reached its current state, Adam is acutely aware that he is powerless to reverse the tide. Regardless of the papacy's formidable defenses, the progenitor of the bloodline, Norton, along with the royal families of the southern continent, would not permit the continued existence of the church. However, the vampire's apparent strength belied their frailty. If Adam's conjectures were accurate, the imminent reckoning following the church's demise would likely befall the lofty progenitor of the bloodline, His Grace Norton. The Holy Church, endowed with sacred relics and the divine essence of God, possesses unique methods to combat the vampire species. Thus, the choice made by His Eminence, the Archbishop of Dorsha, offers a potential avenue for the survival of the Holy Church. Adam, also an orphan nurtured by the Church, despite his thoughts having transcended the confines of the ecclesiastical institution due to the existence of the divine corpse, still harbors profound sentiments towards the Church. This emotional tether has become his sole spiritual refuge in his twilight years. Consequently, he does not harbor resentment towards the Archbishop's betrayal. Rather, he feels a slight alleviation of burdens. After all, even if the Archbishop remained loyal, the frontier city could not endure for long. The act of betrayal has, paradoxically, granted the Holy Church a new lease on life. Thus, Adam's sole remaining concern is the divine corpse. Perhaps severing the ties between the papacy and the Church could serve as a means to prolong the existence of the Holy Church. Even if the papacy were to fall, the Holy Church could still rely on its unique methods against vampires and the defection of the Archbishop of Dorsha to secure its survival. Adam's gaze was profound as he recalled a century and 20 years prior when he met with the old pope and received his final directives regarding the divine corpse. The existence of the divine corpse is the most perilous and terrifying element for all rulers. With the advent of the new vampire bloodline, it can attain immortality, rendering the divine corpse devoid of its research value. Therefore, even upon Adam's demise, the royal family of the Boer Empire would likely shroud the divine corpse in secrecy, employing frantic measures against the progenitor of the bloodline, Norton. This torment has haunted my life, ultimately leading me to seek true liberation only before my death. Adam's demeanor was indifferent, showing no concern for his impending demise. His death was inevitable, whether by old age or at the hands of the besieged Aryan III. He was destined to perish. Yet, to this day, he is unconcerned about his mortality, consumed instead by lamentations over unfulfilled promises. Alas, Adam laments his impotence, for he has ultimately led the papal state to ruin. Chapter 161. The difference between people. The coalition of the Blood-Boar Empire advances relentlessly toward the papacy, intent on slaying the pope and obliterating the religious monarchy. Along the way, various churches actively organize forces to impede their progress, striving to exhaust the Blood-Boar coalition and safeguard the papacy. This significantly delays the coalition's advance, causing Arian III considerable anxiety. He fears the Pope may relocate the seat of the papacy, prolonging the conflict and thereby dragging both the Boer Empire and the Blood Court to utter destruction, allowing them to escape calamity and regroup. However, unexpectedly, His Holiness, the Pope Adam, demonstrated no intention of relocating the Holy See, nor were there any reports of such a move. This foolish and senile behavior filled Arian III with uncontainable joy. He personally took command on the front lines, rallying the troops and hastening their advance, intent on vanquishing the Pope, who had overshadowed his glorious empire for a millennium, thus ushering in an era of untroubled sovereignty. He could already glimpse the dawn of victory. In a mere 5 years, under Arian III's relentless encouragement, the Bloodglass Coalition overcame 5 barriers and defeated 6 generals, obliterating all ecclesiastical forces that dared to obstruct their path, marching triumphantly towards the Holy See. Yet, for reasons unknown, as the 4th generation of vampires drew nearer to the position of the Holy See, they seemed increasingly weakened, and even when a narrow path remained before them, they found themselves paralyzed with fear, unable to proceed further. This peculiar phenomenon caused Arian III's countenance to darken. In a bid to ensure his own safety and to guarantee that when the Holy Kingdom finally deployed its long-dormant Holy Knights, he could retreat unscathed, he deliberately removed his royal robe and concealed himself among the soldiers, continuing the march. However, the strange occurrences not only persisted but intensified. As the army drew closer to the Holy See, the 3rd generation of vampires began to experience an ever-increasing sense of immobility. This sensation was distinct from the oppressive feeling imparted by their progenitor, Lord Norton, manifesting instead as a powerful aversion, as if these vampires were repugnant and unclean entities, being repelled from entering. Should they be forcibly compelled to advance, their bodies would undergo a horrifying disintegration, their flesh and bones flowing away like liquid mud, utterly extinguished, with no hope of revival. Such a terrifying spectacle left Arian III and the supervising commander, Abraham, pale with alarm, prompting an immediate halt to the advancing troops. A tumult of speculation erupted within the camp, as countless soldiers voiced their fears and conjectures. Some posited that the Holy See, being the sanctuary of divine faith, was surely under God's protection, rendering the unclean species of vampires incapable of entry. Others suggested that a true deity resided within the Holy See, whose mere presence suffocated the vampires. Some believed that the vampires could not stray too far from their progenitor, leading to this tiered distribution of distance. Still, others argued that the Holy See, as the capital of the supreme faith, drew together the national belief, creating a potent religious atmosphere that repelled the vampires. In a moment, opinions diverged, each possessing a semblance of validity, causing considerable unrest within the Bloodglass Coalition. Initially, the troops had surged forward, propelled by the exhilaration of impending victory. Yet now, as they stood at the threshold of the Holy See, this unforeseen development significantly dampened their morale, leading to a growing disquiet within the camp. However, The impending collapse of the Holy See looms ominously, and the shackles of emperors that have persisted for millennia are on the brink of being shattered. It is at this critical juncture that such an ominous vision halts Arian III in his tracks, a result he cannot abide. Under immense pressure, Arian III resolutely dismisses the dissenting voices, compelling his troops to march forth once more. He will not cease until the Holy See is vanquished. Thus, the Bloodglass army once again sets forth, a formidable wave advancing towards the Holy See. Yet, the ominous signs persist unabated. As the army draws nearer to the Holy See, the second generation of vampires encounters significant difficulties in their advance, further dampening the morale of the troops. Nevertheless, under Arian III's insistence, the army does not halt. Instead, they quicken their pace, determined to reach the outskirts of the Holy See before morale plummets to its nadir. After more than a month, the Bloodglass coalition finally arrives at the gates of the Holy See. The pontifical palace stands majestically atop towering mountains, its front half completely occupied by ecclesiastical edifices, from the foothills to the mid-slopes, leaving only the summit devoid of construction, thus presenting a verdant amalgamation of palaces, with clouds swirling around the peak as if it were a celestial palace. The entire base is fortified by towering walls, rendering it a stronghold that is both easy to defend and challenging to assault. Your Majesty, the ancient vampire Abraham is faltering. The troops are encamped, poised to launch a fierce assault to utterly overthrow the Holy See. Arian III stands atop a higher elevation, gazing at the imposing Holy See in the distance. When a subordinate approaches with news, "Oh, he too has encountered an impediment in his advance," Arian III raises an eyebrow and inquires of his attendant. "Indeed, Your Majesty." That old vampire grows increasingly agitated. He has retreated, reportedly to summon the progenitor of the bloodline to Your Majesty. Should we seize the opportunity to lay an ambush, thereby ensnaring the progenitor within the Holy See? The attendant suggests, his expression rife with scheming intent. A rare smile graces Arian III's face, yet he gestures dismissively. There is no need. Though the progenitor possesses formidable power, he ultimately harbors a critical vulnerability. Our Boya Empire need only equip silver-tipped arrows and unleash a barrage to easily behead him. In contrast, the werewolves and holy knights of the Holy See require genuine weaponry to be worn down. A moment's inattention could lead to our own decapitation, posing the greatest threat to my secular reign. Thus, our primary objective remains the overthrow of the Pope's dominion, rather than the so-called progenitor of vampires. Crowned and standing atop the hillside, Arian III deliberates over the future course of action with an air of confidence, feeling himself to be a ruler of considerable merit. However, in comparison to his father, he is undeniably more naive. His speech is imbued with the essence of royal authority, and his thoughts are consumed by the notion of dominion. When juxtaposed with Lord Adam, who considers the welfare of the common people, he appears overly immature. Yet, when compared to Norton, who is solely driven by the desire for eternal existence, he is, in fact, far more advanced. Chapter 162. Betrayal is a tradition of the southern continent. Upon the towering city walls, one can gaze upon the distant encampment of the Boya Empire. Since his ascension, it is only today that His Majesty Adam, adorned in the regal crimson vestments of the Pope, once again dons the robes that signify the highest honor in the southern continent. Clad in a resplendent scarlet papal gown, its hem trailing like the plumage of a peacock, it extends gracefully to the edge of the walls. The golden crown upon his head sparkles brilliantly, reflecting the sun's radiant light in a dazzling display of color. Though the frail frame of His Majesty struggles to uphold the weight of the papal attire, the aura of nobility surrounding him harmonizes seamlessly with the grandeur of the robes. His dimmed eyes, clouded with age, peer towards the bustling camp, yet the decline of his vision renders the details within obscured, a truly poignant sight. It is unimaginable that the moment when I, Adam, stand most boldly beneath the sun would also coincide with my final hour. Your Majesty, the wind is fierce here. It would be prudent to return, a loyal attendant urges, reverently draping a shoulder cloak over Adam's form. Tears well in the attendant's eyes, their voice quivering with emotion. It is evident to all that the papal city will surely fall today, and the fact that His Majesty remains means he too shall perish alongside the church. This signifies that His Majesty, having worn the papal robes for a second time since his elevation, is now at the brink of death. Leave this place to the servants. You need not worry, Your Majesty. With us here, your time is still ample. Adam glances at his devoted attendant, lips trembling as if stirred by a profound emotion. Yet ultimately, he returns to his stoic demeanor. No, as Pope, I must meet my end with the Church. It is my duty. Please no, Your Majesty. I shall accompany you to the end. The attendant can no longer contain their sorrow, weeping openly, yet still standing with unwavering respect by Adam's side. His Majesty's lips quiver, but silence envelopes him once more. His murky eyes linger on the vibrant azure sky, feeling a beauty in this world like never before. In truth, there remain 2,000 soldiers capable of combat within the Church, along with 600 sacred knights. Setting aside all else, holding out for half a year should pose no challenge. Yet what then? The papal state teeters on the brink of annihilation. Archbishop Dorsha has been released, currently gathering the remnants of the Holy Church to reform it, hoping to counterbalance the new faith and preserve the old. Even if he were to endure for another 6 months, little support could be expected. Moreover, even if Archbishop Dorsha does not reform the Holy Church, support would still be scarce. The protracted conflicts of recent years have nearly drained the papal state's resources, making it difficult to mobilize forces and supplies in the short term. If Adam could currently escape nationwide, he might have prolonged his time through the relocation of the capital, gaining a respite of several decades. However, now that escape is impossible. Persisting for another 6 months to a year would be utterly futile. The only consequence would be a greater loss of life, with no other benefit. This would merely deplete humanity's strength, unwittingly diminishing their enemies, the vampires. Were it not for the ever-watchful presence of the vampire species and the dominion of His Grace, Norton, over the Bloodglass Empire, Adam would have continued to hold his ground, refraining from allowing the Archbishop of Dorsha to implement reforms that would further drain human resources. After all, such actions align with his intention to consume the population to maintain stability in the southern continent. Moreover, he could rely on the Divine Knights as a safeguard, turning the tide and continuing the Church's dominion. Yet, with the external threat of vampires, such maneuvers are no longer feasible. The internal strife among humanity only serves to exhaust its own kind. Should this depletion continue, how could they hope to contend against the so-called progenitor, Norton? With his control over both werewolves and vampires, humanity's decline would bring extinction perilously close. Furthermore, the remaining 600 Divine Knights dare not incur further losses. Should they suffer any more, there would be no guardians left to protect the divine remains in the rear mountains. If the vampires were to discover these remains, it would be wiser to station the Divine Knights there, serving as the final bastion against desecration. Simultaneously, this would preserve the last vestiges of strength of His Majesty. Arian 3, granting humanity a chance to turn the tide. The existence of the vampire, Norton, has irrevocably shattered the last bastion of extraordinary might, effectively concluding the Church's dominion over the southern continent that has lasted for millennia. The sounds of war drums and horns have begun to echo from the distant formations of troops. Kill, slay the Pope, and return home. Charge! Amidst the fervent clamor, the densely packed coalition of human forces surged forward, propelled by their battle cries. Lord Adam gazed upon the soldiers, whose spirits and momentum resembled those of elite troops, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his face. A wise ruler is indeed a blessing. The morning sun cast its rays upon Lord Adam, enveloping him in a long-awaited warmth and comfort. Thus, the era of Lord Adam draws to a close. In the year 115 of Norton, the holy war that endured for nearly 30 years has finally reached its conclusion. The papal state of the Holy Monarch was shattered, and Pope Adam was found guilty and subsequently hanged in public. However, following his execution, Emperor Eerie III of the Bloodglass Empire chose not to disgrace the corpse. Instead, he utilized the old customs of the Church to grant it a grand state funeral. No one knows why Eerie III made such a choice. Only whispers suggest that on the day of the city's fall, 2,000 knights of the Church under Adam's command offered no resistance, but merely requested a private audience with Eerie III. What transpired between the two remains a mystery. However, after discussions between the two parties, Eerie III underwent a profound transformation. The once frequent mention of imperial sovereignty vanished entirely from his discourse. giving way to a fixation on the vampire plague crisis, as if the essence of the old pope had been reborn within him. Following his conquest of the papacy and ultimate victory, rather than returning to his homeland, he firmly established the legitimate royal lineage of the Bohemian Empire within the Vatican. Yet, it appeared as though his soul had been usurped by the Pope. Although he had founded the rightful royal lineage, he swiftly issued 3 decrees, all pertaining to the Holy Church. First, the Bohemian Empire would merge with the Holy Church, declaring the Bohemian Emperor to be the Pope. Second, the Holy Church was to be recognized as the state religion of the Bohemian Empire, with all officials granted ecclesiastical status, studying the scriptures of the Holy Church and adhering to the will of God. Third, a nationwide campaign would ensue to depict images of God, distribute religious tokens, and eradicate vampires. Arian III's rapid betrayal was astonishing, leaving onlookers speechless. Yet, the most perplexing aspect remained his ascension to the papacy, which was utterly abstract. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Duke Norton, who had been stabbed in the back, was visibly distressed. The second update will follow tomorrow. Tonight, there will be no more updates, so everyone should rest early. Chapter 163. Norton speculates, "The divine corpse emerges, my lord. I am utterly powerless. Utterly powerless." Abraham knelt on the ground, weeping profusely as he sought forgiveness from Norton. What kind of divine power does the Holy See possess to conjure walls that prevent our bloodline from entering? My lord. Abraham's face was filled with anguish, his voice hoarse from crying. Yet within, he could only marvel at Norton's current appearance. This wretched old Norton, after years apart, had somehow become even more grotesque. Compared to before, his flesh had completely decayed, now hanging in a manner that was utterly repulsive. Beneath that rotting flesh, there were not the vibrant textures of muscle, but rather a pale, slick skin that seemed almost new. His once menacing fangs and claw-like fingers had all fallen away, leaving only a gaping maw revealing a crimson gum line, with eyes that had grown increasingly dark, almost crystal clear in their depth. The bulge on his back, shrouded in decaying flesh, had become riddled with holes, allowing a glimpse of what appeared to be a structure of pale wings stacked within. This creature seemed to have evolved to its final stage. With just one more step, it could transcend into an unknown life form. It even appeared to have shed the vampire's aversion to sunlight, as half of its body lay exposed to the sun, and although its flesh was carbonizing, it would restore in the blink of an eye. Such terrifying resistance to sunlight, and the transformation of appearance left Abraham with an icy chill in his heart. Damn it, what am I even supposed to do now? Abraham cried out in despair within himself. He knelt on the ground, his face filled with dread as he gazed up at the elongated, bizarre figure, feeling an increasingly profound sense of inhumanity and transcendence emanating from its form. The old Pope Adam's policy of non-resistance not only thwarted Norton's plans, but also obliterated Abraham's own schemes. He had originally intended to deceive the progenitor, utilizing the mysterious powers of the church and his own arrangements to pierce the heart of this bloodline ancestor with a silver cross at the moment of utmost focus, thus sealing the progenitor completely. However, he had not anticipated the old Pope's surrender and the swift betrayal by Arian III, which rendered all his preparations to ashes. Now, upon returning to the progenitor's side, he witnessed its almost complete transformation while standing under the sun. It was impossible not to feel despair. Norton, clad in a crimson robe and adorned with a scarlet crown, stood upon a lofty palace balcony, allowing his flesh to be exposed to the sun's searing rays. His grotesque visage bore no trace of emotion, yet it exerted an even greater pressure on Abraham. In his ears, he heard Abraham's suppressed, low wails, while Norton's indifferent demeanor remained utterly unchanged, his body motionless as he quietly stood on the balcony, basking in the sunlight and admiring the grand spectacle constructed in the distance. This stillness only intensified the pressure on Abraham. Damn it, why does it feel like Norton is increasingly devoid of human emotion? Should I cry or not? As Norton's form was on the brink of rebirth, it seemed that his emotions diverged further from humanity. To this day, Abraham could scarcely sense any trace of humanity in the progenitor. It appeared to have genuinely transformed into a non-human species, even an abnormal one, for it exhibited no emotions whatsoever. Damn it, Norton's expression was impassive. Yet his inner turmoil was overwhelming. His mindset had been utterly shattered, Even the fingers resting on the balcony trembled slightly. What had he heard? The emperor of the Bohemian Empire, Arian III, had dismantled the church, obliterated the papal authority, and then declared himself the pope? He had even established the Holy Church as the state religion of the Bohemian Empire, reviving directly upon the corpse of the old faith, inheriting its will, and commencing a full-scale opposition against vampires? What kind of strategy was this? The church had oppressed their royal families for so many years through decapitations and wars, and yet, to this day, they still had not learned their lesson. Rather than eradicating the notion of religious dominion, they had only amplified it, which was nothing short of a superfluous endeavor, an act of adding unnecessary embellishments. If one wished to become pope, wouldn't it have been simpler to incorporate the Bohemian Empire into the holy kingdom of the Lord? With the strength of an entire nation behind you, which archbishop could possibly contend for the papal throne? After enduring countless years of conflict, striving to sever the church's lineage, you resort to this vile resurrection? What then becomes of Norton's relentless efforts over the years? What is left of the culture and heritage of the Boya Empire? As a wise sovereign, your duty should be to utilize the church's means to counteract Norton, rather than obliterating your own nation as culture and subsuming both people and state into the church. Is this not akin to the annihilation of a nation? After so many years of war, the choice made by Arian III is nothing short of ludicrous. A display of utter folly. The church not only survives, but is even established as the state religion, with the emperor and the pope merging in their roles. This merely signifies a change of papacy, while the Boya Empire itself is consumed by the papal realm. Norton's pallid, almost inhuman visage contorted in anguish, yet Abraham, kneeling behind him, remained oblivious to the turmoil. He had foreseen Arian III's rebellion and even anticipated its timing. But the union of the Boya Empire and the papal state was beyond his reckoning. Norton was on the brink of fury. After years of conflict and the creation of marvels, had not his aim been to sever the church's lineage and conceal the vampire's vulnerabilities of the old era? Yet, after decades of struggle, much of the southern continent had transformed into the papal realm. What folly! Arian III is not a fool. On the contrary, he is remarkably astute. Such an action, unfathomable by ordinary reasoning, must stem from an unavoidable and profound cause. Until the confrontation with the Holy See, he had shared my ideology, desiring the destruction of the papacy and the severance of the church's lineage. Yet, upon breaching the Holy See, he abruptly reversed course. While our vampire clan found ourselves inexplicably barred from entering its territories, even Abraham was denied access. The very cultivation of the holy knights transpires within the Holy See. It appears this old faith is far more intricate than I had presumed. There must be something concealed within that sanctum. Norton's hand shattered the edge of the parapet, his dark eyes narrowing slightly. The despair that had recently consumed him metamorphosed into a curiosity about the Holy See. Such formidable power could compel a sovereign to so dramatically alter his convictions. Could it be the so-called divine flesh or some artifact of immense potency? Norton had always believed in the existence of God, a conviction founded on his reasoning. And if God exists, then surely the church harbors something of such power, which must be linked to the divine. This was a fundamental truth gleaned from countless novels in his past life. According to the narratives he had perused, it is highly probable that the church conceals a fragment of the flesh left behind after God's demise, a remnant of divine essence. Chapter 164. Your Grace, you have betrayed me once more. Moreover, it is highly plausible that the sacred night, known for its life-extending properties, is cultivated from the so-called divine flesh and blood of God. The more Norton pondered this notion, the more sensible it seemed. Otherwise, why would nothing else be capable of shortening his maturation period, save for that sacred night? The church proclaims that the sacred nights are those imbued with divine sanctity. Thus, it stands to reason that these nights may have been in proximity to the divine flesh and blood, if it indeed exists. Under such circumstances, would consuming this divine flesh allow me to ascend once more? Norton waved his hand dismissively, not bothering to look back. However, Abraham, who knelt behind him and was quietly weeping, understood the intent of his progenitor. It was a signal for him to depart. A sigh of relief escaped Abraham's heart as he cautiously retreated from the ground until he exited the room, at which point he stood and hurriedly made his way out of the palace. For reasons unknown, he felt that the formidable presence of his ancestor had reached an apex, a height that seemed insurmountable. This sensation was indeed enigmatic, akin to the feeling that the extraordinary power of the crown had now encountered a dead end. In truth, his intuition was not misguided. Norton was indeed at an impasse. With his elongated crimson royal robe trailing behind him, Norton resumed his position upon the frigid golden throne, subsequently grasping the new ecclesiastical relic that lay upon the table, its searing energy intensifying his already darkening countenance. Months prior, his physical form had exhibited a peculiar change, devoid of the sensation of evolution. Since his transformation into a vampire, the energy that had once aided his metamorphosis had abruptly vanished, stalling him at the threshold of ascension. During this period, no amount of blood he consumed afforded him the opportunity to evolve. The Vatican's research on vampires had indeed proven accurate. It seemed that all vampires of the bygone era had been obstructed from progressing in their paths. This obstruction bore resemblance to a suppression of status. Just as Norton's ascension allowed other vampires to genuinely advance, so too was there a blockade for the vampires of the olden days, preventing him from reaching that final echelon. Even with the utilization of his so-called otherworldly soul, ceaselessly envisioning himself breaking through the third-tier limitation to achieve the fourth tier, it proved futile. This limitation appeared to stem from an oppression of life levels, an interdiction at the status tier. Who, then, could possibly restrain Norton's ascension? Norton's complexion grew increasingly grim. Without a second thought, a familiar name materialized in his mind. Kuba has not perished. With this thought arose a sudden panic within Norton. Despite his status as the progenitor of the bloodline, and even as he sat regally upon his throne, he felt a jolt of trepidation grip his heart. Were he capable of sweating, his back would surely be soaked by cold perspiration. Though he remained outwardly composed, the internal dread and suspicion burgeoned within him, intensifying with each passing moment. If the resurrection of Arian III alongside the church's defilement only incited his anger, the mere conjecture that Kuba might still be alive instilled genuine terror within him. For Kuba, Norton bore no distinction from the fourth generation of vampires. No. It is impossible. If Kuba were alive, there would undoubtedly be remnants of the old era vampire's birth and existence. Thus, Kuba must be dead. Norton repeatedly denied his own speculations. Yet, if Kuba were indeed dead, who then remained alive, suppressing his ascension? Could it possibly be God? As the creator, God, having not ascended, would consequently prevent Norton, as his creation, from reaching the highest echelon. Just as Norton must advance before the other vampires could follow suit. Creak. Norton crumpled the golden Protestant relic in his hand into a lump, exuding an aura of extreme danger. His mood was far from pleasant. The resurrection of the papacy, coupled with the obstruction of his path to ascension, combined to create a disheartening reality that paled in comparison to his final conjecture. God cannot die. After all, he has stripped death from his corporeal form. How could God possibly perish? Yet he might very well not exist in this world, for the church's texts recount that God, suspended in his divine form, has severed Eden from heaven. The divine consciousness has already awakened in heaven. How could God manifest within Eden? The only connection to God could be that suspended divine form. Norton's eyes narrowed slightly, sensing that his hypothesis was becoming increasingly perilous. If his suspicions were correct, it was highly probable that the secrets hidden within the Holy See contained not just a fragment of God's flesh, but an entire divine form. The golden Protestant relic in Norton's hand was deformed under his grip, and with its loss of form, the burning sensation that clung to it dissipated. However, this only deepened Norton's discontent. He had altered the Protestant doctrine, replacing God's name with his own. Yet the religious artifact still possessed the capacity to inflict harm upon him, which was profoundly unsettling. God, indeed, is a conceptual deity. This implies that any term referring to the divine invariably points to God. Therefore, whether the old faith is extinguished or not, the sanctity of God cannot be erased from the true wounds inflicted upon Norton. Norton roared, slamming the golden lump into the table, his towering figure collapsing onto the throne, his face drained of color. Let it be destruction. I am out of options. Norton truly found himself devoid of alternatives. The old faith's demise, followed by the Protestant faith, and then other beliefs. Once God, faith, and divinity are invoked, they directly refer to God, and their relics can inflict harm upon him. Has all of Norton's efforts over the years been in vain? Now, not only is he unable to harm the sanctity of his God, but even he finds it increasingly difficult to ascend. Moreover, the once stable papal state is now plagued by internal strife and external foes, diverting attention away from Norton, allowing him a place to conceal himself. Consequently, with Arian III inheriting the papal legitimacy and the internal turmoil quelled by the old Pope Adam through his demon slaying for 90 years, alongside the populace's inclination towards the Bohemian Empire, both internal and external conflicts have dissipated, leaving only the ancient vampire progenitor, Norton. It seems inevitable that Arian III will seize the opportunity to pursue Norton relentlessly. Caught between a rock and a hard place, this is nothing short of exasperating. Furthermore, there is a strong possibility of a true divine corpse residing within the Holy See, rendering Norton's ambitions futile. After all, vampires are ultimately unclean beings, tainted entities. Norton reclined upon his throne, his gaze vacant, akin to a woman who has suffered indignities, lost in a daze. However, the decade of living as a beggar has fortified his psyche. After indulging himself momentarily, Norton's eyes regained their clarity. At this juncture, if Norton desires to ascend to the fourth tier, there appears to be but one method, should the divine corpse indeed exist within the Holy See. Consuming it would undoubtedly elevate him to the fourth tier, for modern vampires can achieve tier advancement by directly assimilating the blood of the true progenitor. In the absence of such a divine relic, should my conjectures prove erroneous, I might still attempt to absorb the blood of the holy knights of the papal state in hopes of finding a means to transcend. I have a premonition that achieving the fourth tier will usher me into a realm where nothing can bind me. Norton is adept at deceiving himself. Yet this very trait fuels his courage. Rising from his golden throne, he extended his slender, pale arm toward the area behind him. With a sickening sound reminiscent of flesh being torn, he brutally ripped apart the decaying flesh that constricted his pale wings. As he tore through the flesh, two wings, now discernible in form, unfurled like insect appendages, gradually extending outward. With each stretch, the pale membrane, akin to bat wings, began to unfurl alongside the emergence of the wing bones. A magnificent pair of pale, bat-like wings emerged from his back, their membranes extending down the outer sides of his thighs, resembling true bat wings that reached down to his ankles. Though the torn flesh on his back began to regenerate, the wings had fully developed, compellingly extending outward. The fourth tier is merely a breath away. I cannot resign myself to halt here. Norton, with deft control, spread the pale, membranous wings from his back, the bones of which severed anything they touched, clearly exhibiting not only immense strength but also razor-sharp edges. Boom! With the powerful, pale wings flapping, the rising currents produced a piercing roar. Norton's slender, towering figure ascended from the ground, buoyed by this force. Now, I am capable of flight. Even when faced with a throng of holy knights, I possess the strength to confront them. Since you, Arian III, are destined to oppose me, I shall anticipate your moves and strike first. The wings behind Norton surged with a howling gust, scattering every object in the room to the ground. His slender, pale form soared out of the window like a fearsome bat, rushing toward the direction of the Holy See. A massive white bat emerged from the palace, a sight that drew the attention of every vampire within the imperial city. My goodness, what is that creature? Is it yet another true ancestor? But it appears entirely different from any true ancestor. Are you mad? That is the ancestor himself. Curse it, can't you see the refined elegance of the ancestor's form? The ancestor has sprouted wings. Damn it, with Norton long dwelling in the depths of the palace, his sudden emergence is bound to stir up tremendous chaos. The vampire slaves and nobles within the imperial city buzzed with discussion. Some wore expressions of terror, while others seethed with hatred. Despite Norton's supernatural existence and his actions being heralded as significant in history, the repercussions for each individual were nothing short of raw oppression and exploitation, leading to the ruin of families. Thus, not only did humanity harbor no gratitude or fondness for him, but even the vampires felt no sense of appreciation. Yet, this only intensified the panic among the vampires. The sudden appearance of the long reclusive ancestor Norton was far more terrifying than his continued presence in the palace. His every emergence either heralded the construction of a marvel or the preparation for a battle. This time, with wings added to his form. The magnitude of the forthcoming events left the vampires too fearful to contemplate. Such is the reputation Norton now holds. The pale ancestor soared into the skies, resembling a gigantic bat gliding through the air. As he flew further away, dozens of roars erupted around the palace, followed by the shrill sound of flapping wings and terrifying howls. The massive figure of the coal-black creature took to the skies, chasing after Norton's silhouette. Behind this creature, a formidable battalion of 50 gargoyles, nurtured by Norton over the years, soared one after another, forming a line in the sky, closely trailing behind. As each gargoyle unfurled its grotesque, enormous wings, they followed the ancestor's lead into the distance, creating a grand spectacle that ignited the emotions and opinions of the vampires in the imperial city. What in the world does the ancestor intend to do? Why is he flying in that direction? I recall that it seems to be the path toward the deployment of troops, which suggests that Norton aims to head toward the papal state. The end has come. The Bohemian Empire has met its demise. Surely, it must be the wrath of his Aryan majesty that has provoked this calamity. The flying vampire looms ominously, leaving one to ponder how his Aryan majesty can possibly endure such a fate. A throng of vampire slaves gazes skyward at the terrifying silhouette soaring through the heavens, feeling as though they have ushered in an irrevocable era of darkness. Previously, when the progenitor could not take flight, he was already an overwhelming challenge. Now, with the ability to soar, who could possibly contend with him? In an age devoid of technological advancements, flight represents an unparalleled supremacy. The sense of panic is not confined to the vampire slaves. Even outside the palace, the esteemed bloodline lords, Abraham and Elizabeth, are engulfed in fear. The scene is all too familiar. Abraham watches as Norton ascends into the sky, nearly departing the imperial city, accompanied by a multitude of true blood ancestors. He feels like an abandoned child, isolated and engulfed in a profound sense of despair. "No, Your Majesty, why do you not call for me?" Abraham cries out in desperation, racing out of the imperial city, striving to keep pace with Norton's ascendant form. "Your Majesty, you have forgotten me again. Oh, Your Majesty, I cannot run swiftly enough." The terror within him has entirely eclipsed his thirst for power and his aspirations regarding the ceiling of the progenitor. In a bid to catch up to Norton, he even transforms into the visage of a vampire lord, scrambling over rooftops in a desperate attempt to follow in Norton's wake. This scenario is all too familiar for Abraham. Years ago, in the city of Leno, the progenitor had silently fled through the sole escape route. Now, with the Holy See under the stewardship of Arian III, who dares to claim the title of Pope, it is evident that the vampires are on the verge of facing a relentless onslaught from the newly appointed pontiff. Norton's hasty retreat is perfectly timed, leaving Abraham to serve as a mere scapegoat, a lesson learned from the past. Elizabeth, having rushed from the palace, has likewise transformed into her own formidable form. Yet she does not pursue Norton. Instead, she gazes anxiously at the colossal bat-like figure receding into the distance. "Your Majesty, have you forsaken me?" Meanwhile, within the confines of Norton's palace, the ever-growing bat family remains suspended from the ceiling, utterly still. This brings Elizabeth a measure of relief. It is well known that bats are Norton's cherished companions. As long as they remain, he is unlikely to abandon them. Chapter 165. The actions of Arian III. Who could have imagined that the notoriously brutal Holy Empire serves as the last bastion for humanity's survival? Oh, behold this magnificent miracle. Goodness, why do I feel as though he still draws breath? His Majesty has decreed that one must not gaze too long. You foolish wretch. God, unviewable. A faint gasp echoed within the cavern at the rear of the Vatican, reaching the ears of the two individuals at the entrance with crystal clarity. Edward, also known as Karl, cautiously followed the newly appointed Pope, Arian III, who is also the Emperor of the Boya Empire, into the cave. Clad in a magnificent golden papal robe, Arian III stood at the mouth of the cave, hands clasped behind his back, engrossed in the ancient murals adorning the walls. Lost in contemplation, Edward stood dutifully behind him, appearing deeply reverent, yet his eyes were ablaze with envy. Damn it, I have just eliminated several rivals. And now Arian III has usurped my throne. Edward seethed within, grinding his teeth at the thought of the late Pope Adam, feeling a surge of frustration and fury. Over the years, Edward had meticulously orchestrated the demise of the old pope's potential successors, covertly poisoning them, all in pursuit of becoming the singular heir to the papacy. Who would have imagined that just as he awaited the old pope's death to claim the position, the bloodglass coalition would shatter the Vatican, elevating Arian III to the papacy? How could Edward possibly accept such an outcome? The mere thought ignited a deeper resentment towards the vampire progenitor, Norton. That old Norton, whom I once generously aided, now has the audacity to rise above me. Edward's hatred boiled within him, yearning to peel the skin from that old beggar. Indeed, he had surmised that the current vampire progenitor, Norton, was the very beggar he had once supported in the city of Leno. This revelation posed no great challenge to decipher. After all, how could a true beggar remain at the church's doorstep for a decade without perishing from hunger or cold? Furthermore, His Grace Adam had once stated that the vampire progenitor Norton emerged in Leno, which aligned perfectly with his suspicions. Initially, Edward had felt a surge of excitement at this news. After all, old Norton was a familiar face. Surely, with such connections, he could secure the identity of a vampire. In that scenario, Edward could embody both a formidable vampire enjoying eternal life and a pope wielding immense power. At that point, he would eliminate Norton, the vampire who held absolute dominion. Thus, Edward would ascend to an everlasting pinnacle, relishing the bliss of power. Yet now, Norton's bloodglass coalition had thwarted his aspirations of the papacy. The art of betrayal was something Edward had mastered without a teacher. Sighing deeply, he gazed at Arian III, who remained focused on the murals, adorned in the golden robe signifying imperial and papal authority, and felt a wave of jealousy cloud his mind. It seemed he would seek solace in the company of both boys and girls tonight. Edward exhaled slowly, feeling the flames of his anger simmering within him. Norton, in his time, indeed imparted commendable teachings. Edward has now perfectly inherited Norton's virtues, desiring everything: boys, girls, immortality, and power. There is nothing he does not covet. Years of a reclusive and twisted life within the confines of the church have distorted his already impure heart, rendering his thoughts inscrutable, dangerous, and capricious. Marked by both erraticism and cruelty, should Edward ascend to the papacy, it would truly herald an era of folly. Sensing the subtle stirrings behind him and the intense gaze that bore into his back, Arian III narrowed his eyes, tracing a perilous arc. Edward's presence here is chiefly attributable to Arian III's conciliatory policies. With the reconstruction of the Holy See, Arian III, self-proclaimed sovereign pontiff, has garnered the support of the Archbishop of Dorsia. However, the old faith still commands scant allegiance in its major cities. The imminent threat of vampires necessitates that Arian III adopts a conciliatory approach to sway these members of the old faith, thereby swiftly garnering their support. Edward, once a close confidant of the Holy Father and a purple-robed archbishop governing 3 continents, remains one of the few emblematic figures among the archbishops, compelling Arian III to choose him as a candidate for conciliation, aiming to showcase his magnanimity and compassion to the remaining archbishops of the papal state. After all, if he can accept Edward, a former confidant of the old pope, how could he possibly refuse the others? In truth, this Archbishop Edward possesses a temperament both erratic and violent, with thoughts that are extreme and malign. Arian III is quite reluctant to accept him. Yet, as the other notable archbishops have met with untimely demise, Edward remains the sole representative, leaving no room for refusal. Edward, Arian III called out, gazing at the cave's mural. Your Holiness. Edward, standing respectfully behind Arian III, immediately replied, lowering himself in deference. Pray, have you delved into the classics of the church? Hearing Arian III's inquiry, Edward furrowed his brow. Although he was uncertain why Arian III posed such a question, he understood the need for caution in his response. Despite Arian III's claims of papal authority and his grand depictions of divine imagery, it was evident that, since ascending to power, he had shown little regard for ecclesiastical texts, even suspending church services. indicating a lack of genuine faith and a probable desire to wield the church as a means against the foolish old Norton. Thus, Edward's answer must not betray any semblance of being indoctrinated by the old faith. I have not engaged in such studies, Your Holiness. My beliefs are scant regarding the old faith. Rather, I have long yearned for the freedom and democracy represented by the Bohemian Empire, whose governance is indeed most enlightened. Ha! Very well, I understand. Arian III smiled faintly at Edward's dog-like flattery, then raised his hand to halt his forthcoming remarks. Since you do not delve into the classics of the church, it stands to reason that you will not harbor an overwhelming sense of awe towards what lies ahead. Indeed, excessive reverence can stifle one's own progress. What lies ahead? Edward recalled the faint murmurs and exclamations he had just heard, feeling a vague sense of foreboding. God, Chapter 166. The divergence of thoughts, a tremendous shout echoed within the cavern, emanating from Edward, the archbishop, whose face bore the marks of shock and even fear. The source of his astonishment was the vast cavern, now hollowed out, where a pallid divine figure hung high upon a skeletal cross. This bizarre, white humanoid entity was affixed to the cross made of bones, with a pure white bone nail driven deeply into its chest. Even from a distance, its towering and elongated form, combined with an unsettlingly beautiful horror, sent shivers down Edward's spine, leaving his ankles weak. Mankind often speaks of divinity with ease. Yet when confronted with the true presence of a divine corpse, all jesting and thoughts dissipate, leaving only fear and awe in their wake. In comparison to the pale divine figure suspended upon the skeletal cross, the multitude of holy knights within the cavern seemed trivial. Edward's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape in shock and terror as he beheld the radiant, white body illuminated by sunlight. His heart raced wildly, alternating between tension and release. As he continued to gaze, he noticed the chest of the magnificent divine corpse appear to rise and fall ever so slightly, causing him to collapse onto the ground, pallid and nearly fainting from fear. God, it has moved. Edward fell to the ground, his face contorted in horror, trembling as he pointed at the divine figure nailed to the pristine cross, feeling as if his very soul had fled. Yet, no one mocked his cowardice at that moment. For all the scholars in the cavern, despite having coexisted with the divine corpse for some time, still bore an inescapable sense of terror and shock. It resembled a nuclear bomb, the internal workings of which were unknown. No matter how many glances one stole, once seen, only endless dread and horror remained. Just as Edward felt warmth spreading in his trousers, nearly unable to contain himself, at last, Arian III regained his composure from the sight of the divine figure's perfect form and let out a deep sigh. The divine being has not perished, Edward. His Majesty Adam once proclaimed that death has been stripped from him. How then could he ever die? He is merely sealed away. The words of Arian III pulled Edward back from the precipice of fear. Observing Arian III's silhouette gazing at the divine figure, Edward finally regained some strength and rose once more from the ground. To this day, he has finally comprehended why Adam has persistently engaged in seemingly futile endeavors over the years, and why this old relic refuses to relocate the Holy See, even at the cost of his life. Yet his heart is gripped by profound terror. First, he is horrified to discover that such a terrifying entity has been concealed in the very mountains behind the Vatican, where he has long resided, unbeknownst to him. Second, he is bewildered as to why His Holiness summoned him to witness such a horrific sight. A deity, indeed, a deity that has not perished. Such a dreadful being should be hidden away, much like the old Pope, in fear of being discovered. Why has Edward been invited to behold this terrifying divine corpse? Moreover, he is not merely brought to observe. Within the cavern of the divine corpse, there are a dozen scholars conducting research, some daring enough to occupy the vicinity of the corpse, attempting to extract the golden blood oozing from the puncture in its chest. Their audacity is unparalleled, causing Edward to feel a chill run down his spine, fearing that any abrupt movement might awaken the pallid body suspended upon the cross. This leaves Edward further perplexed as to why such a fearsome creature is not being properly safeguarded, but rather allowed to be approached. Does His Excellency, Arian III, not fear the resurrection of this divine corpse? Seemingly sensing Edward's confusion, before he could pose his question, Arian III spoke calmly. Edward, upon witnessing the divine corpse, do you feel any fear? Indeed, a profound terror. Edward's complexion turned ashen as he gazed at the scholar in the distance, drawing blood from the corpse. His mind in a daze. Yes, the fear is overwhelming. This is my sentiment as well. Should such a monstrous being awaken, it would herald true annihilation for all existence. And this horrifying creature represents the ultimate form of a vampire. What? Edward exclaimed in disbelief, utterly astonished. Is this some kind of jest? Can a vampire transform into such a terrifying entity? Arian III, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed at the colossal crystalline structure, focusing sunlight upon the pale divine corpse, and spoke with a sense of melancholy. Edward, whether it is the offspring produced from the union of God and woman, or the progeny born of a man, or even the various monsters birthed from unions with other creatures, they all share a common trait: the intertwining of divine essence and the vitality of creation, granting them a mortal aspect. Divine essence remains eternally unchanged, while living beings are in constant flux. Thus, living entities can never truly embody the divine. Therefore, among the myriad creations born of God, only the vampire, a species conceived from the union with the dead, can bear the divine essence of God and become a true deity. This is the message Adam conveyed to me and the fundamental reason behind the Holy See's 90-year campaign against demons. Although the new breed of vampire lacks the potential to ascend to divinity, the current progenitor of the bloodline, Lord Norton, is an ancient vampire who has already entered the final stage of transformation. Thus, I have brought you to this place to behold the radiant glory of the divine corpse, and likewise to lead the subjugation of the old faith, in order to swiftly gather strength and crush the progenitor of the blood clan in the cradle of its final progress. Arian III, with his arms crossed, gazed upon the ground strewn with sacred knights, feeling an increasing sense of urgency. He had encountered the progenitor of the blood clan and had received revelations from his grace Adam. Through the synthesis of these two experiences, he uncovered a profoundly terrifying truth. The vampire progenitor, Norton, was an ancient vampire, colloquially referred to as a replica of the divine. Moreover, its form was in decay, seemingly having entered the final stage of the Church's research into the ascension of vampires from the third to the fourth tier. Therefore, in terms of time, there was no room for delay. The ancient vampire Norton must be eradicated, and with utmost swiftness. As for the scholars within the cavern of the divine corpse, their predicament stemmed from Arian III's ideological stance. Ultimately, he was not of the Church's lineage and had not been nurtured under its doctrines. His thoughts remained predominantly rooted in the royal education of sovereign rule. Although he established the Holy Church for the nation in the name of the divine corpse and assumed the role of the Pope to eradicate vampires, his primary objective still revolved around the perpetuation of royal authority. In this regard, he starkly differed from his papal predecessors. While previous popes may have been ruthless, they were nonetheless influenced by theological teachings, wherein the divine held paramount importance, and the divine corpse was central. Consequently, they undertook various extreme measures to prevent the resurrection of the divine corpse, which appeared to safeguard humanity but fundamentally prioritized the divine. For the popes of Europe, preventing the resurgence of the divine was an embodiment of their theological convictions. Conversely, Arian III approached the matter from the perspective of royal dominion. The concealment of the divine was detrimental to his reign, as such concealment posed a latent threat. However, should it be revealed, the throne, blessed by the divine, would undoubtedly be imbued with an additional layer of divine radiance, ensuring its longevity. Furthermore, should the royal family delve into the mysteries of the divine corpse, it would undoubtedly serve as a means to secure the everlasting continuity of the monarchy. After all, whether hidden or exposed, the divine corpse represented a risk. Thus, it was preferable to unveil it, study it, and garner benefits, while the complications remained minimal. The monarchy is paramount. Chapter 167. The paradox of the divine. Arian III's research into the divine corpse marked an unprecedented beginning within the Church. Throughout history, no pope had ever contemplated any form of research regarding the divine corpse. Only the golden blood that continuously emanated from its being had been utilized under the principle of waste not, creating the sacred knights, this war machine. Beyond that, no further explorations had been undertaken. Throughout the ages, popes have prioritized the divine, regarding the concealment of the sacred remains as their foremost duty, thus never delving into its study. However, Emperor Arian III, valuing imperial power and the royal lineage, recognized the potential of the divine remains to effectively sustain the reign. Consequently, the exploration into the sacred remains was set into motion. The adage, "one does not know until one tries," proved true. As the initial foray into the study of the divine, remains revealed complications in the foundational theories of the Church. The papacy, once subdued under the reign of Adam, regained its vibrancy with renewed vigor. Although Arian III was a wise ruler, he indulged in luxuries without reservation. While the army to combat the vampire clan had yet to be assembled, the servants tasked with attending to the emperor had already been selected and brought into the papal court to harmonize with his role as pope. These attendants donned the clerical robes of the church, rendering the young maidens both chaste and alluring in their appearance. In the papal palace, Arian III sat upon the Holy See, clad in a resplendent robe that fused the vestments of pope and emperor, exuding an air of unparalleled nobility. Though his visage bore the marks of age, evoking a sense of a hero in twilight, the palace was devoid of attendants, save for a few holy knights stationed to prevent eavesdropping. Only Arian III and several scholars engrossed in the study of the divine remained in the vast chamber. "My lord," one elderly scholar, his hair grizzled and burdened with the weight of knowledge, spoke with a hint of distress. "We have conducted a thorough investigation into the theoretical underpinnings of the divine remains. It appears there are paradoxes within the Church's records. Or perhaps these records were meticulously crafted for public consumption. At first glance, the logic seems exceedingly sound, yet upon closer examination, it is replete with inconsistencies." The scholar stepped forward, presenting the hefty volumes of church literature he held, deftly opening them and pointing to annotations as he elucidated his findings to Arian III. "My lord, the existence theory of the divine remains in the Church's writings is somewhat perplexing. If Kuba can inflict genuine harm upon the divine remains, or if the divine itself can do so, then there exists no rationale for leaving these intact remains on display without employing alternative measures. Would it not be more prudent to dismember the sacred remains? To divide them into numerous pieces and seal them separately would suffice. The grand, pure white bone cross intended for adornment could easily be fashioned into various smaller crosses and bone nails, thereby facilitating the sealing of each fragment of the divine remains. In this manner, even if the deity remains undying, the separation and sealing of its corpse significantly diminish the likelihood of its revival. There is no necessity to suspend this divine remains upon the cross for sealing purposes. The elderly scholar, with a benevolent countenance, uttered words that sent a chill down one's spine. Arian III furrowed his brow, seemingly contemplating the validity of this discourse. Observing Arian III's thoughtful expression, another aged scholar stepped forth. "Your Grace, the actions of the divine can indeed be elucidated through the doctrine of personhood introduced by the Church. This concept of personhood is intriguing. If we consider it, the only entity capable of inflicting harm upon the divine remains is Kuba, who has existed in the same corporeal plane as the deity since inception. Thus, it would be logical to suppress the divine remains with Kuba's skeletal structure. However, who disassembled Kuba's corpse? Surely, it cannot be posited that the deity orchestrated this dismemberment through divine intervention. If the prior scholar's words had merely caused Arian III to frown, this scholar's assertions now stirred a sense of unease within him. There is merit in this argument. Arian III nodded, increasingly perplexed. Such research reveals startling revelations. How could such significant discrepancies exist within the seemingly coherent texts of the Church? Based on your insights, how do you interpret these divine remains? Arian III's brow knitted tightly, his mood beginning to darken. Not only did Arian III appear troubled, but the other scholars also bore frowns, their confidence waning with each word. "Your Grace, we sense that this divine remains harbors certain anomalies, whether through the lens of the Church's personhood doctrine or in terms of authenticity and rationality. The identity of the divine remains appears somewhat peculiar. Yet, from the perspectives of personhood and rationality, the sealing of God with Kuba's bones could yield a relatively reasonable outcome. After all, the Church chronicles the revival of divine consciousness in the realm of heaven. This implies that the deity's consciousness has not been suppressed, only its corporeal form. Given that Kuba's personhood aligns with that of the deity, it seems logical to use Kuba's bones to suppress the divine body. Yet does not resolve the issues previously mentioned. Your Grace, the Church's texts seem to deliberately enhance their rationality and worldview, resembling a contrived narrative intended to obscure the truth. Of course, this is merely the humble opinion of a servant, perhaps just a misguided speculation. Ultimately, no one is privy to the personhood dynamics between the deity and Jonah, as although there are many offspring of the deity, only these two have been consecrated as gods. Their personhood may indeed align with that of the deity, or perhaps some peculiar methodology remains undisclosed. The elderly scholar refrained from speaking too definitively. Yet Arian III comprehended his insinuations perfectly. History can be fabricated, and records can be rendered void. That progenitor of the bloodline who has seized my glorious empire, Norton, has been wallowing in his own delusions for years. So, are you suggesting that the divine corpse in the mountains is not the true deity? King Arian III drummed his fingers against the armrest of the throne, his eyes narrowing into mere slits. Though his visage remained tranquil, a tempest brewed fiercely within him. Such a perfect, sacred, bizarre, and magnificent being cannot possibly be a god. Could it be Kuba? The current vampire progenitor, Norton, is presumably evolving towards such an ideal form. Both God and Kuba possess this physicality. So, who truly is it? God or Kuba? King Arian III recalled the exquisitely formed, elongated, pale corpse, its emanating aura of authority and grandeur unmistakably genuine. Yet, Norton, the progenitor of the bloodline, lacked such an oppressive vitality. The learned scholar approached slowly, prepared to speak further. However, outside the grand palace doors, a panicked attendant rushed in, standing at the threshold and exclaiming, "Your Majesty, something bizarre has flown in from the horizon." What? King Arian III sprang to his feet. Chapter 168. The arrival of Norton. A gust of wind erupted as pale wings flapped, lifting Norton high towards the distant, towering Vatican. His tattered flesh quivered under the force of the gale, but as his rank ascended, the deterioration of his skin ceased, allowing him to traverse without shedding fragments of his being. This effectively prevented his blood and flesh from spilling. Indeed, there was something extraordinary within the Vatican. The pale creature soared through the sky, its eyes igniting with a fervent desire. Norton felt the weight of pressure upon him, unsure whether it stemmed from excitement or fear. He was enveloped in a tingling sensation akin to electric currents coursing through his body. There truly was something within this church. He led his gargoyle entourage towards the Vatican, initially believing Abraham's words to be mere excuses to evade responsibility or a reflection of his inferior vampire lineage. Yet, as he approached the Vatican, he felt a profound pressure of life emanating from afar. The sensation of being confronted by vampires, an experience Norton had never encountered, was finally upon him. With a hissing sound, the more than 50 gargoyles flew, their bodies growing heavier with each flap of their wings. As they ascended, they fell behind, their grand forms powerful enough to topple walls. Yet under this existential pressure, they found themselves unable to approach. Merely entering the city of the Vatican rendered them utterly devoid of combat capability. Retreat. Norton gazed at the coal ball, which was panting and struggling to keep up with him, feeling a twinge of sympathy akin to that one experiences when witnessing their beloved dog chasing after a car, nearly exhausted. Who dares to claim that Norton is devoid of emotions? His heart is indeed brimming with them. The coal ball, despite its inability to comprehend Norton's words, grasped their essence. Yet, even with this understanding, it persistently wobbled behind Norton, yearning to soar forth and affectionately nuzzle against his skin. "Get lost," Norton barked, his face darkening as he propelled himself toward the coal ball, delivering a kick that sent it hurtling from the sky, beyond the confines of the cathedral. Already stifled by the overwhelming aura of the higher being, the coal ball, upon receiving Norton's blow, struggled even more to maintain its flight, tracing a parabolic arc like a meteor as it plummeted outside the cathedral. Sizzle, witnessing the coal ball's plight, quickly averted its gaze, leading the gargoyle squadron toward the spot where the coal ball was destined to land, leaving Norton's pallid form suspended in the sky. This was indeed the reason Norton's presence could be reported to His Holiness, Arian III. With a powerful flap of his immense, pale wings, Norton surged through the air like a bat, heading straight for the cathedral palace. The palpable pressure of life in the atmosphere intensified with Norton's approach, stirring a sense of anxiety within him. He never anticipated that such a force of life would manifest upon him one day. Yet it undeniably confirmed that within this cathedral dwelled an entity of a higher existential tier than his own. Thus, my conjectures regarding the divine corpses within the church appear to be accurate. Breathing heavily, he pondered whether this perilous journey, aimed at advancing his life tier and seeking retribution against Aryan 3, was truly worth it. After all, he could have chosen to remain hidden, living indefinitely. Why then must he engage in such a hazardous endeavor? Nevertheless, as the adage goes, fortune favors the bold. After years of concealment, if Norton hesitated now, he would forever be denied the taste of true freedom in this world ruled by deities. If he did not pursue transcendence, he would ultimately be crushed by a god's indifferent hand. Norton sighed deeply, realizing he had morphed into the very protagonist he once despised, one who disregarded everything in the pursuit of advancement, blind to the beauty of the world beyond invincibility. Yet, regardless of his internal conflict, his elongated, pale form resolutely surged toward the source of the life pressure he sensed. As he sped toward the rear mountain of the cathedral, his bat-like, pale figure stood out starkly against the blazing sunlit sky, making it impossible for Aryan 3, who had rushed from the palace, to miss the identity of the pale creature soaring overhead. Damn it, stop him. Holy Judgment Brigade, mobilize immediately, encircle and eliminate the blood ancestor. Church legions, swiftly blockade the rear mountain. Siege engines, catapults, bring him down at once. Aryan 3 gazed into the distance at the soaring figure of the pale progenitor of blood, feeling his very soul shudder. By the heavens, after 30 years of absence, the ancestral figure of your bloodline has sprouted wings? How could one possibly defend against such a foe? How could he, Aryan 3, enact a hunt against this pale progenitor without the need for Aryan 3's command? Norton had already been completely locked onto by the 600 holy knights within the church, their sanctity palpable. With a sound akin to that of steam engine, a plume of white smoke erupted from the golden armor of the holy knights, and then, as if animated by some unseen force, the 600 holy knights guarding the sacred corpse in the rear mountains of the church surged forth from their caverns, one after another. These high-ranking holy knights had transcended the appearance of mere mortals. Their breathing was markedly less frequent than that of the lower-ranked knights whom Norton had previously vanquished. Their minds appeared sharper, even demonstrating the awareness to hurl their golden greatswords into the sky to strike at the flying Norton. Remarkably, this cadre of holy knights instinctively formed a formation, utilizing the trajectory of their thrown swords to seal off Norton's escape routes. Clad in golden armor, the holy knights raised their arms, their bodies bending like drawn bows, channeling their strength to hurl their greatswords with tremendous force. With a whoosh, the sound of the golden swords slicing through the air heralded a torrential downpour of blades, barring the heavens and sending a barrage of golden swords toward the airborne pale progenitor. Chapter 169. The Intensity of Adaptive Training. As Norton soared above the church, the golden rain of swords had already severed all his avenues of retreat. By the gods, what trickery is this? Norton's eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated that these so-called high-ranking holy knights possessed such a stratagem. Had those two holy knights from years past possessed such an ability in the cavern, he would surely have met his end on the spot. As it stood, the techniques employed by these high-ranking holy knights were sufficient to bring him to the brink of despair. The martial prowess of the high-ranking holy knights was truly terrifying, their strength rivaling that of Norton when he had hurled a throne of several tons of gold within the palace of the Boya Empire. Each swing of their golden swords sliced through the air with unparalleled swiftness, targeting the sky-bound Hakener. With over 600 great swords cast forth, the skies were almost entirely sealed off. No matter how Norton accelerated in flight to evade the deluge of blades, he was inexorably pierced by several of the massive swords. 7 or 8 golden blades, imbued with divine sanctity, penetrated his flesh, entering through his front and emerging from his back, transforming his body into a veritable porcupine of wounds. His expansive, pure white wings were similarly pierced, riddled with gaping holes. As Norton flailed his stately, ivory form, his wings, now compromised, could only flutter precariously as he plummeted from hundreds of meters high, much to the delight of Eerie III, who watched with rapt attention from the palace. Excellent. Slay it. Slay it. Hang him on the cross and burn him. Send this wretched abomination to heaven. The high-ranking holy knight, true to his title, astonishingly retrieved his discarded golden sword after casting it aside, causing the more than 600 holy knights to disperse. The one who secured the golden sword immediately pursued the direction in which Norton had fallen. Eerie III felt a surge of frustration erupt within him. The feeble display of this pale progenitor filled him with both surprise and profound disappointment. Has he truly reached his limit? The formidable adversary he had always perceived turned out to be so pathetically weak, rendering his previous anxieties and preparations utterly laughable. Had he known, he would have dispatched the holy judgment order directly to the blood court to slay this accursed progenitor of the bloodline. The golden greatsword was embedded in Norton's body, penetrating him like a porcupine, its sacred aura incessantly eroding the wounds upon him, invoking a familiar searing pain. As expected, this holy knight possessed ample power to restrain vampires. Yet was that all? The sky had descended to a lower altitude, and the previously wavering Norton, pierced by the golden greatsword, unexpectedly surged upward once more with the powerful beat of his wings. The gaping wound on his massive, pale wings, which had been punctured by the golden sword, astonishingly healed within mere seconds of his fall. Although the sanctity attached to the golden greatsword indeed inflicted pain, it proved insufficient against Norton, the perverse progenitor who slumbered in a coffin adorned with religious artifacts to bolster his endurance. The comparison was akin to the blazing sun against a flickering candle. The sanctity intertwined with the golden greatsword was somewhat meager, even less potent than the sunlight currently casting down from above. That sun could at least scorch Norton's skin, allowing him to recover thereafter. As the golden greatsword pierced through his flesh, the gaping wounds began to mend themselves. Norton, now adorned with golden swords, soared high into the sky, relishing the slight burning sensation they imparted, and laughed heartily, feeling utterly at ease. Ha ha! I never imagined that the high-ranking holy knight I feared so deeply possessed such feeble strength. Had I been bolder and attempted this sooner, I might have been able to obliterate the holy sea myself. Suspended in the sky, the pale creature, pierced by the golden swords, flapped its enormous white wings, its laughter echoing through the air, causing Eerie III, who had just begun to show signs of joy, to instantly pale in horror. What? Not afraid of the holy knights? Quick, quick! Bring forth the silver swords. Hurry and roll the siege engines over. Equip them with silver-tipped arrows. Eerie III's face turned ashen as he stood at the palace entrance, gazing upward at the progenitor of blood, whose exterior was being scorched by the sun, yet continually healed. He stared in despair at the 7 enormous golden swords that had pierced through his chest, penetrating his heart. At this juncture, even the most foolish among them has come to a realization. The so-called heart weakness of the bloodline patriarch, Norton, has been nothing but a facade. He now finds himself uncertain whether silver weapons can indeed inflict harm upon this cunning progenitor of blood. What if, by chance, his fear of silver is merely a ruse? Then, the church would truly be in peril. No, no, no. The Boya Empire has painstakingly extricated itself from the church's constraints, and the Aryan royal family has scarcely attained its esteemed position. How could the prospect of a centuries-long reign be obliterated by this monstrous being? If the Aryan dynasty were to be utterly annihilated, what significance would remain in this world? The expression on Eerie III's face was fierce, and he turned away from the soaring Norton, hastening into the palace and making his way towards the rear mountain. Norton, gliding through the sky with his exceptional vision, had already spotted the emperor clad in golden robes, while he himself harbored no fear of the holy knights. The prospect of facing over 600 of them was undeniably troublesome. It would be wiser to capture the king first. By seizing Eerie III, he could wield the emperor's authority to command the vassals, compelling the holy knights to clear a path and lead him to the location of the divine blood and flesh ahead. Norton regained his keen sense of smell and hearing to pinpoint the emperor's position, who had now entered the palace. Below, the more than 600 holy knights had once again retrieved their golden greatswords and hurled them at the airborne Norton. However, their formation had descended into chaos, rendering their strikes ineffectual against him. With a delicate yet pale arm, Norton grasped the 2 great swords embedded in his body. with a forceful twist of his wrists. He yanked them free, and with a powerful flap of his wings, he soared towards the palace's apex, brandishing the golden swords. Embrace your shattered fate, Aryan 3. The pale figure, now adorned with golden swords, plummeted downwards, wielding immense force that crashed through the sturdy ceiling of the Grand Palace, sending a cascade of dust and debris crashing down upon the fleeing Aryan 3. With a resounding thud, the two golden greatswords embedded themselves into the hard palace floor, forming a barrier before the terrified Aryan 3, who was utterly paralyzed with fear. The sound of falling debris echoed throughout the hall. Amidst the thick cloud of dust, a tall and slender silhouette emerged, partially obscured by the haze. Chapter 170. Do you remember? I once invited you to dinner. Wait, do you remember? I once invited you to dinner. The spirit of Aryan 3 was nearly extinguished, despite being an emperor with a commendably high level of composure. Such poise was only effective against ordinary individuals with predictable thought patterns. For a blood progenitor with a troubled mind, whose thoughts were erratic and who possessed extraordinary martial prowess, maintaining calmness would yield no favorable outcome. Aryan 3 sat on the ground in abject terror, instinctively retreating while his trembling hands reached out in a futile attempt to shield himself from the ominous threat looming before him. His mind was drenched in cold sweat. Having often lamented the brevity of life, he had never before experienced a moment that felt as interminable as this. With each pounding beat of his heart, he was consumed by a profound fury and disdain toward the holy tribunal. They had been merciless in their slaughter of the imperial family, yet now, faced with the ancestral terror, they stood impotent, an epitome of cowardice. How could such ineptitude be cherished and hidden away by the old pope? It was as if he were determined to bring ruin upon the Aryan dynasty. Aryan 3's anxiety escalated, but the more he feared, the closer danger drew. As the clouds of dust lingered, a pale, slender arm emerged from the swirling debris, and it swiftly grasped Aryan 3 by the neck. The once mighty emperor was lifted effortlessly. Like a mere fowl, his fragility akin to thin ice in early winter, ready to shatter at the slightest touch. Just as he attempted to plead for mercy, excruciating pain radiated from his neck as Norton's immense strength crushed his vertebrae, leaving his entire body dangling, an acute sensation of falling threatening to shatter his bones. Amidst the violent motion, he was hoisted to face Norton, who bore a golden sword that pierced through Aryan 3's form, imparting a chilling, heavy touch. Their gazes locked, two dark, mocking eyes met the emperor's fearful ones, and the malice reflected in those depths plunged Aryan 3 into utter despair. Aryan 3, the newly appointed pope? My dear Pontiff, do you truly believe that hiding within the sanctum of the Vatican renders you invulnerable? I anticipated your betrayal long ago. Yet how foolish you were to forsake our pact, just as my plans were coming to fruition. No one could betray me in advance. Norton's ravaged visage pressed against Aryan 3's cheek, his lips brushing against the emperor's ear as he whispered words that drained the color from Aryan 3's face. Your Grace. At that moment, the royal guard arrived. Belatedly, a cohort of heavily armored soldiers wielding silver crossbows positioned themselves to secure the entrance of the Vatican, while the holy knights outside shattered the palace doors with their great swords, heedless of Aryan 3's fate, charging resolutely towards Norton. Aryan 3's throat cracked ominously as blood began to seep from his mouth. Observing Norton's pale, inhuman form, impervious despite being impaled by swords, he finally recognized an undeniable truth. The arcane constraints of the mysterious prophecy far outweighed the trivialities of human strife and imperial authority. The actions of Lord Adam were indeed flawless. Coughing violently, Aryan 3 found himself momentarily disoriented, perhaps due to the struggle for breath, or perhaps liberated from fear by the certainty of his impending demise. It could also be the dawning realization of the peril posed by the vampiric race. As he was nearly choked to death, the terror that once graced his visage began to dissipate. After coughing up a couple of mouthfuls of blood, a wicked smile unexpectedly emerged on his otherwise contorted face, now held in a vice-like grip by Norton. Cool. Coward, you are a coward. Fire the arrows, commanded the sovereign. The commanders of the royal army, heartbroken yet resolute, were bound to obey Aryan 3's orders, instilled with an almost terrifying loyalty. Even with Aryan 3 in Norton's clutches, They knew that firing the arrows would seal his fate. Nevertheless, spurred by their leader's command, the foremost among them resolutely signaled the start of the assault. The clarion call of the holy knights surged forth, accompanied by a torrential downpour of arrows directed towards Norton and Arian III. In the throes of death, Arian III's face, bruised and purple from the grip of Norton, was still adorned with a mocking grin. The silver arrows cascaded like a waterfall of moonlight, blindingly brilliant. Countless bolts pierced through Arian III's body, still held by Norton, before redirecting towards the latter. Amidst the relentless storm of arrows, Arian III, in his final moments, experienced an epiphany. As death loomed, his eyes remained filled with unending derision towards Norton. Suddenly, a silver arrow pierced through the very orb of his scornful gaze, launching outward to strike Norton. The arrowhead met Norton's decaying flesh with a sound akin to leather snapping. Norton's putrid skin quivered slightly at the sight of the arrow's impact. The tremendous force had deformed the silver arrowhead before it clattered to the ground. As the barrage of arrows rained down, the pale progenitor, marred by decay, bore only a few silver arrows lodged within the gaps of his rotting skin, rendering the assault largely ineffective. Even his dark, crystalline eyes remained unscathed, untouched by the silver projectiles. The sight of the arrows failing to inflict any harm upon the pale progenitor sent shockwaves of panic and dread rippling through the ranks of the royal army. From a distance, drenched in the rain of arrows, Norton gazed at the corpse of Arian III, now riddled with wounds and unrecognizable, the mocking expression utterly obliterated. Emotionless, he discarded the remnants of what was once a proud figure. Indeed, a remarkable individual, Norton mused softly. His gaze shifted to the approaching holy knights, who had raised their magnificent golden swords, and he extended his pale arms, grasping the two golden blades embedded in his own body. With a fierce determination, he yanked them free. As he flapped his pale wings behind him, his form surged forward like a cannonball, wielding a golden greatsword towards the more than 600 sacred knights. Boom! The pale progenitor collided violently with the formation of sacred knights. Upon impact, the two sides were incomparably mismatched. Even though the high-ranking sacred knights possessed immense strength, weighing several tons, one encounter with Norton, wielding his golden greatsword, sent them flying. In fact, the two golden greatswords he held shattered completely upon that single clash. A pathway was forcibly carved through the ranks of the golden sacred knights, as bodies of severely deformed knights were hurled out of the arena, crashing against the palace walls, and some were seized, their blood drained before being torn asunder. With a crash, the lifeless corpses of the sacred knights, drained of blood, were flung from the center of the battle, while the golden helmets adorned with small wings were crushed flat by Norton's grip. Witnessing the horrific scene at the heart of the battlefield, the royal army was overwhelmed by despair, fear, and terror. However, their sovereign had perished, his mangled body trampled into a pulp by the sacred knights in combat. As a once mighty emperor, he had displayed such courage in the face of death. How could the so-called knights of the realm lack the same? Clang! The commander of the knightly order gazed at the deformed crown of his fallen sovereign, tears welling in his eyes. Drawing his silver sword from his waist, he raised it high and proclaimed, "The dignity of the Arian royal family must not be insulted. The crisis of humanity must be eradicated. Soldiers, charge with me." Despite their fear, the soldiers of the royal knightly order unsheathed their silver swords, resolutely charging towards Norton. For the sake of Arian III, we fight. Chapter 171. Do you remember? You once treated me to a meal. What is a deity? The sole theological institution in the southern continent, the Church of the Lord, has pondered the question of divinity for nearly a millennium. Ultimately, the Church introduced the concept of persona into theology. What is persona? A person is born to exert oppression. A high persona embodies everything. It is akin to a higher dimension, capable of imposing conceptual pressure on those of lower personas. This is specifically manifested in the holy knights, imbued with the sanctity of God, who, wielding their golden greatswords and possessing a faint aura of sanctity, can inflict soul-touching harm upon all vampires, known as true damage. This true damage is not akin to the real damage seen in games, but rather it fundamentally and irreparably dissolves the essence of the vampire's soul and body. The Church venerates God, believing in the existence of heaven and hell. Thus, they hold the soul in high regard, considering it the fundamental essence of all things, while flesh and blood merely serve as vessels for the soul. Thus, when a vestige of sanctity that clung to the holy night inflicted harm upon the soul of a vampire, their flesh lost all attachment, becoming irretrievably damaged. In an era dominated by vampires, the emergence of holy knights represented a profound existential threat to them. A blow struck rendered them incapable of recovery, and a body cleaved in twain awaited only its demise. Even the mere touch of sanctity that adhered to the holy night imposed a debilitating pressure, rendering even third-generation vampires weak and incapable of flight. The disparity in essence manifested by the sanctity that cloaked the holy night stood before the vampires like a divine judgment, an insurmountable barrier. However, Norton was different. His foreign soul remained unshackled by local essences, his liberated spirit impervious to the searing touch of divine holiness. Consequently, sunlight could not harm his soul, allowing his flesh to regenerate continuously beneath its radiant blaze. This elucidates why even the Church's most formidable holy knights found it exceedingly challenging to vanquish him. Let us not overlook that no third-generation vampire had ever sprouted wings. Yet Norton's unique ability to recover, even after being reduced to a pulp by the Holy Knight's sanctified greatsword, exemplified his indifference to their luminescence. Undoubtedly, while he spoke with bravado, Norton was not entirely free from the influence of essence, which manifested physically. His body could indeed be scorched by the sun and seared by the great sword of a holy knight, indicating that the disparity in essence still affected his flesh. However, his soul's immunity to such influences enabled his flesh to endure, allowing for rapid recovery even after being singed by sanctity. This encapsulates the essence of Norton's liberated soul. With a thunderous roar, the congregation of holy knights erupted in chaos. One holy knight, propelled with great force, collided with and toppled several others behind him. Crashing out of the grand hall, the armored knight landed with a resounding thud, shattering the walls and collapsing a sturdy support pillar in the process. As he hit the ground, his gilded armor crumpled, and blood and flesh erupted from the wreckage. The immense force created a void around Norton, causing the soldiers who had just charged forth to tremble uncontrollably, their silver swords now rendered limp. As the space surrounding Norton was obliterated, he resolved to sever any connection with these seemingly indomitable holy knights. Despite having consumed the blood of numerous holy knights, he felt no advancement. Far from the warmth once coursing through his veins, even the gradual evolution that had halted showed no signs of rekindling. It appeared that these products of the Church were insufficient to facilitate his true ascendance. Thus, he placed his hopes solely upon that which exuded an oppressive force. As Norton murmured to himself, he unfurled his pale wings and forcefully spread his fleshly appendages wide. With a sharp, outstretched tail resembling wings, he sliced through the surrounding support pillars, severing them with an effortless precision. A fierce gust of wind surged through the grand hall, stirred by Norton's wing beats, engulfing the space in a haze of dust and sending fragments of stone scattering. Those struck by debris were left with painful bruises. As the air currents swirled beneath him, his pallid, towering figure soared toward the palace's apex. A thunderous crash resounded as the structure suffered a significant breach and the blood ancestor ascended into the sky. Hastening towards the sacred mountain behind the church, he had sensed the direction of the overwhelming pressure and the tantalizing aroma that wafted through the air. A white creature glided above the church, its life force exuding an irresistible pressure upon the vampires below, yet Norton managed to endure it. Meanwhile, the sacred knights within the palace, akin to a golden torrent, rushed forth in pursuit of Norton, albeit at a pace far inferior to his own flight. As he approached the sacred mountain, the pervasive pressure intensified. Upon reaching the mountain's vicinity, Norton found his white, bat-like wings unable to withstand the oppressive force, compelling him to land and advance on foot towards the source of the overwhelming pressure. As he retracted his wings, the flesh beneath them folded back akin to a whale's, and even his pale bones seemed to shrink, rendering him an imposing figure devoid of wings. The further he pressed on, the heavier his steps felt, and with each stride, the burden of pressure mounted. This weight was not merely a physical oppression akin to the crushing force of a mountain, but rather a profound life force attempting to infuse Norton with its grandeur, an essence he could neither comprehend nor bear. Thus, The increasing magnitude of this life force inflicted immense strain on his psyche, almost disintegrating his flesh in a desperate attempt to endure the onslaught of life's truth. In essence, this was not merely pressure, but an overwhelming greatness of life that naturally radiated entropy, a burden beyond Norton-esque capacity. In this regard, humanity is indeed favored, facing divine remnants with unwavering composure, perhaps harboring a touch of the extraordinary. The more he advanced, the more difficult each step became, and his heart raced with trepidation. Such an unparalleled life force. What level of existence does its possessor embody? Surely only the God revered by the Church could possess such a magnificent life essence. Therefore, is my supposition regarding a complete divine entity hidden within the Church truly correct? Is my continued journey forward the right path, or a grave mistake? Fearless of the Church's methods, I could return and conquer the world, relishing in life's pleasures. Yet, to not behold such a magnificent entity with my own eyes is truly disquieting. As I sense the increasingly potent essence of life, an unfamiliar vitality enveloped me, igniting a growing sense of dread. Had I known, I would not have ventured here. It is astonishing that such terrifying beings exist. How could I possibly find peace at night if they remain? My acute perception, sharpened by the overwhelming aura of dread, eventually led me to the cavern that housed the divine corpse. The holy knights had previously obstructed my path, leaving the entrance unguarded. The ground was littered with footprints, and I could even hear faint sounds emanating from within, suggesting that others still lingered in the cave, causing my brow to furrow in concern. Such a fearsome divine entity dares to send others to study it. Arian, you truly fear not for your life. With a furrowed brow, I inhaled, detecting a faintly familiar scent in the air, though not entirely recognizable. It stirred a vague recollection. I bent low, stepping cautiously into the cavern. Upon entering, the murals adorning the walls capture my attention. Figures depicted in an abstract style adorned the walls, some gathered in clusters, others in poses of worship, and notably, one figure suspended on a cross with a single wing, reminiscent of ancient artistry. A brief glance allowed me to grasp the essence of these paintings. It seems even the Church is skimping on quality. From my moral high ground, I critiqued the Church's negligence in their artistic endeavors. I passed the murals and ventured deeper into the cave. With each step, the familiar scent grew more pronounced, yet the weight of the life force pressing upon me intensified, making every movement a struggle. Nevertheless, I persevered, inching forward. It was not mere gluttony that drove me to seek the divine corpse, but rather an urgent need to ascertain its condition and safety. Only then could I find peace. Of course, partaking in its essence would be the ultimate reward. As I drew closer, a glimmer of light appeared before me. The path within the cave took a sharp turn, revealing a grand scene. Before me lay a gargantuan cavern, nearly hollowing out the entire mountain. At the center of this vast space rested a massive jade pedestal, deeply recessed and awaiting my discovery. In the very heart of the jade-like state, within a profound depression, there stood a pallid cross seemingly crafted from pristine bone, upon which was affixed a figure that evoked a sense of eerie familiarity in Norton, a 2-meter-tall, elongated, and perfectly proportioned corpse of a pale humanoid. The skin of this cadaver was both pale and delicate, its features exquisitely refined, presenting a silhouette that was the epitome of perfection. Yet its excessive height and slenderness imparted an unsettling, almost inhuman quality. However, to Norton's eyes, the figure suspended on the cross bore an uncanny resemblance to his own decaying flesh, both sharing a pallor and elongated form, differing only in facial features, with the sole distinction being that Norton had yet to completely shed his skin. Norton's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind momentarily engulfed in a tumult of confusion. Why did this entity resemble him so closely? Was this truly a deity? Had a fourth-tier vampire been ensnared and displayed in such a manner? Norton felt utterly bewildered. Was this still the papal state? Had the divine being they worshipped always been this pale vampire? As he stood at the mouth of the cavern, grappling with existential doubts, while gazing at the eerie figure on the immaculate cross, an unfamiliar voice emerged from the blind spot behind the divine corpse, yanking him from his stupor. Old Norton? Startled, Norton frowned, a palpable pressure emanating from him. Who dared to address me, the progenitor of the bloodline, as such? Following the sound, he turned his gaze toward the source. Emerging from behind the pale corpse was an elderly man, holding a stool, his face etched with astonishment. The familiarity of his visage, coupled with the astonished expression in his eyes, silenced Norton's earlier fury, transforming it into a moment of bewilderment. The aged man bore a semblance that was increasingly familiar, and a scent of blood that resonated with Norton's memories, alongside the long-ago moniker of Old Norton, began to merge the small figure before him with the elder concealed behind the divine corpse. "Is that you, Bill?" For the first time in many years. A flicker of shock crossed the perpetually cold and emotionless countenance of Norton, the progenitor of the bloodline. His obsidian eyes fixated on the elderly man who had stepped forth from behind the divine figure, an expression of disbelief etched upon his face. He could scarcely fathom that the boy his family had once sent away to become a priest had now appeared before him once more. Had it not been for this unexpected reunion, he might have truly forgotten the child he had vowed to transform into a vampire of renown. As Norton regarded Bill before him, he was struck by the poignant realization of the passage of time, reflecting on the familiar figure who had now aged significantly. For centuries, the emotionless Lord Norton surprisingly wore a visage filled with nostalgia and reminiscence, his voice quivering with sentiment. "Bill, after a century apart, how you have aged. The old friends have gradually withered away, like leaves in the wind." Observing Norton's grotesque form, which was a far cry from the man he once knew, Carl felt a profound sense of melancholy, even tears glistening in his aged eyes. "I have reached the twilight of my years, and yet you remain as resplendent as ever. By the way, my name is Carl." Norton's expression stiffened, though his fearsome countenance rendered it nearly indistinguishable, as he beheld Carl standing beside the divine corpse. Even pressing against it with a small stool in hand, Norton's feelings of nostalgia deepened, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "Ah, Carl, who would have thought that after a century, I would see you again? The days of yore are like exquisite aged wine. The longer they linger, the richer their flavor becomes, forever etched in my heart. I still remember the day I discovered my ability to transform vampires, yearning to convert you into one, so you could revel in the joy of eternal life. Alas, you were ensnared by the church, and our paths diverged. But now, I have amassed sufficient power to breach the church. The time has come to transform you into a vampire and grant you immortality. Come, Bill, accompany me, and let me bestow upon you this gift." "Wait, what are you doing with that stool? Slow down. Do you remember the meal you once shared with me?" As Norton's urgency escalated, Carl, with the stool in hand, positioned it before the divine corpse and ascended upon it. Chapter 172. The death of Carl. Carl had risen on the stool, standing on tiptoe with arms raised high, clasping the bone nail embedded in the chest of the pale divine corpse. The oppressive aura emanating from the corpse was terrifying, and although humans possess greater resistance than vampires, prolonged gaze upon the divine form muddled their thoughts. Norton, horrified, turned a sickly green, extending his hands in a gesture of vehement opposition. Wait, what do you desire? Whatever you wish, I shall grant you." "Carl, do you remember our cherished moments? I swear by the name of the progenitor of the bloodline that if you descend now, I will provide you with anything you desire. Carl, I will give you everything you seek." Norton's voice was laden with deep emotion, shedding the cold and indifferent facade of the progenitor of the bloodline, resembling more a persuasively earnest figure attempting to coax Carl into relinquishing his grasp. "If only I had known, I would not have come." Norton lamented internally, regretting his decision. He should have fled the moment he sensed the life-threatening pressure intensifying. Or perhaps he should have drained the boy who once offered him pastries back in the day. Observing Norton's anxious demeanor and listening to his heartfelt promises, Carl stood before the divine corpse, valiantly resisting the chilling touch of its delicate, icy skin and the overwhelming pressure that seemed to penetrate the very depths of his soul. His hands, gripping the bone nail, trembled as he attempted to extract the pristine white stake embedded in the heart of the divine body through friction. Yet, he did not neglect to respond to Norton's words. "I find your assurances dubious, Your Grace. Your notorious reputation for betrayal is well known across the southern continent. After a decade, you still misremember my name. It is evident that should I relinquish this bone nail, what awaits me is not your so-called promises, but rather the brutal methods of your progenitor, the bloodline patriarch, Norton." As he spoke, his efforts to pull the nail grew increasingly vigorous, even shaking it in a bid to loosen it from the immaculate cross. However, as a mere human, his strength was woefully inadequate, despite his utmost exertions. The nail remained steadfast, yet his attempts were sufficient to instill fear in Norton. "No!" Norton exclaimed, watching the relentless motion of Carl's arm, which, in a desperate bid to extract the nail, caused his entire body to lean against the pale stake, attempting to augment his strength. Terror gripped him, causing his dark eyes to contract in fear. Under the immense pressure of the powerful life force enveloping him, Norton clenched his toothless mouth as if he might burst. Yet he stubbornly endured the immense aura as he trudged toward the determined Carl, who was wrestling with the nail before the divine corpse. Norton's movements were painfully slow. Each step felt as though he bore the weight of a mountain. With every advance, the decaying flesh on his body threatened to tear, only to rapidly regenerate. Curiously, despite being a vampire confronting a divine corpse, he felt no searing pain from the sunlight or religious symbols that should have tormented him with divine purity. Norton clenched his toothless jaw. Though urgency burned within him, his ever-vigilant mind noted this peculiar anomaly. In an instant, his keen intellect discerned how to sway the rebellious Carl. "Carl, cease this. This is not God. It is certainly not God. The sunlight can inflict damage upon me, and had this been the divine corpse, I would have long since been consumed by its sanctity. Yet observe my current state. In this cavern, aside from the incomprehensible life force present, there is not a trace of holiness. Moreover, this pale divine body bears a certain resemblance to my own rugged exterior. Thus, it is unequivocally not a divine corpse. It is more likely to be the legendary progenitor of vampires, Kuba." Norton cried out in a hoarse voice, yet the immense force he bore made each step a struggle, compelling him to brace his palm against the nearby wall for support. However, as his pale, slender fingers made contact with the hard rock surface, they transformed into claws, digging into the wall with ferocity, pulling forth a handful of rubble. But what of it? Kuba is the progenitor of vampires as written in the Holy Scriptures. If he were indeed Kuba, would it not be even better? The world need not face annihilation, and I, Carl, could claim the glory of unsealing Kuba, thereby becoming the foremost among his followers. What difference does it make to be oppressed by you or by Kuba? What merit do you possess in comparison to him? Is such a status not far superior to languishing under the tyrannical reign of you, the deranged blood progenitor? Ha ha, my lord. Do you know what your greatest error in this life has been? What? Norton retracted his arm, laboriously lifting it slightly, his dark eyes fixed upon the head of Carl, which hung lifeless upon Kuba's corpse. Your gravest mistake was teaching me the meaning of ambition, be it God or Kuba, whether achieving divinity or attaining immortality. I desire it all. The visage of Carl, aged and twisted, was now a mask of fury. The scars visible on his waist, exposed by the stretching of his garments, told tales of torment. His century-long schemes lay in ruins. Not only had he failed to ascend to the rank of the Supreme Pontiff, but he was also forced to bow low, either to the blood progenitor Norton or to the tyrant Arian III. Such humiliation was intolerable for Carl. Do you know how I, Carl, have endured in the church all these years? Do you understand why I now indulge in both men and women, young and old? Do you believe that the church is solely populated by perverse bishops who prefer boys, while all other missionaries are normal? No. The suffering and oppression I have endured over the years are beyond your imagination. I can no longer bear such a terrifying existence. Either all must perish or let me. Carl, rise to that position. Carl's voice was laced with boundless resentment and fury, and with each movement, the scars etched upon his exposed skin became all the more glaring and grotesque. The pent-up anger from years of oppression under the church, coupled with the destruction of his plans, erupted within him, leading him to choose his final gambit at this moment. Yet, before his words could fully escape his lips, a stone the size of a fist, accompanied by a rush of air, hurtled towards him with alarming speed. Thud! With the sickening sound of stone meeting flesh, Carl's chest was completely pierced by the oncoming projectile, splattering bits of blood and flesh onto the lifeless form of the deity before him. Carl felt a sudden warmth at his chest, a shockwave radiating throughout his being. The stone, having penetrated his body, collided with the pale skin of the divine corpse before him. A gaping wound, the size of a fist, pierced through Carl's chest, revealing the pristine skin of the divine corpse behind him. A wave of weakness surged forth, accompanied by a choking sensation in his throat, prompting Carl to cough. Yet, with each cough, sprays of blood erupted from his mouth, staining the sacred body before him. The hands that clutched the white bone spikes could no longer maintain their grip, as a profound sense of helplessness and shadows enveloped his vision. As blood continued to gush from the wound in his chest, his body ultimately succumbed to its frailty, toppling forward until it rested upon the pallid divine corpse. Viscous blood flowed from both his mouth and the gaping wound, drenching the divine figure in crimson stains. In his aged eyes, there was no trace of fury towards the grievous strike from Norton, nor any regret for unfulfilled ambitions. Only two murky tears and a fleeting sense of release. Old Norton observed Carl's dimming gaze, his frail body unable to support itself against the divine corpse, collapsing in a powerless manner to the ground. From a distance, Norton, who had hurled the stone, heard Carl's final familiar address, his expression complex and silent. Indeed, throughout the years, what I desired most was to return to Leno City. It is only when one approaches death that they truly comprehend their innermost desires. Upon hearing Carl's last words, Norton's heart, which had remained unshaken for a century, finally felt a tremor. Yet, the pale divine corpse still hung on the cross, remaining impeccably white and pure.